He was a bloodthirsty butcher, the ultimate war god of the mercenary world, and also a worthless slacker who just wanted to laze around. He can kill with a single shot, leaving the enemy trembling in despair. He sneered at the idea of being a bodyguard, dismissing it as a man's nanny job. But when he discovered that the beauty he was to protect was the most renowned in the capital, it turned out to be the girl he happened to sit next to on the train. At that moment, she was being held at gunpoint by a vicious criminal. My name is Lefutu, a man who makes his living as a mercenary. In the rainforests of South America, a chase is underway. I lay hidden in the bushes, holding an M95 sniper rifle, watching the Hydra mercenary corps flee in panic ahead. They were once renowned figures in the dark world, but now they have become my prey. I am like a hunting leopard, now dashing forward, now lying low. Every gun raise precisely takes a life. Lying along the way were the bodies of all 32 members of their regiment. Now, only the leader of the Hydra mercenary group remains. It's time to close the net. A faint smile played at the corners of my lips. I moved like a phantom, delivering a sweeping kick that sent the Hydra agent's gun flying. A knee strike sent him flying immediately. As soon as he hit the ground, I stomped on his chest, crushing his internal organs to pulp. Who are you? Why are you chasing me? He coughed up blood and asked in terror. I, as you in the dark world would call me, am Butcher. I smiled slightly, responding very politely. Butcher, Butcher. His eyes were filled with desolation. At that moment, my communicator rang. Shaoli, is the task done? Came an elderly voice, accompanied by the crackling sound of dry tobacco. Almost done, Hydra is down to its last breath. I glanced at the figure beneath my foot and exerted force abruptly. Alright, now I've stomped out this breath too. Good job. I leaned against the ancient tree, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Old man, mission accomplished. Transfer the payment, I'm off to have some fun. Shaoli, initially, we had arranged a luxury yacht party for you, but, the old man coughed dryly. My heart clenched with a sinking feeling. You old bastard, don't tell me you've got another mission? Just as expected from someone I raised through thick and thin. That's right, there's a new assignment. I flew into a rage, jumping up and cursing into the communicator. After I finished venting, the old man finally said, this mission is simple, go to Beijing to protect someone. His grandfather and I have a history, and it's time for you to return to China. Bodyguard duty? Is the person a man or a woman? I asked. A girl, the most beautiful woman in Beijing. What do you mean by insisting on calling her the #1 beauty in the capital? You always boast about being handsome and charming, don't you? If you manage to win the beauty's heart, you won't need to take on any more missions in the future. Old man, I am a person of principle, I said gravely. Of course, if the other party is overwhelmed by my charm, there's nothing I can do about it. So does that mean you agreed? The old man asked with a smile. I agree, but on one condition. I took a hard drag on my cigarette. After this mission, return those bank cards you've been holding onto as dowry money. Fine, you'll get them after this mission is over. The old man, afraid I might back out, promptly hung up the phone. In the capital, I squinted slightly, wondering if it too was a battlefield where the strong preyed on the weak like this. On a train bound for the capital, I sat on a hard seat, feeling a bit dazed. This is the transportation the old man talked about? Not a private plane, but at least a plane ticket would have been nice. This hard seat yanked me straight from a yacht party on the beaches of Hawaii to here. I sighed inwardly. A bodyguard, to put it bluntly, is just a male nanny who uses his body as a shield when danger arises. But recalling some news reports, beautiful female employers assaulting their male bodyguards, I felt a tinge of anticipation in my heart. If that so-called most beautiful woman in the capital had any ulterior motives toward me, how should I react? This was a serious question. My thoughts drifting far away, I gazed out the window, only to unexpectedly notice a young girl sitting in the neighboring seat. She wore a purple shirt, her fair skin glowing, engrossed in reading a novel on her iPad with focused intensity. I couldn't help but glance a few more times. Her shirt seemed barely able to contain her striking figure, making her appear exceptionally alluring. She sensed something and turned to look at me, then calmly went back to reading her book as if nothing had happened. She seemed to think I was some kind of rogue, slightly pulling her clothes tighter together. Ahem, I cleared my throat awkwardly and said earnestly, actually, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Do you know what kind of person I consider you to be? She asked with a mischievous smile. I was caught off guard and quickly changed the subject. You're also heading to the capital? What a coincidence. You look quite young. Are you going there for school? Yeah, I'm going to Beijing for college. How about you? She asked. Me? Just working in the city to save up some money while I'm young, so I can marry a wife as pretty as you, I said with a laugh. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she ignored me. I continued the conversation. Hey beautiful, do you have any action-packed blockbuster movies on that tablet of yours that'll get the blood pumping? She asked doubtfully. A Hollywood blockbuster? What's so interesting about that? Oh, you mean those little movies that start with the first letter of the English alphabet? She suddenly realized, glaring at me with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. I was taken aback and quickly glanced around, whispering, hey beauty, keep it down. Seems we're kindred spirits. How about we discuss the Tao together? You're utterly shameless. She trembled with rage. The sages all say, food and sex are human nature, so how can it be called shameless? I said with a straight face. I won't listen, I won't. Don't talk to me anymore. She turned away, both embarrassed and annoyed. I secretly found it amusing. Lonely journeys could be quite enjoyable when teasing a beautiful woman. At that moment, the train slowly pulled into the station, and I saw 7 or 8 men board through the door, their demeanor exuding an air of decisive righteousness. A thought struck me, could something be about to happen? The train arrived at the station, and people in the carriage began to get up one after another. I saw the girl sitting next to me also moving forward with the crowd. Why are you walking so fast? Not even saying hello, am I that scary? I thought to myself. I was about to follow when the 7 or 8 men behind me crowded up as well. Their agility put me on alert. Suddenly, screams erupted ahead, nobody move. Hands on your heads, get down. I followed the sound and saw 4 armed men holding hostages. And the girl beside me, held captive by the leader, couldn't stop trembling. The 7 or 8 men's faces darkened, ready to charge forward. The leading robber sneered, pressing the gun against the girl's head, and shouted, "You bloodhounds have quite the nose. Take one more step, and I'll start killing people." It turned out they were a drug trafficking gang who had boarded the train to evade capture but were tracked down by narcotics officers. To prevent further escalation, the police had no choice but to lay down their weapons. "As long as you release the hostages, any terms are negotiable," said a plainclothes officer. "Do you think I'm stupid?" The bandit leader Wang Xiao sneered. "Prepare a car, clear the road to the airport, and arrange a plane for a flight out of the country." Inside the carriage, people trembled with fear. The abducted girl was pale with terror, her eyes filled with helplessness. Just then, an untimely voice chimed in, could you guys make way? I need to get off, I'm in a hurry." I looked at Wang Xiao with a serious tone. Seeing the girl in such a panic and recalling the joys of the journey, I truly couldn't bear it. Chapter 004, Strike. As Li Futu's voice rang out, the faces of the plainclothes officers turned pale. Where did this kid come from? Couldn't he see these men were cold-blooded killers, utterly ruthless? What about being in a hurry? What's more important, life or rushing? Young man, step back. Over here. A plainclothes officer spoke in a deep voice. Wang Zhao's gaze shifted to Li Futu. His expression betrayed surprise as he asked, "Kid, what did you just say? In a hurry?" True to his honest nature, Li Futu nodded. "Yeah, I'm rushing to a job interview. My old man got me a gig. If I'm late, it might fall through." "Ha! Brother, I think this kid's got a screw loose. He's not in a hurry, he's rushing to die and be reborn sooner, right? Where did this lunatic come from? Doesn't he see the situation? How dare he ask us to move aside?" The rest of the robbers all burst into savage laughter. Simultaneously, a vague, inexplicable rage began to simmer within them. Didn't this kid see me holding a gun to a hostage? How dare he say something like move aside? Does he think he's better than us? Wang Xiao seethed inwardly, consumed by the urge to blow Li Futu's brains out. "Kid, do you know what you just said? If you want to die, I'll gladly oblige," Wang Xiao said coldly. Li Futu replied with sincere earnestness, "I meant every word. I truly am in a hurry. How about this, you continue your hostage situation, and I'll go my own way. We'll go our separate paths. What do you say? Go? Go yourself." Wang Xiao roared, the muzzle of his gun snapping toward Li Futu. "You better get your ass over here." In that instant, a cold, icy glint flashed deep in Li Futu's eyes. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He had deliberately provoked Wang Xiao, waiting for the moment Wang Zhao's gun barrel would leave Su Qing's head. Therefore, the instant Wang Zhao's barrel swung toward him, Li Futu moved. Whoosh! Li Futu vanished from his spot in an instant. Wang Xiao felt a blur before his eyes, then a sharp pain in his gun-wielding wrist. With a crack, it snapped, and the gun fell into Li Futu's other hand. Li Futu materialized ghost-like beside Wang Xiao. Seizing the gun, he swept his left elbow out horizontally. With a thud, the elbow slammed hard into Wang Zhao's face. Put! Wang Xiao coughed up blood as his entire body flew backward. As he knocked Wang Xiao away, Li Futu had already dismantled the seized gun. He gripped the magazine, pulling out bullet after bullet into his hand. The other 3 robbers were stunned. By the time they regained their senses, suddenly, ZZZZT. Li Futu flicked his wrist, and 3 bullets pierced the wrists holding their guns. Screams erupted in succession as they lost their grip on their weapons, dropping them to the ground. Boom! 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 Li Futu flashed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. His lightning-fast strikes slammed into each robber's face, sending them flying backward to the ground, unconscious on the spot. After finishing, Li Futu clapped his hands, looking relaxed and carefree. To ordinary people, his actions seemed superhuman, but to Li Futu, they were as commonplace as eating or drinking. The entire carriage fell deathly silent. Even the 7 or 8 plainclothes officers stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the surreal scene unfolding before them. Li Futu walked up to Su Qing, gazing at her pale, tear-streaked face. He smiled and said, though we didn't get to discuss philosophy as planned, having you by my side all this time made the journey neither dull nor lonely. It was quite nice. With that, Li Futu stepped out of the carriage. The 7 or 8 plainclothes officers snapped out of their daze. They immediately rushed forward, restraining the 4 criminals led by Wang Xiao. They saw that all 4 had passed out. The plainclothes officers breathed sighs of relief. They hadn't expected the crisis to resolve so abruptly. That little guy, who exactly is that, master? One plainclothes officer asked aloud. No idea. He looked young, but he was incredibly strong. Without him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The leader of the plainclothes officers sighed, his tone filled with gratitude. Su Qing also snapped back to reality. As if remembering something, she suddenly dashed out of the carriage. Her tear-filled eyes scanned the surroundings, desperately searching for that figure. But no matter how hard she searched, he was nowhere to be found. A wave of disappointment washed over her, leaving her standing in a daze. After a long moment, her lips moved, murmuring repeatedly, "Thank you, thank you." Chapter 005, The Stunning Beauty. Li Futu had already exited the station. To him, his earlier intervention was nothing special. He despised vicious criminals, and besides, he was truly in a hurry. In his dictionary, no one could stand in his way. Standing in the heart of the capital, especially around this train station, Li Futu truly grasped the meaning of the so-called population explosion. As far as the eye could see, the streets were packed with people, cars and buses jostling for space, and the congested roads were lined with endless queues of vehicles. Perhaps accustomed to a life of cutting-edge risks overseas, Li Futu felt no sense of familiarity standing on these streets of the capital. On the contrary, he sensed a profound disconnect between himself and this bustling metropolis. It made sense. He'd always been a scruffy sort, and now he'd arrived in this city carrying a backpack, clad in a Nike tracksuit with oversized logos that screamed counterfeit, and wearing a pair of Hawaii canvas sneakers. The old man had repeatedly instructed him, upon arriving in the capital, take a taxi directly to Luo Group, then ask for Luo Huijun. Once he met Luo Huijun, everything would become clear. Li Futu naturally had no idea where Luo Group was located. Although he had been to the capital before, it was merely for a layover at the airport. He had never actually explored the city itself. Thus, lost in the vastness of the capital, Li Futu felt utterly disoriented. Li Futu wasn't foolish enough to try finding the Luo Group headquarters on foot. Hailing a cab would get him right to the building's entrance. The problem was, after flagging down 4 or 5 empty taxis, not a single one stopped. Deeply puzzled, Li Futu had no choice but to keep walking forward. Upon reaching an intersection, he turned right, intending to cross the street and follow a wide, clean road. However, just as Li Futu reached the middle of the crosswalk, the green light abruptly turned red. Normally, even with a red light, cars on either side wouldn't start moving so quickly, so Li Futu didn't feel any guilt about potentially jaywalking. Little did he know. Whoosh! A red sports car suddenly shot out from the right, speeding toward Li Futu with blinding force. In that instant, Li Futu's eyes narrowed slightly. If one paid close attention, they might have caught a glimpse of a chilling glint in his eyes that could make one's heart skip a beat. His entire being resembled a taut bowstring, poised to unleash terrifying explosive power at any moment. Under such circumstances, anyone else would react with panic. Over 99% would turn pale and try to dodge the oncoming sports car. Yet Li Futu stood perfectly upright, his chiseled features betraying not a hint of alarm. Squeal! A piercing screech of brakes echoed, the shrill sound nearly splitting eardrums. Li Futu assessed the distance between the car and himself. The cold glint in his eyes dimmed slightly, and he once again blended into the background like an ordinary, unremarkable person. The red sports car came to a halt just 1 meter before Li Futu. Had it not been for the vehicle's exceptional performance, it would have been impossible to brake so abruptly over such a short distance. In truth, had the driver not slammed on the brakes and instead plowed straight through, Li Futu would have been unharmed, certainly not killed. Instead, the occupant of the car would likely have paid with their life. If Li Futu had chosen to. Hey! Don't you have eyes? Crossing the street without looking for cars? Where are your eyes? A sweet, reproachful voice rang out. Li Futu narrowed his eyes and followed the sound, seeing the left window of the red car roll down. A face of unearthly beauty, like a lotus blossom emerging from water, peered out. She wore a pair of brown sunglasses, which she removed as she spoke. With that, her entire face was revealed. Setting aside her indignant expression, the exquisite beauty of her features seemed to reach a pinnacle. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyebrows arched like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes like pools of autumn water, her nose sculpted from jade, and her lips a soft, rosy red, all combining to form a face of breathtaking beauty. Li Futu believed in treating beauties with respect, so he was always a polite gentleman when encountering a lovely woman. But now, as he crossed the street, a red sports car came hurtling toward him. Not only did the driver fail to apologize, but he was berated for no reason. To continue responding with courtesy would make him look like a complete fool. Thus, Li Futu flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and said, "You know what? My eyes must have been glued to your chest. I was so busy admiring your magnificent curves that I completely lost track of the road. And indeed, as the beauty leaned her face out, her chest was partially exposed outside the window. Through the low-cut strapless top she wore, a glimpse of snow-white skin was faintly visible. Bastard! You damn thing! If you've got the guts, don't just drive off. The beauty was furious enough to explode, while behind her, the honking of cars grew louder. The light ahead had turned green, yet the red sports car remained motionless, driving the impatient drivers behind it to press their horns incessantly. Meanwhile, Lifutu had already strolled leisurely across the street and continued walking down the right-hand road. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lifutu couldn't bring himself to engage in such a humiliating street brawl with a beautiful woman. Seeing Lifutu respond with a blatantly insolent retort before strutting away, the beauty angrily pounded the steering wheel with her delicate fists. She then slammed the accelerator, the car roaring to life as it sped off, turning right onto the adjacent roadway. This was just too absurd. He'd finally encountered a beautiful woman, and now he'd ended up in a spat with her? Lifutu pulled out a cigarette and lit it, replaying the scene in his mind with regret. If he'd handled it differently, could he have struck up a conversation with this beauty? Lifutu continued walking forward as if he had nothing better to do. Not long after, he suddenly saw a red sports car surrounded by a crowd at a street corner, people pointing and whispering. Lying on the ground in front of the car was an old man, his head covered in blood. Beyond that, a dozen or so men with fierce, angry expressions and menacing glints in their eyes had surrounded a tall, slender beauty in the center. They were cursing and gesturing wildly at her. Curiosity piqued, Lifutu approached to investigate. His heart leapt with delight. Wasn't this the very beauty who had just called him blind? Ha! Insulting others truly invites divine retribution. Look at this rude little minx in the blink of an eye, she'd stumbled right into a car accident, gang. Chapter 006, Standing Up to Protect the Beauty. A bright red Ferrari 458 sports car pulled over to the roadside. Lying in front of the vehicle was an old man, a pool of crimson blood pooling beneath his head. He lay completely still, appearing to have been struck dead on impact. A dozen men with menacing expressions surrounded a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in denim hot pants and a pink halter top. Her skin was snow-white, like jade, her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes, as clear as autumn water, flashed with anxiety and terror. Her exquisite, otherworldly face wore a look of helpless panic, utterly overwhelmed by the dozen men before her. Social morality really has deteriorated these days. Hit someone and try to run? No such luck. Pay up. At least 500,000 yuan, or we'll wreck your car. That's right, you must pay. Running someone over and then just driving off? You clearly don't value human life. One after another, the dozen men began shouting their demands, their voices filled with righteous indignation, each looking like a champion of justice. You, give me back my phone. Let me make a call. I'll pay whatever it takes. The Ferrari beauty clearly lacked street smarts. Unaware she'd stumbled into a scam, she genuinely believed she'd hit someone. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, blood streaming from his head, her voice trembled slightly. Also, anyone with a phone, call an ambulance right now. Get the old man to the hospital for emergency treatment. I'll cover all medical expenses, and whatever compensation is needed, I won't shortchange a single cent. It turned out this beauty, rushing to catch a ride, had just rounded a corner when she suddenly saw an old man collapse right in front of her car. Thinking she'd hit someone, she slammed on the brakes and got out. Seeing the old man lying on the ground covered in blood terrified her. Her first instinct was to pull out her phone to call an ambulance. But then a burly man rushed over and snatched her phone. Immediately after, over a dozen people surrounded her. Humph. Do you take us for fools? We've seen plenty of rich kids like you handle things. If we gave you your phone, you'd just call your cronies to clean us out and drive off, right? Don't think your money lets you trample on lives and ignore the law. Justice still prevails under the open sky. A gaunt man, looking like a monkey, declared with righteous indignation. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. An eye for an eye. In an instant, many voices joined the chorus, the crowd growing increasingly rowdy. Another rich kid speeding and killing someone. If she doesn't go to jail, it defies all sense of justice. These rich brats only know how to bully ordinary people. They run someone over and die right before our eyes, yet they refuse to give any explanation. It's utterly despicable. They have no humanity. They think their money lets them get away with anything. This time we caught them red-handed, we won't let the killer off easy. A dozen or so men, brimming with anger, surrounded the Ferrari beauty. Their loud shouts and jeers left her pale-faced and trembling. Lifutu stood leisurely behind the men, who looked like demons incarnate, watching the scene unfold. A faint smile played at the corner of his mouth, a quiet satisfaction stirring within him. The Ferrari beauty was on the verge of tears, overcome with injustice. She hadn't intended to evade responsibility after hitting someone, her first thought wasn't to flee but to help. She still possessed that basic moral conscience. Yet this group snatched her phone without a word, seized her LV bag, and didn't even give her a chance to call an ambulance. What made it even more incomprehensible to her was this: if someone had been hit and was covered in blood, and these people across from her were so righteous, why hadn't a single one of them thought to call an ambulance first to save the person? If this delay continued and the critical window for rescue was missed, what if someone actually died? She was still young. She didn't want to end up in jail. The leader, a burly man with a bushy beard, looked like a demon incarnate. He was rummaging through the LV bag he'd snatched from the Ferrari beauty, pulling out some cash. Besides that, the bag contained various cards and some personal women's cosmetics. Is that all the money you have? Hand over your bank cards. And give me everything valuable you're carrying. The bearded man demanded, his eyes fixed intently on the heart-shaped emerald necklace around the beauty's neck, a top-grade gem of exceptional quality. How can you do this? Give me my wallet and my phone. After hitting someone, you should call an ambulance first. What do you think you're doing? The Ferrari beauty couldn't help but speak up, sensing something was terribly wrong. Oomph. Give you my wallet and phone? What if you run off? Looks like I'll have to beat some sense into you. Take off your necklace. The bearded man declared. No way. This was left to me by my mother. You can have any amount of money, but you can't take my necklace. The beauty declared, her tone unusually firm. No? You hit someone and now you're playing the victim? I'm taking it off whether you like it or not, the bearded thug snarled. Rip it off. Beat her up. She won't learn her lesson without a beating. Rich brats like her deserve to be dragged outside and beaten, let her taste real pain. In an instant, the crowd around them began to echo the calls. The burly man with the bushy beard strode toward the Ferrari beauty, grabbing her right arm with one hand while reaching for the emerald necklace around her neck with the other. You bastards! Is this robbery? The Ferrari beauty was furious. As a wealthy heiress, she'd never endured such humiliation before. Had she not believed she was at fault for bumping into someone first, her temperament would never have allowed her to stoop so low. Just as the bearded brute reached to yank her necklace, the Ferrari beauty suddenly kicked out at him. The pointed tip of her high-heeled shoe struck his groin with precision. Ah! Caught off guard, the bearded brute took the blow squarely. A wave of excruciating pain shot through him. His face twisted in fury as he roared, You! How dare you kick me? I'll beat you to death. With that, the burly man raised his right hand and lashed out, aiming a vicious slap at the beauty's flawless face. Ah! The beauty instinctively gasped in shock. Yet, the expected searing pain never came. She couldn't help but open her eyes and look ahead, instantly freezing in place. The bearded brute was equally bewildered, his face filled with confusion. Just as his right hand was about to strike, a large hand materialized out of thin air, seizing his wrist firmly. Gentlemen, where there's room to spare, spare it. When dealing with beauties, we men should show gentleness and a touch of gentlemanly grace. We mustn't let this tarnish our reputation as men. A deliberately slow voice penetrated the bearded man's ears. Damn it! Who the hell is this blind bastard meddling in my business? The bearded brute seethed inwardly, turning to find a young, ruggedly handsome face before him. The other man wore a smile, radiating sunshine and warmth. But to the bearded brute, that smile was nothing but a glaring provocation, filled with hatred. It's you? The Ferrari beauty standing ahead froze. She hadn't forgotten that face. Wasn't this the very guy who'd just been yelling insults at her in the middle of the intersection? Hey, sweetheart, looks like you didn't pick an auspicious day to go out. See? You've just had the misfortune of running into a bunch of car-crashing thugs. Leafutu chuckled, watching the Ferrari beauty ahead of him, her face filled with utter surprise. An inexplicable sense of superiority welled up inside him. Crash my ass? Looking for trouble? The burly man with a bushy beard roared, driving his knee straight into Leafutu's chest. Thud! Thud! Two thunderous impacts echoed through the air. But it wasn't Leafutu who went down instead. The bearded brute collapsed onto the ground, his face contorted in agony as he howled in pain, his body still twitching uncontrollably. The other onlookers, all burly men, lunged toward Leafutu, intent on taking down this reckless young upstart who'd appeared out of nowhere. But the moment they saw the bearded brute collapse, they froze in shock. Heaven knows, they hadn't even seen how the bearded giant had fallen. Leafutu clapped his hands, then strode straight to the old man lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Why aren't you getting up, old man? How long are you going to keep this up? Yet the old man on the ground remained utterly motionless. A cold smile curled at the corner of Leafutu's lips. Then, he lifted his right leg and slammed it down hard onto the old man's arm. Ah! It hurts! It hurts so much! In an instant, the old man who should have been incapacitated miraculously sprang to his feet. Clutching his right arm with his left hand, he wailed incessantly. You! The Ferrari beauty froze, then snapped back to her senses, her voice boiling with rage. I get it now. You're all a bunch of scammers. You conspired to trick me? How despicable. You bastards should all be thrown in jail. Kid, mind your own business, a burly man across the table interjected coldly. But before he could finish, bang! A figure darted forward like lightning, striking the burly man. He flew backward, crashing to the ground 4 or 5 meters away, his mouth filled with agonized screams. Don't want to die? Then get the hell out of here. Li Futu's voice was icy cold, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He swept his gaze around, his chilling, terrifying aura engulfing the dozen or so men facing him. The men froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen how Li Futu had moved. They knew instantly they were facing a master. They exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of fear in the other's eyes. Without hesitation, they helped their fallen comrade to his feet and prepared to scatter like birds. Leave your stuff behind before you go. Li Futu's voice rang out coldly. Instantly, the men dropped the LV wallet, cash, and phones they had snatched onto the ground. Chapter 007, Luo Qinggu. Li Futu finally understood why the old man had given him this name, one that sounded profoundly mysterious and was awkward to pronounce. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Stepping in to help when witnessing injustice was fundamentally the same as saving a life, both acts of warm-hearted assistance and intervention. Thus, when Li Futu occasionally encountered injustice, he would step forward. Statistically speaking, the subjects requiring his aid were invariably beautiful women. Heroes rescuing beauties was nothing new, and Li Futu didn't shy away from repeating this cliché. Besides, the beauty he rescued this time was nothing short of a ravishing, world-shattering enchantress, a demonic existence of unparalleled beauty. In a word, she was breathtakingly gorgeous. In bygone eras, doing good deeds anonymously embodied the spirit of Lei Feng. But in this day and age, especially when the recipient was a stunning beauty, it carried another implication, entirely a calculated ploy to capture by feigning disinterest. Li Futu hoisted his bag, ready to leave, but before he could take 2 steps. Hey, don't go. Wait up. I'm calling you. Seriously. Sure enough, the Ferrari beauty's voice called out from behind him exactly as Li Futu had anticipated. You called? Need something else? I'm not in the mood for a public argument. Li Futu smiled, revealing a row of perfectly aligned, pearly white teeth. The Ferrari beauty naturally understood the implication in Li Futu's words. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Had it not been for his earlier assistance, she would have retorted immediately. But she wasn't the type to be thick-skinned, and she knew how to repay kindness. So she said, "Thank you so much for stepping in just now. I really was momentarily stunned. How could I not have seen that was a scam gang?" Li Futu chuckled to himself. If you'd seen through it, what would be left for me to do? Perhaps you were too flustered at the time. But if you calm down and think about it, you'll find plenty of inconsistencies. In this cold-hearted society, who would step forward to stand up for the injured after a collision? Even if someone did, wouldn't they know to call an ambulance and the police first? They were just stirring up trouble the whole time, then talking about money. What else could it be but a scam? Li Futu said. The woman nodded vigorously, finding Li Futu's analysis spot on. She glanced at him and asked, "Where are you headed?" "I could give you a ride. Aren't you in a hurry to get going?" "No problem. Having a car is convenient anyway." "So, where are you headed?" "Hop in first." "All right. I'm heading to the Luo Group building." "You know where that is?" "What? You're going to the Luo Group building too?" The woman froze, staring at Li Futu as he got into the car, her face filled with astonishment. "Yes. Why? You're going there too?" Li Futu asked. The woman looked Li Futu up and down before replying, "What a coincidence. I'm actually heading to the Luo Group building too. By the way, my name is Luo Qinggu. What's yours?" "Li Futu." "Li? Butcher?" Luo Qinggu was busy starting the car and hadn't heard clearly. She glanced back at Li Futu. "Futu as in saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda," Li Futu replied calmly, correcting her with earnestness. Truthfully, when he heard Luo Qinggu utter the word butcher, his heart fluttered slightly. That title was deeply taboo in the Western underworld. Luo Qinggu revved the sports car, and with a roaring growl, it shot forward. The cabin filled with a subtle, elegant fragrance, much like the faint, maidenly scent emanating from her body. Li Futu was clearly intoxicated by it, drawing in a deep breath that filled his entire being with Luo Qinggu's scent. Li Futu glanced sideways, catching sight of Luo Qinggu's face, a vision of ethereal beauty beyond compare. His gaze drifted downward, settling on her 2 slender, snow-white legs. What a sight for sore eyes. "What are you doing at the Luo Group?" Luo Qinggu asked, perhaps sensing the car's stifling silence. "Going to work, I suppose," Li Futu replied. "Work?" Luo Qinggu glanced at Li Futu again. "Forgive my bluntness, but you're not applying for a security guard position, are you?" It was no wonder Luo Qinggu had such thoughts. Li Futu's entire appearance screamed migrant worker from the countryside. Luo Group was a renowned conglomerate, famous throughout the capital and even the entire nation. If he were applying for any other position at Luo Group, he certainly wouldn't be dressed like this. Security guard? Isn't that just protecting the safety of beautiful women? That sounded remarkably similar to his own intention of becoming a bodyguard for a beauty. So Li Futu smiled, didn't think much of it, and said, I guess you could say that. And you? What are you doing at Luo Group? Li Futu countered. Me? I'm here to see Luo Qingwu, she began, but stopped mid-sentence. Her expression turned indignant as she continued, honestly, today has been so frustrating. My dad suddenly decided to hire some bodyguard for me, and he only told me today. He said this so-called bodyguard will arrive in the capital within the next couple of days. I don't want any bodyguard. Following me everywhere, no freedom at all, no personal space whatsoever. What's the point of me coming then? Besides, why would I need a bodyguard? I'm pretty good at kicking people's butts. Most thugs wouldn't dare come near me. Oh? Well, that's convenient. I'm here today to be someone's bodyguard. Li Futu began to respond, but mid-sentence he froze. His eyes darted toward Luo Qingwu as an unbelievable thought struck him. Holy crap! Could this beauty before him be the very person he was assigned to protect on this mission? The eldest daughter of the Luo Group chairman, and this beauty before him bore the Luo surname? Could such a coincidence possibly exist? Li Futu felt it was almost certainly the case. He never imagined meeting his employer this way, so early in the mission. A sudden urge surged through Li Futu to confess to Luo Qingwu that he was her future bodyguard. But upon second thought, he held back. From the tone of Luo Qingwu's earlier complaints, she seemed quite resistant to the idea of having a bodyguard by her side. You really don't want a bodyguard? Li Futu asked. It was the first time he'd felt this interested in a mission the old man had assigned him. Of course not. Having a bodyguard follow me to the bathroom, follow me to bed. Please. I'm a girl, you know? How am I supposed to live with a big guy constantly trailing me around? No way. Luo Qingwu retorted. What if the bodyguard we find for you is a woman? Li Futu blurted out instinctively. The moment the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. Damn it, he was a man himself. Was he supposed to go all the way to Thailand just to be Luo Qingwu's bodyguard? A woman won't do either. Bottom line, I just don't like it. Luo Qingwu declared firmly. She added, plus, my dad said this bodyguard has to live with me. Oh my god, not only would I never agree, but Xiaoguo and sister Ruyu would scold me to death. Li Futu froze. From Luo Qingwu's words, it seemed those named Xiaoguo and Ruyu lived with her. So if he successfully became Luo Qingwu's personal bodyguard, wouldn't that mean living with 3 beauties? For Li Futu, currently single and unable to resist female charms, this was indeed a tremendous temptation. Perhaps your father is concerned for your safety, Li Futu hinted, trying to persuade Luo Qingwu to accept the fact that she would soon have a bodyguard. I couldn't care less. Besides, what danger could I possibly face? It's clearly unnecessary. Luo Qingwu said. Then the car turned a corner and sped forward for a while before a magnificent skyscraper loomed before them. We're at the Luo Group building. Luo Qingwu announced as the car slowed to a stop. Hey, are you here to apply for security? If you don't get the job, come find me. Consider it my way of repaying you for helping me earlier. Alright, I have business to attend to. I need to head up now. Luo Qingwu said. Li Futu stepped out of the car. Luo Qingwu waved him off before hurrying into the Luo Group building. Li Futu watched Luo Qingwu's graceful, slender figure retreating into the building. He sighed inwardly. This mission was going to be tougher than he'd anticipated. Li Futu glanced at the grand, ancient-style Luo Group building, took a deep breath, and headed toward it. Having come this far, he couldn't very well back out now just because of Luo Qingwu's attitude. You never know if something will work until you try. Hey, what are you here for? Looking for someone? As Li Futu ascended the steps, about to enter the Luo Group headquarters, he was stopped by 2 security guards stationed at the glass entrance. I'm here to see Luo Huijun. Luo Huijun? Who the hell is Luo Huijun? The security guard on the left asked, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at his partner. Never heard of him. The security guard on the right replied calmly. Li Futu was speechless. He wondered if Luo Huijun would fire these 2 idiots if he heard them. How could security guards at the Luo Group building not know the name of the Luo Group chairman? Li Futu didn't bother explaining to the 2. He recalled the note the old man had given him contained Luo Huijun's mobile number. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number written on the note. Chapter 008, You're Shameless. After finishing the call, Li Futu stood still, his expression calm. He took out a pack of cigarettes and even asked the 2 security guards if they smoked. Given Luo Group's strict rules on rewards and punishments, the guards naturally couldn't smoke during work hours and politely declined his offer. Yet curiosity got the better of them. They wanted to see what kind of cigarettes Li Futu carried. When they saw him pull out a pack of Hontishin Classic 1956 soft pack cigarettes, their mouths twitched slightly. They almost laughed even as security guards. They didn't smoke such cheap brands. At the very least, they go for the Hontishin Classic 100, which cost 10 yuan a pack. Li Futu, a shrewd individual who had been baptized by blood and fire in the underworld and often teetered on the edge of life and death, had long cultivated a keen ability to read people. How could he fail to notice the dismissive smirks, almost like twitches, on the corners of those two security guards' mouths? But he said nothing. To him, the appeal lay solely in the cigarette's potent, harsh bite. It delivered a satisfying punch. Drink the strongest liquor, smoke the thickest tobacco, drive the fastest cars, and sleep with women others wouldn't dare touch. That was a line his brother Lei Zi once uttered, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Hey, if you're done here, why stand around? Isn't this just a waste of time? One guard finally snapped. Yeah, or do you find standing here smoking so satisfying? Another security guard chimed in. I've never actually smoked right in front of the Luo group gates before. So don't take offense. Li Futu chuckled. The two guards were speechless. They couldn't force him to leave, and besides, the company didn't have a rule against smoking in front of the building, did it? Just as Li Futu finished his cigarette, the automatic glass doors of Luo Group slid open. A man in his 50s emerged, tall, robust, and upright. His sword-like eyebrows framed piercing eyes, and his square jaw, high-nose bridge, and sharply defined mouth exuded an aura of unwavering authority. Accompanying the middle-aged man was an elderly gentleman in his 60s. Though slightly stooped in appearance, Li Futu could instantly discern that this old man was no ordinary figure. A colossal, latent power seemed to lurk within him. Li Futu had no doubt that if any sudden emergency arose, this seemingly aged and frail old man would instantly unleash astonishing lethal power, like a raging panther. Truly a master. Li Futu glanced at them and silently sighed in admiration. What caught Li Futu's attention even more was that no matter whether the middle-aged man ahead quickened his pace or slowed his stride, the old man behind always maintained a distance of about one step. This distance proved optimal for both close-quarters protection and responding to sudden threats from any direction. Achieving this was no accident or coincidence, it was a habit cultivated over years. Are you Futu? In an instant, the middle-aged man walked directly in front of Li Futu. A flicker of excitement and joy flashed in his eyes as he eagerly asked. The old man stood beside the middle-aged man, glanced up at Li Futu, and then bowed slightly. From an angle unseen by others, a flicker of astonished brilliance could be seen in the old man's seemingly cloudy eyes. Hello, Uncle Luo. I am Li Futu. Li Futu smiled, knowing without asking that the man before him must be Luo Huijun. It wasn't that Li Futu believed his status was so formidable that Luo Huijun would personally come out to greet him after a phone call. Rather, he could tell from the steady, reserved, resolute, and naturally commanding presence emanating from this middle-aged man that he was undoubtedly a leader long accustomed to high office. Moreover, an enigmatic elder followed behind him. If this man wasn't Luo Huijun, the chairman of Luo Group, who else could command such authority and presence? Well, quite impressive. Truly worthy of the old gentleman's recommendation to recognize my status without ever having met me. Luo Huijun smiled, studying Li Futu with an appreciative gaze. How is the old gentleman's health? Is he doing well? Luo Huijun inquired again. The old gentleman? Li Futu paused, realizing the old gentleman Luo Huijun referred to was likely his own elderly and shameless father. He replied, him? He's in excellent health, sharp as a tack. Scaling walls in the dead of night is no trouble for him. Luo Huijun chuckled upon hearing this, patting Li Futu's shoulder as he said, come on, let's head inside to talk. Li Futu nodded and followed Luo Huijun into the Luo Group headquarters. The elderly man still trailed Luo Huijun by a step. Though his appearance was frail and aged, each step he took was remarkably steady and powerful, hardly the gait of an old man. From the moment Luo Huijun and the old man emerged, the two security guards at the Luo Group building froze in place, utterly speechless. Only after Li Futu and Luo Huijun had entered the building did they finally regain their composure. Ha! Wasn't that old man just now Uncle Chen? It must be Uncle Chen. Isn't he the chairman's driver? I heard he never leaves the chairman's side. So that imposing figure we just saw was the chairman? The two guards blurted out their astonishment in unison, exchanging glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a flash of shock and regret. If security guards don't even recognize the company's chairman, what's the point of being security? Who are they supposed to protect? That gentleman just said he was looking for Chairman Luo. Looks like we didn't recognize a mountain when we saw it. Honestly, I could tell right away that gentleman had an extraordinary presence. Don't you think he's way more handsome than us? He's not just more handsome, look at the cigarettes he smokes. Now that's understated. After work, I'm going to buy a pack of Hauntishin Classic 1956 too. Exactly. I totally agree. I'll grab a carton later, that's what I'll smoke from now on. The two security guards whispered to each other. Of course, Li Futu couldn't hear these words. Even if he had, he would have merely chuckled at them. The Luo Group tower stood majestic and imposing, 30 stories tall. The topmost 30th floor housed Luo Huijun's office suite. Beyond his sole chairman's office, the floor contained numerous meeting rooms of varying sizes. Luo Qingwu sat on the sofa in the chairman's office, facing the fruit arranged on the coffee table. Out of boredom, she plucked a few red grapes, popping them into her mouth and chewing them lightly. Young and beautiful, she was 18 in age when girls often carried a hint of rebellion and a sense of self-discovery. She believed that turning 18 meant she was no longer a child. She had the right to control her own freedom, the right to choose her own life, and she disliked others forcefully intruding into her personal space, even her own parents and relatives. What infuriated her was her father's insistence on hiring a so-called bodyguard, one who would shadow her every step of the way. For heaven's sake, she wasn't a child. Why on earth would she need someone protecting her? She firmly refused to accept this arrangement. Early that morning, she drove straight to the Luo Group headquarters, determined to stop her father. No sooner had she entered her father's office than he received a call. Before she could voice her objections, he ordered her to stay put and walked out. Hiring me a bodyguard? No way. Following me everywhere, outings, sleeping, even to the bathroom. If I ever met a handsome guy I liked, he'd show up like a third wheel. Annoying as hell. Though, if he was a total hottie. Blah, blah, when did I become such a love-struck fool like Xiaoguo? Luo Qinggu mused inwardly as the sound of the door opening echoed from ahead. Luo Huijun entered first, followed by Li Futu, and lastly the elderly man named Shinbo. Luo Qinggu spotted Luo Huijun first. She sprang to her feet and blurted out, "Dad, I'm telling you, I don't want any bodyguards." Before she could finish, her eyes bright and sparkling like black gems caught sight of Li Futu. She froze instantly, the rest of her words forgotten. "Ah? It's you?" "Yes. It's me." Li Futu smiled. Everything now confirmed that this exquisitely beautiful woman was indeed Luo Huijun's cherished daughter, the very person he was about to protect. Luo Huijun was about to introduce Li Futu to his daughter, but before he could speak, he noticed his daughter had already greeted Li Futu first. It seemed the two had known each other for quite some time. "Xiaowu, you and Futu already know each other? Heh, that truly surprises me. But this is for the best, getting acquainted early will make future interactions smoother." Luo Huijun chuckled. "Dad, he's the bodyguard you wanted to find for me, right?" Luo Qinggu suddenly frowned, asking with a sour tone. Luo Huijun felt increasingly baffled by his daughter's temperament. Hadn't she been perfectly fine just moments ago? How could her expression turn as icy as the dead of winter in the blink of an eye? Instead of dwelling on it, Luo Huijun felt a wave of deep guilt wash over him. All these years, he'd been consumed by managing the company's affairs, striving to make the Luo Group a Fortune 500 enterprise. While he'd achieved that goal, the price he'd paid was the lack of time spent with Luo Qingwu. Even when Luo Qingwu's mother passed away suddenly years ago, he'd rushed back from overseas only to miss seeing her one last time. Whenever these thoughts surfaced, Luo Huijun felt he had failed as both a husband and a father. He was determined never to let anything happen to Luo Qingwu again, which was why he resolved to find her a skilled bodyguard. "Xiaowu, Futu was the bodyguard I told you I'd find for you," Luo Huijun said gently. Luo Qingwu's face was cold and displeased. Without a word, she turned and walked straight out of the office. At the doorway, she suddenly turned back. Her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Li Futu as she declared, "You're shameless." Chapter 009, Li Futu's Mission. "You're shameless." These were the words Luo Qingwu spoke to Li Futu before stepping out the door. Li Futu was taken aback. Since his birth, people had called him a bastard, a rogue, a villain, but more often than not, they branded him a demon, a devil, a cold-blooded butcher. But calling him shameless? That was rare indeed. At least, in Li Futu's current memory, he could only recall this being said to him just once before. Before Li Futu could recover, Luo Qingwu had already slammed the door shut and stormed out. Xiaowu, don't leave yet." Luo Huijun hurriedly called after her. Yet when Luo Qingwu turned willful, even Luo Huijun couldn't restrain her. She paid no heed to his words and walked straight out. Luo Huijun sighed, glancing at Uncle Chen beside him. Uncle Chen immediately understood and stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. "Futu, Xiaowu has always been this way. Please don't take it personally. Though she can be a bit willful at times, she's fundamentally a good person at heart." Luo Huijun explained, then added, "Come, sit down over here. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Li Futu nodded and followed Luo Huijun to the office sofa. Tea had already been brought in by a dedicated secretary. Luo Huijun poured Li Futu a cup and said, "Futu, the old master must have told you everything when you arrived, right?" "Oh, the old man told me to come protect someone. I assume he meant Luo Qingwu?" Li Futu replied indifferently. "That's all the old man said?" Luo Huijun inquired. Li Futu paused, glancing at Luo Huijun. "Uncle Luo, besides protection, is there some other task I'm supposed to handle? Truthfully, if you can protect Xiaowu well, nothing else matters. However, after this summer break, Xiaowu will be attending Capital University. I do hope you can keep a constant watch over her. That's why I'd like you to enroll as a freshman at Capital University alongside her. That way, you'll be able to watch over her at all times." Luo Huijun explained. "Ha? Li Futu froze, thinking to himself, was this the legendary role of a study companion? Not just a tutor, but a male nanny. And if bullets fly, you'd have to be ready to step in and take them for her. Looks like this mission really isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Do you find this difficult? Or perhaps you're not accustomed to attending classes? Of course, it's fine if you're not used to it. Just enroll at Jingcheng University. Whether you attend classes or not is secondary, Luo Huijun said. Li Futu had never attended university, though in his spare time he self-studied courses that interested him. But never having truly stepped foot on a university campus was undeniably a regret. Therefore, accompanying Luo Qingwu to school as Luo Huijun suggested posed no real issue. In fact, he was quite willing to do so. The problem was, judging by Luo Qingwu's attitude, she seemed utterly unwilling to accept him as her personal bodyguard. Personally, I wouldn't mind at all, but Luo Qingwu seems reluctant to have a bodyguard. That's why Li Futu turned to Luo Huijun. I'll handle convincing Xiao Wu. The key is that you've agreed. Luo Huijun laughed heartily, then added, so this is settled then? Since I promised the old man, I naturally have no objections. If Uncle Luo believes I'm capable of handling this task, I myself have no issues. Li Futu stated. I don't know your capabilities yet, but I have absolute trust in the old gentleman. Anyone he recommends won't have any issues. Luo Huijun chuckled, then added, from now on, I'll give you 100,000 yuan every month. Consider it some pocket money. If you ever need funds urgently, you can ask me, or if I find out, I'll arrange a special payment for you. What? 100,000 yuan? Li Futu's eyes widened. He'd assumed the old man had already negotiated the payment with Luo Huijun beforehand. After all, the old man always settled the compensation before each mission. After returning from a successful mission, the old man would generously toss him a few thousand yuan for pocket money. What stunned him was Luo Huijun's promise of 100,000 yuan monthly allowance. 100,000 yuan is pocket money? By comparison, Li Futu now realized just how stingy and cunning the old man truly was. Think that's too little? Of course, this is merely your pocket money. After all, Xiao Wu sometimes goes out without any cash. Having some spending money on you means you can cover her purchases when she's temporarily short. Every 6 months or year, I'll give you a special reward. Luo Huijun stated. 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, a special payment every 6 months or year, the chance to be with beautiful women every day, and the ability to attend Beijing University without any hassle. Li Futu thought it over seriously and couldn't find a single reason to refuse. Well, Uncle Luo, your offer is truly generous. 100,000 yuan monthly is merely pocket money? Unlike that lazy, cunning old man back home after each mission, he'd barely give me a few thousand. So when I heard your terms, I was genuinely surprised, Li Futu admitted frankly. This time, however, it was Luo Huijun who froze. He looked Li Futu up and down. As far as he knew, Li Futu's compensation for each mission was counted in tens of millions of dollars, right? That enigmatic old man only gave him a few thousand after each mission? No wonder he'd say such things. Though puzzled, Luo Huijun didn't press further. He smiled and said, as long as you protect Xiao Wu, I won't shortchange you on the payment. Xiao Wu can be a bit willful, but you're both young, I'm sure you'll have plenty in common. I trust you'll get along just fine. Get along? This wasn't a romantic relationship, why would they need to get along so well? His responsibility was solely her safety, right? Was he also expected to fill any emotional or physical void she might have? Li Futu felt a twinge of confusion, but he didn't press further. Uncle Luo, just tell me straight, this mission to protect Luo Qingwu probably isn't as simple as it seems, right? Is there some threat looming over her? If so, you can be upfront about it. I can prepare accordingly. That's the only way I can truly safeguard her. Li Futu asked directly. He knew wealthy families often hired bodyguards, especially for their children, who were invariably protected by skilled professionals. Yet Li Futu subconsciously felt that Luo Huijun's request for a bodyguard for Luo Qingwu was far more than it appeared on the surface. Having accepted this assignment, Li Futu intended to fulfill it. Therefore, gaining more information beforehand could only be beneficial. Luo Huijun's expression flickered upon hearing this. Rising to his feet, he paced to the floor-to-ceiling window that spanned an entire wall of the office. After a long silence, he drew a deep breath and said, Futu, I cannot answer that question for you right now. In short, there are definitely potential threats lurking, but I have no idea who they might be. If I knew, I wouldn't be this uneasy. But with you protecting Xiao Wu, I feel at least somewhat more at ease. A sudden cold gleam flashed in Li Futu's eyes upon hearing this. It seemed Luo Qingwu truly faced unknown dangers. Perhaps that was precisely why Luo Huijun had been so eager to find her a personal bodyguard. Uncle Luo, I understand your meaning. I also understand my duty. I won't make empty promises. I'll say only this, as long as I live, Xiao Wu will be safe. Li Futu spoke calmly, his tone unassuming yet radiating an indescribable confidence. Luo Huijun turned to look at Li Futu. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he said, "Good. Good. That promise is enough. I heard I'm supposed to live with Luo Qingwu?" Finally, Li Futu couldn't help but ask, living with a beauty? He'd never actually done that before, so he needed to get all the details straight. Of course. How else could you provide Xiao Wu with round-the-clock protection? Luo Huijun smiled and added, "Since you just arrived today, I'll have Uncle Chen take you to the Rose apartments where Xiao Wu and the others live to drop off your luggage. Get a good rest today." After receiving Luo Huijun's affirmative answer, Li Futu's seemingly serious and unmoved expression concealed an inner excitement that was beyond measure. He'd heard too many stories about couples living together eventually ending up sharing a bed. He wondered if he might one day become one of the most prominent examples people discussed when talking about this very issue. Luo Huijun led Li Futu outside, where Chen Bo was waiting quietly. Upon seeing them emerge, Chen Bo reported to Luo Huijun that he had already dispatched men to discreetly follow the young miss. "Chen Bo, take Futu to the Rose apartments. Let him rest first. He must be exhausted after a day of traveling," Luo Huijun instructed. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo led the way. Li Futu bid Luo Huijun farewell and followed Chen Bo. An elderly man walked ahead, a young man followed behind. Yet, after a dozen steps, nearing the elevator, Chen Bo abruptly turned to look at Li Futu. A sharp gleam flashed in his aged eyes. He first studied Li Futu, then lowered his gaze to examine the stride between their feet. If one observed closely, they would notice that from the moment Li Futu began walking behind Chen Bo, the distance between their footsteps remained perfectly consistent. No matter how erratically Chen Bo's pace changed, the interval between their steps never wavered. "Exactly." The words sprang from Chen Bo's mouth. As the elevator doors opened, he stepped inside first. Li Futu smiled and followed him into the elevator. Chapter 010, Rose Apartments. The elevator descended slowly. Upon reaching the first floor, a ding sounded as the doors opened. Li Futu followed Chen Bo out. Chen Bo instructed Li Futu to wait outside the Luo Group building while he went to retrieve the car. Li Futu nodded and stepped outside first. The two security guards still stood at the building entrance. Spotting Li Futu approach, they grinned sheepishly, their expressions betraying an awkward attempt at flattery, unsure how to begin or what to say. Li Futu's expression remained unchanged as he walked toward the exit. As Li Futu drew nearer, the security guard on the right finally gathered his courage and spoke up. "Sir, we're truly sorry about earlier. We didn't recognize you, we didn't know you were here to see Chairman Dong. Yes, we'd like to apologize to you here. And actually, we usually smoke Hontish in 1956 too." Li Futu paused, then smiled. He knew these two guards were suddenly so deferential only because of Luo Huijun's presence. Smiling, he said, "No need to make such a fuss. Actually, I'm just like you guys from now on, I'm technically a security guard too." With that calm remark, Li Futu walked out. Protecting the beauty's safety, in short, that's security work. It's just a rather unconventional kind of security. Aside from the specific nature of the work, the essence remains the same. The two guards exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Security? What kind of elite security guard would warrant the chairman of Luo Group personally coming out to greet them? Stepping out of the Luo Group building, Li Futu saw a Bentley Mulsanne luxury sedan gliding toward him. Its champagne-colored body radiated noble elegance and supreme prestige. The Bentley came to a smooth halt before Li Futu. The window rolled down, revealing the aged face of Uncle Chen, who said, "Get in." Li Futu opened the passenger door and climbed inside. Uncle Chen was clearly not one for small talk, and Li Futu had no interest in making conversation with an old man. After nearly 30 hours on the train, Li Futu was anything but fresh. Seated in the front passenger seat, he closed his eyes to rest, his expression serene and content. He seemed utterly at ease, as if riding in the luxurious Bentley Mulsanne and having Uncle Chen drive him was the most natural thing in the world. After over half an hour, Li Futu distinctly felt the car slowing down. Uncle Chen's voice reached his ears. "Little Leo, we're here." "Little Leo?" Li Futu snapped his eyes open. He loathed being called Little Leo. In every historical drama back home, there was always some eunuch named Little Leo, and he detested being referred to that way. Except for his own old man. "My name is Li Futu," Li Futu declared solemnly, fixing Uncle Chen with a serious gaze. He. Uncle Chen chuckled softly as the car glided into an upscale villa district, finally coming to a stop before a building named Rose Apartments. Truly befitting the abode of the wealthy. The front yard featured potted plants and even a peach grove. Nestled within the lush greenery stood a three-story villa, its primary hue a rose pink, exuding elegance and refinement with a distinct European architectural flair. Even a fool could tell that the residents of such a villa were either noble or wealthy. After all, a villa like this was worth tens of millions. "Uncle Chen, am I really going to live here?" Li Futu stepped out of the car, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked. Uncle Chen nodded firmly. "As per Mr. Luo's instructions, you will indeed reside here. However, whether the young lady might set up a shed for you in the front yard remains to be seen." No way? How many people live in this villa? Are all the rooms already occupied? Li Futu asked in astonishment. 3 people reside in the villa, so naturally there are plenty of rooms. Whether you can move in depends entirely on whether your personal charm and charisma can win over the 3 young ladies residing here, Uncle Chen replied. Li Futu was momentarily speechless. His initial enthusiasm cooled considerably. Seeing how uninterested Luo Qingwu seemed in him, winning her over with personal charm alone seemed rather difficult. Still, a sliver of hope flickered in Li Futu's heart. There were 2 other beauties residing in this villa, after all. If he couldn't win over Luo Qingwu, he could focus his efforts on the other 2. Then, with a 3-way vote, the minority would have to yield to the majority. Luo Qingwu wouldn't be able to object. At this thought, a shameless grin spread across Li Futu's lips. Uncle Chen led Li Futu into the Rose apartment. The spacious, bright lobby lacked any ostentatious air of wealth, yet its layout exuded refined warmth and a distinctly feminine touch, an instant giveaway that beautiful women resided here. The young ladies aren't home right now. Seems they've all gone out, Chen Bo stated before turning to Li Futu. Futu, you'll just have to wait here for now. I need to drive out to pick up Mr. Luo. If the young ladies return, you can simply reveal your identity to them. Li Futu nodded. Uncle Chen then gave him a few more instructions, such as not wandering around the villa, especially not going upstairs lightly. After all, that was where the young ladies slept and rested, a space of privacy belonging to the girls. Li Futu assured Uncle Chen he would stay put in the living room and not wander off. I'll be leaving now, Uncle Chen said. You should sit down and rest for a bit. Li Futu watched Uncle Chen depart. Once the Bentley Mulsanne luxury sedan sped away, his mind began to race. Rumor had it 3 beauties resided here. No wonder the lobby was filled with a faint, delicate fragrance that truly soothed the soul. Of the 3 beauties residing in Rose apartments, Li Futu had already met Luo Qingwu. Her flawless beauty and tall, graceful figure had left him utterly stunned. She truly possessed the potential to blossom into a peerless beauty capable of captivating an entire nation. As for the other 2 beauties, Li Futu hadn't met them yet. But how could they be any less than someone who lived alongside a young lady of Luo Qingwu's stature? At first, Li Futu sat there quietly and properly. But after a while, he found it hard to stay still. This was a place where 3 beauties resided. Who knew if some intimate garment might have been accidentally left behind in the bathroom or washroom? Thus, Li Futu felt quite tempted to explore the place. Yet, remembering his promise to Uncle Chen, he hesitated slightly. Finally, invoking the maxim that life lies in movement, Li Futu decisively stood up. The front yard offered little to explore, a peach grove and some potted plants, but he knew nothing about horticulture and had no interest in it. So, this fellow walked for exercise and ended up directly in the bathroom on the first floor hall. The bathrooms in wealthy homes were truly something else, at least 20 square meters in size, practically the size of a room. Li Futu naturally had no interest in the dazzling array of bath products lining the shelves. He scanned the space intently, only to discover, much to his disappointment, that no intimate garments had been left behind. This left him thoroughly disheartened. He then made his way toward the villa's backyard. The space opened up dramatically, vast and expansive like most luxury standalone villas, featuring a swimming pool. It was an oval-shaped pool, its water a deep, clear blue. Though it was the height of summer, standing by the pool's edge, one could feel a hint of coolness. Li Futu had endured 28 hours on the train, meaning he hadn't bathed for 2 full days and nights. Now, gazing at the crystal-clear water, he suddenly felt an itch all over his body. He suddenly fancied a refreshing swim to cool off, and why not wash right there in the pool? Scrubbing off the layer of black mud caked on his body would be ideal. Anyway, Luo Qingwu and the others wouldn't be back anytime soon. Rather than sitting around waiting like a fool, he might as well cool off in the pool. Li Futu was a man who acted on his impulses. Even without swim trunks, he didn't see the problem. Couldn't he swim in his underwear? So, Li Futu stripped off his clothes and pants, leaving only a pair of red boxers on his body. Standing by the poolside, he swayed his hips in a rather flamboyant manner, did a few warm-up stretches, and then leaped straight into the water. Splash! Li Futu plunged into the water, sending a spray of droplets flying. He dove straight to the bottom of the pool. After a long while, he surfaced, feeling utterly exhilarated. After all, during this sweltering summer season, immersing oneself in the cool pool water was incredibly pleasant. Then it occurred to him, the 3 beauties residing in this villa must have swum in this very pool. In other words, wasn't the water in this pool tinged with the scent of those 3 women? The thought sent a rush of excitement through Li Futu, though he wasn't quite shameless enough to take a few gulps of the pool water. Li Futu swam freely in the pool, but suddenly, his expression changed abruptly. His keen hearing picked up the sound of a car speeding up outside the villa. Could it be someone was returning? Chapter 011, Jade-like Beauty. Li Futu was genuinely startled. He hadn't expected anyone to return at this hour. Li Futu didn't particularly care about this, mainly because, even if he was going for a swim in the pool, he should at least wear swim trunks. But no, he jumped in wearing nothing but bright red cotton boxers. The moment they touched the water, they clung to him like a second skin. Li Futu desperately hoped the roar of an approaching car he'd heard moments ago was just his imagination. But his hopes were dashed. He distinctly heard the click-clack of high heels on wooden flooring. Clearly, a woman was approaching. Li Futu shuddered and immediately began swimming toward the pool edge, intending to scramble out and get dressed before anything else happened. Li Futu was too shy to face a beautiful woman he'd never met before in the Rose apartment building with such boldness. However, just as he reached the edge and prepared to scramble out, a sweet, ethereal voice drifted over. Xiaowu, where, are you both home? Jade shatters in Kunshan, the phoenix cries, the lotus weeps dew, the orchid smiles. Her voice was ethereal and distant, as if one could hear jade shattering on Mount Kunlun and the cry of a phoenix, yet also like dewdrops falling from lotus petals and the soft laughter of orchids. Li Futu was utterly enchanted by this voice alone. It was like the sound of heavenly music, exquisite and pleasing to the ear. Merely from this voice, which sounded like the shattering of jade and the cry of a phoenix, one could glimpse that this woman must possess a face of unparalleled beauty. Heaven was fair, such a heavenly voice would never grace the lips of an ordinary woman. Li Futu remained silent, hesitating to climb onto the poolside. A moment's hesitation cost him the perfect opportunity. Her voice drifted over again. Are you two little girls swimming? Playing hide and seek with me? Just you wait, I'm coming to swim with you too. What? Swimming? Li Futu felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing those words, his head buzzing. If she also entered the water, wouldn't they inevitably meet? Should he greet her then? Li Futu's mind short-circuited momentarily. When he snapped back to reality, the unseen beauty hadn't approached yet. Clearly, she must be changing into her swimsuit. Diving into the pool to slip away now was impossible. It would inevitably lead to a direct encounter. The only possible outcome was she'd scream in shock and immediately call the police. That was precisely the scenario Li Futu wanted to avoid. His only option was to remain in the pool, waiting for her to jump in, and then communicate with her from the water. Li Futu was confident that with his sincere demeanor and honest nature, she would surely believe he was Luo Qingwu's future bodyguard. And even if she didn't believe him? So what? She had already jumped into the pool, effectively becoming his prey, at his mercy. Could she really climb out to dial 911? Having devised his plan, Li Futu felt no urgency. Instead, he grew increasingly curious about the woman approaching, the one with that heavenly voice, wondering just how breathtakingly beautiful she truly was. Soon, faint footsteps echoed through the air as someone glided toward the villa's backyard. A faint smile touched Li Futu's lips. He dove beneath the water, swimming swiftly to the opposite end of the pool to remain hidden from the beauty's view. You two little girls still haven't shown yourselves. Just wait until I get you. A melodious voice rang out, followed by splash. Turquoise water splashed everywhere. Had Li Futu been standing by the pool, he would have witnessed a snow-white, exquisite body tracing a perfect arc through the air before plunging into the water. Submerged beneath the surface, Li Futu witnessed the sudden appearance of a graceful, curvaceous silhouette in the crystal-clear blue water. A three-piece swimsuit hugged her form, revealing most of her stunning figure. Her snow-white, translucent skin glowed with the smooth, delicate radiance of jade. Her exceptionally tall stature was evident from her long, shapely legs gliding through the water. Below her slender, graceful waist, her curves rose like a full moon. A single glance was enough to set one's blood racing and take one's breath away. Judging by the sensual, mature curves of her back, one could easily conclude she possessed a face that could topple a kingdom and an unparalleled, world-shaking beauty. Keeping one's eyes open underwater for too long would cause extreme dryness and stinging pain, as Li Futu was experiencing now. Yet this man allowed the dry, stinging sensation to spread relentlessly across his eyes, refusing to blink even once. The exquisite figure in the pool turned, seemingly searching for her target. Yet each time, she came up empty. Still, she sensed another presence in the water, someone undoubtedly exploiting her blind spot, moving alongside her body to positions beyond her sight. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Li Futu was an excellent swimmer. Whenever the beauty in the pool moved slightly, he would shift his body just enough. When she couldn't see him, he would secretly surface to take a breath. He played a game of hide and seek with this beauty. Li Futu was thoroughly enjoying this moment of leisure. Splash! Suddenly, the beauty in the pool surfaced. She tossed her head back, flicking away droplets from her long, lustrous black hair. Crystal-clear droplets rolled down her snow-white jade-like face, reflecting a face of unparalleled beauty. Her brows were like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes like rippling autumn waters, her lips naturally rosy. A delicate, straight nose adorned her oval face, radiant as spring blossoms, forming a flawlessly exquisite countenance. She carried an air of noble composure, elegant and intellectually poised. Clearly several years older than Luo Qingwu, the mature grace at the corners of her brows added an inexplicable charm, making her unforgettable to anyone who saw her. Was I mistaken? Were Xiao Wu and Guar not at home? Yet why did I sense another presence in the pool? She murmured softly, a flicker of doubt dancing in her beautiful, autumn water eyes. In the blink of an eye, a faint smile touched her lips. Instead of diving deeper, she surfaced. If someone truly was in the pool, she didn't believe they could hold their breath for long periods like the turtle breath technique described in martial arts novels. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. A hint of confusion flickered across Yen Ryu's beautiful, delicate face. 7 or 8 minutes had passed, yet the pool remained as still as ever. She began to doubt her own senses. But then, splash! Yen Ryu suddenly heard the sound of splashing water behind her. Her heart leapt violently, and she immediately spun around to look. The sight left her utterly stunned. Lefoto finally couldn't hold it in any longer and surfaced. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling that being able to breathe was truly a wonderful thing. Submerged, he had finally realized this woman was doing this deliberately. Had he not surfaced, he truly would have suffocated to death underwater. He could have held on a little longer, but it was pointless now. She was determined to make him surface, and a few seconds earlier or later would have made no difference. As Lefoto surfaced, he caught sight of Yen Ryu turning around. Instantly, he froze in place. The woman before him was so breathtakingly beautiful that words failed him. He couldn't find the right description. She felt like a precious jade, beautiful and sacred, untouchable. Ah! After a moment of shock, Yen Ryu finally cried out in surprise. Who are you? Why are you here? As she spoke, Yen Ryu instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. It was the most instinctive self-protective action a woman could take when faced with a sudden threat. Chapter 012, The Misunderstanding with the Beauty. Yen Ryu had seen all kinds of men, but Lefoto before her was undoubtedly the most common type. His eyes lit up the moment he saw her, his gaze first marveling at her flawlessly beautiful jade-like face before drifting downward, finally settling on her excessively high peaks. Just like Lefoto now, his eyes wide and unblinking. At moments like this, Yen Ryu's strongest urge was to gouge out his eyes. But such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Her impeccable upbringing and refined manners prevented her from ever acting on such outrageous impulses. Who are you? Why did you barge into this private apartment? Don't you know this pool is private? Yen Ryu regained her composure. Having navigated countless situations, she remained unflappable. Though a flicker of worry flickered within, outwardly she was cool and collected, her beautiful eyes flashing with icy vigilance as she studied Lefoto. Simultaneously, she slowly slid her body toward the pool edge. She had placed her phone on the lounge chair beside the pool earlier. Once she could reach the phone, she would have nothing left to fear. Hey, don't get so worked up. I swear on my character I'm not some kind of bad guy. Actually, I'm going to be living with you guys from now on. Lefoto spoke earnestly, his tone sincere and straightforward. Bull. I'm warning you, this is private property. Get out immediately, or I'll call the police. Yen Ryu felt a surge of anger. She'd never seen anyone with such thick skin. Not only did he barge in uninvited and start swimming in the pool, but he actually had the nerve to declare he'd be living here? She was starting to wonder if this guy had escaped from some asylum. Lefoto gave a helpless chuckle. He kicked his legs underwater, gliding like a fish toward Yen Ryu until he blocked her path. He could clearly see Yen Ryu slowly edging toward the poolside, intending to climb out and grab her phone to call the police or seek help. Lefoto felt it necessary to properly explain his identity. What are you doing? A flicker of anger crossed Yen Ryu's flawlessly beautiful face. Lefoto had actually stepped directly in front of her, blocking her path. A hint of panic stirred within her. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am from the future, or rather, as of now, I am Luo Qingwu's personal bodyguard. Uncle Luo instructed me to come here and reside with you. Uncle Qin drove me here, otherwise, how could I possibly have a key to open the door? Lefoto stated with utmost sincerity. Yen Ryu's dazzling eyes never left Lefoto's face, as if trying to discern whether his words were truth or falsehood. Every word Lefoto spoke was true. Even if he were spinning a lie, this guy wouldn't break a sweat. Trying to read any clues from his expression was utterly futile. Yen Ryu's eyes flickered, a flicker of realization stirring within her. Truthfully, she'd been secretly puzzled earlier about how Lefoto could have entered Ro's apartments. After all, the complex was equipped with top-tier security doors that required fingerprint verification to open. If someone had forced entry, the security door would have triggered an alarm, alerting the security personnel of this villa district to rush over. Yet when she returned, she found the Ro's apartment entrance wide open, showing no signs of forced entry. Clearly, it had been unlocked through legitimate means. The man before her couldn't have opened it. Normally his fingerprint wouldn't be recognized by the system. Someone else must have let him in. Yen Ryu knew that besides herself and the two maids, only Luo Huijun and Uncle Chen could open the door. So, was everything this man said actually true? Lefoto had been watching Yen Ryu's expression. Noticing the slight softening on her exquisitely jade-like face, he leaned closer and said, "Everything I've said is true. I really was called by Uncle Luo to protect Luo Qingwu. So, we'll be living under the same roof as roommates from now on? How should I address you?" Li Futu began to grow brazen. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared, the next step was naturally to deepen their bond. Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yen Ruyu before him. Her face was as flawless as jade, her figure slender and graceful, her aura ethereal like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. At this moment, her damp, silky hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders. Droplets clung to the ends, rolling down her smooth, jade-like skin. Many beads even rolled into the deep, snowy valley between her breasts. Li Futu watched, wishing he could transform into one of those droplets just to roll around freely in her embrace. Stay away from me. Don't think your solemn words will make me believe you. Until what you say is proven, I won't allow you to stay here. Get out. Yen Ruyu said coldly. She wouldn't trust Li Futu's empty promises. Until he proved himself, she refused to tolerate his presence in the apartment. Li Futu stubbornly refused to budge, still blocking her path. This infuriated her to no end, making her wish the police would rush over immediately to arrest this trespasser and detain him for a few days. Yen Ruyu came from a distinguished family, possessing the refinement and decorum of such a background. Yet even she couldn't bear the thought of being face to face with a stranger in the pool like this. Setting aside his earlier string of rude actions, his damnable gaze alone was enough to repulse Yen Ruyu. You won't leave, huh? Fine. I'll find a way to make you leave. Yen Ruyu declared fiercely. Then, she dove straight to the bottom of the pool. With a gentle stroke of her long, slender legs, her graceful form turned and began swimming toward the other end of the pool. Li Futu froze, realizing Yen Ruyu intended to swim across and climb onto the pool edge. A sneer curled his lips. Playing these games in front of him felt like showing off in front of the master. Without hesitation, Li Futu dove headfirst into the water, cutting through the waves with the speed of the wind, closing in on Yen Ruyu. Splash! After catching up, Li Futu swiftly swam ahead of her. With a sudden turn, he surfaced just as an unsuspecting Yen Ruyu was swimming straight toward him. By the time Yen Ruyu realized Li Futu was an obstacle in front of her and tried to stop, it was already too late. Ah! Yen Ruyu let out a startled cry before colliding head-on with Li Futu's chest. Are you okay, beautiful? Li Futu froze, instinctively reaching out to wrap his arms around Yen Ruyu's waist to protect her. Caught completely off guard, Yen Ruyu had no time to react. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself already cradled in Li Futu's arms. Face to face, the unexpected collision brought them into intimate contact. Li Futu couldn't help but draw a deep breath inwardly. He desperately wanted to feign indifference or nonchalance, but his constant swallowing betrayed him completely. You bastard. How dare you hold me? Let go of me this instant. Yen Ruyu snapped back to her senses, furious beyond words. Her teeth gritted as she spoke, her beautiful face flushing crimson. Beauty, I truly didn't mean to. When I saw you charging straight at me, I feared something might happen to you, so Li Futu began to explain, but shamelessly, he refused to let go. Yen Ruyu felt like she might faint from rage. Just then. Sister Ruyu! Sister Ruyu! Are you back? Sister Ruyu, did you hear? Sister Luo said Uncle Luo got her a bodyguard, apparently he's pretty handsome. Xiaogua, stop daydreaming. When did I ever say he was handsome? Two sweet, cloying voices rang out as two young beauties dashed into the villa's backyard. The one on the right was tall and slender, with a graceful figure. Her jade-like face, as pure and ethereal as a lotus blossom emerging from water, was adorned with a pair of tea-colored sunglasses. It was none other than Luo Qinggu. The one on the left, however, radiated extreme cuteness and sweetness. Her figure was remarkably voluptuous, giving off a baby-fat charm. Her oval face was also stunningly beautiful, but what drew the most attention was her childlike face paired with ample curves. Luo Qinggu and the voluptuous beauty dashed into the villa's backyard. Their eyes darted toward the pool, and in that instant, both froze in their tracks. Chapter 013, The Beauty's Bodyguard. In the pool, Li Futu and Yen Ruyu were locked in an embrace, their bodies pressed together in an intimate display. To Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua watching from the sidelines, this scene was utterly unbelievable, or rather, impossible to fathom. Sis Luo, am I seeing things? Tang Xiaogua asked, her beautiful, plump, oval face frozen in shock. What do you see? I think I saw Sister Ruyu embracing a man? Tang Xiaogua's beautiful, plump oval face was filled with astonishment. Her delicate, rosy lips pouted as she spoke. Her figure was remarkably voluptuous, yet she appeared younger than Luo Qinggu, giving off an aura of innocent purity tinged with a hint of mischievous wit. Him? How could it be that bastard? Luo Qinggu's eyes, as dark and brilliant as black gems, blinked hard. She looked toward the poolside, and there was still Li Futu's face. Of course she remembered Li Futu. When she first saw Yen Ruyu and Li Futu embracing in the pool, she couldn't believe her eyes. She blinked hard, only to realize the scene was real. Her eyes weren't deceiving her. But how could this be possible? Knowing Yen Ruyu as she did, even if every man on earth were to vanish, Yen Ruyu would never set her sights on a guy like Li Futu. Sister Luo, do you know who this man is? Tang Xiaogua blinked her big, watery eyes, staring intently at Luo Qingwu. It was strange she knew all the handsome guys Sister Luo knew, yet she'd never seen the one embracing Sister Ruyu before? Damn it! Let go of her. I'll make you pay for this. In the pool, Yan Ruyu froze momentarily upon unexpectedly seeing Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui appear. Then she snapped back to reality. Seeing Li Futu still shamelessly clinging to her waist made her furious. She immediately snapped at him. No matter how thick-skinned Li Futu was, he couldn't keep clutching Yan Ruyu's soft waist forever. Besides, with Luo Qingwu and another beauty back, he felt even more awkward continuing his lecherous behavior. So he spoke with feigned seriousness, "Don't misunderstand me. I only held you because I feared you might lose your balance and fall into the water. I truly had no ulterior motives. I know you doubted my earlier words, but now that Luo Qingwu is back, you can ask her yourself whether what I said was true or not. Li Futu, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you embrace Sister Ruyu like that? Take your filthy hands off her." At that moment, Luo Qingwu stormed over, her voice brimming with indignation. "Qingwu, when did you get back? Oh, let me tell you, things aren't what you saw. This beauty, what did you just call her? Sister Ruyu? So her name is Ruyu? It's a lovely name indeed, no wonder she's so beautiful." Li Futu said, then added, "Sister Ruyu and I had a little misunderstanding, but with you back, it can be cleared up completely. Qingwu, am I your personal bodyguard? No. I absolutely cannot let a shameless person like you be my bodyguard," Luo Qingwu declared decisively. "Ah, Sister Luo, is he the bodyguard you mentioned? He's quite handsome, though I wonder if he's any good. Bodyguards in movies are so skilled they can even block bullets." Tang Xiaogua ran over and chimed in. Li Futu couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Block bullets? Only a fool would do that. Yan Ruyu had already walked to the edge of the pool. Her flawless, jade-like face still bore a trace of resentment. Furious, she seethed inwardly, wishing she could wipe Li Futu off the face of the earth. In her 20-plus years of life, Yan Ruyu had never been touched so intimately by a man. Earlier in the pool, Li Futu had boldly embraced her completely, their skin pressed tightly together in an intimacy that stirred longing. To Yan Ruyu, however, it felt like an unbearable desecration. She wished Li Futu would vanish from her sight immediately. "Xiao Wu, is this man truly the bodyguard Uncle Luo arranged for you?" Yan Ruyu stepped to the poolside, wrapping a bathrobe around her graceful form. Her gaze fixed on Luo Qingwu as she inquired. Luo Qingwu gritted her teeth before finally admitting the truth. "Sister Ruyu, my father did indeed send him to be my bodyguard. But I'd never agree to that. I don't need any bodyguard by my side. Besides, this guy is utterly shameless and utterly repulsive." Li Futu froze upon hearing Luo Qingwu's words, blurting out, "Hey, Qingwu, what do you mean by that? Shameless? How am I shameless? Didn't I step in to save you? That's exactly why I called you shameless. I bet you were secretly in cahoots with that group, putting on a little charade for me, right?" Luo Qingwu spat venomously. "To me, it was the most amateurish double act I've ever seen. First, a bunch of people deliberately tried to pick a fight with me, then you stepped in to win my favor, so you could smoothly become my personal bodyguard, right? Don't think I'm a 3-year-old who can't see through your schemes." Li Futu frowned. How had his well-intentioned act of helping her now become a premeditated, calculated charade? "Luo Qingwu, you're overthinking this. If you think I'd rack my brains or stage some charade just to become your bodyguard, you're mistaken. Frankly, I couldn't care less about that job. If not for my old man's face, I'd have packed my bags and left ages ago." Li Futu said it all with a flat tone. "Well, that's great. You don't want to be my bodyguard, and I don't want you to be my bodyguard. We're finally on the same page. I'll go my way, and you go yours." Luo Qingwu clapped her hands, her face beaming with delight. "Hey, bodyguard brother. Luo doesn't need a bodyguard, but I sure do. How about you be mine instead? Please?" Tang Xiaogua chimed in, her voice bubbling with laughter, utterly charming and adorable. "Xiaogua, shut your mouth. You traitorous little thing. Are you trying to get me to strangle you?" Luo Qingwu exploded, unleashing a torrent of scolding at Tang Xiaogua. "Sis Luo, don't be so mean, can't I even want one? Honestly, having a bodyguard would be awesome. Just think, when we go out, if we see someone we don't like, we can just tell the bodyguard to beat them up. Or if we spot some super hot guy who's easy on the eyes, we can send the bodyguard to grab him so we can stare our fill." Tang Xiaogua counted off the perks of having bodyguards on her fingers, finally concluding, "So, I really think having bodyguards is awesome, right, Sister Ruyu?" Yan Ruyu glanced at Tang Xiaogua, then shifted her gaze to Li Futu in the pool. She spoke directly, "Are you planning to stay in the pool forever? Since Uncle Luo summoned you here, I imagine he'll come over shortly to explain things personally. Do you really intend to swim endlessly?" With that, Yan Ruyu motioned for Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui to follow her as they walked toward the villa's main hall. "Sister Ruyu, when my dad arrives, you have to help me talk him out of it. I absolutely refuse to have that shameless guy as my bodyguard. Sis Luo, I think that bodyguard guy is pretty nice. You little brat. Say another word like that, and I'll curse you to never lose weight. Ah. As their chatter faded into the distance, the three beauties Yen Ruyu and the others had already entered the villa. Li Futu took a deep breath. Staying in the pool wasn't really an option, so he had no choice but to climb out. His swim trunks were soaked through, clinging to his skin. A shower stall stood beside the pool in the villa's backyard. Li Futu walked over, stepped inside, and turned on the spray to rinse himself off. His swim trunks were soaked through and unusable, but his eyes darted around and spotted a hairdryer inside the shower stall. Li Futu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, a plan forming in his mind. 7 or 8 minutes later, Li Futu emerged from the shower. He was now fully dressed, and the boxers, dried directly by the hairdryer, still carried a hint of warmth against his skin. Li Futu couldn't help but wonder, if the three beauties in the villa knew he'd used their hairdryer to dry his underwear, what expressions would they have? In the spacious living room, only Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo remained, seated on the sofa. Luo Qingwu looked at the time on her phone with a hint of impatience, while Tang Xiaoguo was busily munching on potato chips. Li Futu didn't see Yen Ruyu anywhere. He guessed she must have gone to take a bath. Bodyguard brother, would you like some potato chips? Tang Xiaoguo called out as she saw Li Futu walk in. Li Futu nodded with a smile and gladly approached Tang Xiaoguo. This beauty was voluptuous and delicate, her oval face radiating an exquisite charm that made one irresistibly want to caress and cherish her. Xiaoguo, stay away from this jerk. Don't let him near you. At that moment, Luo Qingwu spoke up, her dreamlike eyes fixed on Li Futu as if guarding against any unwarranted actions he might take. Chapter 014, Cohabiting with Beauty. Li Futu felt his lungs were about to burst with rage. This Miss Luo seemed to harbor every prejudice against him, constantly opposing him at every turn, as if he had abandoned her in a previous life. Only now did Li Futu grasp the meaning behind Luo Qingwu's words in Luo Huijuan's office at Luo Group. You're shameless. So Luo Qingwu thought he was colluding with those hit-and-run scammers? And she even claimed he was pulling off some kind of double act. Logically speaking, that line of thinking wasn't entirely unreasonable. The problem was, Li Futu couldn't help but wonder if Luo Qingwu had the mental capacity of an 8-year-old at 18. He hadn't even known who he was protecting when he took the job. This whole double act was utter nonsense. Xiaoguo, help me check, do I have a long tail following me? Li Futu asked Tang Xiaoguo with a playful smile. Tang Xiaoguo glanced over with her beautiful eyes and shook her head, honestly replying, nope. Exactly. That proves I'm not some big bad wolf, so you don't need to avoid me like the plague. This whole thing is embarrassing, like I'm actually some villain. Li Futu looked at Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo as he spoke. Whether someone's bad isn't written on their face. Who knows? Luo Qingwu shot Li Futu a glance before continuing, let me tell you this, I won't agree to you being my bodyguard. When my dad gets here, just tell him you don't want the job and walk away. That way, I won't have to fire you and make you look bad. Li Futu selectively filtered out the latter half of Luo Qingwu's statement, pretending not to hear it. A bodyguard gig? 100 grand in pocket money every month, plus living with 3 beauties, each with her own unique charm. Where else could you find such a sweet deal? As for Luo Qingwu's reluctance, it didn't matter anyway, she wasn't the one calling the shots here. Sis Luo, if Uncle Luo's already decided, it's probably set in stone, Tang Xiaoguo said. Then, her big, watery eyes darted toward Li Futu as she added, personally, I think you should start thinking of solutions. Like, now that bodyguard brother's staying with us, how should we handle daily chores? You know, sweeping, mopping, laundry, cooking. What did you say, Xiaoguo? He's going to live with us? A voice as exquisite as jade shattering and a phoenix's cry drifted over, revealing Yen Ruyu gracefully descending the spiral staircase. She had clearly just bathed before she even arrived, a delicate, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, soothing the soul and captivating the senses. Fresh from her bath, she appeared even more ethereal and otherworldly. Her stunning beauty paired with her devilishly curvaceous figure made her a true gem among the most exquisite beauties. Even calling her a goddess would not be an exaggeration. Ah, Sister Ruyu, I was just speaking off the cuff earlier, it was merely a hypothetical scenario. Tang Xiaoguo hurriedly explained. Xiaoguo, stop stirring up trouble. There's nothing to hypothesize about. I don't need him as my bodyguard, humph. Luo Qingwu remained unimpressed with Li Futu, and it seemed her feelings were genuinely mutual. Yen Ruyu walked down and sat on the sofa opposite Li Futu, picking up a fashion magazine to read. Tang Xiaoguo kept shifting her gaze between Li Futu and the fridge, eventually running over to grab an ice pop and start licking it. She simply couldn't sit still, needing someone to talk to or something to occupy herself with. As for Luo Qingwu, she seemed to be sulking, curled up on the sofa playing with her phone. Yet, as she played, she couldn't help but burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter, utterly jarring. Sis Luo, what are you looking at? Flirting with some self-important pretty boy again, only to stand him up later? Tang Xiaoguo, seeing Luo Qingwu's unrestrained laughter, rushed over to get a closer look. What do you mean I stood someone up? I never even agreed to meet them in the first place. Luo Qingwu shot Tang Xiaogua a disapproving look. Put. That's not true. Didn't you agree to meet some hottie at Ocean View Plaza last time? Then you just went straight to sleep. Hey, that was your idea. How dare you pin it on me? But you were the one who sent the invitation. You little brat, say another word and I'll strangle you. The two beauties chattered and played on the sofa. Yen Ruyu, clearly accustomed to such scenes, remained calmly engrossed in her book. Only the corners of her eyes occasionally glanced toward Li Futu. At first glance, Yen Ruyu felt a slight surprise. She saw Li Futu sitting there meekly, looking dull and honest, a complete contrast to his previous shameless behavior. What a master of disguise! Yen Ruyu muttered irritably to herself. The memory of that shameless embrace in the pool made her feel murderous. Whoosh! At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed through the air. A Bentley Mulsanne luxury sedan slowly glided into the front courtyard of Rose Apartments. Hearing the vehicle approach, Luo Qingwu dashed outside. The Bentley Mulsanne's doors swung open, and Luo Huijun and Uncle Chen stepped out. Dad! Luo Qingwu walked toward Luo Huijun, her flawlessly beautiful face wearing a look of hurt. My dear daughter, why do you look so unhappy? What's wrong? Luo Huijun chuckled. Dad, you know exactly what I mean. I don't need any bodyguards. This is completely unnecessary, Dad. Luo Qingwu declared. Luo Huijun chuckled as he entered the villa's main hall. Yen Ruyu rose and nodded her greeting to him. Tang Xiaogua ran over to Luo Qingwu's side. Li Futu remained composed, but he also stood up and said, Uncle Luo, you're here. I came to tell you I found a bodyguard for Xiaowu. Let me properly introduce him. Luo Huijun began, then turned to Li Futu. This young man was raised by a highly respected elder. His name is Li Futu. He will serve as Xiaowu's bodyguard. To better protect Xiaowu and all of you, Futu will be living with you. What? The three beauties were stunned simultaneously. Hearing Luo Huijun say Li Futu would be living with them felt utterly different. Dad, I absolutely refuse. Luo Qingwu blurted out. Xiaowu, you're not a child anymore. Listen to your father. I didn't bring Futu here on a whim. I carefully considered this decision before assigning him as your bodyguard. You'll understand my thoughtful intentions later, Luo Huijun said in a solemn tone. Yen Ruyu, the most mature of the three women residing in this Rose apartment, harbored an inexplicable resistance toward Li Futu. Yet she could discern from Luo Huijun's tone and gaze that his decision to provide Luo Qingwu with a personal bodyguard stemmed from long-term safety considerations. Yen Ruyu immediately spoke softly, Little Wu, Uncle Luo is only thinking of your best interests. Please don't be so stubborn. Yeah, Sister Luo. Actually, having an extra bodyguard brother is pretty cool, right? Hey, bodyguard brother, are you really good at fighting? Tang Xiaogua blinked her eyes at Li Futu and added, if you're good at fighting, you can help us beat up people. How awesome would that be? Li Futu was speechless. So this little brat thought of him as a tool for future fights? Oh, really? You all agreed to make him my personal bodyguard? Did you guys conspire together? And I was the only one kept in the dark? I refuse to agree. Luo Qingwu suddenly exclaimed, her voice brimming with emotion. Then she stormed out the door. Xiaowu! Xiaowu! Luo Huijun rushed after her, but Luo Qingwu sped away from Rose Apartments in her Ferrari 458, its engine roaring. Chapter 015, The Provocateur. This child, why must she be so stubborn? Luo Huijun watched Luo Qingwu drive away from Rose Manor, muttering helplessly with a resigned expression. Uncle Luo, don't worry. Xiaowu just drove off on a whim. She'll be back soon. If you think it's necessary to get her a bodyguard, I'll gradually persuade her to accept Li Futu as her protection. Yen Ruyu approached and spoke up. Luo Huijun nodded. Ruyu, please help me persuade her. Also, Futu, you'll be staying here with Xiaowu and the others from now on. There should be spare rooms in this building, right? Yes, Uncle Luo. There are many vacant rooms on the first floor that no one uses, Yen Ruyu replied, her face flushing slightly. That's settled then. I was planning to talk things over with Xiaowu properly, but she stormed off in a huff. Uncle Luo shook his head as he spoke. Don't worry, Uncle Luo. You know Xiaowu's temper flares up and cools down quickly. I'll try to talk to her first. If you have other matters, feel free to go ahead, Yen Ruyu said. Yes, Uncle Luo, rest assured. We'll definitely get Sister Luo to come back, Tang Xiaogua added. Luo Huijun pondered for a moment before saying, alright then, I'll leave now. Ruyu, make sure Xiaowu comes back early to rest. If anything happens, remember to call me. Futu, I've spoiled Xiaowu a bit. She can be a bit willful and stubborn. To put it plainly, she has a spoiled child temperament. Please bear with her. Ha, Uncle Luo, you flatter me. This is simply my job. I'll ensure Xiaowu's safety, Li Futu replied with a calm smile. Luo Huijun and Chen Boxian departed the Rose apartment. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes glanced at Li Futu. At this point, she could only accept the reality of having an extra man in the apartment. Indeed, there were 2 vacant guest rooms on the first floor of the apartment. One was cluttered with miscellaneous items, while the other remained unoccupied, perfect for Li Futu to move into. In truth, there were also vacant rooms on the second and third floors. However, Yen Ruyu would never allow Li Futu to go above the first floor. Those upper levels were their private domain. Li Futu, your room is over there. There's an empty one, you can stay in that one. It's been unused for a while, so it might be a bit dusty. Go clean it up. Yen Ruyu pointed in a direction as she spoke. Li Futu gave a brief nod, picked up his backpack from the living room, and headed toward the vacant room Yen Ruyu had indicated. Yen Ruyu watched his retreating figure, her delicate willow-like brows slightly furrowed. She genuinely couldn't discern what exceptional quality this man possessed that had earned him Luo Huijuan's profound trust. Not only that, but allowing him to stay at Ro's apartment seemed almost unbelievable to her. But it was already a done deal. Even if Yen Ruyu resented it, she couldn't change it. Yet the mere thought of her past physical contact with this shameless man in the pool made Yen Ruyu feel deeply uncomfortable, as if a shadow were settling over her heart. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to stop dwelling on it. Remembering that Luo Qingwu had stormed out in a huff, she picked up her phone and dialed her number. Luo Qingwu raced along the open suburban road, her speed already soaring to 140 miles per hour. Compared to the Ferrari 458's top speed of 325 kilometers per hour, 140 miles per hour was nothing. With the Ferrari's exceptional performance, even pushing it to 200 miles per hour would still feel smooth and stable. Luo Qingwu didn't have many hobbies, but speeding was one of them. Ever since she was very young, her mother had passed away from illness, and her father, Luo Huijun, was consumed by his business, leaving little time to accompany her. As she grew up, she developed a fondness for cruising alone in her car or joining racing clubs, finding her own unique joy in these pursuits. Because of her love for cars, Luo Huijun had just purchased this Ferrari 458 Italia Commemorative Edition sports car for her a few days ago. Only 20 of these were produced in all of China. Luo Qingwu was overjoyed with her new car. She adored every detail from the dazzling gold rims to the golden dragon emblem on the hood. These Chinese cultural elements perfectly captured her taste. Thus, with this new ride, she often took it out for joyrides. Tonight, however, her drive straight out of Ro's apartments had nothing to do with leisure, it was pure defiance. She couldn't accept Li Futu as her personal bodyguard, yet Luo Huijun insisted on sticking to his principles. In a fit of anger, she simply drove off. She couldn't explain why she resisted Li Futu's role as her bodyguard so intensely. Truthfully, if she thought about it, Li Futu hadn't actually done anything to provoke her. On the contrary, he'd even helped her out of trouble before. Though she had later suspected Li Futu of colluding with those car-ramming gangsters, upon reflection, she dismissed the idea. When she didn't know Li Futu's true identity, she had bluntly stated she didn't want a bodyguard. In the end, that bodyguard turned out to be Li Futu himself. One could only imagine the complex emotions churning within Luo Qingwu's heart. Perhaps after a good night's sleep tonight, she could wake up tomorrow morning and calmly accept the reality of having a bodyguard by her side. But not yet. A lump seemed lodged in her throat, and she felt compelled to find something to do to vent her frustration. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white sports car surged past her from behind. She looked up and gasped. It was a Lamborghini. Luo Qingwu was momentarily distracted when overtaken, but she snapped back to attention instantly. A cold snort escaped her lips as she shifted gears and slammed the accelerator. The engine roared to life, and the car shot forward like a crimson bolt of lightning. With her Ferrari 458 accelerating, she quickly caught up to the Lamborghini ahead. The Lamborghini didn't engage in a drag race with Luo Qingwu. Instead, just as she was about to overtake it, the window rolled down, and a young man inside called out to her. As Luo Qingwu's Ferrari surged past, she exhaled in relief. Yet, she faintly caught the Lamborghini driver's shout, leaving her feeling slightly puzzled. Just then, the Lamborghini caught up, and a loud shout echoed over. "Hey, Luo Qingwu, is that you?" Surprised, Luo Qingwu still rolled down her window. Glancing left, she couldn't help but frown. "He Xiangdong? Why are you here? That doesn't look like your car. Did you buy a new one? You just bought this one too." "Why can't I buy a new car?" the young man named He Xiangdong, now driving the Lamborghini, retorted. He continued, "Hey, beautiful, wanna race me somewhere? What's fun about you? You've never beaten me on the track," Luo Qingwu retorted dismissively. "The track is different from the road. How about heading over to Tiger Tooth Mountain? Tonight, tons of speed freaks are gathering there. You know what? Our capital's legendary car king, Chen Yang, is showing up at Tiger Tooth Mountain tonight. You could witness the car king's prowess firsthand," He Xiangdong offered. "Oh? Really? How come I haven't heard about this?" Luo Qingwu asked in surprise. "It's no surprise you didn't know. This was supposed to be extremely private. If everyone knew the king of the road, Chen Yang, was at Tiger Tooth Mountain, crowds would flood in to catch a glimpse of him. The whole scene would definitely spiral out of control, He Xiangdong explained. Luo Qinggu fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, within the racing circles of Beijing's elite young men, Chen Yang was hailed as the king of the road. His driving skills were truly exceptional, so she had heard of him. However, she genuinely held little interest in him, hesitating over whether to go. Just then, He Xiangdong's voice carried over, laced with provocation. Hey, Luo Qinggu. You're a proper young lady, aren't you? You're not scared, are you? Got the guts to race me at Tiger Tooth Mountain? I'll be waiting. If you've got the balls, show up. If not, go home, wash up, and go to bed. With that, the Lamborghini roared to life and sped away. Bastard! As if I'd be scared of you. Luo Qinggu snorted and immediately gave chase. As she accelerated, her phone rang. Seeing it was Yen Ruyu calling. Sister Ruyu. Xiaowu, where are you? Hurry back for dinner. Sister Ruyu, I'm not hungry. You guys eat. I'm heading to Tiger Tooth Mountain. Tiger Tooth Mountain? What are you going there for? To race. Luo Qinggu said, then hung up immediately. Chapter 016, Tiger Tooth Mountain. Xiaowu, Xiaowu. Inside Ro's apartment, Yen Ruyu frowned and muttered to herself, that Xiaowu, why did she just hang up? Sister Ruyu, isn't Sister Luo coming back for dinner? Tang Xiaoguo was playing with her laptop, contemplating whether to hack into some country's database firewall to see what those so-called classified materials were all about. Why such secrecy? But she felt a bit hungry. Usually, when her stomach growled, she couldn't be bothered with anything else. Xiaoguo, look up where this Tiger Tooth Mountain is. Xiaowu said she's going there to race someone. That girl is getting more and more out of hand, racing someone in the middle of the night? That's dangerous. Yen Ruyu said anxiously. Sure, I'll look it up right away. Tang Xiaoguo responded eagerly. She used her computer to search for the location of Beijing's Tiger Tooth Mountain, along with detailed descriptions and other information. Finally, Tang Xiaoguo said, Sister Ruyu, Tiger Tooth Mountain is quite far away. It's located in the southern suburbs and is an extremely steep and rugged mountain range. There's a winding mountain road leading straight to the summit, and apparently, many speed enthusiasts come here to race. Because the terrain of the Huya Mountain Road is so treacherous, accidents happen frequently every year. Sister Ruyu, are you saying Sister Luo went to Huya Mountain to race with others? That sounds incredibly dangerous. Yen Ruyu's flawlessly beautiful jade-like face had already turned pale. She took a deep breath and said, let's go. We must hurry over and bring Xiaowu back. We absolutely cannot let her participate in any reckless driving. She's being so reckless. Sister Ruyu, won't just the two of us be too outnumbered? There must be some thugs lurking around Tiger Tooth Mountain, Tang Xiaoguo voiced her concerns. Then, with a hint of suggestion, she added, Sister Ruyu, didn't Sister Luoluo get a bodyguard brother? Maybe. Yen Ruyu didn't wait for Tang Xiaoguo to finish. She headed straight for the vacant guest room designated for Li Futu's stay. Li Futu was tidying up the room where he would soon be sleeping. The room contained no superfluous decorations, just a comfortable, plush bed and a computer desk. On the desk sat a computer with an LCD monitor. Beyond that, nothing else existed. For Li Futu, this was clearly sufficient. He wasn't a man with high materialistic demands. The computer in the guest room had clearly been in use for some time, a layer of dust covering the desktop. Li Futu fetched a basin of water and began wiping it down with a cloth. After finishing, he picked up the basin, intending to take it to the bathroom to empty it. Li Futu had barely turned and taken a few steps when a slender, graceful figure came rushing toward him at breakneck speed. The two nearly collided head-on. You scared the life out of me. Thank goodness we didn't collide, otherwise that basin of water would have ended up either on you or on me. Li Futu steadied himself, his gaze lingering on Yen Ruyu's curves swaying with each stride. Though he just finished drinking water, his throat suddenly felt parched again. Hurry up and come with me to find Xiaowu, Yen Ruyu said bluntly, unwilling to waste words on Li Futu. What's wrong with Xiaowu? Did something happen? Li Futu's tone darkened. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing glint flashed in his slightly narrowed pupils. Xiaowu went off to Tiger Tooth Mountain on her own to race cars with others. It's dangerous. We have to go get her back, Yen Ruyu stated. Let's go. Li Futu set the basin of water he was holding down on the floor. Two cars were parked in the front yard, a chestnut-brown Mercedes-Benz S600 and a red Audi R8. By the time Yen Ruyu approached, she had already unlocked the Mercedes-Benz S600 via remote control. Tang Xiaoguo followed closely beside Yen Ruyu, while Li Futu brought up the rear. Yen Ruyu headed toward the driver's seat while Tang Xiaoguo darted into the passenger seat with lightning speed. Li Futu approached and asked, "Are we running out of time?" Yen Ruyu shot Li Futu a look as if he were an idiot. Xiaowu might already be at Tiger Tooth Mountain. If she's there, she'll definitely be racing someone. How could we not be in a hurry? Let me drive, Li Futu said calmly, his deep gaze carrying a soothing, almost hypnotic power as he looked at Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu paused, startled. In that moment, facing Li Futu's gaze, an indescribable feeling welled up within her, a sense of reassuring solidity that seemed to command submission. As if compelled by some unseen force, she replied, "All right, you drive." Saying this, Yen Ruyu opened the rear door and slid into the back seat. "Everyone buckle up." Li Futu settled into the driver's seat and continued, "Xiaoguo, you know the route, right? Just give me directions. Don't worry, bodyguard brother. I've got the navigation system on my phone. I'll guide you." Tang Xiaoguo smiled, her tone tinged with a hint of excitement. Roar! A roar like a beast's bellow echoed as the Mercedes-Benz S600 luxury sedan sped out of Rose Manor. Guided by Tang Xiaoguo's constant directions, Li Futu gripped the steering wheel steadily with both hands. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, sending the car roaring down the highway. Yen Ruyu and Tang Xiaoguo finally understood why Li Futu had insisted they buckle up the moment they got in. The speedometer had already surpassed 150 miles per hour, its needle relentlessly swinging toward the right. What astonished them even more was that at such breakneck speeds, Li Futu executed lane changes, turns, and overtaking maneuvers with effortless ease. Not a trace of panic or nervousness marred his composure. His entire demeanor radiated unshakable composure, and the car itself glided with such steady precision it felt almost surreal. At such breakneck speed, the car swiftly exited the highway. Yet even off the highway, Li Futu's pace not only held steady but continued to accelerate. This left Tang Xiaoguo, who usually thrived on chaos, staring at the speedometer needle with a flutter of fear in her heart. Ah! At that moment, Tang Xiaoguo suddenly gasped in alarm. Even Yen Ruyu in the back seat, upon seeing it, instantly turned deathly pale. Her gaze locked onto the blinding high beams of an oncoming vehicle. A massive truck was hurtling straight toward them, accompanied by a deafening chorus of honking horns. In that instant, Tang Xiaoguo screamed, her delicate pink hands flying up to cover her eyes. Yen Ruyu's face drained of color. A buzzing sensation filled her mind, her thoughts plunging into a blank void, as if her very consciousness had frozen solid in that instant. In that instant, she heard her own heartbeat. It pounded so violently it felt like it might burst right out of her chest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed before Tang Xiaoguo finally lowered her hands, murmuring to herself, am I dead already? Xiaoguo, check the navigation. If we keep driving straight ahead, we should reach Tiger Tooth Mountain. No sooner had Tang Xiaoguo spoken than Li Futu's steady voice reached her ears. I'm still alive? Tang Xiaoguo, still shaken, couldn't help but pinch herself. It hurt badly. She turned to look at Yen Ruyu sitting in the back seat, only to find Yen Ruyu staring back at her with an expression of relief after a narrow escape. Sister Ruyu, we're both okay? We're still alive? Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed, her voice breaking with relief. She turned to Li Futu and asked, bodyguard brother, I clearly saw a huge truck plowing straight at us just now. How could we be unharmed? That was your illusion. Keep driving straight ahead. Li Futu replied calmly. His tone was utterly matter-of-fact, yet the moment had been truly perilous. Had it not been for this terrifying individual hardened by brutal life and death training to surpass even elite soldiers, there was no way to evade that hair-raising instant. To suggest Li Futu died in a car crash was absurd. A man feared and dreaded by every major faction in the underworld, a butcher whose very name struck terror, dying in a collision. No one would believe it. They'd just call the rumor monger an idiot. Yes, keep driving straight ahead. We'll be there soon. Tang Xiaoguo said, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. But what followed was an overwhelming surge of excitement. Suddenly, she found riding in Li Futu's car exhilarating, thrilling. Yen Ruyu slowly came to her senses. She had truly been terrified just now, never expecting it to turn out to be a false alarm. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in a glare directed at Li Futu's retreating back, filled with a hint of playful resentment. Tiger Tooth Mountain. Li Futu finally drove up Tiger Tooth Mountain, the car slowing to a stop. As soon as the doors opened, Tang Xiaoguo and Yen Ruyu couldn't hold back any longer. Forgetting all about appearances, they immediately vomited right there on the spot. Chapter 017, My Bodyguard is Awesome. Feeling better? Here, have some water. Li Futu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the car, unscrewed the cap, and walked over to Yen Ruyu and Tang Xiaoguo, handing them the water. Tang Xiaoguo took the bottle, gulped a few mouthfuls, then spat it out. Next, it was Yen Ruyu's turn. Li Futu's driving had been nothing short of a thrill ride, more like a high-speed chase. Sitting inside, their hearts had been in their throats, nerves stretched taut. While inside the car, they hadn't felt any discomfort. But after getting out, waves of nausea surged up, causing them to vomit uncontrollably. It's all your fault. Yen Ruyu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, directing all her resentment at Li Futu. Li Futu scratched his nose, looking utterly helpless. They were the ones who insisted on rushing, weren't they? He'd been driving like a maniac precisely to save time. Yet here he was, being berated by a beauty. It seemed no matter how fast or slow he drove, the outcome was never favorable. Is this Tiger Tooth Mountain? Xiao Wu. Where's Xiao Wu? Quick, find Xiao Wu. Yan Ruyu demanded urgently. Let's go. She's up ahead. Cars can't drive up there unless they're race cars, Li Futa replied. As they got out, Li Futa had already surveyed the area. They were at the base of Tiger Tooth Mountain, where rows upon rows of parked cars filled the space. Of course, the vehicles varied in quality, but most were relatively inexpensive family sedans, with even a fair number of minivans present. The high-end vehicles, like the race cars, were all parked at the track entrance. The Tiger Tooth Mountain circuit was located in the outskirts of the capital. Originally a barren wasteland, it had been transformed a few years prior when some wealthy young men from the capital pooled their resources to build a winding road racetrack. Since then, every night this once desolate mountain wilderness became overcrowded, gathering thrill-seeking young men and women from the capital. It was practically like a party was happening here every night. Deafening music reverberated across the open wilderness. The speakers blasted a single by the renowned metal band Metallic. The heart-wrenching vocals and ferocious instrumentals echoed endlessly, stirring the blood of everyone present. Countless young men and women, dressed in trendy and revealing outfits, gathered here. They formed groups of 3 or 5, or even 10 or 20, huddling together, shouting, roaring, and spewing all kinds of profanities. Men puffed on cigarettes, sipping drinks from their hands, occasionally joining the roar of the crowd or unleashing strings of profanity. Women, dressed provocatively and seductively, mostly clung to their male companions. At the height of excitement, they'd shriek, kiss their partners publicly, or in some cases impatient couples would proceed to engage in live performances. Among them were privileged scions of noble families or wealthy households, alongside numerous urban professionals. Most had grown weary of nightclubs, seeking instead the adrenaline rush of speed here. The racetrack ahead was lined with luxury sports cars, Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Maybachs, Aston Martins, a veritable exhibition of supercars. A red Ferrari 458 adorned with Chinese motifs glided into view. Inside sat Luo Qinggu, her flawlessly beautiful face now frozen in utter astonishment, clearly overwhelmed by the surreal spectacle unfolding before her. Truth be told, when she first arrived, she hadn't recognized this as a racetrack at all. Instead, it felt more like a coliseum. The deafening roar of engines, the chaotic clamor of the crowd, the thick atmosphere saturated with testosterone, the unrestrained young men and women smoking, drinking heavily, kissing openly, even copulating. If one listened closely, amid the thunderous music, one could even hear the intermingled moans of women. All of this made Luo Qinggu feel profoundly uncomfortable, or rather, repulsed. Her first thought upon arriving was to leave. She felt utterly out of place in this atmosphere. Ahead of Luo Qingwu's car, a white Lamborghini Gallardo sports car also slowed to a stop. Inside sat a young man exuding an air of decadent extravagance, none other than He Xiangdong, the very person who had led Luo Qingwu to this place. At that moment, He Xiangdong was on the phone with someone. "Hello, young Master Lin, it's Xiangdong." "Oh, Xiangdong. Haven't seen you around the Red Mansion much lately. Busy?" A leisurely, aristocratic voice came through the phone. Young Master Lin, I have been rather busy lately. Mainly, my father thinks I've been too wild and wants to throw me into the War Department for some training. So I've had to stay home and behave myself, hoping to calm him down and make him drop the idea. But I'm out tonight. Guess who I ran into? Oh? Who could be so noteworthy that you'd call me specifically to mention them? None other than the famously beautiful Luo Qingwu of our capital city. I invited her over to Tiger Tooth Mountain for some racing. I know you've been thinking about her constantly, young Master Lin. Would you happen to have time to come over to Tiger Tooth Mountain? Luo Qingwu at Tiger Tooth Mountain? No problem, I'll head over right now. Alright, I'll be waiting for you here. He Xiangdong smiled as he spoke, then hung up the phone. He stepped out of his car and walked straight toward Luo Qingwu's vehicle. He Xiangdong, I don't want to race anymore. I'm not used to this place. Spotting him approaching, Luo Qingwu called out from inside her car. What? No way, Miss Luo. You're a wealthy heiress, and this is all the courage you have? Quitting before the race even starts? That's a huge embarrassment in the racing world. Accepting my challenge but not daring to race? That's going to make me look down on you. He Xiangdong sneered coldly, his words laced with provocation. He Xiangdong, spare me the provocation. I simply dislike the atmosphere here, it's nothing to do with fearing you, Luo Qingwu retorted coldly. Is that so? He Xiangdong smiled, glancing around. Is it these people who make you uncomfortable? You can ignore them entirely. They're nothing but animals, just think of them as beasts. Besides, this race is between you and me. What's it got to do with them? As they spoke, several heavily tattooed, burly men approached He Xiangdong. A bald man among them greeted him respectfully. Brother Dong, you're here. He Xiangdong nodded. Baldy, who's racing who now? Has Brother Chen arrived? A few brats are warming up first. Brother Chen's already here, sitting over there waiting for his opponent, the bald man replied. Oh? Who's Brother Chen's opponent? Is there someone in the capital who dares challenge Brother Chen? He Xiangdong asked. Not from the capital. Heard it's a foreigner named Steve. He used to race in the F1 World Championship. He's got some skills, the bald man explained. That should be interesting. He Xiangdong said, turning to look at Luo Qingwu. Miss Luo, why don't we watch Brother Chen's race first? Then you and I can race later. Of course, if you're too scared to fight, you can just leave your car here. When you finally muster the courage to race me, you can come back and use this car. But if you lose, the car still belongs to me. How about it? He Xiangdong, don't push your luck. I refuse to race. What are you going to do about it? Luo Qingwu retorted coldly. Refuse? Ha! That means you've conceded defeat before the race even starts. I'll be keeping your car. He Xiangdong sneered coldly, his tone indifferent. Furious, Luo Qingwu tried to drive off immediately. But He Xiangdong suddenly reached through the window, snatched the key from the ignition, and clutched it in his hand. Damn it! Luo Qingwu froze, then cursed angrily. She pushed open the door and stepped out, her beautiful eyes flashing with resentment as she glared at He Xiangdong. What exactly do you want, he? What do I want? I told you if you don't dare race, I'll keep your car. He Xiangdong replied. Bastard! Furious, Luo Qingwu raised her right hand and lashed out at He Xiangdong. Never in her life had Luo Qingwu faced such a threat. With her proud and headstrong nature, how could she possibly tolerate it? She lashed out at He Xiangdong with a sharp slap. However, the bald man beside He Xiangdong reached out, grabbing Luo Qingwu's right hand firmly. He chuckled, hey, beautiful, no need to get angry. Hitting people isn't right. TSK, this arm is really soft and delicate. Who do you think you are? Let go of my hand. Do you know my bodyguard is formidable? If you don't release me, I'll make sure you die in agony. Facing these men who looked like demons incarnate, Luo Qingwu felt a twinge of fear. In her panic, she blurted out that she had a bodyguard today. Your bodyguard? Who is it? I don't see anyone. Ha ha. The bald man let out a savage laugh, but before he could finish, thud. A sharp pain shot through the bald man's chest, forcing a muffled groan from him. His right arm went numb, and he instinctively released his grip on Luo Qingwu. Clutching his chest and abdomen, he doubled over at the waist. You're right. Your bodyguard is indeed quite formidable. A calm, steady voice reached Luo Qingwu's ears, sounding strangely familiar. If before this moment that voice would have repelled her, now she found it strangely beautiful and melodious. She turned her head and saw Li Futu standing beside her, having appeared without her noticing. Her heart skipped a beat, filled with a surge of surprise and delight. Xiao Wu. The calls of Yan Ruyu and Tang Xiaogui came from behind her. Luo Qingwu turned to see them running toward her. Sister Ruyu. Xiaogua. Luo Qingwu called out, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Xiaowu, why are you so disobedient? How could you come to a place like this? Quick, come back with me. Yan Ruyu scolded Luo Qingwu. I think this place is pretty fun though. So many people. Too bad there aren't many handsome guys. And those girls are so ugly none of them are as pretty as Sister Ruyu. Tang Xiaogui said excitedly. Luo Qingwu suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to pinch Tang Xiaogui hard. She stammered to Yan Ruyu, Sister Ruyu, I. But before she could finish, a savage roar erupted from behind them. Damn it! Who hit me? Which blind bastard dared ambush me? Chapter 018, Who's more ruthless? The bald man lifted his head, both hands still clutching his chest and abdomen. His face was contorted with bulging veins, looking ferocious and terrifying as he bellowed. His roar drew the attention of the crowd, eyes turning toward him. A lazy smile curled at the corner of Li Futu's lips. He was the one who had struck. In truth, Li Futu had held back. Otherwise, with his strength enough to take on a polar bear, a single punch could have killed the bald man outright. Not just the bald man, but even He Xiangdong and the other two burly men standing nearby were stunned. He Xiangdong snapped back to reality and shot Li Futu a dark look. The other two burly men also fixed Li Futu with cold stares. Their glances served as a silent warning to the bald man. Instantly, his furious gaze locked onto Li Futu, as if he could tear the man to shreds with his eyes alone. My apologies, sir. Hope I didn't hurt you too badly. I'm a hired bodyguard, you know the job. It's a thankless profession where you have to block bullets with your own body. You just happened to grab my employer's arm. As a bodyguard, I must act accordingly. Please forgive my earlier offense. After all, I'm paid to do my job. Taking money without delivering would be rather unreasonable. Li Futu flashed a toothy grin, openly admitting he was the one who just punched the bald guy. Bald Lung was fuming mad. Not only did he get punched, but this guy had the nerve to attack first and apologize later. What the hell kind of bull is this? Did I just take that punch for nothing? Think confessing gets you leniency? That leniency for confession bull. Thus, the rage in the bald man's eyes burned even brighter. He felt Li Futu's earlier words were nothing but blatant flaunting and showing off. Humph. He Xiangdong let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. He glanced at a burly man beside him, giving him a subtle, almost imperceptible signal. Instantly, a murderous intent surged from the burly man. He took a step forward, his direction aimed squarely at Li Futu. If you dare take one more step forward, I'll shatter both your legs and leave you crippled for life. Li Futu's gaze darkened instantly, shedding his earlier amiable facade. A sharp, blood-tinged killing intent radiated from him as he fixed his stare on He Xiangdong, speaking deliberately, "Don't try any tricks in front of me. I know you have some status, but so what? Bodyguards are all desperate men. Trading one life for another is nothing new." Li Futu's threat hung heavy in the air, making it abundantly clear that if He Xiangdong dared to make a move, he wouldn't hesitate to turn him into a corpse. Facing these men, Li Futu felt no qualms about displaying his dominance and ruthlessness. They only bully the weak and fear the strong. Show the slightest weakness, and conflict is inevitable. But being ruthless can actually intimidate them. At this point, it was simply a matter of who could be more ruthless. And in that regard, Li Futu truly had the upper hand. A surge of rage welled up in He Xiangdong, mingled with humiliation and shame. Yet he held his ground. Somehow, he caught a faint whiff of bloodlust emanating from Li Futu, and it instantly froze him in place. "Xiao Wu, was it him who snatched your car keys?" Yen Ruyu and the other two women approached. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes glowed with icy coldness as she glared at He Xiangdong. "Are you even a man? Snatching a girl's car keys? What do you think you're doing? Hand over those keys." He Xiangdong's face darkened as he glared at Yen Ruyu, about to explode, when a magnetic voice cut through the air. "Xiaodong, what's going on?" Turning toward the voice, they saw a tall, dashing man approaching. His face was as fair as jade, his eyebrows sharp like swords, his gaze deep and piercing. His hair was styled in a distinctly Korean wave fashion, and his entire outfit screamed trendy and hip, a look guaranteed to be 100% lethal to young girls in their prime. "Brother Chen, nothing much. Just some clown showing up." He Xiangdong's tone turned deferential the moment he saw the man, clearly holding him in high regard. The man worthy of He Xiangdong's brother Chen was none other than Chen Yang, the undisputed racing king among Beijing's elite playboy circuit. "Is that so? I thought something serious had happened. Since it's nothing, let's just keep the peace." Chen Yang spoke, his deep, mesmerizing gaze casually sweeping over Yen Ruyu's breathtakingly beautiful face. In that instant, Chen Yang felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. To be precise, the women who had passed through his hands, or more accurately, his lower body, numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Each was considered a rare beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet, upon seeing Yen Ruyu, Chen Yang felt that all the women he had ever been with combined couldn't match a single glance of her charm, a single flicker of her alluring gaze. "He Xiangdong, you piece of trash. Hand over my car keys. Don't think you can bully me just because of your father's influence. If my dad gets involved, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy," Luo Qingwu said coldly to He Xiangdong. He Xiangdong's expression darkened upon hearing this. He knew full well who Luo Qingwu's father was. "Xiaodong, what's going on here?" Chen Yang turned to He Xiangdong, his tone tinged with reproach. Judging by his actions since arriving, he hadn't taken He Xiangdong's side but was mediating the conflict. To handle matters from such a neutral stance, what exactly was his motive? It was intriguing. But regardless, this man was no ordinary figure. Li Futu narrowed his eyes, appearing deep in thought. "Brother Chen, she originally agreed to race me, but backed out midway. That's why I took her car keys. I never intended to keep her car. If she wants to race me, I'm ready anytime. If I lose, my car is hers. If she loses, hers is mine," He Xiangdong explained. "I see," Chen Yang chuckled, his charming demeanor intact. "I was supposed to race against an international expert tonight, but his flight was delayed. He won't make it tonight. How about this, young lady? Shall we race a stretch? Of course, I won't take advantage of you. If we race, as long as your car reaches the halfway point, the summit, before mine crosses the finish line, I'll concede defeat." "What do you say?" Luo Qingwu froze at the suggestion. Race against this champion driver? Wasn't that courting disaster? She was merely a novice just discovering her passion for racing, while he was a champion with a glorious track record utterly incomparable. But his offer to let her complete only half the distance felt downright unfair. As she pondered, Tang Xiaoguo tugged Luo Qingwu aside. In a hushed yet intensely excited voice, Tang Xiaoguo whispered, "Sis Luo, just agree to it. Then have the bodyguard brothers race, they'll win for sure." "What?" Luo Qingwu froze, her gaze filled with confusion as she glanced at Li Futu. "You have no idea how insanely fast bodyguard brother drove us here with Sister Ruyu earlier, like flying. I swear, if that guy who thinks he's hot but is actually so effeminate calls himself the king of the road, then bodyguard brother is the god of the road. Xiaoguo, you're just making stuff up. I swear it's true. If I'm lying, may my boobs shrink by 3 times their size, becoming as flat as yours. Damn it! You little brat, Xiaoguo." Luo Qingwu stamped her foot and slapped Tang Xiaoguo across the face. "Fine, I'll agree. But since He Xiangdong was supposed to race, and now it's you, I'll switch to someone else him." Luo Qingwu stepped forward and immediately agreed to Chen Yang's request. As she spoke, she pointed her finger at Li Futu. Tang Xiaogua had always cherished her chest above all else. If she said it, it must be true. Li Futu froze, letting out a bitter laugh. Xiaowu, I know nothing about racing. I've never even competed. This is like forcing a duck to climb a tree. Let's just call it off and head back. I haven't eaten dinner yet, I'm starving to death. No way. We're racing. Do you even want me to agree to hire you as my bodyguard? Luo Qingwu fumed. What kind of bodyguard says that? You don't even have the basic awareness of a bodyguard to personally handle matters and ease your employer's worries. Him? Chen Yang glanced at Li Futu, a cold smile curling his lips. Fine. I agree. With that, Li Futu was thrust into the spotlight, all eyes fixed on him. Chapter 019, The Racing Showdown. Li Futu suddenly felt this bodyguard gig was getting absurd now he was supposed to help his client race? That might not be the issue itself, but the problem was he never actually raced against anyone before. Xiaowu, racing really isn't my strong suit. I don't know how to do it. I've never tried it before, Li Futu admitted frankly. Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, though a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Car racing was undoubtedly a trendy and cool sport, but it wasn't something everyone could afford. After all, racing was an absolute money pit. To put it simply, a decent sports car costs 4 or 5 million yuan. Without money, you simply couldn't afford to play this game. Based on Chen Yang's observation of Li Futu, his outfit a cheap tracksuit from a street vendor and Hawaii sneakers screamed broke loser. There was no way he'd ever been exposed to the racing scene. A guy with zero racing experience challenging him? The thought made him want to laugh his teeth out. No, I insist you race. My father trusts you, so I trust you too. Besides, what kind of bodyguard doesn't know how to race? Luo Qingwu remained adamant. Li Futu was on the verge of breaking down. Who said bodyguards had to know anything about racing? Didn't it just mean protecting their employer? Bodyguard brother, just say yes. We all believe in you. Tang Xiaogua stepped forward, grabbing Li Futu's arm and shaking it insistently. Pressured by Luo Qingwu's persistence and Tang Xiaogua's pleading, Li Futu finally relented. Fine, I'll agree. But you, Xiaowu, will drive. I'll sit in the passenger seat. Ha? What do you mean? You want me to drive? You'll sit in the passenger seat? Then what will you do? Luo Qingwu was taken aback. Li Futu smiled, glancing at Luo Qingwu. Xiaowu, sometimes you need to have confidence in yourself. That's final. If you agree, we race. If not, we go back. Luo Qingwu looked at Li Futu's radiant smile. For some reason, her heart stirred slightly, as if a surge of confidence welled up within her. She replied, all right, it's settled. Luo Qingwu turned to Chen Yang and asked, so what's the wager if he loses? Luo Qingwu, if brother Chen loses to you, this car is yours. But that's impossible, ha. He Xiangdong burst into laughter. Chen Yang smiled calmly, his gaze briefly resting on Yan Ruyu before he replied, the stakes? If I lose, Xiaodong's car is yours. If I win, I have only one request, may I treat this lovely lady to dinner? As he spoke, Chen Yang's gaze fixed intently on Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu froze, stunned that Chen Yang would treat her as a stake in a bet. A wave of disgust washed over her. Tang Xiaogua immediately cried out, ah! You actually have your sights set on Sister Ruyu? How shameless! So you had ulterior motives. How despicable! Luo Qingwu chimed in. Not a trace of embarrassment touched Chen Yang's handsome features. He explained with a smile, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to earn the chance to dine with this lovely lady. Nothing more. Deal. Li Futu suddenly interjected, effectively making the decision for Yan Ruyu. Turning to her, he smiled and added, if I lose, I'll accompany you to dine with him. Yan Ruyu remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. Yet inwardly, she seethed with annoyance. What did this guy take himself for? How dare he make decisions for her? And what was this about accompanying her if he lost? Did he think she was some rare commodity? Really? With the wager settled, it was time to prepare the race cars. Luo Qingwu held a topographic map of the Tiger Tooth mountain circuit, studying it with Li Futu. The terrain revealed an extremely treacherous track, a winding mountain road snaking around the peaks, connected to a highway at the summit for the return journey. Judging by the track layout, the most challenging section was from the starting point to the mountain peak along the winding road. It featured numerous sharp turns, with only rudimentary guardrails along the edges. The slightest misstep could send both car and driver tumbling into the valley below. Once the cars reached the summit, they could simply follow the highway back down. Therefore, the key to winning this race lay entirely in the first half of the course. Luo Qingwu felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, she was racing against a driver hailed as the king of the wheel by Beijing's elite young men. It would be impossible not to feel some tension. She glanced at Li Futu beside her, who appeared utterly composed, showing no trace of tension or excitement. Was he that confident? Or did he simply not care about winning or losing? Come to think of it, what would he lose if she did lose? The thought made her suddenly regret asking him to help with the race. Now she was stuck between a rock and a hard place, forced to grit her teeth and race. Go, Sister Luo. Go, bodyguard brother. You have to beat them. They're so arrogant, even trying to make a move on Sister Ruyu. How despicable. Tang Xiaogui exclaimed from the sidelines. Yan Ruyu had never wanted Luo Qinggu to race against anyone, but events had spiraled beyond her control. All she could do now was wait quietly for the outcome of this contest. Naturally, she hoped Luo Qinggu would win, not for any other reason, but simply because she found Chen Yang's demand to dine with her utterly repulsive. Li Futu seemed to sense Yan Ruyu's unease. He smiled and said, Ruyu, don't worry. You won't be having dinner with that guy. I won't let that happen. Xiao Wu is still young. Just make sure she stays safe. Winning or losing doesn't matter as long as nothing happens to her. Yan Ruyu glanced at Li Futu and spoke up. Li Futu nodded with a smile, his gaze shifting toward Chen Yang. There he saw Chen Yang slowly driving a yellow sports car onto the field. The car was no ordinary vehicle, it was a Lamborghini Batmobile. At that moment, the race commentator's high-pitched voice echoed through the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, the thrilling moment has arrived. Next, we'll witness the ultimate showdown between the undefeated racing legend, Mr. Chen Yang, and a challenger. Oh, my god, though calling it an ultimate showdown isn't quite accurate. Because in this race, the legend will concede half the course to his opponent. That means when the legend completes his lap and returns to the starting line, if his challenger has driven to the summit by then, the challenger wins. Otherwise, he loses. Regardless, we welcome this courageous challenger. It is precisely because of this challenger that we can once again witness the racing master's superb and elegant driving skills. Let's cheer them on, the race is about to begin. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire Tiger Tooth Mountain seemed to boil over. Countless cheers, screams, and shouts rose and fell, echoing throughout the mountain. Who dares challenge the king of the road? That's just asking for humiliation. Enough talk, who are you betting on? What else could it be? I'm betting on the king of the road 100,000. I'm betting on the king of the road 1 million. In an instant, crowds began placing bets. These people didn't come to Tiger Tooth Mountain just to watch the race, they were betting too. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. Now, please have the drivers from both teams drive to the starting line. The announcer's voice rang out once more. Luo Qinggu immediately glanced at Li Futu. His expression remained unchanged. He smiled and said, let's go. Watching Li Futu's demeanor, Luo Qinggu felt increasingly uneasy, but she steeled herself and walked toward her Ferrari 458 sports car. They climbed into the car, Luo Qinggu taking the driver's seat while Li Futu sat in the passenger seat. Go, Luo. You've got to win. Tang Xiaogui ran over to cheer her on. Luo Qinggu took a deep breath, nodded, and rolled up the window. I only have one way of driving. Li Futu stated. Ha? Luo Qinggu blinked her beautiful eyes at Li Futu. That's to floor it. Li Futu smiled. As long as you can get used to my driving style, we can win. What? Are you crazy? What about the turns? This track is full of turns, how can you floor it? Luo Qinggu retorted, suddenly convinced this guy knew nothing about driving. Just follow my instructions, and you'll be fine. Of course, if you can't react in time, I'll help you. All you need to do is keep your foot on the gas. Li Futu declared, his tone brimming with confidence. Luo Qinggu couldn't help but look at Li Futu with a mix of skepticism and doubt. To call this guy a madman seemed off, yet he didn't seem entirely sane either. Who in their right mind would floor the accelerator without lifting it even once, even on a curve? Have you memorized the track layout? Li Futu pressed. Know where the curves are and where the straightaways begin? How could I possibly memorize it all at once? Luo Qinggu stammered. No worries, I've got it memorized, Li Futu replied with a smile. You're really confident you can win? Luo Qinggu couldn't help asking. You said it yourself, winning means I become your bodyguard. I'm not about to lose my job. Li Futu chuckled. Luo Qinggu looked at Li Futu. At this point, she had no choice but to trust him. Both racers, please prepare. Watch the flag waver up front. When the flag drops, the race begins. Ready. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the venue. At that moment, the man serving as the referee in front suddenly swung his colorful flag downward. In an instant. Roar! Roar! Two roars of racing engines erupted. The yellow Lamborghini Batmobile surged first across the starting line, followed immediately by Luo Qinggu's Ferrari. Chapter 020, Speed and Passion. After the two sports cars roared away, the men and women gathered on Tiger Tooth Mountain turned their attention to a massive screen projected onto the venue. As the racing venue for Beijing's wealthy and influential young men, Tiger Tooth Mountain featured not only a winding track fully compliant with racing standards but also surveillance cameras installed along the entire route, enabling real-time viewing of the race. As the race commenced, the atmosphere grew even more electric. Men clutching beer bottles took gulps before erupting into shouts. The air thickened with the pungent smell of alcohol, mingling with the acrid smoke and the potent scent of testosterone. The scenes were incredibly intense, even more so than the atmosphere in a bar, with both men and women cheering and shouting. Yan Ruyu and Tang Xiaoguo were naturally quite uncomfortable with this environment, yet they couldn't help but watch the big screen with a sense of nervous anticipation. Amidst the thunderous waves of "Go, King of the Road," chants, their own "Go, Xiaowu" shouts seemed minuscule, drowned out and barely audible, yet they represented their unwavering belief. On the screen, Chen Yang's Lamborghini Batmobile surged past the starting line first. As it approached the first corner, Chen Yang's masterful driving skills as the king of the road were on full display. The Batmobile executed a stunning drift, smoothly sliding through the curve before accelerating forward at breakneck speed. In stark contrast, Luo Qingwu's Ferrari 458 paled in comparison. Whether judged by speed or cornering technique, it was utterly incomparable to Chen Yang's performance. There was simply no contest. As the screen displayed Chen Yang's Batmobile executing one daring maneuver after another, showcasing his masterful driving skills, the entire Hoya Mountain erupted. The roar of the crowd grew louder, punctuated by the shrill screams of Chen Yang's female fans. "Go, sister Luo Luo! Go, bodyguard brother!" Tang Xiaoguo shouted loudly, cheering for Luo Qingguo and Li Futu. Yet her voice was utterly insignificant compared to the tidal wave of cheers from the crowd, instantly drowned out by the roar. Even so, she continued to cheer with unwavering passion and dedication. Beside her, Yan Ruyu's flawlessly beautiful jade-like face showed a hint of tension. She could clearly see Luo Qingguo was now far behind, and this worry gnawed at her heart. Yet somehow, whenever she recalled Li Futu's confident gaze, she felt inexplicably certain that Luo Qingguo would never lose this match. When she realized this confidence stemmed from Li Futu, she found it utterly baffling. On the winding mountain road of Tiger Tooth Mountain. Roar! A roar like a beast's howl echoed through the air as a red sports car streaked past like a crimson bolt of lightning, its speed jaw-dropping. "Xiaowu, don't be nervous. Just ease the throttle all the way down. Trust me." Li Futu spoke from the passenger seat, his voice steady and resonant, instilling an inexplicable sense of encouragement and confidence. Luo Qingguo was controlling the car. When they took the first turn, she hadn't heeded Li Futu's advice, instinctively slowing down to navigate the curve. That very decision had caused her to fall significantly behind Chen Yang ahead. But as she followed Li Futu's subsequent instructions one by one, she realized everything seemed to be under his control. Her car maintained the same speed whether racing down straightaways or navigating turns, something she found utterly astonishing. Shift down. Right. Left. Shift up. Keep the throttle open. Li Futu's voice echoed in Luo Qingwu's ears. Instantly, she followed his instructions, downshifted, turned the wheel sharply to the right, then, upon hearing his next command, swung it back to the left. In the blink of an eye, she flew through a left-hand curve at roughly 150 miles per hour. In that moment, Luo Qingguo felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. For her, nothing had ever been more exhilarating than the sensation of taking that corner. It was pure, real-life Fast Furious. Under Li Futu's relentless barrage of commands, Luo Qingguo, fully focused, executed each instruction he barked out. The car never once slowed down. Whether on straightaways or through curves, they maintained breakneck speed, the velocity constantly climbing. Li Futu's expression remained as calm as still water, but his mind was utterly focused. His eyes were fixed intently on the road ahead, ready to issue instructions to Luo Qingguo the moment a turn approached. Beyond that, his hands were already poised in a state of readiness. Should Luo Qingguo ever be unable to execute his commands in time, he would instantly seize control of the steering wheel. For someone who had undergone rigorous specialized training, this was child's play. What surprised him was that Luo Qingguo seemed to possess a natural talent for racing. She was highly focused and executed each of Li Futu's spoken commands promptly, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Under Luo Qingguo's skilled control, the gap between them and the Batmobile driven by Qin Yang gradually closed. For most drivers, approaching a curve at high speed inevitably meant slowing down to navigate it. Even highly skilled drivers would lightly tap the brakes and downshift to let the car's momentum carry it into a drift around the corner. They'd then hit the gas, shift up once the RPMs were high enough, and accelerate. Undoubtedly, drifting through a corner is faster than gradually slowing down and circling around it. However, even drifting involves a deceleration phase. Driving through a turn without deceleration, as Li Futu demonstrated, certainly seems astonishing. This technique demands extremely precise judgment, knowing exactly when to downshift and when to turn the steering wheel. If the vehicle could maintain a trajectory parallel to the curve before entering it, the turn would effectively feel like driving straight. For the vast majority of drivers, mastering such precise judgment is an unattainable dream. This method is extremely dangerous. The slightest miscalculation could send the car crashing into the mountainside or smashing through the guardrail and tumbling off the cliff. That Li Futu had the audacity to drive this way was one thing, but what was even more unbelievable was that the driver wasn't him, it was Luo Qingguo. At this moment, Luo Qingguo trusted Li Futu completely. Fully immersed, she was oblivious to any sense of danger. She reveled in the exhilaration and thrill of the speed, her mind and body in a state of heightened excitement. This was her first time experiencing such an incredibly wonderful rush from racing. She knew this exhilaration was only possible because of Li Futu's presence. Yet she had her own source of pride. She was the one controlling the wheel. A yellow Lamborghini sports car roared toward the mountain peak, its speed lightning fast, like a streak of lightning. Inside the car, Chen Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. The peak was already visible, just 2 more turns and they would reach the summit. Once past the summit, the latter half of the track was all straightaway. Then he could push this Lamborghini to its absolute limit, returning to the starting point in the blink of an eye. As for the beautiful woman racing against him, Chen Yang couldn't help but snort coldly. Her car was nowhere to be seen in the rearview mirror. He had no idea how far behind she'd been left. However, just as Chen Yang had this thought, suddenly, boom! Chen Yang was startled to hear the roar of a sports car behind him. His entire body froze as he glanced at the rearview mirror. A blinding beam of high-beam headlights flashed across the mirror, vaguely revealing a red Ferrari sports car closing in. How the hell was this possible? After a moment of disbelief, Chen Yang couldn't help but roar in fury, his face contorted with shock, astonishment, anger, and resentment. In Chen Yang's mind, that red Ferrari should have been left far behind. How could it have suddenly caught up? It was utterly bizarre, utterly unbelievable. At that moment, Chen Yang was navigating the penultimate turn leading to the mountain peak. Regaining his composure, his piercing gaze held a chilling intensity as he expertly maneuvered the vehicle. In an instant, the Batmobile executed a near-perfect drift, cleanly navigating the curve. The red Ferrari was also navigating the curve. Chen Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and nearly froze in place. He saw the red Ferrari hadn't slowed down at all, maintaining nearly 200 miles per hour as it flew straight through the curve. As if the curve wasn't a curve at all, but a straight road. How did they manage that? Before Chen Yang could process his astonishment, the red Ferrari had already caught up, threatening to overtake his car. Chapter 021, Stunning the Crowd. Leveraging its absolute cornering advantage, the red Ferrari had closed the gap to the Batmobile ahead, now less than 30 meters away. Inside the Lamborghini Batmobile, Chen Yang was utterly stunned, his face frozen in disbelief. He hadn't misseen it. The red Ferrari, now mere inches behind, had not slowed at all through the corner. It had maintained a speed of nearly 200 miles per hour as it flew through, its entire body remaining perfectly stable, no spinning, sliding, or drifting out of control whatsoever. This left Chen Yan utterly stunned. After all, it completely overturned his long-held racing knowledge. How could a car take a corner at such high speed, maintaining almost the same velocity as on a straight road, without drifting? But before Chen Yang could process his astonishment, the red Ferrari was already closing in at breakneck speed, poised to overtake his car. Chen Yang instantly steadied his emotions, his eyes blazing with a cold, icy glare. In a sense, he had already lost this race. But allowing this Ferrari to overtake him would be nothing short of a humiliating slap in the face. Before the race, he had boasted that Luo Qingwu would lead only the first half of the journey. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, Luo Qingwu had caught up and was poised to overtake him. If she actually did overtake him, the shame would be so profound it could never be washed away, even by the mighty Yangtze River. He would inevitably become a laughingstock for others to mock. Though he'd already lost the race by his own terms, he had to be the first back at the starting line to salvage a shred of dignity. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered at the base of Tiger Tooth Mountain, men and women alike stared in stunned silence. Their eyes widened as they watched the giant screen, expressions of utter disbelief etched across their faces. They forgot the clamor, forgot the roar, forgot the shouts and cheers. The entire scene fell into a deathly quiet. Hundreds of people had gathered here. Some men, who had been holding bottles of liquor and smoking cigarettes while shouting recklessly, now seemed possessed by some kind of spell. They stood frozen in place, stunned and shocked. They watched in disbelief as the red Ferrari 458 streaked across the giant screen like a rocket taking flight. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the Batmobile driven by Chen Yang, the man they revered as the king of cars. How could this be? Chen Yang had maintained an unbeaten record of 89 races, his racing skills legendary and masterful, standing as the undisputed king of the wheel in the entire capital. Now, to be overtaken by an unknown beauty behind the wheel? For the men and women watching, it was an utterly staggering and astonishing sight. Holy, am I seeing things? That car is trying to overtake the king of the road? How is that possible? This is hell. How the hell is this possible? The king should have pulled away by miles by now. How did she catch up in the blink of an eye? Damn it, I don't care about any of this. All I know is I lost my bet. I lost too. I should have bet on that red Ferrari. Could a new racing legend be emerging tonight? Oh my god, look. It's overtaking. It's actually overtaking the king of the road? Unbelievable, unbelievable. What? He's overtaking? Am I dreaming? Who is this godlike figure? He's actually overtaking the king of the road? Tonight has truly been eye-opening. The king of racing actually lost to a completely unknown opponent. This is simply incredible. Immediately, waves of astonished and shocked murmurs filled the air. Go, Sister Luo Luo. Bodyguard brother, I knew you were the best. You must be coaching Qinggu. You have to overtake them. Go, go. Xiao Wu, you're the best, go. On the other side, Yen Ruyu and Tang Xiaogua stared intently at the giant screen, their hearts pounding in their throats as they murmured nervously. Meanwhile, some spectators who had bet on Luo Qinggu shouted with abandon. Go, Ferrari girl. Take down the king of cars and charge to first place. Go. Whether she wins or not, I've already won big 3-1 odds. Damn, this feels amazing. Looks like I bet right tonight. Maybe I'll even witness a miracle, an unknown driver taking down the legendary king of the track. Initially, Tiger Tooth Mountain was completely dominated by spectators supporting Chen Yang. They roared and cheered, erupting in wild applause for every spectacular drift he executed. Their shouts threatened to drown out the entire mountain. Now, the mountain echoed with cheers for Luo Qinggu. As for the vast majority of Chen Yang's supporters, they stood speechless, staring at the giant screen, their expressions growing increasingly grim and stunned. On the racetrack, the crimson Ferrari 458 streaked forward like a red lightning bolt, drawing level with the Batmobile. Both cars entered the turn almost simultaneously. Left turn, straighten the wheel, light brake, downshift. Inside the Ferrari, Li Futu's gaze remained calm and steady as he fixed his eyes on the road ahead, issuing a series of commands. Luo Qinggu executed each command precisely. In an instant, the red Ferrari executed a sharp drift, sliding into the turn ahead of the Batmobile. Simultaneously, Chen Yang's Batmobile surged forward, seemingly poised to collide head-on with the Ferrari. Luo Qinggu's heart skipped a beat. Just then, Li Futu's steady voice came through again. Step on the gas. Keep stepping on the gas. Shift into high gear and accelerate after exiting the turn. Don't worry, he won't dare to crash into us. I told you to turn left earlier so our car would be on the inside of the track. If he dares to crash into us, our car might lose control and hit the mountainside, but his car will smash straight into the guardrail beside the track, risking a plunge. Unless he's suicidal, he'll definitely brake. As if to prove Li Futu's words, just as the two cars seemed poised to collide, a shrill screech of brakes echoed through the air. Squeal! Chen Yang had indeed slammed on the brakes. In that split second, Luo Qinggu's Ferrari executed a flawless drift, sliding cleanly out of the turn. Yes! We passed him! We passed him! This is so thrilling! The moment Luo Qinggu's car slid out of the curve first, she couldn't help but shout with overwhelming excitement, her flawlessly beautiful face radiating joy and exhilaration. Don't celebrate too soon. Watch out for their counterattack. Save your cheers until you're the first one crossing the finish line. From here to the end, it's all straight road. Shift up quickly and accelerate, go as fast as you can. They're already way behind after braking just now. Keep that advantage. Li Futu spoke, his tone as calm as ever. Luo Qinggu nodded. As soon as the engine revved to the right speed, she shifted into high gear. The car roared away at 200 miles per hour. Crash! On the curve, Chen Yang slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. His face darkened, cold and grim, his eyes flashing with endless humiliation. After sliding through the turn, Chen Yang could no longer see Luo Qinggu's car. He could only quickly accelerate to top speed, desperately chasing after her. The spectators supporting Luo Qinggu on Tiger Tooth Mountain erupted in fervor. Go Qinggu! The finish line is almost in sight. Hold on, hold on. Tang Xiaogua shouted, her voice hoarse from the intense excitement. Yen Ruyu's flawlessly beautiful face flushed with excitement. Her heart pounded in her throat as she watched the red Ferrari hurtling toward the finish line on the big screen, her own emotions gradually building to a fever pitch. On the big screen, the red Ferrari 458 raced ahead, with the Batmobile hot on its heels. Chen Yang's Batmobile certainly had superior performance. Despite starting so far behind, it was steadily closing the gap. However, time was not on Chen Yang's side, as the red Ferrari was now less than a kilometer from the finish line. Finally. Roar! Roar! The roar of the sports cars echoed around them. A sharp gust of wind swept past as the two vehicles came tearing toward the finish line, one after the other. Whoosh! With a sharp whoosh, the red Ferrari surged across the finish line first. At that moment, the entire crowd was stunned. Chapter 022, You Want to Challenge Me? She won. Luo Qinggu's Ferrari crossed the finish line first, securing an undeniable victory in every aspect of the race. This meant Luo Qinggu didn't need Chen Yang to concede half the race distance even under fair competition, she had utterly defeated him. As for Chen Yang, a figure revered as a racing god among Beijing's elite playboys, his defeat tonight at the hands of the obscure Luo Qinggu was nothing short of jaw-dropping and utterly unbelievable. The facts were undeniable. There was no room for doubt, only acceptance of this result, as surreal as a dream. Boom! At that moment, the red Ferrari slowly turned around and drove back. After speeding past the finish line, it needed a buffer zone to slow down before turning back. I won! I actually won! Even without Chen Yang holding back, even in a fair fight, I still came out on top. Inside the car, Luo Qingwu practically danced with excitement, her face radiant with thrill and surprise. Her beautiful, clear eyes fixed on Li Futu as she said earnestly, "Li Futu, thank you. You helped me win this race. So ultimately, you were the one who decided the outcome, not me. Heh, Xiao Wu, is this your way of being modest? Giving all the credit to me? I didn't really do much. Don't forget, you were the one driving the whole time. So, you're the one who should be enjoying this victory." Li Futu chuckled as he pushed open the door and stepped out. Luo Qingwu watched Li Futu's retreating figure, a strange sensation stirring within her. Suddenly, she felt this man wasn't quite as detestable and shameless as she'd thought. "Bodyguard brother, you're so amazing. You were the first to reach the finish line and beat that so-called king of the road, you're incredible." Tang Xiaogua skipped over, her beautiful oval face flushed with excitement, her delicate, curvaceous body swaying and trembling with each step. Perhaps overcome by her excitement, Tang Xiaogua threw herself into Li Futu's arms the moment she reached him, embracing him tightly. In that moment, Li Futu felt a bit frozen and numb, as if a tidal wave had suddenly crashed over him. Before Li Futu could fully process it, Tang Xiaogua abruptly ended the embrace, seemingly oblivious to the moment, and dashed toward Luo Qingwu, who had just stepped out of the carriage. Yan Ruyu followed behind. Li Futu, brimming with confidence, assumed she would greet him in the same exuberant manner as Tang Xiaogua. Shamelessly, he spread his arms wide, thinking that if he could share a heartfelt embrace with this heavenly beauty, his life would be complete. To his surprise, Yan Ruyu shot him a reproachful glare before taking a detour, bypassing him entirely to walk straight toward Luo Qingwu. Li Futu was left speechless, his outstretched arms embracing only air. "Sis Luo, you're amazing. Totally crushed that so-called king of the road. Yay!" Tang Xiaogua swarmed around Luo Qingwu, hugging and jumping with her. Yan Ruyu wore a captivating smile. Though she said nothing, the unmistakable glow of delight radiated from her face. Of course, Luo Qingwu snorted. "That guy even offered to give me half the race distance. Humph. I didn't need his handout to beat him." Her beautiful eyes darted toward Li Futu, as if that glance could somehow bolster her confidence. "We won. Does that mean we can take the other side's sports car as the bet?" Tang Xiaogua clapped her hands excitedly. Exactly. That was his wager. Losers honor their bets. Luo Qingwu declared, striding toward He Xiangdong's position. He Xiangdong's face turned completely pale and ashen. He seemed utterly dazed, unwilling to believe or accept this outcome. He stood there like a lost soul, his expression grim and deathly pale. How could he lose? Brother Chen personally raced a master driver of his caliber and he lost? In terms of skill, Brother Chen's driving was unquestionable. In terms of the car, the Batmobile's performance surpassed that of the Ferrari 458. Yet he still lost. Could it be that Luo Qingwu was a genuine racing prodigy? A master beyond even Brother Chen's reach? That was impossible. He had raced against Luo Qingwu on indoor tracks before. Her driving skills were barely on par with his own, let alone Brother Chen's. The difference was like heaven and earth. How did Luo Qingwu win? Wait, there was someone else in Luo Qingwu's car. That guy who looked like a complete bumpkin. Could he be the unknown X factor that decided the outcome of this race? He Xiangdong's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't make sense of this race result. Just then, Luo Qingwu's voice rang in his ear. He Xiangdong, you lost the race. That Lamborghini Gallardo is mine now. Given your status, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? He Xiangdong snapped back to reality just as he saw Luo Qingwu and her group walking towards him. He Xiangdong's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. He had intended to watch Luo Qingwu humiliate herself and lose the race, but instead, he ended up losing both his pride and his car. Talk about shooting himself in the foot. Roar! The Batmobile pulled up beside them. Chen Yang stepped out, his face a mask of fury and humiliation. Chen Yang's eyes, brimming with resentment and fury, swept past Luo Qingwu before fixing on Li Futu. He sneered coldly. Very well. It seems we truly didn't know a mountain when we saw it. To think there's such a racing prodigy like you in the capital. I admit I misjudged you earlier. But now, I, Chen Yang, personally challenge you. 3 days from now, we'll race again. Do you dare? You want to challenge me? Li Futu, standing beside Luo Qingwu, looked taken aback. Then he felt rather wronged. He wasn't the one driving, after all. Even if a challenge was coming, why direct it at him? Yes, I want to challenge you. Chen Yang said, enunciating each word deliberately. Li Futu shook his head solemnly. Let me be perfectly clear, I refuse your challenge. You drive a sports car worth millions or even tens of millions while I don't even own a Santana. Why would I compete with you? Are you suggesting I race you barefoot while you're in your sports car? Have you lost your mind? You? Chen Yang was speechless with frustration, yet he couldn't argue back. Judging by Li Futu's current attire, he certainly didn't look like a wealthy playboy. Racing was a rich man's game. Insisting on competing with someone who couldn't afford a sports car was simply unreasonable. Bodyguard, actually we could borrow. Tang Xiaoguo was about to say something when Li Futu cut him off. According to the bet terms for this race, doesn't this Lamborghini belong to us now? You guys aren't going to try and renege, are you? Hundreds of people witnessed it. Of course, if you do try to back out, we can't stop you. But with so many witnesses, word will spread fast. Before tomorrow, the whole capital will know that so-and-so lost a race but refused to admit defeat, a coward who dares to bet but can't bear to lose, refusing to honor his wager. He Xiangdong, you're a respectable figure in the capital. Surely you wouldn't actually try to renege? Luo Qinggu added coldly. Luo Qinggu, don't push your luck. It's just a car. I can afford to lose. Here, take the keys. He Xiangdong seethed inwardly. But with the wager already made, and given his standing in the capital, it would be unwise to back out in front of all these witnesses. The keys flew through the air and landed squarely in Li Futu's outstretched hand. A sharp pang of pain shot through He Xiangdong's heart. That Lamborghini Gallardo was worth over 4 million yuan. He'd begged his mother relentlessly to buy it, keeping the purchase a secret from his father. He Xiangdong's face drained of color. He knew Luo Qingwu's victory in this race was undoubtedly intertwined with Li Futu's influence. A seed of resentment toward Li Futu began to sprout in He Xiangdong's heart. Xiaodong, I'll get you a car to drive tomorrow. Shen Yang offered a soothing word to He Xiangdong before fixing Li Futu with a piercing stare. Now that you've won a sports car, you have no excuse left to refuse my challenge, right? Are you out of your mind? The one you raced against was my employer. Li Futu pointed at Luo Qinggu and continued, so even if I won the sports car, it belongs to her, not me. How can you say I have a sports car? Of course, if you give me your sports car, I might consider racing you. Damn it, you're nothing but a coward, hiding behind a woman to talk trash. Or are you just trying to show off? I really can't stand guys like you. He Xiangdong couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Li Futu, yelling at him. Li Futu's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Luo Qinggu, standing beside him, immediately stepped forward. He Xiangdong, shut your damn mouth. Who do you think you're talking to? He's my bodyguard. Insulting him is like insulting me. Now get the hell out of here and stop annoying everyone. Yeah. Get the hell out of here. Losing a car and you're already acting like a cornered rat, huh? Tang Xiaoguo also stepped forward. Li Futu froze in shock, witnessing for the first time the fiercely feisty and unapologetic sides of Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo. What a lively scene. What's going on here? Hope I'm not too late to join the fun. Suddenly, a lazy voice drifted over, and 4 or 5 well-built men were seen escorting a young playboy as he strolled toward them. Chapter 023, Murderous Intent. The lazy voice echoed as a slender yet intimidating young man approached. His complexion was pale, his lips red and teeth white. Combined with a slightly gaunt and delicate physique, he appeared somewhat effeminate, yet also gave off an air of excessive indulgence. His features were undeniably beautiful, fitting the stereotype of a pretty boy. Yet calling a man beautiful felt unnaturally effeminate. Judging by his looks and demeanor, he did indeed appear rather effeminate. Yet this effeminate-looking man bore a name that radiated sheer dominance, Lin Jianlong. Young Master Lin, you're here, He Xiangdong said with a smile upon seeing the young man, stepping forward to greet him. Young Master Lin, you're here too? What brings you to this place? Chen Yang also smiled, his tone exceptionally polite. Heh, you bastard. You've got a match and didn't even tell your brother? I could have brought some people to cheer you on. Lin Jianlong chuckled, turning to He Xiangdong before continuing, Xiaodong, heard you've got a match tonight? Who's you fighting? I'm competing against Luo Qinggu tonight, He Xiangdong began, but trailed off, unable to continue. Lin Jianlong narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Luo Qinggu beside him. Qinggu, so you're the one competing against Xiaodong? It's been a while, and you've only gotten more beautiful. Oh, and I heard you got into Jingda? Well, I'm heading there too. Looks like we'll be alumni now. Luo Qinggu looked at Lin Jianlong, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Lin Jianlong, our relationship isn't close enough for you to call me by my first name, is it? Please use my full name. Otherwise, it feels unnatural to me. Lin Jianlong chuckled, his gaze shifting. As it swept over Yan Ruyu, a flicker of something unusual flickered in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, so Miss Yan is here too. Hey, isn't this Xiaoguo? Didn't you say you and Qinggu were coming to that party I hosted last time? Why did you stand me up in the end? Sister Luo said she wouldn't hang out with you, so I didn't go, Tang Xiaoguo replied, her expression clearly unimpressed with Lin Jianlong. Li Futu had been observing coldly all along. He could tell this young man named Lin Jianlong possessed an extraordinary status, likely a prominent figure among the capital's elite playboys. It seemed he still coveted Luo Qingwu's beauty. This was something Li Futu absolutely could not tolerate. As Luo Qingwu's bodyguard, his most fundamental duty was to protect her personal safety, wasn't it? To put it plainly, that meant protecting her physical safety. Beyond physical harm, that also included protecting her chastity, neither of which could be allowed to happen. Ryu, shouldn't we head out? Tell Qingwu it's time. Li Futu leaned close to Yen Ryu and suggested. The competition's over, the winnings collected, no need to linger here catching the cold wind. Yen Ryu also disliked such gatherings and had intended to leave early. Hearing Li Futa's words, she stepped forward and said to Luo Qingwu, Xiaowu, it's time to go. Mei Shum, I was just about to leave too. Xiaogua, let's go. Luo Qingwu said. Leave? Xiaodong, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to race Qingwu? Isn't it over? Lin Jianglong asked curiously. He Xiangdong's face flushed with embarrassment. Young Master Lin, we just finished. Brother Chen personally drove against Luo Qingwu, but he lost. Lost? Chen Yang, what's going on? You lost to Qingwu? Lin Jianglong looked incredulous, unable to contain his question. Young Master Lin, I did indeed lose the race. But ultimately, it was because this guy helped Luo Qingwu. I've already issued him a challenge for a rematch in 3 days. Yet he hasn't responded. Chen Yang spoke, his gaze shifting to Li Futu. Only after Chen Yang mentioned it did Lin Jianglong notice Li Futu. He frowned and said, is that so? Someone challenges you, and you don't respond? My friend, that's rather rude. Shouldn't you clarify things before leaving? Li Futu ignored Lin Jianglong. He genuinely wasn't accustomed to conversing with a man who sounded like a woman even when speaking to his own mother. Xiaogua, you know how to drive, right? Go fetch the spoils, then we'll leave. Li Futu said to Tang Xiaogua with a cheerful smile. Sure thing. Tang Xiaogua beamed with delight, snatched the keys, and headed straight for He Xiangdong's Lamborghini. Hey, buddy, I'm talking to you. You deaf or something? Lin Jianglong's eyes darkened, his tone turning icy. You're talking to me? Li Futu turned to Lin Jianglong, speaking deliberately. My apologies, but I must have misheard. Calling me friend repeatedly? I truly can't keep up with a young master like you, so there's no question of friendship. As for his challenge, sorry, but I'm penniless. I can't spare a sports car for a race, nor can I afford bets that start with a sports car. Is this sports car Xiaodong's, the one he lost in the race just now? If you refuse to accept the challenge, you can't take the car. Lin Jianglong stared at Li Futu, his voice icy. At that moment, 2 of the 4 lean, muscular men who had followed Lin Jianglong shifted slightly. Each took up a position, deftly blocking Li Futu's retreat. Simultaneously, a faint aura of murderous intent began to spread, sweeping toward Li Futu. Li Futu looked as if nothing had happened. His handsome, rugged face remained as calm as still water, as steady as a mountain. A fleeting glance from the corner of his eye was followed by a faint smile curling his lips. We won this race, he said. Of course we're taking the sports car. Didn't these 2 admit defeat themselves? So why are you here stirring things up? You should head back, wash up, and get some sleep. Xiaogua, what are you standing there for? Go get the car. It's time for us to go. Aren't you hungry? I'm starving. Seems like you're not taking my words seriously. Xiaogua, you can't just take this car. We're talking millions here, you can't just walk off with it. You owe me an explanation. Are you accepting the challenge or not? Lin Jianglong demanded. No. Li Futu replied bluntly. This left Lin Jianglong and his crew, including Luo Qingwu and Yen Ryu, momentarily stunned. A challenge had been thrown right at them, yet he'd backed down immediately, utterly humiliating. Li Futu, however, couldn't care less. Wasting time playing racing games with these rich brats? Screw that. If he had the time, he'd rather spend it cultivating his relationship with Yen Ryu, that stunning beauty. Admitting defeat, huh? Well, if you're conceding, then you certainly can't take Xiaodong's car. That's the wager we wanted back. Lin Jianglong grinned, his eyes brimming with mockery as he looked at Li Futu. This was getting a bit unfair. Tang Xiaogua was also blocked by 2 burly men, preventing her from retrieving the car. Luo Qingwu, seeing this, was furious. She stormed forward and shouted, Lin Jianglong, what do you think you're doing? This is between me and He Xiangdong. When did it become your business to interfere? Tonight, I'm taking He Xiangdong's car, and there's nothing you can do about it. Qingwu, did you truly win this race on your own merits? If so, you can race Chen Yang again. If you win, I'll give you all 3 of my sports cars. How about it? Lin Jianglong retorted. Luo Qingwu's expression froze. She clenched her jaw, momentarily at a loss for how to react. She knew full well that relying solely on her own skills, the gap between her and Chen Yang was vast. Winning was impossible unless Chen Yang's tire blew out mid-race, but that was unlikely to happen. Xiaogua, I'll go get the car with you. I'll see who dares to stop us. Li Futu smiled, stepping forward and seizing the opportunity to take Tang Xiaogua's small hand as he walked ahead. Lin Jianglong's gaze instantly turned icy. His right hand twitched slightly, and in that instant, a lean, muscular man beside him charged directly at Li Futu. In the blink of an eye, the burly man was already behind Li Futu. Exploiting a blind spot in everyone's vision, he delivered a silent, devastating punch aimed directly at the joint of the 12th vertebra in Lee Futu's spine. This blow was savage. A single punch, if it shattered those vertebrae, would leave Lee Futu crippled for life. Even if the bones remained intact, the force of the blow would have sent him crashing to the ground. Yet Lee Futu, still holding Tang Xiaoguo's delicate hand as he walked forward, showed no sign of noticing anything amiss and did not turn back. Only when the opponent's fist was about to strike did his right hand shoot backward, snapping to a precise lock around the wiry man's wrist. In the blink of an eye, Lee Futu thrust his right fist forward again. 2 knuckles protruded from his clenched fist, forming a deadly point. With lightning speed, it aimed straight for the opponent's throat. Thud! The stocky man's entire body flew backward, his throat shattered. He collapsed to the ground, motionless. This sudden turn of events left everyone on the scene stunned. Eyes filled with disbelief turned toward Lee Futu's slender yet enigmatic figure. Lee Futu remained utterly unfazed, not even glancing back. He had already pulled Tang Xiaoguo toward the Lamborghini, opened the door, and helped her into the driver's seat. "Go ahead," he said. "It's fine." Seeing Lee Futu's smiling face, Tang Xiaoguo nodded excitedly. She started the car and slowly drove forward. Lee Futu walked ahead, his expression as calm as ever. Yet, within his eyes, now flickering with a cold, icy light, a hidden intent to kill had begun to surface. The wind stirred, revealing the intent to kill. The bloodlust was as cold and sharp as a blade, using the earth as its chopping block, filling the surroundings with a grim and murderous atmosphere. As the lone figure and vehicle advanced, the scene carried an inexplicable, chilling power. For a moment, everyone present felt their breath catch in their throats. Chapter 024, like an abyss, like a prison. One man, one vehicle, advancing slowly, radiating an air of contemptuous superiority. Lee Futu's face still wore his usual carefree expression, yet the 2 points of cold light flickering in his eyes and the faint, palpable aura of killing intent radiating from his body seemed to warn everyone, anyone who dared to step forward to block his path would die. Lin Jianglong's expression froze. After a brief moment of daze, he snapped back to reality. He had signaled one of his men to intercept Lee Futu, but instead of stopping him, his subordinate was sent flying and crashed to the ground. This outcome caught Lin Jianglong off guard. His eyes narrowed slightly, the icy glint within them coalescing into 2 piercing gazes fixed on Lee Futu. Lin Jianglong knew his subordinate's capabilities well. To be knocked flying and knocked down in a single move seemed almost unbelievable. At least, he had never imagined it before. Yet now, this very scene was playing out before his eyes. Can you gauge his depth? Lin Jianglong's face darkened as he turned to a man in his 30s, his body a mass of bulging muscles, and asked. He was an extremely cautious man who never acted rashly on matters he couldn't fully control. Unable to gauge Lee Futu before him, he turned to consult this man. The burly man fixed his gaze intently on Lee Futu. After a long moment, he drew a deep breath and replied in a low voice, "Young Master Lin, I can't gauge this man's depth. He gives off an aura like an unfathomable abyss or a prison cell utterly unpredictable. Yet at times, he seems riddled with weaknesses, as if he'd crumble at the slightest touch. In short, he's a complex enigma. How confident are you in taking him on?" Lin Jianglong asked in a similarly low voice. After a moment's thought, the man stated directly, "Conservative estimate about 50%. 5%? Lin Jianglong furrowed his brow slightly, his expression tinged with surprise. He knew this subordinate had once been a renowned master in the capital's underground bare-knuckle fighting scene. Currently, there weren't many opponents who could elude his grasp and only offer a 5% chance of victory. So this man, dressed like a country bumpkin, was actually a hidden master? 5 layers? You, plus the other 2, would only give you absolute certainty. Lin Jianglong's voice was cold as he spoke, and in that moment, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Young Master Lin, are we just letting this guy walk away? He Xiangdong looked deeply reluctant as he stepped before Lin Jianglong and asked. He wants to leave? Not so fast. Lin Jianglong replied coldly, then added, Black Panther, it's on you. Yes, young Master Lin. The burly, muscular man known as Black Panther waved his hand. 2 lean, agile men followed suit. In a single fluid motion, the trio moved to block Lee Futu's path. Lee Futu's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. His calm, still gaze swept over the 3 men before him, finally settling firmly on Black Panther. From the outset, the killing intent Lee Futu sensed emanated from Black Panther, prompting him to observe the man more closely. Among the 3, only Black Panther possessed slightly superior strength, making him worthy of Lee Futu's attention. With someone blocking the way ahead, Tang Xiaoguo could only slowly bring the car to a halt. Inside, her beautiful, rosy face showed no trace of fear or alarm. On the contrary, she appeared excited and thrilled, as if eagerly anticipating the clash about to erupt. Yan Ruyu and Luo Qinggu stepped forward. Luo Qinggu pointed directly at Lin Jianglong and snapped, Lin Jianglong, this is too much. Are you deliberately trying to keep us here tonight? Qinggu, you've misunderstood. That's not my intention. I just want this guy to give an explanation, Lin Jianglong said with a forced smile. He's my man. If you want answers from him, come straight to me. So tell me, what exactly do you want explained? Luo Qingwu retorted fiercely. Li Futu nearly collapsed upon hearing this. The implication was deeply ambiguous. What did she mean by my man? Heaven and earth were his witnesses. He hadn't even touched her hand, yet he was already her man? He's your man? Lin Jianglong frowned, then laughed mockingly. What exactly is he to you? Your lover? If that's the case, he certainly can't just walk away. Bastard! Lin Jianglong, you bastard! What did you just say? Luo Qingwu's face flushed crimson. Lin Jianglong's words made her feel sick to her stomach. Xiaowu, don't act rashly. Let the Enforcement Bureau handle this later. Yan Ruyu gently pulled Luo Qingwu's arm and whispered. Luo Qingwu paused, turning to look at Yan Ruyu. Sister Ruyu, you've already reported. Yan Ruyu nodded, her beautiful face serene. At this point, Li Futu couldn't hide like a turtle. He couldn't let a woman handle things for him, could he? As her bodyguard, this was his responsibility to resolve. What kind of explanation do you want? Sending your men to ambush me, the only way to explain this is with fists, right? That's quite convenient. Li Futu smiled faintly, lifting his gaze to lock eyes with Black Panther. If you want to settle this with fists, then bring it on. You'll bear the consequences of life or death. Black Panther's pupils abruptly contracted. From Li Futu's gaze, he sensed an icy sharpness that pierced straight to the heart. For a moment, he felt as though he were facing a primordial beast about to awaken. An inexplicable fear stirred within him. He couldn't fathom why he felt this dread toward Li Futu. It seemed illogical. He had absolute confidence in his own abilities. At least in his estimation, aside from the elite operatives secretly serving certain aristocratic families within the capital, few could match him. A surge of savagery welled up within Black Panther, compelling him to want to punch Li Futu straight out of the room to dispel that unnatural, unsettling dread gnawing at his core. The atmosphere instantly became tense and volatile. Li Futu stood facing Black Panther and his two companions, and everyone could feel the palpable tension, ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Jianglong's expression darkened. A mere gesture from him would send Black Panther and his men charging forward. But then, whoosh! The wail of police sirens grew louder as they approached. Hearing the sound, the entire Tiger Tooth Mountain erupted in commotion. Everyone realized the Law Enforcement Bureau had arrived. Lin Jianglong couldn't help but frown at the sound, muttering a curse under his breath. His gaze locked onto Li Futu. An enforcement vehicle screeched to a halt. The crowd on Tiger Tooth Mountain parted, clearing a path for it. Finally, the vehicle stopped about 5 or 6 meters to Li Futu's right. Bang! The door swung open, and 4 law enforcement officers stepped out. Leading them was a woman. She possessed an exquisitely beautiful oval face, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. Beneath her delicate, straight nose, her luscious red lips were pressed tightly together. Her figure was exceptionally tall and sensual, her curves perfectly illustrating the true meaning of the phrase curvy in all the right places. Who called the police? What are you doing here? Gathering to cause trouble? The beauty stepped out of the car and spoke directly, her tone icy cold, her eyes flashing with sharpness. Ha! Isn't this the notorious tigress from the capital? Who would have thought she'd show up herself? Is that really Guan Yuqi, the tigress? She's the head of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Enforcement Bureau. Who would have thought she'd come personally? Those who passed through her hands regretted ever being born. She was a merciless tigress who showed no mercy, ruthless and brutal. Offending her meant certain doom. Whispers began to stir among the crowd. Li Futu glanced at the beautiful police officer and couldn't help but admire her inwardly. She really was a stunningly sexy woman, though she seemed a bit cold. Chapter 025, The Beautiful Captain. Who was Guan Yuqi? At such a young age, she had already risen to the position of captain of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Law Enforcement Bureau. While her background certainly played a role, it was primarily her own abilities that had propelled her to this height. Guan Yuqi's abilities in every aspect were truly outstanding, and naturally, she had cultivated an eagle eye. Thus, she had already sensed Li Futu's covert gaze measuring her up. Just as Li Futu was leisurely admiring Guan Yuqi's tall, graceful curves, she suddenly turned and glanced at him. 2 icy gazes met his, sending a shiver down Li Futu's spine. His startled expression resembled that of a child caught red-handed after misbehaving. Ah, Captain Guan. What brings you here tonight? Have you developed an interest in racing? Fortunately, Lin Jianglong spoke up just then, drawing Guan Yuqi's attention away. Li Futu breathed a quiet sigh of relief, feeling a sense of escape from danger. His gaze grew more restrained as he stood watching Lin Jianglong and the beautiful captain engage in their exchange. So it's you, young Master Lin. Instead of chasing women at nightclubs, you find leisure here? If you can come, why can't I? What's this crowd gathered for? Guan Yuqi spoke coldly, clearly recognizing Lin Jianglong, though her impression of him wasn't favorable. Her gaze shifted to the burly men lurking nervously beside He Xiangdong. Her eyebrows shot up as she coldly declared, Wu Hanxiong, so you lot are here too. What, just out of the enforcement squad and already wanting back in? Seems I was too lenient last time, huh? Captain Guan, you've got the wrong idea. We're just here to watch the races. We're not causing trouble. One of the burly men beside He Xiangdong grimaced when he realized this tigress had recognized him. Recalling his last stint in jail, it had been an absolute nightmare for him. Gentle? He nearly died inside when he heard Guan Yuqi utter that word. Is that so? Then who called the police for no reason? I refuse to believe a gathering like yours wouldn't cause trouble. Guan Yuqi said coldly. Captain Guan, who would dare cause trouble in the capital? Especially with you, our goddess detective, maintaining order here. No one would dare act recklessly, Lin Jianlong said slowly. Captain Guan, I called the police. At that moment, Yan Ruyu stepped forward and spoke up. She continued, it wasn't really a big deal. We just wanted to leave, but they illegally obstructed us. We had no choice but to call the police. Guan Yuqi's gaze fell upon Yan Ruyu. Though already a strikingly beautiful and sensual woman herself, she suddenly felt a pang of self-consciousness upon seeing Yan Ruyu. It wasn't merely that Yan Ruyu possessed a more refined and exquisite appearance, but rather that her aura and grace seemed worlds apart from her own. Yan Ruyu's every word and gesture radiated an air of noble elegance, each movement tinged with an aura of untouchable perfection. She seemed like an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly concerns, a beauty beyond compare. She, on the other hand, charged into battle daily, navigating through a whirlwind of bloody and brutal cases. Thus, Guan Yuqi couldn't help but admit she truly lacked Yan Ruyu's grace. Did you call the police? Are they refusing to let you leave? What's going on? Guan Yuqi's tone softened slightly, seemingly admiring Yan Ruyu's beauty. Beautiful sister, it's like this, Luo Qinggu rushed over and explained. We beat them in a race, and the prize was a sports car. Then they started giving us a hard time, refusing to let us leave. Beautiful sister, they're so despicable. I told them if they didn't let us go, we'd call the cops. But they said calling the police wouldn't do a damn thing, that even the law enforcement bureau would have to tiptoe around them. I didn't buy it. The law enforcement bureau is full of upright, fearless people who stand up to power. So we called the cops anyway. Tang Xiaoguo also ran over, adding her own dramatic spin to the story. Yeah, beautiful sister. They're all those notorious young masters from the capital. Just look at them driving luxury sports cars, acting all high and mighty. They bragged that the capital's law enforcement wouldn't even dare to look at them straight, implying they were well connected with bigwigs in the bureau and that the law enforcement couldn't touch them. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo were a perfectly matched pair, so Luo Qinggu eagerly chimed in to embellish the story. Across from them, He Xiangdong and his crew were seething with rage. He Xiangdong couldn't hold back any longer. Luo Qinggu, you're taking this too far. When did we ever say anything like that? Guan Yuqi raised her slender brows coldly. You gathered for illegal street racing at Tiger Tooth Mountain. Whether it's against the law or not isn't my concern, that's the traffic division's business. But if any trouble arises from your gathering, I'll take every last one of you back to the station. As for your racing wagers, that's your own affair. However, if you forcibly block others from leaving, that's something I absolutely must intervene in. Captain Guan, you're overreacting. I never said we'd stop these beauties from leaving. That's not happening. Lin Jianlong said with a forced smile. Fine, we'll leave immediately. Beautiful sister, thank you so much. Luo Qingwu's cherry lips curved into a triumphant smile. She then turned to Tang Xiaoguo and said, Xiaoguo, what are you still standing there for? Get in the car and let's go. Got it. Tang Xiaoguo replied, then paused to ask, what about the bodyguard? He'll go with Sister Ruyu. We'll drive off first, Luo Qingwu replied. Immediately, Tang Xiaoguo started up He Xiangdong's Lamborghini and sped off right before Lin Jianlong and He Xiangdong's eyes. Fuck. He Xiangdong watched helplessly as Tang Xiaoguo drove off in his sports car, instinctively cursing under his breath. Shen Yang, the so-called king of cars standing beside him, also wore a grim expression. After all, it was because his race car had lost that He Xiangdong's sports car ended up in Luo Qingwu's hands. Shen Yang, revered as the king of cars, held considerable status within Beijing's elite playboy circles. Accustomed to arrogance, he truly couldn't handle losing. That's why he was so furious he wanted to challenge Li Futu, desperate to prove himself once more. However, Li Futu paid him no mind. When Lin Jianlong arrived later, intending to stand up for him and He Xiangdong, the renowned tigress Guan Yuqi showed up unexpectedly. The matter could only be swept under the rug. After all, no one dared provoke this tigress at such a critical moment. She showed no mercy, not even to the elite young masters of the capital who stood at the pinnacle of society. With Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo both gone, Li Futu naturally had no desire to linger a moment longer. He turned to Yan Ruyu and said, Ruyu, let's go. Yan Ruyu nodded, glancing at Guan Yuqi before saying, Captain Guan, thank you. Guan Yui showed Yan Ruyu a measure of respect. A woman like Yen Ruyu commanded an innate sense of reverence in others. No one dared to treat her lightly, regardless of gender. You're welcome. It's my duty. I wouldn't want any trouble brewing either, Guan Yuqi replied. Yen Ruyu smiled and headed toward where her car was parked. Li Futu quickened his pace to keep up. As he passed Guan Yuqi, he suddenly caught the beautiful captain's cold snort. Kid, keep your eyes to yourself from now on. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to gouge them out. Li Futu froze. That was a blatant threat. Apparently, his earlier unrestrained staring at her curves had rubbed her the wrong way. But the question wasn't a woman's beauty and sex appeal meant for men to admire? So Li Futu retorted with righteous indignation. Hey, beauty, isn't a woman's pretty face and sexy figure meant to be seen? Just like me, I'm this handsome for people to look at. If you feel shortchanged, I don't mind you taking a few extra glances. Chapter 026, The Qualities of a Beauty. Li Futu's words echoed in Guan Yuqi's ears, leaving her stunned for a long moment before she snapped back to reality. Bastard! Guan Yui snapped angrily, only to turn and see Li Futu had already walked away, getting into the car with Yen Ruyu. As the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, when had Guan Yuqi ever heard such disrespectful words? Especially from a man that was even rarer. Typically, men treated her with utmost respect. But tonight, this guy not only stared at her with a burning, unrestrained gaze for ages, but also uttered such flippant words as he left. It made her furious. Kid, don't let me catch you again. Guan Yuqi muttered bitterly, her almond-shaped eyes flashing at He Xiangdong and the others. You lot, some of you have prior records. Don't you dare cause any trouble. Or I won't let you off lightly. After issuing her warning, Guan Yuqi immediately gathered her team, got into the car, and drove off. That damn tigress ruined our plans. He Xiangdong couldn't help but mutter. Xiaodong, Guan Yuqi's father, is a big shot in the law enforcement bureau. We really can't mess with her, Lin Jianlong said calmly. Then what do we do? Are we just gonna let that kid walk away like that? I can't swallow this humiliation, He Xiangdong retorted. Walk? This isn't over. Forget everything else, just the fact he's still hanging around Luo Qinggu is intolerable. Lin Jianlong sneered coldly before continuing, as long as he's in the capital, there'll come a day when he'll get what's coming to him. Good. With young Master Lin's assurance, I'm relieved. That brat's arrogance in the capital is truly deserving of punishment. He Xiangdong inquired, Young Master Lin, should we send someone to investigate his background? No rush on that. Ling Xiao's birthday is coming up in a few days. We should focus on preparing a gift to celebrate him. Lin Jianlong said. Young Master Ling. He Xiangdong couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath upon hearing this. His eyes brimmed with reverence, his expression betraying the awe one might feel before an unapproachable figure of power and privilege. He wasn't alone. Chen Yang beside him wore the same expression. Clearly, the esteemed Ling young master they spoke of held a status so exalted that they worshipped him and desperately sought to climb into his favor. It was the height of summer, the air thick and stifling. Li Futu was driving. He hadn't turned on the air conditioning, instead, he rolled down the windows. The night breeze gently flowed in, bringing a hint of coolness. Yen Ruyu sat in the passenger seat, silent and coldly beautiful like a goddess unapproachable. Her exquisite aura resembled a blooming snow lotus, flawless and pure, radiating an air that forbade any desecration. Adhering to the theory that a woman's beauty is meant to be admired, Li Futu couldn't help but steal glances at Yen Ruyu's near-perfect profile while driving. Staring at her for so long, he finally understood why people often said admiring a beauty was a feast for the eyes. Li Futu accelerated, quickly catching up to the sports car driven by Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui ahead. Only then did Yen Ruyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. As if sensing Li Futu's frequent sideways glances, Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes shifted and met his gaze. Li Futu, ever quick-witted, had already turned his gaze straight ahead and focused intently on driving the moment Yen Ruyu's eyes met his. Yen Ruyu glanced at Li Futu. Seeing his earnest expression, she felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. She suppressed the urge, however, and studied Li Futu for a moment longer. Suddenly, a strange illusion took hold of her. This man's behavior and action seemed somewhat unexpected. For a fleeting instant, she felt she couldn't quite figure him out. But this curiosity was fleeting. The moment she recalled the scenes that had unfolded at the pool today, her anger flared up again. She wanted nothing more than to shove this guy under the car seat, out of sight, out of mind. Yen Ruyu's heart raced, her breathing quick and shallow. She could only turn her head away, staring out the car window. The two rode in silence for over half an hour before arriving back at Rose Apartments. Oh yeah, tonight was so much fun. This lady defeated the famed racing king of the capital and even won a sports car. No way, I need to pop open a bottle of red wine to celebrate. Sis Luo, isn't this actually thanks to bodyguard brother? Tang Xiaogui, do you realize how boring you are? Could you please not pour cold water on my excitement when I'm in the thick of it? What are you laughing at? I was the one driving, okay? I admit that guy was giving me directions, but I was the one handling the wheel. Li Futu had just stepped out of the car when he overheard Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui's conversation. Sis Luo, do you think bodyguard brother can stay on as our bodyguard from now on? Tang Xiaogui caught up to Luo Qingwu, who was walking ahead, and asked. Forget it. I promised him back then if he won the race, I'd let him be our bodyguard. I can't go back on my word. But there are conditions, Luo Qingwu said, turning around and calling out, Hey, Li Futu, come here. Before Luo Qingwu could call out, Li Futu had already approached. He asked with a smile, What can I do for you? Luo Qingwu took small, quick steps toward the living room. Reaching the sofa, she said, Considering your help, your assistance in winning me a sports car, I've decided to let you stay. She paused here, expecting Li Futu to express his gratitude. In her view, agreeing to let this guy stay was already an immense favor. Yet to her surprise, Li Futu simply walked over and sat down on the sofa. He lifted his head, smiling warmly at her, showing no intention of speaking. Luo Qingwu felt a surge of irritation, though her expression remained impassive. Don't you have anything to say? I'm listening. Li Futu replied with a smile. He really has no clue. Luo Qingwu muttered under her breath before continuing, Rule number 1, since you're staying here too, you're responsible for cleaning the living room and courtyard every day. We'll handle the upstairs. Luo, you've never cleaned upstairs either. It's always been Sister Ruyu doing it, or you forcing her to, Tang Xiaogua pouted. Xiaogua, we're united against a common enemy now. Could you set aside personal grudges for the moment? Luo Qingwu said impatiently. She continued, Rule 2, no drinking or smoking inside the house. Who knows what you might try if you get drunk. And no bringing any women back to stay overnight. I hate those vulgar women. But I doubt any would come back with you anyway, huh? Rule 3, your activities are restricted to the living room, front yard, and backyard. Not a single step on the second floor. The second floor and above belong to me, Sister Ruyu, and Xiaogua. You are forbidden from entering. Rule 4, once I start school, you are forbidden from following me around. I don't want a shadow trailing me. If anyone sees it, it'll be an absolute embarrassment. Rule 5, when I go out, you're not allowed to follow me either. Even if you're protecting me, you must keep a safe distance at least 100 meters, no, 200 meters away. Rule 6, and the most important one, you are forbidden from looking at or secretly taking any of our undergarments left out to dry, especially Sister Ruyu's. Who knows what disgusting things you might do if you snuck them away. The same goes for mine and Xiaogua's. Xiaowu, what did you just say? Yen Ruyu nearly fainted from the shock, her face flushing as she glared at Luo Qingwu. Rule 7, you are forbidden from hiding in your room, thinking about Sister Ruyu while engaging in lewd and obscene activities. Tang Xiaogua jumped up, grinning as she added. Xiaogua. Yen Ruyu shrieked, reaching out to pinch Tang Xiaogua's cheeks as she scolded playfully, You little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? Wah, Sister Ruyu, spare me. You're so beautiful, and your boobs are the biggest. I was just warning bodyguard brother so he wouldn't make a mistake if he couldn't resist. Tang Xiaogua pleaded, begging her to stop. Li Futu listened, his heart skipping a beat. He hadn't expected Tang Xiaogua's seventh condition to hit him so squarely. It seemed he really needed to clear his mind of certain unnecessary thoughts. 8th rule, since you're our bodyguard, you're responsible for protecting me, Sister Ruyu, and Xiaogua. If we encounter villains, you must step up. If you can't defeat them, you must alert us so we can escape early, while you delay the enemy. Luo Qingwu continued. What if I get crippled? Li Futu couldn't help but ask. That's your problem. Luo Qingwu curled her lip. Rule 9, besides protecting us, you must master other skills to provide timely assistance when needed. Tonight's race was decent, barely passing. Luo Qingwu added. Li Futu's heart churned with bitterness. What the hell? Is this even hiring a bodyguard? It's like recruiting a superhuman. Rule 10, you must unconditionally comply with all 9 conditions above without objection. We reserve the right to expand these terms and add new stipulations as circumstances dictate. Sister Ruyu, Xiaogua, do you have anything to add? Luo Qingwu inquired. The two women shook their heads repeatedly, their eyes brimming with sympathy. They felt sorry for Li Futu. All these conditions combined were so harsh they made you want to give up on life. Therefore, even if they had more conditions to add, they felt too embarrassed to voice them. Let's finalize it for now. Congratulations on becoming a member of Rose Manor. We haven't eaten yet and are starving. Go to the kitchen and prepare our meal unless you wish to watch your employer starve to death, Luo Qingwu stated. Li Futu stared blankly. Was this how you bullied people? What kind of bodyguard is this? Might as well just call it a male housekeeper. Chapter 027, Wars of the Past. At midnight, urged by Yen Ruyu, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua both went upstairs to rest. Good night, bodyguard brother. Your cooking was delicious, hee hee. Oh, and you're not allowed to sneak into my room in the middle of the night, okay? I won't tell you, it's the second room on the right on the second floor. Tang Xiaogua turned around as she climbed the stairs, grinning at Li Futu. Tang Xiaogua, you little brat. Seriously, that's my room, okay? Stop running. Freeze right there, or I'll give you a taste of my wrath tonight. Luo Qinggu yelled. But Tang Xiaoguo was already scampering up the stairs with a grin, and Luo Qinggu gave chase. Yan Ruyu watched the two girls with a wry smile and a shake of her head. Then, her beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at Li Futu and said, "You two should get some rest. I'm heading upstairs first." "Good night," Li Futu replied with a smile. Yan Ruyu said nothing more, her delicate steps carrying her up the stairs. A hint of puzzlement lingered in her mind. Had she not tasted it herself, she would never have imagined this seemingly carefree fellow possessed such exceptional culinary skills. Li Futu watched Yan Ruyu's gracefully curved silhouette as she ascended the stairs. It was truly a sight to behold. Those naturally formed curves were nothing short of perfect. Even the simple act of walking up the stairs radiated an enchanting charm, utterly captivating. All the beauties in the apartment went upstairs to rest, and Li Futu also entered his own room. The continuous train rides, coupled with tonight's high-speed chase, had left him thoroughly exhausted. He planned to take a shower and crash. After a refreshing shower, Li Futu suddenly felt as if all his fatigue had been washed away. He no longer felt so tired. Returning to his room, he lit a cigarette and opened his computer, intending to browse the web before sleeping. After booting up and connecting to the internet, he casually browsed some current news but found it rather dull. He considered watching some exciting movies before bed. But after scouring every folder on his hard drive, he found not a single one. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Finally, Li Futu opened an extremely private email account. A new email awaited him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Few knew of this account, only those in the dark underworld. Li Futu clicked open the email. Its contents were just a few brief lines. "Dear Butcher, have you vanished? It's been over half a year since I heard from you. If you see this email, can you reply? I miss you. When can you come find me? You always say you'll come, but it's just a lie. I'm waiting for you." The message was unmistakably suggestive and provocative, accompanied by a photograph. The photo depicted a Western woman, young, stunningly beautiful, sexy, and fiery. She wore an extremely provocative lingerie set. Beneath her curly golden hair was a face of captivating beauty. Her delicate tongue lightly traced her luscious red lips, her pose utterly mesmerizing. What truly set hearts racing was her figure, sexy and fiery to the extreme. Her devilishly curvaceous body paired with golden wheat skin showcased the boundless allure of a Western bombshell. "Annabelle, you're still the same as ever. But I've made up my mind. I will never involve myself in the dark world again." A bitter smile touched Li Futu's lips. The stunning Western beauty in the photograph was Annabelle, a master of intelligence within the dark underworld. By chance, Li Futu had once rescued her from an ambush by the Western Hells Angels organization, and they had become acquainted. Since then, Li Futu had frequently obtained crucial intelligence from her. But all that was now a distant memory. Resolved to withdraw from the dark world's conflicts, he closed the page without replying to the email from this stunningly sexy Western woman. "Lazy, Xiao Quang, Iron Hammer, how are you guys holding up? Big brother is sorry I couldn't protect Xiao Meng," Li Futu murmured to himself. Recalling his days in the underworld stirred something within him. Perhaps a memory surfaced, for a profound sorrow and nostalgia flickered in his eyes, tinged with a deep sense of self-reproach and guilt. This Li Futu bore no resemblance to his usual carefree, devil-may-care self. In this moment, he appeared profoundly weathered and profoundly deep. The sorrow and self-reproach in his eyes were impossible to conceal, pouring forth as if he harbored profound, buried memories deep within his heart. "Big brother, watch out! Snipers!" In a daze, Li Futu seemed to hear that unforgettable cry echoing in his ears once more, a plea that would forever haunt his heart. Instantly, a young, agile figure lunged toward him, knocking him flat to the ground. Simultaneously, bang! The crack of a sniper rifle echoed. The 127mm sniper bullet pierced straight through the bulletproof vest, tearing clean through his brother's entire body. Finally, the bullet tore through his own vest, leaving an indelible scar on his right chest. Memories flooded his mind. Li Futu's blood boiled instantly. The bullet scar on his right chest felt unbearably scorching. Clutching his chest, he murmured, "Xiao Meng, why were you so foolish? Why did you dive in? Why did you save me? Didn't you say your fiancée was already pregnant, waiting for you to return and marry her? Didn't you promise we'd all gather for your wedding banquet and drink for 7 days and nights? Why did you throw yourself in front of me? Why?" At that moment, Li Futu's fists clenched tightly. His eyes burned with grief and sharpness, a violent, murderous intent surging within him. An invisible, bloodthirsty aura erupted from his very being. Any martial arts expert witnessing this scene would surely be stunned by the overwhelming intensity of that killing intent. Driven by the explosive surge of grief and anger within him, Li Futu, desperate for release, abruptly stood up and slammed his fist hard against the wall of the room. Bam! The deafening sound echoed as plaster flaked from the wall. His fist remained tightly clenched against the surface, bulging veins now visible on his thick arm as a primal, explosive force simmered beneath the surface. Li Futu would never forget the moment his brother Meng Jianxiong threw himself to save him. It happened in the Amazon rainforest of South America, where he and his 4 brothers had been ambushed by a mercenary legion. A sniper suddenly opened fire. Meng Jianxiong reacted instantly, throwing himself at the attacker and using his own body to shield Li Futu from the deadly shot. Meng Jianxiong's death plunged Li Futu into a bloodthirsty frenzy. He immediately led his 3 remaining brothers to annihilate the Snow Wolf mercenary force deep within the rainforest. Over the next 3 days, Li Futu leveraged Annabelle, a master intelligence operative in the underworld, to pinpoint the Snow Wolf mercenary group's base. To spare his comrades, he ventured alone into their lair. Over 3 days of fierce combat, he moved like a phantom, single-handedly taking on the entire Snow Wolf mercenary force. With his exceptional skills and extensive guerrilla warfare experience, he dismantled the entire unit, eliminating 48 mercenaries. Finally, he captured the Snow Wolf mercenary legion's leader, Snow Wolf, himself. He then spent 7 full days and nights torturing Snow Wolf to death by slow dismemberment. Cut by cut, a total of 2,898 slashes drained every last drop of blood from Snow Wolf's body. He then skinned the entire man alive, hanging both the flayed hide and the corpse from the gate tower at the entrance to a small town once occupied by the Snow Wolf mercenary legion. In this manner, he honored the brothers who would rest eternally beneath the earth. Consumed by guilt, he withdrew from the conflicts of the dark world and instructed his 3 remaining brothers to return home swiftly. However, Lei Zi, Xiao Kuang, and Tai Chui, consumed by grief and rage over Meng Jianxiong's death, continued their battles in the underworld. Some joined mercenary legions, others took on private contracts. Regardless, they would eventually return a promise they had all made. Li Futu's battle against the Snow Wolf mercenary legion had naturally sent shockwaves throughout the entire underworld, cementing his moniker the Butcher as a notorious name. Yet after that clash, he vanished without a trace. Even when he later took on missions arranged by the old man, he executed them silently, without stirring the entire dark world. Having distanced himself from the underworld for over half a year, Li Futu remained unaware of the turbulent currents now churning beneath its surface. Legends about him were spreading like wildfire among the major factions. It could be said that Li Futu was the most formidable and terrifying power to emerge in the underworld over the past 3 years. Whether confronting the Ghost Organization, challenging the Western Mafia, annihilating the Snow Wolf mercenary legion, or eliminating Shadow, the 5th-ranked assassin of the world's largest assassin organization, the Templar Assassin Alliance, all these feats had cemented Li Futu's reputation as the Butcher. Indeed, many factions within the underworld have already ranked Li Futu's individual combat prowess among the top 10 strongest figures in the dark world. With such a formidable reputation, challengers seeking to test Li Futu's mettle are plentiful, and those aiming to claim his head are even more numerous. Li Futu was naturally aware of all this, but he didn't care. He didn't believe they could find him, and even if they somehow stumbled upon him, he wouldn't mind reverting to his former butcher's ways. His sole desire now was to live an ordinary life, not just for himself, but for the sake of Xiao Meng, who had sacrificed herself for him. Only by living well himself could he care for Xiao Meng's elderly parents, who had lost their child, and look after his fiancée, the woman who had never abandoned him and had even borne him the Meng family's bloodline. Gradually, the turbulent emotions churning within Li Futu began to settle. Finally, he drew a deep breath, shut down his computer, and lay down on the bed. Li Futu yearned for a quiet, stable life. But was that truly possible? Chapter 028, He's Getting Tough with You? The next morning, Li Futu rose early. After getting up, he went through his usual routine of physical exercise, practicing a set of boxing techniques in the front yard of the apartment. This was essential for maintaining fluid movements and mastering his martial arts skills. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Li Futu returned to the villa's living room. Seeing the 3 beauties still asleep, he headed to the bathroom for a shower. After his shower, he found the 3 beauties upstairs still utterly silent. It seemed others were right when they said beauties sleep their way to perfection. Had he known this, he wouldn't have gotten up so early. He might as well have enjoyed a rare lie-in. He had even hoped to impress the beauties in the villa with his early to bed, early to rise habits, only to see his efforts go down the drain. Having just woken up and exercised, his stomach was naturally empty. Li Futu walked into the kitchen and saw plenty of vegetables and fresh meat in the refrigerator. He chopped the celery and lean meat from the fridge and began cooking porridge. When you're out in the world, the most basic rule of survival is to know how to take care of yourself. Not everyone in this world is your mother, so if you don't work to provide for yourself, no one will serve you a meal. Li Futu understood this truth all too well. Back when he was on diplomatic missions, traversing the Death Desert, the haunted swamps, and the tropical rainforests, he would have starved to death long ago without the ability to fend for himself. Yet it was precisely these experiences, combined with his time in the mountain village serving that incredibly lazy, parasitic old man, that honed his culinary skills. Take the tropical rainforest, for instance. Carrying only a packet of salt and chili powder, he would roast game rabbits, pheasants, or even wild boars into absolute delicacies. The facilities in wealthy households were truly impressive. The kitchen was filled with modern appliances, luxurious indeed, providing Li Futu with the perfect stage to showcase his skills. Half an hour later, a steaming pot of celery and lean pork congee was ready, its aroma wafting through the air, an irresistible scent of savory porridge. Lifutu couldn't help but salivate at the sight. He carried the pot outside, ready to savor today's delicious breakfast. But then, what a wonderful aroma! Could it be Sister Ryu has risen to cook congee? Yet this scent seemed slightly different from hers. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell as a graceful figure descended, none other than Luo Qingwu. She had clearly just awakened, her eyes still heavy with sleep. A hint of languid charm graced her exquisitely ethereal face, lending her an utterly captivating allure. Though still young, she radiated an undeniable allure at that moment. At least, Lifutu found himself completely transfixed as Luo Qingwu approached. "Ha! It's you?" Luo Qingwu approached and couldn't help but utter a surprised exclamation upon seeing Lifutu. Captivated by the wafting aroma of the savory congee, she inquired, "Did you cook this?" Lifutu nodded blankly. "Wonderful. I'm starving. Looks like you're quite the competent bodyguard knowing to cook porridge in the morning." Luo Qingwu's mood instantly brightened. Lifutu's face darkened. He hadn't deliberately cooked porridge for the beauties in the villa, though this large pot was indeed intended for the 3 ladies residing there. Lifutu's attention was clearly elsewhere. He stared at Luo Qingwu in slight bewilderment, a thought flashing through his mind, what's going on here? Could it be that a scandalous story about an employer seducing her male bodyguard was unfolding this early in the morning? Or was Luo Qingwu just overly open-minded, not caring about his presence at all and coming down dressed like this first thing? Before him, Luo Qingwu wore a pale pink nightgown as sheer as gauze. Being summer, girls' nightgowns were typically thin as moth wings, and hers was particularly translucent. Consequently, Lifutu could clearly see the faint outlines beneath the semi-transparent nightgown. Her slender, graceful waist was faintly visible, and the skin revealed beneath was snow-white and jade-like, as if carved from the finest white jade, exuding both beauty and a striking visual impact. Lifutu's breathing instantly quickened. He began to wonder if Luo Qingwu was deliberately tempting him. Was she deliberately testing his willpower? Or was this some subtle hint? If so, should he respond to the challenge? "What are you looking at?" Luo Qingwu sensed something unusual in Lifutu's gaze and couldn't help but ask. "Oh, and nothing." Lifutu blurted out, quickly averting his gaze from Luo Qingwu. Though she was incredibly alluring at that moment, he wouldn't risk long-term consequences for such a petty gain. Xiaowu, are you sure you don't need to wash your face before eating the porridge?" Lifutu asked. "I already did. What are you dithering about? Go get the bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Are you stingy about letting me eat the porridge you cooked?" Luo Qingwu said indignantly. "That's not what I meant. It's just..." Lifutu trailed off, unable to resist glancing down at Luo Qingwu. "Pink. Xiaowu, you know not every man in this world has eyes as fixed as mine. So are you sure you don't need to change clothes before coming down for porridge? Of course, if you prefer it this way, that's fine too." Lifutu spoke up. He decided to give Luo Qingwu a gentle nudge, curious to see her reaction. If she really intended to come down dressed like this, well, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought. "What's wrong with you? Change clothes?" Luo Qingwu muttered, glancing down at herself. In an instant, she froze solid in place. A thunderclap echoed in her mind, leaving her utterly petrified. "Ah!" Snapping back to reality, Luo Qingwu shrieked, her hands flying up to shield her chest. Furious, she yelled at Lifutu, "You bastard! You shameless pervert! You can't look! Turn around! I won't forgive you!" With a shrill scream, Luo Qingwu bolted straight upstairs. "Slow down, your nightgown's flapping out behind you." "Ha! It's got cartoon prints on it. How adorable!" Lifutu's well-meaning reminder echoed from behind. Luo Qingwu nearly killed him with her glare. She felt so wrong she could cry. She hadn't realized she'd come downstairs wearing a nightgown that might as well have been transparent, and now the one person she despised most had seen her. How could she bear this? Truthfully, Luo Qingwu had long grown accustomed to wandering around the apartment in such attire. Back at the villa, it had only been her, Yan Ruyu, and Tang Xiaoguo, all women. Walking about in a semi-transparent nightgown, or even completely naked, had never been an issue. But Lifutu had moved into Ro's apartment yesterday. This morning, following her old habit, Luo Qingwu descended the stairs in that semi-transparent nightgown, completely unaware of any impropriety. It wasn't until Lifutu gently pointed it out that she snapped back to reality, instantly feeling so embarrassed she wanted to sink through the floor. At the same time, she despised Lifutu with every fiber of her being. She was convinced he'd done it on purpose, waiting until he'd seen everything he wanted to see before saying anything. How shameless! How despicable! Luo Qingwu's shrill scream jolted Yan Ruyu and Tang Xiaoguo awake. They emerged from their room, puzzled looks on their faces. Sis Luo must be having another nightmare. Tang Xiaoguo rubbed her eyes with her delicate little hands and muttered. Yan Ruyu approached Luo Qingwu's door, knocked, and called out, "Xiaowu, what's wrong?" Why are you screaming so early in the morning? I can't go on living. It's so infuriating. That damned Li Futu, he's a bastard. He's utterly shameless. I'll kill him. Luo Qingwu's indignant voice echoed from inside the room. Li Futu? Bastard? Shameless? Yan Ruyu froze, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Xiao Wu, open the door first. What's going on? What did Li Futu do? Did he offend you? Tang Xiaogua, now wide awake, rushed to Luo Qingwu's door and blurted out, Sis Luo, why are you yelling at the bodyguard? Did you dream he molested you last night? Tang Xiaogua, why don't you just die? That bastard, he molested me. Luo Qingwu blurted out, her voice brimming with hurt. What? Yan Ruyu froze, a flicker of annoyance crossing her beautiful face. Oh no, oh no. Last night I said my room was the second one on the right on the second floor. Could bodyguard brother have really come up last night? Sister Luo, did bodyguard brother force himself on you? Tang Xiaogua asked, brimming with curiosity. Yan Ruyu snorted angrily, her face already icy as she strode downstairs. Chapter 029, So Unfair. Yan Ruyu's stunningly beautiful face was now veiled in ice as she descended the stairs in quick strides. At the bottom, she saw Li Futu sitting cross-legged at the dining table, relishing his hot porridge. Yan Ruyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. How dare this man have the leisure to eat porridge? Li Futu, explain yourself. Yan Ruyu demanded. What did you do to Xiao Wu? Li Futu was just finishing a spoonful of hot porridge when he heard Yan Ruyu's words. He replied with confusion, Xiao Wu? I didn't do anything to her. Oh, right, I made some hot porridge. Come have some. I think it tastes pretty good. Li Futu, stop dodging the issue. What exactly did you do to Xiao Wu? Why is she locked in her room? And why is she accusing you of assaulting her? Yan Ruyu's beautiful face was icy, her piercing eyes fixed on Li Futu. Li Futu was utterly baffled. Xiao Wu accused him of assaulting her? What kind of joke was this? With his steadfast self-control, how could he possibly have assaulted her? Besides, Luo Qingwu was his employer. The pinnacle of being a bodyguard was waiting for a young, beautiful female employer to make a move. How could he possibly make a move on her? There must be a huge misunderstanding here. Therefore, Li Futu straightened his posture and declared solemnly, Ruyu, you must have misunderstood. I did not molest Xiao Wu. You may doubt my character, but surely you can't question Uncle Luo's judgment? Do you really think Uncle Luo would bring home someone with ulterior motives and ill intentions for his own daughter? Yan Ruyu froze. Hearing Luo Qingwu's screams and shouts from the room earlier had overwhelmed her rationality. Without pausing to analyze or think deeply, she had stormed downstairs in a rage to confront Li Futu. Hearing Li Futu's explanation now, she realized her own actions had been rash, made without fully understanding the situation. This was completely contrary to her usual demeanor in the past. She would never have acted so impulsively. Yet with Li Futu, inexplicably, she found herself consumed by fury. A thread of personal grievance seemed woven into her reaction. Thus, upon hearing Luo Qingwu accuse Li Futu of indecent assault, Yan Ruyu jumped to conclusions, convinced he had committed an act that would make heaven and earth cry out in outrage. That's just your side of the story. Then explain why Xiao Wu would suddenly claim you assaulted her. Yan Ruyu steadied herself slightly before asking skeptically. Li Futu froze, then pondered for a moment, roughly piecing together the sequence of events. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, thinking to himself how utterly unfair this was. Seeing Li Futu at a loss for words, Yan Ruyu became even more convinced of her suspicions. She was certain this bastard must have done something shameful, which only fueled her anger further. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase as Tang Xiaogua descended. Sniffing the air as she approached, her beautiful, rosy oval face lit up with delight. Wow, it smells like porridge, she exclaimed. Who made it? I want some too. With that, she dashed straight to the dining table, her body swaying seductively as she ran, drawing admiring glances. Bodyguard brother, did you cook this porridge? It smells so good. I'm starving. Tang Xiaogua exclaimed as she approached. Li Futu smiled and replied, yes, I did cook it. Yay! Bodyguard brother is so kind. I'm going to eat now. Sister Ruyu, aren't you going to eat? Tang Xiaogua asked. This Xiaogui is nothing but a traitor. Yan Ruyu felt a surge of anger. She shot Tang Xiaogua a disapproving glare, thinking, doesn't this girl know that Xiao Wu was molested by this jerk? And now she wants to eat porridge cooked by this jerk? She's clearly a traitor. Xiaogua, don't eat it yet. I'll take you guys out for breakfast once you're hungry. That guy assaulted Xiao Wu, and you still want to eat his porridge? Yan Ruyu said irritably. Ah, Sister Ruyu, the bodyguard brother didn't molest Sister Luo Luo. Earlier, when Sister Luo Luo opened the door, I went in to ask. Turns out Sister Luo Luo came downstairs this morning wearing a very revealing nightgown, and brother bodyguard saw it, Tang Xiaogua began. Then, her beautiful, sparkling eyes flicked toward Li Futu as she continued, Sister Luo Luo said brother bodyguard didn't warn her right away. He waited quite a while before saying anything. Then Sister Luo thinks brother bodyguard did it on purpose. What? That's how it happened? Yen Ruyu froze, unable to hold back her question. Tang Xiaoguai nodded earnestly. Yes. Sister Ruyu, you can go ask Sister Luo yourself. Yen Ruyu's flawlessly beautiful face froze in shock. She clenched her teeth. If that was truly how it happened, then Li Futu couldn't be blamed at all. Compared to Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua, she was naturally much more mature. She knew such incidents were at most misunderstandings and had nothing to do with indecent assault. Recalling how fiercely she'd confronted Li Futu moments ago, her cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of regret stirred within her. She glanced at Li Futu, considering whether to offer an apology. Yet, she noticed his gaze fixed on her, calm and unhurried. Her expression froze. It suddenly dawned on her that she had rushed downstairs wearing nothing but a nightgown. While it wasn't see-through, it was a V-neck style. That bastard. Yen Ruyu muttered angrily to herself before turning and heading back upstairs. Li Futu tore his gaze away from Yen Ruyu's captivating silhouette and turned to Tang Xiaogua. His jaw dropped. The little girl had already slurped down a bowl of kanji and was now scooping out a second. Xiaogua, slow down. It's hot. No one's rushing you. Li Futu cautioned, worried she might choke. Sister Luo will definitely come down and fight me for it later. I need to eat my fill first so I have the strength to compete with her, Tang Xiaogua declared. Li Futu was speechless. It seemed these two little beauties in Ro's apartment were truly a source of both laughter and exasperation. Just as Tang Xiaogua was halfway through her second bowl, Luo Qinggu descended the stairs. She de-changed into a cool, sexy tank top paired with faded denim shorts. Spotting Xiaogua enjoying her meal at the table, she couldn't help but ask, Xiaogua, what are you eating? Porridge. The bodyguard brother made celery and lean pork kanji, Tang Xiaogua replied. You traitor! How could you eat something made by our common enemy? Luo Qinggu said indignantly. But it's really delicious. It's different from what Sister Ruyu makes so fragrant, Tang Xiaogua pouted. Really? Luo Qinggu inquired. Tang Xiaogua nodded vigorously, spooning several mouthfuls of porridge into her own delicate, soft cherry lips as she spoke. Fine then. To prove whether you're telling the truth or not, this lady will take a taste, declared Luo Qinggu, dashing over to scoop herself a bowl of kanji. 5 minutes later. Luo, didn't you say you'd just take a bite? How come you finished the whole bowl so fast? You're so clueless. Of course I finished it, I was tasting it spoonful by spoonful. Then why did you get a second bowl? You. Humph. The first rule of dealing with enemies is to turn their advantages into our own, and seize their possessions as our own. We'll finish the porridge ourselves, leaving none for him, starve him to death. Luo Qinggu snapped, her dazzling eyes like black gems glaring at Li Futu. Li Futu nearly toppled over. How had he become the common enemy of all three beauties in this villa? Truly a bolt from the blue one he couldn't even dodge. Sis Luo, should we save some for Sis Ruyu? Oh, right. But there's still plenty left. Oh, then I'll have another bowl. You little glutton, you'll turn into a pig someday. You've already had 4 bowls. Sister Luo, you're no better. All you do is pick on me. Amidst Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua's playful banter, both ate until their bellies were round and full to bursting. So full. Finally, Tang Xiaogua patted her belly, but before she could finish speaking, she let out a loud burp. Haha, Xiaogua, can't you have some ambition? Eating until you burp? That's so embarrassing. Luo Qinggu was mid-sentence when she suddenly let out a series of loud burps. Ahem. Li Futu struggled to suppress his laughter, but feeling it was inappropriate, he could only vent his amusement with a series of dry coughs. Luo Qinggu's lovely, delicate face flushed crimson instantly, her embarrassment and anger mounting. Hearing Li Futu's dry coughs, she shot him a murderous glare, her eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 030, Covert Surveillance. Luo Qinggu finally understood the meaning of the pot calling the kettle black. Just moments ago, she had been mocking Tang Xiaogua's embarrassing belching, only to find herself belching repeatedly the very next second. This in itself was nothing unusual, a common physiological reaction. What Luo Qinggu couldn't tolerate was that Li Futu was actually laughing. Luo Qinggu's face turned cold as she declared, per yesterday's agreement, I'm adding one more condition now. Xiaogua, how many conditions did we discuss yesterday? I think it was the 10th. The 11th condition, Li Futu, listen carefully, no matter what we do, you are forbidden to mock us. Otherwise, severe punishment will follow. Luo Qinggu declared, her gaze fixed on Li Futu. Sis Luo, what kind of punishment is that? Tang Xiaogua asked curiously. I haven't thought that far yet. Suffice it to say, the punishment will be severe, determined based on the actual circumstances. Luo Qinggu declared with solemn gravity. Li Futu couldn't help but grimace. What the hell was this? Damn old man, why did you have to find me such a devilish employer? Always laying down conditions. Sooner or later, I'll be turned into a wooden statue that can't laugh or cry. Humph. Ignoring Li Futu's protest, Luo Qingwu turned to Tang Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo, let's play Honor of Kings. Sure. I'm playing Kaiwenji, you're not allowed to steal her from me. Tang Xiaoguo declared. Why not? Because I heal better than you. Tang Xiaoguo declared with righteous indignation. Luo Qingwu's tone faltered, unable to find a rebuttal. Tap. At that moment, Yan Ruyu descended the stairs. She wore a sleek black business suit, her graceful curves perfectly accentuated by the tailored ensemble. She was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an irresistible charm. A goddess. High heels, subtle makeup, a flawlessly exquisite face, a figure to die for, and an icy demeanor that kept others at arm's length. She radiated the essence of a goddess, reminiscent of those exalted, revered figures from epic mythological films like a snow lotus, pure and ethereal, flawless and untouched, her beauty stirring the soul. Sister Ruyu, are you heading to the office? Luo Qingwu asked as Yan Ruyu descended the stairs. Yan Ruyu nodded. I have some matters at the office that require my personal attention. You two stay home. Don't wander around in this heat. We understand, Sister Ruyu. Oh, we saved some celery and lean pork congee for you. Please have some before you leave, Tang Xiaoguo added. Yan Ruyu paused, her beautiful eyes glancing at Li Futu. She knew that Li Futu had prepared the congee. Ruyu, since you're heading to the office, you should eat something to line your stomach, Li Futu interjected. Sister Ruyu, please have some warm porridge before you go. You have a stomach condition, going out on an empty stomach isn't good for your stomach, Luo Qingwu said. I was in a bit of a hurry, but I suppose I should eat something first. Yan Ruyu, an inherently intelligent, elegant, and poised woman, walked to the dining table, scooped some hot porridge into a bowl, and began eating. Her appetite grew as she ate, and she didn't stop until she'd finished 2 bowls. All done? Li Futu approached, asking with a smile. Yan Ruyu nodded, glanced at Li Futu, clenched her jaw, and murmured softly, Li Futu, I misunderstood you this morning. I hope you don't mind. Not mind? I'm not that generous. But if you ever treat me to a 5-star hotel feast in the future, I certainly wouldn't mind. Li Futu's words were pure opportunism. Yan Ruyu froze, her beautiful eyes flashing a glare at Li Futu. Can't be bothered arguing with you. I'm leaving. Keep an eye on those two. They do whatever strikes their fancy. Don't let them cause any trouble. Li Futu nodded and watched Yan Ruyu depart. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo played games, leaving Li Futu with a rare moment of peace. Around 3 in the afternoon, Luo Qingwu muttered, I'm done playing. This is so boring, just endless killing. Everyone's god tier now. It's no fun. Me neither, Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. Why don't we go outside? Let's play somewhere else, Luo Qingwu suggested. But where should we go? It's so hot outside, we'll sweat. Tang Xiaoguo replied. Sweating would be great. You could use the weight loss anyway, Luo Qingwu replied. She stood up and declared, forget it, I'm going out for a walk. Staying home is so boring. Lolo, let's go out and get some Haagen-Dazs. Tang Xiaoguo leaned in and said. Sure. But you still dare to eat ice cream? Luo Qingwu replied, her beautiful eyes glancing at Tang Xiaoguo's figure. I'm not fat, okay? It's just a little extra here and there. Tang Xiaoguo glanced down and pouted. Whether you're fat or not is none of my business, Luo Qingwu said as she walked toward the villa exit. Come on, let's go get Haagen-Dazs. Tang Xiaoguo nodded and followed behind Luo Qingwu. Hey, Xiaoguo, where are you going? Li Futu saw the two beauties heading out and hurried after them. Bodyguard brother, we're going out for Haagen-Dazs. Want some? Tang Xiaoguo asked. Xiaoguo, could you stop playing favorites? No way am I letting him have any. Besides, one car can't fit all of us, Luo Qingwu retorted. You're going out to buy snacks? I'll come too. Just so you know, I'm not here for the Haagen-Dazs, I'm here to protect you. Li Futu declared. You're already getting into character? Think this is a movie? Like something bad will happen just because we go out to buy snacks? Luo Qingwu shot Li Futu a disapproving look. You're not coming with us. You're so clingy. If you're not annoyed, I sure am. Li Futu chuckled. It can't be helped. Either I come with you, or you're not going anywhere. Luo Qingwu stomped her foot in frustration. Are you trying to boss me around now? I refuse to listen. With that, she strode toward her Ferrari 458. But Li Futu stepped in front of the door, blocking her. You jerk. Get out of my way. No way. Unless I come along too. You're shameless, you're a scoundrel, you're a rogue. If you don't move, I'll bite you. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If you insist on getting so close, I can't help it. After all, you're the employer, I can't resist. I'll just have to take it. Bastard. Luo Qingwu stomped her foot in fury, yet she couldn't do anything about Li Futu. Sis Luo, don't be angry. We still have another car. Just have the bodyguard drive that one. Tang Xiaoguo hurriedly suggested, pointing to the Lamborghini sports car they'd won the night before. Luo Qingwu's anger burned fiercely inside her, her breathing becoming ragged. Fine, you can come along. But you're not riding in my car. You drive that one. Xiaogua, what are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Luo Qingwu ordered. The keys. Li Futa held out his hand. Luo Qingwu shot Li Futa a glare before handing him the keys to the Lamborghini sports car. Roar. With a roar, Luo Qingwu sped off first. Li Futa had barely sat down when Luo Qingwu revved the engine and sped away. Li Futa froze, letting out a bitter chuckle. Could this little minx be trying to ditch him? He quickly started the Lamborghini and gave chase. Meanwhile, outside Ro's apartments, a black Volkswagen slowly pulled away from the wide roadside. Inside, a middle-aged man with piercing eyes watched the two speeding sports cars vanish. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Young Master Lin, Luo Qingwu's car is out. But there's another vehicle following her car, seems to be her bodyguard. Chapter 031, Conspiracy and Revenge. Capital City, Starry Club. This exclusive club served as a gathering place for the capital's influential young elites. In a private tea room within the club, 3 young men sat. The one seated in the center had a pale complexion, rosy lips, and pearly teeth. His slender frame gave off an air of fragility, and his every movement carried a distinctly effeminate grace, hardly befitting a man. He was on the phone when he heard these words. Young Master Lin, Luo Qingwu's car is out. But there's another vehicle following her, seems to be her bodyguard. Finally decided to show up? Don't make any rash moves. Keep a close eye on them for now and wait for my instructions. The young man spoke. The person on the other end acknowledged the order before ending the call. Young Master Lin, has that guy shown up? Asked a young man on the right, radiating an air of extravagance none other than He Xiangdong. Seated on the other side was the dashing and elegant car king, Chen Yang. The young man in the center was Lin Jianlong. From the call he'd just received, he knew Luo Qingwu had driven out, with Li Futa following behind. Luo Qingwu has finally emerged. That kid, being her bodyguard, naturally follows close behind. Lin Jianlong's gaze darkened as he spoke. Young Master Lin, shouldn't we show them a thing or two? That brat is way too arrogant, treating everyone with utter contempt. He Xiangdong spoke coldly, his tone brimming with indignation. I have my own plans. That girl Luo Qingwu sure is stuck up. She barely acknowledges me. With my status, I'm more than her equal, yet she doesn't give me the time of day. Lin Jianlong spoke, ending with a cold laugh. No matter what, I will have her. What I'm thinking about is how to make that guy vanish from the face of the earth. What exactly does young Master Lin mean? Chen Yang asked cautiously. If you're going to play, play big. Young Master Ling taught me, when you do something, either don't do it at all, or do it to the absolute best. Just like dealing with a person, either ignore their existence entirely, or crush them so they never rise again. That's what it means to push someone to the brink of death. Lin Jianlong said coldly, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. He Xiangdong and Chen Yang both paled at his words. They understood the implication perfectly, a chill creeping into their hearts. It was then they recalled Lin Jianlong's notorious nickname among Beijing's elite, the Cobra. Lin Jianlong's treacherous, ruthless, and brutal nature was well known to all. Any opponent he targeted never met a good end. Young Master Lin, are you suggesting we cripple that kid? He Xiangdong couldn't help but ask. Isn't that kid Luo Qingwu's bodyguard? If something happened to her, say, she got kidnapped, wouldn't he have to step in? Kidnappers don't show mercy. A single cold shot could take him out. Lin Jianlong gave a cold laugh and continued, as the daughter of the chairman of the Luo group, there are plenty of people who would want to kidnap Luo Qingwu. Therefore, if a kidnapping were to occur, it would be entirely plausible. In the end, I step in to rescue her, and she owes me a favor. Under these circumstances, if someone from my family approaches Luo Huijun to discuss a marriage alliance, I doubt he would refuse to give face. Young Master Lin, that's a 2 birds with 1 stone scheme. Chen Yang exclaimed in sudden realization. Ha ha. Lin Jianlong let out a savage laugh before snapping his fingers. The door to the tea house swung open, and a burly, imposing man stepped inside. Black Panther, Lin Jianlong's personal bodyguard. Black Panther, make contact with Hua Xiong. Tell him there's a job, see if he dares take it. The price, 3 million. For a life. Lin Jianlong instructed Black Panther. In any city, driving a Ferrari or Lamborghini down the street was sure to turn heads both in admiration and suspicion. Li Futa followed the Ferrari closely, driving ostentatiously down the street and naturally drawing the attention of many drivers and pedestrians. Li Futa was genuinely unaccustomed to such high-profile attention, but it was unavoidable after all. He had become the bodyguard of a wealthy heiress. Wherever his employer went, he had to follow. This young, beautiful, and somewhat spoiled heiress always traveled in luxury cars. Keeping a low profile was simply impossible. Seems he'd have to get used to this kind of attention from now on. Li Futu muttered under his breath, then suddenly saw the red Ferrari ahead turn toward an arcade. Li Futu was speechless. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua had already been out all day, and now they wanted to hit the arcade? Where did they find the energy? Li Futu could only follow suit, parking his car beside Luo Qingwu's red Ferrari. Xiaogua, let's go play some games. Luo Qingwu stepped out of the car and beckoned Tang Xiaogui to follow her inside the arcade. After exchanging tokens at the front desk, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua began playing. They tried everything: whack-a-mole, prize draws, racing games, dance games, basketball tosses, and more. Though Li Futu found it utterly tedious, he had no choice but to tag along. Bodyguard brother, wanna play? I'll give you tokens. Tang Xiaogua noticed Li Futu standing idle and blurted out. Li Futu shook his head and smiled. These are games for kids. What? Are you implying we're children? Luo Qingwu, standing nearby, snapped angrily upon hearing this. Not at all. Sometimes adults can enjoy games meant for children too. Li Futu quickly clarified, truly unwilling to engage in a verbal battle with this willful, spoiled young lady. Humph. How annoying. Luo Qingwu stamped her foot before dragging Tang Xiaogua back to the game. Li Futu waited nearby. After a long while, his bladder was killing him. He addressed Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui, you two keep playing. I'll be right back after using the restroom. Okay, Tang Xiaogui replied. Luo Qingwu didn't answer. After asking a waiter for directions to the restroom, Li Futu headed over. Halfway there, he sensed something was off. All along the way, Luo Qingwu had been trying every trick to shake him off. If he went to the restroom, would Luo Qingwu take the chance to slip away? Having accepted this mission, Li Futu was determined to fulfill his duty. With that thought, he turned back, deciding to postpone his bathroom break for now. In fact, Li Futu's suspicion was correct. The moment he turned away, Luo Qingwu grabbed Tang Xiaogua's hand and said, Xiaogua, let's go. Go? Where? The bodyguard hasn't come out yet. You idiot. We're sneaking out precisely while he's gone. I'm sick of him always hovering around us, it's suffocating. But isn't that dangerous? What could possibly go wrong? We'll just go somewhere else and come back. As she spoke, Luo Qingwu pulled Tang Xiaogua and dashed straight out of the arcade. The moment they dashed outside, they realized night had already fallen. As they headed toward where the sports car was parked, suddenly, whoosh! A black Buick van sped toward them, its blinding headlights directly hitting Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. In that instant, they couldn't help but close their eyes. Squeal! The van slammed on its brakes and came to a halt. The doors flew open, and 4 burly men leaped out, charging swiftly toward Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. Hey, what are you doing? Wha, bodyguard brothers! 2 shrieks pierced the air. At that very moment, Li Futu had just returned to the arcade lobby when he faintly caught the sound of the screams. Li Futu's expression instantly hardened, his eyes blazing with an intimidating cold glare. Without hesitation, he darted toward the exit. Xiaowu! Xiaogua! Li Futu reached the entrance just as the Buick van roared to life and sped away. Chapter 032, High-Speed Pursuit. Whoosh! The black van screeched past. Li Futu was still a step too late. His eyes darkened, shooting out 2 icy glances sharper than blade edges. A murderous intent thick with the scent of blood surged from him. His form shifted, and in an instant he was at the Lamborghini. He yanked open the door and slid inside. The engine roared to life, and the car shot forward like a rocket, accelerating rapidly. This was a one-way street, so the van holding Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua could only race forward along it. Li Futu kept accelerating. The high-performance Lamborghini roared ahead, like a white lightning bolt, overtaking car after car. Li Futu's eyes glinted with a cold, sharp glint. His hands gripped the steering wheel with steady firmness, his angular face now shrouded in an intense aura of murderous intent. Such a killing aura could only be cultivated by those who had walked through battlefields, emerged from piles of corpses, stained their hands with countless bloodshed, and climbed over heaps of white bones, those baptized in blood and fire. It was a presence honed through years of perilous combat, one that could strike terror into the hearts of all who encountered it. Li Futu had already locked onto the aura emanating from the Buick. In the dark underworld, Li Futu was undoubtedly the most formidable hunter. Locking onto a person's aura was no challenge for him. If he couldn't do this, how could he hunt his prey in a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong? Having spent over a day with Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua, Li Futu had already become familiar with the distinct aura emanating from them. Using this to lock onto the aura and track it down was no difficult task. What puzzled Li Futu was who exactly had abducted Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. What was their motive? These questions could only be answered by intercepting the kidnappers who had taken Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. Li Futu drove at breakneck speed, flooring the accelerator. The sports car roared forward, maintaining a minimum of 120 miles per hour even through dense traffic. As he raced forward at breakneck speed, Li Futu sensed the aura he had locked onto and caught a faint glimpse of the black Buick minivan ahead. In that instant, a bone-chilling intent to kill locked onto the Buick. Amidst the surging traffic ahead, the black van merged onto the elevated highway and sped along it toward the expressway. Behind the wheel sat a burly man with a rugged, muscular build. His body was solid as iron, radiating a powerful, imposing presence. Seated in the passenger seat, however, was a man with a long, horse-like face and an extremely sinister gaze. In his mid-30s, his dark eyes flickered with a menacing glint, radiating a palpable aura of danger. One glance revealed him to be a hardened veteran who had spent years walking the razor's edge. A terrifying knife scar was permanently etched across his right cheek, stretching from his brow bone down to the corner of his mouth. This grotesque wound only amplified his sinister aura. Behind him sat 4 burly men clad in black, each wearing a menacing expression that made them look like demons incarnate. Beyond them, 2 girls sat with their hands bound, a gleaming long blade held across their chests, leaving them frozen in terror, unable to move an inch. These 2 girls were none other than Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua. At this moment, their fair faces, some beautiful, some delicate, were etched with extreme terror. Their large, lovely eyes were wide with fear, their breaths coming in rapid gasps, clearly terrified beyond measure. Only now, after being forced into the van, did Luo Qingwu begin to comprehend her situation. Her eyes darted around the confined space. She saw the long knife gleaming with a cold, menacing glint before her, and the 6 men inside the van, each looking like a demon incarnate. A wave of terror washed over her as she realized she had been kidnapped. Kidnapped? Wasn't this something only seen in movies? How had she ended up experiencing it in real life? Tang Xiaohua was also terrified. Her delicate oval face had turned deathly pale. She bit her teeth tightly, her right hand gripping Luo Qingwu's arm. She too knew they'd been kidnapped by criminals, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Who are you? Why are you taking us? This is illegal. Luo Qingwu gritted her teeth, finally mustering the courage to speak. Being a few months older than Tang Xiaohua, she felt she should remain calm in this situation and asked the question. Chick, don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. The man with the scar on his face in the passenger seat spoke up. Sis Luo, I'm so scared, Tang Xiaohua finally blurted out, tears welling in her eyes. She was a girl who'd never known hardship, pure and kind-hearted, perhaps a bit mischievous at times. She'd never seen the cruel side of this world before, and now, held at knife point by these men who looked like demons, she was scared to the point of tears. Don't be afraid, little sister. You're so pretty, we'd be lucky to have you. A man seated behind chuckled. Yeah, a pretty little thing like you is a rare find. That delicate little face of yours looks absolutely delicious, added another man, his voice dripping with menace as he held his knife across Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua. At that moment, the scarred man turned his head and ordered, keep a close eye on them. All of you, behave yourselves and don't cause trouble. We have orders from above. If anything goes wrong, I'll die just like you. Got it? Yes, Brother Lu. The 4 men seated behind him, each looking like a fierce demon, responded in unison. You'd better let us go. Otherwise, you'll regret it. I have a bodyguard. He's incredibly powerful. Luo Qingwu spoke again. In this perilous situation, she suddenly remembered she had a bodyguard. Oh right. Will bodyguard brother come save us? Tang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The thought of Li Futu kindled a spark of hope in her heart. He will come. Luo Qingwu clenched her teeth and declared. Luo Qingwu's emotions were incredibly complex right now. Normally, she couldn't wait for that pest Li Futu to stay far away from her. Yet now, after being kidnapped, she desperately wished he'd appear before her like a divine soldier sent from the heavens. It was a truly contradictory feeling. Bodyguard? Oh, you mean that kid trailing you lot? The scarred man eyed Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua. Then, he let out a sinister chuckle, his words drawn out with chilling precision. Too bad that kid probably won't see tomorrow's sun. Ha. The scarred man's grin twisted his right cheek, the scar twitching with his sinister smile. It looked like a giant earthworm writhing across his face, disgusting and terrifying. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua stared at the scarred man before them. Though fear stirred within them, it was overshadowed by a profound sense of revulsion. Luo Qingwu spat with fury. What are you laughing at? You're ugly enough, yet you still show your face in public. If I were you, I'd have smashed my head against a wall long ago. The bodyguard my dad hired isn't some useless bum, he'll definitely get us out of here. Yeah, so ugly. So disgusting. I hate earthworms the most, just looking at you makes me want to puke. Tang Xiaohua chimed in. A flicker of anger flashed across the scarred man's face. Just as a bald man dreads being called bald, he loathed anyone mentioning the ugly scar on his face. He glared coldly at Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua's smooth, jade-like faces. If not for specific orders from above, he would have already carved identical scars across their faces. Check if that kid followed us. If he did, send word to Team 2, send that brat to hell. The scarred man spat the words, his eyes flashing with a cold, menacing glint. A surge of savage killing intent erupted from his body. Chapter 033, Danger Approaches. Boom! A roaring explosion echoed as Li Futu accelerated his car onto the elevated highway, continuing his pursuit of the minivan ahead. Suddenly, whoosh! A large truck on the right abruptly swerved its wheel, sending the entire vehicle barreling toward Li Futu's car. Simultaneously, a Land Rover SUV on the left surged forward, cutting off the Lamborghini's path and charging straight toward it. Inside the Lamborghini, Lefutu's eyes darkened instantly. He could feel the intense killing intent sweeping toward him, like a tidal wave about to engulf him. Sandwiched between a large truck on the left and a Land Rover on the right, the outcome of continuing forward was clear: extremely dangerous. His eyes turned cold as he slammed on the brakes. Squeal! A shrill screech filled the air. The truck and Land Rover ahead continued forward, only slamming on their brakes when they saw Lefutu brake. Suddenly, crash! A black sedan behind them surged forward at high speed, slamming directly into Lefutu's vehicle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The window of the black sedan behind them slid open. A silenced pistol emerged, and a slender hand pulled the trigger twice. 2 bullets shot out in rapid succession. The rear window of the Lamborghini shattered instantly, while the rapid gunfire continued unabated. The large truck ahead adjusted its position and reversed directly toward the Lamborghini, using its rear cargo compartment to ram and crush the sports car. The rear window of the Land Rover SUV opened. A man leaning out, gun in hand, unleashed a relentless barrage of fire toward the Lamborghini. At this moment, Lefutu's Lamborghini was trapped between 2 forces, completely surrounded. Sizzling bullets rained down relentlessly, shattering both the front and rear windshields while leaving a horrifying trail of bullet holes across the car's body. Whoosh! The Lamborghini's high beams suddenly flashed on. The blinding light stabbed the eyes of a gunman inside the Land Rover ahead. He instinctively blinked. When he opened his eyes again and looked forward, he saw the Lamborghini roar like a beast, charging forward at breakneck speed. Boom! In an instant, the Lamborghini slammed into the rear of the truck. Its entire body flipped upward, the front end completely destroyed. The immense impact caused the truck to roll over onto its side. Thud! The entire truck crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. This left the gunman in the black sedan behind and the Land Rover ahead staring in stunned disbelief. Where was the target? Had the target really been foolish enough to drive straight into the wreckage and perish? A gunman leaning slightly out of the Land Rover's window flashed a look of confusion in his eyes. Clutching a pistol, a savage killing intent radiated from his body. Suddenly, the gunman's expression shifted sharply. An inexplicable sense of extreme danger gripped him. His gaze darted around, scanning the surroundings, when suddenly, bang! A hand shot out of the darkness, grabbing the gunman's right arm and slamming it hard against the window. A sharp, bone-crunching sound echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, another hand shot forward like a ghostly apparition. Before the gunman could react, a powerful grip clamped down on his throat. With explosive force, the arm twisted violently. Snap! A faint yet chilling sound echoed as the gunman's head slumped forward. The burly driver up front sensed something was wrong, but before he could react, bang! A massive fist smashed through the driver's side window, its momentum unabated as it slammed squarely into the driver's face. Blood spattered everywhere. The man didn't even have time to groan before slumping face first onto the floor, leaving it unclear whether he was dead or merely unconscious. Immediately afterward, the door swung open. Both the unconscious driver and the man in the back seat were flung out onto the road. The Land Rover roared to life. Whoosh! 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 Gunshots rang out, but the Land Rover was already speeding away with a roar. Seated inside the Land Rover was Lefutu. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his angular face as steady as a mountain. It was he who had just struck suddenly, eliminating both opponents inside the Land Rover and seizing the vehicle. In truth, the moment the Lamborghini's high beams flashed, he had already leaped from the sports car. The Lamborghini, propelled by its high-speed momentum, crashed into the truck. After tumbling to the ground, Lefutu moved with ghostly speed, instantly slipping beside the Land Rover ahead. His opponent's attention was entirely focused on the Lamborghini, leaving them completely unaware of Lefutu's movements. On the elevated highway, a large truck lay overturned on its side, a $1 million sports car was wrecked beyond recognition, and 2 bodies lay motionless on the pavement, a scene that would make anyone's heart tremble. As the black sedan prepared to accelerate in pursuit, a man in the passenger seat spoke coldly, "Stop chasing them. Phase 1 has failed. Take those 2 bodies and get out of here fast. Law enforcement will be here soon, and that will spell trouble." Lefutu steadily increased his speed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Judging by this chain of events, it was clearly a premeditated operation. The ambush on the overpass targeted him specifically. They intended to kill him. Who would want him dead from the very start? He truly had no idea who his enemies might be in the capital. Dwelling on it now was pointless. The most critical task was rescuing Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua. Lefutu sped along at high velocity, quickly exiting the highway. Ahead, a narrow road stretched toward a dense forest in the outskirts. After driving to this spot, Lefutu slammed on the brakes, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp glint. He sensed a familiar aura, the very one he had locked onto earlier from that Buick minivan. That meant the Buick minivan was nearby, perhaps even hidden within that dense forest. Without hesitation, Lefutu halted the vehicle. His form shifted, and he silently crept forward. At that moment, he resembled a specter, or more accurately, a bloodthirsty demon walking among mortals. Spike, have you reached the second team yet? What's the status of their operation? Is that kid dead? Brother Lou, I'm trying to reach them, but no one's picking up. If they do, I'll ask. What? Escaped? And 2 men are dead? Deep within the dense forest, a burly man answered the call, his voice filled with utter shock. Finally, he hung up and turned to a man with a scar on his face, his eyes filled with unease and terror. Brother Lou, the second team's operation failed. We lost 2 men. That kid got away. What did you say? The operation failed? That kid escaped? The scarred man standing before him flashed a cold glint in his eyes. A savage aura radiated from his body as his dark gaze turned blood red, as if he were about to kill. His face twisted into an unexpected, ferocious expression, utterly terrifying. Chapter 034, Murderous Intent Revealed. This was a desolate, dense forest on the outskirts of town, overgrown with weeds and lush with trees. In the dead of night, it was pitch black, and with the dim starlight, it felt especially dark and gloomy. Yet on the narrow path at the forest's edge, a black minivan stood parked. Its headlights were on, casting beams into the dense woods ahead and illuminating a small patch of ground. Within the faintly illuminated area of the forest stood 6 men with grim expressions and eyes gleaming with malice. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a long, horse-like face. A terrifying, jagged scar ran across his right cheek. His gaze was dark and sinister, flickering with a cold, menacing glint. He puffed steadily on a cigarette, the flickering ember faintly illuminating his grim, icy expression. Known as Lou Knife Scar, he held some notoriety among the thug leaders in the capital region. He commanded a crew that handled the dirty work for the capital's powerful young masters and influential figures. For respectable figures in the capital, certain matters were simply too embarrassing to handle personally. They could only secretly commission desperate men who had long lived on the edge of a knife, men who no longer valued their own lives. The rewards were, of course, substantial. For these hefty payments, they would commit murder, arson, destroy evidence, frame the innocent, and slander others. Any act, whether treacherous, vicious, or despicable, falls within their scope, provided the price is right. Lou Scar was one such man. He and his crew had committed countless unforgivable crimes. Brother Lou, that kid seems no ordinary man. He actually escaped the ambush set by Team 2. We lost 2 of our own. What do we do now? A burly man with a face full of scar tissue demanded of Lou Scars. If we can't take that kid out, we won't get paid. Nothing else matters. A man with triangular eyes snarled. What else can we do? Should we keep hunting him down? The brash one who took the earlier call spoke up. Lou Scar's eyes darkened. His gaze shifted toward another direction. About 4 or 5 meters away, Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua stood back to back, their hands tightly bound together. Their feet were also securely fastened, making escape impossible. In this desolate wilderness, bound hand and foot, unable to move, they faced 6 men who looked like demons incarnate. Each bore a malevolent, savage expression, deepening Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua's terror and unease. Sister Luo, I'm so scared. Will they hurt us? No, they wouldn't dare. It'll be okay. Everything will be fine in the end. I heard there are so many cases now where they kidnap women and sell them off to remote mountain villages. Could that be our fate too? I don't want to be sold. I don't want to be sold off to some remote place to become someone's baby-making machine. Wah! Xiaogua, don't be afraid. Stop crying. Li Futu will come to rescue us. And Sister Ruyu, she must know something happened since we're so late. Trust me, we'll be fine. Luo Qingguo tried to comfort Tang Xiaogua, though she herself was overcome with terror and anxiety, her voice already breaking with emotion. These 2 young ladies, once cherished like precious jewels, had never faced such a situation before. In the pitch-black night, wind howling, they were held captive by 6 desperate men. They had no idea what fate awaited them, nor what unpredictable events would unfold next. All they could do was pray silently, hoping for a miracle to appear. Luo Qingguo suddenly wished Li Futu could be by her side. For the first time, she desperately longed to see him right before her eyes. Brother Lou, what should we do with these 2 girls? The troublemaker turned to Lou Scarred and asked. I say we just have our fun with those 2 chicks here. If it weren't for this job, we wouldn't have lost 2 of our brothers. The man with the face full of fleshy bulges spoke, his gaze fixed on Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua, filled with a burning intensity. Shut your mouth, Iron Ox. Do you even know who the contact is? If a single hair on those girls' heads is harmed, we'll all be in deep. Lou Scars snapped. Lou Scar's eyes flickered. As if suddenly realizing something, he abruptly declared, let's get out of here first. We may have failed to take out that kid, but capturing these 2 girls will still count as delivering our target. Immediately, Lou Scars and his men prepared to leave. 2 burly men in black combat gear were already approaching Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua, intending to escort them to the vehicle. Just then. Whoosh! From the pitch-black depths of the dense forest, a lean yet upright figure burst forth like a bolt of lightning. The speed was jaw-dropping, leaving visible afterimages trailing behind the figure. The momentum of the charge was like a dragon soaring through the heavens, a whirlwind sweeping away clouds and scattering fallen leaves. The sheer ferocity and intensity were almost unimaginable. A colossal, ferocious aura swept through the surroundings, a palpable killing intent radiating outward. As the figure moved, it stirred up a fierce, powerful wind that first swept toward the two black-clad, muscular men advancing toward Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. The gale slammed into their faces, freezing their expressions. Before they could react, a blur of movement flashed before their eyes. Thud! Thud! Two thunderous crashes echoed as both black-clad figures were sent flying through the air. Mid-air, they coughed up blood repeatedly. Before they could even utter a scream, their bodies crashed to the ground, unconscious. Then, that towering figure sprang forward, charging at the four people ahead. Like a predator stalking through the night jungle, a terrifying, heart-stopping killing intent radiated from him. This aura, thick with the scent of blood, was intense and profound, evoking the dread of a demonic hell. A colossal, terrifying aura. An intense, profound killing intent. Two thuds. These sudden changes instantly alerted the four men ahead, Lu scarred among them. The man on the far right instinctively reached for his waist, seemingly preparing to draw a gun. Yet, a whirlwind of speed swept in, leaving him no time to react. A fist, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, slammed toward his face. Thud! The man let out a muffled groan as his entire body crashed face first onto the ground. In an instant, the figure moved like a coiling dragon. His right leg swung up like a battle axe, sweeping out horizontally. A heavily clad man in black beside him reached for his weapon, but his arm was instantly caught by the sweeping kick. His entire body flew backward, the sound of cracking ribs echoing in rapid succession. Roar! The burly man beside Lu Scar, his face a mass of bulging muscles, roared in fury. Charging forward, he unleashed a barrage of massive fists toward the figure, a colossal force erupting from his body. Facing an opponent charging like a heavy tank, the figure's response was simple. Right leg thrust forward, hips dipped slightly. Right hand clenched into a fist as terrifying, overwhelming explosive power surged into his right arm. The right fist slammed out, unleashing a terrifying, overwhelming force. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, accompanied by a piercing crack. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the burly man's mouth. After their fists collided, the burly man's knuckles shattered clean off. His opponent's fist, like a cannonball, shattered his own punch and slammed into his chest. In an instant, the burly, scar-faced man was sent flying backward. Lu Scar stared in stunned disbelief, his eyes gradually clouding over with terror. Was this creature even human? He knew firsthand the terrifying brute strength of that mountain-like man, a force as fearsome as a raging bull. Yet against this opponent, he seemed as fragile as a child. Just how formidable was this man before him? Lu Scars gripped his military knife, his eyes cold and fierce with fear as he stared at the man before him. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "The one you sought to kill." "What? You?" "Yes, it's me." Lu Scar's body trembled, his lips twitching slightly. He now recognized the young man who had appeared out of nowhere, his terrifying prowess like that of a demon. The lean yet upright figure stood immovable, radiating a mountain-like steadiness. A cold smile touched his lips as his piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Lu Daoba. He was none other than Li Futu. Chapter 035, Turning Danger into Safety. Sister Luo Luo, look. Those bad guys are all falling down one by one. You silly thing. That's because a hero suddenly appeared and took them down. Ha! Sister Luo Luo, that person's back looks just like bodyguard brother. I think so too, but is it really him? Sis Luo Luo, could we be hallucinating? I don't know either. I'm feeling a bit confused now, and I can't quite believe it. Sis Luo Luo, let me test if this is real. Ah, you little pest. Why'd you bite me? That stung like hell. Sis Luo, you hurt? That means we're not dreaming. Someone really came to save us and it looks like it's bodyguard brother. Is it really him? Li Futu? A short distance away, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua stood stunned, their hearts racing with both shock and excitement. Li Futu stared coldly at Lu Scars before him, advancing step by step with a face as icy and emotionless as ice. Lu Scars instinctively backed away step by step, his grip tightening on the military knife in his hand. Cold sweat beaded on his palms, and terror flickered in his sinister eyes. Lu Scars now knew the man before him was the very target they sought to eliminate. What he never imagined was that this target would be so terrifying, a veritable demon. To have me as your target. I admire your courage. Li Futu spoke in a detached tone, his icy gaze fixed on Lu Daoba. Lu Daoba met Li Futu's gaze, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He suddenly realized that before Li Futu, he wasn't even worthy of being called prey at best. He was an insignificant ant, a mere insect that could be crushed between a single finger. Ah! Suddenly, Lu Scars let out a fierce roar, as if trying to vent all the terror and fear churning inside him through that single shout. His entire body surged forward, charging straight at Li Futu. The military knife in his hand became a gleaming blade, striking directly at Li Futu. Li Futu remained unmoved. As the attack neared, he thrust his right hand forward. His fingers instantly curved into a dragon's claw. His entire arm, in the posture of a seizing strike, resembled a savage dragon soaring through the air. First, with serpentine agility, he evaded Lu Daoba's blade. Then, his claw-like fingers seized Lu Daoba's blade-wielding wrist. 12 dragons seizing hands. Li Futu now unleashed the supremely sophisticated and ingenious 12 dragons seizing hands technique from the grappling arts. After clamping down on Lu Daoba's right wrist, Li Futu applied slight pressure to his arm. In an instant, a colossal force surged forth. He then executed a swift clamp and twist, and suddenly, snap! Lu Daoba's right wrist snapped clean off. A piercing scream erupted from his throat, but before the cry could fully escape, Li Futu's elbow slammed horizontally into Lu Daoba's throat. The man collapsed limply to the ground. By this moment, all 6 of Lu Daoba's men lay sprawled on the ground either unconscious or temporarily incapacitated, their bodies limp and lifeless. Li Futu then dragged all 6 of them together. He ripped the belts from their waistbands, bound their hands behind their backs, and stripped them of their guns and knives to prevent any counterattack or escape. After finishing these tasks, Li Futu clapped his hands and turned to walk toward Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua had been in a state of constant worry and panic, unsure if this sudden intruder was truly Li Futu. Only when Li Futu turned and walked toward them did they finally relax completely. Li Futu had come to rescue them. Sis Luo, you were right. Bodyguard brother really is here. He promised he'd save us. Tang Xiaogua exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Luo Qingguo stared blankly at Li Futu as he drew nearer. In that moment, she didn't even know what she was thinking. When she left home today, she had been trying to shake off Li Futu's constant shadow. After all, she was used to her former freedom and found it unbearable to have a big man following her everywhere even if he was her bodyguard. She didn't feel she needed a bodyguard by her side, nor did she believe any danger would come her way. To her, Li Futu was simply a burden she desperately needed to shed. Thus, at the arcade, she seized the moment when Li Futu briefly stepped away and dragged Tang Xiaogua out. Little did she expect that the moment they stepped outside, they would encounter Lu Daoba and his gang of robbers. Held captive now, she outwardly comforted Tang Xiaogua, though inwardly she was terrified. Yet, she stubbornly clung to the belief that Li Futu would come to rescue them. She couldn't even explain where this conviction came from. Only now, when Li Futu truly appeared before them and knocked Lu Daoba and his gang to the ground, did a complex wave of emotions surge through her: excitement, joy, gratitude, guilt, and more. I'm sorry I'm late. I've caused you worry and fear. By then, Li Futu had already reached Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua. As he spoke, he untied the ropes binding them. Bodyguard brother, you finally came. Sister Luo said you would come to save us. You don't know. I was so scared. Tang Xiaogua's voice began to choke up. Once freed, she stood and threw herself into Li Futu's arms like a child. Li Futu couldn't help but draw a deep breath. A thought flashed through his mind: Xiaogui is still a minor, still just a little girl. Don't think about it. Don't think about it at all. Oh Buddha. Li Futu turned to look at Luo Qingguo, only to notice something off about her expression. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaowu, are you okay? Did those guys do anything to you? Luo Qingguo clenched her teeth and shook her head. Her beautiful, autumn water eyes fixed on Li Futu as she asked, don't you blame me? This mess is because of my momentary stubbornness. Don't you blame me? Why did you start by apologizing to us? Li Futu paused, then smiled. An accident happened to you, that's my responsibility. I'm the bodyguard tasked with your safety. How could I blame you? Luo Qingguo stared at Li Futu for a long moment. Clenching her jaw, she said nothing more. Instead, she turned away abruptly. In that instant, strings of pearl-like tears rolled down her cheeks. Oh no! At that moment, Tang Xiaogua seemed to remember something. She pulled away from Li Futu's embrace and said, Sister Ruyu must be frantic, waiting for us to return so late. We have to call her. Then you call her, Li Futu replied. But those villains took our phones. Tang Xiaogua protested. Sis Luo, I'll go with you to get them back. With that, she grabbed Lu Qingwu's hand and headed toward Lu Daoba and the others, who were bound together. Seeing this, Li Futu followed behind, fearing any unexpected complications. Li Futu personally searched Lu Daoba, retrieving Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua's phones before handing them back to the girls. Tang Xiaogua quickly turned hers on. The moment it powered up, it flooded with countless text messages and missed calls, all from Yan Ruyu. Luo Qingwu's phone showed the same situation. Tang Xiaogua immediately called Yan Ruyu back. Hello? Hello? Xiaogua, is that you? Where are you and Xiaowu? Why haven't you come back so late? Do you know how many times I've called you? I've been searching everywhere for you. Sister Ruyu, Luoluo and I were kidnapped by bad guys. Luckily, the bodyguard brother saved us. What? What did you say? Yan Ruyu's voice trembled over the phone, her panic palpable. Li Futu stepped forward and said, Xiaoguo, give me the phone. I'll talk to Ruyu. Tang Xiaoguo nodded and handed the phone to Li Futu. Hey, Ruyu, it's me, Li Futu. Xiao Wu and Xiaoguo had a little accident earlier, but they're fine now. Can you drive over right away? Yes, they're okay. Just come over first, and we'll talk about it when you get here. Li Futu spoke into the phone. After ending the call, he sent Yan Ruyu his location. Chapter 036, The Beauty's Revenge. Sis Luoluo, that jerk was waving a knife around right in front of us in the car earlier. He's so despicable. Don't you think we should teach him a lesson? Humph. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Now that they've been captured, it's the perfect chance for us to get even. Yay! Sister Luoluo, can I have one of your shoes? What do you need my shoe for? Don't you have your own shoes? Mine are flats, but yours are high heels. I want to use your high heels as a weapon to smash his head. Oh yeah, you're right, that reminds me. Luo Qingwu slipped off her high heels and handed one to Tang Xiaoguo. The two beauties then proceeded to smash the heels against the head and face of a man clad in black combat gear. You dared threaten us with a knife? I'll smash your mouth shut. What else couldn't you learn but to copy others' kidnappings? Serves you right, you good for nothing. Sis Luo, why are you disciplining him? Watch this, you pimple-nosed jerk. Good heavens, your nose is disgusting. Hit it a few times and that white stuff inside will come out. Soon, the man was left with a black eye and a swollen face, on the verge of tears. Li Futu snapped his wrist clean off, and a heavy blow to his chest and abdomen left him reeling, though he hadn't lost consciousness. At that moment, he truly wished he were unconscious. Gradually, some of the robbers who had fainted began to wake up. Upon seeing their predicament, their expressions turned grim, especially Lu's Scarface's. What made it even harder to accept was that Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo stood before them with stern expressions, trying their best to look fierce, tapping them with the heels of their high heels. Sis Luo, this guy has such an ugly, horse-like face. I hate it when ugly people try to intimidate others. He has absolutely no self-awareness, Tang Xiaoguo said, her gaze fixed on Lu Daoba. He's the worst. Looks like he's the leader of this gang. He must have orchestrated our kidnapping. Luo Qingwu declared. Then we should teach him a lesson. Tang Xiaoguo stood up, her beautiful oval face flushed with indignation. Knock some sense into his skull. Luo Qingwu echoed, her beautiful, autumn water eyes flashing with anger. She continued indignantly, that hideous creature dared to kidnap us two universe-level super unbeatable beauties. Wait, no, I'm the universe-level super unbeatable beauty. You're Earth's super unbeatable beauty, Xiaoguo. Why? I refuse. Tang Xiaoguo pouted, her voice brimming with discontent. Because your chest is way too big. Luo Qingwu couldn't help but giggle as she spoke. She continued, alright, forget about that. Let's team up and teach this guy a lesson. Instantly, the two beauties, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo, clutching their high heels, strode toward Lu Daoba. Lu Scar's face turned deathly pale. His right wrist had been snapped clean off by Li Futu. Even after regaining consciousness, the searing pain still radiated throughout his body, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Thud. 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 Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo began pounding away at Lu Daoba. The sharp impact of the high heels was excruciatingly painful, a sensation beyond words. Lu Scars wished he were dead. Li Futu stood watching from the side, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He finally understood, no matter what he did in the future, he must never provoke these two young ladies. Otherwise, given their vindictive nature, he would surely suffer the consequences. Sis Luo, my arm's getting tired. Tangerine finally set down the high-heeled shoe she'd been using, rubbing her right arm as she addressed Luo Qingwu. I'm tired too. Fine, let's take a break. We'll continue after we've recovered our strength. Luo Qingwu declared. What? A break? What the hell, is this a soccer game? Recover our strength and then come back? Lu Daoba and the others turned pale upon hearing this, wishing they could just bang their heads against a wall to escape this torture. Half an hour later. A Mercedes-Benz S600 luxury sedan sped toward them, its high beams illuminating the depths of the dense forest. Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly. Recognizing the license plate, he knew Yan Ruyu had arrived. Xiaoguo, Sister Ruyu is here, Luo Qingwu announced. Upon hearing Sister Ruyu, Tang Xiaoguo turned and sprinted toward the vehicle. The door opened, and a graceful, slender figure stepped out. A perfectly tailored Balenciaga business suit accentuated her nearly flawless figure. Bathed in the car's headlights, her jade-like face bore a look of anxious worry, her dreamlike eyes brimming with concern. After stepping out, her eyes darted around. Spotting Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo, she called out. Xiaowu, Xiaoguo. Sister Ruyu. Yan Ruyu hurried over and embraced Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo. Li Futu watched silently. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, quietly appreciating this tender moment. Xiaowu, what exactly happened? Yan Ruyu inquired shortly after. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo then took turns recounting the entire sequence of events, pointing out the 6 men led by Lu Scars who had abducted them. Yan Ruyu's expression shifted dramatically throughout their account. Her heart had leapt to her throat upon hearing they'd been abducted, only settling when she learned Li Futu had intervened like a divine savior. Yan Ruyu shot Li Futu a look brimming with gratitude. Though she said nothing, her eyes held boundless affection. After hearing Luo Qingguo's account, Yan Ruyu understood that this entire ordeal stemmed from Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo's reckless behavior. After the three had reunited, Li Futu approached and said, "Ruyu, you drive them back first. Then call Uncle Chen and have him come to the apartment to protect you for now. I think it's best to let Uncle Luo know about this. Bodyguard brother, aren't you coming with us?" Tang Xiaoguo couldn't help asking. "I have other matters to attend to. You two go ahead. I'll return to Ro's apartment later." Li Futu replied. You have other business?" Luo Qingguo couldn't help asking. "What about those 6? Li Futu gestured toward Lu Scars and his crew. "How do you plan to deal with them?" Yan Ruyu inquired. "Send them to the enforcement squad. I'll handle this matter. You all go back first. Xiao Wu and Xiao Gui are a bit shaken, they should rest first," Li Futu said. Yan Ruyu considered it. Li Futu's reasoning made sense, so she nodded. "I'll take them back to rest first. You handle the police report and follow up. Call me if anything comes up. This must be thoroughly investigated by the enforcement squad, find out their motives and intentions for kidnapping Xiaowu and the others." "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Li Futu smiled. Yan Ruyu nodded, ushering Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo into the car. The three of them waved goodbye to Li Futu. As the car slowly pulled away, Tang Xiaoguo called out, "Bodyguard brother, remember to teach them a lesson." Li Futu smiled as he watched Yan Ruyu drive away slowly. For now, the immediate danger had passed, so Li Futu felt comfortable letting Yan Ruyu drive Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo back. Next, he intended to thoroughly investigate the entire kidnapping incident, its causes and consequences, to see if there was any mastermind behind it. As for his earlier promise to Yan Ruyu about handing Lu Scarface and his crew over to the law enforcement team, that was impossible. That was merely a ploy he'd concocted to placate Yan Ruyu and the others. He was certain that handing these men over to the law enforcement team would not only yield no results, but could very well lead to their swift release. Li Futu intended to uncover the truth through his own means, not by relying on others. That was his consistent approach and principle. Now, Li Futu could only hope Lu Scars and his crew would be sensible enough to cooperate. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to revert to his butcher's nature. Starting tomorrow, updates will be released daily. Chapter 037, Killing is truly simple. Li Futu approached Lu Daba and his 5 companions. His sharply defined features remained serene as water. His deep gaze swept over them indifferently before he offered a faint smile. "Gentlemen," he said, "shall we go for a drive, or would you prefer to have a frank discussion with me?" Lu Scar and his men exchanged bewildered glances. They couldn't make sense of Li Futu's words. A drive? What kind of drive would a bunch of grown men take? Besides, given their current relationship with Li Futu, a drive seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, Lu Scars stammered out, "Talk? Talk about what? Let's discuss why you kidnapped those 2 women today. You wouldn't commit hostage-taking crimes for no reason, right? Who ordered you to do this?" Li Futu asked patiently. I wasn't ordered by anyone. Aren't you going to hand us over to the law enforcement team?" "I think they'd be able to investigate this more thoroughly," Lu Daba said. Li Futu smiled wryly, his gaze toward Lu Daba tinged with pity. He sighed softly and said, "Seems we can't have a frank conversation after all. In that case, the talk is over. Let's go for a drive." With that, Li Futu seized the handguns Lu Daba and his men carried, ordering them toward the black minivan. Li Futu forced them into the vehicle one by one, using their belts or clothing to bind their hands and feet. He searched them for the car keys, unlocked the door, and slid into the driver's seat. He deliberately seated Lu Daba in the passenger seat. Lu Daba remained completely unrestrained, no bonds on his hands or feet. Left to sit freely, Li Futu seemed utterly confident the man wouldn't dare make a move. In Li Futu's presence, a figure like Lu Daba simply couldn't make waves. Especially since his right wrist had already been snapped clean off by Li Futu. Seated in the car, Lu Daba's expression betrayed a mix of shock and unease. He found it hard to believe Li Futu was actually taking them for a joyride. It wasn't just Lu Daba. The 5 men seated behind him were equally suspicious, each looking nervous and uneasy, none of them understanding what Li Futu was up to. Whoosh! Li Futu slammed the accelerator, sending the vehicle roaring forward. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator, propelling the Buick minivan to sports car speeds on the highway. 100 miles per hour. 120 miles per hour. 150 miles per hour. The speedometer needle kept swinging wildly to the right, showing no sign of stabilizing. Lu Scar couldn't help but swallow hard. He could feel his own heartbeat accelerating in sync with the soaring speed, and he actually felt a tinge of fear. What the hell was this? Not a joyride, it was clearly a death trip. A minivan reaching such speeds meant the slightest mistake would mean certain death. Lou Scars didn't want to die. Though he'd once risked his life for everything when he first started out, as he grew older, his wealth increased, and his power expanded, he genuinely didn't want to die. He had plans for a prosperous, fulfilling life ahead, marrying a gentle, virtuous wife while keeping a young, beautiful mistress on the side, enjoying the wealth he'd risked his life to amass over the years. But death would turn all that into nothing. A black minivan streaked across the highway like a bolt of lightning, overtaking vehicle after vehicle as it raced forward at breakneck speed, leaving behind a sharp, piercing whoosh of wind. Lefotu's expression remained composed, his gaze steady. His hands gripped the steering wheel with the firmness of a mountain, not a flicker of tremor. You lot enjoy toying with people, trampling them, committing murder and arson, don't you? Tonight, I'll play along with you. Lefotu glanced at Lu Daoba and said. Lefotu could have knocked Lu Daoba and his crew unconscious and tossed them into the trunk, but doing so would have been nothing short of a favor to them. Lefotu wanted him to stay conscious, to panic, to fear, to tremble with terror, to have his mind utterly shattered. Lu Daoba and his men had the privilege of witnessing their own death march. Lu Daoba's breathing gradually grew ragged. His eyes widened as he stared ahead. At times, he clearly saw Lefotu overtake another vehicle, only to have a car suddenly appear head-on from the opposite direction. It seemed certain they would collide, yet the next second, everything would be perfectly fine. This momentarily eased his taut nerves, only for another peril to surge forward, snapping them back into rigid alertness. This relentless cycle left Lou Scar's nerves frayed to the point of breaking. A seed of fear took root in his heart. Suddenly, he sensed that Lefotu wasn't a normal human at all, he was a demon, a twisted and insane demon. Had the car not been hurtling forward at breakneck speed, Lou Scars would have considered flinging open the door and leaping out. But at this speed, jumping out would mean only one thing: death. What do you want? Lu Daoba stammered, unable to hold back. I don't know if you've seen the movie Death Race. I doubt someone as uncultured as you would bother watching it. It'd be a waste of time explaining. That film's about people risking their lives for a race. What we're experiencing now is pretty much the same thing. You saw it yourself, I'm flooring it. One slip up and we're both finished. Lefotu chuckled. Oh, aren't you afraid of dying? Lu Daoba was stunned. Death? I practically crawled out of a graveyard myself. You think I'd be afraid of dying? Lefotu laughed, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his smile. Madman. A complete and utter madman. Lu Daoba cursed inwardly in despair. He always thought himself mad, but meeting Lefotu made him realize his past actions were perfectly sane. At least he never gambled his life on these meaningless death rides where wreckage and death lurked around every corner. Lefotu drove on, bypassing the city center and speeding out of the suburbs toward Tiger Tooth Mountain. Lou Scar's expression darkened as he blurted out, You weren't supposed to take us to the enforcement squad? Why are you driving this way? When did I ever say I was taking you to the enforcement squad? Lefotu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Lu Daoba's expression froze, his heart sinking steadily. Squeal. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Lu Daoba heard the shrill screech of brakes. He looked up to see Lefotu had brought the car to a steady halt. They were now perched atop the peak of Tiger Tooth Mountain. Lefotu stepped out, opened the door, and dragged Lu Daoba and the 5 others in the back out. As soon as Lu Daoba and the others hit the ground, their bodies went limp. 2 or 3 of them couldn't hold back and began retching violently, though nothing came up. The main peak of Tiger Tooth Mountain stood at nearly 3,000 meters towering. From this mountaintop, the sweeping vistas offered a sense of boundless openness. The wind at the summit was strong, blowing refreshingly cool and soothing against the skin. What a perfect place to dispose of bodies. Lefotu remarked abruptly, casually dragging one of the men to the cliff's edge. He then added indifferently, Truthfully, killing someone is incredibly simple. Your ambush earlier was far too complicated and ultimately ineffective. Let me demonstrate a straightforward, effective method. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lefotu flung the man he was holding straight off the cliff. Ah! A desperate, shrill, piercing scream rose from below the cliff, carried by the howling wind. It echoed like the wails of ghosts and wolves, reverberating between every peak of Tiger Tooth Mountain. A moonless, wind-swept night perfect for murder. Chapter 038, The Puppet Master. Ah! The piercing, terrified wail, thick with profound despair, echoed relentlessly from the cliff's depths. Hearing it in such darkness sent a chill running through one's very bones. Upon witnessing this scene, Lou Scar and his men turned ashen pale, their bodies trembling. A bone-chilling cold rose from their feet, spreading through every fiber of their being. They instinctively wanted to flee, but Lefotu had them all pinned down, leaving them utterly unable to escape. I suppose it's time we had a proper talk, now? Lefotu remarked. We've had our little drive, and your heads should be clear enough. Time for a proper conversation. A faint smile played at the corners of Lefotu's lips as he strode up before Lu Daoba, speaking with unhurried composure. Lu Scars stared at Li Futu's smiling face, his entire body shuddering. The smile that others saw as a bridge between people now appeared to Lu Daoba as the grin of a demon, sending chills down his spine. This was a devil who could kill with a smile. What do you want to know? Overwhelmed by terror, Lu Daoba's voice trembled as his tone softened into submission. How long have you been planning this hijacking? Half a day. Someone provided the target's locations and photos. We were only responsible for the abduction. Did you know the identities of the 2 women you kidnapped? No. We knew nothing about them. Our only task was to get them into the car. That was all. Li Futu pondered briefly. Since Lu Scars didn't know Luo Qingwu was the daughter of the Luo group chairman, there was no possibility of ransom demands. This meant their operation was indeed orchestrated by a hidden mastermind. Who is the mastermind behind you? Li Futu asked, enunciating each word deliberately, his icy gaze fixed firmly on Lu Daoba. This. Lu Daoba stammered, his mouth slightly parted, hesitation evident. Li Futu's gaze grew slightly colder. He casually grabbed a man clad in black, tightly fitting gear, and tossed him aside. Instantly. Whoosh! A whoosh of wind followed as the heavily built man in black plummeted off the cliff. Another piercing, desperate scream echoed through the air. You still have 3 scapegoats left. If you don't cooperate properly, after these 3 are thrown off, it'll be your turn. Li Futu spoke indifferently. You butcher. You're utterly cold-blooded and heartless. Lu Daoba's heart lurched, and he couldn't help but shriek. You're quite clever, figuring out my moniker is Butcher. Li Futu smiled, his face still radiant with cheer, though a flicker of mocking scorn danced in his eyes. Cold-blooded and heartless? How dare he accuse me of that? Didn't they spare no mercy when they ambushed him on the road? And now he dared lecture him about moral standards? Undoubtedly, this was nothing short of a laughable farce. Your life is a life, and so is everyone else's. There is no hierarchy of worth, and thus no absurd logic that permits you to kill others while forbidding them to kill you. Please, spare us. Spare our lives. We'll be your servants forever. Lu Scars, if you still value our past brotherhood at this critical moment, then spill everything you know. If I knew, I would have told you already. I don't want to die. Lu Scars, if your selfishness kills us, we'll haunt you even as ghosts. At that moment, the remaining 3 burly men in black robes suddenly roared in unison, turning their hostility toward Lu Scars. They no longer called him Brother Lu, addressing him directly by name. This seemed to signal their resolve to sever ties with Lu Scars, hoping to earn Li Futu's sympathy and mercy, perhaps even sparing their lives. You spineless traitors. If I'd known this, I would have killed you all long ago. Lu Scars' face twisted into a hideous grimace. Li Futu let out a cold laugh. When faced with the stark choice between money and life, humanity's baser instincts were laid bare. So-called brotherhood proved nothing more than a flimsy facade. Every day, this world witnesses loved ones turning against each other and friends stabbing one another in the back, all in pursuit of personal gain. Of course, this isn't to say genuine brotherhood or deep familial bonds don't exist. It's just that in this noisy, restless social system, most people have become walking corpses concerned only with their own interests. Lu Scars and his men clearly shared no genuine brotherhood, they were united solely by self-interest. The moment their gains or even their lives were threatened, they would turn on each other without hesitation. You kill those 3 for me, and I'll tell you everything I know, my word is my bond. Lu Daoba fixed Li Futu with a gaze that flickered with venom as he spoke. They were your former men, who served you faithfully. Are you truly intent on killing them? Li Futu inquired. Subordinates? Lu Daoba retorted. When push comes to shove, they betray me. I have no use for such men. Fine. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish and let you vent your anger. Here's the knife. Kill them yourself. Li Futu spoke as he unfastened the leather straps binding Lu Daoba and tossed him a military knife. Lu Daoba paused, clenched his teeth, then gripped the dagger with his still functional left hand and strode directly toward the 3 burly men in black. The 3 burly men in black, seeing the gleaming blade in Lu Daoba's hand, turned deathly pale. One after another, they immediately begged for mercy. Lu Scars paid them no heed. The blade pierced each man's throat in turn, blood spurting as he struck one after another. Li Futu watched it all unfold with a cold gaze. From the moment these men had kidnapped Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua, from the moment they had plotted to ambush and kill him midway, they had already been dead men in Li Futu's eyes. Therefore, it mattered little who ended their lives. Since Lu Scars desired to kill them, Li Futu was happy to grant him that opportunity. It saved Li Futu the trouble and spared him from getting his own hands dirty. Finally, the 3 burly men in black fell lifeless to the ground, their eyes wide open in death. Lu Scars clutched his blood-dripping military knife, collapsing onto the floor as he gasped for breath. Even now that Lu Daoba could move freely, he never considered fleeing. The mere thought of Li Futu's unfathomable martial prowess sent cold sweat running down his spine. Escape? He feared his feet wouldn't even leave the ground before he became a corpse. All right. You've killed the man. You know what comes next. Li Futu spoke in a flat tone. Lu Scars glanced at Li Futu. His expression twisted with terror, as if recalling someone dreadful. Yet he finally spoke. Brother Hua assigned this task to me. Someone specifically requested I carry it out, so Brother Hua ordered me to do it. Brother Hua? Who is he? What's your relationship with him? Brother Hua is a dominant figure in the capital's criminal underworld. My crew and I are one of the factions under his command. We each handle our own affairs, but when Brother Hua has orders, he assigns them to me. So you're saying Brother Hua isn't the ultimate mastermind behind this? There's someone else pulling the strings? That's generally how it works. Others approach Brother Hua, and he delegates the specific tasks. Tell me everything you know about Brother Hua. His address, contact details, sphere of influence, everything. Under Li Futu's relentless interrogation, Lu Scar finally spilled everything he knew, leaving nothing out. Are you certain everything you've said is true? Li Futu's gaze turned cold as he asked. I swear to heaven, if a single word of this is false, may I die a horrible death. Lu Scars continued, at this point, I can no longer stay in the capital. Everything I've said is the absolute truth. Very well. Then you may die. Li Futu said indifferently. What? You weren't going to spare me? Lu Daba jumped to his feet in shock, his voice trembling with terror. Even if I let you go, do you think you'd survive? Never mind Brother Hua's men hunting you down. Look, you just killed 3 people. The law enforcement squad won't let you off either. A cold smile touched Li Futu's lips. Lu Daoba's face froze in shock. He suddenly realized he might have walked straight into Li Futu's trap. Filled with both shock and rage, he refused to accept defeat. Roaring with fury, he lunged forward, military knife in hand, aiming a direct thrust at Li Futu in a desperate last stand. Li Futu's form shifted. Agile as a dragon, he dodged Lu Daoba's thrust. His right hand shot out, clamping down on Lu Daoba's throat. Then, enunciating each word deliberately, he said, From the moment you crossed paths with me, you were already dead. That you've lived this long is a mercy I've shown you. With that, Li Futu twisted his right hand with force. With a sharp crack, Lu Daoba's head snapped off and fell to the ground. Li Futu hurled the body with all his might, sending Lu Daoba plummeting into the abyss below. Chapter 039, Alarming the Law Enforcement. The night wind howled desolately. At over 3,000 meters above sea level on the mountain peak, the breeze carried a hint of chill. Li Futu stood on the cliff's edge, his gaze as deep and vast as the starry sky fixed on the distant horizon. The glowing tip of the cigarette dangling from his lips flickered faintly in the night. He stood motionless, lost in thought. Lu Scars and the other 5 had all been hurled off the cliff. Their bodies would surely be reduced to nothing but bones, so Li Futu had no worries about leaving any traces behind. Besides, with his experience, he could erase any lingering traces completely. Brother Hua, male, 36 years old, a rising figure in the capital. He controlled multiple factions, maintained close ties with several upper-class playboys in the city, and held a significant position within the capital's entertainment industry. He primarily resided in the Wisteria Garden Villa district. All this information, confessed by Lu Scars, surfaced in Li Futu's mind. A cold smile curled his lips. Brother Hua? Perhaps we'll meet very soon. After finishing his cigarette, Li Futu started the van and adjusted its position. Using a rock to hold down the accelerator, he drove the vehicle straight off the cliff. Rose Apartments. Around 12:30 a.m., Li Futu finally hailed a taxi back to Rose Apartments. As he approached the entrance, he was startled to see a fleet of law enforcement vehicles parked outside. His brow furrowed involuntarily. A sudden realization struck him, and he instinctively turned to leave. Undoubtedly, someone like Yen Ruyu must have called the police. The news of Luo Huijuan's precious daughter being kidnapped would surely cause a stir among the law enforcement team, prompting officers to rush over immediately to investigate. Bodyguard brother, you're back. Beautiful sister, look. The bodyguard brother who saved us is back. He's such a big hero. At that moment, Tang Xiaogua's high-pitched, excited voice echoed from inside the villa, instantly drawing the attention of everyone inside to the outside. Could it be that Xiaogua couldn't escape the stereotype of big breasts, no brains? Even if she saw him, was it really necessary to shout so loudly? Didn't she realize he didn't want to face questioning from the law enforcement? Li Futu had barely turned around when Tang Xiaogua's shout reached him. His face darkened instantly, utterly speechless. He'd intended to pretend not to hear and walk away, but the next shout forced a bitter smile from him. He turned back. Futu. Futu. You're back. It was Luo Huijuan's voice. It seemed Luo Huijun had also learned of his daughter's abduction. Turning back, Li Futu took a deep breath, his expression perfectly composed as he walked into the villa. Tang Xiaogua had already dashed out, her delicate oval face beaming with joy. Without a care, she grabbed Li Futu's hand and exclaimed, "Bodyguard brother. The law enforcement is here. They all want to know who the great hero is who saved me and Sister Luo." Were it not for the dozen pairs of eyes watching them, he might have been tempted to give Tang Xiaogua a playful smack on the head. Great hero? It's enough that you know and admire him in your heart. Why say it out loud? Does your bodyguard brother look like the type who craves attention and loves to show off? Even so, Lifutu strode into the villa with his chest puffed out, radiating the full aura of a great hero. The moment he stepped inside, his expression froze. Standing before him was none other than the beautiful woman he'd encountered last night on Tiger Tooth Mountain, Guan Yuchi. Guan Yuchi's exquisite oval face grew slightly colder at Lifutu's appearance, though she held her temper. She merely shot him a cold, appraising glance. Futu, I heard about tonight's incident. I'm truly grateful to you. If it weren't for you, Luo Hui's gaze brimmed with gratitude as he continued. Regardless, the best outcome is that Xiao Wu and Xiao Guo are both safe and sound. This matter must be thoroughly investigated to uncover the truth. You law enforcement officers must give me a proper explanation. Mr. Luo, we took this report extremely seriously upon receiving it, Guan Yuchi replied. We immediately notified Chief Ma, who was on business elsewhere. Upon learning the details, Chief Ma personally ordered a thorough investigation. He also expressed his intention to visit your residence upon his return to comfort your daughter. Mr. Ma is the head of the Capital Enforcement Bureau. Guan Yuchi's exquisite eyes turned to Lifutu. You are Lifutu, she inquired. That's me. By the way, I haven't had the pleasure of learning your name, beautiful lady. Lifutu replied. That's none of your concern. Please cooperate with us in providing a statement. We require a more detailed account of the circumstances at the time, Guan Yuchi stated in a strictly professional tone. Lifutu's gaze shifted. Yan Ruyu was keeping company with Luo Qingwu, who was eating a hamburger as if nothing had happened. Uncle Chen was also inside. A shadow of worry had settled over Luo Huijuan's rugged, determined face. Clearly, he hadn't fully recovered from the trauma of Luo Qingwu and the others being held hostage. Who called the police? Lifutu asked abruptly. I did. Why? Yan Ruyu replied, her dreamlike, exquisite eyes fixed on Lifutu. After you called the police, the enforcement team arrived. Didn't you already say everything you needed to? There's no need for me to give another statement, right? Lifutu smiled as he spoke. They only wanted a basic account of the incident. Then you came back, Yan Ruyu stated. Lifutu's heart stirred. So the officers still didn't know how he'd dealt with Lu Scar and the others? Once he confirmed this, Lifutu felt more confident. Mr. Li, could you please cooperate with us for a statement? Guan Yuchi's gaze was cold as she looked at Lifutu. If it weren't for the presence of Luo Huijun, such an influential figure in the capital, she would have already lost her patience and raised her voice. Certainly, Lifutu replied with a smile. Please come this way, Guan Yuchi said curtly. Lifutu followed Guan Yuchi to the side, where a recorder stood ready. Name? Me? Beautiful lady, you already know my name is Lifutu. Is this really necessary? A flicker of irritation flashed in Guan Yuchi's eyes, but she took a deep breath, suppressed it, and continued. Age? 22. At this age, a man is mature both physically and mentally. Take me, for example. Lifutu smiled, as if subtly hinting at something to Guan Yuchi. Guan Yuchi's expression turned cold. Now, tell me the details of this incident. Be thorough, don't omit a single detail. This time, Lifutu cooperated fully, recounting the entire sequence of events, though he omitted the ambush that occurred en route. Guan Yui shot Lifutu a skeptical glance. So you're saying you took on 6 men alone and rescued 2 hostages? Beautiful lady, you can question my abilities, but you can't question my profession. I'm a bodyguard. Lifutu declared with brimming confidence. What about the 6 kidnappers? Didn't you subdue them? Guan Yuchi pressed. This answer was crucial for her to know. Unfortunately, after rescuing Xiao Wu and the others, I let them leave first. But in a moment of carelessness, one of the robbers broke free from my hold and attacked me with reckless abandon. You know how terrifying desperate men can be when they fight for their lives. Then the others broke free too, one of them even armed with a gun. In that situation, I had no choice but to run. The robbers knew they'd been exposed and were desperate to escape. They jumped into a car and fled. Sigh, I should have called the police immediately. It's such a shame. Lifutu said with a look of regret. Is what you're saying true? Guan Yuchi asked. Absolutely true. Look at the world today, beauty. Morals are in freefall. To think such a vicious kidnapping could happen in broad daylight. It's got me scared to even leave the house, Lifutu declared with solemn conviction. The young officer taking the statement couldn't help but ask, why are you afraid to go out? Lifutu shot him a look as if he were an idiot and replied solemnly, if there are male thugs abducting beautiful women, then surely there are also female thugs abducting handsome men. With the times changing, authoritative statistics show the number of female thugs is growing exponentially. Don't you think I'm a fine specimen, a dashing, handsome man? How could I not be worried? Chapter 040, Operation Failed. Past 1 a.m., Guan Yuchi finally wrapped up the operation and left Ro's apartments. Before departing, she promised Luo Huijun that the police would solve the case swiftly, apprehend the suspects, and thoroughly investigate this kidnapping incident. Li Futu chuckled darkly beside him. Lu Daba and the other 5 had already been thrown off the cliff beneath the main peak of Tiger Tooth Mountain by him, their bodies reduced to nothing but bones. Guan Yuqi's promise to apprehend the suspects was pure fantasy. After Guan Yuqi and the others departed, the villa finally returned to a semblance of calm. A shadow still lingered on Luo Huijun's resolute, composed face. He glanced at Li Futu and said, "Futu, we owe it all to you being here. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. I've heard the whole story. It was Xiao Wu's recklessness that caused this. I hope this incident serves as a warning to you. You mustn't act so recklessly again in the future. Understand? Uncle Luo, there's no need to blame Xiao Wu. This incident is my responsibility. I'll be more cautious and vigilant from now on," Li Futu replied. "Humph. You don't need to put on a show of defending me. It's my fault, plain and simple. I just don't want a bodyguard hovering around me all the time." "So what? Is that not allowed?" Luo Qinggu pouted, her voice stubborn. "Xiao Wu, shut your mouth. Haven't you caused enough trouble? How long will you keep acting like this?" Luo Huijun roared, his voice thunderous. Luo Qinggu pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes fixed on Luo Huijun. Gradually, a mist of tears welled up in them. "Dad, are you going to scold me?" she asked. "If Mom were still here, she wouldn't scold me. If you truly loved me, you wouldn't have let Mom leave me." Whimpering softly, Luo Qinggu wiped the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand before turning and running upstairs. "Sister Luo!" Tang Xiaoguo called out, following her upstairs. Xiao Wu, Yan Ruyu called out several times. "Uncle Luo, I'll go check on her. I'll talk some sense into her." With that, Yan Ruyu also headed upstairs. Luo Huijun stood rooted to the spot, his body slightly stiff, his face etched with deep self-reproach and sorrow. After a long moment, Luo Huijun sighed softly and sank into the sofa. In that moment, the titan who had once dominated the business world seemed to have aged several years. "Uncle Luo, don't blame yourself. Xiao Wu is going through her rebellious phase. A bit of stubbornness is inevitable. I believe she'll come to understand your good intentions in time," Li Futu interjected. Luo Huijun lifted his eyes to meet Li Futu's gaze. A resolute light shone in his eyes as he declared, "Futu, you investigate this. Uncover every detail of this incident. Find out exactly who is targeting me, who is targeting my daughter. Xiao Wu's mother is gone. I absolutely cannot lose her too. Whoever dares to harm my daughter, I will never let them off the hook. Uncle Luo, I know how to handle this. The kidnappers have vanished. As for the mastermind behind it all, I'll unravel the truth layer by layer," Li Futu replied. Luo Huijun's expression froze. He looked at Li Futu and said, "So you mean?" Li Futu nodded directly. Beside them, Shen Bo's seemingly cloudy eyes also glanced at Li Futu, revealing a hint of approval. This young man was calm and steady, decisive in his actions, and ruthless when necessary. It seemed Mr. Luo had indeed found a highly qualified bodyguard for the young miss. Good. Very good. In short, I have only one thing to say, Futu, whatever you deem necessary, proceed without hesitation. Bear no burden of concern. Whatever comes, I will shoulder it." Luo Huijun's voice was low and solemn. Li Futu offered a faint smile, saying nothing. If he truly set out to accomplish something, he never harbored any lingering worries. He would eliminate every potential danger before it could even begin. Luo Huijun and Li Futu conversed at length, during which Luo Huijun issued several directives to Li Futu. The core principle remained singular. If anyone dared to harm Luo Qinggu, Tang Xiaoguo, or Yan Ruyu, Li Futu could act without hesitation or concern for the consequences. Should he need anything, he could approach Luo Huijun at any time. It was nearly 2 in the morning when Luo Huijun and Chen Bo finally departed. Li Futu escorted them to the villa entrance, watching as Chen Bo drove Luo Huijun away. "Mr. Luo, this young Li may be inexperienced in years, but he handles matters with seasoned skill. He knows when to advance and when to retreat, keeping every situation firmly within his grasp. Frankly, I haven't encountered a young man like him in many years. His true capabilities are so profound, even I cannot fully gauge them. With him present, the young ladies will be safe. You can proceed with your plans with complete peace of mind." "Uncle Chen, your words give me even greater peace of mind. Futu was trained by that esteemed elder gentleman. I have complete trust in him. The company's upcoming reforms and expansion will inevitably touch upon the vital interests of many powerful factions. I was worried these forces might pose a threat to Xiao Wu. With Futu by her side, I have no further concerns. Even so, Mr. Luo must remain vigilant. That goes without saying." As the car gradually pulled away, Uncle Chen and Luo Huijun continued their conversation inside. After seeing off Luo Huijun and Uncle Chen, Li Futu locked the villa gate and prepared to retire to his room. Just as he turned around, he was startled to see Yan Ruyu gracefully descending the stairs, her waist swaying with an enchanting elegance that radiated 1,000 charms. Not resting yet? Is Xiao Wu alright? Li Futu inquired. Xiao Wu was just a little emotional, nothing serious, Yan Ruyu replied. After descending the stairs, she added, Li Futu, there's something I'd like to ask you. What is it? Li Futu smiled. A stunning beauty seeking him out in the dead of night, it would be strange not to let one's imagination run wild. I noticed your testimony about Captain Guan earlier doesn't match what you told me before, Yan Ruyu stated. Is that so? How so? Li Futu replied, feeling a slight pang of disappointment that the beautiful Yan Ruyu hadn't come down to exchange feelings with him after all. Earlier in that dense forest outside the city, you told me you were going to hand those bandits over to the law enforcement team. Yet you told Captain Guan they escaped on their own. How could they have escaped when you had them all under control? Yan Ruyu said, her bright, beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. And then? Are you accusing me of letting them go? Or colluding with them behind the scenes? Li Futu countered. I didn't mean it that way, Yan Ruyu stammered, her voice catching slightly. Some things are better left unexamined. Suffice it to say, as Xiao Wu's bodyguard, I'll fulfill my duties. Li Futu glanced at Yan Ruyu before adding, it's late. If you don't mind having a heart-to-heart with a man in the middle of the night, I'd be delighted. Forget it. Why does talking to you always get on my nerves? Yan Ruyu stamped her foot and turned to head upstairs. Good night, Li Futu's voice called from behind her. Watching Yan Ruyu's graceful figure ascend the stairs, Li Futu smiled before heading upstairs to take a shower. There were certain matters he didn't want too many people to know about, especially the 3 women in the villa. Li Futu wanted them to continue living happily according to their usual routines. As for the bloody killings lurking behind the scenes, he would shoulder that burden alone. Beijing, Dongcheng District, Fenglin Garden Villa Complex. Within a grand, standalone villa, sparse figures flickered in the front yard, all burly men tasked with guarding the property. From a room on the second floor came the sultry sounds of intimate interaction between a man and a woman, the scene inside radiating with sensuality. Just as the passion reached its peak, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Young Master Lin, it's me, Black Panther. News from Huaxiong, Lu Scarface's operation failed. What? Failed? A voice filled with surprise and anger echoed from within the room. Instantly, the door swung open with a bang. Lin Jianglong stood there in a pair of shorts, his gaze drifting toward the bed where 2 fair-skinned, delicate, and alluring women lay. Yes, failed. The exact reason is still under investigation. Lu Scars and his men are still missing. Black Panther stated from outside the door. Damn it! How could I have hired such useless scum? Have Huaxiong come personally tomorrow to explain this to me. Lin Jianglong said coldly. Yes, young Master Lin. Black Panther replied before turning to leave. Lin Jianglong slammed the door shut. The sudden news ignited a surge of pent-up rage within him, which could only be vented on the 2 women inside the room. Chapter 041, The Beauty Scream. Generally speaking, men enjoy 2 things. First, sleeping soundly in bed. Second, sleeping soundly while holding a stunning beauty like a jade-faced goddess. The older generation always admonished us to eat 1 bite at a time and walk 1 step at a time. The extended meaning was simply that things must be done step by step, nothing could be achieved overnight. Li Futu knew that when it came to sleeping, he couldn't skip the first step and jump straight to the second. For now, the idea of sleeping alongside the stunning beauty Yan Ruyu felt impossibly distant. So he was diligently practicing the first step. After all, things had to be done step by step. Thus, the fellow slept in until 10 in the morning. Yan Ruyu had already risen to prepare breakfast, followed shortly by Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua coming downstairs. Luo Qinggu was lively and cheerful, her mood swings as fleeting as a July thunderstorm, quick to come and quick to pass. Last night she had stormed upstairs in tears, yet this morning she bounded about as lively as ever. It seemed neither the kidnapping incident nor her quarrel with her father had left the slightest shadow on her heart. Clearly learning from her mistake, Luo Qinggu didn't come down wearing that extremely sexy, semi-transparent nightgown this morning. Hey! Sister Ruyu made breakfast. Tang Xiaogua called out as she descended the stairs, spotting Yan Ruyu carrying a steaming pot of congee. Sister Ruyu is so kind. I'm starving too, Luo Qinggu remarked. They walked to the dining table and began ladling out the porridge to cool slightly before eating. Seems like bodyguard brother hasn't gotten up yet. Why is he sleeping in today? He got up so early yesterday. Tang Xiaogua remarked. He was definitely faking it yesterday. He's just a lazy pig at heart, Luo Qinggu concluded. Maybe bodyguard brother was just too tired last night, Tang Xiaogua tried to defend Li Futu. What could possibly be so tiring? Luo Qinggu retorted impatiently, picking up a spoon to start eating the porridge. Should we wake him up for breakfast? Tang Xiaogua asked. No way. Let him starve. Luo Qinggu declared. After taking a couple sips of porridge, she gritted her teeth and relented. Fine, you go wake up your bodyguard brother. Why? Didn't you say we wouldn't wake him, Sister Luo? Tang Xiaogua stuck out her tongue, having scalded herself from eating too quickly. Can I change my mind? Luo Qinggu shot Tang Xiaogua a glare. Yan Ruyu emerged from the kitchen. After finishing the porridge, she'd taken off her apron, washed her hands, and now stepped out. Seeing Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua drinking porridge, she said, "One of you go wake up Li Futu. Tell him it's time for breakfast." Tang Xiaogua nodded and ran toward Li Futu's room. She knocked on the door, but there was no response. She opened the door and walked in. Ah! But within seconds of entering, Tang Xiaogua let out a shriek, covering her face with both hands as she bolted back out. Yan Ruyu and Tang Xiaogua both looked stunned. Yan Ruyu asked, "Xiaogua, why are you making such a fuss? What's wrong?" "Sister Ruyu, the bodyguard, he..." Tang Xiaogua stammered, her face flushed, unable to form a coherent sentence. Li Futu had been lost in a sweet dream when the sudden scream jolted him awake. Instinctively, he leaped off the bed. Thinking something terrible had happened, he strode out with a sharp glare and demanded, "What's going on?" Seeing Li Futu burst out, the three girls froze in astonishment. Their beautiful eyes fixed on him as a blush began to spread across their snow-white, jade-like faces. Clatter! Luo Qingwu's spoon slipped from her grasp and clattered into the bowl. Yan Ruyu's eyes flashed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish Li Futu on the spot. "Ah, Sister Ruyu, you see, the bodyguard is like this, and I got scared." Tang Xiaogua stammered, peering through the gaps between her fingers covering her face at Li Futu's figure. Li Futu was puzzled. Why were these three women practically glued to him with their eyes? Curiosity got the better of him, and he glanced down at himself. The sight made him clear his throat awkwardly, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. "Li Futu, you bastard. You actually came out looking like this? You shameless." Luo Qingwu was the first to cry out. Yan Ruyu also shot Li Futu a glare before quickly averting her eyes in embarrassment. "Ahem. I thought something was wrong, so I came out." Li Futu managed a dry laugh before quickly turning and bolting back into the room. So that was the reason behind Tang Xiaogua's earlier scream. But the question was, for a man brimming with youthful vigor and vitality, wasn't this perfectly normal after waking up in the morning? Still, one couldn't blame Tang Xiaogua. After all, she was still young and likely only vaguely aware of such matters between men and women. The thought sent a jolt through Li Futu's mind. Should he find an opportunity to give Tang Xiaogua a lesson on this subject? After changing clothes, Li Futu emerged, quickly washed up, and headed toward the dining table. "Smells delicious," Li Futu remarked as he approached. "Bodyguard brother, it doesn't taste as good as what you made yesterday," Tang Xiaogua blurted out without hesitation. "You ungrateful little brat." Yan Ruyu's face darkened. "Exactly. If you think this jerk's porridge tastes good, Xiaogua, you can have him make it for you from now on." Luo Qingwu chimed in. Tang Xiaogua pouted, looking deeply aggrieved. "Sister Luo, you ate it yesterday too. You ate the most." "What? Me? I didn't eat much yesterday. I was just hungry, okay? When I'm hungry, I'd eat a lot even if you burned the porridge." Luo Qingwu retorted, but her voice betrayed a hint of guilt. Tang Xiaogua stared at Luo Qingwu with curiosity. She remembered that last time Luo Qingwu had taken one bite of her burnt porridge and immediately spat it out. Li Futu had already served himself a bowl. Taking a bite, he remarked, "The flavor's actually not bad. But you used too much salt. And it's missing one key ingredient, cilantro. Still, considering your status, Ruyu, cooking porridge like this is quite impressive." Indeed, in Li Futu's view, a goddess like Yan Ruyu was the sort of woman who never lifted a finger to do housework. That she possessed such culinary skills was truly rare. Yan Ruyu felt a pang of discomfort. She couldn't tell if Li Futu's words were meant as praise or criticism. She shot him a glare and retorted, "The kitchen is fully stocked. If you don't like it, I can cook another pot." "No way. I'll eat anything you cook, no matter how awful it tastes," Li Futu replied with a smile. "Ah, that's so cheesy. Luo, did you get goosebumps?" Tang Xiaogua teased. "Mine fell all over the floor and then grew back," Luo Qingwu added. Xiaogua, you two are asking for a spanking, aren't you?" Yan Ruyu's face darkened, feeling utterly exasperated. "Hee," Tang Xiaogua giggled, then skipped away after finishing her porridge. Luo Qingwu followed suit, leaving the table. Thus, only Li Futu and the stunning Yan Ruyu remained at the table. Yan Ruyu sat with Li Futu, feeling a bit uneasy. "What's wrong?" Li Futu seemed to sense something amiss and asked. "Nothing. You go ahead and eat. I'm full." Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and rose to leave as well. Was she some kind of plague? Li Futu was taken aback. Li Futu drank several bowls of kanji before finally feeling satisfied. Spotting Yan Ruyu sitting on the sofa watching TV with Luo Qingwu and the others, he walked over. "Xiaowu, are you going out this afternoon?" Li Futu asked as he approached. He had business to attend to today, but he also needed to protect Luo Qingwu. Therefore, if she planned to go out, he would have to accompany her for her safety. Luo Qingwu froze for a moment, then blinked at Yan Ruyu. "No." Yan Ruyu stated flatly, her tone leaving no room for argument. "A kidnapping just happened last night, and you want to go out today? No way. Chapter 042, directly targeting the dragon's lair. I won't go. Yen Ruyu's decisive refusal shattered Luo Qingwu's hopes, deflating her instantly. Given Yen Ruyu's temperament after last night's hostage situation, she'd never let Luo Qingwu and the others go out again anytime soon. She was terrified of another accident happening. After receiving the confirmation, Li Futu returned to his room. He shed his shorts and tank top, changing into a pair of casual pants and a t-shirt, finishing the look with a pair of British-style loafers. After finishing his grooming, Li Futu glanced at his reflection in the room's mirror, his heart swelling with pride. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Against his backdrop, these unremarkable garments suddenly shone brilliantly, truly a miracle. Lu Scars and his 5 accomplices were merely pawns being manipulated. Li Futu wasn't after them, he was after the hand pulling the strings in the shadows. Having learned from Lu Daoba that their kidnapping of Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua the previous night was ordered by someone called Brother Hua, Li Futu naturally intended to meet this Brother Hua. Perhaps he could extract more information from him. Judging by Lu Daoba's confession, this Brother Hua was no ordinary figure. Barely in his early 30s, his modus operandi could only be described in 4 words: ruthless and merciless. Li Futu knew such an opponent would be troublesome, but merely troublesome, not terrifying, and certainly not threatening. Stepping out of the room, Li Futu saw the 3 women still seated on the sofa. "I'm heading out," he said. "I might be back a bit late. No need to make lunch for me." Li Futu's words served as a casual greeting to the 3 beauties in the villa. "Bodyguard brother. Bodyguard brother. Are you going out?" Tang Xiaogua leaped off the sofa, her bare feet scuffing the floor as her voluptuous, delicate form wobbled toward Li Futu. Yen Ruyu also set down her book, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. "Weren't you and Xiaowu supposed to go out today? I happen to have some old friends here in the capital. Since I'm here, I might as well pay them a visit." Li Futu explained. "Oh, bodyguard brother, are your friends men or women? Why ask that?" "I'm asking for Sister Ruyu. She said she only wants a man who's completely devoted. She doesn't like those fickle types, especially the kind who think about chasing after other women, those philandering turnips." "Xiaogua, what nonsense are you spouting now?" Yen Ruyu scolded playfully yet exasperatedly, her flawless jade-like face flushing with both embarrassment and annoyance, her delicate frame trembling with indignation. Li Futu smiled indifferently, paying no heed to the squabbling beauties inside. After bidding farewell to Yen Ruyu and the others, he stepped outside. Li Futu didn't drive, he walked outside and hailed a taxi. Wisteria Garden Villa. A taxi pulled up, and Li Futu stepped out. He glanced at the villa complex before striding straight into the residential area. Following the general location provided by Lu Scars, Li Futu turned left and walked along a wide road until its end, where he saw a villa dominated by a red exterior trimmed with gold. Bathed in sunlight, the villa shimmered with golden radiance, its fiery crimson hue symbolizing prosperity and a golden path to success. It seemed Brother Hua had spared no effort in decorating this villa. Li Futu surveyed the villa from all sides. Naturally, he spotted figures moving about in the front yard or perhaps inside. He pondered how best to infiltrate stealthily or openly. With his skills, he could slip in completely undetected. The problem was, he didn't know Brother Hua. Ultimately, Li Futu opted for a straightforward approach, requesting to be escorted directly to Brother Hua. Straightening his posture, Li Futu strode directly to the villa's heavy iron gate. He paced back and forth, occasionally glancing inside the villa, giving off an air of suspicious, furtive behavior. His suspicious behavior eventually caught the attention of some enforcers inside the villa. A burly man inside picked up his walkie-talkie and spoke a few words. Almost instantly, 2 men with icy expressions darted out from the villa and closed in on Li Futu. With lightning speed, they seized his shoulders, one on each side, then yanked his arms behind him and forced his body downward. The ease of their takedown surprised them slightly. They hadn't expected this kid to be such a pushover. They had assumed anyone daring to loiter near Brother Hua's villa would be a skilled fighter, but it seemed they had overestimated him. "Talk. What are you sneaking around here for? Break your legs if you don't tell the truth," the 2 burly men demanded. "Gentlemen, there's no need for this. I'm here to discuss business with Brother Hua," Li Futu replied. "Business? What kind of business? Did you make an appointment with Brother Hua?" one of the men demanded. "A small fry like me wouldn't dare meet Brother Hua face to face. I truly have urgent business with him, a major deal. Brother Hua is known on the streets for his righteousness and boldness. This business can only be handled by him." Li Futu spoke calmly, his expression serene. Li Futu's composure startled the 2 burly men. To remain so calm even after being subdued, could he genuinely be here for business with Brother Hua, not just trouble? "I'll report this to Brother Hua and see what he thinks," one of the men said. He immediately used his walkie-talkie to relay the situation outside to someone inside, who would then seek Brother Hua's instructions. Moments later, the man received a reply. His tone turned icy as he declared, "Kid, you're both fortunate and unfortunate. Brother Hua wants to see you." If what you just said is true, that you have a major business deal to discuss with him, you're guaranteed to rise to the top. But if you're lying, well, you'll crawl out of here on your hands and knees. With that, the villa's massive iron gate swung open. The two burly men escorted Li Futu inside. A faint, enigmatic smile touched Li Futu's lips. It seemed everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Upon entering, Li Futu glanced around, immediately assessing the number of enforcers guarding the villa inside and out. The moment he stepped inside, several icy, piercing gazes locked onto Li Futu. Many of those gazes were icy and amused, as if he were a delicious, tempting prey. Indeed, who in the underworld didn't know Brother Hua's residence was a den of tigers and dragons, a place with no exit? As Brother Hua himself put it, even if a dragon dares to enter, it'll crawl on its belly like a worm. No wonder these men's gazes were so mocking and amused. Inside the villa stood 5 lean, muscular men. One bald-headed man, his eyes dark and menacing, shot Li Futu a cold glance and ordered, "Take him upstairs. Brother Hua is up there. You lot stay down here and guard him. Don't make any sudden moves." The bald man gave his orders, then led Li Futu upstairs toward the villa's second floor, flanked by 2 burly guards. Chapter 043, Who is Whose Prey? The second floor of the villa served not only as Hua Xiong's sleeping quarters but also as his office. At that moment, Brother Hua held a stemmed glass in his right hand. As he gently swirled his arm, the red wine inside aerated more thoroughly, enhancing its flavor. His features were unremarkable, yet his slightly arched brows and eagle-like eyes gave him a piercing, predatory gaze. This alone made his first impression one of ruthless cunning. His thin, tightly pursed lips held a faint, cold smile, though his thoughts remained hidden. His mood had been irritable since waking this morning. A full night had passed, yet the men he dispatched last night remained missing, no sign of life, no trace of death. The intelligence his spies had brought back indicated that Luo Qingwu, the Luo family's heiress, had already returned to Rose Manor. Meaning last night's operation had failed? The fact that Lu Scars and the others were still missing surely meant they had been disposed of? Who could have done this? Hua Xiong felt a headache coming on. This was one of the few failures he'd experienced since entering the business. Just as Hua Xiong was preparing to leave and give a response to the employer who had commissioned this operation, someone below suddenly called up to say someone wanted to come and discuss business with him. Business? Hua Xiong snorted coldly. Didn't everyone in the underworld know that anyone wanting to discuss business with him should go straight to his secretary, Lu? And now someone was actually showing up at his doorstep to discuss business? Hua Xiong sneered coldly. After hearing that his men had subdued the visitor downstairs, he ordered them to bring the person up to see what this was all about. Knock. The knock sounded at just the right moment. Hua Xiong turned his gaze to the man standing respectfully beside him, a scholarly-looking individual wearing gold-rimmed glasses. This man was none other than his personal secretary, Lu. Secretary Lu understood and said, "Come in." The door swung open as 2 burly men escorted Li Futu inside. The bald man who followed them promptly closed the door behind them. Upon seeing Li Futu, a cold smile spread across Hua Xiong's lips. Noticing this detail, the bald man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed bloodshed was inevitable today. Whenever Brother Hua wore that particular smile, the other party either ended up beaten half to death, missing limbs, or lost their head entirely dead as a doornail. "I hear you've come to discuss business with me? That's a decent excuse. Young man, you have one chance. Speak. What exactly brings you here?" Hua Xiong sipped his red wine, a smile playing on his lips, his piercing gaze fixed on Li Futu. With his years of experience, he could tell that Li Futu showed not a trace of nervousness or fear. On the contrary, his deep, piercing eyes were utterly calm, almost eerily composed. Everyone in the underworld knew Hua Xiong's villa was a den of danger. Yet Li Futu remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of fear. Such composure was rare. He was either someone who had weathered countless storms or someone with powerful backing. Otherwise, he would never have ventured into danger alone. "I'm here to discuss business." Li Futu smiled, his tone calm as he spoke. At Li Futu's words, Hua Xiong's brow furrowed slightly. The 2 burly men guarding Li Futu were adept at reading expressions. The one on the right immediately erupted in rage. "You bastard. Brother Hua asks you a question, and you don't tell the truth? You want to die, huh?" With that, the man swung a punch straight at Li Futu's chest. Thud. The impact was thunderous. Li Futu took a deep breath, his gaze remaining steady as he looked at Hua Xiong and said, "I've always heard Brother Hua is hospitable and straightforward. But is this how you treat your guests?" "Guest?" Hua Xiong laughed. Suddenly, this young man before him seemed laughable, or rather, laughably naive. Could he really not see that Hua Xiong had never once regarded him as a guest? Hua Xiong smiled indifferently and asked, "Well then, tell me, on what grounds do you claim to be my guest? What business do you wish to discuss with me? Since we're discussing business, shouldn't I sit before you and speak face to face? Do you think anyone would enjoy speaking while bent over and bowing their head in such circumstances?" Li Futu said indifferently. "But I do." "Sorry, I don't." Hua Xiong's expression flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected this fellow to be so audacious, demanding to sit as an equal for a conversation even while imprisoned. Was he courting death? I'm not one to cater to others' feelings. On the contrary, when someone makes such a demand, I make them reflect deeply. Hua Xiong narrowed his eyes, his gaze darkening as he glanced at the bald man. The two burly men restraining Li Futu wasted no time in attacking. The one on the right swung a punch straight at Li Futu's face, while the one on the left drove an elbow horizontally toward Li Futu's vital throat. Their opening moves were vicious, clearly aiming to knock Li Futu to the ground before doing as they pleased. A sharp, piercing glint flared in Li Futu's eyes. A colossal surge of power erupted from his body, and his hands instantly wrenched free from the burly men's grip. As the two burly men's attacks slammed toward him, Li Futu's left hand shot out, suddenly clamping down on both of their arms with deadly force, rendering them completely immobilized. In that instant, Li Futu's hands pulled violently in opposite directions. Crash! A thunderous crash echoed as Li Futu, gripping the burly men's arms, swung their bodies violently upward. Boom! The two burly men's heads collided violently. Driven by that overwhelming force, stars danced before their eyes and their heads spun. Li Futu's arms struck out simultaneously, unleashing the left-right heart-opening gate, one of the 8 major techniques of Bagwazang. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous crashes echoed as the two burly men were sent flying, crashing to the ground unconscious. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The others on the field hadn't even registered what happened. They couldn't believe that Li Futu, who had looked like an insignificant ant moments before, had suddenly unleashed the terrifying power and strength of a mighty dragon. The next second, Li Futu had already charged to the bald man's front. The bald man reacted swiftly. With a furious roar, he instantly swung his fist toward Li Futu. The punch was fierce, its killing intent sharp, accompanied by a howling wind. Li Futu's icy gaze remained utterly unflinching. His right arm shot forward like a serpent, agile and elusive, yet carrying a momentum potent enough to subdue a dragon. 12 dragon capturing hands. Li Futu unleashed the most exquisite and devastating technique of his grappling repertoire, the 12 dragons seizing hands, instantly locking the bald man's wrist and nullifying his punch. With that, Li Futu delivered a simple yet devastating uppercut. Thud! A bone-chilling sound echoed as Li Futu's punch dislocated the bald man's jaw. A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth, accompanied by several knocked-out teeth, sending his body flying backward. At that instant, Li Futu's gaze darkened. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Secretary Lu beside Hua Xiong, slightly moving his right hand. A dangerous chill instantly froze Li Futu in place. Gun! Secretary Lu drew a gun, its muzzle aimed squarely at Li Futu. Chapter 044, commanding the entire scene. A cold glint flashed in Li Futu's eyes. Facing the gun, he remained unflustered. A true master could evade bullets. The prerequisite was anticipating and judging the threat in advance, then executing a preemptive evasive maneuver in an instant. This demanded beast-like instincts and lightning-fast reflexes and agility. The instant Secretary Lu pulled the trigger, Li Futu's body surged forward at an angle. The bullet whizzed past him, striking the doorway with a loud bang as the impact caused the material to shatter from the explosive force. Years of combat in the underworld had honed Li Futu's senses sharper than any beast's through countless bloody battles and brushes with death. Thus, he made a split-second judgment, dodging the lethal bullet while maintaining his forward momentum toward Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu's expression remained unchanged when he saw Li Futu evade his attack, though the cold glint in his eyes grew sharper. The silver pistol in his right hand tracked Li Futu's position as he pulled the trigger without mercy. Bang! Bang! This time, it was a double shot. Secretary Lu fired 2 rounds in quick succession. Not only did he aim for Li Futu's vital organs, but he also anticipated Li Futu's evasion path. The 2 bullets formed an angle, aiming to completely pin Li Futu down. There was no doubt about it, Secretary Lu was a formidable opponent, possessing both deadly accuracy and unflappable composure. Anyone else would have been taken down by his seemingly supernatural marksmanship and cool-headed judgment. But Li Futu certainly wouldn't. Though Lu could anticipate movements, Li Futu could anticipate Lu's anticipation. As Li Futu himself put it, when he was playing with guns, Lu was probably still playing with mud. Li Futu remained utterly unflustered. His body shifted sideways first, evading the first bullet fired at him. As he turned, he leaned his entire body backward smoothly, letting the second bullet, meant to blow his head apart, fly harmlessly past. Seeing Yi Lang survive yet again, a hint of surprise flickered across Secretary Lu's usually composed face. As he raised his gun once more, he suddenly caught Li Futu's icy, mocking smile directed squarely at him. Whoosh! Li Futu charged toward him like a cannonball, his figure darting erratically left and right. Secretary Lu's raised pistol instantly lost its aim. Bang! Just as Secretary Lu prepared to fire a burst of shots, Li Futu's right leg swept horizontally across his arm in a preemptive strike. The gunshot finally rang out, but by then, Secretary Lu's right arm had been swept upward by Li Futu's kick from below. Naturally, the bullet shot straight into the ceiling. A flicker of terror finally crossed Secretary Lu's face as he sensed a sharp danger and intense killing intent. Li Futu's right hand appeared as if out of thin air, clamping down on Lu's throat. Yet the next instant, Li's brow furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he hoisted Lu up and hurled him forward straight toward Hua Xiong's position. Bang! 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 In that instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, followed by a sudden flash of blood. Secretary Lu, mid-air, was riddled with bullets. The terrifying muzzle flashes left behind a trail of horrifying wounds as the bullets pierced his body. Secretary Lu's forward momentum remained unchecked as he continued hurtling toward Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong's expression changed as he sprang to his feet to dodge. The next instant, a flicker of panic crossed Hua Xiong's eyes. His right hand, gripping a Desert Eagle pistol, shot backward. The instant Hua Xiong's right hand moved, another hand shot out, seizing his wrist. Brother Hua, now can we sit down and have a proper talk? Li Futu's calm, composed voice rang in Hua Xiong's ear. Hua Xiong's expression changed. Suddenly, his entire right arm went numb, stiffening and losing all sensation. He couldn't muster even the slightest strength, as if the limb no longer belonged to him. Li Futu had already moved from Hua Xiong's side to stand directly before him. He reached out and took the Desert Eagle pistol from Hua Xiong's stiff, numb hand. Nice gun. Desert Eagle. A deadly weapon. Li Futu smiled. With a slight movement of his hands, within 3 short seconds, the Desert Eagle in his grasp became a pile of parts expertly disassembled by his hands. Hua Xiong watched wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. His face was etched with shock, and a flicker of terror danced in his eyes. For the first time, Hua Xiong distinctly sensed the fear lurking deep within his own heart. Ha! What's the matter? Even now, Brother Hua still refuses to sit down and talk with me? Li Futu was already seated on a chair, yet Hua Xiong remained standing stiffly. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up. How could that be? How could that be? Please, sir, have a seat. Have a seat. Hua Xiong snapped out of his daze and quickly replied with utmost respect. A bottle of red wine sat on Hua Xiong's desk, more than half empty. Li Futu, acting as if he were at home, picked it up without hesitation. Too lazy to pour it into a glass, he took a direct swig, smacked his lips, and remarked, "This wine is excellent. Aged at least 100 years. Hua Xiong's heart ached. Of course he knew this wine was exceptional. It was a rare vintage from the renowned French Louis family, acquired on the black market at a staggering $35,000. I usually can't bring myself to drink it, but this kid doesn't hold back. What might you wish to discuss with me, sir? Hua Xiong maintained his composure outwardly, displaying remarkable calm in this predicament. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Preserve your strength now, and you'll have your chance for revenge later. Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly, finding himself somewhat impressed by this opponent. Unflappable in crisis, capable of bending and stretching, understanding how to assess the situation, only such a man could achieve great things. I wish to understand certain events from last night, and you may hold some answers. Li Futu smiled faintly, his tone gentle and courteous. Instantly, Hua Xiong's expression stiffened slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Yet he remained impassive, replying with sincere earnestness, You ask, and whatever I know, I will tell you truthfully. Li Futu smiled. He enjoyed dealing with intelligent people. It made things much easier. Li Futu asked, Is Lu Scarface one of your men? Did you send him to assassinate me last night? Sir, there must be some misunderstanding, Hua Xiong replied, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His previously impassive face finally showed a flicker of emotion. Was this demonic figure before him the very man he tried to send men to kill last night? Good heavens, how had he ever provoked such a man? Had I known, I would have kept my distance rather than provoke such a demon. Beneath Hua Xiong's seemingly calm exterior, his mind was already churning with turmoil. Suddenly, Hua Xiong felt utterly ridiculous. The very man he'd sent men to ambush last night stood before him, completely unaware. How ironic indeed. A misunderstanding? Was Brother Hua about to deny it? Or was there never any such thing? Li Futu smiled, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness as he fixed it on Hua Xiong, not missing a single detail. Nothing happened. I swear absolutely nothing happened. Hua Xiong blurted out, his eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Li Futu's piercing gaze. At this moment, he truly dared not admit to any of it. Otherwise, he had no idea what consequences he might face. Li Futu nodded. Suddenly, he grabbed the wineglass Hua Xiong had just sipped from on the table, smashing it to pieces. He then seized Hua Xiong's right arm, pressing his hand flat against the tabletop. Next, the sharp stem of the wineglass, still clenched tightly in Li Futu's hand, plunged straight into Hua Xiong's hand. Put! A dull thud echoed as the razor-sharp glass stem pierced deep into Hua Xiong's hand. With immense force, the stem tore through his arm and embedded itself into the tabletop. A gush of blood spurted forth, a sight that was truly horrifying. Chapter 045, The Smiling Devil. Hua Xiong's face drained of color. He clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out in pain, as cold sweat rolled down his forehead in large beads. Having risen through the ranks of the underworld himself, he knew well that any sign of fear or pain would only invite harsher punishment. Thus, he forced himself to endure the excruciating agony without a sound. A little pain is no sacrifice. I hope it helps jog your memory. Li Futu smiled, studying Hua Xiong's pale, sweat-drenched face. Is this bringing back memories? Like last night's events? If not, I have plenty of methods to help you recall slowly. Hua Xiong gritted his teeth, his face drained of color as he forced back the sharp stabbing pain. I truly don't know what happened last night. And this Lu Scar you mentioned? I have no idea who that is. There must be some misunderstanding here. Seems my earlier restraint was too generous for you. Li Futu sighed softly, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. His right hand flickered, and suddenly, a uniquely shaped military knife appeared. The moment the blade appeared, a bone-chilling coldness instantly filled the air, faintly mingled with a thick, pungent scent of blood. The blade wasn't the usual gleaming silver of a military knife. Instead, it was tinged with a faint crimson hue, making it look like a blood-stained blade. The blood-stained slaughterer. Had any top-tier powerhouse from the Dark World been present, they would have screamed in shock. This was none other than the famed blood-stained slaughterer. Every soul in the dark underworld knew what the appearance of the blood slaughterer signified. In this world, only one butcher could wield this cursed blade. Indeed, rumors circulated in the dark world that the blade had originally been pure, gleaming white. Yet, having claimed so many lives and been perpetually drenched in blood, it had gradually turned crimson, thus earning its name. Where the blood-stained slaughterer appears, bloodshed inevitably follows. Thus, Li Futu's right hand wielded the crimson slaughter blade with a sudden, lightning-fast slash. The blade transformed into a blood-red streak of cold light, instantly slicing through Hua Xiong's left arm. Shoo! A piercing sound split the air, revealing a crimson gash that stretched from Hua Xiong's wrist all the way up to his shoulder. Fast! Too fast! So fast that Hua Xiong had no time to react. He didn't even feel the sting of the blade slicing through his flesh in that instant. Only afterward did the searing, sharp pain spread through his entire body. Ha! Even a man of Hua Xiong's iron will couldn't suppress a cry of agony. His gaze fell upon his right arm, and sheer terror filled his eyes. He saw his left arm as if it had been sliced open, blood gushing out, exposing the pale, tender flesh and stark white bone beneath. The sight was gruesome and terrifying. Don't move. That cut hasn't severed your main artery yet. If you move and cause it to rupture, you know what the consequences will be. Seeing Hua Xiong try to cover his left arm, Li Futu smiled and offered a gentle warning. What you're doing is no different from killing me. Do you think this won't lead to death from excessive blood loss? Hua Xiong's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror and rage. Seeing Li Futu's harmless smile only made his fury boil over. At least the current bleeding is minimal. Once the artery ruptures, you won't last long. Li Futu chuckled as his right hand moved again. The crimson blade of his slaughter knife plunged directly into the wound on Hua Xiong's wrist. With a light flick of his wrist, instantly, a tendon at his wrist snapped cleanly. The tendons in the arm are composed of countless vessels. But if I sever them one by one, your left arm will be useless. Li Futu stated this matter-of-factly, as if explaining a simple truth. His hand never paused. The crimson blade continued its precise work. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Just stop. Hua Xiong's mental defenses shattered completely, his voice rasping in desperation. I won't repeat myself. If you forget what questions I asked earlier, don't blame me. Li Futu said indifferently. Lu Scar was indeed sent by me. Damn it, can you stop what you're doing? I've lost feeling in my left arm. Hua Xiong screamed as Li Futu precisely severed every tendon in his arm. Why did you do it? If you'd confessed earlier, you wouldn't be suffering like this. Those who think they're clever often end up reaping what they sow. Li Futu smiled and pressed on. Why did you want to take hostages? Why did you want to eliminate me? Do I have a grudge against you? And no. I don't even know you. How could I have a grudge against you? Cold sweat poured from Hua Xiong's forehead as his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. After all, the agony he was enduring at that moment was excruciatingly intense. Then I'm puzzled, Li Futu said. We have no history, so why would you want to eliminate me? Taking hostages wasn't your original plan either? And no. Hua Xiong stammered, his face twisted in utter terror, his eyes flickering with sheer dread. At this point, you should know what answer I want, right? Speak up. Who ordered you to do this? Li Futu demanded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. This. Hua Xiong's voice faltered slightly. Li Futu smiled. Simultaneously, a cold gleam flashed once more. The crimson light, carrying a thick, pungent scent of blood, ripped through the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. Hua Xiong's right arm received the same fair treatment as his left, a gash spreading upward, the entire limb as if sliced open. No. It was Black Panther. Black Panther contacted me. Hua Xiong screamed in terror, his voice a shrill wail. Black Panther? Who is he? I know he was once a master in the underground fighting circuit, but that's all I know. He contacted me and gave me this mission. How do I find Black Panther? I honestly don't know. He contacted me, but I have no idea how to reach him. Cold sweat drenched Hua Xiong as he screamed hoarsely. He'd never been pushed to this limit before. No matter what he said, that bastard just stared back at him with a smirk, his face dripping with disbelief. What the hell was he supposed to do now? If he kept attacking, wouldn't he just be a living cripple? What difference would that make from being dead? You can't reach Black Panther? Li Futu frowned slightly, his smile unchanged. With your intelligence, I'm sure you'll find a way. With that, Li Futu severed the tendons in Hua Xiong's right arm, crippling both his hands. You're taking this too far. I've told you everything, and this is how you repay me. Hua Xiong spat, his eyes blazing with fury. Is this a threat or a negotiation? Li Futu's smile remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to Hua Xiong's right leg. His crimson slaughter blade flashed upward once more, the tip piercing directly into Hua Xiong's knee. With precise accuracy, it sliced along the edge of his kneecap, cutting straight into the inner knee, targeting the tendons connecting the thigh to the lower leg. SSSSH. A piercing sound echoed as Li Futu's blood-stained cleaver withdrew, dripping with fresh blood. Hua Xiong's right knee appeared as if sliced clean through, the tendons and ligaments within severed. Next, Li Futu's gaze shifted to Hua Xiong's left leg. That single glance shattered all remaining confidence within Hua Xiong. He roared. No! I can help you find Black Panther. Trust me. Just give me one more chance. I'll tell you the moment I find him. Hua Xiong bellowed, his face twisted in utter terror, his eyes filled with sheer dread. He was already breaking down. Facing this man who wore a smile that made him seem harmless yet struck with merciless cruelty, all his pride and self-respect had vanished. In this moment, his sole desire was to preserve his own life. For that, he was willing to do anything, even betray his employer. Next, Hua Xiong revealed everything he knew to Li Futu, including Black Panther's dossier and other details. That was all he could offer. Finally, seeing there was nothing more to extract, Li Futu rose to his feet and said with a smile, "Remember your promise. Contact Black Panther for me. Otherwise, I'll come looking for you again. Oh, and one more thing, I never actually came here, and you never saw me, right?" Hua Xiong froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. He nodded frantically, saying, right. You've never been here. You've never come. I don't know you, and I've never seen you. Li Futu seemed quite satisfied with Hua Xiong's response. He gave a slight smile and turned to walk toward the door. Chapter 046, Using Others as Tools. Li Futu left Hua Xiong's room, striding downstairs with an air of effortless ease. Faint murmurs drifted up from below. Guys, what do you think that kid's situation is now? He must be beaten half to death, right? Need I say more? How many have ever walked out alive after being summoned by Brother Hua? Surviving with a single breath left is already a miracle. Heh, I could even hear faint screams coming from upstairs earlier. Looks like Brother Hua and the others have already started. If it weren't for Bald Guy telling us not to move around downstairs, I'd have gone upstairs to watch the show and maybe punched that kid a few times while I was at it. Downstairs, the burly men were whispering among themselves when suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. They all looked up, their expressions turning as stunned as if they'd spotted an alien. Their eyes fell upon Li Futu, who was descending the stairs with an expression of calm detachment. His sharply defined features even held a hint of a lazy, indifferent smile. "It's you? How did you come down?" One of the men snapped out of his daze, his eyes turning cold as he demanded in a deep voice. "I've settled the business with your brother Hua, so naturally I came down. I must say, your brother Hua is indeed a straightforward man. This deal was handled quite well." Li Futu spoke indifferently, walking down the stairs as if no one were there. He passed right through the group of menacing, burly figures before him and headed straight for the villa's exit. One man stared at Li Futu's retreating figure, pondering for a moment before muttering, "Strange. We clearly heard fighting upstairs just now. How did this kid come down so quickly? Ironhead, go check what's going on." Immediately, a burly man sprinted upstairs, heading straight for Hua Xiong's room. Pushing open the door, he nearly scared himself half to death. The scene before him caused his brain to short-circuit. His mind went blank for a long moment, his heart clenching in terror. Wherever his eyes fell, bodies lay strewn haphazardly across the room. Hua Xiong sat pale and terrified, his arms completely sliced open, blood gushing freely, looking like a half-dead man. The blood-soaked scene sent shockwaves through the man. His breathing quickened as he struggled to believe what he was seeing. Snapping back to his senses, he rushed to Hua Xiong's side and blurted out, "Brother Hua, did that kid do this?" He just laughed. "I'll get the guys to chase him down and stop him." "Stop!" Hua Xiong snapped, his face still pale with terror. "Don't go after him. Remember, none of you saw him come here. Quick, get everyone up here. Take me to the hospital." "Yes, sir," the man replied, trembling. With the help of the men around him, Hua Xiong was rushed to the hospital. Li Futu hadn't left. Lurking outside the villa complex, he watched as one car after another drove out of Hua Xiong's compound. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he hailed a taxi and followed. Hua Xiong had dispatched Lu Scarface to kidnap Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua and had even attempted to ambush and kill him en route. Earlier in Hua Xiong's office, Hua Xiong had also harbored murderous intent toward him. True to Li Futu's nature, he would never leave such a mortal enemy alive. He hadn't killed Hua Xiong on the spot for two reasons. First, he intended to use Hua Xiong as bait to lure out the Black Panther mentioned by Hua Xiong. Second, to use someone else's blade to kill. Hua Xiong would certainly die, but not necessarily by his own hand. It could just as easily be someone else's. The Black Panther behind Hua Xiong would undoubtedly learn of his injury. With the other party's intelligence, they could easily deduce who had caused Hua Xiong trouble. Hua Xiong himself would likely confirm this to the Black Panther personally. Would Black Panther even spare Hua Xiong's life? The premeditated kidnapping of the Luo family's heiress was no trivial matter. Hua Xiong's existence was a ticking time bomb. There was no doubt about it. The Black Panther would seize the opportunity to eliminate the witness, and it would happen today. Even if Black Panther managed to restrain himself and not kill Hua Xiong personally, Hua Xiong wouldn't survive much longer. Throughout his journey, Hua Xiong had offended countless people, amassing numerous enemies. The person who knows you best in this world will never be your friend, nor your lover. It will always be your enemy. Only your enemy would invest the effort to study your weaknesses and every detail of your life. Therefore, Li Futu was absolutely certain that the moment those black sedans sped away, Hua Xiong's adversaries had already caught wind of the situation. Consequently, Li Futu harbored no concern that Hua Xiong's continued existence might pose a latent threat to Luo Qingwu and the others. His sole focus was using Hua Xiong as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. The three black sedans that had departed from Hua Xiong's villa drove into the city and came to a halt in front of a hospital. Tense, anxious-looking men emerged from the vehicles and rushed into the hospital. As medical staff carried out a stretcher, Hua Xiong finally stepped out of the car and was admitted to the hospital. During Hua Xiong's surgery, 10 burly men stood guard around him, clearly on high alert for any unexpected incidents. Li Futu had followed to the hospital. He did not enter, instead lurking outside, blending in like a passerby. He observed everything with a cold gaze, his expression showing not a hint of urgency. Steady as a mountain, calm as water, he had always been an exceptionally patient hunter. No one understood the importance of patience better than him. The most fundamental instinct a skilled hunter must master is the ability to endure. Only through patience could one wait for the perfect opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. Time ticked by, second by second. Gradually, night fell, and the pitch-black darkness once again reigned over the land. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and Hua Xiong remained awake in his private intensive care room. His restless gaze and impatient expression suggested he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, a soft knock sounded at the door. It swung open, revealing a burly, imposing figure stepping inside. Black Panther, you're here," Hua Xiong blurted out upon seeing the man enter. The newcomer's gaze was cold and sharp. He swept a glance over Hua Xiong and said, "I heard your explanation on the phone, so I came to see you. According to you, that kid who failed to ambush last night came straight to you?" Hua Xiong nodded frantically. Yes, that's exactly what happened. That kid isn't human, he's a demon. He gives off such a terrifying vibe. Did he force any information out of you? Did you reveal anything about young Master Lin?" the man demanded coldly. And no, absolutely not. Brother Black Panther, I had no idea this was young Master Lin's plan. I was just following your orders. Why would I betray young Master Lin? Hua Xiong paled visibly, clearly aware of young Master Lin's reputation, and rushed to defend himself. In that case, you've proven your loyalty. You're trustworthy. Young Master Lin will be pleased to hear this," the man said, stepping closer to Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong exhaled softly. "Brother Black Panther, I did everything I could. That kid is just too terrifying. However. Black Panther struck instantly, his hand clamping down on Hua Xiong's throat. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. "Hua Xiong, you're old. You're useless now. Rest well. Young Master Lin doesn't like too many people knowing his secrets." Hua Xiong tried to scream, but his throat was clamped shut, leaving him utterly voiceless. His limbs had already been crippled by Li Futu, leaving him utterly helpless. In the depths of his eyes, filled with endless terror, one could see Hua Xiong's life force fading rapidly. His eyeballs bulged out, his death horrifying. The ward door swung open again. Black Panther emerged with an expressionless face. Several burly men stood guard at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, none of them were from Hua Xiong's entourage. His former men had vanished without a trace. Black Panther exchanged a few meaningful glances with the guards stationed at the ward entrance, seemingly conveying some unspoken instruction. He then walked out toward the hospital entrance as if nothing had happened. He trusted those left behind would clean up the aftermath thoroughly, ensuring not a shred of evidence implicated him. Chapter 047, Night of Murder. Tonight was destined to be a night of murder. Even in death, Hua Xiong would never have imagined perishing by Black Panther's hand. What he could never have foreseen was that this entire outcome had been entirely within Lee Futu's calculations. Since it was a night of murder, the bloodshed was far from over. Black Panther walked out of the hospital with an expression as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. His car was parked outside, and he strode purposefully toward it. Suddenly, his imposing frame halted abruptly. His eyes darkened slightly, and a sharp, icy glint erupted without warning. Killing intent. In that instant, he sensed an intense, deep-seated killing intent spreading like a tidal wave, carrying the scent of blood. A bloodlust permeated this aura of murder. Black Panther's expression instantly changed. He knew exactly what it meant when a person's killing intent carried the scent of blood. It was an aura forged through countless bloody battles. Black Panther spun on his heel and retreated swiftly toward the rear. He didn't run, but his steps were rapid and deliberate. Simultaneously, his entire being had already entered a state of intense vigilance, ready to counter any sudden attack at any moment. It wasn't fear driving him, he simply sought to lure this hidden adversary out into the open. What gradually filled Black Panther with dread was this: no matter how swiftly he moved, a piercing, icy sharp killing intent always followed. The enemy seemed to shadow him relentlessly. No matter how he scanned left and right, front and back, he could not catch a single glimpse of this eerie, mysterious adversary. Could it be a ghost? Black Panther thought to himself, his eyes cold and fierce, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. He knew full well he hadn't encountered any ghosts, but rather a mysterious and formidable expert who had been silently tracking him. Unless he forced this hidden adversary into the open, he would never find peace. Suddenly, Black Panther's eyes darted to the right, where a narrow alleyway lay. He changed direction, darting into the narrow alleyway. Pressing his body against the wall, he strained his ears, listening intently, sensing everything around him. The alley stretched deep into the darkness, utterly deserted. Only the solitary street lamp cast its dim glow into the passage, yet it remained insufficiently bright, or rather, it seemed profoundly gloomy. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle cut through the air, accompanied by a surging tide of murderous intent. Now! Die! The murderous intent in Black Panther's eyes erupted instantly. His body shifted, and he vanished and reappeared in a flash. His right fist surged forward in a deadly strike. This was a brutal, lethal strike. Black Panther, once a master in the underground fighting circuit, was a lethal weapon himself. His punch unleashed overwhelming force, striking with devastating precision toward the opponent's vital points. If the opponent charged directly into the narrow alley, they would inevitably face Black Panther's fist. Whoosh! A tall figure charged in, but before fully entering the alley, the figure lightly tapped the ground with his toes, abruptly altering his entire momentum. His body shifted as if gliding across water, instantly darting toward the left. Immediately after, Black Panther could feel his fist strike nothing but air. His reflexes were razor sharp. The instant his fist missed, he whipped his head to the left and saw, to his shock, a figure standing directly before him. "It's you?" Under the faint glow of the street lamp, Black Panther caught sight of the figure's face. His expression paled instantly, and he couldn't help but blurt out in astonishment. Lee Futu smiled faintly, appearing utterly harmless. Fixing his gaze on Black Panther's pale face, he spoke calmly, "Indeed, it is me." Feeling a bit surprised? Or perhaps resentful? According to your plan, I should have been dead last night. I shouldn't be standing before you. What do you want? Black Panther's eyes darkened. He recognized Lee Futu that night on Tiger Tooth Mountain. He'd been by Lin Jianglong's side and nearly struck Lee Futu directly, leaving a deep impression. Why ask me? Shouldn't the question be what you want? Lee Futu chuckled, his tone laconic. Oh, does killing feel satisfying? Poor Hua Xiong working for you only to meet such a tragic end, dying with eyes wide open. Black Panther's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. He spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? You calculated that I would act tonight, so you've been waiting for me to show up. Is that right? Lee Futu still smiled, offering no denial. Then he said indifferently, I only want to tell you this, killing demands a price. Black Panther's eyes darkened, a flash of savage intent flickering within them. He struck first. Boom! Black Panther's form shifted as he launched a punch, aiming directly for Lee Futu's vital points. Black Panther had trained in internal martial arts, possessing a solid foundation in their principles. Combined with his experience in underground fighting, he had long since fused his internal martial arts with the ruthless, lethal techniques of underground combat, a style of boxing that could be called a killing art, forming a set of one-strike kill boxing techniques. Thus, his punches were pure speed, ferocity, and precision. If he could kill with one punch, he would never throw a second. Now, unleashing this ferocious, ruthless punch toward Lee Futu, the force was staggering, a palpable killing intent radiating from it. A cold smile touched Lee Futu's lips. Facing Black Panther's assault, he met it head-on with a fierce counterpunch. His explosive strike soared like a dragon through the sky, carrying a hint of grace yet overwhelmingly radiating a terrifyingly fierce and formidable aura. Colossal power erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air to shatter with a series of whistling sounds. Boom! The sound echoed as Li Futu's fist shattered the Black Panther's attack, forcing him several steps backward. Before the Black Panther could steady himself, Li Futu's ferocious punch slammed toward him once more. Black Panther's heart raced with terror. There was simply no way to evade. He could only grit his teeth and meet the attack head-on. Boom! Boom! The fierce fist strikes whistled through the air, their overwhelming force igniting the atmosphere as a thick aura of killing intent spread. As Li Futu unleashed his third punch with devastating force. Boom! Li Futu's fist shattered Black Panther's counterattack, slamming squarely into his chest. Snap! The piercing sound of shattered ribs echoed through the air. Instantly, Black Panther's entire body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground mid-air. Ha! Black Panther lay on the ground, coughing up blood in great gulps. His eyes were filled with utter terror. As Li Futu slowly approached, fear gripped him so tightly he screamed hoarsely, "No! You absolutely cannot kill me. Just as you said, killing demands retribution. If you kill me, you yourself won't escape death's judgment. You're mistaken. I didn't kill you. It was one of Hua Xiong's men. You killed their leader. It's only natural for them to avenge their boss. So even if law enforcement investigates this, they won't trace it back to me." Li Futu smiled, his gaze filled with pity as he looked at Black Panther. Black Panther's face instantly drained of color. He suddenly realized that from the moment he'd set out tonight to assassinate Hua Xiong, he'd already fallen into the intricate trap Li Futu had meticulously laid. The other man not only held Hua Xiong's life in his hands, he held Black Panther's as well. Everything was under Li Futu's control. What a terrifying man. The thought flashed through Black Panther's mind, but before he could dwell on it, he saw a cold gleam flash from Li Futu's hand, striking straight toward him. A sharp, murderous intent erupted. In the next instant, blood spattered everywhere, and Black Panther closed his eyes forever. Chapter 048, Oh, Goddess! The night was as cool as water, a solitary moon hanging high in the sky. A few lonely stars dotted the surroundings, making the night seem even more desolate. When Li Futu finished everything and checked the time, it was already nearly 1 a.m. The Black Panther's death was not the end of it. He used the remaining time to devise a series of intricate traps. For instance, he deliberately left behind subtle clues for the investigators. Following these trails would lead them to discover that Black Panther had infiltrated the hospital at night, assassinated Hua Xiong, and was subsequently hunted down by Hua Xiong's men before meeting a gruesome end on the streets. From the moment he first encountered Black Panther, Li Futu had known the man was merely a pawn. The mastermind behind him was undoubtedly Lin Jianglong. As for Lin Jianglong, the spoiled rich kid, Li Futu felt no urgency to take him down. Wasn't that beautiful captain fiercely opposed to evil and deeply disdainful of Lin Jianglong? If Guan Yuqi uncovered Lin Jianglong's involvement in the Luo Qingwu kidnapping, the disappearance of Lu Daobai and his crew, and the deaths of Hua Xiong and Black Panther, what kind of collision would that spark? Li Futu found himself eagerly anticipating it. Rose Apartments. By the time Li Futu returned, it was nearly 1:30. Dim lights flickered in the villa's grand hall, yet an eerie silence hung heavy in the air. Had they all gone to sleep? Li Futu muttered to himself, glancing up at the second floor. After a moment's thought, he quietly made his way upstairs. He had left early that morning and only returned in the dead of night. He needed to confirm whether Luo Qingwu and the others were resting upstairs, only then could he feel at ease. After all, as a competent bodyguard, this was the most fundamental principle. With Li Futu's skills, he could naturally ascend the stairs without a sound. His agile body moved with remarkable lightness, and in no time, he had reached the second floor. He had completely forgotten one of the 10 rules Luo Qingwu had laid down for him specifically, that he was not to set foot on the second floor. He didn't think much of it, and here he was, walking up quite openly. The second floor contained a small sitting room, its lights still burning. Rooms flanked both sides. Standing at the doorway, Li Futu pressed his ear to the door and heard the steady rhythm of breathing emanating from within. Clearly, someone was fast asleep inside. Splash! Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed from the other side of the second floor. It seemed someone was taking a bath. Someone bathing this late at night? Li Futu followed the sound of water. Honestly, as he would say, he was merely curious and went to investigate. He certainly had no intention of peeping. The bathroom door was closed, but whether it was broken or simply not shut tightly, a small crack remained open. Li Futu crept closer, peering through the crack. What he saw nearly caused his surging blood to boil over. Goddess! A back smooth as jade was faintly visible, perfect curves, snow-white skin as silky as the finest silk. Streams of water slid down the jade-like back, dripping onto the floor with a steady patter. Then, the figure turned. A strand of wet, dark hair was twisted and draped across her back. The profile that briefly emerged was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating a freshness and nobility as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal world. It was none other than Yen Ruyu. Li Futu couldn't help but swallow hard. Tentatively, he reached out to push the crack in the door, hoping to widen it slightly. But as soon as he pushed, squeak! A distinct creak echoed through the air. Li Futu paled in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low and darted downstairs with stealthy agility. Inside the bathroom, Yen Ruyu turned her head toward the doorway but saw nothing. She'd have to find someone to fix this door tomorrow. With Li Futu in the house, she couldn't even take a shower in peace. What time was it now, and Li Futu still hadn't returned? Yen Ruyu wondered silently. Bang! The sound of a door opening and closing echoed from downstairs, followed by footsteps. Yen Ruyu's heart clenched. She quickly turned off the faucet and wrapped herself in a bath towel. Downstairs, Li Futu feigned the appearance of having just returned to the villa. He switched on the lights in the main hall and deliberately paced about, making it seem to any unaware observer that he had indeed just arrived. After completing this charade, Li Futu couldn't help but glance up at the second floor. He hoped Yen Ruyu hadn't noticed anything suspicious, lest he lose all face in this Rose apartment complex. Seeing no movement upstairs, Li Futu felt a quiet triumph, convinced he'd slipped through unnoticed. But then, Li Futu, is that you? You're back? Just as Li Futu was considering taking a shower before retiring to his room, Yen Ruyu's voice suddenly echoed from above. Li Futu paused slightly before replying, "It's me. I just got back." "Hey, Ruyu, are you still awake this late?" The words had barely left his mouth when faint footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Moments later, a graceful, slender figure descended the stairs, none other than Yen Ruyu herself. Fresh from her bath, her long, damp hair cascaded down her back. Her flawless, jade-like face was as pure and pristine as a snow lotus blooming atop a mountain peak. She descended wrapped only in a towel. The white towel traced the contours of her sensual, graceful figure, as if she wore a white halter dress. Her skin was jade-like and snow-white, smooth and delicate, her collarbone slender and exquisite. An aura of noble elegance radiated from her, commanding respect. It was the dead of night, a time when most were deep in slumber, yet for some, it was the hour when passion burned brightest. Thus, when Li Futu saw Yen Ruyu descend the stairs like this, his eyes truly went wide. He seemed to forget to breathe, standing frozen in place. Ahem. Ruyu, aren't you going to sleep at this hour? Li Futu finally snapped back to reality, clearing his throat as he spoke. I'm not ready for sleep just yet. Why did you come back so late? Yen Ruyu asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. I met with a few old friends this morning. They were so hospitable. Perhaps because we hadn't seen each other in a while, we ended up eating, drinking, and chatting away. That's why I'm back so late. Li Futu replied casually, then added, Ruyu, let me pour you a glass of water. You just finished showering and lost a lot of moisture. You really should have a drink. Li Futu walked over to the sofa, poured a glass of plain water, and placed it on the coffee table. Yen Ruyu drifted over like a wisp of smoke. Her crystal clear, dazzling eyes fixed on Li Futu as she asked, how did you know I just finished showering? Chapter 049, Yen Ruyu's Resentment. Li Futu paused, his expression unchanged. He smiled and said, your hair isn't dry yet, and you came down wrapped in a towel. Of course you just finished showering. Anyone could tell. Li Futu's words made perfect sense, but Yen Ruyu recalled the creak of the door opening slightly during her bath. Her mind filled with suspicion as she stared at Li Futu, launching into a barrage of questions. Li Futu, you didn't just get back. You were already home, weren't you? You went straight upstairs after coming back, didn't you? After running upstairs, you hid outside the bathroom door. You actually dared to spy on me while I was bathing? Yen Ruyu's barrage of accusations hit Li Futu like a volley of shells, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Finally, he stammered, Ruyu, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Peeping? Impossible. That's completely at odds with my noble character and upright nature. Is that so? I heard the bathroom door creak when I was bathing as if someone pushed it open. You dare say it wasn't you? Yen Ruyu pressed him, her eyes fixed on Li Futu as she demanded. It could have been the wind, or maybe the door's broken. I just got back, and then you came down. I haven't even stepped foot on the second floor stairs, let alone gone upstairs. Li Futu looked utterly aggrieved, his defense delivered with such dramatic flair it almost sounded believable. Yen Ruyu's gaze grew suspicious as she studied Li Futu. The more composed he appeared, the more certain she became of her suspicions. Li Futu, she said coldly, you won't admit it, will you? Fine. I'll check the surveillance footage and everything will be crystal clear. What? There are surveillance cameras in the room? Li Futu was struck dumb, his voice trembling with shock. So that's it. You bastard. I just mentioned it casually and you blew your cover, huh? It really was you. You're utterly despicable. Unforgivable. I'll kill you. Yen Ruyu feigned surprise at the mention of surveillance in the apartment. Li Futu's expression shifted slightly, his tone brimming with shock. This reaction, observed by the sharp-witted Yen Ruyu, immediately sparked her suspicions. Immediately, she spoke with both shame and anger, her entire body lunging toward Li Futu, fists flying recklessly. Ruyu, calm down. Calm down. Listen to me, please. Li Futu snapped back to his senses, realizing his guilty conscience had been exposed by Yen Ruyu. He regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. What was he to do now? Watching Yen Ruyu charge toward him with a face as dark as storm clouds, he could only retreat. After a few steps, he found himself backed up against the sofa, with nowhere left to go. Yet Yen Ruyu was already upon him. Li Futu neither dodged nor fought back. Unable to stop her momentum, Yen Ruyu crashed directly into his arms. Li Futu instinctively sat down on the sofa, Yen Ruyu collapsing onto him. Ah! Yen Ruyu gasped aloud. This sudden turn of events made her cry out in surprise. She never imagined she'd end up falling directly into the arms of that bastard, Li Futu. Ruyu, be careful! Li Futu spoke, kindly extending both hands to support Yen Ruyu's body. Li Futu, you bastard. You're shameless, you scoundrel. Let go of me right now. Yen Ruyu's face flushed crimson as she couldn't help but scold him playfully. Ruyu, this isn't my fault. You practically threw yourself at me, Li Futu said with an exasperated expression. You dare say that? You still won't admit you snuck upstairs to spy on me just now? Yen Ruyu's heart burned with fury, yet deep down, she felt overwhelmingly bashful. She truly wished she could crush this bastard right then and there. Ruyu, you've misunderstood. I didn't, Li Futu tried to explain. Yen Ruyu glared at him. I won't listen to your excuses. Let go of me. Li Futu released his grip, and Yen Ruyu sprang to her feet. She truly didn't want to have any contact with this bastard for even a moment longer. However, the moment she stood up, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A completely unforeseen incident left both Yen Ruyu and Li Futu frozen in shock. To their shock, the knot holding Yen Ruyu's bath towel came undone as she stood. The towel slid down her body. Yen Ruyu froze in shock. Li Futu was stunned. One was utterly bewildered and at a loss, the other stood with mouth agape and eyes wide. Time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. The next morning, the rising sun cast its radiant glow across the land. Sister Ruyu, why are your eyes bloodshot? Did you not sleep well last night? Tang Xiaoguo's voice drifted from the living room outside. Yen Ruyu sat on the living room sofa. When Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo woke up and came downstairs, Tang Xiaoguo noticed Yen Ruyu's slightly puffy eyes with some redness and couldn't help asking. I might have stayed up a bit late last night and didn't get enough sleep. It's nothing, Yen Ruyu replied in a calm and casual tone. Sis Ruyu, didn't you say last night you were waiting for Li Futu to come back? You told us to go to bed early while you stayed up. Did he come back last night? Did he come back really late, causing you to lose sleep? Luo Qingguo analyzed. Oh right. Did bodyguard brother come back last night? Or did he spend the night out? Oh, I just thought of something kinda naughty. What if bodyguard brother did spend the night out? Tang Xiaoguo said, pouting. Yen Ruyu clenched her teeth inwardly, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. She coldly declared, don't ever mention that guy in front of me again. Yen Ruyu was usually gentle and rarely lost her temper. Yet now, her stunningly beautiful face was clouded with indignation, a truly rare sight. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo exchanged startled glances. Tang Xiaoguo couldn't help whispering, Sis Luo, what's gotten into Sis Ruyu? She seems mad at bodyguard brother. That scoundrel Li Futu must have done something again. Luo Qingguo declared indignantly. That jerk. Sister Ruyu waited up last night, worried he wouldn't make it home in time. He didn't even appreciate it. He must have upset her. She added, Sister Ruyu, I'll go find that bastard. Xiaowu, don't go. Really, it's nothing. You two shouldn't jump to conclusions, Yen Ruyu interjected. To say nothing had happened was a lie. The scenes from last night were already etched into her mind, impossible to shake off. Last night alone, just the thought of that bastard Li Futu sneaking upstairs to spy on her filled her with such rage and humiliation she wanted to tear him limb from limb. What made Yen Ruyu feel utterly mortified was that when she stood up from the sofa, the bath towel wrapped around her body slipped down. What made Yen Ruyu feel utterly mortified was that when she stood up from the sofa, the bath towel wrapped around her body slipped down. She vividly recalled Li Futu's expression at that moment. The bastard's eyes had widened like copper bells. It made her want to gouge his eyes out. Damn it! Absolutely despicable. Yen Ruyu grew angrier the more she thought about it, her emotions churning violently. Chapter 050, Deeply Sinful. Li Futu had already awakened. He faintly heard voices drifting from the living room. It seemed the three beauties had all risen, yet he was still lingering in bed. This was somewhat indefensible. Li Futu rose from the bed, dressed, and headed toward the door. The moment he pulled it open. Ah! A startled cry rang out as he saw a graceful figure lose her balance, stumbling toward him. Xiaowu! What are you doing? You weren't trying to sneak a peek at my perfect sleeping posture, were you? Li Futu instantly recognized the figure stumbling toward him as none other than Luo Qingguo. He quickly reached out to steady her. Li Futu, you damned bastard. You're molesting me. Luo Qingguo screamed. Li Futu instantly withdrew his hands, protesting innocently, Xiaowu, don't accuse me falsely. If I hadn't caught you, you would have fallen flat on your face. How could I possibly be molesting you? You. Luo Qingwu trembled with rage, stamping her feet. Her beautiful eyes glared at Li Futu with murderous intent, as if she wanted to chop him into 1,000 pieces right then and there. Sis Luo, what's wrong? Tang Xiaoguo ran over, her voice carrying. Oh, bodyguard brother, you're awake. Xiaoguo, don't talk to him. If you're on my side, come beat him up with me. Luo Qingwu said coldly. Why? Tang Xiaoguo blinked innocently. Because he just groped me. Luo Qingwu spat angrily. Should we call Sister Ruyu too? Tang Xiaoguo looked eager at the suggestion. Seeing the commotion, Li Futu quickly made a hasty retreat, slipping away and darting into the restroom. He shut the door and began washing up. What the hell? I was just trying to help her by reaching out to steady her, and she has the nerve to turn it around and accuse me of groping her? Li Futu pondered as he washed up. After finishing, Li Futu opened the bathroom door and froze. Standing outside were 3 women radiating murderous intent: Yan Ruyu, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Xiaoguo. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Li Futu tried to close the door. But Yan Ruyu beat him to it, rushing forward and grabbing his hands tightly as she shouted. Xiaowu, Xiaoguo, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and beat this guy. I've got him pinned, he can't move. This is infuriating. I won't rest until I've given him a good thrashing. Seeing this, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo immediately charged forward, unleashing their attacks while calling out their techniques. 9 Bone Claw. Face-shattering kick. Invincible Thunder Fist. Foshan Shadowless Kick. It must be said, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo possessed the very essence of ancient female warriors. Their delicate fists landed squarely on Li Futu's chest, and their feet delivered several swift kicks to his legs. Before Li Futu could utter a sound of pain, they began crying out in agony one after another. Sis Luo, I can't fight anymore. Is bodyguard brother made of iron? My feet hurt so much. Xiaoguo, you idiot. Just because you're hurting doesn't mean he is. Don't waste the opportunity Sister Ruyu risked her life to create for us. Ha? Doesn't that mean we're hurting the enemy 800 times while hurting ourselves 1,000? Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo continued punching Li Futu while arguing. Li Futu chuckled inwardly. To him, the delicate fists of these 2 young beauties felt more like a soothing massage than a blow, bringing him a deeply satisfying comfort. What truly set his blood boiling, however, was everything Yan Ruyu brought with her. Yan Ruyu had initially grabbed Li Futu's arms, but fearing he might struggle, she decisively circled behind him and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist from behind. This left Li Futu feeling as if every bone in his body had turned to jelly. Xiaoguo was right, Yan Ruyu's talents truly stood head and shoulders above the rest. Xiaoguo, Xiaowu, have you had enough of beating me? I can barely hold on, Yan Ruyu murmured. She was clutching Li Futu with all her might. To make the scene feel more authentic, Li Futu struggled slightly. Yan Ruyu could only tighten her grip in response. With this clash of strength, she couldn't hold on much longer. Li Futu certainly didn't want it to end so soon, so he chimed in. I know I've been a real pain these past few days, and I know you're all pretty upset with me. While admitting mistakes is the first step to improvement, I just can't let you off the hook so easily. So, Xiaowu and Xiaoguo, why don't you keep at it a little longer? Let it all out before we call it quits. Ha? Sister Luo, this is weird. Bodyguard brother is actually begging us to keep hitting him. Tang Xiaoguo's bright eyes brimmed with confusion. Never seen such a shameless guy. Well then, let's keep beating him. Luo Qingwu declared. A moment later. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I'm done. Tang Xiaoguo cried out. I'm exhausted too. Fine, let's call it a day. We'll add this to the tally and continue another time, Luo Qingwu agreed. Phew. Yan Ruyu let out a soft sigh, releasing her hands as if relieved of a burden. I'm completely drained too. That guy really needed a beating to vent my frustration. Li Futu still felt unsatisfied, but one must know when to be content. The pleasure he'd just experienced was enough to make anyone jealous, envious, and resentful. More importantly, he was clearly the biggest beneficiary here. Yet these 3 beauties looked utterly satisfied, showing no sign of feeling shortchanged. Yan Ruyu's anger had lessened somewhat, yet she still couldn't fully let it go. Seeing Li Futu still made her feel a bit annoyed. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo, however, were overjoyed, as if they'd stumbled upon a treasure. Evening. Right after dinner, Luo Qingwu tugged Yan Ruyu's arm, her voice full of pleading. Sister Ruyu, please let us go out to play just this once. School starts soon, and then Xiaoguo and I will have to attend classes. It's been days now. If we don't get out soon, we'll go stir crazy. Yes, Sister Ruyu, let's go out and play together. With our bodyguard brother here, nothing bad will happen, Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. Yan Ruyu had intended to stand firm on her principles, but Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo's pleas were devastatingly persuasive. They listed all sorts of bizarre reasons like how staying cooped up too long could lead to depression, or how becoming a shut-in might make it impossible to find a husband later in life. By the end, Yen Ryu felt a pang of pity. Yet she glanced at Li Futu beside her, seemingly seeking his counsel. Li Futu pretended not to notice. As far as he was concerned, as long as these three beauties were safe, staying home and spending every waking moment with them was even better. After all, there was a saying, familiarity breeds affection. Yet he couldn't afford to voice his thoughts. Offending either side was unthinkable. He could only feign deafness and silence, letting things take their natural course. Chapter 051, The Beauty's Invitation. Sister Ryu, I promise I won't cause any trouble when we go out. I'll follow everything you say. Luo Qingwu, already somewhat charmed by Yen Ryu, seized the moment to speak up. Yes, yes. Sister Luo and I will be very, very well behaved. Tang Xiaogua chimed in, though perhaps a bit too eagerly. Yen Ryu's beautiful eyes narrowed in skepticism as she eyed the two girls. Can you really promise to behave yourselves? Yes. This time, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua answered in unison. Yen Ryu realized constantly restricting their outings wasn't a solution. Seeing their earnest pleas, she relented. All right. But once you're out, no trouble making. You must obey. Otherwise, I won't agree. Yes, yes. Luo Qingwu nodded vigorously. The next moment, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua cheered and skipped up the stairs one after the other, ready to bathe, get dressed, and go out to have a good time. Yen Ryu followed them upstairs. Ryu, are you going to bathe too? Li Futu casually asked as he watched Yen Ryu head upstairs. Li Futu's casual question carried a different meaning in Yen Ryu's ears. Her stunningly beautiful face instantly turned cold as she glared at him. Li Futu, you bastard. What are you scheming now? Still plotting to sneak off and do those sleazy things? I didn't mean it that way. Ryu, you've misunderstood. I truly didn't mean it that way. Li Futu instantly felt his head spin. Damn it! Yen Ryu shot Li Futu a fierce glare before storming upstairs. Around 9 o'clock, the three beauties from the apartment descended the stairs with grace. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua, though wearing no makeup, couldn't conceal their youthful, pure beauty. Luo Qingwu was naturally a beauty in the making. Her flawless, heart-stirring beauty required no artificial adornment. As for Tang Xiaogua, she radiated sweet, endearing charm. Yen Ryu descended next, wearing a simple strapless dress that nonetheless radiated an air of graceful charm. Her ethereal beauty made her appear like a fairy descended to the mortal world, breathtakingly lovely. Li Futu glanced up and found himself utterly captivated. Sister Ryu, let's go to Soho Bar, Luo Qingwu suggested. A bar? Yen Ryu paused. She rarely frequented nightlife venues like bars, always finding such entertainment spots too chaotic. Sis Ryu, bars are really fun. We can get a private room at Soho Bar to sing, or hang out in the main area, Tang Xiaogua chimed in. Yeah, we can hang out in the private room. Sister Ryu, what do you think? Luo Qingwu pleaded. Yen Ryu thought renting a private room for singing was acceptable. After all, if they ended up playing around, it would only be within the private room, and no one from outside would come in to disturb them. Alright, I'll go along with your suggestion. But don't stay out too late, be back no later than 12:30. Yen Ryu stated. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua nodded eagerly, rushing out the door. With Li Futu joining them, there were only 4 people in total. 1 car would suffice. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua got into the car. Yen Ryu glanced at Li Futu and saw the guy actually heading for the passenger seat. Her heart sank with annoyance. What a jerk! Was he trying to make her drive? Did he have any gentlemanly manners at all? Li Futu, you drive. Yen Ryu snapped irritably. Li Futu paused, then replied with feigned seriousness, but I don't know the way. I have no idea where Suwa Bar is. Don't worry, bodyguard brother. I'll guide you, Tang Xiaogua piped up from the back seat, poking her head forward to address Li Futu. Li Futu had no choice but to walk to the driver's seat, open the door, and climb in. Once Yen Ryu got in, he sped off, leaving Rose apartments behind. Excited to be out having fun, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua chattered nonstop in the back seat. Yen Ryu also felt she deserved some relaxation. Lately, her small company had been plagued with troubles. A contract that had been stalled for ages was causing her no end of frustration. Guided by Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua, Li Futu drove to the renowned Soho Bar in the capital city. Luo Qingwu reserved a large private room, planning to have fun inside. Bored, Li Futu pulled out a cigarette to light up. Yen Ryu shot him a disapproving look and said, "Don't smoke in here. Are you trying to suffocate us? This room is already enclosed. We don't want to breathe your secondhand smoke." I'll step outside then. Li Futu chuckled, heading out of the private room. Yen Ryu turned her gaze to Li Futu's retreating figure. For some reason, she seemed to sense the desolate aura hidden beneath that straight, upright back, an inexplicable sense of world weariness. Stepping outside the private room brought them to the bar's main floor. The entire outdoor area was a chaotic scene of revelry. Groups of young men and women gathered in threes and fives, swaying their bodies to the pulsing music, dancing wildly. Amidst the neon lights and revelry, the air thickened with the scent of alcohol and hormones. Lifutu smoked a cigarette, squinting at the scene. This neon-lit lifestyle was no stranger to him. During his diplomatic missions abroad, he'd often visit local bars during downtime to unwind. Lifutu's gaze swept from afar to near, taking in the scene around him. As his eyes settled on his immediate surroundings, he suddenly spotted a woman of remarkable charm sitting alone at a table, drinking. She sat diagonally across from where Lifutu stood, only a few meters away. She wore a form-fitting dress in a vivid purple, radiating an undeniable allure and sensuality. Her long, chestnut-brown hair, styled in soft waves, cascaded over her fragrant shoulders. Her face, as delicate as a peach blossom, was exquisitely beautiful. Her sensual lips were lightly pressed against a wineglass, leaving a faint, lingering trace of her imprint on the rim. Lifutu narrowed his eyes slightly. This was an exceptionally mature and sensual woman, appearing to be around 30. Her skin, well preserved, looked indistinguishable from that of a young girl, yet the mature charm radiating from her was something only years could cultivate. She was truly a sight to behold. Lifutu murmured to himself. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the woman lifted her head. Her enchanting eyes, capable of melting bones, met Lifutu's gaze. Her expression flickered with surprise before settling into a smile. Raising her glass, she spoke directly, "Care for a drink?" Lifutu froze. What did this mean? Was she actually making a move? The thought made him even more embarrassed. How could the other men in the bar bear this? Not interested in sharing a drink with me? The woman smiled softly, her enchanting eyes fixed on Lifutu. Her right hand gently swirled the amber liquid in her glass, while her left hand lightly flicked the strand of hair that fell by her ear. The gesture was tantalizing, irresistibly alluring. I'd be delighted. Lifutu chuckled, flicking the cigarette butt from his fingers onto the ground and crushing it underfoot. With a smile, he made his way toward the mature beauty. After all, he wasn't the one footing the bill. Chapter 052, You Understand Women? Mature and sensual, the woman's face glowed with unrestrained beauty under the swaying lights of the bar. Every smile and frown radiated 1,000 charms, her alluring aura enough to captivate any man. Lifutu strode over swiftly, and the woman had already poured him a drink. Thanks. Lifutu smiled, lifting the glass and downing it in one gulp. Authentic Scotch whiskey. Aged 12 years in oak barrels, it boasts a rich, mellow flavor that lingers. Best of all, it won't give you a headache even when you're drunk. Lifutu set down the glass, a calm smile on his lips. The woman's expression shifted, her alluring eyes studying Lifutu for a moment before breaking into a charming smile. You seem quite knowledgeable about spirits? I wouldn't say I'm an expert, just a bit knowledgeable, Lifutu replied with a smile. Then I suppose you know a thing or two about women too, the seductive woman giggled. Lifutu froze, utterly baffled by the implication. He could only ask, what exactly do you mean by that? I truly don't understand. People say women are like wine. Different wines have different flavors, so their charm naturally varies. If you understand wine so well, doesn't that indirectly mean you understand women? The seductive woman explained, her alluring eyes fixed on Lifutu. Lifutu chuckled softly, his tone unexpectedly candid. But right now, I don't understand you. Might I ask your name? Lin Roru. Lin Roru? A rather lovely name, befitting your peerless charm. My name is Lifutu. Lifutu smiled. Did you come to the bar alone? Lin Roru glanced at Lifutu and asked. Lifutu shook his head, then nodded. Noticing the slight confusion in Lin Roru's eyes, he explained with a smile, coming to the bar wasn't my idea. To be precise, I'm here with someone else, my employer. To be blunt, I'm here to protect her. So you're a bodyguard, huh? A peculiar gleam flashed in Lin Roru's eyes. Is that so strange? With no talent or virtue, I had to become a bodyguard to scrape by. Lifutu chuckled. Giggle. Lin Roru burst into a playful laugh, leaving Lifutu momentarily puzzled. Her eyes, brimming with mischief, swept over him as she said, Don't take offense. I'm not laughing at you. I just find it rather amusing. Every man I've met so far has boasted about how exceptional he is. Unlike you, who's so modest. Modest? I'd love to possess such a fine quality, but the truth is, I simply can't be modest. I'm just telling it like it is. Lifutu replied. To your honesty, I'll raise a toast. Lin Roru lifted her wine cup, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lifutu, as if she could see right through him. Lifutu never refused a drink. He poured himself a glass, clinked it lightly with Lin Roru's, and downed it in one gulp. Do you know why single men and women come to bars? Lin Roru's gorgeous face flushed with an intoxicating peach-pink hue. Her silken, seductive eyes fixed on Lifutu as she asked softly. She had clearly had quite a bit to drink. 2 bottles of 12-year-old Scotch whiskey sat on the table, one already empty. After Lifutu arrived, they had begun on the second bottle. Lin Roru had polished off the first bottle all by herself. Scotch whiskey packs a serious punch. Few women could finish a bottle and remain sober. Lin Roro seemed to be drowning her sorrows alone at this bar, lost in her own thoughts. Some come to drown their sorrows, others to hunt for romance. It varies, doesn't it? Li Futu remarked indifferently. You're absolutely right. If you have troubles weighing on your heart, drowning them in drink makes the pain easier to bear, doesn't it? Lin Roro said, propping her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes glazed with a hint of drunkenness as she fixed them on Li Futu. So it seems you're in a rather low mood? Li Futu remarked. Lin Roro smiled, though a hint of melancholy lingered in her expression. She sighed softly. I was indeed troubled at first, but now it's all behind me. Drinking alone eventually gets tedious. I happened to notice you sitting by yourself and invited you over. Does that bother you? Not at all. As long as it doesn't bother you. After all, you're the one paying for the drinks. Li Futu smiled. Lin Roro chuckled, pouring half a glass into Li Futu's cup. If we finish this bottle, would you buy me another round? No. If I were to treat you, it would have to wait until next time. Li Futu admitted frankly. Why? Are you being so stingy? Can't even spare one drink for me? Lin Roro said with a hint of disappointment and playful reproach. A faint smile touched Li Futu's lips. It's not about being stingy or not. After finishing this bottle, you'll likely be drunk. If I buy you another round, you'll be completely wasted. Don't forget, I'm a man. I don't consider myself a kind soul. Aren't you afraid of waking up the next morning with nothing left? Giggle. Lin Roro covered her mouth and laughed softly. That charming, alluring laughter drifted into Li Futu's ears, gently plucking at the strings of his heart. What I find curious is, don't all men want women to pass out? Then they can just take them away. At least, that's the mindset of men who come to bars hunting for flings. Hey, don't tell me your interests are different from everyone else's. Lin Roro's beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu as she spoke with deep meaning. I'm just an ordinary man, Li Futu replied with a smile. I share the same interests as everyone else. But tonight, I truly have no time. So even if you were to pass out, I couldn't take you away. It'd be better to let you leave sober than let someone else take advantage. Lin Roro's expression froze upon hearing this. She finally grasped the man's meaning. She couldn't help but shoot Li Futu a reproachful glance. I thought you were some kind of upright gentleman, she said. Turns out you had ulterior motives. You were just afraid someone else would take me away and make you the one who sets others up for success, right? Li Futu chuckled. He found this woman increasingly intriguing. She suited his temperament perfectly. I must admit, he said with a smile, you are indeed a clever woman. I truly dislike seeing all my efforts go to waste, only for someone else to swoop in and take the credit. Lin Roro smiled, her eyes sparkling with a captivating light. She clinked glasses with Li Futu once more before saying, would you mind accompanying me to the restroom? I'm afraid I'm feeling a bit lightheaded and can't walk properly. It's the least I can do. Li Futu stood up, circled around, and took the arm she offered. Together, they made their way toward the restroom within the bar. Standing tall, Lin Roro appeared exceptionally slender and graceful. The high heels she wore accentuated the curves of her long, elegant legs, her mature, sensual figure perfectly rounded and curvaceous, a true hourglass shape. Lin Roro was genuinely intoxicated, her body leaning toward Li Futu with a mix of intentional and unintentional movement. Truth be told, being this close to such a stunningly mature woman was undeniably intoxicating. Had Li Futu not considered himself strong-willed, he would have lost control long ago. The two arrived at the restroom. Lin Roro entered the ladies' room, and out of gentlemanly courtesy, Li Futu waited outside. At that moment, Yen Ruyu, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Xiaoguo were still singing in the private room, so Li Futu had no reason to worry. It was a VIP room in the bar. As long as they didn't come out, no one would bother them. After waiting quite a while with no sign of Lin Roro emerging, Li Futu couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Could she have passed out drunk in the restroom? Li Futu, are you still there? Suddenly, Li Futu distinctly heard Lin Roro's voice calling out from inside the restroom. I'm here. What's wrong? Are you okay? Li Futu hurriedly asked. I feel a bit dizzy. Could you come in and help me out? Lin Roro's voice came again. There's no one else in here now. It's safe for you to come in. Li Futu froze. As a grown man, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't bring himself to enter the women's restroom. Li Futu. Lin Roro's call came again, filled with allure and carrying an irresistible temptation. Li Futu took a deep breath, hesitation vanishing. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he darted in like lightning, bursting into the women's restroom. Lin Roro, where are you? I'm here. Lin Roro's voice echoed from the last stall. Li Futu hurried over, pushed open the stall door, and stepped inside. In an instant, a voluptuous figure threw herself into Li Futu's embrace. Immediately afterward, two rose-petal-like, luscious red lips, carrying a hint of fiery warmth, pressed against the corner of his mouth. Chapter 053, limited to tonight. Every man longs for such an encounter. A beauty throwing herself at him. But Li Futu was utterly dumbfounded. This was his first time encountering such a situation, leaving him frozen in place. Lin Roru was clearly drunk, coiling around Li Futu like a beautiful serpent. Li Futu, however, forced himself to suppress the surge of desire deep within. He reached out, took hold of Lin Roru's fragrant shoulder, and gently pushed her away. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What's this all about? Don't ask so many questions. Just let me indulge tonight, okay?" Lin Roru's eyes glistened with desire. Her peach blossom face radiated a hint of allure, and the gaze she cast upon Li Futu burned with an intensity that seemed to ignite the passion within her, making it boil over. Indulge? Why choose me? I'm not just anyone. Li Futu's sudden seriousness was almost shocking. Lin Roru's expression suddenly darkened with sorrow. She smiled bitterly and said, "I know what you mean. You're implying I'm a loose woman, right?" Li Futu remained silent, saying nothing. Deep down, he naturally hoped Lin Roru wasn't that kind of woman. Yet in this situation, he hadn't lost his rationality or composure. A woman like Lin Roru possessed both beauty and a figure to die for, her allure captivating all who encountered her. It could be said that if such a woman desired it, she need only wave a finger to have countless men flock to her like bees to honey. Why had she set her sights on him? Li Futu refused to view her through the lens of conspiracy theories, yet he knew caution was warranted. Don't men all crave this kind of one-night thrill? Why shouldn't women? If someone betrays me, I'll make sure they wear the green hat. I've never sought other men in bars, you're the first. Lin Roru spoke softly, then lifted her eyes to meet Li Futu's gaze. Is it that you don't want to? Or is it that I'm no longer young, so I've lost my charm? Li Futu smiled helplessly. Lin Roru actually thought she lacked charm? If even a woman like her wasn't considered attractive, then what woman in the world could claim to be? You'll satisfy me, won't you? You are the first man I've ever truly desired. What do you think? Maybe I'll just turn and walk away. Is that so? Then go ahead and leave. Did you hear that? Someone's using the restroom right next to us. If you walk out like that, you'll definitely set off a wave of screams. Li Futu was instantly speechless, feeling thoroughly outmaneuvered. Walking out now would undoubtedly cause a commotion. The bar security would rush over, mistaking him for a pervert trying to sneak into the ladies' room and arrest him. Should I call you a man or a boy? Don't tell me you've got zero experience. Lin Roru's seductive eyes locked onto Li Futu, and she couldn't help but giggle. Li Futu felt a pang of irritation at being underestimated. For a man, the worst thing a woman could say was that he was inadequate or inexperienced. It was a direct challenge to his dignity. Thus, with surging passion, Li Futu launched his counterattack. Inside a VIP private room, Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua sang non-stop, their hands never leaving the microphones. Calling them mic hogs would be no exaggeration. As for Yen Ruyu, she remained seated on the sofa. Her flawlessly jade-like face bore an indescribable expression, and the corners of her beautiful eyes kept darting toward the room's entrance, as if eagerly awaiting something to appear. Where the hell did that bastard go? Why hasn't he come back yet? The thought flashed through Yen Ruyu's mind repeatedly. It had been nearly half an hour since Li Futu left the private room, yet he still hadn't returned. No wonder she felt this unease. Ha! Where's that guy Li Futu? Luo Qingwu's eyes darted around the room. Seeing Li Futu had vanished from the private room, she couldn't help but ask in surprise. Tang Xiaogua glanced around the private room after hearing this, then pouted her pink lips and said, "Oh right, I didn't notice how the bodyguard left." "Sister Ruyu, do you know where he went?" "He went out for a smoke," Yen Ruyu replied. "Smoke? Did he take one cigarette or a whole pack?" "It's weird he hasn't come back yet," Luo Qingwu remarked. "Ah, I get it. Bodyguard brother must be hitting on girls." "It's a bar out there, full of beautiful women," Tang Xiaogua said. "Xiaogua, you're right, that reminds me. That guy is such a pervert, he must be hitting on girls. How disgusting. He claims to protect us, yet he's completely incompetent," Luo Qingwu said angrily. Yen Ruyu's expression also froze. She spoke up, Xiaogua, seeing is believing. Don't say things like that until you've actually seen him. Maybe he had something urgent come up, like answering a call or something. Forget it. That jerk doesn't matter. We'll just have our own fun. Sister Ruyu, sing with us. Your voice is so beautiful, why aren't you singing? I'll pick a Fei Wong song you love. Luo Qinggu smiled and ran over to select a song for Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu said nothing, but a vague sense of unease settled in her chest. It seemed that Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua's earlier mention of Li Futu running off to chase girls had somehow struck a deep chord within her. Inside the partitioned room, all beauty must come to an end, like fireworks fading in their most brilliant moment. To be fair, Lin Roru wasn't a promiscuous woman, her nature was actually quite conservative. Yet at this very moment, she had let go completely. Having met by chance, she found Li Futu not unpleasant. In fact, through their conversation, she had even begun to admire this man, which was why she acted this way. In her view, after tonight, they would each go their separate ways, likely never to meet again. Tonight has been wonderful, Lin Ruru murmured, her beautiful eyes meeting Li Futu's. From now on, you won't know me, and I won't have seen you. Must you be so cold-hearted? Wasn't my performance earlier good enough? Li Futu smiled. If you feel reluctant to part, I can stay with you, but only here. After tonight, we'll be parallel lines. It's not that I'm cold-hearted, it's just that my indulgence is limited to tonight. Lin Ruru spoke earnestly. Li Futu smiled indifferently, saying nothing. Lin Ruru was right. They had never truly intersected before, and even this one night of indulgence meant nothing. So he wouldn't force anything, nor would he feel regret. Everything depended on fate. Lin Ruru smiled and said, I'll go out first. Once I'm sure no one's around, I'll call you. Lin Ruru exited first. Moments later, she called out to Li Futu. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and darted out. Stepping out of the restroom, Li Futu saw Lin Ruru waving at him with a coy smile. Just as he was about to speak, Li Futu, you bastard! A furious shout rang out. To his shock, Yan Ruyu, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Xiaoguo were striding toward him from the right. Chapter 054, Only you are peerlessly radiant. Li Futu, you bastard! A sharp rebuke echoed through the air. Luo Qingwu, her face flushed with indignation, led the charge toward him, followed closely by Yan Ruyu and Tang Xiaoguo. Li Futu froze in surprise. Shouldn't the three of them still be inside the private room? How had they come out? Judging by their expressions, they must have seen Lin Ruru wave at him earlier and sensed something was amiss. Li Futu desperately hoped Lin Ruru wouldn't come over to greet him now. Glancing in her direction, he saw she was already gone. Xiaowu, aren't you singing anymore? Why did you come out? I was just about to head back to the private room to find you. Li Futu's expression returned to normal as he spoke calmly. Bodyguard brother, we came out looking for you. Seeing you take so long to return, Sister Ruyu was worried sick she couldn't sit still. Oh, and bodyguard brother, who was that beautiful lady who waved at you earlier? Do you know her? Tang Xiaoguo walked straight up and asked. Li Futu's face darkened. This Xiaoguo really was all looks and no brains. Why bring up the most sensitive topic? Couldn't she have said something else? Or better yet, kept her mouth shut? In truth, Tang Xiaoguo's words echoed the very questions Yan Ruyu and Luo Qingwu were thinking. Their beautiful eyes all turned to stare at Li Futu. Yan Ruyu, in particular, was seething with frustration. Sitting in the private room, she had secretly worried that her overly cold attitude might have caused Li Futu to leave and not return. That was precisely why she suggested coming out to see where that Li Futu was. But stepping outside nearly killed her with rage. That bastard Li Futu was leisurely flirting with a sexy young woman, exchanging suggestive glances as if announcing their secret tryst to the world. This made Yan Ruyu realize all her earlier worries had been self-inflicted. She'd been foolishly fretting over this bastard, while he'd gone out and started flirting with beautiful women. Li Futu, you're quite the smooth operator, aren't you? Already hooked up with a beauty so quickly? Why not introduce her to us? Luo Qingwu sneered, her eyes darting around as she tried to locate the lovely woman who had just greeted Li Futu. But she scanned the area and couldn't find her anywhere. Li Futu felt a bit embarrassed. While the situation was tricky, it wasn't exactly hopeless. Flirting with beauties? Li Futu retorted. I wish I had that kind of charm. But I'm no tall, rich, handsome guy. What could I possibly use to flirt? I just felt bored after coming out, so I struck up a casual conversation with that lady over a drink. When I came to the restroom, I ran into her again. She merely said hello. See, Sister Ruyu? I told you this jerk came out to pick up women. He came here with ulterior motives. Even if he leaves empty-handed, the intent was there all along. Luo Qingwu seized upon the flaw in Li Futu's words and hammered away at it relentlessly. Bodyguard brother, I seriously question your judgment. Is there any woman more beautiful or virtuous than Sister Ruyu? She was sitting all alone in the private room. Why didn't you go flirt with her? You had to go out there instead. What a waste of effort. Tang Xiaoguo spoke indignantly, as if championing Yan Ruyu's cause. Yan Ruyu heard this and stomped her foot in anger. She reached out and pinched Tang Xiaoguo's cheek, saying, Xiaoguo, what were you just saying? What do you take me for? Would I even care about his flirting? You little brat, your words are getting more and more out of line. Sister Ruyu, spare me. I was just stating the truth. You are the most beautiful. Tang Xiaoguo protested, her voice full of grievance. Fine. Since this guy's off gallivanting on his own, we've nothing to worry about. Just ignore him. Yan Ruyu said irritably. Luo Qingwu shot Li Futu a glare, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of annoyance. Then, her eyes twinkled as she suggested, I think the main floor is more fun than the private room. Why don't we just hang out here? Sure. Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. Yan Ruyu was speechless for a moment before speaking up directly. The open floor is too crowded. If you guys play there, you'll just end up back in the private room. It's so noisy out there, and it reeks of alcohol. I don't see what's fun about it. But the atmosphere out here is great. Plus, we can keep an eye on our bodyguard brother out here so he doesn't go hitting on other girls, Tang Xiaoguo said earnestly. Li Futu's forehead creased with exasperation. That little minx Xiaoguo was practically begging to be smacked. Clearly, she and Luo Qingguo just wanted to hang out on the dance floor, yet they dragged him into it as an excuse. Sister Ruyu, let's just hang out in the outdoor area for a bit. We can head back soon. The vibe out here is really great, Luo Qingguo pleaded. Yan Ruyu glanced at the time past 11. She figured letting them stay inside the bar for another hour at most wouldn't hurt, so she nodded in agreement. Seeing Yan Ruyu's nod, the two girls cheered excitedly. They walked over and claimed a table near the bar, each ordering a cocktail to sip on. Yan Ruyu didn't drink alcohol, opting instead for a glass of lemonade, which she sipped while seated at the table. Li Futu stood beside them. With the chaotic crowd outside, he had to remain vigilant at all times, guarding against any potential unexpected incidents. The saying beauty brings trouble essentially meant that beautiful women were most likely to attract trouble. Even though Yan Ruyu and the others were quietly minding their own business, there was no guarantee others wouldn't take the opportunity to approach them and cause trouble. Xiaoguo, let's go dance, Luo Qingguo finally couldn't hold back, turning to Tang Xiaoguo. Sure. Let's just tell Sister Ruyu first. Tang Xiaoguo beamed with delight. After greeting Yan Ruyu, they didn't wait for her response and headed straight toward the dance floor. Xiaowu. Xiaoguo. Yan Ruyu called out upon seeing them, but the pounding music drowned out her voice completely. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo didn't even turn back. Those two little brats. Yan Ruyu muttered irritably. Li Futu, standing nearby, smiled indifferently. They're out for a rare night. Let them enjoy themselves. Besides, nothing bad will happen. They're not children anymore. They'll grow up eventually. They know their limits. Yan Ruyu shot Li Futu a withering look with her dreamlike eyes, her face still betraying lingering resentment. You're still here, she said coldly. I thought you'd already slipped off to chat up some beauty. Ha, Ruyu, are you mocking me for never having gone to school? Li Futu chuckled. What do you mean? Yan Ruyu was a bit confused. Sometimes this jerk's words felt like talking in riddles. Back in elementary school, I already knew the story of picking up sesame seeds while letting watermelons slip away, Li Futu said meaningfully. He continued, if we're talking about beauties, you're the only one in this entire bar who shines so brightly, radiating unparalleled charm. If I were to flirt, why would I go out of my way to seek someone else when I have the perfect opportunity right here? You're the most beautiful one here. Chapter 055, she's not someone you can touch. Hypocritical, smooth-talking, shameless. Upon hearing this, Yan Ruyu immediately added these three impressions to her view of Li Futu. Li Futu's words caused a faint blush to tint her snow-white, jade-like face. She couldn't be bothered with him. This guy made her feel uneasy all over whenever he stood near her. Taking a deep breath, she said, go check on Xiaowu and Xiaoguo over there. Make sure nothing goes wrong. I'll wait for you here. Li Futu nodded. Truth be told, he was a bit uneasy about Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo bouncing around on the stage amidst the chaotic crowd. Sui Bar was now at its liveliest hour. The place was packed to the rafters, young men and women lost in the moment's high-pitched excitement. Some writhed to the music, others shrieked, all blending into the neon-lit chaos, a scene of wild revelry. Luo Qingguo pulled Tang Xiaoguo into the center of the dance floor. Facing each other, they giggled and laughed, instinctively joining the swaying rhythm. Xiaoguo, you're so clueless. Why are you shaking your butt? Can't you sway your hips? If you sway your hips, your butt will move naturally. Can't I just like it? My waist isn't as slim as yours, it doesn't look good when I sway it. But shaking your butt isn't exactly a sight to behold either. Your waist shaking isn't pretty either. You don't have enough up there, no curves when you move. Oh yeah? You little brat, always bringing up my flat chest. You think I won't flatten yours? No, please, Sister Luo. Let's just enjoy this moment. These two beauties together were a pair of live treasures. On the dance floor, they were like a pair of live treasures, immersed in their own world, oblivious to their surroundings. Thus, they remained oblivious to the growing number of lecherous stares fixated on them across the dance floor. Luo Qingguo possessed a flawlessly delicate oval face, radiating noble elegance. Combined with her tall, well-proportioned figure and long, shapely legs, every movement carried an aura of unparalleled beauty. Given time, she would undoubtedly become a stunning enchantress capable of captivating all who laid eyes on her. Tang Xiaoguo, however, was sweet and adorable. Her oval face was flushed with a faint blush, and her figure was full and voluptuous yet still slender. Thus, the sudden appearance of the two women on the dance floor instantly drew the attention of many. Like two tender lambs lost among wolves, it was impossible not to attract notice. Immediately, several young men on the dance floor began circling around Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo remained utterly absorbed in their game, giggling and laughing as they played, clearly enjoying themselves immensely. At that moment, 5 rowdy-looking youths approached Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo. The leader had dyed yellow hair, his gaunt face pale as if he'd never seen sunlight. His eyes were puffy and unfocused, yet they flashed with intensity whenever they locked onto Luo Qingwu. As the five approached, men on the dance floor scattered like they were avoiding venomous snakes, some even leaving the dance floor altogether, clearly unwilling to provoke them. Evidently, the dyed blonde youth and his crew were notorious figures in Soho Bar, clearly the local bullies in this vicinity. Consequently, those within the bar who knew their background dared not provoke them. Yellow hair, these two chicks are seriously hot absolute stunners. Wonder what their deal is? Never seen them before. Who cares what their background is? If yellow hair has his eye on them, they're his catch. Heh, yellow hair always gets the girls. Looks like these two beauties are in for a treat tonight. The young men surrounding the blonde-haired youth chimed in one after another, their voices dripping with flattery. A faint smile touched the blonde youth's lips. He'd never seen girls this beautiful before. Since such beauties had appeared at Soho Bar, they certainly couldn't become someone else's catch. Approaching Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua, the blonde youth signaled to his crew. The other four young men immediately understood, positioning themselves at the four corners to block any intruders, clearing the way for their blonde leader to make his move. The blonde youth first stared at Luo Qingwu's exquisite jade-like face, then glanced at Tang Xiaogua, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He then moved closer. The dance floor was crowded, so occasional contact was inevitable. The young man with yellow hair pretended to dance as he moved closer to Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. Suddenly, his right hand shot out toward Luo Qingwu. But, smack! A faint sound echoed as a strong, sinewy right arm shot out, clamping down on the youth's wrist. A cold voice then rang out beside his ear. Young man, she's not someone you can touch. The youth froze, whipping his head around. A face with sharply defined features came into view. The other person's deep, piercing gaze held a hint of intimidating coldness as it met his. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua seemed to sense something, both turning to look. Tang Xiaogua was the first to exclaim, "Hey? Bodyguard brother, you're here too? Did you come to dance as well?" The approaching figure was none other than Li Futu. The moment he entered the dance floor, he witnessed the blonde youth attempting to molest Luo Qingwu. With a swift lunge, he seized the man's wrist. "Looks like you're having fun. Thought I'd join the party," Li Futu said with a smile. "More like you came to pick up girls, didn't you?" Luo Qingwu retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Futu scratched his head sheepishly. "Does coming for you guys count?" Luo Qingwu flushed slightly, shot him a disapproving glance, and returned to dancing with Tang Xiaogua. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired youth nearby was furious enough to burst. He never expected that just as he was about to succeed, this unexpected intruder would appear out of nowhere. The blonde youth shot a glare at his four companions, his eyes filled with resentment. It seemed he was blaming them for failing to keep a proper watch, allowing this intruder to ruin his plans. The four young men exchanged glances, their expressions utterly innocent. They genuinely had no idea how Li Futu had suddenly burst in. To some, it had been nothing more than a blur before Li Futu surged forward and clamped his hand around their leader's wrist. "Yellow hair, should we take care of this blind bastard?" One young man leaned in and whispered. A dark, icy glint flickered in the yellow-haired youth's eyes. He let out a cold laugh before saying, "Since he's so blind, we'll open his eyes in a moment." The young man nodded upon hearing this, his gaze toward Li Futu now tinged with a hint of pity. Chapter 056, Yan Ruyu's Refusal. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua remained immersed in their own world, oblivious to the scene of the five rowdy youths, led by the blonde-haired youth, closing in on them moments ago. Thus, Luo Qingwu remained utterly unaware that Li Futu had intervened to stop the blonde youth's attempt to molest her. Li Futu positioned himself at a subtle angle, shielding Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua perfectly before him. He stood like a mountain blocking 1,000, effectively blocking all the men on the periphery who harbored lustful intentions toward Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua, including the yellow-haired youth and his crew. Li Futu glanced to his right and saw the yellow-haired youth and his crew still standing there. The youth's meaningful gaze swept coldly over him, as if implying some kind of warning. Li Futu froze, not so much because of the youth's icy glare, but because the group hadn't left, they actually had the nerve to remain. Moreover, judging by the youth's expression and the look in his eyes, it seemed these men harbored ill will toward him? A premeditated act of revenge? A wry smile touched Li Futu's lips at the thought. It seemed something was bound to happen tonight. He blamed himself for being too gentle in his earlier intervention, failing to intimidate them immediately. The saying, "a tiger not killed will only turn and bite," held true here. In Li Futu's eyes, these young men were nothing more than fleas, hardly tigers capable of harming anyone. "Oh my!" A startled cry echoed through the air. Li Futu snapped back to attention and glanced over, only to find Tang Xiaogua had somehow ended up in his arms. He froze for a moment, then reached out to steady her, his voice filled with concern. "Xiaogua, what happened?" I tripped just now and almost fell. Luckily, my bodyguard brother was standing here, or I would have fallen." Tang Xiaogua looked visibly shaken. "Xiaogua, are you okay?" Luo Qingwu hurried over and asked. Tang Xiaogua shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank goodness bodyguard brother was here to catch me. Be careful, Li Futu said, then added, are you two going to keep dancing? Of course. Bodyguard brother, come play with us. Tang Xiaoguo declared, reaching out to grab Li Futu's arm. I really don't know how to dance. I'm afraid I'll ruin your fun, Li Futu said earnestly. No worries, we'll teach you. Tang Xiaoguo declared, pulling Li Futu between herself and Luo Qingwu without waiting for a response. After playing to their heart's content, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo were clearly exhausted. They both stopped, panting heavily. Sis Luo, I'm tired, Tang Xiaoguo said. I'm tired too. Let's stop playing for now, Luo Qingwu said. Then let's sit down and rest. But I need to use the restroom first, Tang Xiaoguo said. I need to go too. Let's go together, Luo Qingwu said, taking Tang Xiaoguo's arm and heading toward the restroom. Xiaoguo, come straight back to the table later, Li Futu called after them. With Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo no longer dancing, Li Futu saw no reason to linger on the dance floor. He glanced around and noticed the young man with the yellow hair and his friends had vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Li Futu didn't care. He stepped off the dance floor and headed toward the table where Yen Ruyu sat alone. The lights swayed, the music pounded, and the air thickened with the scent of hormones throughout the bar. Yen Ruyu sat alone at the table, her beauty otherworldly and ethereal. She possessed an aura untouched by earthly concerns, sitting there quietly like a fairy descended to the mortal realm, utterly captivating. A woman like her would draw attention anywhere, let alone in a bar. Just as Yen Ruyu gazed toward the dance floor, her thoughts drifting slightly, a tall, handsome man wearing a trendy Korean-style white shirt approached her. The second button of his shirt was undone, a touch of fashion that also highlighted a man's unique charm. Without a doubt, he was a man with immense appeal to women. His deep, almost soulful gaze locked onto Yen Ruyu. A faint smile played across his handsome face, natural and radiant. Beautiful and elegant lady, hello. I've noticed you for quite some time and finally gathered the courage to come over and say hello. May I offer you a drink? The man was handsome and tall, his smile radiating warmth and approachability, a smile most women would find irresistible. After all, what woman in a bar wouldn't want to be approached by a tall, handsome, and well-mannered gentleman? Yet this man's foolproof tactic proved utterly ineffective on Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu lifted her eyes, giving him a cold, guarded look before saying, sorry, I never drink, and I certainly won't drink with a stranger. Please find someone else. Yen Ruyu coldly rejected the tall, handsome man's invitation outright. She merely glanced at him out of the corner of her eye before looking away, as if he wasn't even worthy of her direct gaze. The tall, handsome man was clearly a seasoned player in the game of love. Hearing Yen Ruyu's words, he showed not the slightest hint of discouragement or defeat. Instead, his deep, piercing gaze revealed a hint of admiration and a strong desire to conquer. Had Yen Ruyu readily agreed like other women, her image in his eyes would have diminished considerably. The more Yen Ruyu resisted, the more his desire to conquer her intensified. To him, a truly exceptional woman should present a corresponding level of challenge. The harder the conquest, the sweeter the sense of accomplishment. He had always been a man who relished challenging both himself and others. Perhaps my earlier approach was overly bold and abrupt. As the ancients said, one must never be presumptuous with a beauty. It seems I've committed a grave faux pas. The man spoke eloquently, smiling with an air of refined charm. By the way, he said with a laugh, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chu Yunfeng. May I ask how I should address you? Yen Ruyu's willow-like brows furrowed slightly. She had no desire to engage with this man who had come to chat her up. Yet he clung to her like a persistent fly, determined to stick around no matter how much she tried to shoo him away. Perhaps you dislike this way of making acquaintances, but I truly couldn't think of a better one. Besides, I'm an honest man. If I want to get to know someone, I just walk right up. Chu Yunfeng continued, his gaze fixed earnestly on Yen Ruyu's exquisite profile. If you find my approach offensive, I apologize. Might I have a chance to make it up to you? Since you don't drink, how about I buy you a beverage? I'm sorry, but you haven't done anything wrong, and there's nothing to make up for. I won't accept it. I just want to be alone in peace. If you consider yourself a gentleman, would you mind leaving? Yen Ruyu glanced at him, her tone icy as she replied. Chapter 057, Don't Flirt with My Woman. Chu Yunfeng didn't move. He gazed quietly at Yen Ruyu's dreamlike, ethereal eyes, unable to resist elevating her status yet another notch. In his heart, he instantly deemed her an exceptional woman, reaching goddess-level status. Chu Yunfeng considered himself no stranger to captivating beauties, yet a woman of Yen Ruyu's peerless allure was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Her breathtaking allure was not merely awe-inspiring, what was even more rare was her ethereal, secluded grace like a solitary orchid in a remote valley that commanded profound respect, evoking a sense of reverence bordering on sacredness. Chu Yunfeng fought to suppress his inner excitement. In his view, no matter how cold or aloof a woman might be, simply getting her to speak to him was half the battle won. I've always admired women who understand solitude and relish it, Chu Yunfeng continued. It speaks to their depth they don't feel lonely or isolated when alone, but instead find peace and quiet within themselves. Undeniably, he was a master of conversation, fully versed in the art of dialogue. Few women could resist the charm of a man like him. Yen Ryu remained coldly indifferent. "You're mistaken," she said. "If I enjoyed solitude, why would I come to a noisy place like this bar? I simply don't want to deal with you. I'll say this one last time, please don't bother me. Go away." Xu Yunfeng smiled. His gaze flickered as a bartender approached carrying a drink. "Taking it," he said, "regardless, let me buy you this round." Xu Yunfeng placed the drink before Yen Ryu. Before she could react, a hand suddenly reached out, snatching the beverage from his grasp. Then came the sound of someone gulping it down in large, thirsty swallows. Xu Yunfeng froze, his brow furrowing. He glanced over to see a tall, well-built young man who had appeared beside Yen Ryu at some point. It was he who had snatched the drink and was now drinking it with obvious relish. "Wow, that's refreshing. Nothing beats a cold drink after working up a sweat. Oh, by the way, what is this drink? It's pretty tasty. Could I have another?" Li Futa's lazy voice echoed, his gaze carrying a teasing smile as he looked at Xu Yunfeng. "Li Futu, you." A hint of amusement flashed involuntarily in Yen Ryu's eyes. She couldn't help but find this fellow's actions utterly baffling at times. On his way over, Li Futu had spotted Xu Yunfeng chatting up Yen Ryu. A wave of irritation washed over him, and without hesitation, he snatched the drink and downed it in one gulp. "Who are you? Was that drink meant for you?" Xu Yunfeng's gaze darkened as he stared at Li Futu's face. "Then is my woman there for you to flirt with?" Li Futu replied slowly and deliberately, reaching out to wrap his arm around Yen Ryu's waist. As Yen Ryu froze in surprise, he shot her a knowing glance. "Beautiful Ryu, stay calm. Play along with me. Can't you see I'm helping you get rid of this fly? Don't mess with my woman. Mess with her, and you'll pay the price. So what's the big deal about having a drink?" Li Futu continued, already pulling Yen Ryu into his embrace as he spoke. Good heavens! Finally, a legitimate chance to hold Yen Ryu in his arms. Li Futu's heart was bursting with joy. Suddenly, Xu Yunfeng didn't seem so repulsive anymore. At least, if it weren't for his appearance, he wouldn't have had this chance. Xu Yunfeng's face turned a shade of dark blue. Watching Li Futu pull his goddess into his embrace left a bitter taste in his mouth. He hadn't expected Yen Ryu to have a man by her side. He'd assumed she was alone, sitting by herself. "You're her boyfriend?" Xu Yunfeng asked suspiciously, unwilling to accept it. Li Futu's irritation flared. "What's your point? Imply I'm not good enough for her? If I'm not good enough, you're certainly not. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, get lost. My woman doesn't care for pretty boy types like you." Li Futu kept calling her my woman, and Yen Ryu felt her blood boil. A flicker of resentment flared in her eyes. But for the sake of the bigger picture, she didn't call him out on his bluff. She could only endure it for now, waiting to settle the score later. Yen Ryu hadn't expected Li Futu to dare grab her shoulder. She'd wanted to push his arm away, but then she remembered he'd done it to save her face. If she reacted too strongly, wouldn't that expose the fact they weren't actually a couple? Besides, pushing him away in front of others might make Li Futu lose face. This was the first time Yen Ryu had been in such close proximity to a man. Though outwardly calm as still water, her heart was churning beneath the surface. Xu Yunfeng loathed being called a pretty boy, and Li Futu had just stepped on his sore spot. His expression darkened instantly as he retorted, "A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. I take a liking to this lady. Is it too much to approach her and make her acquaintance? Why wouldn't it be appropriate? By your logic, when you marry a beautiful wife someday, I can also say a graceful young woman, a gentleman's ideal companion, and go introduce myself, right?" Li Futu retorted. "Put." Caught off guard by Li Futu's lecherous remark, Yen Ryu couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. She quickly reached up to gently press her fingers against her cherry lips, yet a trace of amusement still sparkled in her eyes. Xu Yunfeng's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. He truly hadn't expected to encounter such a blind fool in this Suwa bar. Could this man really not discern his status at all? "Friend," Xu Yunfeng said coldly, "watch your mouth. If something happens, you'll have brought it upon yourself. You flirt with my woman and expect me to be polite? When someone else cuckolds you, will you go bow down and call them father?" Li Futu eyed Xu Yunfeng as if he were an idiot, convinced the man was either a phony pretender or simply brain-dead. Yen Ryu's eyes sparkled with amusement. She suddenly realized that with Li Futu's sharp tongue, anyone who dared to pick a fight with him would likely be driven to bang their head against the wall in frustration. Xu Yunfeng seethed with rage, about to explode, when suddenly, "What's going on? What's happening?" A sweet, melodious voice rang out as Luo Qingwu pulled Tang Xiaoguo over to sit beside them. Her jaw nearly dropped when she saw Li Futu brazenly wrap his arm around Yen Ryu's waist. Her shock deepened when Yen Ryu showed no resistance whatsoever, appearing to accept it passively. Chapter 058, Charge. Luo Qingwu knew exactly what kind of woman Yen Ryu was. Born into a distinguished family, she had been well educated and refined since childhood, excelling in poetry, music, calligraphy, and painting. Her beauty was peerless, her demeanor elegant, radiating a mature, intellectual charm. Over the years, Yen Ruyu had attracted countless suitors, all of whom she had coldly rejected from afar. To Luo Qingwu, any one of Yen Ruyu's suitors was vastly superior to Li Futu. Yet here she was, allowing Li Futu to wrap his arms so intimately around her waist. It made no sense. No wonder Luo Qingwu was so astonished. Chu Yunfeng was about to erupt in anger when he suddenly spotted Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui approaching. His expression froze in confusion. What kind of day was this, bringing two more stunning beauties his way? Could it be that he'd stumbled into a stroke of romantic luck? Upon seeing Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui, Yen Ruyu's beautiful face flushed with layers of bashful crimson. In contrast, Li Futu appeared far more composed. Sister Ruyu, what's going on? Luo Qingwu couldn't believe Yen Ruyu would willingly let that scoundrel Li Futu embrace her, so she asked in astonishment. Well, someone was harassing Ruyu, and I couldn't just stand by, Li Futu explained diplomatically. Oh, I get it. That guy must have tried hitting on Sister Ruyu, and then bodyguard brother stepped in to protect the flower. Tang Xiaogui chimed in, grinning. Luo Qingwu immediately shot a look of utter disdain at Chu Yunfeng. You think you could pursue Sister Ruyu? You look neither masculine nor feminine. Sister Ruyu wouldn't like someone like you. Oh, we don't like you either. Li Futu's heart leapt with joy. He almost blurted out, but all the beauties love my masculine type. I'm so manly, right? And you? How long do you plan to keep hugging Sister Ruyu? Addicted to taking advantage, are you? Get your filthy hands off her. Luo Qingwu turned her gaze to Li Futu, cutting him off without mercy. Li Futu froze, a black line appearing on his forehead. Damn it, I'm not hugging you. Why are you freaking out when no one else is? Chu Yunfeng caught a hint in Luo Qingwu's words. He looked at Li Futu and sneered coldly, so you're just a plant. You're not her boyfriend at all, you're an imposter, right? Heh, just playing a small part, Li Futu replied, then addressed Luo Qingwu and the others. Looks like it's getting late. Let's head back. With that, Li Futu prepared to lead Yen Ruyu and the others away. Yen Ruyu glanced at the clock, it was nearly 1 a.m. and agreed it was time to go. She called to Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui, preparing to leave. Leaving? Oof. I doubt it'll be that easy now. Chu Yunfeng suddenly said coldly. What do you mean? Are you trying to stop us? Luo Qingwu retorted, her expression sour. You're a pretty boy who should be cozying up to some rich woman instead of trying to pull a fast one on us. Before Chu Yunfeng could respond, a playful voice drifted over. Brother Chu, what's going on? Following the voice, 5 young men approached. Leading them was the very same yellow-haired youth who had earlier attempted to make a pass at Luo Qingwu on the dance floor. Yellow hair, you're here. Nothing much. Just this guy scammed me, drank my drink, and then tried to walk away without a care. Tell me, where in the world does such a sweet deal exist? Chu Yunfeng smiled upon seeing the youth and spoke. Is that so? Brother Chu, what do you say? How should this kid apologize? The blonde youth said, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on Li Futu. The blonde youth's expression toward Li Futu was decidedly hostile. Earlier on the dance floor, Li Futu had ruined his plans, and he'd been harboring resentment ever since. From that moment on, he'd never intended to let Li Futu walk out of Soho Bar unscathed. What do you think you're doing? Trying to mug us? Put. Get lost. Luo Qingwu, a spoiled rich girl who responded better to kindness than force, was already furious seeing Chu Yunfeng and his crew ganging up to block their path. Hey, beautiful, leaving already? Things haven't been settled yet. Why not wait patiently and see? Chu Yunfeng's face wore a smile as he reached out to block Luo Qingwu's path. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. To everyone's shock, Luo Qingwu had just slapped Chu Yunfeng across the face. Tang Xiaogui charged forward too, kicking out before Chu Yunfeng could react. Thud! It wasn't just a fluke, that kick landed squarely right in Chu Yunfeng's groin. Sis Luo, I got him. Tang Xiaogui clapped her hands in delight. Ah! Chu Yunfeng doubled over, letting out a wretched howl. You deserve it. How dare you block my way? Look at yourself in the mirror, what kind of trash are you? Luo Qingwu said, her resentment still simmering. Xiaogui, don't take this too far. Yen Ruyu saw the situation spiraling out of control and hurried forward to grab Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui's arms. Li Futu sighed softly, looking at Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui, those two troublemaking little devils, with utter exasperation. He knew tonight's events would be impossible to smooth over. Sure enough. What are you standing around for, you yellow-haired bastards? Get over there and cripple that kid. In the throes of extreme pain and humiliation, Chu Yunfeng bellowed hysterically. The yellow-haired youth snapped out of his daze, shot Li Futu a cold glance, and whistled sharply. Instantly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed through the air. More than a dozen men charged straight toward the bar from all directions. Their faces were grim, eyes flashing with a cold glint. Armed with long knives, iron rods, and other weapons, they closed in around the young man with the yellow hair, their icy stares fixed on Lifutu. The deafening music in the bar abruptly ceased. As if sensing trouble, the venue flooded with harsh, blinding lights, replacing the earlier shimmering, kaleidoscopic beams. Many patrons fled the bar, while others stayed behind, drawn to the spectacle. Ah, Sister Luoluo, there are so many of them. I shouldn't have kicked him. Tang Xiaogua stared at the scene before her, visibly shaken, her words spilling out. Luo Qingwu's face had also turned pale. She clenched her teeth, then turned to Lifutu and said, Lifutu, aren't you my bodyguard? Your chance to prove yourself is here. You hold them off. I'll leave with Sister Ruyu and Xiaogua. Xiaowu, stop messing around. How could we possibly leave Lifutu behind? There are so many of them, how could he possibly handle them all? Yen Ruyu interjected, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. A look of genuine concern spread across her flawless, jade-like face. Sister Ruyu, I was just saying that to lighten the mood, Luo Qingwu explained. Lifutu merely smiled indifferently. Without a word, he stepped forward, shielding Yen Ruyu and the others behind him. His gaze calm and detached, he addressed the yellow-haired youth and his crew, seizing the chance to retaliate out of shame and rage. I already offered you a chance at redemption. Too bad you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, tonight I'll take both your hands. The blonde youth's face froze at the words, then erupted in fury. His eyes darkened as he glared at Lifutu, a cold sneer curling his lips as if mocking the arrogance of Lifutu's earlier words. Is this kid blind? Can't he see how many people are around him? Kid, playing the hero at a time like this? Fine. I'll return your words to you exactly as you said them. Tonight, I'll take both your hands. As the yellow-haired youth spoke, a hint of bloodthirsty cruelty flashed in his eyes. You really have no regard for the law. This is the capital city, do you even recognize the law? If you don't move, I'll call the police. Yen Ruyu shouted angrily. Chu Yunfeng glanced at Yen Ruyu and smiled. Call the police? No need. I just can't stand being deceived. Anyone who tricks me will pay. Before Yen Ruyu could say more, Lifutu turned to glance at her. Ruyu, no need to call the police. Just stand back with Xiaowu and Xiaogua. Call the police? If the law enforcement team shows up, how can I go all out and slaughter them freely? What are you standing around for? Charge. At that moment, the blonde youth roared in fury. Immediately, two men charged forward toward Lifutu. Chapter 059, 1 versus Many. Lifutu's face was as calm as a lake, showing no sign of panic. He stood like a mountain, blocking the path in front of Yen Ruyu and the other two. A crowd of onlookers, mostly young men and women who frequented nightclubs and were no strangers to altercations, had gathered to watch the spectacle. They certainly weren't going to miss such a large-scale confrontation. This guy's alone? Is he seriously going up against a dozen or more people by himself? This dude seems pretty badass. Does he really have the guts to take on so many? That depends on whether he's just showing off. Heh, maybe he's got the chops to back it up, then he'd be the real deal. Either way, we're just here for the show. It's rare to see a brawl this big, and it's got our blood pumping. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd of onlookers. At the same time, two men with icy expressions charged toward Lifutu. A savage, murderous aura radiated from them as they rushed forward. Without a word, they swung their fists straight at Lifutu's face. Ah! At that moment, Yen Ruyu couldn't help but gasp in shock. A flicker of panic and unease flickered across her exquisitely beautiful face. She had always been an exceptionally composed and intelligent woman, but her composure was reserved for social interactions and managing company affairs. Faced with this sudden confrontation and the violent outburst, a delicate woman like her naturally struggled to maintain her inner composure. The next instant, however, she was utterly stunned. Facing two men charging at him with vicious, punching fists, Lifutu remained utterly composed. His left hand shot out, snatching the powerful, heavy punch right out of the air. Immediately after, Lifutu swung his right leg upward, delivering a sweeping kick toward the other man. Whoosh! A violent tearing sound filled the air, as if the atmosphere itself had been detonated, emitting a wailing noise. The charging man was swept clean off his feet by Lifutu's kick, his entire body sent flying through the air. At the same time, snap! A piercing crack of bone fracture echoed through the air. The man whose fist Lifutu had clamped down on let out a wretched howl as his right wrist snapped clean off under the brutal force. Thud! Lifutu's left fist shot out, its trajectory as straight as an arrow, devoid of any flourish. The only thing worthy of praise and awe was its speed. Fast. Unbelievably fast. Thud. The man's face was struck squarely by Lifutu's fist. His entire face seemed to explode, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Covered in blood, he looked utterly grotesque and terrifying. In that instant, shock rippled through the entire crowd. Everyone stared dumbstruck, many utterly speechless, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Yen Ruyu's unease gave way to shock. She herself hadn't expected Lifutu to be so brutally fierce, capable of sending two opponents flying with a single raised hand. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua, however, wore expressions of exhilarated excitement, itching to charge forward and send their opponents flying just like Li Futu had done. Li Futu's expression remained calm, utterly unruffled. His indifferent gaze fixed on the blonde youth and Chu Yunfeng before him as he spoke, each word deliberate, kneel and beg for forgiveness. Have your men leave. I might spare you this once. Li Futu's words were not loud, yet they echoed with striking clarity throughout the area, leaving every listener deeply shaken. This was especially true for the onlookers who recognized Chu Yunfeng and the yellow-haired youth as local bullies. Li Futu actually demanded that Chu Yunfeng and the blonde youth kneel. He's got some skills, but making us kneel? He really doesn't know his place. The yellow-haired youth sneered coldly, a sharp, icy glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He swung his right hand and bellowed, "All of you, charge! Take this brat down! SSSH! SSSH! SSSH!" A dozen men with fierce expressions, wielding long knives and iron rods, charged forward with steely determination, closing in on Li Futu. Looking for death. Li Futu roared in a low, furious voice. His own killing intent surged skyward, sweeping through the surrounding air and enveloping the charging men. Li Futu plunged into the crowd like a razor-sharp blade. His momentum surged like a dragon, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Intense killing intent erupted from his body. His fists struck like lightning, unstoppable. His legs whipped through the air like battle axes cleaving the sky, leaving nothing in their path. Thud! 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 The first three men to charge were instantly knocked down by Li Futu, swept aside with a single blow. Whoosh! A burly man swung a heavy iron rod straight at Li Futu's head. The blow carried tremendous force. A direct hit would likely have split his skull open. Li Futu's expression remained unchanged, cold and impassive. With a ghostly swiftness, he dodged the iron rod's descent and instantly materialized before the burly man. Li Futu thrust his right hand forward, fingers curled into a dragon's claw. His right arm moved with serpentine agility and eerie precision, yet the force and momentum of his strike carried the overwhelming power to subdue dragons and bind tigers. 12 dragon capturing hands. Li Futu unleashed his most profound and unfathomable technique, the 12 dragon capturing hands. He instantly seized the burly man's right wrist, applying a slight twist that snapped the bone cleanly. Immediately, Li Futu swept his right hand forward, snatching the iron rod that had fallen from the burly man's grasp. Li Futu swung the iron rod horizontally with the momentum, its sharp momentum cutting through the air as it struck the burly man's side. Snap! An ear-piercing crack echoed as the ribs on the burly man's side shattered cleanly. Immediately after, 5 or 6 men wielding deadly weapons closed in for the kill. Their faces were twisted with savagery, their eyes blazing with brutal intent as they swung their blades down at Li Futu. Li Futu moved like a dragon in flight. His iron rod parried the descending blades. With a flick of his wrist, the rod whistled through the air like a whirlwind, sweeping out with lightning speed to strike the 4 or 5 men in front. Bang! 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 Li Futu's strike carried the thunderous force of 1,000 bolts, its power overwhelming and unmatched. With a single sweeping blow, he sent 4 or 5 of them flying backward. Those with severe injuries collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood incessantly, clearly suffering from devastating internal wounds. Suddenly, 3 men charged directly toward Yen Ruyu and her companions. Li Futu's gaze darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He moved with lightning speed, pursuing the 3 men with deadly intent. Boom! Closing the distance, Li Futu unleashed a devastating punch without hesitation. The 3 men swung their machetes in a fierce horizontal slash, their attack sharp and deadly, carrying an aura of ruthless intent. Thud! Li Futu swung his iron rod, knocking the machete from one man's hand. He followed with a sweeping kick, sending the man flying. The man rolled to a stop right in front of Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. Xiaogua, go! Sis Luo, what are we attacking? You idiot, beat this guy up. Take off your shoes and use them as weapons. Oh, got it. Finally, we get to do something. Watching the man Li Futu had sent flying toward them, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua swiftly grabbed their high heels and began pounding the fallen man with them. Li Futu sent the other 2 men crashing to the ground. One after another, they collapsed, their bodies still twitching violently as agonized moans escaped their lips. Chapter 060, one lost an arm, one lost a leg. Li Futu stood before Yen Ruyu and the others, iron rod in hand. His gaze swept forward with icy detachment, radiating an unmatched aura that towered over all. Over a dozen men lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies convulsing as wails of agony filled the air. The few survivors stared in horror, their bodies trembling. They couldn't believe that this seemingly unremarkable man possessed such terrifying combat prowess, a depth as unfathomable as a prison, a terror beyond measure. Driven by fear from within, they all watched each other warily, and not a single one dared to charge at Li Futu like a fearless warrior anymore. Wow, handsome, you're so cool. So manly. I'm head over heels for you. Handsome guy, can you look this way? Can I give you a kiss? Hottie, wanna come with me tonight? I decided to fall for you. I love tough guys. So violent. But I just love it. Handsome guy, you're exactly my type. What's your number? Where do you live? Can we grab drinks later? Several bold beauties in the crowd shouted and waved at Li Futu. Some even batted their eyelashes and blew kisses. The list went on. Li Futu felt a bit flustered. He stole a glance in their direction and realized there were indeed several stunningly sexy women among them. This stirred a surge of desire within him. With such alluring beauties openly expressing their interest, wouldn't any man feel a sense of pride in his charm? But with Yen Ryu and the others present, Li Futu couldn't very well respond. He felt a pang of helplessness, sighing inwardly. Beauties, really? Must you shout it out like that? Couldn't you be a little more subtle? Why not slip me a note with your phone number and address? Now you're doing it so openly, how could I possibly respond? Sis Luo, listen. So many beauties are confessing to bodyguard brother. Tang Xiaogua paused her beating of the man sprawled before them and called out. They're all shameless women. Ignore them. Luo Qingwu retorted impatiently. Looks like bodyguard brother is quite the charmer. Tang Xiaogua gazed at Li Futu with starry eyes, adding, honestly, I think bodyguard brother has a real manly charm about him. You silly Xiaogua, you're daydreaming again. Luo Qingwu stamped her foot, scolding playfully. I'm not. But it's outrageous that they're trying to steal our bodyguard brother. We can't let them outdo us. Tang Xiaogua declared. She then shouted toward the group of flamboyant beauties, you're not allowed to steal our bodyguard brother. He's ours. Li Futu heard this and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. His gaze darkened as he turned to the stunned Chu Yunfeng and the yellow-haired youth ahead, advancing step by step toward them. Chu Yunfeng snapped back to reality, utterly shocked. He couldn't believe Li Futu was this terrifying a one-man army against a crowd, utterly unstoppable. The blonde youth instinctively swallowed hard, his lips trembling as if from inner dread. His body began to quiver faintly. He now realized he provoked a demonic force he never should have challenged, or perhaps it was more accurate to call him a hellish fiend walking among mortals. I told you, tonight I'll take both your hands. Li Futu's tone was calm, as if stating something utterly insignificant. And Li Futu turned his gaze to Chu Yunfeng, a faint smile curling his lips. I haven't decided yet whether I want your hands or your feet. If I can't choose, then I'll take both. Get him. Stop him. Stop this madman. Chu Yunfeng suddenly screamed hysterically. Somehow, meeting Li Futu's calm gaze instantly made Chu Yunfeng's nerves snap taut. He felt his heart begin to inexplicably spasm, an indescribable, bone-chilling terror spreading through his entire body. The yellow-haired youth, too, was seized by terror. His first thought was to turn and flee. Without hesitation, he spun around, ready to bolt. Whoosh! Li Futu's form shifted, charging toward the yellow-haired youth. Two enforcers stood in his path, but Li Futu effortlessly knocked them aside. Already trying to run? In the blink of an eye, Li Futu caught up to the youth. His right hand shot out like lightning, clamping down on the youth's shoulder blade as he spoke with a mocking tone. A cold, sinister glint flashed in the blonde youth's eyes. Without a word, he suddenly whipped his right hand around, thrusting it backward. A cold gleam flashed from his right hand. He was gripping a sharp dagger. Li Futu still wore a lazy, disdainful smile. His left hand shot forward like lightning, seizing the youth's wrist before the dagger could strike. His right hand, clamped onto the youth's left shoulder blade, unleashed a terrifying burst of strength. With a single twist and snap, a sharp, grating sound echoed through the air as the youth's left shoulder joint was wrenched out of its socket. A piercing scream erupted from the youth's throat. His entire body trembled violently, his face contorted in agony. Li Futu snatched the sharp dagger from the youth's right hand. Two cold gleams flashed as SSSH. SSSH. Cold light flashed, blood spurted, and two gashes spread across the youth's arms, a sight so gruesome it was hard to look at. The youth's wails grew even more piercing. In that instant, he realized his arms had completely lost sensation. The tendons in both hands had been severed. Thud! Li Futu swept his right foot out, sending the youth flying sideways across the room. Li Futu's gaze shifted, catching Chu Yunfeng frantically sprinting forward like a frightened rabbit encountering its natural predator, fleeing in utter disarray. Li Futu let out a cold laugh, snatched up an iron rod, and charged forward. With a sudden sweep of his arm, the iron rod lashed out. Wah! As the iron rod swept through the air, a shrill, piercing whistling sound erupted, extremely jarring and terrifying, carrying a bone-chilling, ruthless killing intent. Bang! Snap! Crack! First came a thunderous crash, followed by the crisp, bone-chilling sound of fractures echoing through the air. Li Futu's iron rod had struck directly across Chu Yunfeng's knees. Thud! Chu Yunfeng was brutally struck down. Before he could even utter a scream, the sudden, excruciating pain overwhelmed him, and he passed out instantly. Of the thugs summoned by the blonde youth, only 4 or 5 remained standing. At that moment, every last one of them lost all courage to face Li Futu. Their confidence shattered completely. They tossed their weapons to the ground, one after another, and knelt down, bodies trembling and quivering. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. No one made a sound. No one cheered. Deadly quiet. Even the sexy women who had taunted Li Futu moments before stood gaping, utterly stunned. If Li Futu's earlier one versus many battle had stirred their blood with exhilaration, his near-brutal, bloody methods now filled them with shock and terror. The fiery blood within them was cooled by a bone-chilling coldness rising from their very souls. Without that fervor, their passion faded, leaving only a bone-deep chill from head to toe. Naturally, they fell silent, all frozen in terror. Then, the sound of sirens, growing louder as they approached, shattered the deathly silence. The enforcement squad had arrived upon hearing the news. Chapter 061, Bring Back the Law Enforcement Squad. The sound of sirens drawing nearer jolted the onlookers gathered around back to their senses. They began retreating like a receding tide. After all, with law enforcement on the scene, no one wanted to get involved in this mess. Even if the conflict had nothing to do with them, no one was eager to be taken away for questioning. Thus, they all adopted a mindset of self-preservation, distancing themselves from the scene to avoid any potential trouble. Li Futu tossed aside the dagger and iron rod he held, striding directly toward Yen Ruyu and the others. As he drew near, he lowered his voice and said, "Ruyu, take Xiao Wu and Xiao Guai and leave first. I'll handle what comes next." "The law enforcement officers are here, huh?" Yen Ruyu said. Li Futu remained silent, glancing at Tang Xiaoguai and Luo Qingwu before smiling. "Have you vented your anger? If so, go back with your sister Ruyu and rest. I'll return a bit later." "Li Futu, why won't you answer my question? The law enforcement officers are here. You'll be taken away for questioning, and we'll go back first, right?" Yen Ruyu pressed relentlessly. Li Futu gave a bitter laugh. "I started this mess, so naturally I'll face the consequences. Besides, I was the one who knocked these people to the ground, wasn't I? Li Futu, we won't leave first. If we go together. So what if the law enforcement officers are here? These people were unreasonable first, they deserved a beating," Luo Qingwu declared. "That's right, bodyguard brother. We're going with you. If you leave, we won't either," Tang Xiaoguai added with equal resolve. Li Futu paused, then smiled. "But you don't have to stay here. Ruyu, you should take them back." Yen Ruyu remained silent, her beautiful eyes glistening as she looked at Li Futu, seemingly determined to stand by him through thick and thin. At that moment, the sound of hurried yet steady footsteps echoed through the room. A group of fully armed law enforcement officers burst in, bellowing, "Law enforcement! Everyone freeze! Everyone stay where you are! No movement! Prepare for inspection!" The officers' shouts echoed as they swiftly took control of the entire bar, surrounding the scene of the conflict. Next, a stunning woman in uniform approached. Her face was exquisitely delicate, with arched brows like distant mountains and eyes as clear as autumn water. Beneath her gracefully straight nose, her luscious red lips were pressed tightly together. Her figure was exceptionally tall and sensual, her curves perfectly embodying the phrase "curvy in all the right places." Her military uniform accentuated her commanding presence, radiating an aura of decisive authority. What was going on? Who was the perpetrator? Guan Yuqi walked forward, a cold gleam flashing in her bright almond-shaped eyes. Scanning the area, she spotted Li Futu approaching her. Her expression froze momentarily. "Captain Guan, I took down these men." Li Futu approached, extending his hands with a cooperative expression. "If you're arresting the perpetrator, go ahead and cuff me." The officers beside Guan Yuqi were taken aback. This was the first time they'd encountered such a self-aware criminal, quite unusual indeed. Wouldn't any other suspect have fled the scene? Who would just stand there motionless, then eagerly run over to the officers and declare themselves the main culprit? "You?" Guan Yuqi's willow brows furrowed, a hint of schadenfreude flickering in her almond-shaped eyes. "Well, the tables have turned. This time, I can finally arrest you properly." "Yes, it was me," Li Futu admitted frankly. There was no point in denying it. With so many witnesses present, rather than letting the officers investigate and gather evidence, it was better to confess proactively and seek leniency. "Beautiful sister, it wasn't the bodyguard's fault. These people were causing trouble and wouldn't let us leave. That's why the bodyguard had no choice but to step in." Tang Xiaoguo rushed over, hastily defending Li Futu. "Exactly, these people were clearly premeditated. Look at them carrying machetes and iron rods, they obviously planned to target us. If Li Futu hadn't taken them down, we would have been the ones falling. We were acting in self-defense." Luo Qingwu also ran over to say. Though she disliked Li Futu intensely, he remained her bodyguard after all. And since he had ultimately stepped in to defend them, she naturally felt compelled to plead his case. Yen Ruyu approached next, her graceful movements radiating charm. Her elegant, intellectual aura was captivating. She spoke up, "Captain Guan, the other side clearly started this conflict. We hope you'll investigate thoroughly. While Li Futu was wrong to injure them, he acted in self-defense and to protect us." Guan Yuqi harbored an inexplicable aversion toward Li Futu. The root of her dislike likely stemmed from his wandering gaze whenever he looked at her, coupled with his occasional flirtatious remarks. Yet she was well aware that Li Futu served as bodyguard to Luo Huijuan's daughter. While she might disregard Li Futu personally, she could not afford to ignore Luo Huijuan's influence. As the founder of the Luo Group, one of the top conglomerates in the capital, Luo Huijuan's influence in the city was undeniable. Therefore, Guan Yuqi paused thoughtfully before stating, "We will thoroughly investigate this matter. If Li Futu acted in legitimate self-defense, we will naturally not trouble him. However, I still need to bring him back to the enforcement squad. Captain Guan, rest assured I will fully cooperate with your investigation," Li Futu declared with conviction. Guan Yuqi shot him a sidelong glance before signaling to the officers beside her. One officer produced handcuffs and secured them around Li Futu's wrists. Besides Li Futu, Chu Yunfeng, the yellow-haired youth, and the thugs who had ambushed Li Futu were all taken away. Since Chu Yunfeng and the yellow-haired youth, along with several others, had sustained serious injuries, they were first sent to the hospital. Beijing, Law Enforcement Headquarters. Vehicles sped back one after another, followed by a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan. After the doors opened, Li Futu was escorted out and taken directly into the interrogation room. Yan Ruyu and the other two women hurriedly exited their vehicle and made their way straight into the law enforcement squad headquarters. Inside an interrogation room, Li Futu sat alone. The room was pitch black, devoid of light and sound, dark and silent, instilling an invisible sense of pressure and dread. In the darkness, Li Futu's lips curved into a faint, calm smile. He knew this was a tactic the enforcement team always employed. First, they locked you in a dark room, slowly building up a sense of heavy pressure and dread to gradually break down your psychological defenses. Then, when they launched their surprise interrogation, they would completely shatter the prisoner's mental barriers to achieve their interrogation goals. This psychological tactic might work on other criminals, but on Li Futu, it was utterly pointless. Having navigated countless killings and perilous situations in the underworld, he had cultivated an unshakable composure and cool-headedness. Besides, escaping would be effortless for Li Futu. Though his hands were still shackled, the restraints were merely for show. He possessed dozens of methods to effortlessly break free. Half an hour passed, yet no one came to the interrogation room. Li Futu sat alone, looking rather bored. Bang! Suddenly, the interrogation room door swung open, and the lights flickered on. The abrupt brightness momentarily blinded Li Futu, causing him to squint slightly. He saw Guan Yuqi stride in, her pretty face set in a cold expression, accompanied by a clerk responsible for recording statements. Chapter 062, Interrogation. A beauty is a beauty. Even with a face as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg, she still stirred an irresistible desire. In Li Futu's eyes, setting aside Guan Yuqi's icy demeanor, she herself radiated an irresistible allure that tempted one to commit crimes. Name? Li Futu. Age? 22. Hey, Captain Guan, could you just stick to the basics? You already know this stuff, right? Asking like this feels totally redundant. It's like taking off your pants to fart, utterly pointless. Smack! Guan Yuqi slammed her right hand down on the interrogation table. Her beautiful eyes, now icy cold, fixed on Li Futu's slouching, carefree face. She spoke slowly, emphasizing each word, "Answer exactly what I ask. No nonsense. I don't have the time or patience to play games with you. Got it?" Li Futu lowered his head slightly, eyes cast down, adopting a submissive posture. He appeared to have been intimidated by Guan Yuqi's imposing presence, suddenly becoming docile. Guan Yuqi seemed quite satisfied with Li Futu's submissive demeanor. She had expected him to be indifferent or to glare back at her. To her surprise, this fellow was now so compliant, as if truly intimidated by her. This secretly pleased Captain Guan. "Now, tell me about tonight's incident at Soho Bar," Guan Yuqi added. Oh, the sequence of events was as follows. Li Futu naturally lifted his head and summarized the incident in a few concise sentences. His words were brief but encompassed the three essential elements: cause, process, and outcome. "You're done?" Guan Yuqi froze. She hadn't heard more than a few sentences before noticing Li Futu staring at her, silent for a long while. Unable to contain her doubt, she asked. Li Futu nodded. He'd speak only when necessary. Talking more was a waste of saliva, and he was parched. What the hell were those law enforcement officers doing? They wouldn't even bring a cup of water. Utterly inhumane. "Tell me your motive for hitting him," Guan Yuqi said coldly. "Captain Guan, what I did wasn't assault, it was self-defense, right? Don't take advantage of my lack of formal education. I know enough about the law to understand that much." "Is that so? The self-defender here talks a big game, while the assailant lies in the hospital?" Li Futu rolled his eyes at Guan Yuqi. "So according to you, if they attack me, I should just stand there and take it? Then I end up critically injured in the hospital, at best paralyzed, at worst a vegetable. That's what you call reasonable?" Guan Yuqi's face darkened with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Her almond-shaped eyes fixed coldly on Li Futu as she snapped, "That's not what I meant. Why would they attack you? You know my job to protect my employer. Some pretty boy came hitting on my girl, no, hitting on my employer's sister. Bars are full of guys like that, nothing unusual. What pissed us off was this pretty boy acting like every woman would fall for him. He wouldn't leave us alone, wouldn't let us walk away. That pretty boy guy was all cocky, refusing to let us leave. When we said we'd call the police, he bragged, calling the cops won't do a damn thing. He even said that even if that big-breasted, brainless Guan came over, she'd still have to crawl at my feet. Wait, did he actually say that? Guan Yuchi cut Li Futu off, her almond-shaped eyes flashing with cold fury. I swear to heaven, that pretty boy said exactly that. Oh, my employers can vouch for it too. I was furious. Then even shameless people should have some limits. How could he insult others like that? Li Futu stated earnestly. Seeing Guan Yuchi's face turn icy cold, her eyes flashing with a threat of murderous intent, he couldn't help but silently pray for Chu Yunfeng, who was currently lying in the hospital. After all, with Chu Yunfeng hospitalized, Guan Yuchi couldn't send anyone to verify the truth of his words anytime soon. Chu Yunfeng would have to take the fall. As for Yen Ruyu and the other two, they were undoubtedly on his side. Given their loathing for Chu Yunfeng, Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo would surely seize any excuse to frame him. Therefore, even if Guan Yuchi confronted Luo Qinggu and the others, their sharp wits would surely grasp the situation without exposing him. The fair-haired young man brought several accomplices. His partner was clearly a hardened thug. With a single wave of his hand, over 20 henchmen charged forward, each wielding long knives and iron rods. They charged at me without warning. In that situation, if I hadn't fought back, I would have been hacked to death. Li Futu's throat grew parched as he finished speaking. Glancing at the clerk taking notes beside him, he snapped, "Hey! What are you doing? Can't you see our Captain Guan is thirsty? Go get him a glass of water. And bring me one too." The other man's expression froze before he coldly retorted, "Who do you think you are? Daring to give me orders? Xiao Wang, I am indeed thirsty. Go get 2 cups of water," Guan Yuchi ordered. Xiao Wang's expression stiffened slightly before he reluctantly replied, "Yes, Captain Guan." With that, he turned and walked out of the interrogation room. "Is everything you just said true?" Guan Yuchi stared at Li Futu, seemingly trying to read his expressions to determine if he was lying. His earlier words had been half-truths, half-fabrications. While he had exaggerated Chu Yunfeng and the others' arrogance slightly, the overall gist was accurate. "Absolutely true," Li Futu declared. Guan Yuchi stared intently at Li Futu, trying to read his eyes and expression for clues, but she was disheartened to find herself unable to detect anything. The man before her possessed eyes as deep and vast as the starry sky, radiating an unshakable calm and composure. Not a single trace of deception flickered across his features. This made Guan Yuchi suddenly feel she couldn't fathom this man's thoughts at all. Xiao Wang entered carrying 2 cups of water, placing one before Guan Yuchi and offering the other to Li Futu. Li Futu nodded, his tone leisurely. "Now that's more like serving the people." Xiao Wang seemed to harbor resentment toward Li Futu. Upon hearing this, he was about to erupt in anger, but Guan Yuchi coldly interjected, "Xiao Wang, you may leave now. I'll interrogate this fellow alone." Xiao Wang's pent-up anger had no outlet. Like a defeated rooster, he hung his head and walked out. Li Futu was gulping down water when Guan Yuchi's words nearly made him spit it out. Interrogate him alone? What does that mean? Hadn't he made himself clear enough? Or was this beautiful captain deliberately looking for an excuse to be alone with him? Chapter 063, A Woman's Sixth Sense. Only Li Futu and Guan Yuchi remained in the interrogation room. A man and a woman alone in such a confined space. Li Futu felt an inexplicable surge of excitement welling up inside him, his heart pounding wildly. Having just quenched his thirst with a few sips of water, he suddenly felt parched again. To Li Futu, Guan Yuchi might seem a bit cold, even hinting at a violent streak, but none of that mattered. Being alone in a room with such a beautiful and sensual law enforcement beauty inevitably stirred his imagination. Li Futu composed himself, determined to feign indifference and nonchalance. Guan Yuchi seemed to notice the unusual expression on Li Futu's face. Her gaze darkened as she spoke coldly, "Li Futu, watch yourself. Especially your eyes. Don't make me gouge them out before you regret it." Li Futu froze, then gave an awkward chuckle. "Captain Guan, what might you need at this hour?" He deliberately emphasized the word instruction, his tone dripping with shamelessness and hidden meaning. "You want instruction, huh? Fine, I'll give you instruction." Guan Yui shot to her feet, her face radiating murderous intent, cold as ice, sending a chill down one's spine. She strode up to Li Futu, grabbed him by the collar, and stared at his face with eyes blazing with fury. She truly wanted to scrutinize that face. How could it be so despicable? So vile that every time she saw it, it infuriated her. "Captain Guan, are you suggesting violence? Let me remind you I have personal legal counsel. I trust Mr. Luo will promptly arrange for a private attorney upon learning of this matter." Li Futu remained unflappable, his expression unchanged as he spoke with a smile. Guan Yuchi's beautiful oval face shifted between light and shadow, her eyes flashing with a cold, piercing glint. Finally, she yanked Li Futu's collar downward with both hands and coldly declared, "Li Futu, listen carefully. I have more questions for you. You'd better tell me the truth. Speak, Li Futu replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Regarding the previous case of Miss Luo's abduction, our investigation has largely pinpointed a criminal operative named Hua Xiong. Do you know anything about this Hua Xiong? Guan Yuqi's eyes locked onto Li Futu as she spoke. Li Futu remained outwardly calm as still water, inwardly noting Guan Yuqi's remarkable efficiency. She'd already uncovered the connection between Luo Qingwu's abduction and Hua Xiong so swiftly. Hua Xiong? Who is he? Was he the one who kidnapped Luo Qingwu and the others? Li Futu asked, feigning complete ignorance. Guan Yuqi could detect nothing from Li Futu's expression and relented, replying in a subdued tone. To be precise, it was likely one of Hua Xiong's men who carried out the operation. However, we haven't located the personnel Hua Xiong dispatched. Those operatives clashed with you before. Did they truly escape your grasp? Li Futu nodded. Correct. They were armed with guns and weapons. With them escaping, I naturally dared not pursue them. If those kidnappers were Hua Xiong's men, why not simply arrest Hua Xiong? Interrogating him would reveal the kidnappers' whereabouts. Li Futu's question was deliberately rhetorical. He already knew Hua Xiong had been killed by Black Panther and could never be arrested. Guan Yuqi murmured thoughtfully, Hua Xiong is dead? What? Dead? When did he die? Was it an accident or murder? Li Futu frowned, his expression betraying profound shock. He was murdered a few days ago. The killer was also found dead in an alley. Preliminary investigations suggest the killer was likely killed in retaliation by someone under Hua Xiong's command. Guan Yuqi spoke slowly. She paused, then added, the question now is, why did Hua Xiong suddenly end up in the hospital and get murdered? Who was the killer? What motive could they have for murdering Hua Xiong? Could it be connected to Luo Qingwu's abduction? Li Futu murmured in a low voice, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Guan Yuqi glanced at Li Futu, noticing the icy, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. She instinctively interpreted it as a natural reaction stemming from his professional instincts as a bodyguard. The killer goes by the nickname Black Panther. I've looked into his background. He used to fight in underground boxing matches and has considerable fighting skills. He's been following some rich kid around, Guan Yuqi said. Black Panther? Which playboy was he following? Don't tell me that playboy is dead too. Li Futu said. Guan Yuqi glanced at Li Futu and said, before his death, Black Panther was the driver for Lin Jianlong, the young master of the Lin family in the capital. Lin Jianlong is currently unharmed. Lin Jianlong? Who is he? Black Panther worked for Lin Jianlong. Black Panther murdered Hua Xiong, who was suspected of plotting to kidnap Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua. The connections here are rather intriguing. Based on this, could Lin Jianlong also be involved in this affair? Li Futu said. Actually, you've met Lin Jianlong. That young master who confronted you on Tiger Tooth Mountain that night was Lin Jianlong. Guan Yuqi said. Him? Li Futu froze, then sneered coldly. So he was the one causing trouble under false pretenses that night on Tiger Tooth Mountain. If that's the case, then Lin Jianlong is the mastermind behind the kidnapping plot against Luo Qingwu and the others. Hua Xiong and Black Panther are merely his scapegoats? We can't definitively say Lin Jianlong is the mastermind without solid evidence. However, as Black Panther's employer, he's already implicated in this case. I'll investigate thoroughly, Guan Yuqi stated. Is that so? Li Futu sneered coldly, continuing, from what you're saying, the Lin family wields immense power and influence. Are you truly willing to investigate Lin Jianlong's background? Or are you just saying this to placate me? Guan Yuqi's expression hardened, her eyes flashing with icy resolve. Li Futu, she said coldly, what do you take law enforcement officers for? Anyone who commits a crime, no matter how high their position, will receive no leniency from me. Li Futu smiled indifferently. The more resolute Guan Yuqi's stance became, the more he relished it. After all, he had orchestrated this entire scenario himself. Like a director staging a play, he naturally craved a climax filled with dramatic twists. I trust Captain Guan's integrity and hope you swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this. After all, as Luo Qingwu's bodyguard, my foremost duty is her safety. I cannot rest easy knowing someone may be plotting against her in secret, Li Futu stated. We will uncover the mastermind behind this, Guan Yuqi replied, glancing at Li Futu before adding, but I suddenly have a premonition you might actually be the pivotal figure in this entire series of events. Take, for instance, the murders of Hua Xiong and Black Panther. Li Futu smiled faintly, his expression bright and sunny, but he remained silent. Inside, he sighed to himself. A woman's intuition really is a little terrifying. Chapter 064, The Ninth Master of the Capital. 1:30 a.m. The night was pitch black, a moonless, starless night. Li Futu stepped out of the interrogation room to find Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua already dozing off, while Yan Ruyu sat with a deeply furrowed brow. As Li Futu approached, Yan Ruyu stood up and asked, Li Futu, you're out? Is everything okay? After investigation, it was confirmed the other party started the trouble. They possessed a weapon, and Li Futu acted in self-defense. He bears no fault and is free to leave at any time. Guan Yuqi, following behind Li Futu, spoke up. Sis Luo, wake up. Bodyguard brother is fine now and can leave. Half asleep, half awake, Tang Xiaogui heard Guan Yuqi's words and suddenly perked up, nudging Luo Qinggu beside her. Ah! Li Futu's out? Luo Qinggu opened her eyes. Sitting here had indeed been unbearably dull. They'd both started to doze off. Li Futu smiled warmly at Guan Yuqi and asked, Captain Guan, does that mean we can leave now? Guan Yui didn't respond. Her icy, beautiful eyes swept over him before she walked away, seemingly too lazy to bother. The law enforcement officers had uncovered the yellow-haired youth's background. He had a criminal record, and after his release from prison, he hadn't reformed. He frequently caused trouble. Now, he was gathering a group armed with machetes and iron rods, and they were caught red-handed. Phew! Li Futu revved the engine as Yen Ruyu and the other two girls climbed into the car. Bodyguard brother, you're so amazing. Back at the bar, you were exactly the hero I've always dreamed of, taking on so many people by yourself. That was incredible. Tang Xiaogui exclaimed excitedly from the back seat. She turned to look at Luo Qinggu and said, Sis Luo, you weren't happy about bodyguard brother becoming your bodyguard, right? Can you transfer him to me instead? Luo Qinggu froze, then retorted irritably, Xiaogui, you're so dense. He's my bodyguard, but he's also yours. Anyway, according to our agreement, he has to protect you and Sister Ruyu as well as me. Oh, I see, Tang Xiaogui pouted, then grinned mischievously. Sis Luo, now that we have bodyguard brother, once school starts, won't we be able to walk all over campus? No one will dare bully us. If we spot a hottie, we can just have bodyguard brother snatch him back for us. Xiaogui, you pig. Stop daydreaming, okay? You have no ambition. Sis Luo, you're picking on me again. So mine's bigger than yours. Besides, Sister Ruyu's are huge too, why aren't you picking on her? Xiaogui, you little brat, I'm not jealous of your chubby cheeks. You just are. Don't believe me? Let's ask Sister Ruyu. Yen Ruyu was speechless. She hadn't expected to get dragged into this. Turning around, she said, Alright. Aren't you too tired? Got all this energy to mess around now? Quiet down. Yen Ruyu spoke, then turned her gaze toward Li Futu. He sat silently, seemingly deep in thought. Li Futu drove intently, saying nothing. His face bore a deep, reserved expression Yen Ruyu had never seen before. This momentarily startled Yen Ruyu. After all, this was a side of Li Futu she'd never seen before, an essential difference from the carefree, irresponsible Li Futu she knew. Yen Ruyu's lips twitched as if she wanted to ask something, but after a moment's thought, she ultimately said nothing. Her womanly intuition told her that Li Futu was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. His outwardly carefree demeanor and lazy smile were likely just a mask for his inner world. What was his true inner world really like? Vaguely, Yen Ruyu sensed that Li Futu's true inner world was far from ordinary. Simply put, this was a man with a story, one who used his outward flamboyance and laziness to mask everything. Yen Ruyu glanced at Li Futu again. His eyes met hers, those eyes as beautiful as dreamlike stars, yet tinged with a hint of doubt. His lips curved into a lazy smile. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Yen Ruyu's beautiful face. She turned her head, her gaze naturally drifting forward, yet she could still feel her cheeks growing slightly warm. Beijing, northern suburbs, Jiulongbei Villa District. A ghostly Lamborghini sports car screeched to a halt, speeding directly into the villa complex before coming to a stop in front of a luxurious mansion nestled against the mountains and beside the water. The door opened, and a slender, pale-faced young man stepped out. His gaze was intensely somber, giving off an ethereal, almost feminine aura. He didn't look like a man, at least not one possessing the typical masculine vigor. Has young Master Lin arrived? Please come in. The ninth master is waiting inside. A butler in his 40s emerged from the villa, approaching the young man with respectful demeanor. Lin Jianglong nodded. His visit was specifically to see the underground emperor of the capital, the ninth master. Truth be told, these past few days had been anything but peaceful for Lin Jianglong. Black Panther's death had already made him sense something was amiss. He knew deep down that Black Panther had been killed by Li Futu, the very man he sought to eliminate. He realized he had severely underestimated Li Futu's capabilities all along. Not only Hua Xiong, but even Black Panther was dead. All this had happened since Li Futu's emergence. He refused to accept this. Unless Li Futu was eliminated, the knot in his heart would never unravel. That was why he had come specifically to seek out the ninth master. Lin Jianglong followed the butler into the villa. The grand hall was opulent and magnificent, radiating an aura of supreme grandeur. It wasn't merely the lavish furnishings and decorations that were so striking, but the overall atmosphere that left one awestruck, especially the overwhelming sense of self-importance it exuded. Mr. Ji, this is truly grand. Lin Jianglong thought to himself. His gaze shifted to the sofa in the hall, where a man in his 50s, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, sat. He was brewing gongfu tea, his movements fluid and deliberate, neither hurried nor slow, mirroring the steady, restrained, and commanding aura that radiated from his entire being. Haha, Ninth Master, long time no see. Spotting this composed, reserved middle-aged man, Lin Jianglong chuckled and spoke up. Young Master Lin, you never visit without a purpose. To make time for this humble abode, you must have business at hand. Is it about eliminating someone? The middle-aged man, currently brewing kung fu tea, spoke with a faint tone. He lifted his head, his eyebrows like swords, his eyes like knives. His face seemed carved from rock, radiating a hardness tinged with unwavering resolve, the very image of a formidable leader. Why would you say that, Ninth Master? Lin Jianglong paused, then couldn't help but ask. You carry a murderous aura, a restless, angry, and resentful energy. Clearly, someone has offended you so deeply that you feel compelled to kill them to ease your fury, correct? Master Ju spoke as the tea brewed. He poured 2 cups and gestured for Lin Jianglong to sit and share the tea. Chapter 065, The Deal. In the capital, if there's anything you can't handle or anyone you can't kill, find the Ninth Master. This phrase circulated secretly throughout the capital. Perhaps it was an exaggeration, but it reflected the depth of the Ninth Master's influence and power within the capital. He was like an underground emperor, wielding immense power behind the scenes, his influence permeating every corner and industry of the capital. Yet securing his services was no simple matter. One needed either money or power. Lin Jianglong clearly fell into the former category. Lin Jianglong sat down on the sofa in front of the Ninth Master. The tea served was authentic Da Hong Pao, a variety typically reserved as tribute tea. Only those in high positions of power and wealth could ever taste it. Young Master Lin, please have some tea first. We can discuss matters at length afterward. The Ninth Master smiled, appearing humble and refined. Who could have imagined this tyrant who ruled with an iron fist, cold-blooded and ruthless, had risen to his current position through bloody slaughter? Master 9, Lin Jianglong began in a low, measured tone, there's a fellow proving rather troublesome. My bodyguard, Black Panther, was murdered. While I lack direct evidence, I'm utterly convinced that man is responsible. Killing someone close to me is like slapping me in the face. I intend to make him pay in blood. Heh, young Master Lin, the fact you came to me with this shows you value and trust me. Since that's the case, I'll handle even the trickiest matters for you. It's just one person. Can he really overturn the heavens in this capital? But... Master 9 paused, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Lin Jianglong. Mr. G, just say what you mean, Lin Jianglong interjected. Mr. Lin, your father just developed a new housing complex, didn't he? The first phase is already completed, correct? If possible, I'd appreciate it if you could arrange for me to acquire a dozen or 2 dozen units. I won't haggle over the price. Ah, as one grows older, one naturally seeks tangible assets like real estate. Master 9 said with a smile. That old fox. Lin Jianglong cursed inwardly. He understood what the Ninth Master was after, using his connections to secure properties at rock-bottom prices, which could be flipped for double the profit. In the capital, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. A dozen or 2 apartments would easily be worth hundreds of millions. Master Jiao, those developments all passed through my father's hands. It's awkward for me to take them, Lin Jianglong said, beginning to haggle. Heh, the Ninth Master replied with a forced smile. Lin family's Jinshan real estate is one of the top industry giants in the capital. As the young master of the Lin family, surely securing a dozen or so units wouldn't be a problem? Master 9, I can only offer 10 units at most. That's the honest truth, Lin Jianglong stated. Master 9 pondered briefly before chuckling. No problem, no problem. 10 units it is. My good-for-nothing son happens to be friends with young Master Lin. Who knows? Perhaps my company and the Lin family will have opportunities to collaborate in the future. So I'll make an exception this once. Cunning old fox. He talks a good game about righteousness, but what would you do without profit? Lin Jianglong thought to himself. To avoid complications and to vent his pent-up fury, he decided to seal the deal with the Ninth Master. I'll await your good news, Ninth Master. One more request, if possible, bring him to me half dead. I want to trample him underfoot before sending him to meet the King of Hell. Lin Jianglong spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with icy fury. My men will do their utmost to fulfill young Master Lin's request. What is the man's name? Li Futu. Lin Jianglong pronounced each syllable deliberately. Rose Apartments. Li Futu drove back. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to bed. Tang Xiaogua stepped out of the car, yawning as she spoke. I'm so tired too. I need to sleep. Xiaogua, come sleep with me, Luo Qinggu added. Why? Every time I wake up after sleeping with you, I find your leg draped over me. I didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, right. Hey, Xiaogua, don't assume the worst of people, okay? Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua chatted as they headed upstairs. Li Futu and Yan Ruyu followed suit. Yan Ruyu glanced at Li Futu before trailing them up the stairs. Li Futu stretched lazily, feeling genuinely weary. He entered his room and emerged wearing only shorts. He strode straight into the bathroom for a thoroughly refreshing shower. During his shower, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a slender figure moving outside the bathroom door. This startled him. Could there be a beautiful woman lurking in this villa? After drying off, Lee Futu stepped out of the bathroom. Stepping out of the bathroom, he was surprised to see Yen Ryu sitting on the living room sofa, dressed in loungewear, as if waiting for him. "You're not asleep yet?" Lee Futu paused, asking. You're done?" Yen Ryu lifted her beautiful eyes to meet Lee Futu's. Lee Futu walked towards Yen Ryu and said, "Can't sleep, or?" Yen Ryu replied, "Lee Futu, thank you for stepping in tonight. It's all my fault. If not for me, this conflict wouldn't have happened." A woman from a distinguished family, well educated and refined, truly was different. She knew how to admit her mistakes. Lee Futu thought to himself, smiling faintly before replying with solemn sincerity, "Ryu, it's good you recognize your mistake. Acknowledging your errors prevents repeating them. I certainly don't wish for such incidents again. After all, I'm not a man who relishes violence." Had the powerful figures of the underworld heard Lee Futu's final remark, they would surely have been utterly speechless. Dislikes violence? How could someone who dislikes violence bear the title of butcher? How dare the strongest man who once slaughtered ruthlessly in the dark world, striking fear into his enemies, claim he dislikes violence? Yen Ryu froze upon hearing Lee Futu's words. She had genuinely come to apologize, after all, for causing him trouble. But any ordinary man, upon hearing her words, would surely offer comforting phrases like "it's nothing, this isn't your fault," or "it has nothing to do with you," wouldn't he? Yet this Lee Futu actually lectured her in a patronizing tone. What a hopelessly clueless guy. Truth be told, in places like that, there's never a shortage of vulgar men who approach women solely for their looks. You yourself did nothing wrong. If there was any fault, it was that you were too beautiful enough to break hearts. But if beauty is considered a fault, then I hope you keep making that mistake forever and ever, absurdly and ridiculously so, because I admire your beauty. Lee Futu smiled and added. Ah. Yen Ryu froze, her beautiful face showing a hint of surprise as she looked at Lee Futu. Finally, a faint blush spread across her snow-white, jade-like features. She bit her lip and spat out, "I can't be bothered talking to you. You never say anything sensible." With that, Yen Ryu rose and fled upstairs as if escaping, whether from shyness or some other reason. "Good night." Lee Futu watched Yen Ryu's gracefully curved, exquisitely beautiful back with a smile as he spoke. The night was deep. As he rose to return to his room, he suddenly frowned sharply. His face turned pale and ashen, and a faint, savage aura began to emanate from his body. Chapter 066, Bloodlust. Lee Futu, who had been preparing to retire for the night, suddenly paled, his face turning ashen and iron gray. His sharply defined, rugged features gradually contorted into a hideous grimace. His entire body seemed to boil, radiating intense heat as a blood-red glow coated his eyes. "Ha!" A low growl erupted from his throat. He dashed into his room, not bothering to close the door. Grabbing his bag, he dumped its contents onto the floor, frantically searching for something but ultimately found nothing. Only then did he recall he hadn't taken his medication for over half a year. Believing himself recovered, he'd stopped the drugs long ago. Naturally, he hadn't brought the medicine that alleviated his condition with him on this trip to the capital. The killing fever. Lee Futu never imagined his bloodlust disorder, dormant for over half a year, would flare up without warning at this very moment. His blood seemed to boil within him, waves of savage energy surging upward. Lee Futu gradually lost control of himself. All he wanted now was to kill, to smell that pungent scent of blood. Yet the remnants of reason in his mind reminded him of his surroundings. He fought desperately to restrain himself, clenching his fists so tightly that the veins across his entire body stood out prominently. Especially on his arms, thick, bulging veins emerged, resembling giant earthworms writhing across his skin. His breath came in ragged, heavy gasps. A crimson haze clouded his eyes, and his face twisted into a hideous grimace. A palpable, viscous aura of bloodlust filled the entire room. Damn it! Why did this condition suddenly flare up? Lee Futu's mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to roar in fury. Every muscle in his body knotted and tensed, as if the terrifying, overwhelming power within him was about to erupt, creating a truly terrifying sight. Then, as if remembering something, Lee Futu hurried to the desktop computer and powered it on. Killing mania was a form of post-traumatic psychological syndrome. Since Meng Jianxiang's death, he had gradually developed this condition. In truth, those who had experienced the battlefield suffered from some degree of post-war psychological symptoms. Some developed post-war phobia, others post-war self-mutilation syndrome, and so on. Meng Jianxiang's death had fully unleashed the bloodlust within Lee Futu. He single-handedly slaughtered the entire Snow Wolf Mercenary Legion to avenge Meng Jianxiang. After that, he mercilessly slaughtered any faction that had ever crossed Meng Jianxiang or his other brothers. At that time, he could kill one person every 10 steps, leaving no survivors for miles around. Only when he grew weary of this life of slaughter and chose to leave the underworld did he realize he had developed a bloodlust disorder. Each time the bloodlust struck, he plunged into a state of extreme frenzy, consumed solely by the urge to unleash the savagery within him. He craved nothing more than to slaughter indiscriminately, feeding his bloodthirsty nature on the pungent scent of his enemy's blood. He knew it was a disease of post-war psychological disorder. Returning to the city, no longer the bloody battlefield, where could he find enemies to kill? Thus, he could only rely on medication to alleviate his condition. Gradually, the intense killing intent that once consumed him was suppressed and eased. Lifutu believed his affliction had vanished, but unexpectedly, it resurfaced at this very moment. He opened his computer, struggling to steady his hands. He accessed an extremely private video chat platform, entered his username and password, and logged in. On this platform, Lifutu had only one contact, an English name displayed as Daphne, translating to Daphne in Chinese. Lifutu initiated a video call with Daphne. A series of beeps echoed, but her profile picture remained dark, apparently offline. "Daphne, even you're offline?" Lifutu growled hoarsely. Glancing at the time in the bottom right corner of his screen, 2:30 a.m. local time, he calculated it should be around 6:30 or 7 p.m. in the west. Lifutu waited patiently, struggling to control himself. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging prominently on his arms. The taut, knotted muscles were a sight to behold, almost frightening. His entire body felt like a barrel of gunpowder. A single spark could send him exploding. His eyes were bloodshot, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light like a ferocious Siberian tiger. Across the ocean, in Britain, a BMW slowly glided into a residential neighborhood. After pulling into the garage, a stunningly beautiful and sensual woman stepped out. Her golden hair cascaded over a face as white as jade, exquisitely sculpted and delicate, like a porcelain doll. Yet the silver-gray business suit she wore perfectly accentuated her excessively hot and sensual figure. If a woman could be described as having an angelic face and a devilish figure, she would be one of them. Carrying a handbag and holding a hamburger, she walked into the elevator while eating. As one of the West's most authoritative psychologists and a doctoral supervisor at Cambridge University, her days were always packed. Today, she had just wrapped up a lecture on psychological counseling. Having skipped dinner, she grabbed a burger to serve as her evening meal. She took the elevator up to her apartment, turned on the lights, and sank lazily onto the sofa. Glancing at the time, she seemed to remember something and walked into the study to turn on her computer. With practiced ease, she logged into a private video chat platform. Each time she logged in, she felt a complex mix of anticipation and dread, eager to see what she longed for, yet unwilling to face it. The emotions were tangled and overwhelming. The moment she logged in, a video window popped up immediately, the user icon named Butcher glowing brightly. In that instant, that glowing icon struck her heart like a cannonball. The Butcher? She gasped in surprise, immediately accepting the video call. Once connected, she saw the face that haunted her dreams appear on the screen. Though it now looked grotesquely terrifying, with bloodshot eyes flickering with a cold, bloodthirsty intent, it didn't fill her with fear, only anxiety and worry. "Butcher, your condition has flared up again," she exclaimed, her beautiful face etched with worry. "Daphne, you're finally here." "Yes, it's happening again." "It hasn't happened for over half a year, but tonight, for some reason, it struck." "I have no medicine with me. I had to find you." The voice in the video was unmistakably Lifutu's, though spoken in fluent English. "Butcher, you haven't had an episode in over half a year. That means your condition has improved significantly. This is truly wonderful news." The video's metaphony smiled, her tone gentle, her beautiful blue eyes sparkling brightly as she gazed adoringly at Lifutu on the screen. "Thank you for your help," Lifutu replied, struggling to contain the surging savagery within him, fighting to suppress the intense bloodlust raging inside. "Butcher, you're a man of extraordinary willpower. It's less about me helping you and more about you conquering yourself. Do you know, half a year ago when you said your condition was under control and you no longer needed my help, I felt both joy and loss? Joy that you were finally getting better, loss because I feared I might never see you again. I told you then, if your condition ever flares up again, come find me. Because of that, I log onto this platform every day. I hope to see you online, yet I dread seeing you. My feelings are complicated." Daphne spoke slowly, continuing, "If I see you online, it means your condition has flared up again. That's not what I want to see. I only wish for you to get better and live a normal life. But on the other hand, I long to see you once more. Even if it's just through a video call, I'd be happy." "I'm sorry, Daphne," Lifutu replied. "You know I want to forget the past, to leave it all behind and start anew." "I know. And I support you. I'd much rather see the Lifutu of everyday life than the all-powerful Butcher of the battlefield," Daphne replied. "But now, I want to return to the dark world. I'll slaughter every last one of those beasts," Lifutu declared abruptly, the crimson glint in his eyes intensifying as the already thick aura of killing intent around him grew even denser. His tone held none of the earlier tremor, instead carrying an indescribable metallic coldness. Chapter 067, Caught. "No, Butcher, you absolutely cannot go back. If you do, everything I've worked for will be for nothing. The rhythm you chose to step back and live a normal life will be shattered. Butcher, promise me you'll stay away from that place of slaughter, okay? Daphne hurriedly offered gentle reassurance, her gaze brimming with affection as she watched Lee Futu on the video feed. Butcher, she said, try to relax. You're too tense. Don't dwell on the past. Imagine you're on vacation lazing in the sun on soft sand, soaking in crystal clear ocean waters. Oh, and picture those beauties in sexy bikinis, like me, Butcher. Didn't you call me a goddess? Want to see me again? Daphne's voice was laced with seductive intent. As one of the West's most authoritative psychologists, she had also undertaken assignments for the War Department, providing post-war psychological counseling to veterans. Lee Futu had once received post-war psychological counseling from Daphne by chance. At that time, Lee Futu's homicidal tendencies were already severe, flaring up frequently and requiring medication almost daily to stabilize his symptoms. Consequently, Lee Futu became Daphne's primary focus. Daphne provided Lee Futu with 2 months of intensive therapy and counseling. During that period, she delved deeply into the world of profound sorrow, desolation, self-reproach, and endless grief buried within this Eastern man's heart. That world resembled a desolate, bleak land, filled only with endless bloodshed and slaughter. Yet within that barren, sorrowful realm existed a brotherhood as deep as the ocean. The profound self-reproach and grief buried deep within his heart stemmed precisely from that brotherly bond. To fully heal Lee Futu's affliction, one must understand his psychological journey. Daphne became increasingly immersed in the process of uncovering Lee Futu's inner world. For the first time in her career, she crossed a line by becoming intimate with her patient. She knew this was wrong, yet she found herself unable to control her emotions. However, Daphne also noticed that after being with Lee Futu, his symptoms eased significantly. Watching Daphne in the video, Lee Futu's breathing grew more urgent, a fiery intensity flickering in his eyes. It seemed as if the murderous intent in his gaze had eased. But in the next instant, his gaze turned icy and resolute. No! I will kill them! I will make the entire underworld tremble once more. They sniped my brother, I will have my revenge. I will have my revenge. Daphne's heart skipped a beat. She knew Lee Futu was a man of unwavering resolve. Once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Butcher, I miss you so much. Since you left, I think of you constantly. Don't dwell on the battlefield. Look at me. I want only me in your eyes, Daphne whispered softly, gently guiding Lee Futu. Lee Futu's emotions began to ease slightly. He recalled the time spent with Daphne, a period both wonderfully beautiful and wildly chaotic. Daphne, after half a year apart, you look even more enchanting. A faint smile seemed to lift the corners of Lee Futu's mouth as he remarked. Hearing his words, a flicker of delight danced in Daphne's beautiful eyes. Lee Futu's light-hearted tone seemed to restore him to his former lazy, carefree self, the intense, terrifying aura of bloodshed from earlier completely gone. It appeared his condition was gradually being brought under control. Daphne knew she had touched Lee Futu, drawing his attention to her. This was the side of him she delighted to see, so she unhesitatingly displayed her devilishly alluring figure before him. Lee Futu watched Daphne with keen interest. The murderous aura that had enveloped him was fading, his eyes regaining their usual depth and clarity, no longer veiled by a crimson glint of bloodlust. Through Daphne's persistent guidance and the therapeutic technique of illusion immersion, Lee Futu's focus was redirected, gradually leading him out of the bloodthirsty rage that consumed his heart. Daphne herself poured her entire being into the process. Her eyes glazed over as she parted her crimson lips and murmured, Butcher, hold me tight. I need your powerful, savage conquest. Lee Futu had completely shed his earlier bloodlust, his focus now entirely on Daphne in the video. But then, bang! The slightly ajar door to Lee Futu's bedroom swung open. His heart leapt in terror. He whirled around, his entire being freezing in shock. Standing at the doorway was none other than Luo Qingwu. Lee Futu froze solid, utterly transfixed. Luo Qingwu had clearly just finished bathing. She wore a soft silk spaghetti strap nightgown, her body radiating the fresh, natural scent of a recent shower. Her long hair was half-dried, and her flawlessly beautiful face resembled a blooming, delicate peony, noble, magnificent, and breathtakingly beautiful. Lee Futu, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes fixed on Lee Futu without blinking, a hint of playful annoyance flickering within them. Xiao Wo. When did you come down? Lee Futu's voice betrayed his surprise as he blurted out the question. His body instinctively shielded the computer screen, and he deliberately raised his voice as he spoke, all to ensure Daphne, on the other end of the video call, heard him. He was discreetly letting her know someone had arrived. Daphne on the screen was utterly engrossed, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, her voice seductive. Luo Qingwu naturally heard it. As if realizing something, her flawless face flushed with both anger and embarrassment, tinged with an extremely bashful blush. It turned out that she and Tang Xiaogua had lain in bed for a while, preparing to sleep, but tossing and turning, unable to drift off. Tonight at the bar, they had danced and jumped around, having a blast, leaving them drenched in sweat. Exhausted upon returning, they'd simply collapsed onto the bed, hoping to rest. Unfortunately, in the sweltering heat, drenched in sweat, tossing and turning proved futile. So they got up and each took a shower. She and Tang Xiaoguo showered together in the bathroom. Afterward, Tang Xiaoguo grabbed the hairdryer first to blow dry her hair. Left behind, Luo Qingguo had to run downstairs to fetch another hairdryer from the first floor bathroom and dry her hair in the living room. Luo Qingguo faintly heard a woman's seductive voice coming from Li Futu's room. She wondered, could that bastard Li Futu be hiding a mistress? That thought spurred Luo Qingguo to investigate Li Futu's room. She had already made up her mind, if Li Futu dared to hide a mistress in their villa, she wouldn't let him off the hook. Chapter 068, Awkward Moment. Luo Qingguo pushed open the door and saw only Li Futu inside. Yet the waves of feminine voices continued to drift out unabated. Luo Qingguo suspected Li Futu was watching something unsuitable for minors. You bastard, Li Futu. You shameless pig. Watching this kind of thing in the middle of the night. Luo Qingguo shouted in anger and embarrassment, stomping her foot in frustration. Sis Luo, what's going on? Why are you shouting so loudly? A sweet, puzzled voice rang out as Tang Xiaoguo, ever eager to stir up trouble, came running over. That bastard. He's watching movies in the middle of the night. Luo Qingguo spat venomously. Tang Xiaoguo's pink little mouth gaped wide, her face brimming with disbelief. She too had heard the sounds echoing from the room. Pouting her lips, she looked utterly bewildered and said, but that can't be right, Sister Luo. Last night I hacked into Bodyguard brother's computer to check if he downloaded any movies, and there were none. Could he have downloaded this just tonight? Li Futu's forehead instantly broke out in beads of sweat. That little minx Tang Xiaoguo had actually hacked into his computer? Ahem, Xiaoguo, I think there's been a misunderstanding. The truth is, I was watching videos to learn a foreign language, Li Futu declared with solemn earnestness. Li Futu, could you come up with a better excuse? Learning English by watching those videos? Luo Qingguo snapped angrily. I wasn't watching anything like that. It's not what you think, Li Futu said, utterly speechless. What's all this commotion? It's almost 3 in the morning and none of you are sleeping. The commotion downstairs finally caught Yan Ruyu's attention. She walked downstairs while speaking, entering Li Futu's room. Sis Ruyu, isn't this guy despicable? He was watching that kind of movie in the middle of the night. How shameless. And the volume was so loud. Luo Qingguo said indignantly. Sis Ruyu, Bodyguard brother is so fast. I didn't even see it when I hacked his computer last night, Tang Xiaoguo added. Yan Ruyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as her beautiful eyes turned toward Li Futu. By now, she too could faintly hear the entrancing sounds echoing from within the room. I really wasn't watching anything. You've got the wrong idea. Li Futu felt his head spin. At this moment, he truly couldn't defend himself. It wasn't just jumping into the Yellow River, even jumping into the Nile wouldn't wash away this stain. Is that so? Asked Luo Qingguo, stepping forward abruptly. Then why were you blocking the screen with your body? I'm here to expose your true colors. I'm going to see Tang Xiaoguo too, he called out, then walked forward alongside Luo Qingguo. Li Futu froze. At this moment, he truly had no recourse. Even shutting down the computer now would be too late. As Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo approached, Daphne's alluring eyes slowly opened in the video. Li Futu, you shameless bastard. What do you have to say for yourself now? Luo Qingguo stepped forward, her face flushing crimson as she glared at the nearly naked Daphne on the screen. Wow, this beauty is stunning. What a figure. Tang Xiaoguo remarked. Li Futu was at a loss for words. His tone was sheepish as he said, if I told you she was treating me, would you believe me? At this, Luo Qingguo and the others stared at him with looks reserved for fools. Clearly, they didn't believe him. Daphne in the video had sensed something was off. She grabbed a blanket to cover herself, gave a charming smile, and said, Butcher, your symptoms have been suppressed. Congratulations. This will reduce your dependence on medication. She added in her imperfect Mandarin, Li Futu, bye-bye, good night. With that, Daphne proactively ended the video call. Daphne's words were undoubtedly a bombshell. Yan Ruyu, Luo Qingguo, and Tang Xiaoguo all froze. They clearly caught the implication, their beautiful eyes now filled with contempt as they turned to glare at Li Futu. Li Futu, you know her? You're utterly depraved, playing video games with some woman online. Luo Qingguo was the first to speak. Ha! That beauty just now seemed like a foreigner. So gorgeous and sexy. How did you meet her, Bodyguard brother? Tang Xiaoguo, however, appeared genuinely curious. Xiaoguo, ignore this jerk. Stay away from him. He's utterly shameless. Luo Qingguo declared, her voice filled with anger and resentment. She grabbed Tang Xiaoguo's hand and marched straight out. Li Futu, you. Yan Ruyu pursed her lips, looking like she was disappointed in him. She turned and headed outside too. After taking a few steps, she turned back and added, you really disgust me. Li Futu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but finding no words. He gave a bitter laugh, lit a cigarette, and took 2 deep drags. He realized Daphne's final words had been deliberate, meant solely to humiliate him. Daphne, just you wait. Someday, I'll make you pay for this. Lefutu thought to himself. Somewhere in the western seas, a mysterious isolated island. In the void of deathly silence, faint glimmers of light seeped from the island, casting an indescribable aura of eeriness and gloom. Approaching the island revealed modern structures dotting its surface, most striking among them were church-like edifices silhouetted against the dense forest. Dominated by black and blood-red hues, these grand structures stood in stark contrast to ordinary sacred churches. Entirely clad in black, each featured a central design painted in vivid crimson. Adorning the pitch-black facade, the pattern resembles a blazing sun rising from the depths. Upon closer inspection, the blood-red painting emanating an eerie, faintly bloody scent resembles the entrance to a crimson hell. Surrounding it are reliefs of hideous, terrifying demons, creating an utterly chilling and dreadful sight that makes one's hair stand on end. These cathedral-like structures were scattered around the perimeter, with a grand hall at the center. Its primary colors were also black and blood-red, but the blood-red pattern atop this largest building, resembling the entrance to hell, was even more striking. Creak, creak. The hall's pitch-black doors slowly swung open. As they parted, a candle-like glow shone forth from within, yet it carried an oppressive, eerie, and heavy aura. A towering figure cloaked in a blood-red robe suddenly materialized, striding purposefully toward the palace-like structure. His features were sharply defined, his eyes radiating an icy coldness like ancient glaciers. He strode purposefully deeper into the hall. The interior was grand and imposing, rows of red candles lining both sides, their light illuminating the entire chamber. At the very front stood a throne, behind which loomed an enormous crimson pattern, evoking an indescribable sense of eeriness. Seated upon the throne was a man whose true age was impossible to discern. Most striking was the crimson pattern branded directly onto his forehead. His gaze flickered with a faint, demonic allure, seemingly capable of ensnaring souls, making it impossible to meet his eyes directly. Flanking the man stood two women, their bodies draped only in sheer, translucent veils as thin as cicada wings. Though stunningly beautiful with voluptuous figures, their eyes were vacant and utterly lifeless. Has Amos, leader of the brave crimson-robed warriors, returned with news? The man seated upon the throne spoke slowly, his gaze gentle as he watched the imposing, crimson-robed warrior approach. Chapter 069, Conspiracy. Great Lord, Amos bows before you. The imposing red-robed warrior strode forward, kneeling on one knee about 5 meters from the throne. He bowed his head toward the man seated upon it. After bowing, the red-robed man named Amos raised his head. His eyes brimmed with reverence as he looked at the man on the throne, then continued, "Our intelligence operatives have intercepted signal fluctuations from Daphne's private video platform. Just moments ago, Daphne was using that private platform to video chat with someone. The person video chatting with Daphne is highly likely to be the butcher." At the mention of the butcher, the strange light in the throne-bound man's eyes intensified. He spoke slowly and deliberately, "Can you trace the origin of the signal fluctuations from the other end? It's coming from the eastern nation of Huaxia. China? For years, no one in the underworld could confirm which nation the butcher truly belonged to. I always suspected he was Chinese. It seems I was right. This lord also uncovered the private information that Daphne once provided psychological counseling to the butcher. That's why I had you secretly monitor her every move to trace the butcher's whereabouts through this woman. Everything is unfolding exactly as I anticipated. Lord, why not capture Daphne? With her in our custody, the butcher will surely reveal himself. Through her, we can uncover more information about the butcher." "No, we absolutely cannot do that. Such an action would only alert the butcher. The butcher is a sharp and formidable blade. His master must use him wisely. Let him work invisibly for me, clearing away the obstacles to my complete domination of the dark world." "What do you mean, my lord?" "Half a year ago, the butcher vanished without a trace. Factions across the dark realm speculate he has retired. How can this be? My conquest of the dark world would lose its greatest thrill without witnessing the butcher's peerless might. Moreover, this blade can slay our enemies for us. Thus, we must not openly oppose him even if he once slew members of our organization. Your Excellency, the great overlord, will undoubtedly rule the entire dark world. Amos pledges lifelong allegiance to your side. What should we do next?" The man upon the throne's gaze darkened, a meaningful smile curling his lips as he spoke slowly. "The butcher desires seclusion, yet a peerless warrior like him belongs upon this slaughterhouse that is the dark world. Therefore, how could I grant his wish? The old guard of some major factions in the dark world yearn for the butcher, craving to drink his blood and devour his flesh. Thus, if we merely hint that the butcher is in China, I believe many will take keen interest. Oh, and how much is the bounty on the butcher from the Assassination Alliance, the world's largest international assassin organization? Currently, the Assassination Alliance is offering $100 million for the butcher's head." Amos stated. "Good. Very good. Once word spreads that the butcher is in China, countless fools will surely throw caution to the wind for the money. They won't kill him, of course, but they will enrage him. Thus, the butcher will inevitably return to the underworld in the manner befitting a king, and he will be at my command. Ha! The man upon the throne spoke, ending with a hearty laugh. Your Highness is wise. Amos bowed once more before slowly exiting the hall. At this very moment, Li Futu, far away in the capital of Huaxia, had long since fallen into a deep slumber. He was naturally unaware that a conspiracy targeting him had already begun. Had Li Futu witnessed the events unfolding on the isolated island, had he seen the crimson patterns adorning those black, cathedral-like structures, he would have recognized the terrifying force behind them, the Dark Hell organization. Li Futu had crossed paths with this organization before, even slaying one of their warriors. It all stemmed from the Dark Hell organization's attempt to coerce him into serving their so-called Great Lord through brute force. To this, Li Futu had naturally scoffed, cursing furiously, "What a load of crap about a Great Lord. He's not even fit to polish my shoes, and he expects me to serve him?" The leader of the Dark Hell organization was none other than the man seated upon the throne in that hall moments ago, a figure known throughout the Dark Underworld as the Hell Lord. In truth, the Dark Hell organization had risen to prominence just 3 years prior. Within that brief span, it had evolved into the most bizarre, extreme, and terrifying clandestine group in the entire Dark Realm. Its warriors could rightly be called extreme terrorists, each utterly indifferent to their own lives. For they believe that life on earth is merely training in hell, and only after death can the body and soul find rest and eternal life. And this is the very creed propagated by the Dark Hell organization. Early morning. Li Futu slept soundly, waking up at 10:30 in the morning. He stretched a few times before getting up, dressed, and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Feeling refreshed, he walked toward the living room but didn't see Yin Ruyu or the others. Had they not woken yet? Li Futu wondered. Feeling a bit peckish, he headed toward the kitchen to grab something to eat when suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from outside the villa. He walked to the villa entrance and saw the car slowly pull into the front yard. The doors opened, and Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua stepped out first, followed by Yin Ruyu. When did you go out? Li Futu couldn't help but ask in surprise. Humph. Luo Qinggu snorted, clearly ignoring Li Futu. Bodyguard brother, we went out for breakfast, Tang Xiaogua said cheerfully. That's right, we went out for breakfast. But we didn't bring any for you. Starved to death, you bastard. Luo Qinggu added, clearly still seething over last night's events. Li Futu gave a bitter laugh. It was just a video call with a pretty girl. Is it really worth acting like you've suffered some deep, unforgivable injustice? Just then, Yen Ruyu approached, a bag in hand. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Li Futu with a calm, cloudless expression as she said, this is breakfast for you. Go eat. Sis Ruyu, why are you giving it to him so soon? We should let him starve a bit longer to vent our frustration, Luo Qinggu remarked. Fine, but I was going to feed him eventually anyway, Yen Ruyu replied. Li Futu smiled, taking the breakfast from Yen Ruyu's hand as a flicker of warmth touched his heart. Yen Ruyu and the others paid him no further mind, striding straight into the villa. Li Futu watched their retreating figures. Yen Ruyu was sexy and graceful, Luo Qinggu tall and slender, Tang Xiaogua plump and delicate, each uniquely captivating, leaving him dazzled. Chapter 070, Yen Ruyu's emotion. It was the height of summer, unbearably hot. Around noon, Tang Xiaogua suggested, Sis Luo, let's go swimming. This weather is stifling, swimming would be so refreshing. Swimming? Sounds great. This weather is perfect for it. Sister Ruyu, shall we join them? Luo Qinggu suggested. Yen Ruyu, who had been reading on the sofa, lifted her eyes to glance at Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua before nodding. Truthfully, if not for Li Futu's sudden appearance in the apartment, Yen Ruyu would have gone swimming in the pool almost every other day. Swimming offered dual benefits. It provided exercise and helped a woman maintain a better figure. Ever since Li Futu arrived, Yen Ruyu had felt a bit awkward about going to the pool. On top of that, the scenes that had unfolded between her and Li Futu in the pool lingered in her mind, making her feel uneasy. Hearing Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua's suggestion now did stir her interest. Swimming? That's actually a pretty good idea. Li Futu adopted an easygoing demeanor, seemingly wanting to join in. You're not allowed to swim with us. If you want to swim, you can do it after we're done, Luo Qinggu said. I agree. Yen Ruyu chimed in. Li Futu was at a loss for words, forcing himself to calm his restless heart. Soon, Yen Ruyu, Luo Qinggu, and Tang Xiaogua came down wearing swimsuits, heading straight to the villa's backyard to start swimming. Sitting bored in the living room, Li Futu also made his way to the backyard. What are you doing here? I told you not to swim with us, Luo Qinggu called out from the pool upon seeing Li Futu. Oh, it was getting stuffy inside. Just came out for some fresh air, Li Futu replied with a straight face. But inwardly, he was thinking, how could he possibly miss such a splendid sight, the villa's three beauties swimming in the pool wearing sexy swimsuits? Yen Ruyu shot Li Futu a glare, as if she'd read right through his thoughts. Li Futu sat on a chair, smoking a cigarette, watching the beauties float and dive in the crystal-clear, azure water. He felt that even if he couldn't swim, it was no big deal. 2 days later. Luo Huijun arrived, ready to take Luo Qingwu and the others out for fun. Sister Ruyu, won't you join us? Luo Qingwu asked Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu shook her head. I'll pass. You all go ahead. Sister Luo, you forgot Sister Ruyu isn't feeling well today, Tang Xiaogua chimed in from the side. Li Futu, standing nearby, glanced at Yen Ruyu upon hearing this. He noticed her complexion was indeed poor. Her right hand kept pressing against her stomach, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as if enduring some pain. I remember, said Luo Qingwu. Sister Ruyu, please rest well at home. Don't catch a chill. Yen Ruyu flushed slightly, glanced at Li Futu, and nodded. Li Futu now had a hunch. Could it be that Yen Ruyu was experiencing menstrual cramps? And they were particularly severe? Li Futu didn't follow them out. With the skilled Chen Bo by Luo Hueju inside, there was no security concern. In the vast villa, only Li Futu and Yen Ruyu remained. Yen Ruyu sat on the sofa, attempting to read, but her delicate brows furrowed intermittently. Her expression was clearly distressed, evidently enduring the pain radiating from her abdomen. Seeing this, Li Futu walked into the kitchen. He remembered there were several packets of brown sugar and ginger in the refrigerator. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Li Futu emerged from the kitchen carrying a small pot filled with boiling brown sugar and ginger water. Ruyu, are you feeling unwell? Try some ginger and brown sugar water to see if it helps. Li Futu placed the pot on the coffee table and handed the spoon he was holding to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu froze. For a moment, she forgot her pain. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at Li Futu. A faint blush slowly spread across her flawless jade-like face, making her look even more exquisitely lovely. Li Futu, you. Yen Ruyu regained her senses, her words tumbling out incoherently. She truly didn't know what to say. Gazing at the steaming ginger and brown sugar water before her, she felt a warmth rising within her heart, as if it too were about to boil over. You're not feeling well, right? It's not advisable for you to touch cold water at this time. Though I'm a rough and tumble sort, I know a little about these things. Drink it while it's hot, Li Futu said with a smile. Yen Ruyu felt both surprised and touched. Li Futu had always presented himself as a carefree, laid-back sort. Some might call it easygoing, others might label him a bore. Yet here he was, showing such thoughtful care. Not a word of protest after learning of her discomfort, just immediately brewing ginger and brown sugar tea. Thank you. Yen Ruyu said sincerely, taking the spoon Li Futu offered and sipping it spoonful by spoonful. Want me to feed you? Li Futu asked with a smile. Yen Ruyu froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes flashing a playful glare at Li Futu. I'm not seriously ill, she said, her voice tinged with coyness. I don't need to be fed. Does it hurt this much every time? Li Futu pressed. Yen Ruyu felt a pang of irritation. This was the most private matter for a woman who would discuss such things with a man. This made Yen Ruyu wonder if this guy had some shameless motive. But considering the pot of ginger-infused brown sugar water Li Futu had prepared, she replied, and no. Maybe it's because I swam a couple days ago and caught a chill, so this time. Li Futu nodded. Rest well after drinking this. See if it eases the pain. If not, I can give you a massage. It should help. Massage significantly reduces the discomfort. Massage? Yen Ruyu froze, lifting her eyes to look at Li Futu. What do you mean? Li Futu smiled and explained, the human body has many acupoints, each intimately connected to health. Stimulating specific points can produce corresponding effects. For instance, if you're feeling unwell, massaging the Sanyinjio point can expel cold energy, restore warmth within your body, and promote smooth qi and blood flow, thereby alleviating menstrual cramps. Never mind, it's not that serious. Yen Ruyu said somewhat sheepishly. Finally, she stood up and said, I'll be fine after resting a bit. I'm going upstairs now. All right. Let me know if the pain doesn't improve. Li Futu replied. Chapter 071, Heart Fluttering. Considering Yen Ruyu's discomfort, Li Futu cooked a pot of millet porridge. He didn't go upstairs but called Yen Ruyu directly. Hey, Ruyu, come down and eat something. You eat first. I'm not really hungry. Still feeling unwell? Are you feeling any better? I'm feeling a bit better. Yen Ruyu stammered over the phone, her voice sounding faint. Li Futu frowned. From her voice, he could tell Yen Ruyu's condition was likely worse than she was letting on. So he said, come down and have some millet porridge. I made it for you. You can't go without eating. If you don't come down, I'll come up. I'll come down myself, Yen Ruyu replied. A short while later, Yen Ruyu descended the stairs, her face still pale. It seemed her condition hadn't improved. Yen Ruyu hadn't felt much appetite, but Li Futu's millet porridge actually whetted her appetite. If it had been something like rice, she truly wouldn't have been able to eat it. As she sipped the warm millet porridge, Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes drifted toward Li Futu beside her. She suddenly realized that sometimes this man could be quite considerate and caring, yet at other times, he was so infuriating. Finished eating? Head upstairs to rest. I'll clean up the dishes. Li Futu spoke to Yen Ruyu, who had already finished but remained seated. Yen Ruyu's jade-like face froze. She looked at Li Futu and said, "Why do I feel like you're being unusually attentive today? You wouldn't be up to something, would you? Motives? If you insist on seeing it that way, my motive is simply hoping you recover quickly." Li Futu smiled, replying with genuine sincerity. Yen Ruyu shot Li Futu a playful glare, at a loss for words. In the end, she could only head upstairs to rest. As afternoon approached, Li Futu's phone vibrated. He saw it was a WeChat message from Yen Ruyu. "My stomach hurts more and more. I've never felt this kind of pain before. It's really bad. You said you could help ease it, right? Could you come up to my room?" After reading the message, Li Futu walked upstairs and knocked on the door of the first room on the left. Squeak! The door opened. Yen Ruyu stood there, clutching her stomach. Her face was deathly pale, and her body trembled slightly. She appeared to have just finished bathing, wrapped in a bathrobe. "You took a bath?" Li Futu stared intently at Yen Ruyu, his brow furrowed. Yen Ruyu nodded. "I just took a bath, but I didn't wash my hair. After bathing, the pain intensified unbearably so, worse than ever before. It might be related to your bath earlier. Let me massage your pressure points," Li Futu offered. Yen Ruyu nodded. The pain was so intense she had no choice but to seek Li Futu's help. "Lie down on the bed first, flat on your back," Li Futu instructed. "Li Futu, will it really work?" Yen Ruyu felt a sudden hesitation. After all, being alone in a room with a grown man made her feel quite uncomfortable. "Don't you trust me?" Li Futu asked. "See how you feel after an hour, then judge for yourself. How about it?" Yen Ruyu nodded, deciding to try it as a last resort. She slipped off her bathrobe, revealing her loungewear underneath, and lay down on the bed. Li Futu began massaging specific acupoints, channeling his internal energy to stimulate them and achieve the desired effect. Yen Ruyu felt a surge of energy penetrate her body. Gradually, her lower abdomen grew warm, as if a flame had ignited within her. Realizing this, she suddenly noticed the chill that had gripped her body was fading. The intense stabbing pain in her lower abdomen was steadily lessening. It actually worked. Yen Ruyu thought to herself. She had been skeptical before, but now that she felt the stabbing pain in her lower abdomen begin to ease, she believed Li Futu's words. Yen Ruyu seemed to relish this moment, her eyes slowly closing. As Li Futu massaged her, Yen Ruyu gradually felt a warm energy circulating through the meridians of her body. It eventually gathered in her lower abdomen, continuously expelling the cold and dampness within her. Yen Ruyu felt she was already fine. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Li Futu massaging her with intense focus. Beads of sweat as large as beans were forming on Li Futu's forehead. His white shirt was soaked through, clinging tightly to his body. Yen Ruyu froze. Li Futu's drenched state clearly signaled the immense effort and concentration required for his task. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she couldn't help asking, Li Futu, why are you sweating? You're drenched. Are you tired?" "I'm fine." Li Futu glanced at Yen Ruyu and offered a faint smile. But the more nonchalant Li Futu appeared, the more uneasy Yen Ruyu felt. She pressed, Why are you sweating so much?" "Because I'm channeling my entire body's strength to gather dark energy. Through massage techniques, I'm guiding it along your acupoints to penetrate deeper. That's how it works. You probably wouldn't understand since you haven't studied this. Just lie still and relax," Li Futu explained. His tone was remarkably casual, yet the mental and physical exertion required was no less than battling a martial arts master. He was constantly channeling every ounce of his strength, using his hidden energy to massage Yen Ruyu while precisely controlling its intensity a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. Yen Ruyu gently bit her own rosy lips with her pearly white teeth and said, "Li Futu, if you're tired, please take a break, okay? I can't rest. I must finish this in one go." "It's fine, just a few more minutes," Li Futu replied. A whirlwind of emotions surged through Yen Ruyu's heart, like a jar of mixed feelings overturned. She felt profoundly moved. She could tangibly feel the care emanating from Li Futu. Her gaze lingered silently upon him, a whirlwind of emotions leaving her speechless. 5 or 6 minutes later, Li Futu finally exhaled softly, lifted his head to look at Yen Ruyu, and smiled. "It's done. How does it feel? Better?" Yen Ruyu nodded. Suddenly sitting up, she looked at Li Futu, drenched in sweat. She picked up the bathrobe beside her and began wiping his forehead, face, and neck. Then, her cherry lips parted slightly, her breath as fragrant as orchids as she murmured, "Look at you, exhausted and drenched in sweat, and you didn't even bother to wipe it off." Li Futu froze. The tenderness Yen Ruyu displayed in that moment made his heart flutter. Chapter 072, Warm Embrace. It was precisely that touch of tenderness that warmed the heart. Yen Ruyu gently wiped the sweat from Li Futu's forehead with the bathrobe. As the robe covered him, Li Futu caught the faint, elegant fragrance wafting from it, a scent as natural and delicate as Yen Ruyu's own. Yen Ruyu remarked, "I didn't expect massage to be so exhausting. You really are sweating buckets." Massage doesn't have to be tiring. You can use ordinary strength, but the results won't be as effective. Only by channeling internal energy can you infuse that force into the acupoints and achieve the desired effect. True masters of acupoint massage all use internal energy. Li Futu smiled. Yen Ruyu was about to speak. Suddenly, Sister Ruyu! Sister Ruyu! Are you in your room? We're back! Out of nowhere, Luo Qingwu's shouts echoed through the air. Immediately after, the sound of footsteps thudding down the stairs echoed through the hallway. Xiao Wu and the others are back? Yen Ruyu and Li Futu froze in place. Oh no, Xiao Wu and Xiao Gui are back. Yen Ruyu's heart raced. If they saw Li Futu in her room, how could she possibly explain it? Xiao Wu and the others are back. I should leave first, Li Futu said. Out? No, you can't. What would they think seeing you walk out of my room? Especially that little troublemaker Xiao Gui, she'd make a scene. You absolutely can't let them see you. Yen Ruyu said urgently, glancing toward the wardrobe. Hide in the closet. Li Futu sighed helplessly and slipped inside the wardrobe. Soon, Yen Ruyu's door opened as Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo walked in. You're back so soon? You didn't even call me, Yen Ruyu asked. We just got tired of playing and came back, Luo Qingwu replied. Where's bodyguard brother? Isn't he home? Uncle Luo seemed to be looking for him, Tang Xiaoguo added. Ha? Uncle Luo is looking for Li Futu? Li Futu, he went out this afternoon, said he had something to do. Yen Ruyu's tone grew hurried as she spoke, then added, so Uncle Luo and Uncle Chan are still downstairs? Xiao Wu, go downstairs and tell Uncle Luo that Li Futu is out. If there's anything, he can come back tomorrow. That jerk went out? How annoying. I thought he'd be home. Luo Qingwu muttered under her breath before saying, I'll go downstairs and tell my dad then. Li Futu, hiding in the wardrobe, overheard the entire conversation. He had no idea what Luo Huijun wanted with him, but he'd ask him about it later. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo stayed in the room for a while, mainly inquiring about Yen Ruyu's condition. Seeing that Yen Ruyu was fine, they felt reassured. Finally, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo stepped out, though they didn't immediately retire. Instead, they paced back and forth in the second-floor living room. Li Futu watched as Yen Ruyu's door closed. Stepping out, he asked softly, How are you feeling now? Is your body feeling better? Yen Ruyu paused. Her mind had been so tense earlier that she hadn't even thought about her stomach pain. Li Futu's question made her suddenly realize her stomach truly didn't hurt anymore. Instead, a warm current lingered in her lower abdomen, spreading a cozy warmth throughout her entire body. It's gone. Thank you, Yen Ruyu said. She knew this relief came from Li Futu's massage, so she spoke with genuine gratitude. Li Futu smiled, saying nothing. He walked to the window and gazed up at the pitch-black, deep starry sky outside. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and puffed out wisp after wisp of smoke. Yen Ruyu usually detested the smell of smoke, but for some reason, she didn't speak up to stop Li Futu at that moment. As Li Futu puffed away, the swirling smoke enveloped his angular, rugged face, faintly revealing a poignant sense of world weariness. He seemed like a man who had weathered countless storms, profound and enigmatic, as if concealing layers of untold stories deep within. Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu's profile, and a complex mix of emotions suddenly welled up inside her. She suddenly felt she had never truly understood or drawn close to this man, as if the distance between them had only grown wider. Particularly after certain events and misunderstandings, her preconceived notions had led her to consciously keep her distance from Li Futu. Now, gazing at Li Futu, at his face radiating profound melancholy, Yen Ruyu felt a faint ache in her heart. The night sky is quite beautiful tonight. I wonder if you've ever been to the desert, if you've ever seen the desert sky. It's even more vast and boundless, stretching endlessly, yet so clear and transparent. Li Futu suddenly spoke in a low voice, continuing, especially the sky over the crimson desert. When the dawn breaks, the horizon turns a vivid crimson, as if stained with blood. Yet one of my brothers was forever left behind there. His blood dyed the desert sands red and stained that sky crimson. Do you know what his last words to me were? Yen Ruyu's expression froze. She had never heard Li Futu speak of his own past. Now, as Li Futu suddenly began recounting his past, a flicker of curiosity stirred within her. Did your brother sacrifice himself? What were his final words? Yen Ruyu couldn't help but ask. Li Futu smiled, his expression tinged with melancholy and self-reproach. He said, Brother, I'm sorry I can no longer ride with you across the desert, venture through the jungle, sing and drink to our heart's content, living life to the fullest. What a true brother, Yen Ruyu murmured. And I was nothing. I could only watch as he laughed heartily and boldly, leaving. He wanted me to smile too, so I laughed with him. But as I laughed, tears welled up. He closed his eyes. So whenever I gaze at this starry sky above, I always think of him, my brother. Li Futu's tone was calm, as if recounting a slow narrative, yet it carried a profound, heavy sorrow and helplessness that made listeners' eyes well up with tears. Yen Ruyu listened quietly, her hand instinctively covering her heart. She could feel the ache within, and before she knew it, her eyes had grown moist. Gazing at the figure before her, radiating loneliness and desolation, she suddenly stood up. She walked softly over and then, unexpectedly, wrapped her arms gently around Lifutu's broad, sturdy back from behind. She said nothing, perhaps her actions already expressed everything. She didn't know why she acted this way, only that the distance between them had grown. Could a warm embrace bridge it? Midnight, stillness, deep affection. Chapter 073, The Beauty's Thoughts. The next morning, a crimson sun rose, bathing the world in countless rays of light. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo had gone to bed early the night before, so they woke up early as well. Tang Xiaoguo was the first to wake. Stepping out of her room, she habitually pushed open Luo Qingguo's door. Yawning as she entered, she called out, "Sis Luo, everyone's awake, why are you still sleeping?" "Damn you, Xiaoguo, don't come bother me. I was dreaming about a handsome guy just now. I was about to close my eyes to see if I could dream about him again, but you had to come in," Luo Qingguo said irritably. "Ha? Sis Luo, you're in heat again? Oh my, I think you need a man, Sis Luo," Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed. "Xiaoguo, why don't you just die? Does dreaming mean I'm in heat?" Luo Qingguo opened her beautiful eyes. With Tang Xiaoguo here, there was no way she could stay in bed lazily anymore. "I was just wondering who the handsome guy in Sister Luo's dream was. Could it be bodyguard brother?" "I think bodyguard brother is pretty handsome too," Tang Xiaoguo giggled. "Humph. Even if every man on earth died, I'd never dream about him," Luo Qingguo retorted, shooting Tang Xiaoguo a fierce glare. "You're the one in heat. All you ever talk about is bodyguard brother, you can't live without him." Tang Xiaoguo's face flushed red as she stammered, "But I'm still young. My mom said I'm not allowed to date yet. Oh my god, I'm going to lose it." "So you mean if your mom let you date, you'd go for that jerk?" Luo Qingguo was speechless, banging her head against the pillow repeatedly. "No, I didn't say that," Tang Xiaoguo protested. Then her nostrils twitched as curiosity took hold. "Ha? Why do I smell meat porridge? It seems to be coming from downstairs." Luo Qingguo froze, sniffed the air, and said, "It really is. Could Sister Ruyu have gotten up to cook meat porridge? But Sister Ruyu wasn't feeling well? Why would she get up so early? I'll go check." With that, Tang Xiaoguo dashed to Yen Ruyu's door. She gently pushed it open and peered inside, seeing Yen Ruyu still fast asleep. Not wanting to disturb Yen Ruyu's rest, Tang Xiaoguo quietly closed the door. She then trotted back over and said, "Sister Luo, Sister Ruyu is still sleeping in her room. That is strange. Who could be simmering porridge downstairs?" Luo Qingguo asked curiously, her eyes fixed on Tang Xiaoguo. Tang Xiaoguo blinked her bright, lively eyes at Luo Qingguo. Then both girls exclaimed in unison. "Is it that bastard Lifutu? It's bodyguard brother. Bodyguard brother came back last night? He must have returned really late. I remember he wasn't back when we went to sleep. I'll go check. I'm hungry. Bodyguard brother's meat porridge is really delicious." With that, Tang Xiaoguo dashed downstairs in a flash. "Damn you, Xiaoguo. You traitor. That bastard's so despicable, and you still want to drink his porridge." Luo Qingguo snapped, but after speaking, she felt a pang of hunger herself. "I'm going down to eat too." Luo Qingguo's body was honest. Even if Lifutu was a jerk, it didn't stop her from filling her stomach. Lifutu was just carrying out a pot of freshly cooked celery and lean pork congee when he saw Tang Xiaoguo come running down the stairs. "Xiaoguo, up so early?" Lifutu asked with a smile. "Yeah, just woke up. Then I smelled the aroma of meat congee," Tang Xiaoguo replied, then continued, "Oh, bodyguard brother, when did you come back last night?" "Oh, I had some business to attend to last night. I got back pretty late, and it seemed like you were all asleep when I arrived." Lifutu replied casually, his face not even flushing as he spun a lie. "Is this porridge ready? Can I eat some?" Tang Xiaoguo asked, looking utterly adorable. Lifutu couldn't help but smile. "Of course you can. It's still a bit hot though, so just take your time eating." Tang Xiaoguo nodded, then picked up a bowl and served herself a bowl of celery and lean pork congee. Luo Qingguo also came downstairs. Watching Tang Xiaoguo sit at the dining table eating with relish, she felt a pang of hunger. For some reason, she found herself missing the taste of the meat congee Lifutu used to make. "Xiaowu, are you hungry? If you are, come have some porridge." Lifutu spotted Luo Qingguo and called out to her. Luo Qingguo gritted her teeth. Though she felt awkward eating porridge cooked by this jerk, her rumbling stomach made her swallow her pride. She walked over and asked, "Lifutu, where were you last night? You didn't come back all night. My dad was looking for you." "Ha? Uncle Luo wanted to see me? What was it about?" "I had to run some errands last night and didn't get back until late," Lifutu replied, only then recalling that Luo Qingguo had mentioned Luo Huijun needing him last night. "How should I know? Call him yourself." Luo Qingguo replied coldly before serving herself some porridge and joining Tang Xiaoguo at the table. Li Futa had no idea what Luo Huijun wanted with him, so he walked to the front yard of the villa and called Luo Huijun. "Hello, Uncle Luo, it's Futu. Xiao Wu said you needed me? I was out last night and didn't get back until late." "Futu, you're awake? It's nothing urgent. I might not have time to meet today, got a few meetings. How about this, if you're free this afternoon, just come straight to Luo Group and find me. I'll talk to you in my office. Sound good? Alright, see you this afternoon." Li Futu acknowledged the call and hung up. From Luo Huijun's tone, Li Futu could tell it wasn't anything too urgent. If it were urgent, Luo Huijun would have asked him to come immediately. Yan Ruyu slept deeply. Perhaps after Li Futu's massage last night, her body felt relaxed and refreshed. With no discomfort, she slept soundly. In the end, it was Tang Xiaoguo who entered her room to wake her. "Sister Ruyu, it's time to get up for breakfast." Tang Xiaoguo approached the bedside, calling out to Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu murmured softly, her beautiful eyes slowly opening. Spotting Tang Xiaoguo, she asked, "Xiaoguo, what time is it?" "It's already 10:30, almost 11. Bodyguard brother sent me up to wake you. He wants you to come downstairs for some warm porridge, it's better for your health." "Hey, Sister Ruyu, it seems bodyguard brother knows you weren't feeling well too," Tang Xiaoguo said, her tone brimming with surprise at the latter part of her statement. "Ah." Yan Ruyu's rose-petal lips parted in a soft gasp. Recalling last night's events, her face flushed crimson. To hide her unease from Tang Xiaoguo, she said, "Xiaoguo, I understand. You go down first. I'll get up, wash up, and join you shortly." Tang Xiaoguo nodded and obediently exited Yan Ruyu's room. Yan Ruyu lay in bed, hesitating to rise. She recalled how Li Futa had once sat and lain upon this very bed. For some reason, a strange sensation began to stir within her heart. Last night, as Li Futa recounted fragments of his past as if speaking to himself, her heart had been deeply stirred. She couldn't resist rising to her feet and gently embracing him from behind. Even now, she could still recall the warmth radiating from Li Futa's broad, sturdy back and the masculine scent of his sweat. She couldn't explain why she'd felt compelled to walk over and embrace him then. In that moment, she'd sensed the desolate, vast emptiness deep within his heart, a weighty, profound sorrow. Perhaps she had simply wanted to offer this man a sliver of warmth, which was why she had walked over and embraced him without thinking, nothing more, nothing less. This was Yan Ruyu's explanation for her actions last night, but whether it was truly the case remained a mystery known only to her. Yan Ruyu drew a deep breath, rose from the bed, and prepared to wash up before heading downstairs. Chapter 074, Arrangements. By the time Yan Ruyu descended the stairs, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo had long finished their porridge and were enthusiastically playing a game together. Li Futa sat on the sofa sipping tea and reading the morning paper, looking utterly relaxed. Noticing Yan Ruyu's descent, Li Futa closed his paper and said, "Ruyu, you're awake. Have something to eat. I cooked some lean pork and celery congee today. It's still warm. Shall I serve you some?" "No, thank you. I'll get it myself." Yan Ruyu's eyes seemed to avoid meeting Li Futu's gaze. After speaking, she turned and headed toward the kitchen. "Sister Luo, did you notice how suddenly bodyguard brother has become so thoughtful? He even offered to serve Sister Ruyu porridge. Why didn't he serve us any?" "How should I know? If you want answers, ask him yourself. Looks like what I said was true. Bodyguard brother has his eye on Sister Ruyu. What should we do? He's not eyeing you, so why are you freaking out? Besides, Sister Ruyu would never go for him." "Oh. Then isn't bodyguard brother pretty pitiful? I hear unrequited love can be torture." Tang Xiaoguo and Luo Qingwu chatted while playing a game. Since they were wearing headphones, their voices naturally rose, allowing Li Futu nearby to overhear. Li Futu's face darkened as he approached. "Xiaoguo, what were you just saying?" Tang Xiaoguo, engrossed in her game, froze at Li Futu's voice. She pulled off her headphones and blinked innocently at him. "Bodyguard brother, I didn't say anything. You dare deny it? Trying to play dumb, huh?" Li Futu said, his face dark. Tang Xiaoguo pouted. "Bodyguard brother, you're accusing me unfairly. Ask Sister Luo if you don't believe me." "Sister Luo, did you hear me talking just now?" "No, I didn't hear anything," Luo Qingwu chimed in. Li Futu was at a loss for words. He knew these two little girls were clearly teaming up against him, and it was truly a headache. Hee, bodyguard brother, did you hear that? You have no witnesses or evidence, yet you dare accuse me? I'm going to cry." Tang Xiaoguo giggled mischievously. Luo Qingwu's eyes sparkled with mischief, her flawless face beaming with triumph as she stared at Li Futu. Li Futu gave a bitter laugh and walked away. After all, a real man doesn't pick fights with women, especially not with young girls. Otherwise, he'd end up dead. Yay! Behind him came the sound of Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo cheering and high-fiving. Li Futu was at a loss, left only with a grudging acceptance. Yan Ruyu approached after finishing her bowl of congee. Clearly still reeling from last night's events, she kept deliberately avoiding Li Futu. The occasional glances she cast his way held a complex mix of emotion: shy, resentful, and everything in between. Li Futu naturally noticed all this. He understood Yen Ruyu's feelings, though he was slightly surprised that last night she had actually walked over and embraced him from behind. Li Futu wasn't so self-absorbed as to interpret Yen Ruyu's gesture last night as a sign of special feelings toward him. It was simply a warm embrace, a tender and soft embrace meant to comfort the heavy sorrow in his heart. Li Futu had never shared the memories buried deep within his heart with anyone. Yet last night, gazing at the starry sky above the window, memories of the bloody desert battles and his brother's heroic sacrifices, their blood staining the sands, suddenly overwhelmed him. His heart sank, and he found himself unable to hold back. Perhaps he had suppressed these memories for far too long, the weight becoming unbearable. He longed for someone understanding and compassionate to listen, to release the heaviness within him. Last night, Yen Ruyu proved to be the perfect listener. The weather was stiflingly hot, and Luo Qingwu and the others had no desire to go out. Yen Ruyu, feeling unwell, stayed home from work. Li Futu had asked Yen Ruyu several times in a roundabout way how she was feeling today and if her stomach still hurt. His implication was clear: if she still felt unwell, he would offer to massage her again. Yen Ruyu blushed at the suggestion and hastily insisted she was feeling much better, politely declining Li Futu's offer. Another massage? Yen Ruyu decided it was best to decline. Time flew by, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. Li Futu remembered Luo Huijuan's instruction to go directly to Luo Group to find him that afternoon. After explaining the situation to Yen Ruyu and the others, he headed out. By the time Li Futu arrived at Luo Group, it was already 5:30 p.m. He walked straight into the building and once again encountered the two security guards who had stopped him during his first visit. Amusingly, the two security guards greeted Li Futu warmly upon seeing him, even pulling out a pack of Hongtishan Classic 100 cigarettes to offer him. Li Futu accepted it with a smile, proceeding into the building. He took the elevator upstairs and arrived at Luo Huijuan's office. Luo Huijun had already informed the front desk and his secretary of Li Futu's impending arrival, allowing Li Futu to proceed unimpeded all the way to the door of Luo Huijuan's office. Knock. Li Futu knocked on the door. From inside came Luo Huijuan's steady, authoritative voice. Futu, is that you? Come in. The door isn't locked. Li Futu pushed the door open and saw Luo Huijun seated inside, waiting for him. Upon seeing him enter, Luo Huijun smiled warmly and said, Futu, you're here. Come sit over here. Li Futu nodded and walked over to sit on the office sofa. Luo Huijun poured him a cup of tea and said with a smile, Futu, university enrollment begins in about 20 days. Xiaowu and Xiaohua are both going to Capital University. Since you're responsible for their safety, you should accompany them there. But to avoid arousing suspicion about your identity, I think it's necessary for you to attend university with them. So, I'd like to know what major you're interested in? University? Li Futu paused. He had never attended university nor experienced campus life. Now, an opportunity presented itself. Yes, tell me what majors interest you. I'll handle all the arrangements. You'll just need to report with Xiaowu and the others when the time comes, Luo Huijun said. Li Futu pondered. Truthfully, no particular major appealed to him. But Beijing University was famously teeming with beauties. Wouldn't choosing a major packed with attractive women be rather enjoyable? After pondering, he said, Chinese literature, I guess. I'll study Chinese. Chinese literature? Luo Huijun paused, taken aback by Li Futu's unexpected choice. Then he chuckled and said, all right, as you wish. You'll be enrolled in Chinese literature. Li Futu nodded. Choosing Chinese studies had been a deliberate decision. Classical Chinese texts contained numerous works on martial artists cultivating their minds and bodies. The profound depth of the Chinese language also captivated him. Moreover, having previously been drenched in blood and immersed in battle, didn't he think it was intriguing, even alluring to women, for someone capable of such brutal slaughter to also possess a refined, scholarly elegance? Another reason was that the Chinese department was rumored to be dominated by women, with the male students being overly bookish and weak as kittens. Such men naturally held little appeal for the ladies. Therefore, if someone like him, handsome, dashing, and radiating masculine dominance, were to join the Chinese department, wouldn't that mean a huge opportunity to win the favor of all the beauties in the department? The thought of his future life in the department calling the shots and freely enjoying the company of its beautiful women made his eyes gleam with excitement, and he seemed almost impatient. It's settled then, Luo Huijun declared. His expression darkened slightly as he added, but there's one more thing I need you to look into. What is it? Li Futu turned to look at Luo Huijun and asked. Before you arrived, I always sensed a hidden force targeting Xiaowu and the entire Luo group. I suspect this force is connected to this individual. Help me investigate discreetly. Luo Huijun said in a low voice. Oh? Is that so? Who exactly is this person? Li Futu inquired. You'll understand once you review this dossier. It contains detailed information. Luo Huijun said, handing Li Futu a neatly bound, printed document. Li Futu took the file, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Chapter 075, Being Followed. Li Futu glanced at the documents without studying them closely, intending to review them thoroughly later. Afterward, Luo Huijun discussed several matters with Li Futu, mentioning the peril Luo Qinggu had faced a month prior. Fortunately, Uncle Chen had arrived just in time, otherwise, it could have been truly dangerous. It was precisely this incident, coupled with the Luo group's recent encounters with covert competition and attacks from unknown adversaries, that made the astute Luo Huijun realize someone was targeting him and even his daughter. This realization was precisely why Luo Huijun had decided to find Luo Qinggu a personal bodyguard. Uncle Luo, I'll look into the matter you mentioned, Li Futu said. Good. Thank you for your help. If someone is indeed plotting to pressure me or the Luo group by targeting Xiao Wu, uncovering it sooner rather than later will prevent complications down the line. Luo Huijun replied. Li Futu nodded. Seeing no further need to linger, he rose and said, Uncle Luo, I'll head back now. You go ahead with your work. Futu, did you drive here? Asked Luo Huijun. I took a taxi, Li Futu replied with a smile. I'll have Uncle Chen drive you back, Luo Huijun offered. That won't do. Uncle Luo, you're swamped with work and might need to head out at any moment. Without Uncle Chen, it would be quite inconvenient. I'll just take a taxi back myself, Li Futu replied. Luo Huijun smiled. Take one of the company cars back. You'll need a vehicle for getting around in the future anyway. That car was originally assigned to a department but hardly ever gets used. You can take it for now. I'll have Uncle Chen take you to pick it up. Under Luo Huijun's persistent urging, Li Futu couldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. After leaving Luo Huijun's office, Luo instructed Uncle Chen to bring Li Futu to collect the car. Li Futu accompanied Uncle Chen in the elevator down to the underground garage of Luo Group. Li Futu had expected a mid to low-end model, but to his surprise, it was a brand new Audi A4 sedan. Uncle Chen handed the keys to Li Futu and said, Little Leo, this is your ride. Take it. Li Futu's face darkened. He shot Chen Bo a disgruntled look and retorted, Chen Bo, don't you dare call me Little Leo and act all superior just because you're older. It sounds like you're calling some little eunuch. If you do it again, don't blame me for disregarding the traditional virtue of respecting elders and showing kindness to the young. I'll take you down and pin you to the ground. Uncle Chen chuckled at this, though a sharp gleam flickered in his cloudy old eyes as if he was quite eager to exchange blows with Li Futu. Li Futu sped away from Luo Group in his brand new Audi A4 sedan. Judging by Luo Huijun's tone, this car would now be his personal vehicle. Ahead lay a traffic light. Just as Li Futu prepared to proceed, the red light suddenly illuminated, forcing him to brake to a halt. While waiting at the red light, his gaze drifted to the rearview mirror. Suddenly, his eyes darkened slightly, a faint, icy, sharp glint flashing through them. Through the rearview mirror, Li Futu spotted a black sedan and caught its license plate. He recalled noticing this car tailing him shortly after leaving Luo's group, but he hadn't thought much of it at the time. But after passing several intersections, it was still there. Could this be a coincidence? As he pondered this, the red light ahead turned green. Li Futu's expression remained as calm as still water, his entire demeanor radiating unshakable composure. He continued driving forward without a hint of emotion, yet his gaze remained fixed on the rearview mirror. The car had vanished from view, suggesting Li Futu's earlier suspicion might have been unfounded. Yet Li Futu remained vigilant. He abruptly accelerated, reaching a certain speed before abruptly jerking the steering wheel to the left. In a split second, the car straightened back up. At that moment, his eyes were fixed sharply on the rearview mirror. In that split second, he spotted the car again in the rearview mirror, its license plate clearly visible. Blind spot tracking? A cold smile curled the corners of Li Futu's mouth. He knew the other party was exploiting the blind spot in the rearview mirror to follow him. Without professional training, the average person would never suspect they were being followed by a vehicle. Such a tracking method was exceptionally clever. Unfortunately, it had encountered Li Futu, a master of covert pursuit, who immediately exposed the other party's scheme. The presence of a tail indicated the other party had ulterior motives. Li Futu was determined to uncover exactly what they were after. Li Futu needed a desolate, uninhabited location to lure the snake out of its hole. He wasn't yet familiar with the areas surrounding the capital. As for the Tiger Tooth Mountain he knew of, that was out of the question for now. The roads leading there would likely be swarming with vehicles. Li Futu recalled the desolate wilderness where Lu Daoba and his gang had previously abducted Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua. That barren mountainous area would serve as an ideal spot to lure the snake out of its hole. Having settled on the location, Li Futu wasted no time. He abruptly accelerated, racing his car onto the elevated highway. From there, he merged onto the expressway leading to the outskirts, speeding along at breakneck pace. Everything unfolded exactly as Li Futu had anticipated. The car was indeed tailing him, and now it was closing in. Simultaneously, Li Futu's predatory instincts detected a sinister, murderous intent. It seemed some of his pursuers were no longer bothering to conceal their desire to kill him. Li Futu let out a cold chuckle, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed the storm was indeed gathering, and he was eager to see just who was foolish enough to target him again. The target has detected our pursuit. He's got some skills managed to see through my tracking techniques. Inside the black sedan tracking Li Futu, a young man with dark, intense eyes spoke. His rugged features framed a burly frame. Wearing a tank top, his back and arms bore a series of horrifying knife scars, an unsettling sight. Oh? They've noticed? In the passenger seat sat another man, appearing distinctly effeminate and thin, his frame forming a stark contrast to the burly driver. Originally resting with eyes closed, the slender man snapped them open at the burly man's words, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Iron Fist, it seems we've encountered an interesting opponent. Judging by his direction, he's racing toward the outskirts. His goal is clearly to lure us out, isn't it? Meaning he believes he can handle us? The effeminate man chuckled coldly, a sinister, grating laugh rising from his throat. The burly man known as Iron Fist grinned, revealing a row of crooked teeth. Cold blood, he said, we've worked together for years. We've never lacked for overconfident targets. But what's the result? We're still alive and kicking, while our enemies' corpses have rotted to nothing. Haha, so this time won't be any different. Still, we should be cautious. Completing the mission is paramount. Bloodslaughter, the effeminate man in the passenger seat, spoke. He then drew a three-edged dagger, his pale fingers tracing the razor-sharp tip repeatedly. The jet-black trident reflected a piercing, icy glint, accompanied by a sinister and sharp killing intent. I can't wait to tear his body apart. It's been too long since I faced a worthy opponent. I hope this target won't disappoint. Iron Fist declared, his cold eyes flickering with intense, ravenous combat lust and murderous intent. I, for one, hope my triangular dagger pierces straight through the manhwa acupoint on his forehead. Then, when I pull it out, that gush of blood mixed with white brain matter, now that would be the most beautiful sight. Longshot chuckled coldly. The target vehicle turned off the road. Sure enough, we'd arrived at a desolate mountain forest. Doesn't this make things easier for us? Iron Fist remarked. Without hesitation, he yanked the wheel, and the car veered sharply onto a mountain path. Both sides of the mountain road were flanked by dense wilderness forests. By now, the sky had grown dark. The night wind whistled through the trees, creating an eerie and gloomy sound that inexplicably stirred a sense of dread. Iron Fist drove on, but the black Audi vanished from sight. He couldn't help but frown. Yet, faintly, both Iron Fist and Cold Slaughter sensed that in the dark, void-like surroundings, a pair of eyes was clearly watching them. The feeling was extremely eerie. Tai Cheng and Long Sha exchanged a look, both uneasily realizing that in this moment, they had become the prey. To them, this situation felt utterly backwards. The prey should be the other way around. How had they suddenly become the hunted? At that moment, a thick, blood-tinged aura of murderous intent surged through the dense forest, washing over them like a tidal wave. Iron Fist and Cold Blade exchanged another glance. Without further hesitation, they swiftly pushed open the car doors and leaped out. Moving with seamless coordination, they charged left and right toward the surging tide of lethal intent. Their speed was blinding. In an instant, they vanished into the dense forest on the right. Chapter 076, Bagwazang, Lean Against the Mountain. Iron Fist and Cold Slaughter were notorious figures in the underworld, feared like demonic specters. Their fearsome reputations were earned through hands stained with blood. Working together, they had secretly eliminated countless powerful figures, even successfully assassinating some long-established underworld bosses in the shadows. Their bloodthirsty nature, relentless combat style, and brutal methods had cemented their fearsome reputation. Mention their names, and factions everywhere would step aside, not just because of their strength, but because the figures backing them were the all-powerful overlords who ruled the entire capital with an iron fist. Today, however, they had set their sights on Li Futu. With their formidable skills, they were certain Li Futu would meet his end at their hands. Yet, as they tracked him deep into this wild, dense forest, they were infuriated to discover they had transformed from hunters into prey. Thus, when they sensed the murderous intent sweeping toward them like a tidal wave, they hesitated no longer. They leaped from their vehicle and charged directly toward the source of that overwhelming killing intent. Moving with blinding speed, they charged forward in a coordinated left-right formation, their keen senses locked onto a faint trace of presence ahead. Boundless killing intent erupted from their bodies, terrifying in its intensity. Deep within the forest, a figure concealed itself behind the surrounding terrain and trees. Its eyes flashed with a sharp, icy glint, fixed unwaveringly ahead. The face, with its rigid lines, remained as steady as a mountain. Soon, two figures streaking toward him came into view. The man lurking in the woods was none other than Li Futu. He had driven to this desolate wilderness with the specific intent of luring out the adversaries tracking him. Li Futu could tell these two were unarmed with firearms, which instantly eased his tension. Had they been armed, he would have struck swiftly, never giving them a chance to fire. Li Futu stepped out of hiding, advancing step by step. His entire demeanor was casual and relaxed, radiating the confidence and nonchalance of someone taking a leisurely stroll. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures ahead charged forward. Seeing Li Futu materialize before them caught them off guard. They immediately steadied themselves, coldly fixing their gaze on Li Futu, making no effort to conceal the murderous intent radiating from them. You two have worked hard, following me all this way. If not for merit, then at least for effort. If you're tired, why not sit down here? Let's talk? Li Futu smiled indifferently, his expression utterly lazy. He continued, such heavy killing intent suggests you came specifically for me. I'm curious who exactly hired you to kill me. After all, we've never met, and I don't believe we have any grudges, do we? Iron Fist and Cold Slaughter exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grave. Knowing we came to kill you, yet you didn't flee, you actually revealed yourself. Seems you're quite confident you can handle us? Long Shaw's gaze turned icy as he spoke darkly. Li Futu offered no reply, only a lazy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The disdain in his gaze was the clearest response. I hate that smug grin of yours, it's disgusting. Long Shaw snapped, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Stop wasting words with him. Just kill him. Iron Fist clenched both fists, knuckles cracking audibly. A flash of murderous intent lit his eyes as he charged toward Li Futu. Iron Fist possessed a towering physique, yet his speed was no less formidable. Charging forward with the swiftness of the wind, he instantly closed the distance to Li Futu. His twin fists, like cannonballs, slammed directly toward Li Futu's face. The punches were fierce and powerful, their force amplified by Iron Fist's massive frame and blinding speed, creating a terrifying impact. Blast Fist? You've learned it quite well, but you're still far from grasping its true essence. Li Futu sneered coldly. His right fist shot out in an instant, its momentum erupting like a sudden explosion. The force condensed in that split second was overwhelming, containing a terrifying, frenzied burst of power. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the colossal forces collided. Iron Fist couldn't help but grunt, his massive frame staggering backward. In that instant, a flicker of genuine shock flashed in Iron Fist's eyes. He never imagined anyone could force him back with a single punch, something he'd never considered possible before. After all, Iron Fist had absolute confidence in his own strength. With his muscular, imposing frame, the explosive power he unleashed was formidable. Yet Li Futu had forced him back with a single punch. What did this signify? Whoosh! Suddenly, a piercing whistling sound cut through the air, erupting beside Li Futu, carrying a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent. Li Futu's gaze darkened as he saw Long Shaw's figure move. Like a ghostly apparition, he charged directly to Li Futu's side, thrusting the sharp, jet-black, three-edged dagger in his hand straight toward Li Futu's waist. Long Shaw's thrust was both deceptively cunning and a guaranteed fatal strike. If struck, the three-edged dagger would plunge deep into Li Futu's side, piercing through his ribs to puncture his kidneys. The irreparable damage to his internal organs would leave only one outcome, death. Li Futu's gaze darkened, yet he remained utterly composed. His right hand shot out with serpentine agility and dragon-like swiftness. His fingers splayed into a claw-like grip, snapping back to seize Long Shaw's right wrist. 12 dragons seizing hands. In that instant, Li Futu unleashed the profound and unfathomable technique of the 12 dragon seizing hands, executing a reverse wrist grab on Long Shaw. Cold Slaughter's pupils abruptly contracted as a fierce sense of danger surged through him. Without hesitation, he stomped his right foot down hard, propelling himself backward with the force. He decisively withdrew his attack and retreated, narrowly evading Li Futu's grasp. Roar! Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed out as Iron Fist charged toward Li Futu once more, his face contorted in fury, his incoming fist strike ferocious beyond measure. In that instant, Li Futu's gaze darkened. A savage aura, akin to a rampaging dragon awakening, erupted from him. His right leg slid forward. SSSH. 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 A series of faint yet piercing sounds echoed the friction of Li Futu's right leg scraping against the ground. What terrifying force must be required to scrape the ground and produce a sound akin to an air explosion? Iron Fist's fist slammed toward him. Li Futu's right shoulder dipped slightly, using his low, solid shoulder as a battering ram. His entire body charged forward like an armored tank, crashing directly into Iron Fist. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Li Futu's body slammed directly into Iron Fist. A colossal, explosive force detonated, sending Iron Fist's entire body flying backward. Mid-air, he coughed up blood repeatedly, his eyes filled with utter terror. Bajiquan, mountain leaning strike. Swift as a drawn bow, fierce as thunder. Li Futu had unleashed the most ferocious and formidable technique of Bagwazang leaning against the mountain. Bajiquan's movements are powerful, unadorned, and explosive in their force, possessing the momentum to shake the heavens and stomp the earth. Mastering Bagwazang demanded perseverance and resilience beyond ordinary comprehension. Without immense explosive power, one could never unleash its true might. Li Futu had trained in Bagwazang since childhood. His mastery of the art even drew a quiet sigh of admiration from the sharp-eyed old man. Truly, the pupil had surpassed the master. Thus, when Li Futu unleashed this sudden burst of Bagwazang, the leaning against the mountain technique, its terrifying force sent Iron Fist's massive frame flying backward. Chapter 077, Slay the Enemy. Iron Fist was sent flying, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. His sternum and ribs shattered, his internal organs suffered fatal blows, and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Terrifying. Too terrifying. That was the only thought left in Iron Fist's mind. He never would have imagined Lee Futu's own strength had reached such terrifying heights. That momentum and explosive power didn't belong to a human at all, it belonged to a demon walking among men, a demon capable of slaughtering the entire world. He finally understood why he and Lung Sha had felt like prey, because they truly were Lee Futu's prey. Alas, this realization came too late. The shadow of death had already descended upon him. Whoosh! The moment Iron Fist's body flew backward, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Lee Futu's entire form surged forward with lightning speed, instantly catching up to Iron Fist as he plummeted through the sky. Then, thud! Snap! Iron Fist's body didn't hit the ground at all. It stopped mid-air, his entire torso bent forward from the back. Blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes clouded with despair and terror. His breath stopped abruptly, he was dead. In that instant, Lee Futu had charged behind Iron Fist. As Iron Fist's body began its descent, Lee Futu delivered a punch directly to his back. A single punch shattered Iron Fist's spine, suspending his body mid-air. Undoubtedly, the visual impact of this scene was unforgettable, brutal and domineering, radiating an unmatched aura that sent chills down the spine. Finally, Lee Futu withdrew his fist. Unable to support himself, Iron Fist plummeted from mid-air. His eyes bulged, his mouth gaped open, his face frozen in utter terror. He lay motionless on the ground, dead as a doornail. Lee Futu's gaze swept indifferently over Iron Fist's corpse. His eyes darkened as he turned to face Lung Sha, who was charging toward him. A lazy, careless sneer still played at the corners of his mouth. The moment Iron Fist's body crashed to the ground, lifeless, Lung Sha, who had been charging forward, abruptly halted. As if stunned, his face turned pale and ashen. Lung Sha watched Lee Futu stride steadily toward him. The lazy smile playing at Lee Futu's lips and the icy, blade-like glint in his eyes made Lung Sha feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. Instantly frozen stiff, he couldn't move a single finger. A bone-chilling aura enveloped him, like a million needles piercing his skin. Murderous intent. Lung Sha could distinctly feel the murderous intent radiating from Lee Futu. This was genuine, visceral killing intent, a palpable force that seemed to contain the very essence of battle, the clash of steel, the roar of war, the slaughter of foes, and the crimson sky stained with blood. Lung Sha was utterly horrified, realizing that the Lee Futu before him was a terrifyingly powerful warrior whose hands were truly stained with blood from slaughter on the battlefield. Lee Futu advanced step by step toward Lung Sha. The murderous intent radiating from him, tinged with the scent of blood, was terrifyingly sharp and piercing. It engulfed Lung Sha like a tidal wave, leaving him utterly unable to escape. Under this overwhelming, heavy killing intent, Lung Sha's confidence crumbled bit by bit. He could scarcely bear the pressure, heavy as a mountain. His face drained of color, his body trembling. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly shifted not to charge at Lee Futu, but to turn and flee. He had lost all confidence in facing Lee Futu. To save his life, escape was his only option. Even if failing this mission meant severe punishment, it wouldn't cost him his life. But facing Lee Futu in battle? The outcome was clear, certain death. The question was, could he possibly escape Lee Futu? Whoosh! The instant Lung Sha shifted his stance and darted away, Lee Futu's figure shot forward in pursuit, his speed even faster. When it came to speed, Lee Futu believed himself unmatched. Across the entire dark world, only a handful of peak-level powerhouses could rival his velocity. Yet Lee Futu had to admit there was one terrifying woman in the dark world faster than him, Silver Fox, the top assassin of the world's largest hitman organization, the Assassination Alliance. Lee Futu's charge was blindingly swift, instantly closing the gap on Lung Sha. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Why the sudden escape? Weren't you here to kill me?" Cold Slaughter's expression froze. Hearing the voice beside him, he whipped his head around to see a figure charging directly at him, blocking his path, none other than Lee Futu. You always leave a way out. This kind of ruthless extermination won't benefit you. You may be strong, but the world is full of those stronger than you. Lung Sha said, his words hiding his inner weakness. Ha! Why does your speech reek like dog? Leave a way out? If I weren't your match, would you spare my life? Lee Futu sneered coldly. Cold Slaughter's face paled, a hint of terror flickering across his effeminate features. Yet, a flash of ruthless determination immediately replaced it. His form surged forward, charging at Lee Futu with blinding speed. The triangular dagger in his hand stabbed relentlessly, striking at Lee Futu's vital points from every angle. Since escape was impossible, he could only fight to the death. Only then might he grasp a sliver of chance to survive. Unfortunately, he hadn't realized that before Lee Futu, he stood no chance whatsoever. Facing the relentless, storm-like assault, Lee Futu's gaze turned icy. In the next instant, a blood-red blade aura erupted from his hand, slicing through the air with such sharpness that it emitted a piercing whistling sound. The blood-red slaughter blade. Lee Futu summoned his own crimson slaughter blade. This uniquely shaped, entirely blood-red military dagger blazed like a rainbow. Gripped in Li Futu's hand, it seemed imbued with life, unleashing a blade aura as dazzling as fire yet deadly and fierce. Whoosh! 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 As the icy blade aura erupted from the blood-red slaughter blade, flashes of crimson light erupted. Streams of blood instantly shot skyward, spraying upward as if intent on staining the pitch-black night sky itself. 3 strikes. In that instant, Li Futu's blood-stained slaughter blade unleashed 3 blinding slashes. The first strike blocked Lung Sha's 3-edged dagger attack. The second slashed clean through Lung Sha's right wrist. The third severed his left wrist. With both wrist tendons severed, Lung Sha could no longer grasp his 3-edged dagger. It fell to the ground. Thud! Li Futu's right leg swept horizontally toward Lung Sha. With no way to evade, Lung Sha was struck squarely by the kick. His entire body flew backward. Under the immense force of that kick, Lung Sha could hear his ribs snapping and cracking. As he crashed to the ground, a mouthful of blood gushed forth. In the next instant, Li Futu materialized before Lung Sha like a grim reaper. Raising his right leg, he stomped directly onto Lung Sha's face. Chapter 078, Coercing a Confession. The night was deep, vast, and pitch black. Yet within this wilderness of dense forest, a profound and intense aura of murderous intent surged. Li Futu stood with his foot planted firmly on Lung Sha's face. The blood-stained slaughterer's blade in his right hand still dripped crimson droplets, each one plummeting from the blade's edge onto the ground. Cold Slaughter's effeminate face twisted in agony, his eyes filled with profound terror. To be trampled upon like this by Li Futu meant his dignity and pride had been utterly shattered. But when he couldn't even save his own life, what was dignity worth? Li Futu slowly crouched down, wiping the blood from the blade on Lung Sha's clothes. His calm gaze held a hint of intimidating intent as he stared at Lung Sha and said, "Speak. Who sent you here?" Lung Sha's Adam's apple bobbed as a wretched laugh escaped him. His voice was shrill and piercing. "Kill me if you must. Don't expect to get anything out of me." "Is that so? Quite the tough talk." Li Futu chuckled nonchalantly. He grabbed Lung Sha by the collar, hoisting him up and propping him against a tree. His tone was cold and detached. "If you were smart, you'd cooperate. I'll give you a quick death. Don't force me to use bloody methods to extract information from you, or you'll regret ever being born. I'll never speak. Kill me if you must. We're no match for you, but someday someone will come for you," Lung Sha said grimly. With matters having reached this point, he knew survival was hopeless and accepted his fate. Yet his heart brimmed with bitter resentment, leaving him only this hollow threat. Li Futu's gaze turned icy as the blood-stained slaughterer's blade in his hand rose once more. Flashes of crimson blade light streaked through the air, carrying a sharp, piercing coldness that sent shivers down the spine. Ah! The moment the crimson blade flashes, Lung Sha couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. The shrill wail echoed through the wilderness, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, sending chills down the spine. Li Futu sheathed his blade. Lung Sha's tendons at both knees had been severed cleanly, leaving his entire body utterly immobilized. With both arms and legs rendered useless, he had become a worthless cripple. Even if Li Futu spared him, his fate as a cripple would still be death at the blades of his many enemies. "Do you know why I didn't kill you first, but that big oaf instead?" Li Futu said indifferently, continuing, "Because you're effeminate. People like you tend to have nerves that are particularly delicate and sensitive. Simply put, under the same level of injury, you experience far more agony than others. Unlike that big oaf, his nerves are much thicker, so the pain he feels is nowhere near as intense as yours." At this, Li Futu smiled a harmless, almost innocent smile. Yet Lung Sha couldn't help but shudder violently. A bone-chilling dread spread through his entire body, causing his limbs to tremble uncontrollably. After speaking, Li Futu glanced at him, then slowly pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He lit one, took a deep drag, and let the smoke circulate fully in his lungs before exhaling it slowly. "Do you know which part of the human body has the most nerve endings?" Li Futu asked, his gentle smile almost like he was teaching Lung Sha a lesson. "The eyes. The eyeballs are connected to countless nerve endings, so when they're struck, the pain is excruciating. I've always been curious about how someone reacts when the nerve endings in their eyeballs are repeatedly damaged. Unfortunately, I've never found anyone willing to serve as a test subject. That's why I'm delighted to encounter a tough nut like you tonight. I hope you won't disappoint me." Li Futu chuckled, blowing smoke from the cigarette held between his fingers. What are you doing?" Lung Sha's entire body erupted with a bone-chilling coldness. He couldn't help but speak in a trembling voice as an inexplicable fear spread through his entire being. "Let you experience pain. Test your willpower. That's all." Li Futu's gaze turned icy as he spoke. He reached out with his left hand, forcefully pulling back Lung Sha's right eyelid. The burning tip of the cigarette in his right hand slowly inched toward Lung Sha's eyeball. "No, no. You monster. Stop this. Just kill me. No." Lung Sha screamed in agony, his face contorting as fear washed over him. He gasped for breath, the terror seeping into every fiber of his being. Alas, his struggles were futile. His hands and feet were immobilized, utterly powerless to halt Li Futu's actions. As the scorching cigarette tip drew nearer, Lang Sha felt the searing heat penetrate his eye. The pupil was completely engulfed by the crimson, burning tip. With the intense heat relentlessly advancing, his right eye began to stream tears. Li Futu's expression remained as steady as a mountain, his right hand unwavering. The cigarette butt in his grasp slowly pierced directly into Lang Sha's right eyeball. Sizzle! Instantly, the sharp sound of the cigarette being extinguished echoed, followed by the spread of a scorched odor. At the same time, ah! A hysterical, agonized scream erupted from Lang Sha's mouth. His entire body convulsed in spasm from the intense burning pain, his face completely contorted and distorted, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. His right eye had been utterly destroyed by the cigarette's searing heat, now a pitch-black void. Tears mingled with blood streamed down from the corner of his eye, creating a horrifyingly terrifying sight. Li Futu remained utterly unmoved, his expression serene. What bloody scenes hadn't he witnessed? Why would he care about this mere appetizer of violent interrogation? Snap! Li Futu flicked open his lighter, pulled out another cigarette, and lit it with deliberate slowness. Ah, he murmured, another cigarette wasted. I really can't bear to part with them. His gaze shifted to Lang Sha's left eye. Ha! Cold Slaughter's mouth emitted a series of heavy, labored gasps. He was on the verge of passing out, his entire being experiencing an unprecedented, excruciating pain, a torment that left him neither able to live nor die, a pain no one could endure. At that moment, the expressionless Li Futu reached out once more, prying open Lang Sha's left eye. The cigarette in his hand slowly inched toward the eye again. Li Futu's movements were deliberate in their slowness. This deliberate pace allowed Lang Sha to gradually savor the despairing agony, while the slow motion itself chipped away at his psychological defenses. No, please spare me. Kill me instead. You're a demon, a demon. Cold Slaughter's voice trembled as he spoke, his entire being enveloped by extreme terror, his body shaking violently. The burning tip of Li Futu's cigarette was now inches from Lang Sha's eye. His remaining left eye could clearly see the red-hot ember steadily enlarging within his pupil, until that terror utterly shattered his sanity and defenses. No, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you. It was the Ninth Master. He sent us here. Lang Sha screamed shrilly, his face contorted with terror. Under Li Futu's brutal, bloodthirsty interrogation, his will had completely shattered. Li Futu halted his actions upon hearing this. He clamped the cigarette between his teeth, drew a deep drag, and remarked, well, at least I didn't waste this cigarette. Ninth Master? What the hell is Ninth Master? You don't know the Ninth Master? Lang Sha's expression froze in disbelief. Seeing Li Futu's formidable strength, he should be quite renowned in the capital. Such a figure ought to know the capital's Ninth Master. Yet, he doesn't? Is that so strange? Why would I know him? Li Futu replied calmly, then asked, tell me, who is the Ninth Master? Why did he send you to deal with me? The Ninth Master is the undisputed overlord of the capital's underworld, wielding unparalleled power and influence. Lang Sha replied urgently. With no room left for retreat, he could only confess everything. I don't know why the Ninth Master wants to deal with you. We are his men, bound only by his orders. So Nine Master's influence in the capital must be immense, then? Li Futu mused. Lang Sha nodded. Tell me specific details about the Ninth Master, his family, his residence, and so on, Li Futu instructed. Under Li Futu's relentless interrogation, Lang Sha had no choice but to reveal everything he knew. Finally, Li Futu glanced at Lang Sha and said, why didn't you speak up earlier? If you had, you wouldn't have suffered this pain. I've told you everything I know. Can you spare me? Lang Sha pleaded, his face etched with desperate hope for survival. Li Futu's lips curled into a smile. Then, a crimson cold light sliced through the air, vanishing in an instant. A thin crimson trail marked Lang Sha's throat as he collapsed. Spare you? Anyone who dares to kill me ends up in hell. Why should you be any different? Li Futu cast a cold, indifferent glance at Lang Sha, whose throat had been severed cleanly by his blade. He rose slowly, made a few simple adjustments to the scene, and wiped away every trace of evidence before driving straight out of the wilderness. Chapter 079, A Chance Encounter with Captain Guan. Li Futu drove away from the wilderness, speeding toward the city center. From Lang Sha's confession, he learned they were acting on the orders of the Ninth Master. But why would the Ninth Master target him? As a newcomer to the capital, Li Futu couldn't have provoked the Ninth Master. The only plausible explanation was that someone had hired the Ninth Master to mobilize his forces to hunt him down. Unconsciously, the image of that playboy Lin Jianlong flashed through Li Futu's mind, and a faint smile immediately curled at the corners of his lips. The eldest son of the Lin family? He wouldn't be able to pull off much in front of me. Still, your repeated offenses have already sealed your fate. Li Futu thought coldly as he slammed his foot on the accelerator, pushing the car to its maximum speed. He roared forward along the highway. Roar! Li Futu's speed was blisteringly fast. He swiftly overtook the silver Maserati sports car ahead and left it far behind. Ha! Did I just see a car pass us? In the passenger seat of the Maserati sat a young, beautiful girl. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and stared intently ahead. Indeed, a car. How dare it overtake us? The capital was full of beauties, and behind the wheel sat a woman whose looks could be described as stunning. Her sharp gaze fixed on the increasingly blurred silhouette of the sedan ahead. Gritting her teeth, she slammed her high-heeled foot down on the accelerator. What kind of car was that? Such blistering speed even Chen Yang, dubbed the king of the road by Beijing's Playboy crowd, couldn't match this. Could a racing prodigy have arrived in the capital? The drowsiness that had lingered in the girl beside her vanished instantly. Her delicate, enchanting eyes now held a captivating allure. Looks like an Audi. From the model, probably an A4. I didn't catch it clearly just now. An Audi A4? Can a car like that really hit those speeds? Sis, hurry up and catch up. I want to see who they are. Can't you see I'm already chasing it? The Maserati roared forward, yet the black Audi ahead accelerated even faster, reaching an astonishing speed that left the two beauties inside the Maserati feeling waves of frustration and disappointment. Is he insane? How can he maintain control at such speeds? Unbelievable. The girl in the passenger seat, her face as delicate as a lotus blossom, wore an expression of utter disbelief. The seductive woman behind the wheel bit her lip instinctively. As the black Audi ahead shrank into a mere speck in her rearview mirror, she knew pursuit was futile. A cold laugh escaped her lips. He won't get away. We'll find out who he is. Driving at breakneck speed, Li Futu soon entered the city. What would normally take others an hour to cover, he accomplished in just 20 minutes, a testament to the sheer speed of his pursuit. What Li Futu didn't know was that his reckless driving had inadvertently drawn the attention of a pair of sisters widely regarded as the most troublesome in the capital. As Li Futu drove past the renowned Seine River French restaurant in the capital, he suddenly spotted a mature, alluring figure stepping out. Her face seemed to carry a hint of displeasure. Upon seeing this sexy silhouette, Li Futu froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. It was Captain Guan. What a coincidence. But she seemed upset, wonder what she'd run into. Li Futu mused silently. Guan Yuqi had been in a foul mood lately, feeling like everything was going wrong and her frustration was reaching boiling point. The case of the Luo Group heiress's abduction remained unsolved, weighing on her like a stone in her chest. What infuriated her even more was encountering a jerk like Li Futu, who kept pushing her boundaries. Did he really think she was someone to be pushed around? Work troubles alone were enough to fray her nerves, but now her personal life was adding to the chaos. And now, her mother had suddenly decided to start setting her up on blind dates again. Good heavens! How could her mother have so little faith in her own daughter? Couldn't she see her daughter was naturally beautiful and sexy? How could she not find a man? Sure, she had a fiery temper and occasionally leaned toward the violent side. But that wasn't a major flaw, was it? Surely some man out there would understand and accept her? Counting this one, this must be the 7th time mom has set me up with someone, right? She hadn't wanted to come to tonight's date, but her mom kept pushing her, insisting it was a friend's son and she absolutely had to meet him. She had no choice but to come. He invited her to dinner at this upscale French restaurant. He wore glasses, looked scholarly, and was a returnee from overseas, having earned his doctorate from a prestigious university abroad. She didn't consider herself a refined woman, so she ate her steak in big bites at the restaurant, causing the returnee to frown. Guan Yuqi also found this frail, refined man unappealing. After finishing her meal, she stood up and left without a word. Miss Guan, Miss Guan. A tall, slender, bespectacled gentleman followed her out. Miss Guan, why did you leave so abruptly? I have a favorable impression of you. If you're not interested in dinner, perhaps we could grab a coffee? Sorry, I don't feel anything for you. I'm leaving now, Guan Yuqi said coldly. The bespectacled man froze, then hurriedly protested, but you don't even know me yet. Why not? Get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. I already said I have no feelings for you, don't you understand? Guan Yuqi couldn't contain her anger and snapped at him. The bespectacled man had never encountered such a fiery-tempered woman. Stunned into silence by Officer Guan's outburst, he stood frozen, utterly at a loss for words. Guan Yuqi didn't even glance back at the bespectacled man as she continued walking forward. Li Futu, passing by, witnessed the entire scene. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that Captain Guan's temper remained as fiery as ever, the same familiar formula, the same familiar flavor. Guan Yuqi strode along the sidewalk, her face a mask of irritation and fury. Li Futu drove up alongside Guan Yuqi and honked his horn. Already in a foul mood, Guan Yuqi turned around the moment she heard the honking behind her and erupted in a torrent of curses. What the hell are you honking for? You got a problem? Oh, Captain Guan, haven't seen you in a few days and your temper's grown even hotter. I happened to spot you and kindly offered you a ride, only to get yelled at. How unfair is that? Li Futu leaned his head out the window, smiling as his gaze lingered on Guan Yuqi's beautiful, captivating face. Chapter 080, Major Confrontation. Li Futu? Guan Yuqi's beautiful eyes darted forward at the sound. Spotting Li Futu, she gasped in surprise. The mere sight of this guy made her already foul mood simmer toward boiling point. Seeing that lazy smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, she felt an urge to punch him twice. Miss Guan, how have you been? Why all alone on the road? Feeling lonely? How about I keep you company? Li Futu chuckled. Li Futu, spare me your fake compassion. You're the last person I want to see right now. Get lost before I lose my temper. Guan Yuqi snapped, her face icy. Li Futu sighed softly. He pulled over, stepped out of the car, and said, Yuqi, something must have upset you. Life is full of disappointments, everyone has their troubles. When you're troubled, you need to vent. Holding it in only harms your health. Some people release their frustrations by talking it out, but a few prefer to vent through physical force. I suspect you might be the type who leans toward that violent outlet, right? Yuqi, how could someone as kind as me just stand by and watch you suffer in silence? If you don't mind, consider me your punching bag. Take it out on me. Li Futu delivered his words with such solemnity and dramatic intonation that it genuinely sounded convincing. As Guan Yuqi listened, her exquisitely beautiful oval face froze over with a layer of frost. The more she heard, the more she felt this bastard was feigning compassion like a cat crying over a dead mouse. What did he just call me? Yuqi? Since when did I become so familiar with him that he'd call me by my first name? What did you just call me? Guan Yuqi's face turned icy as her almond-shaped eyes flashed with cold fury, glaring at Li Futu. A surge of anger welled up inside her, and in that moment, she genuinely felt the urge to punch this bastard right in the face until he looked like a pig. What's wrong? Li Futu was genuinely puzzled. He'd been trying to reason with her, so why was Captain Guan getting angrier? Had his good intentions all gone to waste? You bastard! Did you come here just to mock me and make me furious? If I don't beat you senseless tonight, I'll change my surname. Guan Yuqi spat angrily, charging straight at Li Futu. Her right leg shot up, a high heel on her foot lashing out with brutal force. The sweeping kick aimed straight for Li Futu's midsection. Li Futu stared in stunned disbelief. Holy, did law enforcement officers actually attack a model citizen like this in broad daylight? Unbelievable. How the hell did this feisty chick even get into the enforcement squad? Hey, Miss Yuqi, gentlemen use their mouths, not their fists. Can you chill for a sec? I ain't no gentleman. Don't give me the gentlemen use their mouths, not their fists crap. Besides, I've put up with you bastard long enough. Guan Yuqi pressed relentlessly forward. Her high heels didn't slow her down one bit. She kept closing in, striking out, forcing Li Futu to retreat step by step. Li Futu naturally had no intention of fighting Guan Yuqi. He could only keep retreating, though his eyes couldn't help but fixate on her. As Guan Yuqi unleashed her fury, her fiery, sensual figure undulated like rolling mountains, a visual feast in its own right. Guan Yuqi had only intended to teach Li Futu a lesson, but now she noticed his leering gaze and the lecherous smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, rage flared within Guan Yuqi. How despicable. That damn bastard deserved a beating, his eyes should be gouged out. You damn bastard. Unable to contain her fury, Guan Yuqi's rage ignited. Her alluring figure lunged forward, both fists unleashing a savage, ferocious assault upon Li Futu. Guan Yuqi unleashed her combat boxing skills, determined to knock that bastard Li Futu flat on the ground. Li Futu had been retreating steadily, but now he was backed up against the parked car with nowhere left to go. Facing Guan Yuqi's relentless assault, he had no choice but to unleash the 12 dragon-catching hands to deflect her punches. Shoo! Guan Yuqi let out a fierce shout as her fist surged forward again, carrying tremendous force and blazing speed. It fully demonstrated that this beautiful captain wasn't just fiery-tempered, her skills were equally explosive. To Li Futu, however, Guan Yuqi's skills were utterly incapable of touching even the hem of his robe. As he parried and deflected her attacks, he began offering guidance with deadpan seriousness. Yuqi, this punch is executed incorrectly. Look, your chest area is wide open, exposing a major vulnerability. If your opponent were to fight to the death, this weakness could be fatal. A punch must not only threaten your opponent but also consider your own defense. Your punches are getting faster, but they lack coordination with your footwork, making them too monotonous. Plus, your lower body is unstable, no power there. Sorry, I forgot you're wearing high heels, so you can't fully unleash your leg strength. That sweeping kick was completely inadequate, lacking both speed and power. Your opponent could easily have seized your leg, just as I am doing now. Li Futu continued his commentary, his right hand now gripping Guan Yuqi's sweeping leg with a smirk still on his face. Guan Yuqi was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. Not only could she not land a single blow on this bastard, but she also had to endure his relentless mockery. She truly wished she could tear this guy to shreds. You bastard, let go of my leg. Guan Yuqi, seething with rage, swung both fists again, aiming them straight for Li Futu's face. Still trying to fight back? Fine. Let me show you what the most effective way to subdue an opponent really is. Li Futu sighed softly. He released Guan Yuqi's right leg and struck out with both hands, seizing her wrists faster than she could react. With a swift flick of his wrist, Guan Yuqi's body was flung against the front door of a parked car. Before she could react, Li Futu had already closed the distance, pinning her down. Undoubtedly, the scene before them was highly suggestive, inviting all sorts of speculation. Li Futu, you damn bastard. Let me go. Guan Yuqi snapped angrily, struggling violently. But every time Guan Yuqi struggled, Li Futu couldn't help but react. After all, they were pressed so close together. Hey, Captain Guan, could you please stop fidgeting? This is life-threatening, you know, Li Futu said with a wry smile. Guan Yuqi froze upon hearing this, then suddenly flushed crimson as if remembering something. The resentment in her eyes deepened. Chapter 081, I'm scolding you for your own good. It wasn't too late yet, around 10 o'clock at night. Naturally, there were still quite a few people strolling along the streets. A black Audi pulled over to the curb. A man pinned a woman against the car. Her figure was seductively alluring, her beautiful face flushed with a captivating blush. She struggled fiercely but couldn't break free from his powerful grip. Passers-by walked by the roadside, and naturally, they caught the attention of these pedestrians. Mommy, look. What are they doing? Oh, dear, don't look at them. It's not good to see. Really, how could someone do such a thing in public? It's so bad for the children to see. Why isn't anyone stopping them? What are the law enforcement officers doing? The faint voices of a young mother speaking to her child drifted over. Guan Yuqi, pinned down by Li Futu, flushed crimson upon hearing this. She herself was a law enforcement officer. The young mother's words stung her with shame and humiliation. Li Futu, you bastard. You better let go of my hand right now. Anger and embarrassment flashed in Guan Yuqi's almond-shaped eyes, almost igniting with fury as she glared fiercely at Li Futu. Li Futu chuckled, calmly studying Guan Yuqi's exquisitely beautiful face. So even a fierce tigress had her bashful moments. And indeed, those flushed cheeks were utterly captivating. Li Futu knew women like Guan Yuqi were typically strong-willed. In her eyes, she looked down on weak men. Only the strong could make her submit. Why should I let go? By the rules of this game, you can't beat me. You're subdued, so you're at my mercy, right? Li Futu chuckled, adding, besides, if I let go, I'd just be waiting for your counterattack? I'm not that stupid. Who said I can't beat you? I'm wearing high heels today, okay? I can't move properly. Let me go, and I'll challenge you to a fair fight another day. We'll see who knocks whom to the ground. Guan Yuqi snapped, her tone fierce yet tinged with unease. From their brief exchange, she could tell Li Futu's skills were unfathomably deep and terrifyingly formidable. In this world, there's often no second chance. Take the battlefield. If you're defeated, would you hope your foe would give you another shot? No. Defeat means accepting death. Li Futu smiled. You bastard. Guan Yuqi snapped angrily, her body convulsing violently as she refused to be held down by Li Futu. Just then. Help! Quick, stop them. They stole my purse. A young girl's desperate cries for help echoed through the air. Guan Yuqi froze, looking toward the sound. She saw a motorcycle speeding toward her and Li Futu. Two young people sat on the bike, the one in the back clutching a woman's handbag. Behind them, a young girl kept shouting, desperately running forward. Yet after only a few steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground, wailing loudly. You bastard! Let go of me! Guan Yuqi shouted angrily, shoving Li Futu away forcefully. Li Futu was startled, caught off guard as Guan Yuqi shoved him aside. Guan Yuqi's eyes turned cold as she confronted the approaching motorcycle, bellowing, damn motorcycle gangs, you just can't catch them. Stop right there. I'm law enforcement. The young man driving the motorcycle ignored Guan Yuqi's warning entirely, accelerating straight toward them. Simultaneously, a cold gleam flashed from the hand of the passenger seated behind him. Li Futu witnessed this, his expression immediately darkening. He bellowed, watch out. With that, he launched himself toward Guan Yuqi like a cannonball. At that moment, the motorcycle roared toward them. The young man in the back seat brandished a machete, swinging it directly at Guan Yuqi beside her. The motorcycle's speed was immense, making the horizontal slash even more blindingly fast. A flash of blade light streaked past. Standing still, Guan Yuqi had no time to dodge. As the danger loomed, shoo! A crimson blade flashed through the air, meeting the gleaming blade at the last possible moment. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed as Li Futu charged to Guan Yuqi's side. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, get the hell off that bike! In that instant, just as the motorcycle was about to speed past him, his right hand shot forward like lightning, clamping down on the throat of the young man driving. A terrifying, overwhelming force erupted from Li Futu's arm. Gripping the youth's throat, he thrust him forcefully in the opposite direction of the speeding motorcycle. Instantly. Bang! Bang! The out-of-control motorcycle slammed into the roadside guardrail, clattering to the ground as both men tumbled down with it. Guan Yuqi finally snapped back to reality. The sheer terror of that perilous moment still sent shivers down her spine. Recalling it now, she felt a wave of dread wash over her. It was as if she had just returned from the brink of death. Her eyes blazed with fury as she sprang forward like a raging tigress the moment the two young men hit the ground. Thud! 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 A series of sounds too gruesome to bear reached her ears, accompanied by the wails of the two young men crying out in pain. By the time Guan Yuqi stopped, the two youths were beaten beyond recognition, their faces a gruesome sight too painful to behold. You damn street gangs, you're so arrogant. Do you know who I am? I'm Guan Yuqi. I won't rest until I skin you alive. Guan Yui shouted angrily as she called the law enforcement team to handle the situation. The girl whose bag had been snatched approached, took her stolen bag from Guan Yuqi's hands, and thanked her repeatedly. Opening the bag, she saw the money she'd just withdrawn was still there, which put her mind at ease. Soon, the law enforcement team arrived. The officers were stunned when they saw Guan Yuqi. After understanding the situation, they immediately took the two motorcycle thieves away. Li Futu glanced at Guan Yuqi beside him. Recalling the earlier scene, a surge of anger welled up inside him. He coldly remarked, "Are you tired of living? For someone who's the captain of the enforcement team, couldn't you see how dangerous that situation was? You have zero awareness. All you know is charging headlong into danger. Are you afraid of dying, or is your brain waterlogged? Sometimes handling cases isn't about relying on your big chest to solve everything. You're scolding me?" Guan Yuqi felt a wave of hurt wash over her. Reflecting on it, she realized her actions had indeed been reckless and impulsive. There must have been a better way. But Li Futu's scolding only made her feel even more wronged. What's wrong with scolding you? I'm scolding you, don't I have the right? I'm doing it for your own good, so you won't charge in recklessly like a fool in the future, only to lose your life without even knowing how it happened. Li Futu said coldly. Recalling how Li Futu had rushed to her rescue without a second thought, Guan Yuqi felt an unfamiliar flutter in her heart. I'm in a really bad mood tonight, especially right now. What does your bad mood have to do with me? I'm in a bad mood too. I'm going to drink, and I want you to come with me. Guan Yuqi declared unexpectedly, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Li Futu. Chapter 082, Drinking Contest with Beauty. I'm going out for drinks, and I want you to come with me. Guan Yuqi's almond-shaped eyes locked onto Li Futu, a flicker of tantalizing fire dancing within them, part challenge, part seduction. Li Futu couldn't help but swallow hard. That tigress's gaze felt dangerously alluring. She was actively inviting him to drink? What was she up to? Did she plan to get him drunk and then do as she pleased? What are you thinking? Guan Yuqi noticed Li Futu's shifting expression, her eyes instantly turning cold as she pressed, "Are you even a man? Are you coming or not?" "Oh, I was just wondering where we should go for drinks," Li Futu replied, sounding somewhat sheepish. "Stop thinking. I'll take you. There's an open-air bar on Sanli Street," Guan Yuqi stated directly. "Alright then, get in. You navigate. I'm still pretty unfamiliar with the capital." Li Futu chuckled. Guan Yuqi slid into the passenger seat. Li Futu started the engine and roared forward. Guan Yui guided Li Futu as he sped toward Sanli Street in the capital. Due to her work, Guan Yuqi rarely initiated drinking outings with others. Yet tonight, for some reason, she craved alcohol, perhaps as an outlet for her inner turmoil. Yet she truly hadn't expected herself to directly ask Li Futu to accompany her drinking, something she'd never considered before. Yet just now, she found herself unconsciously inviting Li Futu to join her for a drink, as if driven by some inexplicable emotion stirring within her. Sanli Street, open-air bar. It was nearly 11 p.m. when Li Futu, guided by Guan Yuqi, drove to this spot. Li Futu found a spot to park, opened the door, and stepped out with Guan Yuqi, walking toward the open-air bar. Unlike indoor bars, this open-air venue was entirely exposed to the elements. Tables were set up, serving cases of beer. Groups of men and women gathered around, drinking, laughing, and socializing. Gone was the deafening music of indoor bars. Instead, the atmosphere felt relaxed and natural. Li Futu preferred this kind of open-air bar over the indoor ones with their thumping music. Coming here was what drinking was truly about. Li Futu and his friends found an empty spot to sit, hailed a waiter, and Guan Yuqi immediately ordered 24 beers. The beers arrived swiftly. Like those in indoor bars, they came in small bottles, but at a much more affordable price. After opening the bottles, Guan Yuqi handed one to Li Futu. No glasses were needed. She picked up her own bottle and declared, "Drink." Captain Guan, never one for many words, uttered a single syllable before burping down the bottle in one go. Li Futu stared in disbelief. Was this woman a bit too fierce? Downing the bottle straight up? Li Futu gave a helpless chuckle, then tilted his head back. In just a few gulps, he emptied his bottle. After finishing, Li Futu set the bottle down. Guan Yuqi had also finished hers, her expression unchanged. She glanced at Li Futu and remarked, "You do look like a man." Li Futu was speechless. He protested, "Hey, Captain Guan, that's a bit ambiguous. Are you implying I didn't seem like a man before?" Yeah, I never really saw you as one before. Got a problem with that? Guan Yuqi glared at Li Futu as she spoke. She was simply annoyed and wanted to provoke him any way she could. Little did she know Li Futu wasn't falling for it. He chuckled and suggested, how about we settle this tonight? The battlefield will be the bed. Then you'll know whether I'm a man or not. Guan Yuqi's expression froze upon hearing this. She understood Li Futu's implication, and instantly, a blush spread across her beautiful, delicate face. Her almond-shaped eyes flashed with irritation as she coldly retorted, fine. If you're not afraid of waking up in the middle of the night to find your manhood gone. Li Futu's expression froze in shock, a chill running down his spine. Guan Yuqi was clearly a woman who meant what she said. This was no joke. Ahem, actually, I was just joking. Spend more time with me, and you'll see I'm a good man who doesn't chase women. Li Futu said with great solemnity. Not interested in women? Are you a monk or something? Or is it that you can't perform? Guan Yuqi shot back with a barrage of sarcastic remarks. I don't buy that not interested nonsense. You're just weak-willed around women. Your eyes light up at the sight of any woman. I know men like you all too well. Guan Yuqi, don't go around slandering people like that. My aspirations are lofty. Ordinary women don't even register. I'm certainly not some womanizer. How dare you slander me, saying I get starry-eyed at every woman? I'm no stud horse. This is infuriating. It's pure slander. Li Futu felt compelled to set the record straight. Who's to say you're not? Your eyes have never stayed put, Guan Yuqi retorted irritably. Li Futu gave an awkward chuckle and quickly averted his gaze from Guan Yuqi. Come on, let's keep drinking. I don't know why you dragged me here, but I bet you're upset about something. Fine, tonight I'll drink myself into a stupor and let you do whatever you want. I'll drink with you till the end. Li Futu declared solemnly, his tone passionate and earnest, as if he were the one who did get drunk and suffer at Guan Yuqi's hands. Hypocrite! I'm not interested in you. I just want to see who can drink more. Guan Yuqi retorted bluntly. What? A drinking contest? Li Futu froze. Can I challenge you to a drinking contest when I'm in a bad mood? Or are you scared? Guan Yuqi retorted. Not exactly. I just think you're pretty gutsy, daring to challenge me to a drinking contest. Li Futu chuckled. So you can hold your liquor? Guan Yuqi cut to the chase. Enough talk. Bottoms up. She grabbed the second bottle and downed it in one gulp. Li Futu, adopting a sink or swim with the beauty attitude, downed his second bottle as well. No sooner had they finished the second bottle than Guan Yuqi reached for the third. If we're competing, we have to show some attitude. Drinking in fits and starts won't cut it. Thus, the two downed nearly 2 cases of alcohol before taking a brief break. Li Futu felt his stomach bloat. That was the downside of beer, it made your belly swell. Guan Yuqi clearly hadn't reached her limit yet, though her delicate, oval face was now flushed with rosy patches, as radiant as a rose blooming in the midnight hour. If Guan Yuqi's exquisite face resembled a blooming rose in its vibrant beauty, her figure was like a fully blossomed peony, utterly mature and sensual, with curves so alluring they stirred the heart and left one utterly captivated. Brilliant! Haven't had a drink this satisfying in ages. Guan Yuqi declared. I couldn't agree more. It's rare to drink with a beauty like you, Captain. Actually, this is my first time drinking with a woman from the enforcement squad. It's been quite the experience. Li Futu chuckled, the lazy smile at the corner of his mouth inevitably inviting other interpretations. Guan Yuqi shot Li Futu a glare. She always felt this bastard's every word carried hidden meanings, leaving her both annoyed and embarrassed, yet powerless to do anything about it. Behind Guan Yuqi and her group, at a table cobbled together from 3 smaller ones, sat 8 or 9 men drinking. Suddenly, one of them stood up and strode directly toward Li Futu and Guan Yuqi's table. His gaze locked onto Guan Yuqi's radiant face, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. Chapter 083, My Woman? The approaching man was in his 30s, solidly built with a crew cut. His face carried a hint of cunning, his eyes fixed intently on Guan Yuqi as if she were the prey he spoke of. What might this beauty's name be? Your drinking style is truly eye-opening, quite the bold and generous spirit. Precisely for that reason, my boss would like to invite you over for a drink. Would you do us the honor? The man spoke, gesturing toward the makeshift banquet table formed by 3 joined tables behind Li Futu and his companions. The 8 men seated at that table all turned their gaze this way, their voices filled with muffled chuckles. At the center sat a burly man with a full beard. Tall and imposing, he wore a gold chain around his neck, his narrowed eyes fixed on Li Futu's group. Guan Yuqi's expression hardened. She glanced at the man, her eyes flashing with disgust. Get lost, she snapped. Want to drink with me? Who the hell do you think you are? The man's gaze darkened. He hadn't expected Guan Yuqi's attitude to be so forceful, showing him not the slightest bit of respect. He remained unruffled, chuckling softly. You're here drinking, you must know Brother Chang's name, right? You won't even give a little face when Brother Chang invites you over for a drink? Guan Yuqi's delicate brows furrowed. This man buzzing around her like a pesky fly was truly irritating. She shot a glance at Li Futu, and her anger flared even more. She saw that bastard standing there with a completely detached expression, utterly indifferent. He didn't have a shred of manly decency. Wasn't it supposed to be that when a man and woman went out together, if the woman encountered trouble, the man would step up to protect her? How could this bastard lack even a shred of that awareness? Infuriating. Li Futu, are you even a man? If you are, then show some responsibility. Can't you see your woman is being threatened? Guan Yuqi blurted out. Put. Li Futu spit out a mouthful of wine. Damn it, what do you mean my woman? Heaven knows I've never even touched you. Li Futu was utterly speechless. He had seen the man approach Guan Yuqi with threatening intent, but he hadn't intervened not because he wouldn't, but because he saw no need. Who the hell was Guan Yuqi? She was the formidable captain of the enforcement squad, notorious as a fierce tigress. She was the one who provoked others who dared provoke her? Any fool who dared cross her would surely be beaten to a pulp, missing limbs and bones. Thus, Li Futu had originally intended to watch the show to see how Guan Yuqi, in her fury, would make this man suffer. Yet, to his surprise, Guan Yuqi had directly demanded that he shoulder the so-called responsibilities of a man. Truthfully, in the past, if Guan Yuqi faced such a situation where the other party refused to back down after her rejection, even resorting to threats, she would have resorted to violence immediately. But tonight, for some reason, she didn't. Perhaps every woman harbors a subconscious desire to cling to strength. She felt that with Li Futu by her side, such matters shouldn't fall to her to handle. Yet Li Futu showed no sign of stepping forward to defend her. This infuriated her beyond measure, and she blurted out a furious rebuke. The moment the words left her mouth, however, regret washed over her, mingled with a wave of humiliation. But words spoken cannot be unsaid. There was no point in explaining now. Besides, this slip of the tongue had its own benefits. If the man beside her misunderstood that Li Futu was her man, wouldn't that redirect his hostility toward him? The thought brought a malicious smile to Guan Yuqi's lips. You have no sense of responsibility as a man. See how you'll dodge this now. Sure enough, the moment Guan Yuqi spoke, the man with the crew cut narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his gaze toward Li Futu. Seeing Li Futu's lean frame, the man concluded that aside from being slightly more handsome and perhaps a bit taller than himself, Li Futu had little else to compare. He wasn't as big or strong, just a pretty boy type. How could such a guy possibly monopolize this stunning, sexy beauty before him? The man with the crew cut felt the world was full of injustices. He couldn't fathom why beautiful women always seemed to prefer pretty boys. Didn't they realize that only men with bulk and strength could provide them with real security? Therefore, by his own internal code, Li Futu was unworthy of possessing a woman as stunningly beautiful and alluring as Guan Yuqi. She's your woman? The man with the crew cut narrowed his eyes, fixing Li Futu with a piercing stare as he demanded. She admitted it herself. How could I deny it? Li Futu replied with a smile. This guy really has short hair and even shorter vision. How can he be so rude? Doesn't he know that when you're out in the world, you have to be friendly and smile at people? You can get lost. Chang invited her over for a drink. If you know what's good for you, then get the hell out of here. Don't come crying to me later when it's too late. The man with the flat top spoke coldly, radiating sheer dominance. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I'm not a soccer ball I can't roll away. Li Futu smiled, narrowing his eyes slightly as he glanced at the man with the crew cut. But I am curious, can a person actually roll on the ground? Why don't you show me? Kid, you're asking for a beating. The man with the flat top heard the sarcasm in Li Futu's words. Rage surged within him, and without another word, he swung his fist straight at Li Futu's head. No words exchanged, just fists flying. This clearly showed that the bald-headed man and his crew were the local bullies in this area, dominating the territory around Sanli Street. They used violence to intimidate any unfamiliar faces they encountered. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Without even glancing up, Li Futu extended his right hand. His open palm closed around the bald man's swinging fist, his fingers clamping down to seize it tightly. In that instant, the man felt an overwhelming force surge through him, numbing his entire right arm. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't budge Li Futu's grip an inch. Hey, beautiful, does this count as self-defense? Don't go arresting me for intentional assault later, that'd be a huge loss for me. Li Futu calmly turned to Guan Yuqi, asking with a smile. Guan Yuqi, with her bright eyes and dazzling smile, nodded and said, Of course I won't arrest you. Don't worry. With that assurance, I'll just have to treat him like a soccer ball. Li Futu chuckled, suddenly rising to his feet. In that instant, the man with the crew cut felt a jolt of panic. His left fist shot toward Li Futu, a powerful, heavy left hook. Unfortunately, in Li Futu's eyes, it seemed like child's play. He extended his left hand, clamping down on the bald man's left arm. Then, gathering his strength, he delivered a powerful kick straight to the bald man's chest. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed as the man with the crew cut flew through the air, tracing an incredibly graceful arc before crashing heavily onto the makeshift table their group had cobbled together. Thud! Thud. Thud. The man's body crashed down, sending bottles tumbling from the table. Shards scattered everywhere, and splashes of beer sprayed over the people seated there. The burly man called Brother Chang had a bottle of beer dumped right on his crotch, soaking him through. This enraged him, and he slammed his fist on the table as he stood up. What the hell? What the hell? Hearing the commotion, the bar's duty manager rushed out. His eyes immediately locked onto Guan Yuqi. His expression turned alarmed as he hurried forward, stammering, "See Captain Guan? What brings you here?" Since Guan Yuqi was a regular at this bar, the manager recognized her identity and was filled with astonishment and reverence upon seeing her. Nothing much. Those guys over there seem to be threatening me to go toast their big brother Chang. What do you think, should I go? Guan Yuqi asked with a smile. The manager broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He hurried over to the furious brother Chang and whispered something in his ear. In an instant, brother Chang, who just a second ago had been brimming with anger and ready for a fight, deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit completely crushed. Not just him, several men beside him who had already raised beer bottles all paled. Those clutching bottles swiftly tossed them to the ground, their faces now etched with terror. Clearly, Chang and his crew had just learned Guan Yuqi's true identity. Who did these local toughs fear most? It was law enforcement officers like Guan Yuqi, known for their iron-fisted methods. After all, the nickname Tiger Mom wasn't bestowed lightly, it was earned through a fiery temper and unyielding tactics. Chapter 084, The Tiger Mom Gets Drunk. Guan Yuqi's reputation throughout the capital was legendary. Known as the Tiger Mother, she was revered as the Iron Lady among the local toughs and thugs who ruled the streets. This speaks volumes about the ruthlessness of Guan Yuqi's methods. She showed no mercy to anyone, handling cases with lightning speed and no regard for personal connections. Brother Chang had certainly heard of Guan Yuqi's reputation, but he had never actually encountered her. Little did he know that tonight, of all nights, he would have the misfortune of running into this tigress. Having already caused such a major incident, Brother Chang knew he couldn't simply walk away unless he wanted to ruin his future prospects in Sunli Street. So, steeled with resolve, Chang approached Guan Yuqi. Bowing his head in a submissive posture, he stammered, "As Sergeant Guan, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I didn't realize you were here. My friend over there was drunk and just trying to make a joke. Please don't take it to heart, Sergeant. I beg you to be magnanimous and overlook the misdeeds of a petty man." Guan Yuqi's beautiful eyes glanced indifferently at Chang Gu, but she remained silent. "So your brother Chang?" Li Futu remarked with apparent interest, continuing, "Earlier, your friend approached me, suggesting my woman should offer you a toast?" "Ha? Why your woman?" Chang Ji's face paled, his shock palpable. A man who could tame a tigress like Guan Yuqi couldn't be insignificant. His background must be even more terrifying, right? "What? Your tone suggests you doubt Yuqi is my woman?" Li Futu's gaze darkened, his expression veiling anger. No, I wouldn't dare. Big brother, you're handsome and imposing, with extraordinary bearing. Captain Guan is young and accomplished, beautiful beyond compare. You two are a perfect match." Chang hurriedly tried to butter him up, only to strike the wrong chord. Guan Yuqi's eyes flashed with cold fury as she snorted in anger. Hearing this, Shanga trembled in terror, mistakenly thinking Guan Yuqi was still upset about the earlier incident. He scrambled to explain, "Big brother, Captain Guan, I'm truly sorry. My friend got drunk, and I couldn't control him. I should be the one toasting you both. How could I possibly trouble Captain Guan to toast us?" Brother Chang was practically on the verge of tears. He never imagined this time he'd be so unlucky as to touch a tiger's tail, or rather, not even get close enough to the tail. So it was just drunken foolishness. Li Futu realized. He then reached out and repeatedly slapped Shanga's face, lecturing him in a stern tone, "Keep your friends in line. You're lucky it was my woman who made me intervene this time. If she'd gotten angry, you know what would have happened. Missing limbs would have been the lightest punishment. Don't let this happen again." Guan Yuqi, however, grew furious upon hearing this. This guy keeps calling her my woman. Has he gotten addicted to saying it? Yes, Big Brother is absolutely right. I'll keep them in line from now on. I'll remember Big Brother and... Oh, Big Brother and sister-in-law's words. It won't happen again. Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Smack! At that moment, Guan Yuqi slammed her hand down on the table in anger. She truly couldn't take it anymore. That bastard Li Futu had deliberately steered the conversation, making the other party mistakenly believe they were actually a couple. Never mind Li Futu constantly calling her my woman, just Chang Ji's single utterance of sister-in-law earlier had already set her blood boiling. Who the hell are you calling my sister-in-law? Are you blind? Or do you all want to get locked up for a few days? Guan Yuqi's face was flushed with rage. Brother Chang shuddered violently, nearly toppling over in fright. He glanced at Li Futu, then at Guan Yuqi, his face turning ashen with terror. He was utterly speechless. "Oh, Brother Chang, we're not married yet. So you can't just go calling people sister-in-law." Li Futu kept a straight face, though inside he was laughing his head off. He continued, nothing else to discuss. Take your people and get out of here. Don't push my woman too far, I can't control her. Li Futu, you bastard. Guan Yuqi couldn't hold back any longer, pointing at Li Futu and shouting her reproach. Brother Chang looked utterly bewildered, but marital squabbles weren't his concern. After hearing Li Futu's words, he felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve. Muttering a few submissive responses, he fled the scene with his men. Li Futu, you really are despicable. Have you gotten addicted to groping me? After Chang and his crew fled in disarray, Guan Yuqi's beautiful eyes nearly shot flames of rage as she glared at Li Futu's infuriating face. Li Futu wore an innocent expression. Captain Guan, are you being reasonable? How did I make a pass at you? I was the one who stepped in and chased them away without you lifting a finger. Not only did you not thank me, but you accuse me of hitting on you? Stop pretending, Guan Yuqi snapped. What's with all this my woman business? Li Futu looked taken aback. But you said it first, didn't you? You admitted you were my woman. Sure, you have a fiery temper and a bit of a violent streak, but I took pity on you and reluctantly accepted you. So I'm just going along with what you want. You. Guan Yuqi trembled with rage. Finally, seething with fury, she declared, drink. With that, she grabbed a bottle and started drinking with Li Futu. This time, she downed 3 bottles of beer in one go. Li Futu had no choice but to keep pace. The thought that he could now openly refer to Guan Yuqi as my woman in front of others filled him with a quiet, secret satisfaction. As she drank, Guan Yuqi's beautiful face flushed a deep crimson, making her look even more alluring. The blush spread from her cheeks down to her delicate neck. Li Futu, Guan Yuqi suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes glazed with a hint of drunkenness as she looked at him. Tell me honestly, do you have anything to do with the deaths of Hua Xiong and Black Panther? And did you eliminate the group that kidnapped the Luo family's heiress? Though Li Futu had drunk quite a bit, beer simply didn't affect him. Hearing Guan Yuqi's words, he froze, wondering if the team leader had dragged him out to drink, intending to get him drunk to extract information. Yuqi, are you drunk and talking nonsense? What kind of joke is this? What possible connection could I have to those 2 deaths? I'm actually hoping you'll get to the bottom of it quickly, Li Futu retorted. Is that so? Guan Yuqi stared at Li Futu for a long time, unable to read anything from this bastard's face. She waved her hand dismissively. I don't even want to know the real reason. Anyway, both Hua Xiong and Black Panther were scum. Their deaths are for the best. But with that playboy Lin Jianlong involved behind the scenes, given his treacherous nature, you're in for a rough ride ahead. Oh? Lin Jianlong, huh? Wasn't he named as a suspect? I wonder if you've investigated him yet. Or is it that you're afraid to look into it because you're intimidated by his family's influence? Li Futu said calmly. Bull. If there was solid evidence, I'd personally lead the team to arrest him. Black Panther may be his man, but that doesn't prove his involvement. We need concrete proof. Otherwise, I can't just arrest people willy-nilly. Guan Yuqi retorted. Oh. Li Futu replied indifferently. Truth is, Hua Xiong and his crew are just small fry in the capital. The real power behind the scenes is someone else entirely. If Lin Jianlong goes after that person to deal with you, you won't come out unscathed. So, you'd better tell me everything honestly. Only then can I protect you. Guan Yuqi's words were vague and slurred, the intoxication in her eyes growing heavier. Even you can't handle them? Who the hell is this guy? Li Futu asked curiously. The 9th master of the capital. Guan Yuqi said, then she gagged and added, never mind. I won't tell you. Just be careful from now on. I'm drunk. You have to take me back. Guan Yuqi gazed at Li Futu through drunken eyes, her face flushed crimson. Her unfocused gaze held a hint of seductive charm, utterly captivating. Chapter 085, News from the West. Li Futu approached Guan Yuqi and asked, Yuqi, are you drunk? Can you still walk? I need to sleep. My head hurts. I need to sleep. Guan Yuqi murmured incoherently. With your weak tolerance, you still wanted to compete in drinking? Li Futu sighed in exasperation. Come on, I'll take you back to sleep. Li Futu reached out to support Guan Yuqi's body. She was limp and weak, her legs utterly unable to bear her weight. With no choice, Li Futu had to exert considerable strength to lift her entire frame. He couldn't help but think to himself, Guan Yuqi doesn't look that heavy, so why is she so difficult to carry? He guided her to the parked car. He opened the passenger door and helped her into the front seat. After climbing in himself, he shook her gently and said, Hey, wake up. Where do you live? I'll take you home. However, Guan Yuqi only mumbled incoherently, seemingly too drunk to tell east from west. Seeing Guan Yuqi so intoxicated, Li Futu gave up on asking where she lived. He drove forward, intending to find a hotel and get her a room to sleep it off. After driving a short distance, Li Futu spotted a star-rated hotel. He turned the wheel and headed toward it. After pulling up, Li Futu helped Guan Yuqi out of the car. The receptionist in the hotel lobby watched as Li Futu escorted a clearly intoxicated woman inside. Her expression remained unremarkable, though her eyes held a hint of something else. Li Futu guided Guan Yuqi to a sofa in the lobby, helped her sit down, then walked to the front desk to book a deluxe suite. 6th floor, room 607. Li Futu led Guan Yuqi into the room and laid her on the plush bed. Noticing she still wore high heels, Li Futu crouched down and carefully removed them from her feet. At that moment, ugh! Guan Yuqi let out a dry retch. Startled, Li Futu quickly grabbed the nearby trash can and placed it beside the bed. He helped her sit up, and in that instant, Guan Yuqi let out a loud wah and vomited. Li Futu patted Guan Yuqi's back until she finished vomiting, then helped her lie flat. Li Futu carried the trash can to the bathroom, retrieved a towel, soaked it in warm water, wrung it out, and began wiping Guan Yuqi's mouth and face. Sigh, drunk women really are a hassle. Li Futu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Looking at Guan Yuqi's radiant face, he suddenly realized he was being shockingly proper. At this moment, he truly had not a single improper thought. It wasn't that Guan Yuqi lacked sensual allure, but he knew she wasn't like the promiscuous women hunting for flings in bars. Though he openly ogled her sexy figure, when it came down to it, he could still hold fast to his inner principle. Some women were fair game play around, part ways afterward, no strings attached. Others were off limits. If you didn't want to lose her as a friend or even the chance of her becoming your woman someday after one night, you'd better think twice. Hot, so hot. Guan Yuqi murmured suddenly. Only then did Li Futu remember the room's air conditioner was still off. He walked over, grabbed the remote, and set it to a comfortable sleeping temperature. Sleep well. It'll be over by tomorrow. I wanted to stay with you tonight, but you know I'm not free. I have responsibilities to my mission. Li Futu murmured, unsure if Guan Yuqi could hear him. He placed the hotel receipt on the nightstand. She'd find it in the morning and check out. Rest well. I'll be leaving now. Li Futu glanced at Guan Yuqi's closed eyes before stepping out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. In that instant, he caught sight of a single, crystalline tear gliding down the corner of Guan Yuqi's closed eye. Under the room's dim, yellow light, that teardrop seemed to shimmer with a dazzling brilliance. Why are you so kind to me? Li Futu, can you tell me which one is the real you? Can you let me understand your heart? The next moment, Guan Yuqi's closed eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly opening. Crystal clear tears welled in her eyes, yet within her heart, a silent scream and a question echoed. Rose apartment. By the time Li Futu drove back to Rose Manor, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Surely all three beauties in the apartment were fast asleep by now? Li Futu unlocked the wrought iron gate and drove slowly inside. After parking steadily, he stepped out of the car. Unbeknownst to Li Futu, in a room on the second floor facing the apartment's front yard, a corner of the curtain was gently lifted. A graceful, slender figure stood silently by the window. Those dreamlike, enchanting eyes watched Li Futu walk into the villa. Only then did she lower the curtain and gently extinguish the light in the room. A man who knows to come home at night can't be all that bad. Yen Ruyu thought to herself as she lay in bed after turning off the light. Li Futu entered the villa. A dim, yellow lamp glowed in the living room, its soft light spreading across the floor like a veil of gauze. The second floor was utterly silent. The three beauties upstairs must have fallen asleep. This night had been eventful for Li Futu. First, he discovered Iron Fist and Cold Slaughter tracking him, luring them into the wilderness outside the city before decisively eliminating them. After eliminating Iron Fist and Cold Slaughter, Li Futu learned that the mastermind behind them was none other than the so-called Underground Emperor, the Ninth Master. As for who had summoned the Ninth Master, the answer was self-evident. With a cold chuckle, Li Futu headed for a shower. After his shower, Li Futu entered his room and recalled the dossier Luo Huijun had given him. He retrieved it and studied it carefully. Upon finishing, his eyes narrowed slightly as he mused inwardly. Wei Changsheng? CEO of Changsheng Group? And also the primary real estate competitor of Luo Group in the capital? Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly. Since Luo Huijun had assigned this task, he intended to carve out time to thoroughly investigate this Wei Changsheng, a heavyweight figure in Beijing's business circles. Even after finishing the dossier, sleep eluded Li Futu. A faint surge of excitement stirred within him. He knew this was all due to Guan Yuqi. From the moment she became intoxicated, her alluring charm had undeniably stirred his passion. Yet in the hotel room, he had maintained an almost unnerving propriety, as if possessed by the chastity of Lu Xiaowei. Unable to sleep, he walked over to his computer and turned it on to pass the time, planning to rest when drowsiness finally came. Finally, he habitually opened one of his online email accounts, a private one known to only a handful of people worldwide. After opening the inbox, he saw several new messages, mostly from a Western bombshell named Annabelle. The most recent one, however, caught his attention. He clicked it open to find only a few brief lines. Butcher, if you see this email, contact me immediately. I just received intelligence that Silver Fox, the top assassin of the International Assassins Alliance, is preparing to move. Her sole objective is to find you in China. Butcher, somehow news of your presence in China has spread throughout the entire underworld overnight. I'm still investigating the source of this leak, but so far, I have no leads. Butcher, after reading this email, please contact me, okay? Silver Fox is an extremely dangerous opponent. I hope I can offer you some assistance. Chapter 086, The Top Assassin, Silver Fox. After reading the email, Li Futu couldn't help but frown, a cold, sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Someone in the underworld is spreading rumors about me in China? Which faction is behind this? Is their goal to force me out of hiding? Silver Fox, the terrifying woman, is actually coming to China to find me? Li Futu couldn't help but let out a bitter, helpless laugh. In Li Futu's eyes, few adversaries in the entire dark world could match him, and Silver Fox was undoubtedly one of them. The Assassination Alliance was the most formidable and feared power in the entire underworld. Its assassins were scattered across every corner of the globe, enabling the Alliance to deploy operatives at a moment's notice once a contract was accepted. No one knew the exact number of assassins within the Alliance, but the top 10 were legendary figures whose names struck fear into hearts. Among them, Silver Fox's reputation alone was enough to strike fear into any target. The Alliance's formidable strength was largely attributable to its possession of this peerless, peak-level assassin. Silver Fox rose to prominence 3 years ago, rapidly ascending to the title of the Alliance's top assassin through terrifying combat prowess and assassination techniques. At the time, the top 3 assassins in the league resented Silver Fox's rapid ascent. During a joint mission, these 3 elite assassins conspired to eliminate Silver Fox. The result? All 3 assassins were decisively eliminated by Silver Fox alone. From that day forward, Silver Fox's dominance became unshakable, cementing her as the undisputed #1 assassin in the underworld. Every mission she accepted was flawlessly executed with one exception. That exception was caused by Li Futu. Li Futu vividly recalled that period when he was about to retire from the underworld. Back then, he and members of the Dragon Soul of China had escorted a precious national treasure, which had been lost overseas, back to the country. Naturally, upon discovering the artifact's loss, the opposing faction dispatched agents to intercept and reclaim it. Upon learning that the Butcher, a figure who struck fear into the entire underworld, was personally escorting it, the opposing faction immediately enlisted Silver Fox from the Assassination Alliance to eliminate Li Futu and reclaim the artifact. By then, Silver Fox rarely took on assignments, as few targets were worthy of her skills. Upon learning the target was the Butcher, Silver Fox, who had long harbored a desire to test her skills against Li Futu, immediately accepted the mission. Silver Fox tracked him down, and Li Futu personally stepped forward to meet her challenge. The outcome of this clash between 2 peak masters of the dark world remains unknown. In the end, Silver Fox returned empty-handed, failing to complete her mission. Li Futu had successfully tied up Silver Fox, allowing members of the China Dragon Soul to retrieve the precious artifact and bring it back to the country. Not long after, Li Futu withdrew from the underworld, retreating into obscurity. What Li Futu never anticipated was that Silver Fox still harbored thoughts of him, determined to track him down in China. Faced with this, Li Futu could only offer a bitter smile. He could foresee that once Silver Fox actually came looking for him, his current relatively peaceful life would be over. Given Silver Fox's cold, ruthless nature, who knew what extreme measures she might take? After reading the email, Li Futu closed the webpage and swiftly logged into a private video platform. Such a significant matter demanded his immediate attention. He needed to speak with Annabelle. Annabelle was in Eagle Nation. It was currently 3 a.m. in Li Futu's time zone, which meant it was around 2 or 3 p.m. there. She should be online at this hour. Sure enough, upon entering the private video platform, Li Futu saw Annabelle's dazzlingly beautiful and alluring profile picture. Before Li Futu could send a message, Annabelle, far across the Pacific, had evidently detected his presence. Instantly, a video window popped up, accompanied by a line of text. Butcher? Butcher, is that you? You're finally online? Li Futu watched the blinking avatar and couldn't help but smile softly. Fragments of the past washed over him like a tide, stirring a warm feeling in his heart. Li Futu accepted the video call with Annabelle. Soon, the entire computer screen displayed a face both stunningly beautiful and exquisitely delicate. She had long brown hair, large eyes, and irises that shone like embedded emerald gems. Her high, straight nose, sensual, luscious red lips, and fair, exquisite complexion combined to form the quintessential Western beauty's facial features. Butcher? Is that you? Really you? Am I dreaming? It's actually you. Annabelle murmured in the video, looking utterly disbelieving as if her soul had been stolen. Then she burst into joyful shouts. The black, sexy nightgown she wore now seemed unable to contain her curvaceous figure, billowing and swaying with her movements in a breathtaking display. Hey, Annabelle. Long time no see. Truth is, I've read every single one of your emails. But please forgive me for not replying earlier. Li Futu smiled, gazing at the stunningly alluring face on the screen. His tone carried a hint of regret. No, Butcher, you don't need to apologize. I knew you'd be fine, and that alone brings me joy. I understand you wanted a different life, so I shouldn't have disturbed you like this. But I couldn't help myself. Oh, God, seeing you again makes me so happy and excited. Annabelle spoke, her expression visibly agitated. Slowly, her beautiful, captivating eyes like waves of emerald sea began to glisten, and sparkling tears welled up. Lifuto watched the tears gathering in Annabelle's eyes on the video screen, gazed at her enchantingly beautiful face, and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity in his heart. Hey, Annabelle. You should be happy to see me. Why are you crying? Though you look utterly captivating when you cry, I still prefer seeing you smile. It's been over half a year since I last saw your smile. Don't you think it's time to make me happy? Lifuto smiled as he watched Annabelle, her eyes glistening with tears. Put. Annabelle was crying tears of joy. Hearing Lifuto's words, she couldn't help but giggle, her face breaking into a smile. She wiped the tears spilling from her eyes and pouted playfully, "It's all your fault. You made me cry. Vanishing for half a year, how am I supposed to live? You have no idea how much I've missed you every single day and night." Lifuto smiled, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. Chapter 087, Watching Closely. The connection between Lifuto and Annabelle began with a twist of fate. 2 years prior, Annabelle had crossed the Hells Angels organization and was hunted down by their elite fighters. During one ambush, Annabelle found herself completely outnumbered and unable to fight off the Hells Angels' assault. In the nick of time, Lifuto happened to be passing by. Blinded by rage and murderous intent, the Hells Angels members unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lifuto's vehicle without hesitation, igniting a blaze of fury within him. The outcome was inevitable. Armed with only a gun and a knife, Lifuto single-handedly took on over 20 Hells Angels members, indirectly saving Annabelle. At that very moment, Lifuto was also on a diplomatic mission. However, due to intelligence issues, he had been unable to find an effective breakthrough. Little did he know that Annabelle was the foremost intelligence expert in the underworld at the time. To repay Lifuto for saving her life, Annabelle mobilized her intelligence agency to swiftly gather the most critical information he needed, enabling him to complete his mission successfully. From then on, Lifuto and Annabelle gradually grew closer. During his time abroad, he would often visit her residence when he had free time, and the two would spend time together, just the two of them. Thus, during those years, though fraught with all manner of dangers, there was also a thread of warmth that steadily soothed Lifuto's increasingly numb and desolate heart. "Anna, why are you wearing a nightgown? Did you just wake up?" Lifuto reined in his emotions, smiling as he asked Annabelle. "I went to bed very late last night, so I slept in. But I've been up for a while now. I logged on to see if you were online." Annabelle pouted as she spoke. "Why stay up late again? They say beauty comes from sleep, but you seem to be completely disproving that theory. You're already this captivating without sleep, wouldn't you be even more deadly if you actually slept?" Lifuto remarked, somewhat speechless. "Hey, I do sleep, okay? Besides, I sleep for long stretches," Annabelle replied, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lifuto through the video feed. She bit her lip before asking, "Butcher, I want to know, have you ever thought about me? You must answer honestly." Before Annabelle could finish her sentence, Lifuto nodded immediately, without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, Annabelle couldn't help but smile. "See? I didn't wait for nothing." She continued, "Alright, let's pause the flirting for now. I need to talk to you about something serious." "Oh?" Lifuto narrowed his eyes, asking calmly. "Could it be that another major upheaval has occurred in the dark world? Butcher, you have no idea. Overnight, news of your presence in China spread throughout the dark world, stirring up all the factions. Perhaps it's because you've been dormant for so long this sudden revelation has caused quite a stir," Annabelle began. "I haven't traced the source of this leak yet. But it's clear your whereabouts in China have been exposed. And this was deliberately leaked, intended for the entire dark world to know," Annabelle continued. "So even after vanishing for half a year, it seems many old rivals still remember me," Lifuto sneered. "Numerous factions in the underworld are hostile toward me. They'd kill me in a heartbeat. With this news deliberately spread, it's predictable that many forces will be itching to come to China looking for me." "Butcher, you're right. From what I've gathered, even Silver Fox, the top assassin in the Assassination Alliance, is keenly interested in this news. She specifically ordered the Alliance's intelligence network to gather related information. I suspect Silver Fox is preparing to come to China for you," Annabelle said urgently. The name Silver Fox seemed to carry a strange, almost magical power even when she spoke it. A hint of fear slipped unconsciously into her voice. "Besides Silver Fox?" Lifuto's expression remained as calm as ever as he asked casually. "Besides Silver Fox, the Ghost Organization, Hell's Angels, and the Yamaguchi Gumi, all these factions are aggressively gathering intelligence in the underworld. It looks like they're preparing to make their move," Annabelle added, her voice tinged with worry. She knew Lifuto was formidable, a man dubbed the strongest butcher, his power undeniable. Yet 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. If these colossal underworld forces united, compounded by the unpredictable X-factor of Silver Fox, Lifuto's situation looked grim. "The Yamaguchi Gumi are stirring too?" Seems I haven't taught these Japanese enough of a lesson yet. A cold gleam flashed in Li Futu's eyes, accompanied by a sharp, murderous intent. Butcher, I'm truly worried, so worried about you. I can't bear to see anything happen to you. Butcher, please come find me. We can go to a secluded island. We can lie low until this storm passes, okay? Annabelle pleaded earnestly. Li Futu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Someone deliberately leaked this information. Their purpose is clear: to force me out into the open. They won't stop until they achieve it. So I can hide for a while, but not forever. Besides, if they can track me down in China, they likely possess the means to coerce me. And truthfully, I never intended to flee. What must come will come. I'll carve my way through once more. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of murder radiated from Li Futu, filling the room with intense killing intent. For a moment, in that haze, Li Futu seemed to have returned to that bloody battlefield of slaughter. Butcher, I know your nature. You've always feared softness, not strength. So I also know my persuasion is futile. All I can do is gather relevant information for you and provide timely, first-hand updates, Annabelle said in a low, solemn tone. Li Futu smiled. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. By the way, has the Dark Hell Organization shown any reaction to this? The Dark Hell Organization? That utterly depraved group? They haven't made any notable moves lately. Strange, even that depraved organization has been quiet for a while. Annabelle remarked. No, something's off here. Given their usual tactics, they shouldn't be so passive. Li Futu frowned. Anyway, if that cult makes any moves, I'll let you know immediately. Annabelle said. Li Futu nodded. Vaguely, he seemed to catch a whiff of the scent before a storm, and even more distinctly, the smell of blood that was about to come. Dark world, I've already decided to step back. Are you forcing me to reveal myself? A chill hardened Li Futu's gaze as he pondered how news of his presence in China had spread. Chapter 088, Lonely Man and Woman. The next morning, Li Futu was sound asleep in his room when Tang Xiaoguo walked in and woke him up. Having learned from her previous experience, Tang Xiaoguo didn't enter the room this time. She stood at the doorway, calling out loudly until Li Futu roused from his slumber. Even so, standing at the doorway, Tang Xiaoguo still caught sight of Li Futu lying on the bed, bare-chested. This sight made Tang Xiaoguo's delicate, oval face flush crimson. She dashed back to the living room and declared, Sister Ruyu, I won't wake brother bodyguard anymore. Please have Sister Luo wake him instead. Luo Qinggu, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaoguo, what's wrong? You look startled. Did you see something again? Bodyguard brother, he. Tang Xiaoguo stammered, her face flushed. It must be that bastard Li Futu sleeping naked, right? How disgusting. Luo Qinggu exclaimed indignantly. Anyway, I'm not going to call him anymore. It's your turn now, Sister Luo. Tang Xiaoguo pouted her little lips, looking utterly adorable. No way am I going. Why should I be the one to call him? Let him starve, that's what he deserves. Luo Qingwu retorted. Yan Ruyu smiled helplessly and said, Alright. Let's get ready for breakfast. Xiaoguo, your dad sent a car to pick you and Xiaowu up to go play at his place today, right? Eat something first. Oh right. Uncle Tang will send a car for us soon. Let's eat breakfast first, Luo Qingwu said happily. Tang Xiaoguo's face lit up with excitement as he followed Luo Qingwu to breakfast. Li Futu finished his morning routine and approached. Yan Ruyu saw him and invited him to join breakfast. Li Futu nodded in agreement. Sister Ruyu, aren't you coming with us? The War Division camp is really fun too, Luo Qingwu suggested. Yeah, Sister Ruyu. Going to play won't be boring at all as long as you don't stay there too long, Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. Yan Ruyu smiled and said, How could I have as much free time as you? I have to manage the company and handle all its business affairs. I simply can't spare the time. You two go have fun. After a few days, it'll be time for school to start again. You're heading out soon? Where to? Li Futu froze, unable to resist asking. No way. Tang Xiaoguo shot Li Futu a glare. Exactly. We're not telling this jerk, Luo Qingwu chimed in. Li Futu was speechless, though he was quite accustomed to these two beauties' attitude toward him. Yan Ruyu explained the situation to Li Futu, revealing that Tang Xiaoguo's parents were both from the War Department. Shouldn't I come along? After all, I'm Xiaowu's bodyguard. Wherever you go, I have to follow, Li Futu said with a smile. No way, you're not coming. Luo Qingwu immediately objected. Bodyguard brother, once we reach the camp, my dad will protect us. You won't be needed, Tang Xiaoguo said with a smile. Li Futu gave a faint smile. After breakfast, he called Luo Huijun to inform him of the situation, inquiring whether Luo Huijun needed him to accompany Luo Qingwu and the others. Futu, Xiaoguo's father has already informed me about this. If they don't want you to come, then don't. Xiao Wu and the others will be perfectly safe over there. You can rest assured about that. While they're away, you might as well use the time to investigate Wei Changsheng. Understood, Uncle Luo. Li Futu hung up after saying that. After breakfast, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo began packing their luggage. Since they'd be gone for nearly a week, they needed to bring along some daily clothes for changing. After packing for over an hour, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo finally descended the stairs with their suitcases. A War Department jeep sped up and stopped in front of Ro's apartments. A man in his 30s stepped out of the passenger seat, tall and sturdy, with a stern, resolute face. He walked straight into the building. "Uncle Chen, you're here. Didn't my dad come?" Tang Xiaoguo rushed out to greet the man, her face beaming with joy. "Haha, Xiaoguo, you've grown so much." Chen Feng, the burly man, chuckled as he approached, ruffling Tang Xiaoguo's hair. "Your father is busy with War Department affairs and couldn't spare the time to pick you up. That's why he sent me." Just then, Luo Qingwu also stepped out. She clearly recognized the man and smiled warmly. "Xiaowu, are you going with Xiaoguo this time?" "Oh, and where's your dad?" "Not home?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. "I never see dad. I have no idea what he's busy with," Luo Qingwu replied. "That's true. Mr. Luo runs such a large company, naturally, he's very busy," Chen Feng remarked. Li Futu also stepped out. He glanced at the shoulder insignia on Chen Feng's crisp military uniform, a full colonel's rank. "And who might this be?" Chen Feng asked, his tone tinged with surprise upon seeing Li Futu. In his memory, there were no men in Ro's apartment. How did one suddenly appear now? "Uncle Chen, he's the bodyguard my father insisted on hiring for me," Luo Qingwu explained. "Bodyguard?" A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He studied Li Futu but couldn't discern much. His expression shifted to surprise, then he smiled and said, "My name is Chen Feng." "Li Futu." Li Futu also smiled slightly, stepping forward to shake Chen Feng's hand. "It's getting late. Xiaowu, Xiaoguo, have you packed everything? Once you're ready, we'll head out," Chen Feng said. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo nodded, loading their luggage into the car. They seemed reluctant to leave. Luo Qingwu said, "Sister Ruyu, we're off now. I really do feel a bit reluctant to leave." "Sister Ruyu, I'll miss you." "I'll call you soon," Tang Xiaoguo added. Yan Ruyu gave a slightly exasperated smile. "It's not like we're parting forever. Is it really necessary to be so emotional? You'll be back in a few days. There's no need for all this farewell drama. Once you're there, you two better behave yourselves and stay out of trouble, understand?" "Got it," Tang Xiaoguo replied. "Sis Ruyu, while we're gone, you have to be careful of that jerk. Always lock the door from the inside when you sleep. If he dares to pry it open, tell us immediately. We'll have Uncle Tang bring people to arrest him," Luo Qingwu called out before getting into the car. Li Futu instantly felt his face darken. This little brat was really good at making him look bad. With a whoosh, Chen Feng sped away. In the vast villa, only Li Futu and Yan Ruyu remained, a man and a woman alone. Chapter 089, A Banquet. Yan Ruyu watched the jeep fade into the distance, a hint of melancholy flickering across her jade-like features. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to having Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo chattering away beside her day in and day out. Now that they were suddenly gone for several days, she found herself genuinely uncomfortable. "Missing them?" Li Futu's voice reached her ears. She turned her gaze and found Li Futu watching her. His eyes made her cheeks flush involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, she replied, just a little unaccustomed. "I understand. After all, being with them every day, a sudden parting would make anyone feel out of place, as if something were missing." Li Futu gave a slight smile before asking with concern, "How is your body today? Any discomfort?" Yan Ruyu's fair face flushed slightly at his words. She glanced at Li Futu and replied, "I'm much better now. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Then I'm relieved. Listen, Ruyu, could we stop being so formal when we talk? There's no need to say thank you all the time. It makes me feel awkward, you know? It creates distance between us. Don't you think?" Li Futu spoke as he walked toward Yan Ruyu, suddenly stopping just inches away from her. "What are you doing?" Yan Ruyu gasped, startled by his sudden proximity. Instinctively, she took a step back. "We're too far apart. I need to get closer to see you properly," Li Futu replied. "You're shameless." Yan Ruyu snapped, turning on her heel and storming into the apartment. Li Futu smiled, following her inside. As Yan Ruyu moved, her swaying figure radiated infinite charm, captivating Li Futu's gaze so completely he couldn't bring himself to blink. A woman like Yan Ruyu, radiating elegance from her very core, possessed a beauty that was breathtaking in every movement. She was a feast for the eyes, every inch of her exuding an endless, irresistible charm, utterly captivating. Without Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo in the villa, the place felt noticeably quieter. In such an environment, Yan Ruyu should have been able to immerse herself more deeply in her reading. But contrary to expectations, as she sat on the sofa holding her book, she found herself utterly unable to focus. As if an invisible, irritating gaze was fixed upon her. Yet when she looked up, she found Li Futu sitting across from her, also pretending to read with great solemnity, whether genuinely absorbed or merely putting on a show, she couldn't tell. Just then, Yen Ruiyu's phone, resting nearby, rang. She picked it up and glanced at the caller ID, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Nevertheless, she stood up and walked to the front yard of the villa to answer the call. A moment later, Yen Ruiyu returned to the villa, a faint trace of worry visible on her face. Who knew what troubles that incoming call had stirred within her heart? Li Futu noticed the change in Yen Ruiyu's expression and couldn't help but ask, "Ruiyu, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "Oh, nothing, just that I might have to attend a banquet tonight," Yen Ruiyu replied. "A banquet?" Li Futu froze for a moment before understanding. A woman of Yen Ruiyu's stunning beauty and modest professional success undoubtedly received countless invitations to various events daily. In truth, Yen Ruiyu did receive frequent dinner invitations. She had always declined them whenever possible, as she herself wasn't particularly fond of banquet settings. Yen Ruiyu nodded, letting out a soft sigh. "I don't usually enjoy attending these kinds of banquets," she said, "but tonight I have no choice. I need to meet some potential partners at this event to help expand my company's business in the future. But where on earth am I supposed to find a male companion to accompany me?" "Ahem." Li Futu cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. He shot Yen Ruiyu a sharp look and said with feigned gravity, "Ruiyu, your words are quite upsetting." Yen Ruiyu froze upon hearing this, her eyes locking onto Li Futu as she blurted out, "Li Futu, what do you mean by that? I've been here over a week now. Couldn't you tell I'm a man? How could you say where to find a male companion? Did you overlook my gender? Or do you think I'm unqualified to accompany you?" Li Futu said, clearly annoyed. Yen Ruiyu froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Covering her cherry lips with her right hand, she shot Li Futu a playful glare and teased, "Well, I'm terribly sorry. If you hadn't pointed it out, I truly would have overlooked you." Li Futu's face darkened. "That's downright hurtful. You're practically forcing me to find a block of tofu to smash my head against." Yen Ruiyu giggled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Futu. "So, does that mean you're willing to accompany me? It's not that I didn't consider you. I just thought you must have your own matters to attend to, so I didn't want to presumptuously take up your time. Ruiyu, your matters are major events to me. How could I not have time?" Li Futu declared with solemn earnestness. Yen Ruiyu was momentarily speechless. Do you have formal attire for the banquet?" "Oh, actually, I don't. I was planning to just wear this outfit to accompany you," Li Futu admitted frankly. Yen Ruiyu was suddenly at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. He planned to show up wearing clothes that clearly looked like they were bought from a night market stall? It wasn't that Yen Ruiyu looked down on Li Futu's attire. It was simply that formal occasions demanded respect for others. At the very least, shouldn't he wear a proper suit? "Come with me now. Wait upstairs while I change." "Out? To attend the banquet now? The banquet is tonight. I'll take you to buy an outfit," Yen Ruiyu said as she headed upstairs. Soon, Yen Ruiyu descended wearing a fresh outfit, a pleated skirt paired with a form-fitting t-shirt. The ensemble radiated freshness and natural charm while accentuating her mature, sensual curves to perfection. Though Li Futu thought buying an outfit was somewhat unnecessary, Yen Ruiyu had spoken, so he followed her out. Once in the car, Yen Ruiyu sped away from Ro's apartments. She drove straight to the capital's most exclusive shopping mall and entered an Armani boutique. Armani clothes are pretty nice. They're more suited for men, and they look classy when worn. "Let's go inside and pick one out," Yen Ruiyu said. "The clothes in here are probably expensive, right? I can't afford them. Uncle Luo hasn't paid me yet. If I can't attend the banquet without a proper outfit, then I won't go," Li Futu said, turning to walk out, leaving the sales assistant who had rushed out to greet him looking utterly bewildered. Yen Ruiyu hurriedly grabbed Li Futu's arm, her face flushing as she whispered, "I'll pay." "Okay? Going out with a man like this is so embarrassing." "Oh, then let's try some on. If something fits, we'll buy it. If not, no need to spend." "I'd feel awkward," Li Futu said earnestly, though he was grinning as he followed Yen Ruiyu into the boutique. The saleswoman introduced the latest styles. Yen Ruiyu nodded as she listened, finally fixing her gaze on a light gray, tailored suit. "Bring me that one to try on," she said. The saleswoman promptly fetched the suit and remarked, "Miss, you truly have excellent taste. This is our newest suit, just arrived yesterday and displayed in the window today. It's arguably Armani's crowning achievement. Formal yet entirely free of stiffness or solemnity, it features sleek lines, a trendy cut, and premium fabric. It exudes an aristocratic aura when worn and has been flying off the shelves since its release." The saleswoman chattered on and on. Li Futu stood nearby, smiling as he remarked, "Sweetheart, you've said so much. If we end up not buying it, will you hold it against us?" "Oh, not at all, not at all. Sir, you have a wonderful sense of humor. This is simply the service we provide." The saleswoman quickly smiled and replied. Yen Ruiyu couldn't help but shoot Li Futu a withering glance. That rascal never missed an opportunity to flirt and banter wherever he went, did he? Try on this suit and this shirt, Yenryu said, selecting a crisp white fashionable shirt and handing it to Lifutu. Lifutu took the clothes and headed toward the fitting room. After all, trying on clothes didn't cost anything. Even if he ended up buying something, it wouldn't be his money. Chapter 090, The Fake Boyfriend. When Lifutu emerged from the fitting room, Yenryu glanced over and froze. She wasn't the only one. The sales clerk also froze, her eyes practically sparkling with admiration. The Lifutu before her eyes could no longer be described as handsome, he was breathtaking. The Lifutu she knew before had always seemed unkempt, wearing clothes without much thought as long as they fit, that was good enough. But now, clad in this high-end Armani suit, his entire aura transformed. The sharp, tailored suit fit him perfectly, as if custom-made. His naturally upright and well-proportioned physique fully carried the suit. The tailored cut made him appear tall and crisp, perfectly highlighting his well-proportioned physique brimming with explosive power. His face was angular and handsome, his eyes deep and starry. Occasionally, a hint of profound world weariness would naturally surface, creating a unique charm that contrasted yet perfectly complemented the lazy smile that often lingered at the corners of his mouth. Thus, at this moment, Lifutu appeared exceptionally handsome and mature. Stepping out, Lifutu glanced at his reflection in the mirror. He was quite pleased with the result, though he couldn't help but think it was far too expensive. Earlier, when he went into the fitting room to change, he glanced at the price tag for this suit. The string of zeros at the end made his head spin a little. "It looks great on you." Yenryu snapped back to reality, letting out a soft chuckle. She admired her own taste more and more. The saleswoman was equally generous with her praise, showering him with effusive compliments. Yenryu decided to bring over a new pair of leather shoes for Lifutu to try on. Lifutu sat down, preparing to put them on himself, but unexpectedly, Yenryu, still holding the shoes, crouched down. It seemed she intended to put them on him herself. Sure enough, she proceeded to loosen the laces, gently lifted Lifutu's foot, and slipped the shoe onto his foot. Lifutu's expression froze. In this era, how many women would willingly put shoes on a man's feet themselves? It was rare even between lovers or spouses, let alone between Lifutu and Yenryu. The tenderness Yenryu displayed now touched Lifutu deeply. She certainly didn't have to do this. She was a noblewoman, an intellectual and elegant goddess whose hands never touched mundane tasks. Yet, at this moment, her hands held Lifutu's feet without the slightest hesitation. A strange sensation stirred within Lifutu, accompanied by a deep warmth. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to cherish and protect this woman for the rest of his life. A beautiful woman, when she showed tenderness, truly had the power to make one lose oneself. All done. Stand up and see if it fits. After tying Lifutu's shoelaces, Yenryu lifted her beautiful eyes, her face radiant with a smile, showing no hint of discomfort about her earlier actions. Lifutu stood up at her prompting. The outfit did indeed suit him well, making him look dashing and charming. A hint of admiration flickered in Yenryu's eyes. She turned to the sales assistant and said, "I'll take the entire set. Please calculate the total." "Certainly. Please follow me to the counter for checkout," the saleswoman replied with a smile. In the end, Yenryu swiped her card to pay. Lifutu felt rather embarrassed. The entire outfit had cost over 100,000 yuan. Yet Yenryu showed no sign of discomfort or regret whatsoever. They say women are the gods of shopping malls, and that couldn't be truer. After leaving the store, Yenryu didn't rush back. She asked Lifutu to accompany her as they continued browsing. Lifutu was naturally more than happy to oblige. What man wouldn't want to show off alongside such a stunning beauty while shopping? Along the way, Yenryu purchased numerous items, clothes, shoes, and accessories, all exorbitantly priced. Lifutu dutifully assumed the role of porter, his arms laden with large and small shopping bags. By the time they drove back to Ro's apartments, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After a full day of shopping, Yenryu was feeling a bit tired. She went upstairs to rest, planning to recharge her energy before attending the banquet starting at 7:30 that evening. With nothing else to do, Lifutu simply lay down on the living room sofa and fell asleep. He had no idea how long he'd slept when suddenly, a soft, delicate hand pinched his nose. Gasping for air, he opened his eyes to see Yenryu's beautiful smiling face. "Get up," Yenryu said. "It's time to get ready and head out." "What time is it?" Lifutu asked. "5:30. I'm going upstairs to shower." "You should get ready too," Yenryu said, heading toward the stairs. At the landing, she seemed to remember something, turned back, and said with a hint of playful annoyance in her eyes, "You're not allowed to come up, or else." Before she could finish, Yenryu ascended the stairs. Lifutu was speechless. Was he really that kind of person? Afterward, Lifutu took a shower, changed into his newly purchased suit and shoes, and waited for Yenryu to come downstairs. Around 7 o'clock, Yenryu descended the stairs. Lightly made up, she looked even more stunningly beautiful. She wore a white lace evening gown with a V neckline, her delicate neck adorned with a Cartier sapphire necklace that made her snow-white, smooth skin appear even more tender and delicate. The gown perfectly accentuated her sensual, graceful figure, making her resemble a moon palace fairy descended to earth, utterly breathtaking. Her aura radiated noble elegance, untouchable and sacred. Li Futu found himself momentarily mesmerized. Noticing his distraction, Yen Ruyu shot him a playful glare. Ahem. Li Futu cleared his throat, snapping back to reality. A question occurred to him, and he asked, Ruyu, what capacity should I accompany you to the banquet in? I'm your male companion, true, but we need a title, right? How about I pretend to be your boyfriend tonight? Ha! Yen Ruyu's expression froze slightly, clearly caught off guard by the question. Simply put, I'd be your fake boyfriend. That way, I could legitimately accompany you to the banquet, right? Li Futu reasoned patiently. Yen Ruyu pondered for a moment, seemingly considering some implications. She nodded lightly and said, I can agree to it. But you mustn't do anything inappropriate. Understand? I know. What could I possibly do that's inappropriate? Rest assured, Ruyu. Li Futu smiled, his eyes gleaming with deep meaning. Playing Yen Ruyu's fake boyfriend meant he could openly hold her hand at the banquet and stay close by her side. The thought thrilled Li Futu, making him eager to rush straight to the banquet. Chapter 091, He's Your Boyfriend? Yen Ruyu wore a V-neck evening gown, radiating noble and sacred elegance. Like a moon palace fairy, she exuded an aura of untouchable purity. Her flawless jade-like face, lightly adorned with makeup, was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was smooth and delicate, glowing with a luminous white radiance. Truly beautiful. Li Futu exclaimed, then added with a smile, Ruyu, you'll be the brightest pearl at the banquet. Yen Ruyu's lovely face flushed slightly as she said, it's getting late. Let's go. Li Futu nodded and walked out of the villa with Yen Ruyu. Tonight's banquet was held at the Crown 5-star Hotel in the capital. Li Futu vaguely recalled its location and drove them there. Yen Ruyu sat in the passenger seat, her jet-black, silky hair cascading over her rounded, snow-white shoulders. A faint, intoxicating fragrance emanated from her, filling the car and causing Li Futu, who was driving, to breathe it in greedily. Yen Ruyu sat quietly, her flawless jade-like face seeming slightly preoccupied. Her beautiful eyes drifted between the window and the road ahead, unfocused, yet this did nothing to diminish her beauty. Instead, it lent her an indescribable, dreamy air of alluring confusion. Ruyu, do you think they'd turn me away if I accompanied you? I haven't received an invitation myself. Li Futu spoke up, sensing the stifling atmosphere inside the carriage. Yen Ruyu gave a faint smile, glancing at Li Futu. What if they turn you away? Ha, I'd just say I'm your boyfriend. It's perfectly reasonable for a boyfriend to accompany his girlfriend to a banquet, right? If they still don't appreciate the gesture, I'll just drag you out. A banquet that won't even let a guest's boyfriend in isn't worth attending anyway. Li Futu said nonchalantly. Put. Yen Ruyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. This fellow before her seemed to carry no burdens, everything about him radiating such carefree nonchalance. When would she ever be able to live without so many worries? Li Futu, you seem so carefree all the time, could it be you truly never let anything weigh on your mind? Yen Ruyu couldn't help asking. Li Futu paused, his gaze growing distant. He offered a faint smile and said, life is short, one must seize the moment. No one can truly care about nothing. Common folk toil for their daily meals, while those in high positions scheme daily for power and status. But the human heart is like a vessel once filled with worries, there's no room left for joy. Yen Ruyu pondered Li Futu's words. Truly, as he said, the heart is a vessel when filled with too much sorrow, there's no room left for joy. Some people in this world appear carefree and cynical on the surface, yet when night falls and all is quiet, the deep-seated memories buried within their hearts surge forth like a raging storm. Like wounded beasts, they often retreat to hidden corners to lick their wounds. Suddenly, Yen Ruyu was flooded with thoughts. She recalled Li Futu's confession in her room that night, his words still echoing in her ears. If a man truly cared about nothing, how could he harbor such desolate and tragic thoughts? How could he appear so lonely and weathered? Li Futu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you that, Yen Ruyu murmured softly. Li Futu smiled. You really aren't a very convincing actress. Don't forget I'm your boyfriend now, could you please stop being so formal? That's a fake one, okay? Yen Ruyu retorted, sounding annoyed. When can we make it official? Li Futu asked with a smile, turning his gaze to Yen Ruyu. Ah? Yen Ruyu gasped softly, her beautiful face flushing crimson. She shot Li Futu a reproachful glance, then paused before smiling and saying, unless the rivers flow backward and the sea turns to fields, I might consider it. That answer was downright ridiculous. Did she really think he possessed divine arts to reverse rivers, fill seas, or transform mountains into fields? Li Futu was utterly speechless. Ha ha. Yen Ruyu couldn't help but giggle softly at Li Futu's words. In that instant, the weight that had been pressing down on her lifted, and her mood brightened. She felt light and carefree. Indeed, the heart is but a vessel, why let troubles occupy every inch, leaving no space for joy? Crown Grand Hotel. Li Futu drove over. After parking, Li Futu and Yen Ruyu stepped out and walked straight into the Crown Hotel. As soon as Yen Ruyu appeared, a young, handsome man approached them. His face bore a warm smile, and his elegant demeanor immediately marked him as a young master from a distinguished family. "Ruyu, you're here. I've been waiting for you," the young man said with a smile as he approached. His demeanor suggested he and Yen Ruyu were already acquainted. "Feng Feiyu, when did you arrive in the capital?" "Your call truly took me by surprise," Yen Ruyu replied, her tone polite. "Just yesterday. There happens to be a banquet tonight hosted by a friend here, so I extended an invitation to you." Feng Feiyu smiled, his demeanor courteous and extraordinary, the very image of a perfect Prince Charming in the eyes of many women. "By the way, weren't you supposed to bring a male companion?" Feng Feiyu suddenly inquired. His eyes seemed fixed solely on Yen Ruyu, completely ignoring Li Futu beside her. It wasn't that he couldn't see him, rather, he simply couldn't fathom someone as inconspicuous as Li Futu, lost in the crowd, being Yen Ruyu's male companion. "Hey, Feng," Li Futu glanced at Feng Feiyu, who was sizing him up from head to toe. He asked with a strange expression, "Which eye of yours saw that I didn't bring a guy tonight?" Yen Ruyu and Feng Feiyu both froze, taking a moment to grasp Li Futu's meaning. A faint blush instantly spread across Yen Ruyu's flawlessly fair face, her mind going completely blank. Good heavens, why had she brought this scoundrel to the banquet? Was this the beginning of a night of mistakes? Couldn't he speak in a more normal way? Yen Ruyu felt both embarrassed and ashamed, a surge of impulse and desire welling up inside her to drag him back into the carriage and give him a good thrashing. Feng Feiyu frowned, yet maintained the refined composure of a noble young master. He couldn't help but ask, "Ruyu, who is this?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is my male companion for tonight, Li Futu," Yen Ruyu said, then added, "Li Futu, this is Feng Feiyu. He's one of the renowned four gentlemen of Suzhou and Hangzhou." "Ruyu, he really is your date?" "Ruyu, you know why I invited you here tonight, right?" Feng Feiyu began. "Didn't Ruyu tell you I'm her boyfriend?" Li Futu smiled, narrowing his eyes as he appraised Feng Feiyu. "I understand your intentions perfectly. You simply want to be Ruyu's escort, right? Too bad. Do you really think I'd agree? Nobody enjoys wearing a green hat." "What? Ruyu, he's your boyfriend?" Feng Feiyu looked as if struck by lightning, his face instantly turning pale, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Yen Ruyu's expression remained unchanged as she nodded. Though she said nothing, that nod alone spoke volumes to Feng Feiyu. "The banquet should be starting soon. Let's go inside," Yen Ruyu said. Li Futu extended his right arm slightly. Seeing Yen Ruyu still looking oblivious, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "If you don't want our relationship exposed, could you at least cooperate? Could you hold my arm and stay closer to me?" Yen Ruyu froze, a blush spreading across her delicate face. She bit her lip, finally overcoming her inner resistance, and reached out to link her arm through Li Futu's. Immediately, Li Futu and Yen Ruyu walked into the hotel together. Naturally, they drew attention along the way, attracting a mix of stunned, jealous, envious, and admiring gazes. Among them, however, was a gaze filled with bitter resentment. Feng Feiyu, left behind by Li Futu and Yen Ruyu, twisted his strikingly handsome face into a terrifying grimace. His eyes flashed with venomous hatred as he fixed his gaze on Li Futu. Chapter 092, The Center of Attention. The banquet was held in the third-floor ballroom of the Crown Hotel. Yen Ruyu linked arms with Li Futu as they rode the elevator up to the third floor. "Ruyu, that fellow seemed rather taken with you earlier," Li Futu remarked. "His name is Feng Feiyu. He's one of the four young masters of Suzhou Hangzhou. His family wields immense influence in the region, controlling vast networks and commercial interests. I'm not sure what brings him to the capital this time. But tonight, don't do anything out of line. Just avoid any conflict with him," Yen Ruyu whispered, lowering her voice. "One of the four young masters of Suzhou Hangzhou? That's quite the pedigree." Li Futu smiled, his eyes flickering with an unreadable expression. No one could guess what thoughts were swirling within him. The elevator carried them to the third floor, where a red carpet stretched out before them as they stepped out. Inside the banquet hall, figures flitted about. Men and women mingled, glasses of red wine raised, their lively conversation punctuated by moments of elegant restraint. Yen Ruyu linked arms with Li Futu as they made their way inside. At the entrance, she presented an invitation, and the smiling host ushered them in. The banquet hall was lavish and grand, already filled with numerous guests. The men were impeccably dressed in suits, while the women wore dazzling gowns. It was clear that only individuals of significant standing had been invited to this evening event. As Yen Ruyu entered arm in arm with Li Futu, several people near the entrance noticed them, or more precisely, noticed Yen Ruyu. Draped in an elegant white gown, Yen Ruyu appeared like a celestial being descended to earth. She glided into the hall with an otherworldly grace, untouched by mundane concerns. Her confidence and poise were undeniable, a faint smile playing on her exquisite face as she nodded and smiled at both familiar and unfamiliar faces among the guests. Her beauty was undeniable, and the dress accentuated her flawless figure, drawing all eyes and making breaths catch. As she entered, she seemed to become the focal point of the entire venue, drawing more and more eyes to her. Wasn't that Yen Ryu? The famously beautiful Yen Ryu of the capital city? Who would have thought she'd be here? What? She's Yen Ryu? Truly, seeing is believing. She really is beautiful, beautiful to the extreme. This is the goddess every man dreams of. Did you notice? There's actually a man accompanying her. Wasn't she supposed to be single? Who is that guy beside her? That's unknown, but a man who can accompany her must be quite influential, right? Yet I have no recollection of him at all. Young Master Fong of the Fong family from Suzhou and Hangzhou traveled all the way to the capital for Yen Ryu, only to find someone else had already beaten into it. This should be quite the spectacle. Instantly, whispers began to ripple through the venue, all focused on Yen Ryu. It could be said that at this moment, Yen Ryu stunned the entire room with her breathtaking beauty, becoming the sole focal point. Her beauty and elegance made it impossible not to notice her. Consequently, the glamorous and alluring women who had previously dominated the room suddenly felt neglected. The men who had been chatting animatedly around them now turned their attention to Yen Ryu one by one, leaving the women deeply disheartened. One could easily imagine the frustration welling up inside them. Consequently, many of them shot Yen Ryu glances tinged with envy, effectively casting her as their greatest rival. The venue was filled with guests from both the business and political spheres. Among the glamorous women present were many of the capital's most renowned socialites. Tonight, these socialites were destined to merely serve as Yen Ryu's backdrop. If Yen Ryu was a flawless, pristine night pearl, they were but fireflies. In high society, such banquets served but one purpose: networking. Upon entering the venue, Yen Ryu selectively deployed her social skills, exchanging pleasantries with influential business figures. She carried herself with natural grace and fresh charm, neither servile nor arrogant, radiating composed ease. This left Li Futu with no choice but to accompany her. Beyond the initial introductions, he found himself unable to join the conversation. Standing there, he had to keep smiling awkwardly, his face growing stiff. Perhaps sensing Li Futu's awkward predicament, Yen Ryu felt a pang of embarrassment herself. Seizing the moment, she suggested, "Li Futu, why don't you walk around the venue? You don't have to stay with me the whole time, okay?" Li Futu nodded. "All right. I'll sit over there. Come find me if you get tired." Yen Ryu nodded, gazed at Li Futu, and offered a radiant smile. Beyond the main ballroom, this banquet hall featured an opulent side chamber. This side hall wasn't accessible to just anyone. Most of the guests attending tonight's banquet knew that Ling Outyan, the eldest son of the Ling family, might make an appearance. Rumor had it that young Master Ling had already arrived and was resting in this very side hall. Among the wealthy and powerful families in the capital, the Ling family stood supreme. Inside the side hall, a young man entered with a dark expression. Several people were already chatting inside. A young man seated centrally, his fingers slender yet steady and strong, lifted a cup of tea and took a light sip. "Brother Fong," he said, "you look rather downcast. Weren't you waiting downstairs for Yen Ryu? Why did you come in alone?" "Young Master Ling, don't even get me started, I'm furious. Ryu brought a male companion with her and actually declared that guy her boyfriend. How could I possibly smile? I came all the way to the capital for her, only to find out she already has a boyfriend." The young man who entered was none other than Fong Feiyu, his face twisted with anger as he spoke. "Yen Ryu has a boyfriend? I hadn't heard that. A man who catches Yen Ryu's eye must be quite something, right? What's his name? I think it's Li Futu. Have you heard of him, Ling?" "What? Li Futu? Him? He's here?" At that moment, another voice exclaimed in astonishment. "Jianlong, you know him?" The young man with an imposing aura in the center turned to Lin Jianlong sitting across from him. "Of course I know him. I'd love to send him straight to hell." Lin Jianlong spat, his voice dripping with venom as he recounted the grudge between him and Li Futu. Even the ninth master's first attempt failed? Seems this fellow has some skill after all. If the opportunity arises later, I'd like to see what he's made of. The young man in the center spoke in a calm tone, appearing nonchalant yet exuding a confidence that suggested he could control everything at his fingertips. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his phone rang sharply. He answered, and after listening to the urgent words from the other end, his expression changed abruptly. He sprang to his feet and said, "Brother Fong, my apologies, I must leave. I won't be able to grace your banquet with my presence, but with Brother Zilong here, that should suffice." "Young Master Ling, what's happened?" The Qin family called. "They say Ru Meng is missing. Seems she ran away from home and hasn't returned yet." The young man known as Young Master Ling spoke urgently, then immediately exited the side hall and left through another passageway. "Ru Mei? Qin Ru Mei? The woman hailed as the capital's most captivating beauty?" The other young gentlemen in the side hall all paled. They all knew that even though Ling Xiao was never short of beauties, the only one he truly cherished was Qin Rumen. The banquet hall gradually grew livelier. Amidst clinking glasses and laughter, the men and women mingled politely beneath their glamorous facades, chatting as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. Li Futu, however, sat lazily on a sofa in the corner. Ignoring the stares of others, he brought a bottle of red wine, several pastries, and a large fruit platter to the coffee table in front of the sofa and began eating. A sip of wine, a bite of pastry, a piece of fruit, such utter freedom. Why bother standing like the others, faces plastered with fake smiles, making small talk? Li Futu sometimes felt he was being hypocritical, but he simply couldn't bring himself to be that fake. Just then, another pair of guests entered the banquet hall, a man and a woman. Their arrival drew considerable attention, with many people stepping forward to greet them. Li Futu's gaze lifted casually, and upon seeing the couple entering, he froze. His eyes locked onto the woman, his expression turning as if he'd swallowed 10 eggs whole. He recognized this woman. Chapter 093, Reunion with Lin Ruoru. She was a woman around 30, with a face like a peach blossom, delicate, beautiful, and radiant. Her sensual cherry lips were painted with vivid red lipstick, making her look as luscious and tempting as a ripe cherry. She was radiant, beautiful, alluring, and mature. Her figure carried the fullness typical of a woman her age. As she moved, her flowing dress swayed, accentuating her exquisite curves and radiating an irresistible charm. Li Futu was genuinely stunned. It was actually her, Lin Ruoru. As she entered, many men's eyes followed her, their gazes tinged with a hint of lust. Lin Ruoru's face, as delicate and radiant as a blooming peach blossom, paired with her mature, curvaceous figure, was enough to stir the hidden desires within any man. Such a woman was inherently irresistible. Accompanying her was a man nearing 40. His features were unremarkable, and his physique was slightly portly, yet his demeanor carried an air of distinction. "Mr. Huang, what a surprise to see you here." A man approached them, smiling as he spoke. "Hee, Mr. Zhang, it's been a while, hasn't it? You must come visit me sometime when you're free." The man beside Lin Ruoru spoke with a smile. His name was Huang Fan, the CEO of a company. Huang Fan led Lin Ruoru through the venue, shaking hands and chatting with numerous attendees. Throughout, Lin Ruoru engaged in conversations with others, each seemingly pursuing their own agenda. Li Futu sat on the sofa, observing the entire scene. Gradually, he began to discern the subtle nature of the relationship between Lin Ruoru and Huang Fan. They appeared to be together in name only, maintaining a polite distance while seemingly not interfering with each other's social interactions. In essence, their joint attendance at the banquet was merely a formality. Huang Fan and Lin Ruoru had likely reached some agreement. They avoided contact in daily life but attended major events together, maintaining the appearance of a married couple to the outside world. With Lin Ruoru's arrival, the men in the room fixed their gazes on her with even more intense heat. Many seemed privy to the nature of their relationship, their gazes carrying an unabashed intensity. If Yen Ruyu in the banquet hall resembled a moon palace fairy, beautiful and otherworldly, a goddess in men's eyes, then Lin Ruoru was a sensual beauty who could stir the wildest desires in any man. "Li Futu, why are you sitting here? Are you hungry? You've eaten so much already." A soft, melodious voice snapped Li Futu back to attention. He glanced up to see Yen Ruyu approaching him. "It's free anyway. It'd be a waste not to eat it." Li Futu shrugged indifferently. "So you came to this banquet with me just for the food?" Yen Ruyu retorted, clearly annoyed. "You guessed right. It's a free dinner anyway. Not eating it is a waste, and eating it is just as free." Li Futu laughed, feeling no shame whatsoever. Food is the foundation of life, a timeless truth. Yen Ruyu chuckled, utterly speechless at this fellow. "Are you still planning to sit here eating?" she asked. "It's almost time for seating. These are merely appetizers. Since the main course is about to arrive, naturally I'll be heading over to eat the main course." Li Futu chuckled as he stood up. Up ahead, Lin Ruoru was chatting and smiling with others. He felt it necessary to go over and make an appearance. As for what might come of it, he had no idea. Since they were both present at this gathering, shouldn't they at least meet? Yen Ruyu slipped her arm through Li Futu's, clinging to him like a little bird, a faint smile on her face as if announcing to the world that Li Futu was her man. Li Futu, naturally, relished the attention. With a beauty as exquisite as jade by his side, what more could a man ask for? Without hesitation, Li Futu wrapped his arm around Yen Ruyu's waist, slender and supple, sending shivers down his spine. "You?" Yen Ruyu let out a soft gasp, her beautiful eyes immediately narrowing in playful annoyance as she glared at Li Futu. "Don't forget what our relationship is right now." Li Futu's expression remained calm as he spoke in a detached tone. You must be doing this on purpose. How infuriating." Yen Ruyu muttered, seething with anger. Li Futu smiled, his expression neither confirming nor denying her accusation. Li Futu and Yen Ruyu walked forward together, drawing ever closer to Lin Ruoru ahead of them. Lin Ruoru ahead seemed to sense something. She felt a pair of eyes fixed on her. Startled, she instinctively turned her gaze. Instantly, her expression froze in shock. She saw Li Futu. Lin Ruoru's lips twitched as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Li Futu for a few seconds before naturally shifting to Yen Ruyu, her gaze betraying a hint of astonishment. Then she turned away, acting as if she had never seen Li Futu, as if nothing had ever happened between them. A faint smile touched Li Futu's lips. He said nothing, nor did he show any reaction. He remembered Lin Roru's words, "After tonight, we'll be strangers like two parallel lines that never intersect." If that was truly the case, he would respect Lin Roru's decision. Lin Roru's expression remained unchanged, but beneath the surface calm, her heart was already churning. She never imagined encountering Li Futu again in such a setting tonight. She nearly gasped in surprise, but managed to stifle it. She had believed they would never cross paths again after that night, yet fate worked in mysterious ways. Within days, they had met again in this very setting. Ever since that night, something seemed to occupy her heart, stirring an inexplicable urge within her from time to time. Amidst Lin Roru's chaotic thoughts, three young men emerged from the side hall. One was Su Feiyu, another was Lin Jianglong, and between them stood a burly, muscular young man. He carried an iron-willed, rugged demeanor, as if he had come straight from the military. That must be Lu Zilong, the young master of the Lu family, right? I heard the old patriarch sent him to the military for training. When did he return? The one beside him appeared to be Lin Jianglong of the Lin family. It was precisely through their connections with the capital's powerful elite that the Lin family had achieved such rapid growth. The other young man must be Su Feiyu, the young master of the Feng family from Suzhou. Truly heroes emerge young to be so capable at such a tender age. I hear he's representing the Su family in Beijing to attract investment and partnerships, hence tonight's banquet. Too bad Ling Xiao isn't here. Wasn't he supposed to attend tonight? Young Master Ling's status is too exalted for the likes of us to even dream of approaching. Even if he were here, we wouldn't dare try to curry favor. As these three young men emerged, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Li Futu paid no heed to the murmurs, his gaze fixed meaningfully on Lin Jianglong. Meanwhile, Lin Jianglong stared back at him with an unmistakable glint of resentment and murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 094, The Beauty's Hint. Feng Feiyu, Lu Zilong, and Lin Jianglong emerged, instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering. Though young Master Ling himself was absent, everyone present understood that Lu Zilong and Lin Jianglong alone were sufficient to represent his stature. Not to mention Lu Zilong, the Lu family was a formidable force in the capital, boasting connections to the military. Thank you all for attending tonight's banquet. I'm also grateful to young Master Ling for organizing this gathering. Unfortunately, he received an urgent call and had to leave abruptly, preventing him from being present. However, he specifically instructed that you all be treated with the utmost hospitality tonight, ensuring you have a most enjoyable evening. Feng Feiyu spoke slowly, continuing, "This time, I represent my family in coming to the capital to seek business partners, aiming to expand our family's silk business into the capital. I also hope to exchange ideas and learn from some of the senior executives present tonight." Feng Feiyu's words drew applause from the room. The news that the Feng family from Suzhou Hangzhou was coming to the capital to seek business partners naturally attracted many prominent figures from Beijing's business circles. The Feng family possessed immense wealth and numerous enterprises in Suzhou and Hangzhou, with their silk business alone commanding 1/5 of the local market share. Forging connections with them would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in the future development of their companies. Holding a glass of red wine, Feng Feiyu made his rounds, toasting and conversing with each guest in turn, thus launching his networking stage within the capital's business circles. Throughout the event, Feng Feiyu's gaze drifted toward Yen Ruyu's location with deliberate and casual glances. When he noticed her persistently playing with Li Futu's arm, a distinct cold gleam flashed in his eyes. However, the expression on his face no longer bore the same intensity of resentment and anger as before, as if he had learned some new information. Lu Zilong and Lin Jianglong accompanied Feng Feiyu, introducing him to several distinguished guests. Their presence drew the attention of the socialites in attendance. As standouts among the wealthy and politically connected second generation, these three were naturally sought after for connections. Li Futu paid no attention to Feng Feiyu and his companions. He excelled in his role as the fake boyfriend, staying by Yen Ruyu's side without fail. He was even more attentive than a real boyfriend could be. Yen Ruyu was breathtakingly beautiful, ethereal, and unearthly. Other men wouldn't even get close to her. Yet Li Futu openly wrapped his arm around her soft, slender waist. Yen Ruyu seethed inwardly. Now she finally understood why Li Futu had volunteered to be her fake boyfriend in the first place. He clearly had ulterior motives. Yen Ruyu could only endure it for now. In such a public setting, she couldn't very well protest. She couldn't just push Li Futu's arm away, could she? In full view of everyone, she felt too embarrassed to do so, and doing so would also make Li Futu look bad. She resolved to confront Li Futu about it once they returned to the apartment after the banquet. Just then, Li Futu caught a fleeting glance from Lin Roru's eyes so enchanting they could make one's bones go weak. Her gaze swept over him with a hint of something more than casual attention. This startled Li Futu. Was she hinting at something? As he pondered this, Lin Roru suddenly excused herself and headed toward the restroom outside the banquet hall. Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Ryu, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. I really did drink too much earlier. Go ahead, Yen Ryu replied. She couldn't wait for this jerk to leave, sparing her from his lecherous hands constantly clutching her waist. It was unbearable. Li Futu headed toward the restroom outside the banquet hall. The restroom was located outside the banquet hall, accessible through a side door. Li Futu walked calmly toward it. The moment his body passed through the side door, a sudden, snow-white, smooth arm yanked him back. His body instinctively leaned into the direction of that pulling force. Instantly, he felt the soft, fragrant warmth of a woman's body press against his chest. It was none other than the stunningly beautiful Lin Ruru. Beautiful lady, we meet again, Li Futu said with a smile. Lin Ruru shot him a reproachful glance with her alluring eyes and murmured softly, you really did follow me out. I'm not blind, how could I miss your hints? This is like another secret rendezvous between us, isn't it? Li Futu chuckled. Lin Ruru's face flushed crimson. She shot him a disgruntled glare and said, I didn't expect to run into you here either. You don't blame me for not greeting you when I saw you earlier, do you? How could that be? In a setting like this, you and I should be complete strangers. Don't you agree? Li Futu remarked. You're surprisingly calm about this, Lin Ruru remarked softly. I almost thought you'd forgotten me. But even if you had, it'd be understandable. Your date is truly stunning, like a pearl whose radiance outshines all others. Jealous? The restroom seems to be nearby, and we have a moment now. How about it? Li Futu smiled, his expression full of mischief. Lin Ruru caught the implication in Li Futu's words, her lovely face flushing crimson. She pouted, you really are wicked. If we stay away from the ballroom too long, we'll definitely be noticed. Alright, give me your phone number. Call me after the ball ends, how about it? Li Futu chuckled and gave her his contact information. Then Lin Ruru added, you should leave first. Someone will definitely come looking for you soon. I don't think you want us to be discovered by others, do you? Li Futu realized she was right. He bent down, gave a light bite to Lin Ruru's luscious cherry lips, then smiled as he walked back toward the banquet hall. Lin Ruru's face flushed crimson. She didn't rush back into the banquet hall. Instead, she made a detour to the restroom, waiting a moment before re-entering the gathering. When Li Futu returned to the banquet hall, he caught sight of Fang Feiyu and his group approaching Yen Ryu. His gaze darkened. Some people really didn't know when to quit. Had he barely left before they were already closing in on Yen Ryu? As the saying goes, proximity brings opportunity. This moonlight beauty, this celestial maiden, I haven't even had a chance to make my move, and you lot are already eyeing her? Of course, once I've made my move, you'll be even less able to approach her. Li Futu quickened his pace toward Yen Ryu. Just then, Fang Feiyu raised his wine glass and smiled at her. Ryu, it's been a while. Let's have a drink together. Before coming to the capital, I specially visited Grandpa Yen. He's in good health. Knowing I was coming, he specifically asked me to bring you some Suzhou Hangzhou pastries you love. I didn't bring them tonight, but I'll get them for you tomorrow. Thank you. Did you visit my grandfather? Yen Ryu asked. Of course. Grandpa Yen misses you dearly and hopes you'll find time to visit him again, Fang Feiyu replied with a smile. Yen Ryu nodded, about to speak, when she saw Li Futu returning. Lin Jianglong, standing beside Fang Feiyu, spotted Li Futu. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly sneered, Miss Yen, I hear he's your male companion? But I've heard he's just a lowly bodyguard. How did he become Miss Yan's male companion? Lin Jianglong's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for the surrounding guests to hear. Instantly, numerous eyes turned toward Li Futu. A trace of cold amusement flickered in Fang Feiyu's eyes. Earlier, he had learned from Lin Jianglong that Li Futu's true identity was the personal bodyguard of the chairman's daughter of the Luo group, not Yen Ruyu's boyfriend. This revelation filled him with delight. He'd known it all along. How could a woman as stunningly beautiful as Yen Ryu possibly fancy such a guy? Yen Ryu was like a goddess, unattainable, worthy only of himself. Chapter 095, You Can't Fight Me. Yen Ryu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lin Jianglong's words. Fearing Li Futu's anger, she stepped forward urgently and declared, Lin Jianglong, what do you mean by that? The nature of my relationship with Li Futu is none of your business. Don't you find your behavior extremely rude? Miss Yen, if I've offended you, I apologize. Lin Jianglong gave a cold laugh and continued, speaking of politeness, I'd like to ask this bodyguard, do you even know what kind of occasion this is? Did you receive an invitation to this dinner? To strut in uninvited is disrespectful to the host, isn't it? Besides, this isn't the kind of place a mere bodyguard like you should be entering. Fang Feiyu stood silently by, needing only Lin Jianglong to humiliate Li Futu. But to appear magnanimous, he spoke up, Jianglong, he was brought here by Ryu. So there's no need to dwell on it. Any friend brought by Ryu is naturally welcome. Brother Fang, that may be true. If he were truly Miss Yan's escort, I wouldn't mind. But his status is merely that of a bodyguard, no name, no standing. Standing here, he should feel utterly ashamed. I'm embarrassed for him, Lin Jianglong said coldly. At these words, a wave of meaningful murmurs rippled through the surrounding guests. Earlier, Yen Ruyu had introduced Li Futu as her boyfriend. Little did anyone expect this was merely Yen Ruyu's ploy, bringing a bodyguard to pose as her boyfriend to deter other admirers from approaching her. A flash of anger flickered in Yen Ruyu's eyes. Lin Jianglong's words had incensed her. So what if Li Futu is a bodyguard? Does that make him less than human? Does it mean he doesn't deserve the respect of you high and mighty young masters? Does it give you the right to slander and insult him? Who are you to say he isn't my boyfriend? Who says I can't choose a bodyguard to be my boyfriend? Yen Ruyu spoke coldly, her stunning face cloaked in an icy glare. Lin Jianglong's expression froze. His original intent had been to provoke Li Futu with those words. Yet Li Futu merely stood there, his face impassive, a sea of calm. Only those deep, piercing eyes sent a chill down Lin Jianglong's spine. He hadn't anticipated Yen Ruyu's explosive reaction. Her relentless questioning drew everyone's gaze to him. With no way out, he steeled himself and retorted, I only know his role as a bodyguard. Whether he's your boyfriend is impossible to verify. Is that so? Yen Ruyu retorted, abruptly turning to face Li Futu. With a gentle lift of both hands, she cupped his face, her luscious, sensual lips pressing down on his in a kiss. The entire room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Li Futu froze, utterly stunned that Yen Ruyu would prove it this way. What was she thinking? She was proud by nature, chaste and self-respecting, elegant and noble. How much resolve must it have taken to do such a thing in full view of everyone? To preserve her own dignity and honor, she was willing to sacrifice herself. A flicker of warmth stirred within Li Futu. He never imagined the usually elegant and intelligent Yen Ruyu possessed such a fiercely resolute side. Li Futu gently patted Yen Ruyu's back. He could feel her heart pounding violently and her breath coming in short gasps. Surely her emotions were running high at this moment? Kissing a man in plain sight before everyone's eyes was an unbearable act for her, yet she had done it anyway. Not for any other reason, but because Li Futu was the male companion who had accompanied her to this banquet, and because she wanted to preserve a man's face and dignity. A mature, graceful figure entered the banquet hall, witnessing this shocking scene. Her expression froze momentarily, her eyes flickering with an unmistakable hint of something else. It was Lin Ruoru. The scene also froze Lin Jianglong in his tracks. He stood rooted to the spot like a fool, his face etched with utter disbelief. Fang Feiyu's expression darkened even further. He had intended to witness Li Futu's humiliation, only to find himself the ultimate clown. A surge of jealousy flared within him. His face turned ashen and pale. His fists clenched so tightly he didn't even notice his fingernails piercing his palms. Wow, what a truly romantic and touching scene. Only true love could inspire such a gesture from a woman. A woman's greatest wish is to find a man worthy of her complete devotion. If such a man existed, I'd gladly do the same. To boldly declare her love before everyone, that's every woman's dream. I envy her. This breathtaking kiss was undoubtedly the grand climax of the evening banquet. Everyone was stunned, some stirred by boundless passion and longing, silently asking heaven and earth why they weren't the male lead. Beyond that, some of the glamorous women in the banquet hall couldn't help but begin whispering among themselves, their eyes betraying a hint of longing. Hearing this, Fang Feiyu felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting on the spot. Hatred surged within him like an unstoppable river. Li Futu gripped Yen Ruyu's delicate shoulders, gently pulling her away to end the exquisite kiss prematurely. Ruyu, you didn't have to do this, Li Futu murmured softly. Yen Ruyu remained silent, her face flushed crimson. Her eyes met Li Futu's with stubborn resolve, her expression one of unwavering resolve. My old man told me that a man, no matter how weak, should stand before a woman when trouble comes. So let me handle this. Li Futu spoke again, shifting his body forward to shield Yen Ruyu behind him. His gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Lin Jianglong. In that instant, Lin Jianglong felt as though he caught the scent of a thick, deep bloodlust. A chill surged uncontrollably from his feet, engulfing him like plunging into a frozen lake in the depths of winter. The bone-piercing cold spread through his entire body. A flicker of terror gripped him. Your earlier words were meant to flaunt your self-proclaimed superior status, weren't they? You sought to humiliate me, to provoke my anger, to watch me lose face and make a spectacle of myself? Li Futu spoke slowly, each word deliberate. A cold smile touched his lips as he continued, too bad you picked the wrong target. I'm just a bodyguard, not some privileged young master like you. So-called face means absolutely nothing to me. But I must say, I admire your courage. You dare to repeatedly test my limits. When it comes to these petty, underhanded tricks, I'm no match for you. But when it comes to fighting, you're no match for me. Li Futu continued. Then, with a sudden movement, he reached out and clamped his hand around Lin Jianglong's throat, lifting the man off the ground. Cough cough. In that instant, Lin Jianglong began choking violently, gasping for air. His face flushed crimson, turning the color of liver. Li Futu, what are you doing? Fang Feiyu snapped, his voice icy as he regained his senses. In that instant, Lu Zilong stepped forward, radiating an intimidating aura. Li Futu turned his gaze coldly toward Lu Zilong. The mere look froze Lu Zilong's body, sending a bone-chilling chill through him, instantly intimidating him into submission. Please inform the ninth master that I will be paying him a visit very soon. As he spoke, Li Futu suddenly smiled. Meeting Lin Jianglong's eyes filled with utter terror, he leaned close and whispered into the other's ear, "In my eyes, you are already a dead man." With that, Li Futu flung Lin Jianglong to the ground with a forceful toss, then stomped down hard on him. Put! Lin Jianglong coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the shock. Li Futu clapped his hands, turned to Yan Ruyu, and said, "Seems I'm unwelcome here. I suppose I should be going." "I'll go with you," Yan Ruyu declared without hesitation, reaching out to link her arm through his as they walked toward the exit of the banquet hall. Chapter 096, Not Kissed Enough Yet. "I'll go with you." Those three simple words carried an unwavering resolve. Yan Ruyu spoke without hesitation, linking her arm through Li Futu's as she guided him out of the banquet hall. Such an outrageously humiliating banquet, better not to attend at all. Why endure the cold stares and gossip? Why torment herself? Better to act on impulse, stand by this man, walk out with him, and leave all the world's judgment behind. After the climax, the curtain must fall. The moment Yan Ruyu linked arms with Li Futu and stepped forward, the guests in the hall finally snapped back to reality, immediately beginning to whisper and gossip among themselves. Fang Feiyu snapped out of his daze too. Seeing Yan Ruyu walk out, panic seized him. He lunged forward in a single stride, blocking her path. Ruyu, listen to me. Lin Jianglong didn't mean to target your friend. Ruyu, the banquet isn't over yet. Why leave now? I told you I'd be thrilled to welcome your friend. Therefore, I sincerely invite you both to stay. Li Futu gave a cold laugh, casting a distant glance at Fang Feiyu. Where was he when Lin Jianglong was mocking her relentlessly earlier? Now he rushes over with this hypocrisy. Fang Feiyu, I truly appreciate your invitation. However, I simply have no heart for it now. I wish you soaring success in your future endeavors in the capital. Li Futu and I will take our leave. Yan Ruyu spoke with a calm expression. After finishing, she took Li Futu's arm and walked straight out. Fang Feiyu stood rooted to the spot, watching Yan Ruyu's figure grow smaller in the distance. Suddenly, he felt as though the thing he cherished most was also drifting further and further away from him. Born in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Yan Ruyu possessed the delicate beauty of a southern beauty while also embodying the tall, slender grace of a northern woman. She seemed like the most exquisite creation heaven had bestowed upon the mortal world, captivating every man who laid eyes on her. Fang Feiyu had been pursuing Yan Ruyu for many years, but to no avail. His sole purpose in coming to the capital was for Yan Ruyu. He knew her nature well. She had always disdained those idle, spoiled sons of wealthy families who lacked ambition. Therefore, he intended to prove to Yan Ruyu in the capital that he could build a successful career through his own abilities, without relying on his family's influence. This would give him more leverage to win her heart. Yet he never imagined tonight's events would unfold so completely beyond his expectations, leaving him utterly unprepared. Everything he had done was for Yan Ruyu, yet she had left. It felt as though all his meticulous planning had come to naught at the most critical moment. This filled him with a sense of defeat and ignited an endless fury. The root of all this hatred lay in the figure he now stared at coldly. Li Futu. Ruyu is mine. She can only belong to me. No one else can possess her. And you, Li Futu, I will make you vanish completely. A fiery rage ignited in Su Feiyu's eyes, tinged with a chilling, murderous intent. Before all this unfolded, Huang Fan Lin Ruru's nominal husband was conversing with a stern-faced man in the banquet hall. Judging by Huang Fan's expression, this man's status and standing made him eager to curry favor and climb higher. During their conversation, Huang Fan mentioned Lin Ruru. The man's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of greedy, intense desire beneath his glasses. Then, the conflict erupted between Yan Ruyu and Lin Jianglong, finally diverting Huang Fan's attention. Just as Yan Ruyu and Li Futu shared a kiss, Huang Fan's gaze found Lin Ruru. Noticing her expression, he frowned slightly, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a touch of coolness. Li Futu sped down the highway, Yan Ruyu sitting silently in the passenger seat. The slightly open window let in the night breeze, which ruffled her silky hair. Her face, clearly visible, was flawlessly beautiful, like a blooming snow lotus. Ah, Li Futu sighed, I was planning to feast at tonight's banquet, but things didn't go as expected. Yan Ruyu snapped back to reality. She fixed her gaze on Li Futu and said, Li Futu, I'm sorry. If I hadn't asked you to be my escort to the banquet, none of this would have happened. Li Futu's expression froze. He hadn't expected Yan Ruyu to apologize to him. Clearly, he was the one who'd gained the advantage. Well, Ruyu, hearing you say that actually makes me feel like I'm taking advantage and then playing innocent, Li Futu chuckled. Yan Ruyu's expression froze as she grasped the implication behind Li Futu's words. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Recalling how she'd kissed him right there in the banquet hall, she still found it utterly unbelievable even now. Ruyu, there's no need to apologize. I never took that man seriously. Whatever he says won't affect me in the slightest. But I do thank you for your actions. I know you were protecting my dignity. Though this places a heavier burden on you now. That does make me feel rather awkward. So I was thinking, why not make this pretend thing real? Don't you think it's worth considering? Li Futu smiled, looking every bit the sly fox. Yen Ruyu's expression froze, a flicker of annoyed reproach flashing in her eyes. She retorted irritably, you really are the type to bite the hand that feeds you. Turn this charade into reality? Don't think that just because I kissed you, it means anything. You can forget this whole thing, pretend it never happened. Impossible. Heaven knows, that was my first kiss. How could I just forget it? It should be etched into my memory forever. Li Futu sighed dramatically, speaking with solemn conviction. He felt he was absolutely right. It was his first kiss, shared with Yen Ruyu. What? Your first kiss? Cut the crap. That was my first. Yen Ruyu's voice trembled with emotion, but mid-sentence, realizing her slip, she clamped her mouth shut. She gritted her teeth, shot Li Futu a glare, and turned her head away. Li Futu froze. Even though Yen Ruyu had stopped herself, he sensed something was off. His face instantly filled with astonishment and delight. Good heavens, that was Yen Ruyu's first kiss? Damn it! If he'd known, he should have kissed her forever until their lips went numb. Why did he stop so foolishly back then? Ruyu, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. What is it? Truthfully, I haven't had enough of kissing you. I wonder if I could make up for this regret. Li Futu spoke with deadpan seriousness, his gaze fixed on Yen Ruyu. Li Futu, you bastard. Shut up. You're not allowed to say another word. Drive. Yen Ruyu nearly leaped out of her seat, her face flushed with both embarrassment and anger. Li Futu chuckled and actually obeyed, focusing intently on driving. After an unknown length of silence, voices echoed through the car once more. Ruyu, neither of us had dinner. Should we find somewhere to eat? Let's go home first. You always brag about how good your cooking is. I want to try it. No problem. Tonight, I'll let you sample my skills. Li Futu smiled, readily agreeing to Yen Ruyu's request. Chapter 097, Human Face, Beastly Nature. Banquet Hall. After the banquet concluded, Huang Fan and Lin Ruoru bid farewell to Feng Feiyu and departed. Though they still appeared close on the surface, they had long since become strangers in all but name. Were it not for attending such banquets, they would have no contact whatsoever in their daily lives. Once in the car, Lin Ruoru's face, usually as radiant as a peach blossom, turned cold and silent. Huang Fan remained silent too. They had begun living apart 3 years prior. After 3 years of estrangement, they had nothing left in common. Their relationship had become that of strangers, each minding their own business. Century Mansion Residential Complex. Huang Fan drove Lin Ruoru to her residence, but he showed no intention of leaving immediately. Lin Ruoru looked slightly surprised and couldn't help but glance at him. I'd like to come up to your place to discuss something, Huang Fan stated directly. Lin Ruoru's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It's getting late. We can discuss it another time. Besides, there's nothing left for us to talk about. It's about the company's IPO, Huang Fan replied. Our listing application has been pending for quite some time without approval. Now there's a breakthrough, so I wanted to discuss it with you. Lin Ruoru's heart skipped a beat. She held a 20% stake in Huang Fan's company, making her the largest shareholder after him. It was precisely because the company had been preparing for the IPO all these years that she hadn't publicly divorced Huang Fan, mindful that it could disrupt the listing process. Hearing Huang Fan mention a breakthrough in the IPO, her interest peaked. All right then, she said. With that, Lin Ruoru walked into the residential complex. Returning home, she switched on the lights. The spacious, over 200 square meter apartment felt both expansive and eerily quiet. Huang Fan followed her in and sat down on the sofa. Lin Ruoru asked indifferently, so, what exactly is the situation? The company's application has been delayed indefinitely. Frankly, it all boils down to connections. Countless companies are currently applying for listing, all waiting in line. With connections, the review process moves swiftly. Without them, you're left waiting. And what the outcome will be in the end is anyone's guess. Huang Fan explained. Didn't you say there was a breakthrough? Lin Ruoru inquired. You saw it tonight. Minister Lu attended the banquet. I won't elaborate on his position. Suffice it to say, with Minister Lu's assistance, our company's application will be approved swiftly. Huang Fan paused hesitantly, glancing at Lin Ruoru across from him. Just what? Lin Ruoru frowned, then continued, I know all about Minister Lu. He's cunning and treacherous, not a good man. Is he after money? That's only part of it. Beyond that, Minister Lu has openly expressed quite a fondness for you, Huang Fan replied. What? Lin Ruoru froze, her expression darkening as if she'd grasped something. Huang Fan, you're truly despicable. Are you suggesting I sleep with Minister Lu? That I use my body as leverage to get him to intervene? I'm your nominal wife, and you'd consider such a thing? You're worse than an animal. Roru, there's no need to get so worked up. Minister Lu is aware of our situation. Precisely because of that, he made this suggestion. Besides, Minister Lu holds immense power and influence. If you were to align yourself with him, your status and standing would be transformed. This benefits you and benefits the company. It's a win-win. Huang Fan stated. You beast. I must have been blind to marry you back then. Thankfully, I saw your true colors 3 years ago. Good for me? A win-win situation? Huang Fan sneered. This benefits you most, doesn't it? You truly are a beast in human form. Not only do you disregard our marital bond, but you dare betray me? You disgust me. Get out. Get out of here. Lin Roru leapt to her feet, her voice trembling with fury. Huang Fan's eyes turned cold. He sneered and said, Lin Roru, do you think you're some pure angel? Are you really that high and mighty? Sure, we haven't interfered in each other's private lives these past 3 years, but you've never been with another man? That guy tonight, Li Futu Whited, the way you looked at him seemed so off. Huang Fan, you have the nerve to lecture me? I won't even bring up your past disgraceful behavior, it's too disgusting. As for my life, you have no right to interfere. So what if I know Li Futu? It's my own choice. But I, Lin Roru, am not so low as to sell my body to gain advantages for you. Get out. I never want to see you again. We're meeting at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. This marriage should have ended long ago. Lin Roru said coldly. So you're confessing without prompting? And now you're frantically telling me to get out? We're not divorced yet, why should I leave? Tonight, I'm not leaving. Not only that, but I'm going to do what married couples do. Huang Fan spoke, gazing at the stunningly sensual Lin Roru before him. Her increasingly mature figure truly stirred the desire he'd suppressed for so long. He suddenly realized that despite never lacking women, none possessed the deepening allure, the growing charm, or the increasingly voluptuous maturity of Lin Roru. Her words had ignited a jealous rage within him, fueling his primal instincts. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Lin Roru. Ah, Huang Fan. What are you doing? Get off me. Lin Roru cried out urgently as Huang Fan pinned her down onto the sofa. Terrified and furious, Lin Roru instinctively raised her right knee as she fell, driving it hard into Huang Fan's groin. Huang Fan let out a pained cry, his body momentarily frozen. Seizing that split second, Lin Roru grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and hissed, Huang Fan, you animal. Get out. If you don't leave, I'll fight you to the death. Huang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the fruit knife clenched tightly in Lin Roru's hands, he scrambled to his feet. As she advanced step by step, he backed away, stammering, Roru, you must calm down. There's no need for this. I'll leave. I'll leave right now. Get out. Get out now. Lin Roru screamed hysterically, tears welling in her eyes. Huang Fan, ever the coward, scrambled to the door in panic. Once outside, he stammered, Roru, I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. But please think about what I just said. Bang. Before Huang Fan could finish, Lin Roru slammed the door shut. Wah! Lin Roru slid down the doorframe, her back pressed against it, unable to hold back her sobs. Large, crystal-clear tears streamed down her delicate cheeks, a heartbreakingly beautiful sight. Chapter 098, Midnight Plea. The vast room was brightly lit, the dazzling light only serving to highlight the glistening tears in Lin Roru's eyes. Tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string, cascading over her delicate, porcelain-like face and falling one by one onto the floor. Leaning against the doorway, Lin Roru crouched with the fruit knife now lowered from her tightly clenched hand. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, appearing utterly helpless. In this moment, she truly felt utterly helpless and terrified. Her tears flowed not only because of Huang Fan's disrespect, but also because she genuinely felt she had no one to rely on. If only I could have a strong support system, a harbor to rely on, a heart to protect me. Would Huang Fan dare treat me this way? She had long seen through Huang Fan's beastly behavior. Thus, his shameless proposal did not sadden her. Instead, uncontrollable rage spread through her entire body. She no longer cared about Huang Fan as a person. His actions naturally failed to stir any sorrow within her. But his words had deeply wounded her pride. She felt furious, and even more profoundly, a deep sense of helplessness and desolation. She realized that in this steel city, a woman without the steadfast warmth of a loving embrace was like a rootless duckweed, her heart adrift with nowhere to anchor. Lin Roru curled up into a ball, a protective posture born of self-awareness. In this moment, she longed for a solid, warm embrace to lean on, to find solace for her helpless and frightened heart. But in this vast sea of people, who could she possibly turn to for even a brief, warm embrace? A faint gloom flickered in Lin Roru's tear-filled eyes. Suddenly, her gaze brightened as a tall, imposing figure emerged in her mind, a face often graced with a lazy, carefree smile. As if grasping at a last lifeline, she immediately picked up her phone and dialed a number. Rose Apartments. It was already 11:30 p.m., past Yen Ruyu's usual bedtime. Sitting on the living room sofa, she stood up, glanced at Li Futu beside her, and said, "I'm going upstairs to rest. You should get some sleep too." Li Futu smiled and replied, "Good night. You too. Oh, I almost forgot to mention you really are quite the cook. I'm curious, how did you hone such culinary skills? It seems fewer men are willing to step into the kitchen these days." Yen Ruyu asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. Li Futu replied with great solemnity, "I've resolved to be a model husband. Cooking in the kitchen is naturally a skill I've mastered with ease. Who says only women should cook? A good man should personally prepare meals for his woman, that's how he proves his devotion." Yen Ruyu froze, then flushed crimson with indignation. This bastard was clearly implying something with his words. She clenched her jaw and snapped, Your words are utterly unreasonable. You're despicable. Fine, I'm going upstairs. Talking to you is just infuriating." Yen Ruyu couldn't be bothered to say another word to this man. Li Futu glanced at the deepening night and prepared to take a bath before resting. Suddenly, his phone rang sharply. He glanced at the caller ID and paused slightly. It was Lin Ruoru calling. Li Futu answered, "Hello, is this Ruoru?" Instead of her voice, he heard sobs coming through the phone. Li Futu frowned and asked, "Ruoru, is that you? What's wrong? Why are you crying? What happened? Li Futu, can you come be with me now? I feel so helpless. Ruoru, what's really going on? Where are you? I'll come find you right now. I'm at Century Garden Residential Complex." Li Futu, thank you. Thank you for coming." Lin Ruoru's voice was broken and choked with sobs as she spoke over the phone. Li Futu could only offer a few words of comfort before hanging up. He stepped outside the villa, ready to drive to find Lin Ruoru. He knew something must have happened to her. Otherwise, with her strong-willed nature, she would never have broken down and cried. Stepping outside the villa, Li Futu glanced up at the second-floor rooms. Seeing the light burning in one of them, he considered going up to inform Yen Ruyu. But after a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea of going upstairs to tell Yen Ruyu. Instead, he sent her a text message, saying he had urgent business to attend to and needed to leave. Li Futu swiftly drove away from Ro's apartments. On the second floor, the curtains parted. Yen Ruyu stood at the window, phone in hand, watching the receding car. An inexplicable worry crept into her eyes. So late at night, she had no idea what could be so urgent that Li Futu had to rush out like that. Her worry wasn't unfounded. Tonight at the Crown Hotel, Li Futu had directly offended powerful figures like Su Feiyu, Lin Jianlong, and Lu Zilong. Deep into the night, Lin Ruoru sat curled on the sofa, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her face, usually as radiant as a peach blossom, now looked pale, streaked with glistening tears. Her gaze fixed ahead, her eyes usually alluring and captivating now appeared hollow, flickering with flashes of heartbreak, helplessness, and terror. Huang Fan's words moments ago had filled her with indignation and hurt, and his intent to force himself upon her had sent waves of terror through her heart. When a woman feels lost and helpless, the first man she thinks of is often the one she cares about most and trusts the most. She couldn't explain why she trusted Li Futu, but she dialed his number anyway. Watching the seconds tick by, Lin Ruoru silently prayed for Li Futu's swift arrival. It felt as though, without realizing it, she had come to regard him as her sole anchor. Bang! Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks jolted her back to reality. Could it be Li Futu? She sprang up from the sofa and rushed toward the door. "Ruoru, are you in there? It's Li Futu. If you're inside, please open the door." As Lin Ruoru reached the doorway, Li Futu's urgent voice carried through. In that moment, her tender heart was gently stirred. Tears that had ceased flowing began to well up once more, spilling over her eyelids and trickling down her cheeks. She reached out and opened the door, finding Li Futu standing there, his eyes filled with urgent concern as he looked at her. Li Futu. Seeing Li Futu before her, Lin Ruoru felt as though she had found her own anchor. Her voice trembling with tears, she called out. Before Li Futu could step inside, she threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in his chest. Chapter 099, Stay Tonight. When a true man is wounded inside, all he needs is space to be alone to quietly lick his own wounds like a wounded beast. But when a woman feels helpless and hurt, she often cannot bear to be alone in silence. That stillness and quiet only deepen her panic. What she needs is a warm embrace. Thus, the moment Lin Ruoru opened the door and saw Li Futu standing outside, all the pent-up emotions within her erupted. Her constant state of panic and helplessness seemed to find a warm harbor for release and support. Without a second thought, she threw herself into Li Futu's arms. Li Futu was taken aback. From the soft, choked sobs still escaping her, he could sense the terror and unease within her. At that moment, she resembled a frightened little rabbit, cowering and trembling in his embrace. Li Futu gently patted Lin Ruoru's back and led her into the house. His gaze immediately fell upon a fruit knife lying on the ground. Seeing Lin Ruoru's tear-streaked face, a realization dawned on him. His expression darkened as he demanded, "Ruoru, what happened? Who hurt you? Tell me, who hurt you?" Lin Roro lifted her tear-filled eyes and gazed quietly at Li Futu. Though she was still sobbing, a faint warmth began to stir within her heart. She didn't answer, instead tightening her embrace around Li Futu once more. Her embrace was so tight, as if she feared that the slightest loosening would make Li Futu vanish from her arms. After a long while, Lin Roro lifted her beautiful eyes once more. She gazed at Li Futu with boundless tenderness, feeling an indescribable sense of security and warmth wash over her in that moment. "Ruoru, it's okay now. With me here, nothing bad will happen." Li Futu comforted her softly, then asked, "Ruoru, tell me what exactly happened just now." It was Huang Fan. That shameless, despicable creature." Lin Roro gritted her teeth, her exquisite, beautiful face twisted with fury. "Huang Fan?" Li Futu couldn't help but frown, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Who is he?" "He's my nominal husband. The bastard who accompanied me to tonight's banquet at the Crown Hotel," Lin Roro explained. Li Futu's mind flashed back to the Crown Hotel banquet hall, recalling the slightly plump man who had entered alongside Lin Roro. His gaze immediately turned cold as he said, "Him? I remember now. How did he treat you? Did he mistreat you?" 3 years ago, I separated from Huang Fan. From that moment on, we had no private contact whatsoever, living entirely separate lives. We only appeared together in public when required. Lin Roro continued, though we remained legally married for 3 years after separating, the reality of our marriage had long since vanished. You might wonder why I didn't divorce him outright. Truthfully, had it not been for the impending IPO of our company, I would have ended it much sooner. Initially, Huang Fan and I co-managed Hongyuan Industrial Development Company. He served as chairman, while I held the position of chief executive officer. I also retained shares in the company. However, 3 years ago, his repeated betrayals conduct of the most despicable nature compelled me to sever ties with him decisively. After the split, unwilling to see him again, I resigned as CEO and started my own foreign trade company. Yet I still held shares in Hongyuan Industrial Development. Since the year before last, the company has been preparing for its IPO. This very reason delayed my divorce proceedings with Huang Fan. As one of the major shareholders, causing a public dispute with Huang Fan during the company's critical IPO phase would jeopardize numerous aspects of the listing process. Tonight, when Huang Fan drove me home, he said he wanted to come up and discuss the company's IPO with me. He also mentioned that there had been a breakthrough and the company would soon receive regulatory approval. Hearing this, I agreed to let Huang Fan come up and talk about these matters with me. But I never imagined. At this point, Lin Roro's mind flashed back to Huang Fan's terrifyingly hateful expression from earlier. Her emotions surged, and she momentarily lost her words, unable to control herself. Li Futu took a deep breath, guided her to the sofa, and sat her down gently. "Roro, don't be afraid. From now on, I promise you he will never have another chance to hurt you." Lin Roro sniffled, her tear-filled eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Li Futu. She continued, "At tonight's banquet, Minister Liu, who oversees IPO approvals, was also present. Huang Fan kept engaging him in conversation. I didn't interfere with what they were discussing at the time. Earlier at home, Huang Fan told me there was a breakthrough regarding the company's IPO. But the condition was that I had to become Director Liu's woman. Huang Fan even bluntly said he wanted me to sleep with Director Liu. Hearing this, I was filled with outrage. Huang Fan is nothing but a beast. Not only does he show no regard for our former marital bond, but he actually expects me to sell my body. My fury reached its peak, and I told him to get out immediately. But unexpectedly, he lunged at me, trying to assault me. Luckily, I grabbed the fruit knife on the coffee table just in time and forced him away. After that, I felt utterly helpless and terrified, which is why I called you. I was truly at my wit's end. If I hadn't grabbed that knife, who knows what would have happened." Lin Roro's accusation was filled with fury, though her eyes had stopped welling with tears. Traces of tears still lingered on her peach blossom face, making her look all the more captivating. Li Futu listened quietly. By the end, a surge of rage welled up inside him. Had he not heard Lin Roro recounted herself, he never would have imagined anyone could be so shameless, truly without any limits. And this man was Lin Roro's husband. To betray his own wife for personal gain, such a despicable villain deserved no mercy. His death would only be met with applause. Li Futu wrapped his arms tightly around Lin Roro's body, letting her feel the warmth radiating from him. He knew she now regarded him as the man she trusted most, and he would never betray that trust. Having learned of such matters, he naturally felt compelled to act. Though they had only known each other a few days, and their encounter had been nothing short of wild and passionate, seeing her curl up in his arms, utterly vulnerable, stirred something deep within him. An instinctive urge to protect her surged through him. "Roro, give me Huang Fan's address and contact information. I'll get you justice." Li Futu spoke calmly, yet a sharp, terrifying glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Lin Roro's expression froze upon hearing this. She looked at Li Futu and said, "No, don't. Li Futu, don't leave me tonight. I'm scared. I need someone to stay with me." Finally, her pearly white teeth gently bit her cherry lips. Her face flushed slightly, and a hint of bashfulness flashed in her eyes. Parting her lips, she whispered softly, "Stay tonight. Stay with me, okay?" Chapter 100, Waiting for the Prey. The next morning, the sun rose high, showering the world with dazzling golden light. The curtains in the room swayed gently as several rays of brilliant sunlight streamed in, casting a golden glow across the floor. On the plush bed, Lifutu still lay sprawled. Suddenly, he rolled over, reaching out instinctively to embrace something only to grasp at thin air. Half asleep, he seemed to realize this. Slowly opening his bleary eyes, he looked ahead and discovered that Lin Roru was no longer lying in bed. The pillow beside him still carried a faint, lingering fragrance, but the beloved was gone. Had Roru gotten up? What time was it now? Lifutu wondered silently as he stretched lazily in bed, reluctant to get up just yet. This was Lin Roru's room, and the air was filled with a faint, delicate fragrance just like the refreshing scent that always clung to her. Memories of last night's intimate moments with Lin Roru inevitably surfaced in Lifutu's mind. Scene after scene played back like a movie reel in his thoughts. After lingering in bed a little longer, Lifutu finally rose, dressed, and stepped out. Sounds drifted from the kitchen, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked noodles. Lifutu walked toward the kitchen and saw a mature, curvaceous figure busily preparing breakfast. A faint smile touched Lifutu's lips as he leaned against the kitchen doorway, narrowing his eyes slightly to observe the figure before him. After a night together, Lin Roru appeared even more radiant and mature. Her body seemed to glow with renewed vitality, and her mature charm had deepened. It was as if last night's experience had transformed her aura once more. It truly proved the saying, "A woman needs a man's nourishment." Preparing breakfast, Lin Roru seemed to sense something. She turned abruptly, her alluring eyes meeting Lifutu's gaze. He was leaning lazily against the kitchen doorway, his eyes glinting with a teasing light as he watched her. Lin Roru froze for a moment before snapping, "You're awake? What are you doing standing there? Go wash up. There's a new toothbrush in the bathroom. By the time you're done, breakfast should be ready." "Roru, have you noticed how enchanting you've become?" Lifutu remarked with a meaningful smile. Lin Roru's rosy cheeks flushed crimson at his words. She shot Lifutu a glare and snapped, "You're up to no good again first thing in the morning, aren't you? Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. Then come eat breakfast." Lifutu chuckled and headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After finishing her routine, Lin Roru carried the steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles to the table. "Come eat. It's still hot, so just take your time." Lin Roru smiled gently, her eyes meeting Lifutu's. Lifutu nodded and walked over to sit beside Lin Roru at the table for breakfast. Whether it was because Lifutu was genuinely hungry or the previous night's wild passion had left him ravenous, he ate heartily. Fortunately, Lin Roru had prepared a generous portion of noodles, more than enough for him to eat his fill. Lin Roru sat beside Lifutu. Though she ate her own noodles, she spent more time watching him eat. She resembled a woman gentle as water, accompanying her man. Watching him savor the breakfast she had prepared with her own hands, that warmth and affection nourished her soul, stirring waves of unprecedented happiness within her. After breakfast, Lifutu sat with Lin Roru in the living room. Lin Roru nestled into Lifutu's embrace, finding a warm harbor for her heart that had drifted aimlessly for so many years. "Roru, I have business to attend to and must leave. Will you stay home or go out too?" Lifutu asked, gazing at her lovely face. "I want to rest at home today." As she spoke, a faint blush spread across her lovely face. She shot Lifutu a playful glare and said, "It's all your fault. Last night was, well, it was quite something. I really can't handle it. So I need to rest at home." Lifutu paused, then chuckled softly. "Roru, it's fine. You'll gradually get used to it." "Ah!" Lin Roru let out a playful gasp, her beautiful eyes rolling at Lifutu as she playfully punched him a few times with her delicate fist. Lifutu smiled, rose to take his leave, and walked toward the door. Lin Roru accompanied him all the way to the doorway, her eyes brimming with reluctance as she watched him leave. If she could, she truly wished to stay by Lifutu's side forever. After leaving the residential compound, Lifutu's sharply defined features hardened with a cold, grim expression. A hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Lifutu had already claimed Lin Roru as his woman. Last night, she had been subjected to Huang Fan's relentless pressure, something Lifutu could not tolerate. Moreover, if Huang Fan wasn't taught a lesson he'd never forget, he would haunt Lin Roru like a shadow. This was not an outcome Lifutu wished to see, compelling him to seek out Huang Fan for a talk. Hongyuan Corporation. Upon arriving, Lifutu did not rush into the company. He learned from Lin Roru that Huang Fan would likely return around noon. Lifutu entered a coffee shop across the street, ordered a cup of coffee, and chose a window seat to quietly await his prey's arrival. Around 11:30, an Audi Q7 pulled into view. Lifutu's eyes narrowed slightly. This was Huang Fan's usual vehicle. The Audi pulled up before the entrance of Hongyuan Industrial Development. The door opened, and a slightly plump man stepped out, escorted by two bodyguards. It was Huang Fan. A harmless smile touched Li Futu's lips. He picked up his phone and dialed Huang Fan's number. Hello, is this Mr. Huang? Who are you? Do we know each other? How did you get my number? Li Futu held the phone in his right hand, his gaze fixed on Huang Fan's figure across the street, about to enter Hongyuan Industrial Development Company. The man was answering his call. Huang Fan's number, of course, was one Li Futu had retrieved from Lin Ruoru's phone. Mr. Huang, we've actually met before. Last night at the Crown Hotel Banquet Hall. Oh, I should introduce myself. My name is Li Futu. I'm acquainted with your wife, Lin Ruoru. She mentioned you suspect there's something untoward between us. I feel it's necessary to discuss this matter with you in person. Would you be able to spare some time? You? We have nothing to discuss. Lin Ruoru gave you this number, didn't she? Humph. So Mr. Huang has no intention of meeting me? I don't have time to waste on you. Get lost. That's truly unfortunate. But I suspect we'll meet again soon enough. Psycho. Huang Fan cursed angrily before slamming the phone down. Through the haze, he could be seen muttering curses as he strode into the company building, escorted by his bodyguards. Li Futu set down his phone and stood up, a sharp, murderous intent suddenly permeating the air. Chapter 101, Playing the Kind Devil. Part 1. Huang Fan entered the company building, flanked by 2 bodyguards. His mood was foul. Recalling last night's events, he still couldn't let it go. He never imagined the usually gentle and virtuous Lin Ruoru would be so fierce, grabbing a fruit knife and forcing him into a humiliating retreat. When he returned home last night, Director Liu had called to inquire about the progress of the matter. Huang Fan could only superficially assure him that he was communicating with Lin Ruoru, promising Director Liu that he would deliver a satisfactory outcome for everyone. While saying this, Huang Fan inwardly cursed the old man. Why did he have to covet Lin Ruoru of all people? Judging from last night's situation, resolving this matter would be extremely difficult. Huang Fan tossed and turned all night, racking his brain for any possible way to make Lin Ruoru submit. Huang Fan stepped into the elevator, heading for his office. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 16th floor. Huang Fan stepped out and headed toward his office. This floor was usually occupied only by him, his bodyguards, and his secretary. However, his stunningly beautiful and sexy secretary wasn't present today. She was out on an errand. Huang Fan opened the office door and stepped inside, while his 2 bodyguards remained standing outside. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside the office, faintly accompanied by a dull, unsettling sound. Huang Fan couldn't help but frown. He turned his head to look outside his office. Thud. Thud. To his shock, he saw 2 burly men flung into the office like dead dogs. Huang Fan's pupils abruptly contracted. These 2 men were his own bodyguards. Mr. Huang, I told you we'd meet soon. A voice tinged with laziness reached Huang Fan's ears like a thunderclap. He whipped his head around to find a young man standing before him, a lazy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The man had just closed and locked the office door. It's you? Huang Fan was visibly shaken, his body involuntarily taking a step back. He had seen this young man last night in the banquet hall of the Crown Hotel, where this very young man had been locked in a kiss with Yen Ruyu, becoming the center of attention for the entire venue. That's right. It's me. Li Futu smiled faintly, his expression still appearing harmless. Yet to Huang Fan, it sent an involuntary chill through his heart. How did you get up here? No one stopped you? Huang Fan blurted out, his heart filled with shock and fury. Were the company's security guards useless? It seemed absolutely necessary to make sure they didn't show up for work tomorrow. I ran up the emergency stairwell. You took the elevator. I ran perfect timing. Li Futu smiled, glancing at Huang Fan before continuing, don't think this small place is anything special. I've infiltrated even the FBI headquarters building in Eagle Nation. Yours? Piece of cake. Huang Fan's eyes darkened. His peripheral vision caught the 2 bodyguards who'd been flung inside, lying motionless on the floor. He couldn't tell if they were dead or alive. A wave of dread washed over him. He knew the capabilities of these 2 bodyguards by his side. Both were veteran soldiers, each capable of effortlessly handling 7 or 8 burly men. Yet here they were, knocked down without even a chance to utter a warning cry. This alone allowed Huang Fan to grasp the terrifying potential of the seemingly frail and harmless-looking Li Futu standing before him. Huang Fan was no fool himself. He forced himself to calm down, fixing Li Futu with a cold stare. What exactly do you want? He demanded. Do you realize your actions are illegal? I could easily call the police to arrest you. Welcome. If you want the cops to come pick up your body later. Li Futu shrugged, looking utterly indifferent. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Through the swirling smoke, his narrowed eyes fixed on Huang Fan as he continued, I'll give you time to call the police. Go ahead. Huang Fan froze, meeting Li Futu's gaze. He felt an indescribable, heavy, terrifying pressure. The man seemed to carry a thick, blood-soaked scent, making Huang Fan sense a palpable, tangible taste of death. Panic surged within him, shattering the carefully constructed facade of composure. He blurted out, What do you want? If you do anything to me, people will find out once you're out. Li Futu gave a cold laugh. He'd heard this kind of hollow bravado countless times before. Since you won't dare call the police, let's discuss matters concerning Lin Ruru. Li Futu's gaze darkened as he strode toward Huang Fan. With one swift motion, he grabbed the collar of Huang Fan's shirt and dragged him toward the sofa in the office, as though hauling a dead dog. Huang Fan's face twisted with terror he couldn't resist at all. In truth, meeting Li Futu's piercing gaze cold as blades had already sent Huang Fan into a panic. He felt like prey caught in the sights of a bloodthirsty beast, even sensing a thick, suffocating aura of death. Huang Fan was inherently a coward, terrified of death. He had worked tirelessly to achieve his current status and success, building his own business, amassing untold wealth, and with his company poised for an IPO. Naturally, he had no desire to die. He could sense the sharp, terrifying killing intent emanating from Li Futu. If the man could effortlessly knock out his two bodyguards, ending his life would be child's play. This realization made Huang Fan tremble violently, his face drained of color, overcome with sheer terror. Yet he clung to the belief that Li Futu would never dare harm him within his own office. Still, fear gnawed at his heart. Thud! Li Futu dragged Huang Fan's body a few steps before flinging him forward with brutal force. Huang Fan's heavy frame, weighing over 160 pounds, landed like a dead dog, crashing heavily onto the sofa before tumbling off onto the floor. Landing headfirst, he clutched his head in agony as Li Futu approached. Huang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He scrambled to his feet, staring at Li Futu and stammered, How could you hit someone? What do you think you're doing? Li Futu frowned, then lashed out with his right hand, slapping Huang Fan squarely across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed as Huang Fan was sent tumbling backward onto the sofa behind him. Stunned by the blow, he stared at Li Futu with a look of utter bewilderment, his eyes filled with terror. In my presence, you have no right to question my actions. If you wish to avoid physical punishment, sit still and don't move. Li Futu spoke coldly as he sat down opposite Huang Fan. Huang Fan was genuinely intimidated. He sat motionless, as if petrified, the horror on his face unmasked and unhidden. Li Futu cast a cold glance at Huang Fan and declared, I came here today for Lin Ruru. You know exactly what you did to her last night. I won't waste words on your character, it would only disgust me. A man who pushes his own wife into another man's arms for personal gain is worse than a beast. Huang Fan's face paled. Li Futu's words made his complexion shift between green and white, not just from embarrassment. He pursed his lips and stammered, That's between her and me. Besides, technically, she's still my wife. This isn't your place to interfere, is it? Smack! No sooner had Huang Fan finished speaking than Li Futu lunged forward, his right hand slamming hard across Huang Fan's face once more. Chapter 102, Playing the Kind Devil. Part 2. Under Li Futu's powerful blow, Huang Fan couldn't help but let out a wail of pain. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face instantly swelled and turned purple, looking utterly hideous. And you have the nerve to call her your nominal wife? If you truly believe that, would you have made such a shameless proposal? Touch your own chest, do you even have a conscience left? Did you feel no shame uttering those words? Li Futu's rage boiled over. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and an invisible aura tinged with the scent of blood surged forth, engulfing Huang Fan. Huang Fan clutched his face, terror gripping his heart. This moment Li Futu felt terrifying, like a demon incarnate. I came to see you today, but I won't harm you. I'll only warn you once, stay as far away from Ruru as possible. If you dare appear within her sight again, if you dare to bother her, if you harbor any ill will toward her, I'll make you regret ever being born. Li Futu glanced at Huang Fan and continued, while there's still time, I might as well tell you a story. The dark world, a realm hidden beneath the surface of this world, saturated with bloodshed and slaughter. Every kind of faction existed there, evil cultists, terrorists, assassins, mercenaries, and more. Among them was a mercenary legion known as the Snow Wolf Mercenary Legion. This legion was exceptionally powerful, and their methods were brutally ruthless. The leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Legion was known in the dark world as the Snow Wolf Head. This man had once served in the Beret Special Forces. After leaving, he personally founded the Snow Wolf Mercenary Legion. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps took on assignments from various nations and organizations: smuggling, drug trafficking, contract killings, cargo theft. Nothing was off limits. Gradually, the mercenary group's notoriety grew, and Snow Wolf Head came to be secretly called the Killing Demon by many. Why? Because within just 1 year, Snow Wolf Head led his mercenary group across various battlefields, personally killing a full 1,050 people in that single year, earning him the title of Killing Demon. At this point, Li Futu's eyes darkened, a faint crimson glow emerging within them. It seemed as though two pools of eerie bloodlight reflected in his pupils. The air around his body felt as though it had solidified, faintly radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent that could send shivers down one's spine. Mr. Huang, Li Futa suddenly asked with a chilling smile, would you say this snow wolf head truly deserves the title of Killing Demon King? It does. It does. Huang Fan felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, his breathing quickening. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his facial expression freezing stiff. Huang Fan looked at Li Futu with a hint of terror in his eyes. When he met Li Futu's slightly bloodshot, murderous gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. A thought flashed through his mind, could Li Futu be this demon king of murder? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If Li Futu truly was the murderous demon he claimed to be, had he just provoked the Grim Reaper himself? Over a year ago, my brothers and I were on a mission. After completing our task, we were ambushed by the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps in a tropical rainforest. They'd been lying in wait, striking us completely unprepared the moment we entered. Li Futu spoke slowly, a faint ache stirring in his heart as if reliving the day. His fists clenched tightly, the cigarette in his right hand crushed to a pulp beneath his grip. The intense aura of killing intent radiating from him grew even stronger, the air around him seemingly solidifying under the weight of his presence. Huang Fan's slightly plump body began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his face. He tried to stand and move away from Li Futu, but somehow, his legs were shaking so badly he couldn't muster even an ounce of strength. An enemy sniper had targeted me, firing a cold shot. I had no time to dodge. At that moment, one of my brothers, alerted in advance, threw himself forward, shoving me out of harm's way. He was struck down by the silver bullet. After that, consumed by rage, I led the others in a counterattack, annihilating the entire mercenary force. My brother's death filled me with grief and rage. Alone, I charged straight toward the Snow Wolf Mercenary Legion's stronghold. At this point, Li Futa's lips curled into a chillingly sinister smile as he continued. 3 days later, the entire Dark World suddenly discovered the Snow Wolf Mercenary Legion had been utterly annihilated, not a single member left. That Snow Wolf leader, the so-called Killing Demon King, he was subjected to lynching, suffering 2,898 cuts before his skin was flayed off. His corpse, along with his skin, was hung on the city gate of a town. Slow slicing. Fear flashed in Huang Fan's eyes. A chill ran through his body, his hair stood on end, and deep terror spread from his heart throughout his entire being. His voice trembled as he stammered, was it you who did this? The look in his eyes as he gazed at Li Futu now held a terror that ran deep to the bone. He had believed Li Futu to be the so-called demon king of murder, yet upon hearing the end of the tale, he realized that even that infamous figure paled in comparison to Li Futu. Li Futu offered a faint, indifferent smile, avoiding a direct answer to Huang Fan's question. Mr. Huang, he said calmly, this is merely a story. If you believe it to be true, then it is true. If you think I made it up, then it is fiction. But regardless, I wish to tell you one thing, I, Li Futu, have no intention of offending others. For even the smallest kindness shown to me, I repay with profound gratitude. However, at this point, Li Futu's gaze turned icy, a thread of coldness flickering in his eyes. Fixing his stare on Huang Fan, he spoke slowly and deliberately, if anyone threatens those close to me, my brothers, my family, my woman, I will make them pay a price more agonizing than any torment in hell. Huang Fan's face had already turned as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Facing Li Futu before him, he felt nothing but terror, convinced the man was a demon risen from the depths of hell itself. He believed every word Li Futu had just spoken. It was precisely because he believed it that his heart trembled with such profound terror. Well then, Mr. Huang, the story is told, and my meaning is clear. I should be going. Today, I've shown mercy and spared you. I hope we never cross paths again, for if we do, I cannot guarantee what fate awaits you. I trust you know what to do from now on, Mr. Huang. Li Futu stood up, glanced at Huang Fan, and smiled. If you still want to play some dirty tricks like hiring someone to take me out, I'd welcome it. Just be prepared for the consequences you'll face. With that, Li Futu walked straight out of Huang Fan's office. Huang Fan collapsed onto the sofa in sheer terror. By the time he regained his senses, Li Futu had vanished from sight. It all felt like a nightmare. Yet the swollen, throbbing pain in his face and the lingering whispers of murderous intent in the air kept reminding him this was real. Demon! Demon! He's a devilish demon! Huang Fan muttered, gasping for breath. A heavy, mountain-like weight of terror pressed down on his heart. Chapter 103, The Xiao Sisters. Captain Wang of the Capital Traffic Police was in an unusually excited state today, his mood highly agitated. Last night, he had suddenly received a call instructing him to retrieve surveillance footage from the highway section connecting the northern suburbs to the city center between 9 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. the day before yesterday and deliver it to the Xiao family. After confirming which Xiao family it was, his excitement surged. This was his chance to prove his worth. That very day, he retrieved the surveillance footage from the early morning hours of the previous night and burned it onto a disk. He had intended to deliver it to the Xiao family yesterday, but the Xiao sisters had asked him to bring it today instead. Consequently, he dared not delay, driving straight to a luxurious mansion in Beijing's Zijing Garden Villa district. Wang Sheng stepped out of his car, his heart pounding with excitement. He walked up, pressed the doorbell, and waited patiently nearby. Soon, the gate swung open, and a young, beautiful girl stepped out. Spotting Wang Shang waiting outside, she greeted him with a radiant smile, saying cheerfully, "You must be Captain Wang? I really can't thank you enough." "Not at all, not at all. It's my honor to serve Miss Xiao," Wang Shang replied, bowing and scraping. He had long heard of the Xiao sisters' breathtaking beauty, their grace and charm said to rival the most exquisite flowers. Seeing them in person was far more stunning than any description. Now, even Wang Sheng dared not look directly at the beautiful girl before him. He feared that if his gaze wandered even slightly, the Xiao family's young lady might accuse him of indecent behavior. If that happened, he'd have no choice but to wipe away tears and return home to till the fields. Miss Xiao, Wang Sheng began, handing over the disc tucked in his coat pocket. "This is the disc I prepared. It records all vehicles entering the city from the northern suburbs between 9 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. the night before last." "Thank you, Captain Wang." Xiao Aoshua's smile deepened, making her appear like an ethereal spirit, beautiful yet tinged with a hint of mischief. You're welcome, Wang Shang hurriedly replied. Xiao Aoshue took the disc and walked into the villa. Wang Shang wondered to himself who could have provoked the Xiao sisters. In the capital, they were known as the Big Witch and Little Witch. Sis, I got the surveillance footage." Xiao Aoshue entered the villa, holding the disc aloft as she called out. In the villa's grand hall stood a woman. She wore a light gray business skirt suit, with a silver silk blouse tucked neatly inside. The outfit perfectly accentuated her slender waist and her voluptuous, expansive curves. Her face was enchantingly alluring, her long, seductive eyes radiating a bewitching charm. Standing there, she resembled a captivating fairy, evoking an inexplicable urge to bow down and worship. "Got it?" A flicker of delight crossed Xiao Aoqing's stunningly beautiful face as her gaze shifted to Xiao Aoshue, who was jogging toward them. Xiao Aoshue nodded, then walked straight to the white Apple laptop in the living room and inserted the disc into the drive. Xiao Aoqing followed, her eyes flickering with anticipation to see who the driver who had overtaken them the night before truly was. The other car had been moving too fast at the time. She had only vaguely made out that it was an Audi, unable to see the license plate clearly. That was precisely why she had requested the traffic police to retrieve this footage. She wanted to see exactly who was driving so recklessly that they dared to overtake them. Let's see how that guy gets away this time. To think he left us so far behind, utterly unforgivable. Xiao Aoshue fumed, her exquisite, beautiful face twisted with resentment. Soon, the laptop displayed footage from the early hours of that morning, showing cars speeding by. The Xiao sisters stared intently at the video, not blinking once, afraid to miss even a single frame. Xiao Aoqing recalled the time being around 9:30, so she fast-forwarded the footage slightly and began watching from 9:10. Xiao Aoshue, her wide eyes fixed on the screen, watched the footage intently, not blinking once. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed across the surveillance footage at breakneck speed, streaking across the screen like a meteor streaking across the sky. Is it? That car! The Xiao sisters cried out in unison. Quick, rewind the video and slow it down, Xiao Aoqing instructed. Xiao Aoshue grabbed the mouse, rewinding the footage to capture that fleeting moment. She slowed the playback speed tenfold and continuously zoomed in on the image. Immediately, the fleeting car appeared on the computer screen. At 10 times slower speed, the Audi emerged, moving slowly forward. The Xiao sisters' gaze locked onto the license plate. Sis, did you get the license plate number? Xiao Aoshue asked. Xiao Aoqing nodded, a smug, cold smile flickering in her beautiful eyes. Her lips curved upward as she chuckled. Finally got this guy exposed. With the license plate, tracking down the owner will be a piece of cake. Xiao Aoshue giggled too, looking like a little devil. If Li Futa had been standing there, he would have been utterly stunned by this scene. The Audi on the computer screen was precisely the car he was driving. Li Futa sped along Jinjiang Avenue. He hadn't done anything to Huang Fan beyond slapping him twice and leisurely telling him a story. He felt that was sufficient. If Huang Fan still showed no sign of understanding, he wouldn't mind making Huang Fan vanish from the face of the earth. He believed Huang Fan wasn't stupid. A man incapable of weighing the tides of fortune could never have built such a massive company. Ahead lay a traffic light intersection. As Li Futa approached, the light turned red, forcing him to slow down and come to a stop. Li Futa rolled down his window, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. He let the smoke swirl through his lungs before exhaling it gently. His gaze flickered to the rearview mirror, where a silver Maserati sports car was gliding swiftly behind him before also coming to a halt. There really were a lot of wealthy people in the capital city. Luxury sports cars were everywhere. Li Futa sighed inwardly, wondering if the driver of this sports car might be some wealthy beauty. Sis, are we going to the Ling family? I really don't want to go to the Ling family. It's so boring. Inside the Maserati, a delicate and beautiful girl sat in the passenger seat, her lips parting in boredom as she spoke. It was none other than Xiao Aoshue. At the wheel sat Xiao Aoqing. Though she wore dark brown sunglasses, they couldn't conceal her enchantingly alluring face, exquisitely beautiful, like a captivating, irresistible siren. Xiao Aoqing was about to speak when her gaze swept forward, causing her to gasp in surprise. It's him? What? Xiao Aoxue turned to Xiao Aoqing, her face filled with confusion. Xiao Aoqing reached up and removed her brown sunglasses. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. She spoke up, look, that car's license plate isn't that the one we've been searching for? I never thought we'd run into it like this. Ha? Xiao Aoxue's expression froze. She peered forward, and upon seeing the license plate of the parked Audi, she nearly leaped out of her seat. Clapping her hands, she exclaimed, yes. Yes. That's the plate. Sister, hurry up and follow it. We finally caught up with this guy, what a coincidence. Xiao Aoqing also found it uncanny. They had just watched that surveillance footage this morning and hadn't even had time to trace the owner of the car when they encountered it right after driving out. Just then, the traffic light ahead turned green, and the Audi sped forward. Roar! Xiao Aoqing wasn't about to let this chance slip away. She slammed the accelerator, and the high-performance Maserati shot forward in pursuit at breakneck speed. Li Futu was driving leisurely when, out of nowhere, he caught sight of the Maserati sports car closing in through his rearview mirror. His expression flickered with surprise. Before he could process it, the Maserati pulled alongside his car. Two stunningly beautiful faces, captivating enough to be called national treasures, leaned out of the open window. Their eyes, filled with intense fighting spirit, locked onto him. The woman driving, who seemed to possess an even more captivating aura, spoke directly to him. Humph. Finally found you. Let's race again. I refuse to believe I'll lose to you. Chapter 104, Dare to race me? Ha? Li Futu uttered in surprise, doubting his own ears as confusion clouded his expression. His gaze swept over the two beauties, suddenly noticing their striking resemblance. The woman in the passenger seat was now glaring at him with a vicious expression, as if she could devour him whole. Little did she know that the more beautiful a girl was, the more endearing any expression she made became. Take Xiao Aoxue, for instance. The expression she directed at Li Futu, which she likely imagined as terrifying, instead sent tingles through his heart. He found himself yearning to sweep this little beauty off her feet for a romantic escapade. The woman driving, by comparison, exuded a more mature allure. Her beauty was of the seductive, fiery kind, stunningly breathtaking. She appeared icy yet radiated a fiery heat. Her exquisite face resembled a blooming poppy flower, absolutely beautiful yet dangerously intoxicating. Could they be sisters? The thought flashed through Li Futu's mind. Sis, look at that jerk. He's ignoring us, and his eyes are wandering all over the place. He's clearly a shameless, sleazy guy. Xiao Aoxue glanced at Li Futu's expression before turning to Xiao Aoqing. I remember you. You're the one who raced me the night before last. Dare you race me again? Xiao Aoqing spoke up again, her narrow, alluring eyes fixed on Li Futu. Her stunningly beautiful face showed no emotion, only a challenge. If I may ask, are you two actually talking to me? Li Futu inquired with feigned seriousness. You're so infuriating. If we're not talking to you, are we talking to thin air? How annoying. I've never met someone as slow on the uptake as you. Xiao Aoxue, brimming with pent-up anger, spat out her words with venom. Li Futu sighed deeply, adopting a solemn tone. I know I'm handsome and manly. If I don't cover my face when I go out, I get mobbed by crazy female fans. It's all my fault for accidentally revealing myself to you. I've been careful to avoid such incidents, but I never imagined you'd spot me inside a car. It's all my fault. Oh Buddha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aoxue froze solid. Xiao Aoqing's expression also shifted slightly, her gaze turning peculiar as she looked at Li Futu. Xiao Aoxue finally understood, so this guy actually thought she and her sister were chasing after him because of his self-proclaimed handsome looks? The thought made her vision darken, nearly fainting from the shock. You're shameless. Xiao Aoxue's breath came in gasps, her chest heaving. She turned to Xiao Aoqing and said, Sis, I really can't stand this guy anymore. He's a narcissist, and his thick-skinned audacity is unprecedented. Good heavens, how can such a man exist in this world? I thought we sisters were already the ultimate, but now someone even more extreme has appeared. Cut the chatter, Xiao Aoqing said calmly, her gaze fixed on Li Futu. One question, do you dare compete with me again? Compete at what? Driving. Driving? Li Futu was taken aback. His gaze lingered on Xiao Aoqing's enchantingly alluring face, which seemed almost demonic. Confused, he retorted, are you two out of your minds? Picking a random guy to race for no reason? Have you forgotten? The night before last, you zoomed past my car in that flying machine. I refuse to accept that. Xiao Aoqing declared. Li Futu froze. The night before last? Hadn't he been in that dense forest outside the capital, eliminating Iron Fist and Cold Slaughter? Were they there too? At this thought, a cold, murderous intent flickered in Li Futu's eyes. Yet upon reflection, he dismissed it as impossible. He was certain no one else could have been present within the surrounding area. No one could evade his keen senses, not even Silver Fox, the top assassin in the underworld. So, he must have encountered them while driving back to the city center? Hey, beautiful, you wanna race me? Forget it. I've got no business competing with you lot. This car isn't even mine. If something happens, I can't afford the repairs. Lifutu spoke lazily, easing off the gas to cruise alongside the Maserati. If you dare race us, we'll replace your car if it gets damaged, Xiaoxue declared. Is that so? Lifutu's eyes twinkled. He chuckled, his expression saying, yeah right, I know exactly what you're up to. He looked at the Xiao sisters and said, you two must have some ulterior motive, right? I'm a man of integrity, not what you think I am. Oh my god, I'm losing it. Sis, I want to beat this jerk to death. How dare he imply we have ulterior motives? This is an outright insult. Xiaoxue erupted in fury. You're overthinking it. I think you need to take a good look in the mirror yourself, Xiaoqing said calmly. Lifutu flushed and stammered, truth be told, I do spend 10 minutes staring at myself in the mirror every morning. The Xiao sisters collectively fell silent. Faced with such a shameless individual, they were truly at a loss. So you're too scared to face me in a duel? What a coward. If you dare to fight, I'll accept any terms you set. Xiaoqing's voice was icy. Even she, who was famously known in the capital as a blend of devil and angel, was starting to lose her composure. Her usual pride in her patience was beginning to falter, and she felt something was off. Any conditions? Lifutu's heart skipped a beat at those words. His eyes narrowed slightly as he peered through the open window of the Maserati, studying Xiaoqing's enchantingly alluring face. His gaze drifted downward, settling on the very asset that made her stand out above the rest. Quite the asset, Lifutu thought. As for Xiaoxue, well, she was still just a budding lotus, consider it a free bonus. Really? Any conditions? Lifutu smiled, his face radiant with sunshine and positivity, though his mind was already running wild. What do you think? Xiaoqing replied coldly, her expression hardening at the suggestive glint in Lifutu's eyes. Your sisters, right? If you lose, you'll serve me? Lifutu chuckled, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiaoqing's enchanting face instantly turned icy. Xiaoxue, sit properly. Xiaoxue spoke up. Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. She yanked the Maserati's steering wheel and slammed into Lifutu's Audi. Chapter 105, Make him pay. Xiaoqing's sports car slammed into Lifutu's vehicle once more, causing a large dent in the rear end. The Maserati's front end also sustained significant damage, with a large patch of paint scraped off the bodywork. This was a sports car worth millions, yet in Xiaoqing's eyes, it was worthless as a toy car. She charged at Lifutu with reckless abandon, as if she didn't care about her life. The Xiao family was undoubtedly loaded, but damn it, Lifutu didn't have the capital to play games with them. Lifutu was genuinely furious. Damn it all to hell. Not only was he being chased down the road by a pair of seductively beautiful sisters who looked like demons, but now they were trying to play a game of ramming cars with him? On the surface, a collision between their multi-million-dollar car and his mere $100,000 vehicle seemed like he'd come out ahead. But in reality, Lifutu was the one who suffered the greatest loss. To the Xiao sisters, a sports car worth millions was nothing special, but for Lifutu, that Audi was beyond his means. Did you get your fingers caught in the door before leaving? Or did some man dump you and now you're taking it out on me? I'm not your toy. Why should I compete with you just because you asked me to race? And you actually rammed my car. You better replace it or this isn't over. Lifutu yelled at the Xiao sisters. Men are all toys. Xiaoqing retorted coldly, her stunningly beautiful face hardening as she steered toward Lifutu again. This was happening on city streets. Lifutu didn't want to get into a fight with them right now, so he accelerated and sped ahead. The Xiao sisters wouldn't give up, continuing to chase after him. Several times, the Xiao sisters nearly collided with Lifutu's car, only to be skillfully dodged by his expert driving. Weaving through the endless stream of traffic, Lifutu turned his car toward a less congested section of road, planning to settle accounts with the Xiao sisters later. Watching Lifutu's evasive maneuvers, Xiaoqing's eyes grew increasingly bright, as if she'd found a worthy opponent. She could see that Lifutu's driving skills were truly astonishing, which only fueled her fighting spirit and competitive drive. The more he dodged and evaded, the more she pursued him, determined to force him into a race with her. They were accustomed to dominance. Most things in this world came to them effortlessly, and few dared defy their will. Not only did Lifutu ignore their demands, but he also spoke insolently to them, igniting their fierce anger. Had Lifutu reacted like the rest of the capital's populace, cowering and obsequious before the Xiao sisters, they would have instantly lost interest, finding him utterly boring. But Lifutu's actions had given them a sense of defeat unlike any they'd ever experienced. Driven by their fierce pride, they were determined to pursue him relentlessly. Sis, step on it. Catch him. That bastard is despicable, we've got to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, our sister's reputation will be ruined. Xiaoxue urged relentlessly, her eyes gleaming with mischievous excitement like a little devil, utterly unconcerned about the consequences. That bastard's trying to shake us. Last time you got away, but not this time. Xiao Aoqing declared coldly, slamming her foot down on the accelerator. The Maserati roared forward in hot pursuit. Li Futu, driving the car, could clearly see the Maserati closing in through his rearview mirror. He couldn't help but frown, a deep frustration building inside him. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. He'd randomly encountered two stunning beauties, yet damn it, they were acting like maniacs trying to ram his car. Were they sick or what? Or had he stumbled into some kind of romantic disaster? Li Futu drove onto a stretch of road with less traffic. Xiao Aoqing followed in her own car, speeding up to catch up once more. Without hesitation, she rammed into Li Futu's vehicle. Crash! Another thunderous crash. Li Futu's door dented inward, while the Maserati's front end caved in, looking utterly wrecked. You want to play? Fine, I'll play a bigger game with you. Li Futu's eyes flashed with cold fury. He first steered his car slightly to the side, then abruptly yanked the wheel hard to the left. The entire vehicle drifted sideways, crashing directly into the Maserati. Crash! The two vehicles collided head-on, erupting in an even more thunderous crash. The Maserati skidded wildly before slamming into the median barrier, narrowly avoiding a rollover. Li Futu's Audi didn't flip either. Just as the car swayed, Li Futu slammed his foot down on the accelerator, forcibly stabilizing the vehicle. Li Futu opened his door and stepped out, his face dark. He glanced at the Audi. It was already wrecked beyond recognition, effectively totaled. Without a word, he strode over to the Maserati sports car, his face dark. Such a dramatic collision unfolding on the main road naturally drew the attention of many passers-by. Their gazes flickered with astonishment and horror. Could they really believe someone was using a luxury Maserati sports car for a crash? How extravagant! Good heavens, were these wealthy individuals bored and looking for something to do? I played with crash toys myself, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls Royces, but those were just toy cars from my childhood. Comparing people really is infuriating. Never mind that Maserati, just that Audi alone is probably more than I could ever afford in a lifetime, and they're treating it like a toy car. The world of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. Forget it, let's stop gawking before we hurt our pride. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, filled with envy and resentment. After slamming into the guardrail, the Maserati's engine cut out instantly, bringing the car to a halt. The Xiao sisters were a bit dazed but otherwise unharmed. Xiao Aoshua, seated in the passenger seat, saw Li Futu approaching with a dark expression. Snapping back to reality, she too was seething with resentment. She reached for her seatbelt, ready to unbuckle and storm out to yell at Li Futu. But Li Futu beat her to it. He yanked open the door and pulled her out by the collar just as she finished unbuckling. What the hell are you doing? You bastard, let go of me. Xiao Aoshua screamed in shock. Li Futu's face was cold, a flicker of icy glint in his eyes. He pinned her entire body against the car and said, "What do I want? You wrecked my car. What do you think I want? Compensation. Why should we pay you? Our car's wrecked too. You pay us first, then we'll pay you." Xiao Aoshua retorted. Li Futu sneered coldly. Their Maserati cost several million, while his Audi was only worth 200,000 or 300,000. Their scheme was quite clever, indeed. They say women are unreasonable, and today I've finally seen it for myself. You clearly rammed into my car first, yet you come demanding compensation from me? Li Futu sneered, his gaze fixed on Xiao Aoshua's exquisitely beautiful face. If you won't pay, then pay with your body. Li Futu said coldly. Even in the middle of the street, he felt no shame as he pinned Xiao Aoshua down. Ah! You bastard pervert. Let me go, or you'll regret this. Sis, save me. Xiao Aoshua screamed, struggling desperately. But how could she possibly break free from Li Futu's embrace? Let go of my sister. I'll pay for your car. A furious voice cut through the air. Li Futu turned to see Xiao Aoqing stepping out of the car. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her stunningly beautiful face seemed flushed with anger, yet it only added a touch of alluring charm. Her uncontrollably rapid breathing made her body curve sway, causing Li Futu's eyes to narrow slightly. Chapter 106, This isn't over between us. For women of noble birth, nothing was more intolerable than a man's unabashedly leering gaze. Xiao Aoqing was no exception. Confronted by Li Futu's narrowed gaze, which was unabashedly appraising her body, she felt a surge of anger and humiliation. Let Xiao Shui go. It's just a car. I'll compensate you. Xiao Aoqing said coldly, her narrow, alluring phoenix eyes fixed on Li Futu, her enchanting face now cloaked in an icy chill. Cash for goods. Li Futu's lips curved upward as he spoke. Xiao Aoshua nearly fainted upon hearing this. Cash for goods? That despicable bastard, what does he take me for? Some kind of merchandise? How infuriating. Xiao Aoqing's face also twisted with fury. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her body heaving with each breath. The curves that swayed with her movements were undeniably eye-catching, making it hard for anyone to look away. Xiao Aoqing pulled a check from the car, signed it with a flourish, then handed it to Li Futu. Let her go. Li Futu took the check, glanced at the amount, and a satisfied smile touched his lips. Truly the daughter of a wealthy family, he thought. 50,000 with a single stroke of the pen, more than enough to cover an Audi A4. Li Futu declared, considering this is your first offense, I'll waive the compensation for emotional distress. Mind your own business from now on. Don't make the same mistake again. With that, he released Xiao Aoshue. Xiao Aoshue gasped for breath, stomping her foot in fury. Sis, he's despicable. I can't just let him walk away like this. I'm boiling inside, it's utterly outrageous. Xiao Aoqing glared coldly at Li Futu. We'll meet again. This isn't over between us. Oh, please, sweetheart. I'm not the type to be so casual. Besides, by my standards, I'm not even interested in you. So let's not meet again. You take your sunny path, I'll cross my log bridge. We'll go our separate ways. There are so many men in this world, why fixate on just me? Li Futu gave a cold laugh, glanced at the Xiao sisters, and walked toward his car. Though the car had sustained significant damage, it was still drivable. Li Futu held the check in his hand, calculating whether he should just drive it to the repair shop. The cost would only be a few thousand yuan. Sis, are we just letting him go like that? I can't accept this. Watching Li Futu's retreating figure, Xiao Aoshue stamped her foot, her voice brimming with resentment. A faint smile touched Xiao Aoqing's delicate, rosy lips as she replied, he won't get away. No sooner had the words left her mouth than police cars screeched to a halt. Officers disembarked to investigate the incident, and Li Futu's vehicle was impounded. Upon learning the sister's identity, the officer's face froze in shock. Realizing this was far beyond his authority, he immediately stepped aside and called his superior. In his office, Wang Sheng received a call from his subordinate reporting a collision on Jinjiang Avenue and seeking instructions on how to handle it. The moment Wang Sheng heard this, his blood boiled. A minor accident required his personal attention? Before Wang Sheng could unleash his fury, the subordinate revealed that the Xiao sisters were involved in the incident. Wang Sheng's face paled instantly. His voice turned grave as he said, good. Very good. You've handled this perfectly. Notify everyone to secure the scene. I'm heading there immediately. Hanging up, Wang Sheng sped toward Jinjiang Avenue without delay. Weren't you going to leave? Why aren't you leaving now? Xiao Aoshue glared at Li Futu with fury and contempt, her expression pure provocation. Li Futu smiled indifferently, ignoring the traffic police questioning him entirely. He walked straight toward the Xiao sisters and said, you can't win, so you bring in the authorities to suppress me? Is that the best you've got? Xiao Aoqing's expression remained unchanged. The traffic police came to investigate after an accident. How is that our tactic? Isn't that perfectly normal? Normal? Li Futu scoffed coldly. Observing the deputy captain's obsequious demeanor toward the sisters, he knew that if this so-called collision were handled by traffic police, he'd be made to suffer. Fine, let them handle it. Anyway, there are surveillance cameras on the road. Who started this mess will be crystal clear once the footage is reviewed. Li Futu shrugged indifferently. If you accept my challenge, these trivial matters could be avoided, Xiao Aoqing stated. Li Futu leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and said, if you agree to the terms I mentioned earlier, I'll consider your challenge. As he spoke, Li Futu's gaze swept over Xiao Aoqing and Xiao Aoshue. Xiao Aoqing's alluring beauty was like a deadly enchantress, while Xiao Aoshue's exquisite charm resembled an earthly fairy, though a mischievous little devil at that, always stirring up trouble with her willful and capricious ways. Bastard! Xiao Aoqing spat out the curse. A black sedan sped up. Wang Sheng, his bulky frame jiggling with each step, hurried to the sisters. Bowing his head submissively, he stammered, Xiao. Miss Xiao, I rushed here the moment I heard about this. Rest assured, I'll ensure a satisfactory resolution. Oh? Captain Wang, you're here too. Perfect. He wrecked our car, what do you suggest we do about it? Xiao Aoshue flashed a graceful smile, extending a slender jade-like finger toward Li Futu as she spoke. Wang Sheng immediately turned his gaze to Li Futu, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, clearly not a prominent figure in the capital. Glancing at Li Futu's car, it was merely an Audi A4, a model far too commonplace in Beijing. Sometimes, a car represents a person's status. Besides, even if Li Futu drives a luxury car, so what? Could his status possibly rival that of the Xiao sisters? In the capital, aside from the Ling family and a handful of other prominent figures, who else could match the prestige of the Xiao sisters? Miss Xiao, rest assured. I will bring this man back for questioning and provide you with a satisfactory response. Wang Sheng said, bowing and scraping. Hold on, Li Futu interjected, stepping toward Wang Sheng. You're the captain? I need to tell you this, they rammed into my car first. They kept tailgating me, repeatedly crashing into my vehicle. You can see it all on the surveillance footage. Wang Sheng glanced at the stalled Maserati nearby, then surveyed Li Futu's vehicle. A cold smirk curled his lips as he looked at Li Futu with the disdain reserved for a fool. The Xiao sisters would crash a car worth millions into yours, which is worth only hundreds of thousands. Are you trying to insult my intelligence? Wang Sheng felt a surge of irritation. We'll thoroughly investigate this accident, he said coldly. Seize his vehicle and take him into custody. Wang Shang's order was directed solely at Li Futu, with no mention of the Xiao sisters. Li Futu couldn't help but frown. Escaping would be effortless for him, but he saw no need. The defiant expressions on the Xiao sisters' faces, however, stirred a sense of conquest within him. So you want to play this game to the end? Fine, I'll play alone. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz S600 luxury sedan pulled up slowly and stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and a woman of breathtaking beauty, graceful as jade and elegant as a goddess, stepped out. Chapter 107, I'll remember you. From the Mercedes emerged a woman of breathtaking beauty, like moonlight veiled in mist. Her noble elegance radiated from her very core, utterly natural and devoid of any affectation. A white mini dress accentuated her perfect curves, revealing long, snow-white legs adorned with black crystal-embellished high heels. Such a stunning woman would turn heads anywhere, yet Li Futu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. What a coincidence, Yen Ruyu was also driving by here. Li Futu, what are you doing here? What's going on? Yen Ruyu asked as she stepped out of her car. Ha? Sister Yen, is it really you? I thought I was seeing things. I never imagined it would actually be you. At that moment, Xiao Aoshue suddenly exclaimed, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked at Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu had initially only noticed Li Futu and hadn't paid attention to her surroundings. Hearing Xiao Aoshue's voice, she looked in that direction and saw the Xiao sisters standing together. Yen Ruyu's expression froze slightly. Before she could speak, Xiao Aoqing approached with a smile, saying, Ruyu, what a surprise to run into you here. Aoqing, Aoshue, what brings you two here? Has something happened? Yen Ruyu asked in surprise. Li Futu had intended to approach Yen Ruyu, but now he was stunned. Yen Ruyu knew these unreasonable sisters? This meant even more trouble. It's all because of this jerk. He's so despicable. Not only did he wreck our car, but he actually had the nerve to demand money from us to pay for his damages. Xiao Aoshue blurted out, her eyes flashing with fury as she glared at Li Futu. What? This actually happened? Yen Ruyu froze, her dreamlike eyes turning to Li Futu, filled with utter bewilderment. Li Futu remained silent. Any argument now would be pointless, especially with the Xiao family's two little witches. Xiao Aoqing didn't join in condemning Li Futu. A flicker of interest crossed her eyes as she asked, Ruyu, do you know him? Yen Ruyu nodded. Yes. He's considered a friend of mine. Aoqing, what exactly happened? Did Li Futu really ram his car into you? A hint of doubt was evident in Yen Ruyu's tone. Knowing Li Futu, he wasn't the type to act irrationally. Why would he deliberately ram an Audi into a Maserati? Regardless of whether he knew the sister's prominent status, just that Maserati alone, even a minor scratch would land him in serious trouble. So his name is Li Futu, Xiao Aoqing murmured to herself. She flashed a charming smile and said, Ruyu, since he's your friend, I'll let it slide. It wasn't a big deal anyway, so I won't pursue it further. Li Futu couldn't help but frown. Her words made it sound as if she were magnanimously letting him off the hook, which naturally rankled him. Forget it? How can it be forgotten? If it was my fault, I'd own up to it. Li Futu sneered coldly. He had no intention of becoming a toy to be toyed with at her whim. He stepped toward Xiao Aoqing and declared, take back your check. I don't want your car compensated, I want you compensated instead. With that, Li Futu struck suddenly, clamping his arms around Xiao Aoqing's waist and pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Their bodies pressed tightly together in an instant. Ah! Xiao Aoqing never imagined Li Futu would act this way in such a situation. Unable to dodge, she was swept completely into his embrace. Leaning slightly closer, Li Futu whispered into Xiao Aoqing's ear, if you want to play, I'll play along until the end. Set a time, and I'll play with you until you're satisfied. But don't put on that fake, sanctimonious act. I, Li Futu, never need anyone's magnanimity to spare them. On the contrary, many have begged me on their knees, crying, for me to spare their lives. This intimate moment was witnessed by everyone present. Yen Ruyu was stunned speechless, while Xiao Aoshue's eyes widened, though her gaze held a peculiar glint, a mischievous spark tinged with something strange. As for Wang Sheng standing nearby, he nearly fainted on the spot. Did this brat spring from a rock crevice? How utterly arrogant to dare humiliate and molest the Xiao family's eldest daughter in plain sight. He must be tired of living. Li Futu, you can't be so rude. Let go of her. Release Aoqing. Yen Ruyu snapped out of it and rushed forward recklessly, yanking Li Futu away. Li Futu, new to the capital, didn't know the Xiao sisters' status, but she knew it all too well. In this vast capital, even the young masters of prominent families would get headaches at the sight of the Xiao sisters. They'd steer clear of them whenever possible. Who dared offend them? Offend them, and you'd never find peace. The Xiao sisters weren't called the Little Witch and the Big Witch for nothing. Their various tactics were legendary within their circles. Xiao Aoqing was said to embody both devil and angel. Her unique business acumen and thunderous tactics sent shivers down her competitors' spines. Dealing with her in business was like dealing with the devil himself. Yet she was also enchantingly beautiful, possessing a stunning grace that made calling her an angel no exaggeration. As for Xiao Aoxue, she was pure mischief incarnate. Her actions defied all logic. Li Futu finally released Xiao Aoqing, though a lazy smile played at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely observed her slightly flushed face. You reckless brat. How dare you offend Miss Xiao? This is an unforgivable offense. Seize him immediately and summon the enforcement squad. Wang Sheng stormed over, pointing an accusing finger at Li Futu. Fatso, mind your own business. No need to act like a fox borrowing a tiger's might. Li Futu's gaze turned cold as he shot Wang Sheng a sharp look, his tone unapologetic. Wang Sheng seethed with fury, but Xiao Aoqing cut him off coldly. Didn't you hear what I just said? I won't pursue this matter. Now get out of here, take your men and get as far away as possible. Wang Sheng froze, his face twisting with terror and unease. He couldn't fathom why his aggressive display had earned him such a blunt rebuke from the Xiao family's eldest daughter. Without daring to ponder further, he obediently ordered his subordinates to withdraw immediately. Aoqing, don't take it personally. That's just how he is. If he offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Yan Ruyu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. No need. Xiao Aoqing smiled, turning to Li Futu. You're Li Futu, right? I'll remember you. Ruyu, I have business to attend to. I'll take my leave. Xiao Aoqing smiled and bid Yan Ruyu farewell. Calling out to Xiao Aoxue, she strode toward the Maserati that had crashed into the guardrail. The Maserati could still start, though it was dented and dented. The Xiao sisters couldn't care less about that. Yan Ruyu watched the receding Maserati with a complex expression, her lips parting as if in a soft sigh. Then, she shot Li Futu a sharp, annoyed glare. I have no idea what you were doing last night, staying out all night and getting involved with these sisters. What are you standing there grinning for? Come back with me. Sis, are we just letting that despicable jerk off the hook? This is just the beginning. I'm starting to find him quite an interesting man. Maybe he really could be fun to play with. Really? That's fantastic. Life won't feel so dull now. Sis, are we still going to the Ling family? Wait, why do we have to go to the Ling family anyway? The esteemed young lady of the Qin family has gone missing. Ling Outyan is frantic, no doubt hoping to enlist our Xiao family's influence to help him find his fiancée. Xiao Aoqing gave a cold laugh as she spoke. Ha? Qin Romang is missing? No wonder Ling Outyan's so frantic. Xiao Aoxue blinked and asked, Sis, how do you think she vanished? Kidnapped? Abducted? Or did something happen? Qin Romang is as beautiful as a dream, hailed as the capital's most stunning beauty. She possesses not only beauty but also intelligence. If there's anyone among our peers in the capital whom you, sister, would consider a worthy rival, she would be one of them. How could such a clever woman have met with an accident? Her disappearance is merely an act of defiance. Rumor has it she fiercely opposed this marriage between me and the Ling family's eldest son. Xiao Aoqing explained. What about Sister Yan? Does she also possess both beauty and intelligence? Xiao Aoxue blinked her eyes and asked with a smile. Ruyu? Xiao Aoqing pondered for a moment before sighing softly. She's as gentle as jade, like a woman made of water. She possesses the softness of water, yet also its strength and resilience. She knows how to always keep herself in an unbeatable position. Sis, I think you'd definitely lose to Sister Yan on one point. Ha? Like when it comes to competing for that guy Li Futu. If you and Sister Yan both pursued him, he'd definitely choose Sister Yan. You little brat, are you just trying to tease me? Xiao Aoqing fumed, yet somehow, a glint of defiance flickered in her eyes. Chapter 108, Raging Fury. Li Futu drove the dented and battered Audi, accompanied by Yan Ruyu, to a nearby auto repair shop for repairs. Leaving the car behind, Li Futu climbed into Yan Ruyu's vehicle and sped toward Ro's apartments with her. Yan Ruyu remained silent throughout the journey, lost in her own thoughts. Li Futu remained quiet too, gazing at Yan Ruyu's flawlessly beautiful profile. He felt that silence spoke louder than words at this moment. Around 2 in the afternoon, Yan Ruyu drove back to Ro's apartments. Li Futu pushed open the car door and stepped out alongside her, walking into the villa. At that moment, Yan Ruyu couldn't help but ask, Li Futu, what exactly were you doing last night? Why didn't you come home? Oh, well, Li Futu began, a friend in the capital had just gone through a breakup and called me to vent. You know how it is a man deeply invested emotionally suddenly hearing his girlfriend call it quits? It's bound to be rough. I went out to keep him company, and we ended up drinking quite a bit. By the end, he was dead drunk, so I drove him back to his place and stayed the night there myself, just to keep an eye on him. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yan Ruyu the truth that he'd actually spent the night with Lin Ruoru. Only a fool would confess that. I see, Yan Ruyu nodded, understanding Li Futu's actions. She asked doubtfully, how did you end up provoking the Xiao sisters? You know they hold prominent status in the capital. Few dare cross them. That you managed to provoke them is truly baffling to me. If I told you they rammed my car first and then kept tailing me, would you believe me? Li Futu asked. I would. I'd believe anything those two are capable of. What puzzles me is why they'd ram your car without cause. Could it be some misunderstanding? Yen Ruyu blinked her dreamlike eyes at Li Futu and inquired. They somehow heard I'm a skilled driver, so they tracked me down. They insisted on racing me. I'd never even met them before. How could I possibly agree to race them? When I ignored them, that woman Xiaoqing drove straight into my car. Li Futu said with an innocent expression, adding, finally, I couldn't take it anymore and rammed right into them. Then the traffic police showed up, and so did you. That's the whole story. Regardless, you should keep your distance from them going forward. If you keep tangling with them, it won't do you any good. Yen Ruyu spoke up. Li Futu smiled, but inwardly he knew that matters had reached a point where he could no longer control the situation. Given the resentment the Xiao sisters harbored toward him, severing ties with them completely was simply impossible. Li Futu felt no particular worry or anxiety. In fact, he was quite eager to see what tricks the Xiao sisters might pull. Battling beauties was boundless fun. Inside the villa, only Li Futu and Yen Ruyu remained. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogui had gone off to play at the Beijing military district and wouldn't return for several days. Yen Ruyu felt a bit awkward sharing a room with this big man, Li Futu. What could she do? She couldn't exactly kick him out to live elsewhere, could she? They returned at noon, both having skipped lunch, so they cooked together, stir-frying 3 simple dishes to serve as their midday meal. The dishes were simple, yet they ate with relish. For Li Futu, being with Yen Ruyu made even the simplest fare taste exquisite. After all, the mere presence of this peerless beauty sitting there was enough to make the meal seem delectable. Around 7 in the evening, Li Futu needed to retrieve his car. After bidding Yen Ruyu farewell, he walked outside Ro's apartments, hailed a cab, and sped off toward the auto repair shop. Upon arriving at the auto repair shop, his car had already been fixed. Li Futu paid the bill and drove away. Li Futu steered his car into an alleyway. Once he emerged from this narrow lane, he would reach Golden Dragon Avenue. Speeding along Golden Dragon Avenue would take him straight back to Ro's apartments. Night had already fallen, shrouding the land in darkness. The alley itself lacked bright lights, making it somewhat dim. As Li Futu drove through the narrow alley, a sudden, sharp voice pierced the thick darkness, filled with panic and accusation. Who are you? Why are you following me? Jade shatters in Kunshin, Phoenix cries hibiscus weeps dew, Orchid laughs. The woman's voice was ethereal and distant, evoking the shattering of Kunlun jade and the cry of a phoenix, yet also reminiscent of dewdrops falling from lotus petals and the soft laughter of orchids. Li Futu froze upon hearing this voice. Such a divine, celestial sound was indeed rare, as unforgettable as a phoenix's cry shattering jade, stirring an irresistible urge to glimpse the speaker's face. Immediately, Li Futu followed the sound. In a dimly lit alley to his right, a graceful, slender figure stood faintly visible. Her long hair flowed freely as she wore a flowing gown. The swaying hem of her dress made her appear like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, beautiful and transcendent. 5 men with vicious expressions burst out from the alley's end, swiftly surrounding the woman in the long dress. Their gazes held wild, burning intent. It was clear this woman in the long dress had been tracked and surrounded by ill-intentioned thugs. Whether they sought her wealth or her body, it was none of Li Futu's concern. Li Futu had only paused his vehicle because he'd been captivated by that voice, a heavenly melody that seemed to come from the gods. As for the notion of seeing injustice and drawing your sword to help, staging a heroic rescue of a damsel in distress, that was utter nonsense and childish in his eyes. The world was full of injustices. Could one possibly intervene in every single one? Moreover, years of battle hardening and killing had long since numbed his heart, leaving it cold and callous. Therefore, he was already preparing to drive away. But then, the 5 vicious thugs surrounding the woman in the long skirt noticed Li Futu's car, which had paused briefly at the alley entrance. A burly man with triangular eyes shot a cold, piercing glare in Li Futu's direction and barked angrily, "What the hell are you looking at? You wanna die? Get the hell out of here before I stomp you flat for sticking your nose in business that's none of yours." Li Futu, who had been about to leave, couldn't help but frown at the words. This attitude was far too arrogant and overbearing. Seeing Li Futu hadn't driven off yet, the burly man sneered coldly. He took 3 strides in 2, charging toward Li Futu's car. As he neared, his right foot shot up, mercilessly kicking the passenger side door of Li Futu's vehicle. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed as the burly man's powerful kick slammed into the door, instantly denting the passenger side panel inward. You! Li Futu was furious. He'd just had the bodywork replaced on this car, and now someone had gone and kicked it. Li Futu had been seething with anger all day. Had they not been in the bustling city streets, he would have dragged the Xiao sisters out to vent his fury long ago. And now some fool had the nerve to kick his car? Was he just too easy to bully, or was his car just too easy to bully? Fuming, Li Futu slammed on the brakes. His eyes blazed like 2 burning torches as he glared at the burly man outside the vehicle. Chapter 109, Moved? Offer yourself. Yo, kid, you still got a bone to pick? Daring to stare at me like that? You clearly don't want to live. It's just a piece of junk car, but damn, I'm getting addicted to kicking it. The burly man spoke, noticing Li Futu's icy glare and interpreting it as a provocation. His massive frame held no respect for Li Futu, and he was already preparing to raise his foot to kick the car door again. You're already hanging on by a thread. If you dare kick it again, I'll take your whole life. Suddenly, Li Futu's voice, cold and thick with murderous intent, cut through the air. He shoved open the door and stepped out. The burly man froze upon hearing those words. He could feel a sharp, murderous intent wash over him like a tidal wave, engulfing his entire being and triggering an involuntary sense of dread. His raised right foot stiffened in place. When the burly man regained his senses, he saw Li Futu standing before him. Meeting Li Futu's icy glare, he felt his heart contract violently. A chill rose from his feet, and an uncontrollable wave of terror washed over him. You! I just got my car fixed and you go and kick it. Think it's some piece of junk anyone can trash? I'll break your legs if I don't. Li Futu's face was a mask of rage. It was one thing for the Shao sisters to crash into his car, but this guy actually had the nerve to kick it? A surge of rage erupted uncontrollably, making Li Futu radiate an intense, bloodthirsty aura that was terrifying beyond belief. No sooner had Li Futu finished speaking than he charged at the burly man. The burly man instantly drew a gleaming military knife. A flicker of terror and madness danced in his eyes as he lunged toward Li Futu. Not far away, the beautiful woman in the long dress was already surrounded by the other four, completely unable to escape. She retreated step by step, trapped within the encircling ring with nowhere left to go. Hey, beauty, we spotted you back at noon. Strolling through these alleys alone seems pretty enjoyable, huh? Why not join us brothers for some fun and relaxation? Chui, check out this chick skin like silk, looks like a goddess. Must be some rich family's daughter. Maybe we can score big this time. Brother Chui, we're already fugitives on the run. Robbing people of their wealth and beauty isn't exactly new to us, what's the big deal? Besides, this heavenly beauty is the most stunning woman I've ever laid eyes on. If I hadn't seen her myself, I'd never believe such perfection existed in this world. Honestly, just getting to smell the fragrance on her skin would make my life worthwhile. Third brother, don't get ahead of yourself. Soon enough, you won't just get to smell her, you can have your fill. The four men spoke, their words dripping with vulgarity, their eyes flickering with a wild, burning intensity. The woman in the white dress turned pale instantly. She maintained her utmost composure, her eyes as bright and clear as the full moon darting around the room as she searched for an escape route. Her peripheral vision involuntarily glanced behind her. She heard that gruff voice, but what met her eyes was the imposing figure of a man, his face set in rigid determination, crushing one of the burly thugs beneath his foot. Snap! Crack! Two piercing snaps of breaking bones echoed through the pitch-black night, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who heard it. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, its piercing intensity filled with endless agony and despair, reverberating far and wide. The four men froze, turning their heads in unison. In the pitch-black night, they saw that seemingly unremarkable figure stomping relentlessly, crushing their comrades' knees clean off. Watching the burly man collapse unconscious with both legs shattered, Li Futu's lips curled into a cold smirk. You think you're hitting on a beauty? Or robbing someone for cash and sex? I didn't want to get mixed up in your mess. You do your thing, I drive mine. But you guys are just unlucky. You actually kicked my car? I'm gonna break your legs. Li Futu spoke, his tone domineering and arrogant, showing no regard for his opponents. Chui Gu, the leader, narrowed his eyes. He sensed he'd encountered a dangerous opponent. His gaze darkened as he signaled to the two burly men in front. The two burly men instantly understood. Their eyes turned cold, a murderous intent flashing. They leaped backward, military knives already in hand, charging toward Li Futu as he slowly approached, aiming to catch him off guard. So eager to come and die? That's quite the sense of self-awareness. Li Futu let out a cold laugh, his form shifting as he charged forward. Still as a mountain, swift as a streak of fire. Li Futu's charge erupted like a savage dragon bursting forth from the void. His overwhelming aura was terrifying enough to shatter the courage of any witness. Li Futu's right hand shot forward like a serpent, executing that empty hand meets white blade technique from the 12 dragon catching hands. He seized the wrist of the first charging man wielding a knife. With a slight twist, the man's wrist snapped clean off. The military knife slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Li Futu swiftly snatched the blade, gripping it firmly in his hand. With a swift reverse thrust, the razor-sharp edge plunged deep into the side of another charging man. Thud! Li Futu delivered a powerful elbow strike, slamming it horizontally into the man's neck. The blow sent the burly man crashing to the ground, knocking him unconscious instantly. Li Futu flicked his fingers, clamping his hand around the man's throat. He dragged him forward like this. The man's throat was clamped shut, choking him to the point of suffocation. All his strength drained away, his body limp as a dead dog as Li Futu dragged him along. The moment Li Futu engaged the two men, the woman in white found herself unprotected from behind. Instinctively, she began running backward. But the instant she started moving, Brother Chui had already charged forward. His hand clamped down on her throat, a military knife pressed flat against her delicate neck. Li Futu was dragging one of the men toward them. Fear had already clouded Chui Ji's eyes. He realized that all of them together were no match for this man. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her. Chui Gu gasped, his voice trembling. Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze drifting indifferently over the kidnapped beauty. The deep night obscured much detail, but the aura radiating from this woman in the long dress suggested she possessed breathtaking beauty. You've got the wrong person. I've never even met her. Why should I care if she lives or dies? Kill me or chop me up, I couldn't care less. All I care about is breaking every bone in your henchmen's bodies. Li Futu sneered coldly, his voice utterly indifferent. Chui Ji's expression froze upon hearing this. Indeed, the man didn't even know this woman. To use her as leverage was utterly ridiculous. Whoosh! Yet, in the split second Chui Ji's expression faltered, a figure darted forward with unimaginable speed, leaving trails of afterimages in its wake. By the time Chui Gu snapped back to reality, Li Futu had already seized his knife-wielding right hand in a vice-like grip. Immediately after, a piercing crack echoed through the air. Chui Ji's right arm snapped as Li Futu's fist slammed into his face, while his right leg swept out simultaneously, sending the burly man beside Chui Gu flying. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The woman in the flowing gown, radiating an air of refined elegance, froze in shock. By the time she regained her senses, she saw Li Futu's eyes narrow slightly as he turned to her and spoke. No need for thanks. If you're moved, offer yourself instead. Chapter 110, The Qin Family's Daughter. A lazy smile played at the corners of Li Futu's lips, his tone tinged with devil-may-care nonchalance. Then, Li Futu turned to survey the scattered figures sprawled across the floor. Li Futu always kept his promises. Having vowed to break their legs, he intended to see it through. Thus, he walked over to Chui and the others lying on the ground without a second thought, stomping down hard with his foot. Snap! Crack! The sound of shattered knee bones echoed in his ears. To Li Futu, it felt incredibly satisfying, and the rage in his heart was finally vented. He finally understood why powerful figures in this world enjoy trampling others. The sensation was truly exquisite. Li Futu's almost cruel actions left the woman in the long dress staring in stunned silence. Her lips parted as if to cry out, but she managed to hold back. Recalling the thug's previous despicable deeds, she felt no pity for them. However, when she lifted her gaze to Li Futu's figure, a fleeting spark of something indescribable flashed deep within her eyes, as bright as a star. What she was thinking remained a mystery. Finally, Li Futu clapped his hands. Staring coldly at Brother Chui, who was wailing and clutching his legs, he said, "Can't you even be a competent robber? If you'd just taken our money and our women, everything would have been peaceful. But you idiots had to go kicking my car door. I'm letting you off easy by just taking your legs. Hey, how could you say something like that? It's as if you're actually happy I got robbed." Suddenly, a displeased voice rang out from behind Li Futu. The sound was as exquisite as a phoenix's cry shattering jade, like celestial music to the ears. Though tinged with a hint of annoyed reproach, it also carried a touch of coquettishness, utterly captivating. Li Futu turned just in time to meet the gaze of the white-robed beauty. Her eyes, sparkling like stars and as bright as black gems, fixed on him without hiding her displeasure. Only then did Li Futu truly take in her features, and he found himself momentarily transfixed. She was a woman of peerless beauty, like a lotus blossom emerging from the water, flawless, pure, and ethereally graceful. Standing silently, her long gown accentuating her figure, she resembled a celestial maiden who had mistakenly fallen to the mortal world. Like a thin cloud veiling the moon, or a gentle breeze caressing jade blossoms, she embodied ethereal grace. She possessed an exceptionally pure aura, like a crystal heart, or a celestial flower blooming atop an iceberg, truly unforgettable. If one were to say that a woman untouched by worldly dust existed in this world, she would surely be the one. To be this beautiful, no wonder she stirs thoughts of abducting her for pleasure. Thinking about it makes me feel a bit restless too, like I want to snatch some beauty myself. Li Futu murmured to himself. This woman before him had shown him an entirely new meaning of ultimate beauty. If Yen Ruyu's beauty was like a naturally formed jade, warm and delicate; if Luo Qingwu's beauty was like a peony nurtured in a prosperous era, about to burst forth with unparalleled radiance and fragrance; if the beauty of the Xiao sisters was like midnight poppies, possessing a fatal, intoxicating allure, then the beauty of the woman before him was like a solitary orchid blooming in a secluded valley, utterly detached from the world. She sought no rivalry with the blooming flowers, yet effortlessly eclipsed them all. What did you just say? The peerlessly beautiful woman's eyes locked onto Li Futu, as if she had heard his earlier mutterings. Li Futu snapped back to reality, shrugged, and said, "Nothing. I was just pondering your words. Am I obligated to help you just because I saw you being attacked? Shouldn't I have?" the peerless beauty countered. Li Futu scoffed coldly. "Are you being a bit too naive? Didn't you see they were all vicious criminals? If I hadn't known a thing or two, I'd have been finished. Who in their right mind would throw away their life for a stranger? I admit you are beautiful, but not so beautiful that I'd throw my life away for you. If I were dead, what good would your beauty do me? Earn a few tears? How naive. You." The stunning beauty stamped her foot in frustration. She snorted and retorted, so according to you, there's no such thing as bravery in this world? Of course there is. I don't oppose bravery, but it must stay within one's capabilities. Beyond your limits, bravery becomes futile. You'll just become another soul on the edge of a blade. Got it? Lifuto rolled his eyes at the stunning beauty. But you clearly could have beaten them just now. By your own logic, you could have acted heroically. The stunning beauty seemed determined to argue with Lifuto. Lifuto chuckled, replying with unhurried composure, how was I supposed to know they were such pushovers? Aren't the robbers on TV always portrayed as fierce? This bunch is unprofessional. They're an insult to the term robber. No real skills, yet they run around pretending to be tough criminals. As he spoke, Lifuto planted his foot squarely on Brother Chue's face. Brother Chue let out a wretched howl, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was utterly speechless. Damn it all, running into a freakishly skilled master like you turns even the toughest robber into lambs led to slaughter. Alright, I'm done wasting my breath on you. My stomach's growling. You're safe now. Don't wander around in the dark and windy night. That's for ugly women, not beauties like you. If I hadn't shown up, a flower like you would have been ruined. I'm outta here. As for that so-called offering yourself, forget it. Suddenly, I'm not interested in you anymore. Lifuto said, adding one last thing, you're too beautiful. I just can't bring myself to do it. I'd be afraid of divine retribution. With that, Lifuto paid no further attention to the stunning beauty and strode directly toward his car. The stunning beauty froze, glancing at the thug sprawled on the ground. After Lifuto left, fear truly began to grip her. She took a step forward and followed after him. Lifuto had barely settled into his car seat and hadn't even locked the door when suddenly, the passenger door swung open. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted over him, and to his surprise, the stunning beauty had already slipped in with remarkable familiarity. Lifuto froze, staring at her in disbelief. After a long moment, he finally managed to ask, how did you get into my car? Why shouldn't I? The stunning beauty seemed to find Lifuto's question unnecessary, blinking her dazzling, black gem-like eyes at him. Didn't your parents teach you that you don't just hop into any normal guy's car? You have to take responsibility for your actions. Lifuto said, genuinely at a loss for words. Why was today filled with so many bizarre events? And now, a stunning beauty had actually gotten into his car of her own accord. Lifuto felt a bit unreal, staring blankly at the stunning beauty. Responsible for what? The stunning beauty asked, puzzled. Hee, Lifuto chuckled awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. He explained, the passenger seat in my car is reserved for my future wife, so. The stunning beauty froze for a moment, then her eyes twinkled as she shrugged indifferently. But your future wife hasn't shown up yet. If she were here, of course I wouldn't sit here. Since she's not here, what's the big deal if I sit? Lifuto was at a loss for words. Was this beauty genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? He decided to lay it out plainly, sitting here means you're about to become my wife. Ah. The stunning beauty froze, her flawlessly beautiful face flushing crimson. After a moment of dazed silence, she smiled sweetly and said, don't think saying something like that will get me off the car. I won't fall for that trick. Forgot to tell you sometimes I can be pretty thick-skinned, you know. Lifuto was utterly at a loss. He couldn't possibly drag such a stunningly beautiful woman off the car by force, could he? He was a man who cherished beauty, and such a thing was truly beyond him. Alright then, Lifuto conceded, sounding almost defeated, as if this beauty had bested him. Where do you want to go? Didn't you just say you were hungry? Well, I haven't eaten either. So, you know. The stunning beauty flashed a charming smile, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Lifuto. Lifuto was so baffled he felt like tearing his hair out. He essentially saved her, protected her body and her money, and not only did she not say thank you or offer herself in gratitude, she actually wanted to piggyback on his meal? Was there no justice in this world? Hey, you're not being that stingy, are you? I don't eat much, and I'm not picky. Look at you, all embarrassed. How embarrassing. The stunning beauty said without a hint of restraint. Lifuto shook his head and gave a bitter laugh. Tonight was destined to make him the sucker. But this beauty before him was truly breathtaking, dreamlike and ethereal. He wondered who would be more captivating if she stood beside Yen Ruyu or Luo Qingwu. Well, Xiao Wu was still young, so that could wait a few years. But this beauty? She was no longer a child so proud and towering. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you my name is Qin Rumeng. The stunning beauty suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes glinting with amusement as she looked at Lifuto. Qin Rumeng. The Qin family has a daughter as beautiful as a dream. This phrase circulated widely throughout the capital. Lifuto clearly hadn't heard it before, so he showed little reaction upon hearing the name. He merely thought it aptly described her dreamlike beauty. Chapter 111, Found. Northern suburbs of the capital, Jiulongbei Villa District. A grand, imposing villa stood amidst the neighborhood, its interior brightly lit as if it were daytime. A powerful aura emanated from within, carrying an aura of intimidation that deterred ordinary people from approaching even a step closer. This was the residence of the ninth master of the capital, a place ordinary folk could never hope to approach. Within the gilded, palace-like hall, the ninth master leisurely sipped his tea. His piercing gaze, sharp as blades, flashed with chilling glints, yet his expression remained composed and restrained. His calm demeanor carried the confidence of one orchestrating grand strategies. Ninth master, this time, you must kill Li Futu at all costs. If you achieve this, I'll double the stakes I've offered you. Seated before the ninth master was a young man whose face twisted with fury, none other than Lin Jianglong. Master 9, I place complete trust in you. Yet your first attempt ended in failure. Surely you cannot swallow this humiliation? Lin Jianglong continued, his eyes blazing with intense hatred. The 2 men you dispatched never returned. They were undoubtedly killed by Li Futu. This is a direct blow to your authority. Therefore, Li Futu must not be spared. Young Master Lin, I understand your feelings. To be humiliated so publicly by Li Futu at that banquet was indeed a devastating blow to your reputation, the ninth master replied calmly. But there's no need for such heated words. Since I agreed to assist you, I intend to see it through to the end. Lin Jianglong's expression froze. Last night's banquet at the Crown Hotel had been the single most humiliating experience of his life, a wound that had yet to heal, only to be reopened by the ninth master. Then what are you waiting for, ninth master? Why haven't you made your move? Lin Jianglong pressed impatiently. A flicker passed through the ninth master's eyes as he spoke slowly. Recently, Qin Rumong, the Qin family's heiress, has gone missing. I'm sure you're aware. Young Master Ling has mobilized all his resources, including the enforcement squad, to search for Qin Rumong. Naturally, young Master Ling has also approached me, so I must grant him this favor. As for Li Futu, I'm waiting for someone to return. Who? Lin Jianglong couldn't help but ask. Someone who can take his life. The ninth master's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. Who? Lin Jianglong's entire body tensed with excitement at the mention. Yi Han. The ninth master declared. Yi Han? Knight Han? Master 9, you mean that bloodthirsty midnight specter from back then? The one who rose as the top underground fighter and created the Northeast Underworld's legend of slaughter? Lin Jianglong's face paled, the words bursting from his lips in utter astonishment. Lin Jianglong had heard of Yi Han, a man who craved bloodshed. Every fighter who stepped into the ring with him was slaughtered outright. Rarely could anyone withstand more than 10 punches of his relentless assault. But then, somehow, Yi Han vanished. No one knew where he had gone. Ninth Master, didn't Yi Han go missing? How could you still find him? Lin Jianglong asked doubtfully. He hasn't vanished. He's merely serving my purposes, carrying out my orders. He's currently fulfilling a mission for me and will return soon. Li Futu will be the first sacrifice upon his return. Master 9 stated calmly. Lin Jianglong sucked in a sharp breath at these words. He never imagined even a dark boxing champion like Yi Han had become one of the Ninth Master's formidable warriors. This alone revealed the Ninth Master's unfathomable depth. Excitement and anticipation flooded Lin Jianglong's face. He'd heard countless tales of Yi Han's prowess and was utterly convinced that Yi Han's return would spell the end for Li Futu. At that moment, a man with steady footsteps in a dark, ruggedly handsome face entered the villa and walked straight up to the Ninth Master. Black Bear, what's the matter? Asked the Ninth Master upon seeing the man enter. Master Jui, it's like this. Black Bear approached Master Jui, leaned close, and whispered a few words into his ear. Instantly, a flicker of alarm crossed the Ninth Master's usually unruffled face. He furrowed his brow, his gaze darkening as he demanded, is this true? Has it been confirmed? Black Bear nodded firmly, his expression unwavering. Master 9 narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. He waved his hand and said, I understand. Black Bear rose to take his leave. Master 9's expression remained unsettled, tinged with disbelief. Master Jui, has something happened? Lin Jianglong asked cautiously. He rarely saw the master look like this. Qin Rumong has been found. The Ninth Master spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. He added, and she's with Li Futu. Li Futu drove aimlessly, unfamiliar with the capital and unsure where to find good food. Li Futu, where are we going? Didn't you say we were going to eat? How come we've been driving around for half an hour with no destination? Qin Rumong gazed at Li Futu's profile, her heart brimming with playful annoyance. I'm looking for a place to eat, Li Futu replied, though he felt a bit uncertain inside. He genuinely didn't know where to go. What do you feel like eating? Maybe I can recommend a place, Qin Rumong suggested. Cheap, affordable, and tasty. Any place that hits those 3 marks will do, Li Futu replied with a smile. Qin Rumong froze, glaring at Li Futu in exasperation. She felt this guy was downright mean and a bit too stingy. What did he mean by cheap, filling, and tasty? Clearly, he just didn't want to spend money. Found it! Li Futu suddenly exclaimed. His eyes lit up at the sight of an old noodle shop ahead, and he immediately pulled over. Qin Rumong, confused, followed him out of the car. Li Futu led her into the cramped, old noodle shop. The paint on the old noodle shop sign was peeling off, the characters blurred and indistinct from years of smoke exposure. Inside, a few sparse customers occupied the tables, each covered in a thick layer of grease so thick it looked like you could scrape it off and stir-fry a dish. "We're eating here?" Sheen Rumung asked, her voice tinged with doubt. Indeed, Sheen Rumung was as beautiful as a dream, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, entirely untouched by worldly dust. This old noodle shop was in a state of utter disrepair. Everywhere she looked, from the pot boiling noodles to the greasy tables and chairs, exuded a grimy atmosphere that clashed sharply with her pure, ethereal aura. "Picky? You're not some spoiled rich girl, are you? If you are, I can't serve you. Whether you eat or not, I'm eating. Of course, if you want to sit there and watch me eat, I won't stop you." Li Futu shrugged indifferently. Sheen Rumung was so exasperated she nearly choked. "Who says I look down on it? Stop making baseless accusations. I just want noodles tonight." With that, Sheen Rumung seemed intent on proving her sincerity. She took a seat at a table first. Li Futu smiled, walked over, and sat down. "What kind of noodles do you want?" "Jajangmyeon," Sheen Rumung replied. "All right." Li Futu called out to the slightly plump owner. "1 bowl of jajangmyeon noodles and 1 bowl of beef brisket noodles, large portions. Load up on the toppings. If you want this beauty to become a regular customer, don't mess this up." "Sure thing, no problem," the owner replied with a beaming smile. Sheen Rumung's eyes shone like stars, bright and dazzling. Her dark pupils gleamed like black gems as she seemed to scrutinize Li Futu with keen interest. Li Futu felt a wave of embarrassment. "Hey, beautiful, if you're into me, just say so. Flirting like this in public is a bit awkward, you know." At the same moment, across the street, several figures flickered by, seemingly indifferent, yet their gazes remained fixed on the old noodle shop. Their eyes lingered particularly on Li Futu and Sheen Rumung. Chapter 112, She Will Always Be Mine. Sheen Rumung had met many men, but someone like Li Futu was truly one of a kind. Dubbed the capital's most beautiful woman, Sheen Rumung's beauty and elegance were beyond question. Precisely because of this, she was never short of admirers, all of them privileged young men from influential families. They all came from distinguished families, possessed handsome and elegant appearances, and had endless wealth to squander. Thus, to win even a single smile from her, each was willing to spend a fortune. Even if she asked for the moon in the sky, her admirers would rack their brains to find a way to send her there. Once, a wealthy young man splurged on a luxury yacht as her birthday gift. Another influential heir chartered Dubai's 7-star hotel to throw her an extravagant party, and there were even more extreme admirers willing to die for her, and so on. In short, every man she encountered lusted after her beauty, resorting to every possible means to win her favor, scheming endlessly just to earn a single smile from her. Before her, these wealthy, privileged young masters would spend fortunes without batting an eye. Yet tonight, Sheen Rumung felt a slight pang of disappointment. This Li Futu fellow before her seemed utterly indifferent to her, turning a blind eye to her extreme beauty. After saving her, he only thought to drive away, not considering how utterly lacking in gentlemanly manners it was to leave a girl behind in such circumstances. She stubbornly insisted on riding with him, claiming she wanted to eat. After driving around for ages, they ended up at this old noodle shop, sitting outside to eat. It wasn't that she looked down on this old noodle shop. Though she came from a distinguished family, she didn't share the common snobbery of some aristocratic ladies. She never considered herself superior to others. She had wandered countless times through the streets and alleys, often stopping at roadside stalls to eat. What surprised her was that she assumed Li Futu would at least choose a proper restaurant. Instead, here they were eating at this roadside noodle shop. Did he not care about her? Sheen Rumung pondered this, but then she thought, why should he care about her? Was this just a habit formed from always being fawned over and pampered? At this thought, Sheen Rumung couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she found the man before her rather amusing. Sitting at this roadside table eating jajang noodles actually brought an indescribable sense of light-hearted joy. She had always felt like a canary trapped in a cage possessing only a dazzling exterior, yet deprived of freedom, of that true sky that belonged to her. What she yearned for was the vast, azure expanse of the sky not being confined to a corner, becoming a pitiable tool for a marriage of convenience for the sake of family interests. What good was being the center of everyone's adoration? What good was being crowned the most beautiful woman in the capital? Without freedom, unable to control her own life, she was nothing more than a beautiful shell devoid of her own soul. She refused to accept such a fate. She yearned to break free from the cage, to shatter the chains binding her. That was why she fled alone, resisting in this solitary way. But could such a feeble act of defiance truly make a difference? She didn't know that without this escape, she wouldn't have encountered those thugs, wouldn't have met this man, and wouldn't be sitting here now, leisurely eating jajangmyeon with such ease and freedom. She cherished this feeling of unrestrained freedom, of acting on impulse. Yet the thought of her impending imprisonment like a bird trapped in a cage sent a wave of heavy sorrow washing over her. Whether for her own fate or for this rare moment of ease, tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. Ever since her loving father passed away 3 years ago, she had sworn never to cry again. Yet now, clear droplets glistened in her eyes. Li Futu, perhaps hungry, was buried in his noodles. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered the breathtaking beauty sitting across from him. Holy crap! Eating while admiring such a vision was the ultimate pleasure. How could he have forgotten? Unforgivable. Lifting his gaze, Li Futu caught the faint glimmer of tears in Qin Ruming's beautiful eyes. Startled, he asked, "What's wrong? Is the noodle soup that bad?" No, don't misunderstand. The noodles are delicious. I just got a bit of smoke in my eyes from the noodle shop's cooking, so they're a little dry and watering. Qin Ruming hurriedly explained, blinking and wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Smoke? Li Futu felt a pang of confusion. He turned to look. The noodle shop used a gas stove, not charcoal. Where would the smoke come from? He didn't press the matter, however. Turning back to Qin Ruming, he smiled and said, "To me, it looks like you're just jealous. Seeing me eat beef brisket while you don't have any makes you feel a little upset, right? You should have said something earlier. Here, try a few pieces. It's really quite good." With that, Li Futu promptly scooped the last few pieces of tender beef brisket from his bowl into Qin Ruming's. Ah! Qin Ruming gasped in surprise. Staring at the few pieces of beef brisket in her bowl taken directly from Li Futu's bowl, no less, using his used chopsticks, how could she possibly eat this? How am I supposed to eat this? Qin Ruming was on the verge of tears. How should I eat it? Do I need to teach you? Just pick it up and eat it. Or do you think it's unsanitary? If you don't eat it, I'll shove it into your mouth myself. Believe it or not? Li Futu's face hardened as he spoke. Qin Ruming gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes brimming with hurt as she shot Li Futu a reproachful glance. But in the end, she picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. Chewing gently, she found the taste was actually quite good. This was the first time Qin Ruming had ever eaten something someone else had picked up for her. Across the street, a top-of-the-line Bentley slowly pulled up and came to a stop by the curb. The window rolled down. A strikingly handsome young man, graceful as jade, narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Futu and Qin Ruming sitting across the street, eating noodles. He witnessed Li Futu using chopsticks to place a piece of beef brisket into Qin Ruming's bowl. What followed left him utterly astonished and enraged. Qin Ruming actually picked up that piece of beef brisket and put it into her mouth. The scene resembled the most commonplace intimacy between two young lovers deeply in love, yet to him, it was utterly unbearable. Wasn't that Qin Ruming? Sitting there eating noodles with some random guy. And she was the Qin family's precious daughter. Sitting on the street eating noodles without a shred of dignity, it was utterly disgraceful. Outyan, is a woman like this really worth your affection? If the upper class found out she spent the night with a man, behaving so intimately, what face would your Ling family have left to marry her? A woman's voice rang out from within the carriage. Shut your mouth. Rumen is not for you to judge. And certainly not for you to slander. The strikingly handsome young man growled in a low, furious voice, his heart consumed by a spreading rage. Seated in the car was a young woman, beautiful and alluring, yet her gaze fixed on Qin Ruming now brimmed with venom and hatred. She spat, "Ling Outyan, stop deluding yourself. Qin Ruming never loved you. A woman who throws away her dignity like that isn't worthy of your affection. Why couldn't you have looked at me just once? Am I really inferior to her? Xiao Yunlan, I'll say it once more, shut your mouth." Ling Outyan's face was icy as he turned to glare at the stunningly beautiful woman, his words deliberate and measured. Facing Ling Outyan's icy, gloomy expression, Xiao Yunlan clenched her teeth but dared not utter another word. After a long moment, Xiao Yunlan reluctantly muttered, "Now that you've found Qin Ruming, why don't you go get her into the car?" "No need. I never intended to personally fetch her this time. I only came to see for myself if it's true, as the ninth master said that Qin Ruming is with Li Futu." "Oh, that man's name is Li Futu? The name sounds familiar. It seems someone mentioned it to me before." He recalled, "It was Feiyu who told me. But none of that matters now. No one will ever see Qin Ruming eating noodles with Li Futu, because he doesn't even exist in this world." Ling Outyan spoke, a cold smile curling his lips as a maddened killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Outyan, you mean?" Xiao Yunlan faltered. "What I, Ling Outyan, set my sights on, no one can snatch from my grasp. Li Futu will vanish soon enough. Once he's gone, who will ever see him with Rumen again? From now on, anyone who dares spread such rumors, I'll be the first to kill them." Ling Outyan spoke, his gaze shifting to Xiao Yunlan beside him, laced with warning and intimidation. "All right, leave the rest to ninth master. He'll handle it. As for Ru Meng, I'll wait for her return at the Qin residence. She is mine, forever mine." The Bentley slowly started its engine and rolled forward. From within the cabin came that faint, icy, and chilling voice. Chapter 113, If Only Life Were Like the First Encounter. A gentle evening breeze brought a hint of coolness to the sweltering season, dispelling the surrounding heat. The breeze lifted Qin Ruming's hair, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, dreamlike and dazzling. Li Futu stared intently at Qin Ruming across from him. She truly was a beauty to feast one's eyes on. Once she was in his car, when would she be in his bed? This was a question worth pondering, and thus Li Futu's gaze held a distinctly sinister intent. Shin Rumung seemed to sense Li Futu's gaze. She lifted her head slightly, meeting his intensely burning stare. Her expression faltered momentarily, and a faint blush involuntarily spread across her cheeks. This guy really? Doesn't he know it's rude to stare at someone for so long while they're eating? You're eating so enthusiastically, should I get you another bowl? Li Futu asked with a smile. No, thank you. Have you finished eating? Why are you staring at me like that? How am I supposed to eat now? Shin Rumung said, a hint of playful annoyance flickering in her eyes. Haven't you heard the saying, a feast for the eyes? Li Futu chuckled. Watching you makes my appetite soar. I was planning to have another bowl later. You shameless! Shin Rumung exclaimed, though the last two words were barely audible. Li Futu didn't seem to notice, still smiling as he prepared to respond. Suddenly, his eyes darkened slightly. His gaze drifted casually forward, catching sight of two black Mercedes sedans speeding toward them and pulling up at the roadside. The doors opened, and 5 men in black, form-fitting suits stepped out. A man in his 40s, lean and sharp-featured, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, got out of the car. Miss Chin, I've come specifically to escort you back, the middle-aged man said respectfully as he approached Shin Rumung. Uncle Jin, how did you find me? Shin Rumung's expression froze. Jin Yaohui pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and replied, that's not important. What matters is that you're safe and sound, Miss Chin. The old master hasn't been well these past few days. His old ailments have flared up again, all because he's worried about you. You know he refuses to take his medicine. Only you can persuade him to take it properly. So please, come back with me. No. I don't want to go back yet. Grandfather. Is he unwell again? Shin Rumung asked. Jin Yaohui nodded. Yes, the old master's old ailment has flared up again. He's been coughing incessantly. Young miss, you left on your own without telling anyone. These past 2 days, both the old master and the eldest master have been deeply worried about you. Shin Rumung's eyes flashed with visible struggle. She clenched her jaw and said, Uncle Jin, you're lying to me, aren't you? When I left, grandfather was perfectly fine. It's impossible for him to suddenly fall ill. You just want me back. You must have come here at my eldest uncle's behest to bring me back, then lock me away in that place, waiting to use me as a pawn in your marriage alliance, right? Jin Yaohui frowned slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Li Futu, who sat opposite Shin Rumung, quietly eating his noodles. His voice was low and solemn. Young miss, I have absolutely no reason to deceive you. The entire Chin family is worried about you. Even if you don't care about the old master, shouldn't you consider Mrs. Chin? She is your mother. Shin Rumung clenched her jaw. My mother would understand. I just want to go out alone, wander around, clear my head. Is that so impossible? Why must I live under your watchful eyes? I refuse. So you refuse to come with me, Miss Chin? Jin Yaohui inquired. Shin Rumung nodded, her beautiful face flashing with resolve. Then I'll have to be rude. I cannot disobey the old master's orders. If I've offended you, I'll personally apologize to the young lady upon our return. As Jin Yaohui spoke, 5 burly men clad in black approached. Well, are you planning to forcibly carry me back? Shin Rumung's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Rumei. Li Futu, who had been quietly eating his noodles, suddenly called out. Shin Rumung froze, turning her gaze toward Li Futu. Li Futu's face was calm and steady, his deep eyes possessing a mesmerizing power that seemed to soothe the soul. Gazing into Shin Rumung's eyes bright as stars, sparkling like black gems, he said, You haven't finished your noodles. Would you like to eat with me? If you're willing, no one in this world can take you away. Shin Rumung's expression froze. She seemed to grasp the meaning behind Li Futu's words. Her pearly teeth lightly bit her delicate red lips. Then, she nodded steadily, her voice trembling slightly as she replied, I'm willing. Then let's eat. The noodles will get cold if we wait any longer. Li Futu smiled, his voice gentle and warm as a spring breeze. Shin Rumung suddenly realized that sometimes, this man's smile could be incredibly heartwarming. Just like now, looking at his smile felt like sunlight streaming into a corner of her heart, bringing a touch of warmth. Jin Yaohui's pupils abruptly contracted. He glanced at the 5 burly men in black, fully armed and ready beside him. They instantly understood his intent and charged straight toward Li Futu, not Shin Rumung. Young Master Ling had instructed, if that man accompanying the young miss can be destroyed, crush him completely. A cold, sinister glint flashed in Jin Yaohui's eyes. Li Futu's lips curved into a faint smile. He sprang to his feet, still clutching a pair of chopsticks in his right hand. As the 2 heavily built men in black surged forward, his form shot past them at 10 times their speed. The chopsticks, propelled by his own momentum, transformed into 2 lightning-fast, icy cold streaks as they stabbed forward. Ah! In the blink of an eye, 2 piercing, heart-wrenching screams echoed far and wide. Li Futu's figure shot through the space between the 2 men, each now with a chopstick lodged directly into their right eye socket. Blood gushed out, creating a horrifyingly gruesome sight. Clutching their right eyes, the excruciating pain forced them to crouch down, nearly fainting. I hate being interrupted while eating noodles. Li Futu's cold words hung in the air before he charged toward 3 other burly men clad in black, his speed terrifying. Roar! The 3 men roared in fury, unleashing their fists in a flurry of martial arts strikes aimed at the dark shadow charging toward them. To Li Futu, their attacks were as laughable as a 3-year-old's punches. He twisted his wrist, clamping down on one man's right arm, then drove him flying with a swift elbow strike. Next, his right leg swept out like a raging dragon's tail. The sharp wind from his kick whistled past ears, fierce and terrifying, driving a large dent into the chest and abdomen of the man on his right. The man collapsed instantly to the ground. Boom! Finally, Li Futu unleashed a sudden punch. The explosive force of his strike collided with the attacking fist of the last assailant. Snap! As their fists collided, the sound of a broken arm echoed. The burly man let out a wretched howl, stumbled back several steps, and collapsed onto the ground. In an instant, all 5 heavily built men in black lay sprawled on the ground, a chilling sight. Li Futu turned his calm gaze to Jin Yaoi, whose face had gone pale. Speak, he said coldly. Which would you prefer, to keep your hands or your feet? No. Qin Rumung, initially frozen in shock, snapped back to her senses and rushed forward to grab Li Futu's arm. Li Futu, please stop. Do me a favor, okay? Li Futu glanced at Qin Rumung, took a deep breath, and said, fine. I'll grant you that. Which car will you be taking, theirs or mine? Qin Rumung said nothing. She simply pulled Li Futu toward his Audi. This time, no one dared step forward to stop them. Jin Yaoi, his face drained of color and turning ashen, could only watch helplessly as the Audi sped away. Seated inside, tears welled in Qin Rumung's eyes. Instantly, several calls came in, but she didn't answer. Soon after, several messages arrived. She glanced at them silently, but pearl-like tears rolled down her cheeks. Li Futu remained silent, unsure what to say. After driving for a while, he finally spoke. I'll drive you back. Though I don't know your situation, sometimes what you must face can never be avoided. Still, having me drive you back might be easier for you to accept than letting them force you. Qin Rumung blinked her tear-filled eyes at Li Futu. After a long moment, she nodded. The journey passed in silence, broken only by the hysterical vocals of life in full bloom playing in the car. I want a life that blooms with fury. Like soaring through boundless skies. Like traversing boundless wilderness. Possessing the strength to break free from everything. Qin Rumung listened quietly, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string, as the car sped all the way to the Qin family mansion. The car slowed to a stop. Li Futu helped Qin Rumung out. Suddenly, the gates of the Qin residence swung open. Several servants spotted her and dashed inside to report her arrival. Qin Rumung stepped forward, her heart filled with an unfamiliar loathing for the deep courtyards of the Qin residence. Li Futu paused at the right moment. The path ahead was one she must walk alone. Li Futu. Suddenly, Qin Rumung turned back, her eyes fixed deeply on Li Futu. HM? Li Futu smiled. Thank you for treating me to noodles tonight. It was the most delicious and happiest bowl of jajang noodles I've ever had. Qin Rumung smiled, but as she did, the tears she had held back began to fall once more, her voice choking up. But, if I ever want to eat them again, would you still take me? Of course. Li Futu declared firmly. He smiled and added softly, as long as you don't mind, I can afford 10 yuan bowls of minced pork noodles. I want it at the same place, at the same table, with you beside me. I want you to keep putting meat in my bowl and scowling at me to eat. Is that okay? Qin Rumung asked Li Futu, her voice choked with tears, though it sounded more like she was asking herself. Her body leaned forward as if to walk, yet her legs felt heavier than lead. Finally, she lifted her right leg, about to step toward Li Futu, when suddenly, Rumen, you're back. A young man, graceful as jade and radiating an imposing aura, emerged from the Qin family mansion. Rumung, whenever you wish, anytime. This is my promise to you, Li Futu. Li Futu spoke, his gaze briefly meeting the young man approaching Qin Rumung. Turning back to her, he said, I should be going. Qin Rumung watched Li Futu's figure and the Audi slowly pulling away. Out of Li Futu's hearing range, she murmured softly. If only life were like the first time we met. Chapter 114, In the Name of Blood. The Qin family mansion, deep within its courtyards, was brightly lit. More and more people emerged one after another. Qin Rumung's gaze was distant as she watched the black Audi speed away. Her lips parted slightly, still murmuring to herself, if only life were like the first time we met. But is that truly possible? Perhaps it's all just a dream. Am I destined to never break free from these shackles? Rumeng, it's good you're back. Do you know how worried I was after you disappeared? I haven't slept a wink these past 2 days, but seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. Ling Outyen approached Qin Rumung. His face was as fair as jade, his eyes sharp and piercing, radiating an aura that commanded respect. Young Master Ling, you needn't worry about me. I simply felt stifled and went out for a walk. Qin Rumung spoke, having already wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Menger, you're back at last. Come here, let grandfather see if you're alright. At that moment, a frail, aged voice drifted over, and an elderly man, nearly 80 years old and bent with age, emerged, supported by a middle-aged man. Grandfather Chin Rumen called out upon seeing the old man and walked towards him. So glad you're back. So glad you're back. Old Master Chin grasped Chin Rumeng's hands as she approached, a relieved smile spreading across his weathered face, etched with the lines of time. Little Meng, if you need to go out for anything in the future, just tell us. You left without a word, gone for 2 whole days and nights. How worried we were. The imposing middle-aged man beside Old Master Chin spoke up. Uncle, I understand. I won't be so impulsive again, Chin Rumeng replied. Chin Zonghun, the eldest son of Old Master Chin, nodded. His reserved gaze drifted toward Ling Outyen ahead, a peculiar gleam flickering in his eyes. Behind Old Master Chin stood a middle-aged beauty, her figure perfectly outlined in a peach-colored ink-wash cheongsam. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, her dignified and beautiful face radiating an air of nobility and grace. As her lovely eyes met Chin Rumeng's, a faint glimmer of tears appeared. Mom, Chin Rumeng murmured softly upon seeing the woman, her voice tinged with guilt. The woman nodded, offering a gentle smile. Menger, it's good you're back. It's chilly outside. Help the old master inside. Had she not heard it with her own ears, it would have been hard to imagine this elegant woman was Chin Rumeng's mother. Everyone in the Chin household addressed her as Madam Chin. Though she was well past 40, her well-preserved appearance made her look as youthful and radiant as a woman in her 30s. Her skin remained fair and taut, giving no hint that she was Chin Rumeng's mother. Chin Rumeng supported Old Master Chin as they entered the Chin family mansion. Gazing at the deep courtyard, she felt as if she could foresee her own fate. Once you enter the nobleman's gate, it's as deep as the sea. By the time you wish to leave, you'll be past your prime. She had no choice. Supporting the old master step by step as they moved inward, her heart sank deeper with each stride. Chin Zonghun hadn't yet entered when he glanced at Ling Outyen ahead of him. With a faint smile, he spoke in a gentle tone, Young Master Ling, Rumen has returned. If you have anything to say, let's discuss it inside. Ling Outyen slowly withdrew his gaze. He had been coldly watching the direction Li Futu's car had driven off, his eyes flickering with a sharp, deep-seated murderous intent. Ling Outyen shifted his gaze to Chin Zonghun and said, Uncle Chin, shall we go inside too? With that, he and Chin Zonghun walked together into the Chin family mansion. At that moment, a black Hummer H3 SUV slowly drove past the Chin family estate. Seated inside were 2 sisters whose beauty was so striking and alluring, they seemed almost demonic. Sis, why didn't we chase after that bastard Li Futu when he drove off? We just watched him get away. Xiao Aoshue pouted her luscious red lips, her voice dripping with displeasure. Things were getting more and more interesting. I had only intended to harvest a single maple leaf, but who would have thought Li Futu would gift me the entire maple forest? Xiao Aoqing's incredibly sexy, fiery figure leaned lazily against the driver's seat. With this pose, the white silk blouse she wore billowed out dramatically, as if it might burst open. Sis, what exactly are you implying? Xiao Aoshue turned to her elder sister, her gaze sweeping over the other's ample curves before comparing them to her own. A wave of resentment washed over her. They shared the same mother, yet why such a stark difference? Didn't you see Chin Rumeng returning in Li Futu's car? Ling Outyen has long pursued Chin Rumeng, determined to make her the Ling family's daughter-in-law. With the Ling family's prestige, how could they tolerate their future young mistress being with another man and returning in his car, no less? Xiao Aoqing smiled, her allure and beauty intensifying. Yet the hint of meaning in her eyes was deeply intriguing. She continued, therefore, Ling Outyen could never tolerate Li Futu. We must carefully scheme and plot. Sis, what kind of scheme? Xiao Aoshue perked up instantly. She adored these little mischievous schemes against others. Let's head back first. This requires careful execution and the right moment to strike, Xiao Aoqing stated. Xiao Aoshue instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, her excitement fading. Sis, we're not going to find Li Futu, she asked. Why would you want to? Do you like him? Xiao Aoqing retorted irritably. Not at all. I just had a sudden thought it'd be pretty amusing if he became my brother-in-law, hee. Xiao Aoshue grinned like a little devil. Xiao Shui. Don't you dare climb into my bed tonight. Xiao Aoqing snapped angrily, stomping on the gas pedal. The Hummer H3 roared forward. No way, sis. I can't sleep without hugging you. Besides, your impressive figure is all thanks to me. Say another word and see if I don't toss you out the window. Fine, I won't say it anymore. But honestly, not getting to play with my brother-in-law tonight is really boring. Xiao Aoqing was speechless, both angry and frustrated, yet powerless against her mischievous little sister. The night wind howled. At breakneck speed, gusts of wind poured into the cabin, whipping Li Futu's hair into a wild mess. His gaze grew icy as he steadily increased the speed. The roar of the engine and the relentless wind ignited the fiery passion within him. Years of slaughter and warfare in the underworld had gradually numbed and hardened his heart. Yet, the mere thought of Chin Rumeng's tear-streaked face stirred something deep within him, a faint tremor in the recesses of his soul. Even without Qin Rumung saying a word, he could vaguely guess her fate. Born into a wealthy and powerful family, how many women truly held control over their own destinies? Often, their destinies were intertwined with the interests of their entire families, leaving them no say in the matter. Everyone had their own destiny. He didn't possess the power to change others' fates, but if Qin Rumung wanted to break free from her shackles, he wouldn't mind lending her a helping hand. Take now, for instance, those pursuing vehicles and that palpable aura of murderous intent. Whether these pursuers were sent by the Qin family or by the Ninth Master, it made no difference in Li Futu's eyes. He vividly recalled Ling Aotian's unmasked murderous intent at the Qin family mansion. Sure enough, the moment he drove away, 4 cars immediately tailed him. There was no way this wasn't connected to that Ling family young master. Since that was the case, tonight would be a night of slaughter. Boom! 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 Vehicles screeched past, their piercing roar tearing through the thick night air, echoing far and wide, sending shivers down the spine. After an unknown duration of high-speed pursuit, Li Futu abruptly steered his Audi toward a cluster of abandoned factories in the western outskirts. Pushing the vehicle to its absolute limit, the car screeched past and vanished into the desolate, uninhabited industrial ruins. Li Futu slammed on the brakes, stalled the engine, and shot out of the car like a ghost. He slipped into the factory workshop, taking up a position that offered both offensive and defensive advantages. His gaze was cold and sharp as he watched the outside. A torrent of malevolence surged within him. A thick, deep, almost tangible aura of bloodthirsty killing intent radiated from his body, while his eyes instantly took on a terrifying, blood-red hue. Bloodlust. He could feel his bloodlust being drawn out in this moment, a bloodthirsty intent filling his entire body. Within 3 meters of him, the air was thick with an indelible crimson aura of murderous intent. Whoosh! 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 4 black sedans instantly closed in, their combined killing intent coalescing into a cold, razor-sharp aura that permeated the air. In the name of blood, kill! Li Futu's eyes darkened. He no longer restrained his bloodlust. The opponents before him offered the perfect outlet for its full, unrestrained release. Chapter 115, Bloodlust. The night was silent, and the abandoned factory was deathly still. No light illuminated the surroundings, save for a distant lighthouse. Though its beam was dazzling, it failed to reach the abandoned factory, barely allowing faces to be discerned at close range. 16 men emerged from 4 speeding cars. All wore black uniforms, their faces cold and expressionless, each holding a gun. A cold-eyed man in the center held a gun in his right hand. With his left, he made 3 rapid hand signals. Instantly, the 16 split into 4 groups, closing in from all sides to encircle the abandoned factory completely. Inside the abandoned factory, Li Futu lurked silently, like a king of the darkness. A blood-red glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he coldly observed the 16 armed men in black outside. A faint, icy smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Whoosh! 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 Bullets from silenced pistols tore through the air, emitting sharp, piercing sounds as they erupted in rapid succession all around. Bang! 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 Dust-covered glass panes in the abandoned factory shattered instantly, ringing out in crisp, shattering sounds. Sparks flew from the doorway and walls, leaving behind a trail of bullet holes. Li Futu crouched slightly. His position was completely out of the bullet's range. He had chosen a strategic blind spot, guarding against the enemy's gunfire. The relentless barrage of bullets showed no sign of ceasing. Crouching low, Li Futu pricked up his ears, silently discerning the sounds around him. Suddenly, a chill flashed in his eyes. He had detected the faintest sound of footsteps. He knew the enemy was attempting to infiltrate. The relentless barrage of bullets was merely cover for their stealthy comrades. The gunfire persisted, stray bullets darting through the workshop. Often striking steel columns or abandoned machinery, they ricocheted off surfaces and shot off in other directions. The scene looked perilous, but for Li Futu, who had survived countless firefights, this level of assault was hardly worth his concern. The moment the enemy finished one burst and began reloading, Li Futu's body rolled violently. He rolled silently toward a direction on his right, springing up swiftly. In a few quick leaps, he pressed himself flush against a wall at an angle. Hidden in this spot, Li Futu's gaze turned icy as he held his breath. His right hand gripped a military knife, a blood-red military knife. Li Futu was like a wolf patiently waiting for its prey. Once the target appeared, a single, lethal strike would greet them. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Directly in front of Li Futu's position was a side door. In that instant, the door was kicked open by a forceful kick, and several figures swiftly slipped inside. The first figure rolled inside, crouching low with a gun pointed forward. The second and third men charged in, flanking the first, while the fourth brought up the rear. Their coordinated movements clearly indicated rigorous training, otherwise, such seamless teamwork would be impossible. The instant the 4 burst in, Li Futu moved. His body shifted first, then his right foot slammed against the ground. The explosive power from his right calf propelled him like a cannonball toward the fourth intruder. Whoosh! Li Futu's sudden burst of speed seemed to ignite the air itself, producing a sharp whistling sound that instantly alerted the 4 infiltrators. The 4th man instinctively spun around, his gun poised to point toward the source of the sound, but he was ultimately a step too slow. A military knife glowed with an eerie crimson hue in the pitch-black darkness. Its razor-sharp edge slashed horizontally across the man's throat. Instantly, the blade drew a clean, swift cut. Oomph! A stream of crimson blood, warm to the touch, shot straight into the air, blooming into blossoms of blood mid-flight, mournfully beautiful yet deadly. Thud! Li Futu's right leg swept horizontally toward the man on the right. Before the man could even react, the kick struck his neck, snapping it cleanly. His head lolled to one side, life extinguished instantly. SSSSH. The crimson blade flashed again. Li Futu swung his blood-stained military knife backward, slicing toward the left. With lightning speed, the knife severed the throat of the man on the left just as he turned his gun. The first man to charge in had already turned around. His gaze darkened abruptly as he saw a figure lunging straight at him. Instinctively, he fired a rapid burst of shots forward. Whiz! 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 The successive gunshots erupted in bursts of blood across the dark figure's body. Only then did he realize he had shot and killed his own comrade. The man instantly realized what had happened. He knew the attacker had deliberately thrown the corpse of his already dead comrade at him, causing his misjudgment. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. Li Futu's figure materialized beside him like a ghost. His left hand shot out like lightning, clamping down on the man's right hand holding the gun. The man's face twisted in horror. He whipped his head around, unable to make out his opponent's face. All he could vaguely see were a pair of cold, deep eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty intent. A chill instantly rose from his feet, but that was the last sensation he would ever experience in this world. SSSSH. Li Futu's crimson military dagger pierced straight through his throat. Li Futu calmly withdrew the blade. A torrent of blood gushed from the man's throat, leaving behind a gruesome, gaping hole. Li Futu sheathed the blade, bent low to pick up 2 pistols from the floor, then vanished like a phantom through the side door without a sound. His 16 opponents had split into 4 groups of 4, infiltrating the factory workshop from 4 different directions to encircle him. Li Futu deliberately slipped out through the side door to break free from their encirclement. The remaining enemies never imagined Li Futu could eliminate an entire squad in under 30 seconds, not even giving them time to scream a warning. Li Futu's stealthy exit went unnoticed by the remaining opponents. He masterfully utilized the surrounding terrain and shadows to conceal himself on the outskirts of the abandoned factory, his gaze coldly fixed on the workshop interior. At that moment, bang, 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 a series of sounds echoed from within the factory workshop. Figures surged through the main entrance and side windows of the abandoned factory, moving with disciplined precision. They maintained a formation that allowed for mutual cover and ambush from all directions. To Li Futu, however, the entire scene appeared comically absurd. He had already stealthily positioned himself at the factory's perimeter, while these men had entered the interior. The reversal of roles had occurred remarkably swiftly. The 12 infiltrators moved with extreme caution, their miniature flashlights illuminating the surroundings as they scanned for their targets. When their beams swept toward the side entrance, they saw 4 bodies lying sprawled on the ground, their own comrades. Turn off the lights. Hide immediately. A furious shout echoed through the darkness. It was their leader. But it was already too late. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 gunshots rang out, followed by muffled groans echoing through the factory workshop. Heads were blown apart, blood splattering across the floor. Whiz! Whiz! Li Futu fired again. The heads of 2 men inside exploded, blood spurting skyward as they collapsed dead. Li Futu's gaze remained as calm as still water, his face utterly expressionless. His figure vanished silently toward another direction. The enemy's counterattack followed immediately, bullets spraying out in rapid succession. Yet every retaliatory bullet missed its mark. Li Futu moved like a specter in the night, relentlessly reaping his opponents' lives. Chapter 116, Exterminate Them All. Part 1. In the pitch-black night, within the abandoned factory where no light penetrated, murderous intent surged skyward, chilling the soul. The thick stench of blood mingled with the icy intent to kill, coalescing into a suffocating aura of terror. 6 people remained in the factory workshop, their faces twisted in utter terror. They looked as if they had just endured a hellish catastrophe, their originally cold stares involuntarily replaced by a deep-seated dread rising from their very souls. In the blink of an eye, 10 of their comrades had perished. Bodies littered the floor, crimson blood pooling and spreading, its pungent stench thickening the already terrifying atmosphere with the scent of death. The 6 survivors positioned themselves at 6 points around the workshop. They kept watch, their expressions tense and grave, wary of the ghostly figure that might appear at any moment, and fearful that its deadly bullets could end their lives in an instant. Near the main entrance stood a man with a fierce expression, the leader of this operation, whom his men called Big Brother Kuei. Even he now wore a look of utter shock. The current situation was something he hadn't anticipated before the operation. Kuei was certain that the terrifying adversary lurked nearby. He dared not make a move, lest he give away their position. A deathly silence hung over the area, thick enough to cut with a knife. Some could no longer endure the oppressive, terrifying atmosphere. One by one, they turned to look at Kei-gu. His gaze was icy as he gestured repeatedly, urging them to remain patient. Leafotu leaned against a wall not far from the side door, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth as he smoked with apparent ease. He felt no urgency. The longer the standoff dragged on, the more advantageous it became for him. The workshop was saturated with the blood-soaked stench of death, a scent potent enough to steadily crush his opponent's nerves. The suffocating atmosphere would eventually drive them mad. Therefore, he intended to wait. Out of sheer boredom, he lit up a cigarette. If Brother Kuei and the others learned that the enemy they were guarding so fiercely was outside, leisurely smoking his cigarette with an expression that showed he didn't give a damn about them, they would likely go mad. After finishing the cigarette, Leafotu took a deep breath. His form shifted, and he silently crept toward the side door. Pressing himself flat against the ground, he strained his ears to listen. To become a true powerhouse in the underworld, one must possess senses as sharp as a beast's. Among these, the ability to distinguish different sounds and auras through hearing was paramount. The workshop was deathly quiet, yet distinct sounds could still be discerned. Breathing, for instance. Under the oppressive weight of a terrifying death aura, a person's breathing inevitably became rapid and heavy. With careful listening and discernment, it wasn't difficult to deduce their location. After listening intently for a moment, a cold gleam flashed in Leafotu's eyes. He sprang to his feet, firing his guns in rapid succession from both hands toward the direction he had in mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 bullets shot out. One struck a steel pillar, its bullet ricocheting off the left side exactly where an enemy lay in ambush. The gunshot jolted the enemy's nerves. He tightened his grip on his own gun, but before he could react, whoosh! The scorching ricocheting bullet plunged straight into the center of his forehead. What kind of hellish marksmanship was this? That was the man's final thought as he died. His eyes widened, a bloody hole forming between his brows, terror frozen in his gaze. He never imagined he'd be killed in such a manner. Another bullet whizzed past the edge of a wall, embedding itself in an opponent's side. Though concealed behind the wall, the bullet pierced his flank, inflicting a wound. Whiz! 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 In an instant, the others in the workshop reacted, frantically firing their weapons toward the side door as bullets rained down. Unfortunately, the moment Leafotu pulled the trigger, he had already slipped into the workshop like a ghost. Kuei and his men fired wildly and blindly. When the gunfire finally subsided, they realized every shot had missed its mark. They instantly realized their opponent had infiltrated the workshop. The realization sent a chill down every one of their spines, filling them with utter terror. In their eyes, the enemy was like a demon, an omnipotent demon who could reap their lives at any moment. Leafotu had already infiltrated the facility. He lay concealed in a dark corner, silently sensing something. At that moment, the formation of Kuei-gu and his men was shifting. They moved cautiously, attempting to regroup. Seeing Kuei-ji's signal, they prepared to charge out together. They were terrified. Only by charging out and escaping in their vehicles could they save their lives. Staying here meant certain death. The concealed Leafotu suddenly shifted. His entire body darted diagonally to the right, gliding sideways like a skimmer across water. As he moved, sliding past the wall, an enemy figure appeared before his eyes. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Leafotu pulled the trigger of the gun in his right hand. The bullets erupted, shattering the opponent's skull. In a flash, Leafotu crouched low, rolling across the ground as a hail of bullets swept toward him, all missing their mark. Leafotu caught sight of another opponent out of the corner of his eye. Just as he prepared to fire, he realized both guns were out of ammunition. The enemy spotted Leafotu too. Startled, he aimed his gun in Leafotu's direction. Whoosh! Leafotu's body sprang upward, planting his foot against the left wall. Using the rebound force, he flipped forward and landed on a machine in the workshop. Instantly, he gathered momentum and leaped again, soaring like a soaring eagle into the encirclement of the 3 enemy members. Leafotu's movements were swift as a hare, blindingly fast, leaving his opponents dazed and unable to react. All they saw was a flash before Leafotu vanished from sight. Their raised guns failed to lock onto a target, confusion spreading across their faces. Only when Leafotu landed among them did they jolt back to their senses. Leafotu gave them no time to react. The moment his body descended, he unleashed a thunderous, lethal strike. Chapter 117, Exterminate Them All. Part 2. Whoosh! A crimson blade of light sliced through the air from Leafotu's hand, striking directly at the opponent before him. A crimson blade flash streaked through the air, swift as lightning, carrying within it a profound, ruthless, and heavy killing intent. Before the opponent could even hesitate, this blood-red blade had already sliced clean through their throat. A torrent of crimson blood immediately spurted forth, a sight truly shocking to behold. Next, Leafotu's left hand darted out like lightning, seizing the gun-wielding wrist of an opponent beside him and flinging it toward another direction where their remaining comrade stood. Whoosh! A gunshot rang out, and another man fell dead. Li Futu's crimson military knife slashed through the air, ending the life of the opponent whose wrist he held. Whoosh! 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 A burst of gunfire erupted. Li Futu darted behind a wall just in time. He knew clearly that the last man in the workshop remained the leader of this group, Big Brother Kuei. Kuei Go, pistol in his right hand, leaned against a discarded machine, his face contorted with utter terror. His eyes held an even deeper horror. The deathly aura permeating the factory workshop pressed down on his chest like a massive boulder, making it difficult to breathe. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He had never faced such a terrifying adversary before, one that made him feel utterly powerless to resist. He didn't want to die. Only in moments like this did he grasp how precious life truly was. Clenching the gun in his hand, the only thing offering him a shred of security and reliance, he braced himself. Suddenly, Big Brother Kuei saw a dark shadow flash past his eyes. Like a startled bird, he raised his gun without hesitation and frantically pulled the trigger, firing wildly ahead. Whiz! 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 Bullets erupted in a furious barrage forward. Li Futu, who had darted to the other side at lightning speed, wore a cold smile on his lips. He was silently counting something in his mind. The moment another gunshot echoed in his ears, his body suddenly materialized and charged toward KGE's position. Li Futu materialized and spotted K hiding behind the machinery. Caught off guard, K's expression changed instantly. He pointed his gun at Li Futu, a savage grin spreading across his lips. Li Futu, however, remained calm. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at K's face, twisted in both savagery and delight. His voice was steady as he spoke. Browning M 1900 7.65mm pistol. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. You just fired your last bullet. What? Kuei Ge's heart lurched. Li Futu's words instantly replaced his expression with terror and unease. Kuei clenched his teeth and pulled the trigger of the gun pointed at Li Futu. Click. No bullet fired, only the sound of an empty chamber echoed. The last shred of hope in K's heart was utterly extinguished, his entire expression turning to despair. His eyes darted to the corner of his vision, where he saw a pistol lying beside the corpse of his fallen comrade. Instantly, he lunged forward, rolling to grab the gun. Whoosh! Li Futu charged forward even faster, clamping his right hand onto K's arm and wrenching it backward. Simultaneously, his left elbow slammed horizontally into K's back. Thud! Kuei Ge's entire body slammed downward. Seizing the momentum, Li Futu wrenched his right arm backward. Snap! Kuei Ge's right shoulder blade snapped clean off. Ah! Kuei Go let out a blood-curdling scream. Even as he lay on the ground, he still tried to reach out with his left hand to grab the gun scattered on the floor. Li Futu let out a cold laugh. He raised his right foot and stomped directly onto KGE's fingers. As he applied slight pressure, piercing, agonizing screams echoed through the entire workshop. Only then did Li Futu leisurely crouch down, clamping his hand around KGE's throat and hoisting him up. His cold gaze fixed on the man as he spoke. You're sent by the Ninth Master, aren't you? I can smell that scent on you, the same scent as those two he sent to hunt me down before. Kuei Ge's face turned crimson and purple. His eyes burned with venom as he glared at Li Futu, his throat rasping out hoarsely, The Ninth Master will kill you. He'll avenge us. Is that so? I rather think the Ninth Master will soon be joining you down below. Li Futu sneered coldly. With that, his right hand flung forward with brutal force, sending K's head crashing violently against the sharp edge of a discarded machine. Thud! Kuei Ge's head was a crimson mess, white brain matter mingling with blood oozing out. His entire body collapsed to the ground like a pile of rotten mud. Li Futu clapped his hands, surveying the scene. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly around the workshop, a thick, pungent stench of blood permeating the air, sharp enough to sting the nostrils. Li Futu walked out. 7 or 8 minutes later, he drove the 4 black sedans that K and his gang had arrived in into the workshop. He opened the hoods of all 4 vehicles, picked up a gun from the ground, and walked out. He slowly drove his Audi toward the abandoned factory. About 10 meters away, his right hand shot out the window, firing the gun in rapid succession. Whoosh! 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 4 scorching bullets shot out, each hitting the fuel tanks of the 4 cars inside the workshop with their throttle covers pried open. Boom! Boom! Immediately, a series of thunderous explosions echoed through the air. Li Futu tossed the gun he was holding directly into the factory workshop. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the Audi roared away at breakneck speed. Behind him, explosions echoed in rapid succession. Soon, flames shot skyward, and the raging inferno spread across the entire abandoned factory. Soon, everything here would be reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind whatsoever. Despite witnessing a massacre tonight, Li Futu's expression remained as calm as still water, showing not the slightest ripple of emotion. He had witnessed too many such massacres to feel anything at all. He drove back into the city, not speeding toward the Rose apartments. A lingering trace of lethal intent still clung to him, as if the carnage he'd just witnessed hadn't fully exhausted his own murderous aura. Indeed. Li Futu's actions tonight were far from over. Since he intended to wipe out every last trace, there was one more person he deemed necessary to eliminate. He still hadn't fully gauged the Ninth Master's power. Leaving him untouched for now wasn't out of fear, but rather a calculated move. He wanted to understand the Ninth Master's situation completely before delivering a thunderous strike. Only then could he ensure a clean exit without endangering those around him, people like Luo Qingwu and Yen Ruyu. Thus, in his plan, the Ninth Master's life would be spared for now. But one person had to die tonight. Lin Jianglong. Lin Jianglong had repeatedly crossed his boundaries. This man had no place left in this world. This group's attempt to ambush him, whether it stemmed from the Ninth Master's own intentions or those of the Ling family's young master, was inextricably linked to Lin Jianglong. Li Futu's consistent approach was to nip danger in the bud. Why keep someone alive who constantly plotted to take his life? Moreover, Lin Jianglong had the audacity to covet Luo Qingwu. That alone made him even more deserving of death. Li Futu had secretly investigated Lin Jianglong and knew he usually resided in a villa in the eastern part of the city. Typically, he was alone there, yet nearly every night, a different woman would appear at his villa. Li Futu felt no urgency to rush to Lin Jianglong's villa. Before heading there, he prepared certain things. He intended to kill Lin Jianglong and to kill a flawless one at that. Chapter 118, The Tremor Before Death. Capital City, Starry Club. This was an exclusive club frequented solely by the wealthy and powerful young men of the capital. Around 1:30 a.m., young men began streaming out of the exclusive club, each accompanied by women whose beauty and grace were truly dazzling. Brother Fong, this is where we part ways. Hope you had a good time tonight. Jianglong, you're too kind. I have been feeling a bit down these past few days, but I'll be fine. Brother Fong, rest assured. Miss Yan is your perfect match. One day, she'll be yours completely. Brother Zilong, thank you for your kind words. I truly hope that day comes. Well then, we'll part ways here. It's a shame young Master Ling couldn't join us tonight. But he's just found Qin Rumeng, no doubt he's keeping his beloved company. Brother Fong, get in the car. We'll connect again tomorrow. The three young men who stepped out, every gesture radiating an air of haughty superiority, were none other than Su Feiyu, Lin Jianglong, and Lu Zilong. They had been reveling in this high-end club until now, finally waving their farewells. Lin Jianglong wrapped his arm around a visibly intoxicated, glamorous woman beside him. A closer look revealed she was actually a fairly well-known second-tier actress in the country, having appeared in numerous TV dramas. Drunk and unsteady, she let Lin Jianglong guide her into a Ferrari sports car. Lin Jianglong took the wheel himself, speeding toward his villa in the eastern part of the city. A smoldering rage burned within Lin Jianglong. As long as Li Futu remained unpunished, he would loom like a shadow over Lin's heart, robbing him of both sleep and appetite. Yet what filled him with unexpected glee was the news he'd received from the Ninth Master. Li Futu was actually with Qin Rumeng. Who was Qin Rumeng? She was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Many self-important rich young men in the capital had once pursued Qin Rumeng with frenzied intensity. Yet, one by one, they had all become subdued. Now, they would steer clear of her, not daring to come within an inch of her presence. Why? Because they were cowed by Ling Xiao's power. It was common knowledge among the capital's elite that Ling Xiao favored Qin Rumeng. Thus, no one dared compete with Ling Xiao for her affections unless they wished to meet their end. Li Futu was actually with Qin Rumeng? If young Master Ling found out, Li Futu's survival past tomorrow would be highly questionable. Thus, Lin Jianglong felt quite pleased. He had long been scheming to get young Master Ling to eliminate Li Futu, but now it seemed he wouldn't need to go to such lengths to provoke him. Young Master Ling would never tolerate the fact that Li Futu had ever been alone with Qin Rumeng. He would unleash a frenzied revenge. If forced to choose between the Ninth Master and young Master Ling, Lin Jianglong placed his trust squarely in the latter. East of the city, within an upscale villa district, Lin Jianglong drove straight in, pulling up to a villa occupying a prime location. After pulling into the villa grounds, Lin Jianglong parked his car. He first got out to open the villa gate, then circled back to help the female star out of the vehicle. Supporting her body, he guided her inside the villa. The actress was clearly in a drunken stupor, her eyes tightly shut as waves of strong alcohol breath wafted from her mouth. Tonight, just relax and unwind. Lin Jianglong thought to himself. After escorting the actress inside and closing the door, he didn't turn on the lights but headed straight up the stairs toward the second floor. Lin Jianglong supported the actress as they reached the staircase. Just a few steps in, a dark figure suddenly darted out like a midnight specter, utterly silent. The figure leaped up and, in a few swift strides, began chasing after Lin Jianglong. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shadow's movements whipped through the air, creating sharp whistling sounds that revealed its incredible speed. Lin Jianglong seemed to hear something. A look of confusion flashed across his face as he glanced behind him. In that instant, a hand shot out of thin air, clamping down on his throat. Simultaneously, the shadow's other hand formed a palm blade, striking horizontally across the drunken actress's carotid artery. Instantly, the actress collapsed unconscious, her limp body falling into Lin Jianglong's arms. Lin Jianglong was already pale with shock, his heart pounding in his throat. With his throat clamped shut, he couldn't even scream. When he finally opened his eyes wide enough to see the figure behind him, he nearly fainted on the spot. For there stood the one person he never expected to see, the one person who absolutely should not have been there. Li Futu. Young Master Lin, we meet again. Li Futu smiled, calmly studying the horrified expression on Lin Jianglong's face before adding, let's take this upstairs. With that, Li Futu seized Lin Jianglong's throat, dragging his body while cradling the unconscious actress in his other arm as he strode up the stairs. Li Futu hauled them up to the second floor, entering a spacious, luxurious bedroom. This is young Master Lin's bedroom, I presume? Quite large indeed. He tossed the unconscious actress onto the bed, glanced at Lin Jianglong, and remarked, quite the rare beauty. Only someone as wealthy as young Master Lin could afford to play with her. At that moment, Li Futu slightly loosened his grip on Lin Jianglong's throat. Lin Jianglong trembled in utter terror, his eyes flashing with panic as he stammered, how did you get in? What do you want? Getting in here was easy. Just climb over the back of your villa, up to the second floor, and enter through the balcony. I've been waiting here for you for a full hour. You certainly kept me waiting, Li Futu said with a smile. What do you want? Lin Jianglong asked, terrified. Nothing much. Just to share a few final words with you. Li Futu smiled, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a dozen blue pills. Next, he grabbed Lin Jianglong's jaw, forcing his mouth open. He then shoved all the blue pills directly into Lin Jianglong's mouth, making sure he swallowed them completely. Lin Jianglong resisted swallowing, but he had no control over his body. Utterly stunned, he instantly recognized the pills as a frequent patron of adult entertainment venues. He knew exactly what they were, Viagra. Young Master Lin must know what these pills are, right? No need for me to explain. Li Futu chuckled. Then, suddenly, he executed the pulse-cutting hand technique, sealing Lin Jianglong's vital acupoints, the Shanzhong, Jue, Juk, and Shihai points on his chest and abdomen. What did you do to me? Lin Jianglong stammered, his lips trembling in terror, on the verge of tears. Such a rare beauty, any man would recklessly squander his energy to satisfy himself, wouldn't he? I imagine young Master Lin is no exception. If, tomorrow, the coroner determines that young Master Lin died from excessive consumption of those blue pills, that during his actions, he became overly excited, leading to insufficient blood supply to the heart and sudden cardiac arrest, well, I wonder if young Master Lin would find that explanation satisfactory? Li Futu smiled as he spoke, recounting the events as if they were a trivial matter. Lin Jianglong froze, finally grasping the implication behind Li Futu's words. His face turned as white as paper, and he shrieked in terror and fear, no. You can't kill me. Don't kill me. Spare me. Spare my life. I'll give you anything you want. Please, spare my life. I gave you a chance. But you squandered it, repeatedly crossing my boundaries. When you kept trying to kill me, did you ever think this day would come for you? Li Futu said coldly. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you. Besides, the ones hunting you are Master Nine's men. Li Futu, no, brotherly. I know I was wrong. Spare me. Take 100 million, anything you want. Just spare me. Lin Jianglong wept uncontrollably, his body shaking violently. His face twisted in terror as his pleading echoed through the room. If you hadn't sought help from the Ninth Master, why would he send men to hunt me down? Of course, you needn't feel too bad, the Ninth Master will soon be joining you down below. Li Futu smiled, then added, even if I wanted to spare you now, it's too late. Earlier, I used the pulse sealing technique to block several vital acupoints on your chest. The consequence is that your heart trembles, your blood stagnates, and you die. Simply put, even if I severed the blood supply to your heart, not even a god could save you now. Lin Jianglong's face drained of color upon hearing this. He now felt the discomfort in his own body, sharp, wrenching pains surged through his chest and abdomen, and his strength seemed to be draining away. Finally, he could no longer stand upright. His entire body collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. Save me. Please save me. Lin Jianglong reached out toward Li Futu, his words weak and strained, his eyes filled with terror. Li Futu's gaze was cold and unyielding. He uttered not a word. Such a man was utterly unworthy of pity or sympathy. Killing him was insignificant, a mere trifle. He watched Lin Jianglong writhe and tremble on the floor until the very end, when he could no longer move an inch. Li Futu bent down, confirming Lin Jianglong was dead before lifting the body and tossing it onto the bed. He tore the unconscious actress's clothes to shreds, stripping her completely naked. He then stripped Lin Jianglong completely naked as well, positioning his body on top of the actress to create the illusion of a consummated act. After completing this, Li Futu removed the white gloves from his hands and tucked them into his pocket. Only after ensuring the scene left no trace or clue did he depart with calm composure. Who knew what expression the actress would have the next day when she woke up to find a corpse lying on top of her? Even more amusing was the thought that the esteemed young master of the Lin family had met his end from excessive indulgence, surely a source of both surprise and ridicule? Chapter 119, Ruyu's Anger. Li Futu departed the villa where Lin Jianglong resided. His exit mirrored his infiltration, silent, leaving no trace. He skillfully evaded the surveillance cameras within the villa complex, slipping away like a midnight specter. No one could detect his presence here, let alone his entry into Lin Jianglong's villa. Naturally, no one would connect Lin Jianglong's cause of death to him. Perhaps some might suspect, but what difference would it make? The midnight streets were cold and desolate, with few souls in sight beyond the occasional car whizzing by. Li Futu sped his car toward Ro's apartments. Yan Ruyu must be asleep by now, right? Since he'd left, Yan Ruyu had called and texted him repeatedly, but he hadn't responded. In the end, he'd simply turned off his phone. He knew this was disrespectful to Yan Ruyu, but he had no choice. If she learned of his night of killings, wouldn't it only plunge her into terror? Better for her to harbor resentment and misunderstandings than to live in constant dread. Li Futu raced back to Ro's villa, arriving at exactly 2 in the morning. He opened the iron gate, drove inside, parked, and stepped out. A dim lamp cast a warm glow inside the villa, like a layer of orange gauze draped over the floor, soft and comforting to the soul. After a night of killing, Li Futu inevitably carried traces of blood on him. Upon returning to the villa, he headed straight for the bathroom to shower. Cool water flowed over his bronze-toned skin, washing away the bloodstain while cascading down his explosively powerful muscle lines. The lingering scent of blood gradually faded with the refreshing water. After a while, faint footsteps approached, followed by Yan Ruyu's voice. Li Futu? Is that you? You're back? Li Futu's expression froze in surprise, his mouth opening in shock. Yan Ruyu wasn't asleep? She'd come downstairs? Li Futu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't closed the bathroom door when he came in to bathe. He hadn't expected Yan Ruyu to still be awake, and now she was approaching him. Li Futu's mind went blank. His soap was only halfway lathered. Without a moment to spare, he darted toward the door, determined to shut it before anything else happened. Suddenly, ah! A startled cry rang out. Yan Ruyu stood frozen outside the bathroom door, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. Her delicate lips parted, and her flawless jade-like face paled in shock. Li Futu felt awkward too, but then he relaxed. Li Futu, why didn't you close the door while showering? Yan Ruyu's face flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot in frustration. I thought you were asleep. There's no one else in this villa, Li Futu replied calmly. He added, by the way, you're still up this late. Did you need something? Yan Ruyu felt a surge of irritation. She gritted her teeth and replied, I was asleep. Your car woke me up. So I came downstairs to ask if you'd eaten dinner. There's leftovers, just heat them up in the microwave. Li Futu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yan Ruyu to care so deeply for him. Gathering his emotions, he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Ruyu, what have I ever done to deserve such kindness from you? My heart is moved as if a dam burst, water gushing forth like jade. Don't leave. I was getting a bit sentimental just now, but every word came from my heart. Oh, and I really am a bit hungry. Mid-sentence, Li Futu saw Yan Ruyu turn and walk away in mock annoyance. He hurriedly called after her. Watching Yan Ruyu's exquisitely beautiful retreating figure, his eyes gleamed with desire. The soft silk nightgown clung to her like a second skin, hugging her delicate frame and tracing curves of infinite beauty. Yan Ruyu was genuinely furious inside. She felt Li Futu was becoming more and more outrageous. He said he was going to the repair shop to pick up the car that afternoon, but he didn't return until the wee hours of the morning. She had no idea where he'd been fooling around. She had even prepared dinner and set the table, waiting for him to join her. But as the food grew cold and he remained nowhere to be seen, she called and texted him repeatedly. He didn't answer or reply, eventually even turning off his phone altogether. She knew Li Futu must have had something important to attend to, and she worried about him secretly. By 1 a.m., she was so exhausted she finally lay down in bed. Just as she was drifting off, she faintly heard the sound of a car outside. Thinking it might be Li Futu returning, she immediately went downstairs. Little did she expect to witness the scene that unfolded upon her arrival. Yan Ruyu felt a surge of irritation. She initially intended to go back upstairs and ignore him completely. But then she remembered the jerk had mentioned being hungry. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and headed toward the kitchen. Li Futu emerged from the bathroom after his shower. The moment he stepped out, the aroma of freshly cooked rice hit his nose. Startled, he headed straight for the dining room. Just then, he saw Yan Ruyu carrying the freshly microwaved meal out and placing it on the dining table. Yan Ruyu shot him a glare and said coldly, "Eat. It's already heated." Yan Ruyu's face remained icy, though traces of a faint blush lingered on her porcelain-smooth complexion. "Ruyu, thank you so much for all this trouble. Are you eating? If you are, let's eat together." Li Futu smiled, though deep inside, he was genuinely touched. Yan Ruyu seemed to be still fuming, remaining silent. Li Futu understood perfectly well what was going on. He smiled and said, Ryu, don't take it to heart. I really didn't mean it earlier. Besides, doesn't this even things out between us? Even? What's even? Ryu froze, as if suddenly remembering something. Her face flushed with both shame and anger. She gritted her teeth, her voice filled with fury. Lifutu, you're utterly despicable. Don't ever show your face to me again. With that, Ryu turned and strode directly toward the second floor. Ryu! Ryu! Lifutu hurriedly called out twice, but Ryu didn't even glance back as she stomped up the stairs. Lifutu shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. It seemed his words had truly brought disaster upon himself. The next morning, Ryu hadn't slept well the night before, so she rose early. Standing before her room's mirror, she noticed the slight puffiness around her eyes, a clear consequence of her restless night. Instantly, irritation welled up within her, and she couldn't help but direct all her frustration toward Lifutu. Every woman cherishes her beauty, and Ryu was no exception. Though her slightly puffy eyes did nothing to diminish her breathtaking beauty, her perfectionist nature could not tolerate such a result. If it hadn't been for that bastard Lifutu's antics last night, she wouldn't have tossed and turned in anger, unable to sleep. Ryu thoroughly washed and brushed her teeth before heading downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she saw Lifutu's door still firmly shut. He was clearly still snoring away inside, which only fueled her anger further. She had tossed and turned all night, why should that bastard get to sleep soundly? Just as she was about to bang on the door to wake him, suddenly, boom! A sound like a motorcycle roar echoed through the air, followed by a series of ringing bells outside. Ryu's expression froze. She opened the villa's gate and stepped outside to find an exaggeratedly styled black Harley-Davidson parked right outside the iron gate. Seated atop the bike was a figure of striking beauty, clad in a law enforcement uniform that accentuated her fiercely sexy curves, radiating a wild and unapologetic aura. Ryu recognized the fiery figure. The rider removed her helmet, revealing a delicate, beautiful oval face, none other than Guan Yuchi. Miss Yen, is Lifutu inside? Guan Yuchi approached, her gaze meeting Ryu's as she walked over. Captain Guan, are you looking for Lifutu? He seems to still be asleep. Ryu replied, inwardly wondering if Guan Yuchi had come looking for Lifutu this early in the morning for no reason. She couldn't help but ask, Captain Guan, what brings you here so early to see Lifutu? Nothing much, just need to ask him something. Guan Yuchi replied, though her beautiful oval face wore a dark expression as if Lifutu owed her hundreds of dollars. But he's still asleep, Ryu replied. No problem, I'll wake him up. Miss Yen, could you open the gate? Guan Yuchi inquired. Ryu nodded, unlocked the iron gate, and let Guan Yuchi enter. Lifutu was still snoring away, sleeping soundly. He was simply too exhausted from last night's series of events, leaving him physically and mentally drained. Thus, he was enjoying a rare lie-in. Suddenly, Lifutu, you get your ass up. The abrupt, thunderous roar ripped Lifutu from his sweet dreams. As his eyes fluttered open in a hazy half-sleep, a sharp pain shot through his right ear. Someone had yanked it. Damn it! Who the hell is yanking my ear? Lifutu yelped instinctively, his eyes widening to see Guan Yuchi staring at him with wide, almond-shaped eyes. Lifutu froze. He rubbed his eyes hard and said, Am I dreaming? How could it be you shrew? Dream my ass. Lifutu, get your ass up and come with me to the enforcement squad. I have questions for you. Guan Yuchi's face was icy as she yanked his ear without a word. The sharp pain made Lifutu wince. Only then did he notice Ryu standing nearby, realizing this was no dream. Hey, Guan Yuchi, you think I'm some pushover? Try tugging my ear again, and see if I don't pin you down on the bed. Lifutu's irritation flared as he glared at Guan Yuchi. Chapter 120, Getting in the Tiger's Car. Guan Yui released her grip, glanced at Lifutu, and said, I'll wait for you outside. Get your ass out here. With that, Guan Yuchi walked out. Ryu saw Guan Yuchi emerge with a cold expression and asked in slight surprise, You're done already? That was fast. Guan Yuchi froze, her face flushing crimson. She hurriedly explained, Miss Yen, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with that bastard. Ryu pressed, then why did Captain Guan seek him out? I need to take him back for questioning. Guan Yuchi's face remained cold, and she didn't reveal the specific reason to Ryu. Captain Guan, come over here and have some water, Ryu said. Since Guan Yuchi wouldn't elaborate, she didn't press further. Guan Yui nodded. She noticed that only Ryu and Lifutu were together in the villa, which genuinely surprised her. Yet a flicker of sympathy for Ryu surfaced. Just imagining enduring mere minutes with that man made her seethe with rage, wishing to tear him limb from limb. How much worse must it be for Ryu, forced to coexist with Lifutu in this villa for extended periods? If she were in Ryu's shoes, she'd never endure it. A fierce battle would erupt, either that bastard would fall, or she would. After finishing his morning routine, Lifutu stepped out into the hall and was startled to find Guan Yuchi and Ryu sitting on the living room sofa, deep in conversation. His expression froze in surprise. When had these two women become so close? He felt a sense of relief. After all, affection between women came and went quickly. Li Futu, you finally emerged. Guan Yuqi, whose temper had just begun to settle, suddenly flared up again upon seeing him approach. She spoke coldly. Did you expect me to stay locked in my room waiting for you to come in and do whatever you pleased? I'm not that stupid. Li Futu shrugged and replied. Guan Yuqi leapt to her feet, her voice thick with fury. Miss Yen, where is your kitchen? I need to borrow one of your kitchen knives. Yen Ruyu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly grabbed Guan Yuqi's arm and said, Captain Guan, let's talk this out calmly. That guy is just like this. You don't have to pay any attention to what he says. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Li Futu, you're coming with me. Now. Immediately. Guan Yuqi said coldly. Li Futu frowned. Why should I follow you just because you say so? Cut the nonsense. I need to question you about something, Guan Yuqi stated. What business? There are no secrets between us. Can't we discuss it here? Li Futu replied with feigned seriousness. He couldn't let Yen Ruyu misunderstand that he had some shady connection with this fierce tigress that would only invite more trouble. About last night, Guan Yuqi began, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Li Futu. Do you really want to discuss it here? Li Futu's heart skipped a beat. Just one night had passed, and Guan Yuqi was already coming to him? What happened last night? Captain Guan, I'm afraid I don't quite follow your meaning. Li Futu replied with a smile. Guan Yui's anger flared. She took a deep breath and said, one sentence, are you coming with me or not? Li Futu glanced at Yen Ruyu. Her dreamlike, ethereal eyes were fixed on him, a clear hint of confusion in their depths. Fine, I'll come with you. I'll grab some breakfast on the way back. Oh, Ruyu, what would you like? I'll bring it back. Li Futu said. Yen Ruyu felt a surge of irritation and shot him a disdainful glance. This guy was clearly trying to avoid her. Mind your own business, she retorted coldly. You don't need to worry about me. Guan Yuqi shot Li Futu a cold glare before striding toward the exit. Li Futu bid farewell to Yen Ruyu and followed her out. He was about to drive, but Guan Yuqi cut him off. No driving. Who knows if you'll ditch us halfway, you jerk. Take my car. Fine by me. Li Futu didn't mind. Having Captain Guan as his driver was perfectly acceptable. Roar! Guan Yuqi stomped on the engine. As her right hand twisted the throttle, the Harley roared like a beast, its thunderous sound utterly breathtaking. Get on! Guan Yuqi glanced at Li Futu standing beside her and commanded. Li Futu climbed aboard. Guan Yuqi twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared forward. Yen Ruyu stepped outside, watching Li Futu and Guan Yuqi disappear into the distance. After a moment's thought, she went upstairs to change clothes, intending to follow the enforcement team to see what Li Futu had been hiding from her last night. Yui, this bike's pretty sweet. When can I take it for a spin? I'm itching to drive it, Li Futu remarked. Shut up. Can't you see I'm driving? Are you trying to get yourself killed by talking to me? And move the hell back. If you dare press against my back again, believe me, I'll kick you right off this bike. Guan Yuqi snapped coldly. Is this woman a ticking time bomb? How can she be this explosive every single moment? Whoever marries her will either end up divorced or driven mad. Li Futu thought to himself. Suddenly, a sedan darted out diagonally. Guan Yuqi's heart skipped a beat as she slammed on the rear brakes. The Harley screeched to a halt with a shrill squeal. Li Futu's momentum sent him crashing into Guan Yui's back. In his panic, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Heaven knows he didn't mean it. That bastard. What kind of reckless driving is that? Guan Yuqi cursed angrily, seemingly oblivious to Li Futu's actions. She twisted the throttle to catch up and asked, did you see that car's license plate? Yeah, saw it. Jing 5866, Li Futu replied. I'll remember that. What kind of driver is that? He nearly hit us. Guan Yuqi fumed. Exactly. Drivers like that deserve severe punishment. Otherwise, they'll just keep causing accidents. Li Futu agreed. Li Futu, are you addicted to hugging and holding people? Could you be any more shameless? Don't push me to beat you up right here on the street. Guan Yuqi suddenly snapped. Li Futu froze, then gave an awkward smile as he reluctantly released his arms. Yuqi, no need to get so worked up, right? Haven't you forgotten that night? You were drunk. I was the one who took you to get a room to rest. I paid for that room, and you still have the deposit. Guan Yuqi's expression froze at Li Futu's mention of that night. A fleeting, strange glint flashed in her eyes as she fell silent. Yuqi, that night I spent money and effort for you doing a good deed without expecting anything in return. There aren't many people in this world who genuinely care for you like that. So it's not worth getting so furious over my little slip-up earlier, is it? You're being too formal. Seeing Guan Yuqi's silence, Li Futu assumed she felt she was in the wrong. He pressed his advantage, continuing his argument. Li Futu, can you shut your mouth? So what if I went to a hotel room with you? So what if you booked the room and paid for it? If you want me back, just take me. Guan Yuqi suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs. Just then, she pulled up to the gate of the enforcement team's compound, where 4 or 5 officers were exiting. They all heard Guan Yuqi's words and froze in place, looking utterly dumbfounded. Captain Guan went to a hotel with that man? This would be major news that would rock the entire enforcement team. Chapter 121, Not Knowing When to Back Down. After parking, Guan Yuqi saw the officers. Their puzzled yet strangely tense expressions made her pause, realizing her words had caused a misunderstanding. She couldn't be bothered to explain. Her expression darkened instantly as she snapped, "Old Yang, little Wang. Are you guys standing around here gawking at the scenery because you've got nothing better to do? Have all of you run out of work to do?" No, Team Leader Guan. We just got a call about an incident in the western part of the city. That's why I'm heading over with the guys to check it out, the older-looking Lao Yang quickly replied with a forced smile. Then get moving. What are you all standing around for? Guan Yuqi glared at them. Yes, sir. Lao Yang and the others chuckled, scrambling to get into the police car and drive away. It's over. It's all over. My entire reputation. Li Futu muttered to himself, his face etched with tragic resolve. Guan Yuqi's willow brows furrowed as she shot him a disapproving glance. Whether you live or die is none of my business, she said, but don't go playing ghosts and goblins in front of me. Yuqi, your colleagues must have misunderstood the nature of our relationship. Losing my virginity is one thing, but losing my virtue is another. My integrity is ruined because of what you said. Don't you think you should take responsibility? I don't even have a wife yet. If rumors spread about me and you, what girl would dare come near me? Li Futu declared with a tragic expression. Guan Yuqi clenched her fists so tightly she could barely contain the urge to punch him right then and there. Her eyes nearly shot flames as she glared at Li Futu, her expression so fierce and furious it seemed she wanted to devour him alive. Ahem, Captain Guan, calm down. You said you needed to ask me something? Is this the place? Li Futu quickly interjected, noticing Guan Yuqi's darkening expression. Li bastard, you get your ass in here. Guan Yuqi spat coldly, her temper reaching its breaking point. Li bastard? Li Futu froze for a moment, shook his head, and gave a bitter laugh before following Guan Yuqi inside. Li Futu noticed a detail. Guan Yuqi wasn't leading him to the interrogation room, but into her own office. This clearly indicated that Guan Yuqi had no concrete evidence regarding his actions last night, only suspicion. Realizing this, Li Futu relaxed. He'd feared leaving some telltale trace behind last night. If that were true, it would be downright unprofessional, a betrayal of the experience he'd honed through years of fighting in the dark underworld. Stepping into Guan Yuqi's office, she shot Li Futu a cold glance and said, "Sit down." "Yuqi, is this your office? It's quite spacious. Could you get me a glass of water?" "I'm actually a bit thirsty," Li Futu remarked. "You want me to wait on you hand and foot? Should I bring a pretty girl over for you while I'm at it?" Guan Yuqi retorted. "Forget the beauty. It'd be too awkward with you here," Li Futu chuckled awkwardly. Guan Yuqi felt a surge of irritation at his words. She couldn't help but wonder why she always felt like a volcano ready to erupt whenever she encountered this guy. Could it be that she and he were just incompatible? Incompatible? What nonsense! Why would she even think that? Li Futu, I'm asking you, where were you between 11 p.m. last night and 2 a.m.? What were you doing? Guan Yuqi stared at Li Futu as she questioned him. What's the big deal? Why are you asking so many details? What I did last night is my business. If I say I went out to find a woman, is that any of your concern? Li Futu retorted. Li Futu, drop the sweet talk. I'm asking you a serious question. Tell me the truth, it'll only benefit you, not harm you. Guan Yuqi said, her face cold. Li Futu frowned. Last night I went out and spent time with Qin Rumeng, Qin Rumeng from the Qin family. After that, I returned to the Rose apartment to rest. I even woke Ryu up in the process. After you took the Qin family's young lady home, are you certain you returned directly to Rose apartments? You didn't go anywhere else? Didn't do anything else? Guan Yuqi's beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu as she questioned him. Yuqi, are you interrogating me? If I've done something wrong, just say it plainly. No need for all this beating around the bush. It's unlike you, Li Futu shrugged. Guan Yuqi studied Li Futu for a long moment before taking a deep breath. Li Futu, she said, I assume you know that Lin Jianlong died at 1:30 a.m. last night? Right in his own residence. Oh? Lin Jianlong is dead? No way. How did he die? Li Futu asked, his face filled with astonishment. Around 4 a.m. last night, we received a report. A woman's voice was crying intermittently over the phone, saying she woke up to find her boyfriend dead on top of her. We rushed over immediately and discovered the deceased was indeed Lin Jianlong, Guan Yuqi said slowly. How did Lin Jianlong die? Was he murdered? Li Futu inquired. According to the forensic examination, preliminary findings indicate Lin Jianlong died from sudden cardiac arrest. He was in an extremely excited state after drinking, leading to insufficient blood supply to the heart. Furthermore, tests revealed traces of aphrodisiac drugs in his bloodstream. Guan Yuqi continued. Oh, so Lin Jianlong died in a woman's arms? Could it be the legendary death by exhaustion? Ah, the privileged sons of the wealthy and powerful are truly different, indulging excessively without restraint, dying in a woman's arms. A cautionary tale indeed. Li Futu remarked with a look of deep reflection. This case still has some oddities. We still can't confirm whether Lin Jianlong had relations with that woman that night. Guan Yuqi said. Shouldn't we ask the woman herself? She'd know best. Li Futu suggested. She claims to know nothing. She was drunk last night and got into Lin Jianlong's car. She has no recollection of what happened afterward. She has no idea what transpired, Guan Yuqi replied. What else can we say? It only proves Lin Jianlong had a short life. Taking aphrodisiacs after drinking? He got overexcited and died suddenly. Li Futu said calmly. Guan Yuqi looked at Li Futu and said, besides this incident, there was also an accident last night at an abandoned factory outside the city. A massive fire reduced that factory to ashes. Among the charred remains were the wreckage of 4 vehicles, human skulls, and other remains. Li Futu, I want you to tell me clearly, you have nothing to do with either of these incidents? Guan Yuqi, have you lost your mind? What possible connection could I have? You dragged me here at the crack of dawn just to ask about this nonsense? Li Futu snapped irritably. Smack! Guan Yuqi slammed her fist on the table in fury. She leapt to her feet, stormed toward Li Futu, grabbed his collar, and slammed him face first onto the desk. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she spat out each word. Li Futu, listen to me clearly. I don't give a damn who those dead people were last night. Everyone knows about the beef between you and Lin Jianlong. After he dies, you'll be the first suspect. If you didn't do it, it means someone's trying to frame you. Got it? Damn it, I'm actually worried about you for once, and you don't even appreciate it? Li Futu froze. Could it be that Guan Yuqi was actually concerned about him? Worried that someone was plotting to frame and target him? Bang! Suddenly, the office door swung open, revealing a slender figure standing in the doorway. Chapter 122, A Woman's Heart, Unfathomable. Bang! A loud bang echoed as the office door was violently pushed open. A tall, slender, breathtakingly beautiful figure stood at the doorway, her sharp rebuke ringing out. Captain Guan, what are you doing? This is the law enforcement team. How can you resort to such methods? Li Futu and Guan Yuqi both froze, completely taken aback that Yen Ruyu had followed her here. Yuqi, I know you have a fiery temper, and I understand that. But resorting to violent methods like this is unacceptable. Li Futu spoke, as if lecturing Guan Yuqi. Guan Yuqi shot Li Futu a fierce glare before releasing her grip. Turning, she saw Yen Ruyu approaching with a cold expression. Captain Guan, you said you wanted to bring Li Futu back for questioning. But how could you resort to such methods? Yen Ruyu confronted him directly. Li Futu also stood up, a wave of warm gratitude surging through him. It seemed that those under the same roof truly shared a single heart. Though he'd often annoyed this stunning beauty in daily life, when it truly mattered, she still stood by his side. Miss Yen, there's no need to be so agitated. I haven't done anything to him, Guan Yuqi said. She took a deep breath and asked, Miss Yen, your arrival is timely. Did you see Li Futu return last night? What time was it approximately? What's wrong? Could something have happened to Li Futu? Yen Ruyu's eyes filled with confusion as she glanced toward Li Futu. I just want to confirm something. 2 incidents occurred last night. If they have nothing to do with Li Futu, that would be best. Guan Yuqi said. Li Futu returned sometime between 1 and 2 in the morning, Yen Ruyu replied. Guan Yuqi nodded, her eyes fixed on Li Futu. Li Futu, can you explain what you were doing between around 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. before you returned? Guan Yuqi, will you ever stop? If you suspect me of something, just present the evidence. Why this relentless questioning? Would you believe me if I said I was with a woman? Li Futu retorted irritably. I believe you. Which woman were you with? Guan Yuqi pressed. Yen Ruyu froze on the spot. Her dreamlike eyes fixed on Li Futu, a distinct flicker of something unusual passing through them. Li Futu was with another woman last night? What woman? Enough. What was she thinking? She had no connection to him. Why concern herself with this? Even if he was with a woman, it was his right, none of her business, wasn't it? Though she told herself this, a pang of discomfort still tugged at Yen Ruyu's heart. Li Futu frowned. It seemed this tigress was determined to harp on that specific time period. I can vouch for it. Li Futu was with me last night until nearly 1:30. Suddenly, a voice rang out clear as a silver bell, yet tinged with a hint of cold arrogance and alluring charm. 2 tall, graceful figures appeared at the office doorway. The first was a stunning beauty, dressed in a white business suit. Her silk blouse, trimmed with delicate lace, tucked neatly into her skirt, accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her legs were long and snow-white, her skin smooth as polished jade, adorned with crystal high heels. The girl behind her was exquisitely lovely, possessing large, beautiful, and mischievous eyes. Though dressed in casual attire, she radiated a hint of youthful purity and charm. The Xiao sisters? Li Futu's expression froze the moment he saw them. Ouching, Aoshue, how did you two get here? Yen Ruyu also froze upon seeing the Xiao sisters, asking in surprise. Guan Yuqi couldn't help but frown. She knew the Xiao sisters' reputation, but she wasn't intimidated by their powerful background. Her gaze fell on Xiao Ouching's stunningly beautiful face as she said, Miss Xiao, are you saying Li Futu was with you last night? Yes, last night I was with my sister and my brother-in-law. Xiao Aoshue stepped forward from behind, her face radiating a sweet smile that appeared utterly innocent. Yet only those close to her knew that the sweeter her smile, the more of a little devil she became. What? Brother-in-law? Yen Ruyu glanced from Xiao Ouching to Li Futu, her eyes brimming with utter horror. Xiao Shui, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll shut you up. Xiao Ouching glared at her troublesome younger sister, then turned to Guan Yuqi and said, Captain Guan, you're correct. Last night, my sister and I were indeed with Li Futu. Is that true? What were you doing then? Guan Yuqi inquired. Of course it's true. Yesterday, he wrecked our car, and I was furious. So when he was driving Miss Qin back to the Qin residence, we blocked him with our car. We challenged him to a race. Xiao Ouching spoke calmly, her expression unchanging, her eyes, usually full of allure, now serene and composed. Guan Yuqi frowned. She had investigated and confirmed that Li Futu had indeed escorted the eldest Miss Qin home last night. What he did afterward, however, remained unknown. She never expected the Xiao sisters to suddenly appear, claiming Li Futu had been with them late into the night. From the moment the Xiao sisters appeared, Li Futu remained silent, though a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. He watched them, puzzled by their sudden appearance and the colossal lie they'd spun to exonerate him. What possible motive could they have? To suggest Xiao Ouching had developed a crush on him and thus stepped forward to give false testimony was impossible. Li Futu could tell Xiao Ouching was not the type of woman to act without purpose. She was an enigma, and her actions were never as simple as they appeared on the surface. So you invited Li Futu to race last night? And he just went home afterward? Guan Yuqi inquired. Of course. Why else would he go? I invited him to spend the night at our place, but he didn't dare. He. Xiao Aoshue laughed, determined to fan the flames and escalate this misunderstanding further. What could Li Futu possibly say? Step forward and deny it? It wasn't necessary. Deep down, he didn't want to get entangled with Guan Yuqi any further. He knew she meant him no harm, in fact, she was worried about him. He simply didn't want her to get too deeply involved. What was meant to come, and what wasn't, he would face head-on like a man. Whether it was a hidden plot or an open one, he would crush it all with his fists. It was that simple. This included the Xiao sisters. He was eager to see what tricks they were up to. Li Futu noticed Yen Ruyu's expression grow slightly unnatural, especially the sudden distance in their relationship. It seemed she too had believed the Xiao sisters' words. Li Futu, since you were with the Xiao sisters last night, what are you so embarrassed to admit? Guan Yuqi glared at him. Sister Guan, of course he's embarrassed to admit it, right, brother-in-law? Xiao Aoshue chuckled. Since you've already addressed me that way, I can't just be an empty title, can I? It seems I need to do something substantial. Li Futu spoke, his tone extremely cold. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and said calmly, Li Futu, since you're fine, I'll head back now. Ruyu, could I come over to your place sometime? I've wanted to visit for ages but never had the chance, Xiao Aoshue suddenly chimed in with a smile. Sister Yen, I hear you're an amazing cook. Could we try your cooking? Xiao Aoshue joined in. Yen Ruyu smiled and said, if you don't mind, it wouldn't be a problem. Yes. Xiao Aoshue chimed in, her eyes darting toward Li Futu with a hint of mischief. Li Futu couldn't help but frown. He truly couldn't fathom what these two sisters were scheming. Women's hearts were truly unfathomable. Chapter 123, Adding Fuel to the Fire. With the Xiao sisters testifying that Li Futu had been with them late into the night, Guan Yuqi truly had no grounds to keep him in the enforcement squad. She could only watch as he followed Yen Ruyu and the others out. Could I have misjudged everything? Was it really not Li Futu? Or did Lin Jianglong truly die suddenly? But how do I explain the abandoned factory case? That damn bastard, why do I feel like he's hiding something from me? No, I must uncover the truth. Guan Yuqi watched Li Futu's retreating figure, her thoughts churning silently. She was stubborn by nature. Once doubt took root in her mind, she would pursue it relentlessly. She harbored no ill will toward Li Futu, she simply wanted to understand the truth. Li Futu hadn't driven out, so he had to take Yen Ruyu's car. As for the Xiao sisters, they climbed into a brand new Maserati. Clearly, they had a special fondness for the queen of sports cars. Yen Ruyu revved the engine and roared forward, the Xiao sisters' car following close behind. Li Futu sat in the passenger seat, silent throughout the journey. He could see Yen Ruyu's face was grim, and he thought it best not to provoke her. Yen Ruyu drove on without a word. But as they neared Ro's apartments, that bastard beside her remained utterly silent. She stole several glances at him out of the corner of her eye, finding his nonchalant demeanor utterly infuriating. Did he not intend to say anything? Like, offer an explanation? But what was there to explain? The Xiao sisters had already admitted it. Besides, why was she suddenly caring about these things? How strange. Though she thought this, Yen Ruyu felt as if something was lodged in her throat, demanding to be spoken. Unable to hold back, she asked, Li Futu, don't you have anything to say? Li Futu froze. He'd been pondering the Xiao sisters' motives when Yen Ruyu's words snapped him back to reality. Staring at the flawless contours of her profile, he replied, what should I say? Oh. Then there's nothing to say. Yen Ruyu replied in a calm tone. When she had spoken earlier, she had sensed a faint glimmer of hope stirring within her. Yet, upon hearing Li Futu's words, a subtle sense of disappointment and melancholy washed over her. She found her emotional reaction somewhat strange. She disliked this feeling, for in her view, she shouldn't have felt this way at all. Li Futu observed Yen Ruyu's expression. As if suddenly understanding something, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ruyu, you wouldn't have believed what the Xiao sisters said, would you? Yen Ruyu turned her gaze to Li Futu, her clear, contrasting eyes holding a hint of doubt. She asked, then tell me, what were you doing last night? If I told you I went to kill someone, would you believe me? Li Futu asked, his expression calm as he looked at Yen Ruyu. Didn't you want to know the answer? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. Yen Ruyu's mouth fell open, her face frozen in disbelief. Before she could ask anything else, the car pulled into Ro's apartments and came to a stop. Li Futu said no more, opening the door and stepping out. The Xiao sisters' new sapphire blue Maserati slowly pulled in and parked on the other side. Soon, the alluringly beautiful Xiao sisters nicknamed the Big Witch and Little Witch stepped out of the car. Yen Ruyu also stepped out of the car. Her beautiful eyes fixed deeply on Li Futu, as if 1,000 questions were forming, yet she couldn't bring herself to speak. Finally, she sighed softly to herself before smiling and stepping forward to greet the Xiao sisters. Aoqing, Aoshue, please come inside. Xiao Aoqing nodded, not sparing Li Futu a single glance, and pulled Xiao Aoshue toward the villa apartment. Li Futu suddenly felt a headache coming on. They say 3 women make a drama. Who knew what kind of drama the Xiao sisters and Yen Ruyu would create together? He vaguely sensed the sisters were like ticking time bombs. Unless he figured out their intentions, he doubted he'd find peace anytime soon. Sister Yen, your place is so beautiful. I'll check if there are any extra villas in this complex. I want to buy one too, right next to yours. Xiao Aoshue smiled. Aoshue, you're flattering Sister Yen too much. Your Xiao family owns properties all over the capital, including the most luxurious ones. What's mine compared to that? Yen Ruyu smiled as she walked over carrying some drinks. Ruyu, I actually think this place is quite nice, Xiao Aoshue remarked, settling onto the living room sofa. Her white skirt was short to begin with, and as she sat down, the hem pulled back even further, showcasing the curves of her legs to the fullest extent, utterly eye-catching. She was enchanting and alluring, her figure perfectly sculpted curves in all the right places. Such a woman was a rare gem in this world, undoubtedly captivating countless admirers. Aoqing, Aoshue, please take a seat. I'll fetch some fruit salad. Li Futu, could you entertain them for now? Yen Ruyu instructed before heading toward the kitchen to prepare the salad. Brother-in-law, why are you so quiet when you see your sister? Could it be you've suddenly become shy? Xiao Aoshue flashed a playful smile, her mischievous eyes fixed on Li Futu as she asked. Xiao Shui, stop being silly. Xiao Aoqing scolded. Li Futu gave a cold laugh. He walked over and sat down opposite the Xiao sisters, his gaze indifferent as he slowly spoke. While I don't understand the purpose behind your actions today, nor do I wish to know, remember this, I dislike others interfering with or even controlling my life. I've said it before, I am not a toy for you to play with as you please. You may disagree with my views, but others are others, and I am me. Xiao Aoqing smiled. Even without it, her allure was captivating. With it, she radiated irresistible charm. Some people don't even say thank you, she remarked. Yet they go and spout these nonsensical, sarcastic remarks. Talk about the dog-biting Lu Dongbin. Thanks? Li Futu sneered. Ha! So if you sell me out one day, I should come running over to thank you? Xiao Aoshue frowned, her delicate nose creasing slightly. She pouted and said, Hey, Mr. Li, your sister here has been helping you wholeheartedly. What kind of person are you to say such things? What could we possibly want from you? At most, I just want to make you my brother-in-law. Is that so? My bedroom is just around the corner. Miss Xiao, if you truly mean it, why don't we go inside first to consummate our union? Once we become husband and wife indeed, then we can talk. Li Futu lit a cigarette, blew a puff of smoke forward, and spoke with deliberate slowness. Cough cough. Xiao Aoqing was suddenly choked by the drifting smoke. She waved it away with disgust, her face turning ashen. Li Futu, I've never met a scoundrel like you. Same here. Likewise, I've never met a like you either. Li Futu chuckled. Slut? Xiao Aoqing froze. Even the mischievous Xiao Aoshue beside her looked utterly astonished. The sisters exchanged glances, confirming they hadn't misheard. Li Futu had actually called Xiao Aoqing a. Across the vast capital, who dared utter such disrespectful words to the Xiao sisters? Unless they wished to meet an untimely and mysterious death the very next day. Li Futu, what did you say? You actually called me a? Xiao Aoqing struggled to maintain her composure, but this time, she truly couldn't hold back. Didn't I? Did I misstate anything? Li Futu puffed on his cigarette with leisurely ease, observing Xiao Aoqing's face still alluring and bewitching despite its icy pallor with keen interest. He whistled in admiration. In my lifetime, I've seen countless women of loose morals, every type imaginable. But I've never seen one as loose as you. Yesterday you clung to me like a dying woman, even threatening to ram your car into me. Today you stormed the enforcement squad demanding my release. Unable to win a man, you've sunk so low as to perjure yourself. Impressive, truly impressive. Li Futu, I'll fight you to the death today. Xiao Aoqing's shame and fury overwhelmed her reason. She sprang to her feet, recklessly charging toward Li Futu. In this world, there was no opponent who could make Xiao Aoqing lose her mind, yet somehow, when she faced Li Futu, she couldn't control the rage burning within her. She wanted nothing more than to destroy this damned bastard. Oh no! Yan's sister, my sister, and brother-in-law are fighting. Xiao Aoshue shrieked from the sidelines. Far from calming the situation, she was only adding fuel to the fire. Seeing Xiao Aoqing charging recklessly toward him, Li Futu quickly removed the cigarette from his mouth. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could have burned her. In that very instant, Xiao Aoqing lunged forward, her hands already reaching for Li Futu's throat. Adhering to the principle of maintaining distance between the sexes, Li Futu didn't want to get entangled with Xiao Aoqing. He reached out to pry her hands away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Aoqing wouldn't relent. She grabbed his clothes, her stunningly beautiful face twisted with unbearable fury. Had this woman lost her mind? Attempting to strip a man? Absurd! Li Futu truly hadn't anticipated Xiao Aoqing's violent reaction. He couldn't help but say, Miss Xiao, might you please mind your image? Stripping a man's clothes in public, you'd actually do something like that? Are you that desperate? You've already called me a. What dignity do I have left to care about? Xiao Aoqing retorted, her voice thick with fury. Her hands showed no mercy, relentlessly tugging at Li Futu's clothes while twisting and pinching with all her strength. This turn of events was truly unexpected for Li Futu. Initially, he'd intended to provoke Xiao Aoqing with his words, hoping her emotional outburst would reveal her true intentions. Who could have imagined Xiao Aoqing would charge at him like a young panther? It was utterly unforeseeable. Weren't the Xiao sisters supposed to come from a distinguished family, possessing impeccable manners and refinement? Is this what they call refinement? Li Futu was at a loss for words. Watching Xiao Aoqing still tugging and pulling like a madwoman, he truly felt annoyed. His face darkened as he coldly snapped, Can you just calm down? I won't stop. You heartless bastard, what gives you the right to tell me to stop? Xiao Aoqing retorted. I'll make you stop when I say so. I'll show you I can handle you. Li Futu's temper flared. Seeing Xiao Aoqing show no sign of stopping, he reached out, wrapped his arms around her waist, and flipped her onto the sofa. Thud! Both bodies crashed onto the sofa. Chapter 124, Point-by-Point Confrontation. Xiao Aoqing froze, her enchanting face frozen in utter shock. Ah! Before Xiao Aoqing could utter a sound, Xiao Aoshue, who had been watching from the sidelines, screamed out in shock, Brother-in-law. How could you? Didn't you say there was a room? This is the living room. Oh my goodness, I need to step aside. This is definitely not suitable for minors. Xiao Aoqing was so mortified she wanted to bang her head against the wall. She was speechless. How could she have a sister like this? Li Futu, you bastard. Get up. Xiao Aoqing's face flushed crimson. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, a precious jewel, when had she ever been so humiliated by a man? Li Futu, what are you doing? Let go of Aoqing. Just then, a startled, indignant shriek pierced the air. Yan Ruyu emerged carrying a bowl of freshly prepared fruit salad. Though Xiao Aoshue had been shouting earlier, Yan Ruyu, who was in the kitchen listening to music while preparing the fruit salad, hadn't heard a thing. Now, carrying the finished salad out, she witnessed a scene that left her utterly dumbfounded. Boom! Just then, the roar of a car engine echoed outside the villa, coming to a halt right at the entrance. A sweet, almost cloying voice drifted over from afar. Sister Ruyu, I'm back with Sister Luoluo. It was Tang Xiaogua's voice. A jeep was parked at the villa's entrance. Soon, two figures leaped out. One was flawlessly beautiful, her face as pure and ethereal as a lotus blossom emerging from water. She was dragging two suitcases, muttering, Damn Xiaogua, what did you pack in those suitcases? They're so heavy. Sis Luoluo, don't worry. I'll go inside and get the bodyguard to help carry them in. A young girl with an oval-shaped, rosy face and an exceptionally delicate, curvaceous figure laughed as she dashed toward the villa. It was Tang Xiaogua. Tang Xiaogua dashed into the villa and immediately spotted Yan Ruyu, her face frozen in shock, alongside a beautiful girl standing nearby, her eyes gleaming with mischief, none other than Xiao Aoshue. Beyond them, Tang Xiaoguo spotted Li Futu and Xiao Aoqing on the sofa. Just then, Li Futu was about to release his grip and stand up, while Xiao Aoqing struggled relentlessly, a scene that couldn't have been more suggestive. Tang Xiaoguo's wide, bright eyes froze in shock. She quickly turned around and saw Luo Qingwu approaching. "Sis Luo," she blurted out urgently, "let's not go in just yet." "Why not?" Luo Qingwu shot Tang Xiaoguo a disapproving look. Inside, the bodyguard brother is doing something naughty. You know, the kind that's not suitable for kids. We're still young, we shouldn't see that," Tang Xiaoguo whispered. Luo Qingwu froze, a flash of fury crossing her stunningly beautiful face. "You bastard, Li Futu. You see me back and instead of helping with the luggage, you're busy getting cozy with some woman inside? You might be too young, but I'm not. I'm going to see what that bastard is up to," Luo Qingwu declared irritably, setting her luggage aside before charging straight inside. As she burst in, she caught Li Futu on the sofa just releasing Xiao Aoqing. Both sat up, their clothes disheveled. Xiao Aoqing's stunningly beautiful face was flushed crimson, her enchanting eyes filled with both shame and fury. She could have killed Li Futu on the spot. "Xiao Wu, you're back with Xiaoguo? Why did you return early?" Yan Ruyu exclaimed upon seeing Luo Qingwu. "Sister Ruyu, what's going on? Who are these two women?" Luo Qingwu asked. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she fixed Li Futu with a murderous glare and snapped, "Li Futu, you bastard! You took advantage of my absence to throw our 10 commandments out the window, didn't you? Xiaoguo, which rule did we agree on with this bastard about not bringing women back? I think it was I can't remember exactly, but there definitely was one." Tang Xiaoguo stood beside Luo Qingwu, her large eyes glancing over the Xiao sisters before she whispered, "Sis Luo, didn't you say no one would fancy bodyguard brother? But look, they're both so pretty." Li Futu was already dumbfounded. He gave a bitter laugh. Talk about adding insult to injury. Just as he was about to engage in a steaming encounter with the Xiao family's eldest daughter, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo had returned, catching him completely off guard. "Ruyu, you once mentioned that Miss Luo, the daughter of the Luo group chairman, lives with you. This must be Miss Luo, correct? And who is the other lovely young lady?" Xiao Aoqing smiled faintly, her elegant demeanor instantly restored. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo standing by the doorway. 3 women make a drama, what about 5? Li Futu's head began to ache again. He racked his brain for a way to slip away. This venue was no longer suitable for him to remain in. The Xiao sisters alone were headache-inducing enough. What made matters worse was that Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo had returned early. Hadn't they said they'd be gone for a week? Only 4 days had passed. Why were they back already? Upon seeing Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo return, Yan Ruyu seemed to forget all about Li Futu and Xiao Aoqing's earlier entanglement. Setting the fruit salad she was carrying on the coffee table, she said, "Aoqing, this is Luo Qingwu. The other is Tang Xiaoguo. I live here with both of them. Xiao Wu, Xiaoguo, come over. Let me introduce you to the Xiao family's eldest and second daughters, Aoqing and Aoxue. Miss Luo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've long admired your reputation as a financial prodigy. 3 years ago, when Luo Group's stock faced malicious speculation by international sharks, first driving prices artificially high before massively withdrawing capital, causing the stock to plummet, amidst the investors' extreme panic, Miss Luo demonstrated far-sighted vision and strategic acumen. She saw through the international shark scheme, personally navigating this overseas crisis by continuously absorbing the panic-driven sell-offs. Ultimately, the sharks' plot failed, forcing them to reluctantly buy back the shares they had dumped. A month later, Luo Group's stock price hit a new high. This battle not only strengthened the company but also laid a more solid foundation for its future growth. Xiao Aoqing wore an elegant, captivating smile as she approached Luo Qingwu and continued, "This financial battle without gunfire stands as a classic case study of successfully countering international financial sharks. It's worthy of study by countless people, myself included." By the time she finished speaking, Xiao Aoqing had reached Luo Qingwu's side and extended her right hand. Luo Qingwu felt a wave of astonishment. 3 years ago, she had indeed assisted her father in executing that overseas operation against the international financial titan, an extremely private matter. She never imagined the other party would know every detail so thoroughly. But now she understood who this woman was. She extended her hand in return, clasping Xiao Aoqing's. "Miss Xiao, you flatter me," she said. "My efforts were merely small-scale endeavors. They bear no comparison to yours. You set trends, achieving remarkable success in fashion, the entertainment industry, and even the restaurant sector. You are the true genius of the business world." Xiao Aoqing smiled, turning her gaze to Tang Xiaoguo. This must be Tang Xiaoguo. How adorable. She was unaware of Tang Xiaoguo's background, but living alongside the heiress of Luo Group and Yan Ruyu suggested she wasn't of low standing either. Xiao Aoxue approached as well. Her eyes darted around. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed Li Futu actually lived with these 3 beauties. It certainly sparked the imagination. Xiao Aoxue greeted Luo Qingwu and the others before asking curiously, Li Futu lives with you? What's his status? Miss Luo, I saw you scolding him earlier, saying he's not allowed to bring women home. Could he be your? Nonsense. He's my bodyguard. Luo Qingwu declared. Yes, he's bodyguard brother. He protects Luo's sister, me, and Ruyu's sister, Tang Xiaohua added. Bodyguard? The Xiao sisters were genuinely stunned. They never imagined Li Futu's role was as Tang Xiaohua's personal bodyguard. So he's a bodyguard. I thought he was some rich young master. But Miss Luo, you've hired quite the bodyguard. He's got real character. I've heard plenty of stories about bodyguards and their mistresses. I wonder if there might be something between you and him, Miss Luo? Xiao Aoxue smiled, her mischievous eyes glancing at her sister. Sis, you've got competition now. Snatching your future brother-in-law might be tougher than you think. Luo Qingwu's face turned ashen at the remark. She retorted coldly, second Miss Xiao, don't spread unfounded rumors. My relationship with him isn't as obvious as you imagine. What puzzles me is how you two even know him. Could it be you're interested in him? Sister Luo, Xiao Shui interjected, I just heard her call him brother-in-law. She must be referring to our bodyguard brother, Tang Xiaohua. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense. Xiao Shui, can you stop acting up? Do you think we're at home? Really? Xiao Aoqing's face flushed crimson. Recalling how Li Futu had pinned her to the sofa earlier only deepened her shame and intensified her resentment toward him. Sis, I'm just helping you out. Miss Luo is so stunningly beautiful. If you don't step up your game, you'll hand your future brother-in-law right over to someone else. Xiao Aoxue declared. Xiao Aoqing stomped her foot in fury. If not for the inconvenience of being inside Ro's apartments, she would have slapped her own sister. Chapter 125, Storms Gather in the Capital. The Lin family mansion, capital city. The Lin family estate was a grand, luxurious villa, imposing and magnificent. Yet today, the usually vibrant mansion was shrouded in endless sorrow and a heavy atmosphere, utterly lifeless. The reason was the death of the young master, Lin Jianglong. The news of his passing sent shockwaves through the capital, affecting many influential figures. Wreaths adorned every corner of the mansion, both inside and out, each bearing mourning couplets sent by condolence-bearing guests. The main hall had been transformed into a funeral hall. At its center stood a flower-adorned bier, upon which lay the body of Lin Jianglong, dressed in his finest attire. He was surrounded by a sea of white chrysanthemums. A middle-aged noblewoman wept uncontrollably, supported by relatives and friends. Through her sobs, she cried out, Longer, longer, how could you leave so heartlessly? What am I to do now? Heaven, why are you so blind? Why must you watch the white-haired bury the black-haired? Longer, wake up! Wake up! Just look at your mother one last time, just one last glance. The hall was filled with mourners paying their respects to the Lin family's young master. Prominent figures in the capital, each wearing solemn expressions as they exchanged words of condolence with a dignified middle-aged man who received them. The man receiving these mourners possessed an imposing countenance, his expression profoundly somber and grief-stricken. He was none other than the head of the Lin family, Lin Jianglong's father, Lin Xingwu. At 4 a.m, he received a call from the law enforcement team informing him that his son, Lin Jianglong, had died unexpectedly. The preliminary investigation indicated the cause of death was sudden cardiac arrest. He had been out of town on business when he received the news. He immediately halted his negotiations and flew back to the capital that very night. He had not slept a wink since last night, his eyes bloodshot and his grief overwhelming. Today, he reviewed the forensic examination results, yet he still found it impossible to accept the reality. Deep down, he sensed that his son's death was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. He had confronted the second-tier actress who had been with his son last night, but she remained evasive. Her account remained consistent. She had been unconscious from intoxication, awoke in the middle of the night to find Lin Jianglong motionless on top of her. She pushed him, saw no response, got up, turned on the light, and discovered he was no longer breathing. No matter how unbearable the grief, Lin Jianglong's death was an irreversible fact. Thus, Lin Xingwu could only bury his son and seek peace. But he would never let it rest there. He vowed silently to uncover the true cause of his son's death. What Lin Xingwu didn't know was that this very thought would later bring utter ruin upon the Lin family. Young Master Ling Outyan of the Ling family, Young Master Lu Zilong of the Lu family, and Young Master Su Feiyu of the Su family arrived to pay their respects. At that moment, an announcement came from the front. Lin Xingwu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He hurried out to greet them, seeing 3 young men entering, followed by attendants carrying large floral wreaths. The young man leading the group possessed a graceful, jade-like appearance and striking good looks, yet exuded an imposing, aristocratic aura. None other than Ling Outyan, the eldest son of the Ling family. Young Master Ling, Young Master Lu, Young Master Su, you've arrived. Lin Xingwu stepped forward to greet them. Ling Outyan's status in the capital was formidable, and Lin dared not show the slightest disrespect. Uncle Lin, please take care of yourself during this difficult time. Hearing of Jianglong's passing has left me utterly shocked. I simply cannot believe it's true. but the dead cannot be brought back to life. I hope you all take good care of yourselves, Ling Outyen said, his tone tinged with solemnity. To think we were with brother Jianlong just last night. Who could have imagined we'd hear news of his accident so soon after? Now it feels like a dream, hard to believe any of it is real. Su Feiyu sighed as he spoke. He and Lu Zilong had also been questioned by the enforcement team this morning. They truthfully recounted spending last night with Lin Jianlong at the Starry Club, parting ways around dawn. Little did they expect to receive the news of Lin Jianlong's sudden, unexpected death so soon after. Sudden death? Naturally, they didn't believe the conclusion presented by the enforcement team. They could vaguely guess who the real mastermind behind Lin Jianlong's death was, but without concrete evidence, they couldn't openly confront the enforcement team. Shortly after, Ling Outyen and the other two entered the hall to pay their final respects to Lin Jianlong's body. To be honest, it would be impossible to say Ling Outyen harbored any deep affection for Lin Jianlong. Their relationship was built solely on power and money. As the young master of the Lin family, Lin Jianlong had indeed provided Ling Outyen with substantial financial backing. Now that Lin Jianlong was gone, the only regret Ling Outyen felt was losing a valuable financial ally. After lingering for a short while, Ling Outyen and his two companions departed. Lin Xingwu escorted them to the door before waving goodbye. Young Master Ling, Jianlong's death seems highly suspicious. Sudden death? That's impossible, Lu Zilong stated. Last night, Jianlong was perfectly fine when he said goodbye to me and brother Zilong. How could he suddenly drop dead? It's utterly absurd. Su Feiyu added. Ling Outyen's gaze darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He said, last night, I ordered Ninth Master to send men to hunt down Li Futu. Ninth Master dispatched 16 men, all armed with guns, yet the operation ultimately failed. Outside the capital, at that abandoned factory, all 16 were slaughtered. Their bodies were dumped inside and burned to ashes. That very same night, Zhang Long met his untimely end. Linking these two events, it's not hard to deduce Li Futu's handiwork. One has to admire his skill, truly formidable. Seems I underestimated him before. I also believe Li Futu orchestrated all this. If so, he is a formidable adversary. But the capital never lacks such figures. They start off thinking they're invincible, only to end up with not a trace of their remains left. Lu Zilong said coldly. Young Master Ling, this Li Futu truly deserves to die. I won't rest until I've finished him off. Su Feiyu spoke with icy coldness, his eyes burning with resentment. Every time he recalled that night at the banquet when Yen Ruyu walked out arm in arm with Li Futu, a dull ache seared through his heart. He longed to slaughter Li Futu to satisfy his hatred. He won't live much longer. Let's spare his life for a few more days. Ling Outyen spoke calmly, yet the air of absolute authority over life and death in his tone sent shivers down the spine. Lu Zilong and Su Feiyu nodded in agreement. They trusted Ling Outyen implicitly, already aware of Li Futu's involvement with Qin Rumeng the previous night. Knowing Ling Outyen's nature, they understood he would never tolerate any man laying a finger on Qin Rumeng. Leave this place first. I'll give you orders if anything comes up, Ling Outyen concluded. The three of them then got into their vehicles and departed the Lin family estate. Chapter 126, Fighting Over Me? Rose Apartments. Li Futu remained unaware of the events at the Lin residence, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have been concerned. Right now, he was thoroughly engrossed in watching the open and covert rivalries between the Xiao sisters, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Xiaogua. Yen Ruyu couldn't bear to watch any longer. She approached and said, Ouching, why don't you all take a seat on the sofa? Xiaowu, you must be tired after your journey. Sit down and have some fruit salad first. We'll cook later. Even with Yen Ruyu intervening, they didn't calm down. They traded barbs back and forth, neither willing to back down as they hurled insults at each other. Remarkably, though their words were laced with hidden barbs, their faces maintained an elegant smile. To the uninitiated, they appeared to be enjoying a heartwarming sisterly conversation. This put Yen Ruyu in a difficult position. She couldn't openly favor Luo Qingwu and the others, nor could she offend the Xiao sisters. After all, they were her guests. Caught in the middle, she could only play peacemaker, carefully balancing both sides to prevent the conflict from erupting. This left Li Futu with a leisurely position, as he chose not to wade into this murky water. He watched with detached amusement as the four beauties displayed their mastery of verbal sparring, trading barbs back and forth. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, why must women make life so difficult for other women? Gradually, Li Futu sensed trouble brewing. As they chatted, their barbs began to turn directly toward him. Miss Xiaoer, are you actually helping your sister find a husband? Li Futu is my bodyguard. Until our contract expires, his control remains in my hands. You can have him if you want, but you'll need my permission first, Luo Qingwu said with a cold laugh. Sister Luo, you need my permission? The bodyguard is mine too, Tang Xiaogua added. Miss Luo, are you seriously trying to stage a romantic affair between bodyguard and mistress? That would be quite the novelty. You claim my brother-in-law's control is in your hands, but why not ask him directly if he's willing to leave with my sister? Xiao Aoshue smiled, her expression still sweet, showing no sign of the argument with Luo Qingwu. Li Futu, are you still my bodyguard? Luo Qingwu fixed her beautiful eyes directly on Li Futu. As my bodyguard, isn't your job to protect me? Why are you just standing by while I'm being bullied? Bodyguard brother, I'm being bullied so badly, I'm about to cry. Tang Xiaoguo looked at Li Futu with wide, pleading eyes, even rubbing her own eyes to see if she could squeeze out a few tears. Li Futu was utterly speechless. You two go ahead and chat. Why drag me into this? Brother-in-law, look how beautiful my sister is. Sure, they say Qin Rumeng is the capital's most beautiful woman, but that's only because my sister doesn't chase after empty fame. Otherwise, she'd definitely be the most beautiful. You're Miss Luo's bodyguard? Whatever she's paying you, I'll offer 10 times that. Come protect me and my sister instead. That way, you gain both wealth and beauty, maybe even kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Aoshue smiled, her eyes glinting with an indescribable hint of teasing as she uttered the last words. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Oh my, Miss Xiao'er seems eager to throw herself at me? Luo Qingwu sneered coldly. Xiao Aoqing couldn't help but stamp her foot, her enchantingly beautiful face flushing crimson. She glared at her sister and snapped, Xiao Shui, enough of this nonsense. Let Miss Luo and her sisters have Li Futu. I certainly can't afford him. Ahem. At that moment, Li Futu cleared his throat. His gaze swept over the 4 beauties engaged in their heated argument across from him. Now then, he inquired, are you ladies squabbling over me? Why bother? Truth be told, aside from being a bit handsome, a bit more learned, a bit more virtuous, and a bit more witty and humorous, I possess little else in the way of charm. It truly isn't worth fighting tooth and nail over me. The moment those words left his mouth, 4 murderous glares shot straight at him. Oh no! The moment Li Futu saw those murderous stares, he knew he was in deep trouble. He scrambled to his feet and blurted out, I'm off to the kitchen to cook. I'm actually starving. Without waiting for their verbal assault, Li Futu slipped away like a greased duck, dashing into the kitchen. A short while later, Yen Ruyu also entered the kitchen, joining Li Futu in stir-frying the vegetables. Gazing at Yen Ruyu's exquisite, jade-like face, Li Futu smiled and said, Ruyu, you must be exhausted too. Caught in the middle like that must have been awkward. Yen Ruyu shot Li Futu a glare. Good to know. Luckily, Xiao Wu and Aoshue have calmed down a bit. But they're all discussing your various faults. Talking about your bad habits has actually become a shared interest for them. If not for that, I wouldn't have had time to come cook with you. Li Futu's heart sank at her words. Losing his virginity was one thing, but losing his integrity was another. Had they completely destroyed his reputation? With this thought, he immediately adopted a solemn expression and addressed Yen Ruyu, Ruyu, whatever they say about me, you mustn't take it seriously. Truthfully, aside from being a bit upright, a bit principled, a bit clear in my likes and dislikes, and a bit unafraid of the powerful, I really don't have any major flaws. Yen Ruyu was rendered speechless by his words. Finally, she shot Li Futu a look of utter exasperation and retorted, how is it that the flaws you describe are actually virtues everyone praises? Is that so? Well, that's quite a coincidence. Li Futu scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Li Futu, Yen Ruyu said, fixing him with a steady gaze before speaking in measured, low tones, I have a question for you. Answer me truthfully. Is there truly nothing between you and the Xiao sisters? Especially with Aoqing, are you absolutely certain there's no connection? Li Futu froze. He hadn't expected Yen Ruyu to ask him such a question. Li Futu couldn't help but smile. Gazing at Yen Ruyu's exquisitely beautiful face, he countered, what do you think our relationship is, then? Who knows what's between you two? Yen Ruyu retorted irritably. That single word you had tied Li Futu and Xiao Aoqing together. Li Futu was momentarily speechless. He smiled and said, you seem quite concerned about this matter? Yen Ruyu's tone sharpened instantly. A faint blush spread across her flawless, delicate cheeks. She shot Li Futu a sharp glance and retorted, who cares? I was just curious. Never mind. You don't have to say anything. I don't want to know anyway. Li Futu couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes, over-explaining only backfired, making things worse and leaving one with a stain that couldn't be washed off even if one jumped into the Yellow River. Their collaboration in the kitchen, however, flowed with surprising harmony. Li Futu stir-fried 3 dishes and simmered a soup, while Yen Ruyu prepared her specialty spicy boiled fish. She then tackled cola-glazed chicken wings, the result a tempting sight of crispy skin and tender meat, its aroma filling the air. Chapter 127, Confrontation. A table laden with visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes was brought in. Yen Ruyu stepped into the living room and announced, let's eat first. Dinner's ready. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo practically ran over, their mouths watering at the sight of the abundant spread. They were famished and had promised each other to eat their fill, only then would they have the strength to battle the Xiao sisters, both openly and covertly. For some reason, Luo Qingguo and Xiao Aoshue seemed like natural adversaries whenever they crossed paths. Verbal sparring was inevitable. The Xiao sisters also rose and glided toward the table. The aroma of the dishes whetted their appetites. Xiao Aoxing flashed a radiant smile and said, Ruyu, did you make all this? It smells absolutely delicious. Sister Yen, I'm so impressed. I can't cook at all, Xiao Aoxue added. Second Miss Xiao, with your noble status and pampered upbringing, why would you ever need to cook? I can stir fry, you know. Before sitting down, Luo Qingwu seized the chance to take a jab at Xiao Aoxue. Sister Luo, when did you learn to stir fry? How come I never knew? Tang Xiaogua's eyes widened in astonishment. You little brat, Tang Xiaogua. Luo Qingwu seethed, lunging forward as if to tear into Tang Xiaogua. How could she bring up such a sore spot? Doesn't she see the situation we're in? Xiaogua, you dare say you've never tasted my stir fry? Luo Qingwu's beautiful face darkened, her expression seething with frustration. Xiao Aoshue's cunning eyes twinkled as she chuckled. Miss Luo, my sister takes good care of me. She forbids me from cooking, so naturally I wouldn't dare. But Miss Luo, your cooking skills do show you have the makings of a proper housewife. Though whether your dishes are edible is another matter. Miss Xiao, you needn't know whether it's edible because you'll never get to taste it. Luo Qingwu smiled back, the two women locked in a sharp verbal spar. Yen Ruyu quickly interjected, alright. Everyone, sit down and eat. Hurry up, everyone, sit down and eat. Keep chatting and the food will get cold. Xiao Aoqing tugged at her troublesome younger sister before they all sat down to eat. Thus, Li Futu found himself sandwiched between 5 beauties. Even if he were surrounded by them, he couldn't embrace them all. Unfortunately, he couldn't lift any of these 5 beauties at the table, at least not yet. Li Futu, Miss Xiao insists on racing you. Why won't you accept? Luo Qingwu suddenly spoke up. If you won't, I will. Just sit in the passenger seat. Li Futu froze, glancing at Luo Qingwu then at Xiao Aoqing. He gave a wry smile. Race against these two sisters? What kind of joke was that? He certainly didn't want his car wrecked beyond repair by them again. So Li Futu remained silent. Better to eat first and worry about it later. Women were like chatterboxes. If he got drawn into a conversation with them, forget about eating. Brother-in-law, are you siding with Miss Luo against my sister? You can't do that, it'll break her heart, Xiao Aoxue said, her face twisted in feigned hurt. Aoxue, enough. Eat your food. Stop being silly. Stop calling him brother-in-law. He's not your brother-in-law. Xiao Aoqing frowned, scolding Xiao Aoxue before turning to Yen Ruyu. Ruyu, these dishes are all delicious. Looks like I'll have to ask you to teach me your culinary skills sometime. Aoqing, you're so smart. If you really want to learn, it won't be hard. Yen Ruyu smiled and added, but that eggplant with shredded pork you just ate? That was cooked by Li Futu. Ha! Xiao Aoqing froze, glancing involuntarily at Li Futu. Li Futu gave an unapologetic chuckle. Indeed, I cooked it. No need to feel awkward if you want to eat it, just eat it. Had she known Li Futu had cooked it, Xiao Aoqing never would have reached for her chopsticks. But since she'd already eaten it, there was no point in spitting it out. So she didn't need to put on any airs. Her tone was calm as she said, so you cooked it. It really is delicious. I want to eat my brother-in-law's cooking too. Xiao Aoxue declared, immediately reaching for her chopsticks to grab a bite. Luo Qingwu felt an inexplicable surge of irritation toward Li Futu. Li Futu, you jerk. You're my bodyguard, you live under my roof, eat my food, use my things. Even if you don't use mine, what's the big deal? But cooking for them yourself? How dare you? Just wait until I settle the score with you. Xiaogua, why did you come back early? Yen Ruyu asked at that moment. Uncle Tang was suddenly assigned to command some kind of field exercise, so Xiaogua and I had to come back, Luo Qingwu explained. Yeah, it was so boring. I wish I hadn't gone. Dad's always so busy all year round, never has any time. Tang Xiaogua pouted. Xiao Aoqing's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, a subtle gleam flickering in her eyes. She couldn't help but glance up at Tang Xiaogua, as if recalling something. Meanwhile, Yen Ruyu and Xiao Aoqing were chatting about fashion topics, and they seemed to hit it off quite well. The silent rivalry between Luo Qingwu and Xiao Aoxue seemed poised to erupt, with both already refusing to yield an inch. Seeing this scene, Li Futu, having eaten his fill, quickly slipped away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. After the meal, Yen Ruyu announced she needed to head to the company to discuss a business matter. The Xiao sisters also prepared to take their leave, arranging to depart together with Yen Ruyu. Xiao Wu, Xiaogua, stay home and behave yourselves. Li Futu, even if you're feeling better, don't go out. Stay home and keep an eye on them, Yen Ruyu instructed before leaving. I don't need him watching me. I'm not a child, Luo Qingwu retorted irritably. Don't worry, Sister Ruyu. Sister Luo and I will definitely rest well at home, Tang Xiaogua said with a bright smile. Xiao Aoqing shot Li Futu a meaningful glance, her eyes flickering with something akin to resentment. She hadn't forgotten how he'd pinned her down on the sofa, an utterly humiliating ordeal she'd never forget. The moment Yen Ruyu and the others left, Luo Qingwu immediately confronted Li Futu with a stern accusation. Li Futu, do you have any sense of guilt? The 10 Commandments explicitly forbade bringing women home. How did the Shao sisters end up coming with you? Why did Xiao Aoshua call you brother-in-law? What kind of secret relationship do you have with Xiao Aoqing? Spill the truth to me. Humph. When I was home, I never saw you volunteer to cook or clean. Yet the moment those 2 Shao family temptresses arrived, you suddenly became so attentive. Are you my bodyguard or theirs? Luo Qinggu stood with her hands on her hips, her beautiful, autumn water eyes glaring at Li Futu with resentment as she fired off each question. Li Futu froze in place, staring at Luo Qinggu in utter astonishment. Xiao Wu, you must be mistaken. They came with your sister, Ruyu. They have absolutely nothing to do with me. Is that so? But everyone calls you brother-in-law, and you never once objected. You seemed to quite enjoy it, didn't you? Luo Qinggu persisted, suddenly feeling a vague irritation she couldn't quite pinpoint. Li Futu gazed at Luo Qinggu's face, as pure and ethereal as a lotus blossom emerging from water, and sighed helplessly. Xiao Wu, their mouths aren't mine to control. How could I possibly stop them? Bodyguard brother, you're hurting Sister Luo's feelings. How can you be so fickle? I think Sister Luo is prettier than all of them, even if her chest is a bit small. Tang Xiaogua pouted. Xiaogua, what kind of talk is that? Luo Qinggu couldn't help but stamp her foot. Tang Xiaogua's earlier remark carried such ambiguity that it made it seem as if she were jealous of Xiao Aoshua calling Li Futu brother-in-law. Li Futu really didn't know what to say. The more he explained, the worse it would get. As the saying goes, in any argument, a woman always has the last word. If a man continues speaking, it's the start of a new war. Therefore, Li Futu had no desire to argue with Luo Qinggu. He wasn't Xiao Aoshua, he had no interest in constantly igniting new conflicts with his employer. Sure enough, after a while, Luo Qinggu seemed to tire of her own monologue. She huffed and issued an order. Li Futu, mark my words. I never want to see you associating with the Xiao sisters again. If you do, don't bother being my bodyguard. Sis Luo, what if you don't see it? Tang Xiaogua asked. What then? Does he run to tell you if he secretly meets with the Xiao sisters? I only care about what I see myself, Luo Qinggu retorted, her voice brimming with irritation. Li Futu couldn't help but notice that Luo Qinggu could actually be quite adorable at times. Meanwhile, Yan Ruyu arrived at the company by car. As she stepped inside, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if troubled by something. Chapter 128, Yan Ruyu's Crisis. Yan Ruyu entered the company and headed straight for her office. She sat down in the swivel chair at her desk and stretched her body fully. The high neck blouse she wore immediately stretched taut. Her well-tailored silver gray business suit accentuated her mature, graceful curves. Every movement drew admiring glances toward the flawless lines revealed beneath the fabric. Knock. A crisp knock echoed through the office. Come in. Yan Ruyu sat up straight and spoke. Clang. The office door swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful and sensual woman, around 28 or 29 years old. At this age, a woman was in the prime of her blossoming beauty. She radiated the allure of a perfectly ripe peach, tempting any man to take a bite. Ms. Yan, Chen Mei said as she entered. How did things go? Yan Ruyu lifted her head, her clear, water-like eyes meeting Chen Mei's. Chen Mei was the PR department manager at the company. Many business deals had been secured by this woman, though Yan Ruyu didn't care to know the methods used. Ms. Yan, that old man won't budge. I've tried everything, but he still won't agree. It's infuriating. Chen Mei exclaimed in frustration. Yan Ruyu frowned. What does Zhang Changwei mean? Does he insist I negotiate with him personally? Chen Mei glanced at Yan Ruyu and replied, that's exactly what he said. But Ms. Yan, in my opinion, we should just walk away from this deal. How can we not pursue it? This is a major contract. If we close it, the company's annual performance will quadruple. Beyond that, it's a golden opportunity to promote our firm and solidify our position among Beijing's top 10 advertising agencies, Yan Ruyu countered. Zhang Changwei showed no sign of backing down. I suspect he has ulterior motives. Our company has already offered exceptionally favorable terms, no other advertising agency could match them, yet he still refuses, Chen Mei stated, her face flushed with indignation. He just wants to meet with me in person, right? I'll agree to his request. Yan Ruyu said. What? Ms. Yan? Chen Mei froze, her eyes wide with surprise as she stared at Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu gave Chen Mei a calm glance and said, of course you'll accompany me to meet with him. We absolutely must win him over and secure this final business partnership. All the contract terms have already been finalized. If we can't land this major deal in the end, it would truly be a shame. Ms. Yan, I understand. Should I contact Zhang Changwei now? Chen Mei inquired. Yan Ruyu nodded. Chen Mei pulled out her phone, stepped aside, and made the call. In that moment, a faint, icy gleam flickered in her eyes. Hello, is this Manager Zhang? Yes, it's Chen Mei. I'm truly honored that Manager Zhang still remembers me. By the way, our CEO Yen mentioned she'd like to discuss the details of this business deal with you in person. Would Manager Zhang be available now? Chen Mei inquired over the phone. Oh, I see. Manager Zhang has a meeting later, right? Dinner tonight? Great. We'll let Manager Zhang know once we've booked the hotel? Alright, see you tonight without fail. After hanging up, Chen Mei turned to Yen Ruyu and said, Ms. Yen, Zhang Changwei mentioned he'd like to host us for dinner tonight at Jinghua Hotel to discuss business. He'll reserve a private room shortly, with the dinner scheduled for 6 p.m. Yen Ruyu nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll meet you there at 6. Chen Mei nodded. Seeing no further need to stay, she exited the office. Yen Ruyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in her office and gazed out at the scenery beyond the glass. A flicker of sorrow clearly appeared in her eyes. Must a woman always bear the burden of her family? Leaving Suzhou and Hangzhou, leaving her home and loved ones, she was forging her own path alone in this bustling imperial capital. She was determined to prove to everyone that even without relying on anyone, she could stand on her own 2 feet and achieve success. Since she needed to meet with Hengshu and Company, represented by Zhang Changwei, that evening, she wouldn't be able to return to Ro's apartment on time. Yen Ruyu immediately called Luo Qinggu and the others to let them know. She trusted Li Futu to look after Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo at the Ro's apartment. If it weren't for unavoidable engagements like tonight's, she would much rather return to Ro's apartment to spend time with Luo Qinggu and the others. Now that Li Futu had joined them at the villa, though she felt a bit uneasy at first, she gradually grew accustomed to his presence. Recalling tonight's dinner gathering, she wondered whether to have Li Futu accompany her. She always felt an inexplicable sense of security whenever he was around. But then she chuckled to herself. With Chen Mei accompanying her, what unexpected trouble could possibly arise? Yen Ruyu sat at her desk, sorting through documents she'd been organizing for half the day, until a series of knocks echoed through her office once more. Ms. Yen, it's 5:45. Should we head out? Chen Mei's voice came from outside. Yen Ruyu glanced at her wristwatch and suddenly realized it was indeed almost 6 o'clock. Arriving late would certainly be unwise. Yen Ruyu stood up, tidied herself slightly, grabbed her clutch bag, and stepped out of the office. Yen Ruyu and Chen Mei took the elevator down together. It was obvious Chen Mei had touched up her makeup, appearing even more heavily made up, her alluring charm intensified, and a strong, rich perfume scent lingered around her. Yen Ruyu understood the nature of Chen Mei's work. But since Chen Mei had chosen the role of PR manager, everything she did was by her own choice. Every company had its share of stunning, sexy PR beauties like Chen Mei. These women were often called the office flowers, living off the capital of their youth. The elevator descended to the underground parking garage. Chen Mei climbed into Yen Ruyu's Mercedes-Benz S600 luxury sedan, and they sped toward the Jinghua Hotel. At exactly 6 o'clock, Yen Ruyu pulled up at the Jinghua Hotel. She and Chen Mei stepped out of the car. During the drive, Chen Mei had already contacted Zhang Changwei and learned that he was waiting inside the private room. Led by a waiter, Yen Ruyu and Chen Mei entered the private room. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a beige suit, around 45 years old. He wore glasses, sported a receding hairline, and had a plump face, yet his eyes were small and narrow, like mung beans. As Yen Ruyu approached with grace, his beady eyes lit up instantly. Rising to his feet, he smiled and said, "I presume this must be Ms. Yen? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. No need for formalities, Manager Zhang. Please, take a seat. No need to stand." Yen Ruyu watched as he approached, extending his right hand to shake hers. She anticipated his gesture and swiftly made a motion for him to sit instead. Zhang Changwei chuckled and said, "Sit, sit. You too, sit down too. Waiter, our dishes can be served now. By the way, Ruyu, what would you like to drink?" Zhang Changwei asked, his eyes fixed on Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu hadn't expected him to be so familiar, addressing her by name. She smiled and said, "Sorry, Manager Zhang, I don't drink. I hope you understand? No alcohol? Surely a little red wine wouldn't be a problem?" Zhang Changwei countered. "Thank you. I truly can't drink. Let Chen Mei accompany you." "I'll just have some tea," Yen Ruyu replied with a smile. All right. Zhang Changwei nodded repeatedly and instructed the waiter to bring over a pot of tea. The dishes had been pre-ordered and soon arrived one after another. Zhang Changwei ordered a bottle of red wine, pouring glasses for himself and Chen Mei while Yen Ruyu sipped her tea. "Manager Zhang, let me toast you. You're such a tease. We've approached you so many times, yet you still wouldn't let go and sign with us." Chen Mei lifted her glass, feigning annoyance. "Haha, signing isn't the issue. We'll discuss that properly later." Zhang Changwei chuckled. During this time, Yen Ruyu could only toast Zhang Changwei with tea while watching Chen Mei clink glasses with him one after another. She knew well that at banquets, men only became amenable to business discussions after drinking. She trusted Chen Mei could handle Zhang Changwei. Chen Mei poured glass after glass for Zhang Changwei. Whether it was her coy expressions or her teasingly ambiguous gestures, her skill in socializing was astonishing. She chatted Zhang Changwei into a hearty laugh, leaving him thoroughly delighted. Yen Ruyu sipped her tea, yet gradually, she found herself increasingly unable to hear the two men's conversation. Beyond that, a faint wave of heat surged through her lower abdomen, and her entire body began to feel weak. When she tried to stand, she discovered her legs had gone limp and weak. Her eyelids grew heavy, and the strange sensation in her body intensified. As if instinctively grasping something, she fumbled for her phone in her clutch. The namely photo flickered on the screen. Before consciousness completely faded, she pressed the call button. Chapter 129, Trouble. Thud. Yen Ruyu's phone crashed to the floor. In that instant, her eyes grew heavy and closed, and she passed out completely. Zhang Changwei and Shen Mei, who had been chatting animatedly moments before, immediately fell silent. Both turned their gaze toward the unconscious Yen Ruyu. Shen Mei's eyes, already tinged with drunkenness, instantly sharpened, revealing a cold, jealous glint. As for Zhang Changwei, his tiny, pea-sized eyes flashed with a sharp, calculating gleam as he looked at Yen Ruyu. Shen Mei bent down to pick up the phone that had slipped from Yen Ruyu's hand and fallen to the ground. Seeing that it was dialing a number, she immediately hung up, turned it off, and placed it back into Yen Ruyu's handbag. After all that trouble, she finally passed out. Zhang Changwei chuckled, his face betraying a smug satisfaction. Manager Zhang was in for a treat tonight. Yen Ruyu was so stunningly beautiful, possessing peerless grace and an elegant aura any man would be captivated by her. I wonder if Manager Zhang will ever pay her any mind again? Chen Mei shot Zhang Changwei a sidelong glance as she spoke. Zhang Changwei rose with a satisfied smile, circling around to Chen Mei's side and pulling her into his embrace. Chen Mei, you did well. But you misunderstand. Yen Ruyu is indeed a rare beauty in this world. I wish it were me enjoying her favors. Alas, it's not to be. The one who will savor her is someone else. Zhang Changwei sighed softly. What? I thought it would be Manager Zhang. Chen Mei blurted out, recalling his earlier promise. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. Tomorrow you'll find a 7-figure sum in your bank account, Zhang Changwei replied. Ugh, you're such a tease. If I don't flirt now, I might not get another chance. How could that be? As long as Manager Zhang doesn't forget the old when he gets the new, Chen Mei will always be his woman. Ha! I love your mouth and your gift of gab. It's so nostalgic, I'll miss it. What puzzles me is how you could betray Yen Ruyu, your superior, without batting an eye. Humph. At the company, I bring in nearly half of all the business deals. What does she even do? Just sits in her office, sipping coffee under the AC, acting all high and mighty. I'm out there entertaining clients, doing work worse than a prostitute's. Why should she get to enjoy that privileged life? That ice queen act? I'd love to see her humiliated. Women just can't stand seeing others outshine them. Guess that's a common flaw. So picking you as her pawn was a smart move. Zhang Changwei suddenly grinned. Chen Mei's expression froze. She blinked at Zhang Changwei and asked, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? I just want to tell you those who betray others will be betrayed themselves. Zhang Changwei smiled, tightening his grip with his right hand. Chen Mei's expression changed. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over her body. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and her consciousness began to blur and confuse. Zhang Changwei, what did you do to me? You drugged me too? Impossible. Why aren't you affected? Shen Mei tried to stand and bolt for the door, but her legs were too weak to bear her weight. Besides, Zhang Changwei stood directly in her path. While we were drinking, I kept the antidote in my mouth the whole time. Zhang Changwei smiled, patiently explaining, though a hint of regret flickered in his heart. After all, this woman had shared intimate moments with him many times. He actually missed those days, but alas, they were destined to become nothing more than memories. Yu Chen Mei's voice cracked with grief and fury. She struggled to rise, but her head suddenly lolled to the side as she collapsed unconscious. Zhang Changwei's gaze instantly turned cold. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, boss. It's taken care of. Good work. Stay put in the private room. Someone will come to pick you up. Yes, boss. With that, Zhang Changwei hung up. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open. 2 men with cold expressions walked in. They glanced at Zhang Changwei before heading straight toward the unconscious Yen Ruyu and Chen Mei. The 2 men each lifted Yen Ruyu and Chen Mei to their feet and walked straight out of the private room. Outside, hotel staff watched as Yen Ruyu and Chen Mei emerged with their eyes closed. They showed little reaction, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. Upon exiting the Jinghua Hotel, 2 black Volkswagen SUVs pulled up. Yen Ruyu was immediately helped into the first vehicle by one of the men, while Zhang Changwei and Chen Mei were directed to the second car. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, the 2 black Volkswagen SUVs sped away from the Jinghua Hotel. Sis Luo, you seem to have forgotten to add salt. Nonsense! I definitely added it earlier. That was for the previous dish. This one doesn't seem to have any yet. Why don't you taste it first, Sister Luo, to see if it's seasoned? It's so hot, how am I supposed to taste it? Fine, then add a little more salt. If it ends up too salty, you're responsible for finishing it. You're the one who said there wasn't any salt. No way. Sister Luo, you're bullying me. In the kitchen of Ro's apartments, Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo were actually stir-frying together, a truly unprecedented event. It turned out Luo Qinggu was upset today because Yu Xiaoshui had said her stir-fry was inedible. Fuming, she insisted on cooking herself tonight, refusing to let Li Futu do it. Having a stunningly beautiful, flawless, and free-spirited employer insist on cooking and serving him, Li Futu was naturally happy to oblige. Who in their right mind would willingly step into the kitchen to get covered in grease? Just then, Li Futu's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see it was Yan Ruyu calling. He paused, wondering what could possibly be so urgent that Yan Ruyu would call him. Just as he was about to answer, the phone hung up after ringing twice. A missed dial? Why else would it ring just twice before hanging up? Li Futu froze, pondering silently. After a moment's thought, he decided to call back. The number you have dialed is turned off. After dialing back, Li Futu heard the disconnection tone. He frowned, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Having undergone all kinds of training, he knew that any unusual phone call was conveying a special signal. Instinctively, he realized that Yan Ruyu must have gotten into trouble. He immediately rushed into the kitchen, where he found Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo fussing over a mess of dishes. His voice turned grave as he demanded, "Do you know Ruyu's company phone number? Sister Ruyu? Why not just call her directly?" Luo Qinggu asked. "Her phone is off." "Quickly, if you know her company number, tell me immediately," Li Futu said in a low voice, a sharp, icy glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing Li Futu's unusually grave expression, the quick-witted Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo sensed something was seriously wrong. They immediately stepped out and searched their phones for Yan Ruyu's company number. Li Futu dialed the number directly. A receptionist answered. "Hello, is Yan Ruyu at the office? Who are you? What do you need with Ms. Yan? I asked if she's at the company." Li Futu roared in a low, explosive voice, his tone laced with a threat of sharpness. The receptionist seemed terrified. "Ms. Yan left the company around 6 o'clock with Manager Chen. Her records show she went to the Jinghua Hotel for a banquet." "Jinghua Hotel? Give me your Manager Chen's number. Now. Don't hesitate. I'm with the enforcement team. This is an absolute emergency." In his urgency, Li Futu could only lie about his identity. The receptionist gave him Manager Chen's number. Li Futu silently memorized it before hanging up. He then noticed Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo standing nearby, their faces etched with worry. "Li Futu, what's going on? What happened to Sister Ruyu? Bodyguard brother, your reaction just now was terrifying. Did something happen to Sister Ruyu?" "No, I don't want anything to happen to Sister Ruyu." Tears welled up in Tang Xiaoguo's eyes. Li Futu took a deep breath and said, "I'm going out to find her. You two stay home. I'll call Uncle Chen, he'll come over soon to look after you. Remember my words, this isn't the time for you to be stubborn. Stay home and listen to me, understand?" Luo Qinggu clenched her teeth. She desperately wanted to go with Li Futu, but she knew she'd only be a burden. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Li Futu glanced at them one last time before swiftly exiting the villa, slamming the door shut behind him. After getting into the car, Li Futu activated the navigation system and sped toward the Jinghua Hotel. Yan Ruyu had a habit. Whenever company affairs required her to attend social engagements or private meetings, she would meticulously document them. These records were also kept at the company front desk. This very habit of hers became Li Futu's only hope at this moment. Chapter 130, Rage and Murderous Intent. A bone-chilling coldness completely enveloped Li Futu's eyes. His angular face was tinged with a murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. The veins on his arms bulged as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, a surge of savage power pulsing through his hands. His instincts screamed that Yan Ruyu was in trouble. He had already called Manager Chen's phone, but it was turned off. This situation felt eerily off, sending his heart racing with urgency. He pushed the car to its absolute limit. He passed car after car, even running red lights without hesitation, his near-mad speed carrying him toward the Jinghua Hotel. At that very moment, the two black Volkswagen SUVs parked in front of the Jinghua Hotel roared away, speeding onto Jinghua Avenue. Inside the lead-black Volkswagen SUV, Yan Ruyu lay unconscious in the back seat. Flanking her were two men with grim expressions. Their eyes flickered with cold glints as they watched the surroundings through the windows, vigilant. In the SUV following behind, Zhang Changwei and the unconscious Chen Mei occupied the back seat. Beside Zhang Changwei sat another man with a sinister gaze. His hair was cropped short, and a scar ran across his right eyebrow, making his right eyebrow appear split into two sections, a grotesque sight that still carried a chill. "Manager Zhang, you handled this exceptionally well. The boss is very pleased," the sinister-looking man suddenly remarked. "You're too kind, too kind. Serving the boss is my honor, I do anything for him," Zhang Changwei replied with a modest smile, his expression respectful and deferential. The boss holds you in high regard. Consequently, he's made arrangements for your future security, the sinister man added. Zhang Changwei smiled even more modestly. His own backup plans? So the boss agreed to the position I requested? From now on, my career path will be paved with golden opportunities. Rising to the top and achieving great success will be a breeze. It's my honor to serve you, boss. I'll forever remember your guidance and never forget it. Zhang Changwei hurriedly declared, pouring out his loyalty and flattery. Manager Zhang, the sinister-looking man said, I hope you'll still be this sincerely grateful to the boss when you're down below. Down below? Zhang Changwei's expression shifted, a hint of confusion appearing. Yes, the afterlife. The boss doesn't want too many secrets known. The sinister man spoke, a cold, menacing gleam suddenly flashing in his hand. The intent to kill was unmistakable. The icy glint flashed directly across Zhang Changwei's throat. Every expression on Zhang Changwei's face froze. His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. He hadn't even had time to feel fear. A thin, permanent scar of blood etched itself into Zhang Changwei's throat. In the sinister man's hand now rested a thin, delicate scalpel, as thin as a cicada's wing. The sinister man slowly sheathed the blade. Then, he slipped on a white glove, retrieved a prepared large sack, and pulled its opening over Zhang Changwei's head. Once the sack was secured, it contained a corpse. The sinister man turned his gaze to the unconscious Chen Mei. His eyes narrowed as he appraised her voluptuous form. With a wicked chuckle, he remarked, of the 7 deadly sins, you've committed greed and envy. A woman tainted by these 2 sins never meets a good end. As he spoke, the sinister man's gloved right hand reached for Chen Mei's throat. With a sudden, forceful squeeze, a suffocatingly dull crack echoed through the air. Chen Mei's entire head went limp and slumped forward. To die without consciousness or pain, wasn't that a blessing in disguise for her? Brother Liu, we've reached the rendezvous point up ahead. The driver in the lead car spoke up. Proceed according to the original plan. The sinister man ordered. At a fork in the road ahead, 2 vehicles came to a halt. You take care of these 2. Be thorough, leave no trace. From the SUV behind, the sinister-looking man spoke as he pushed open the door and stepped out. The door of the front vehicle also opened. A man dragged the unconscious Yan Ruyu out and down. After meeting up with the sinister-looking man, they got into a white Mercedes-Benz parked nearby. The 3 vehicles parted ways, vanishing into the vast night. Jinghua Grand Hotel. Li Futu drove up, jumped out of his car, and rushed to the hotel entrance where 2 rows of hostesses stood. Have you seen this woman? Li Futu pulled out his phone and flicked through to Yan Ruyu's photo. He had been thoughtful when leaving, instructing Luo Qinggu and the others to send Yan Ruyu's photo to his phone. The receptionists looked at the image of Yan Ruyu displayed on Li Futu's phone, each marveling at her stunning, jade-like beauty. After viewing it, they all shook their heads. One receptionist said, we just came on shift. If any guests came earlier, we really wouldn't have seen her. But Sister Su Han should have seen her. Sister Su Han? Who is she? Could you help me find her? I have something extremely urgent to discuss, Li Futu hurriedly explained. What's the matter? A crisp, pleasant voice rang out as a tall, graceful woman in a black business suit approached. She was beautiful, with an elegant figure, and held a walkie-talkie in her hand. Sister Su, this gentleman is asking if we've seen this young lady. We just took over the shift, so we don't have any recollection, one of the receptionists said. Li Futu had already taken a quick step forward, standing before the beautiful woman. He held up the photo of Yan Ruyu on his phone and asked, Miss Su, have you seen this woman? Please try to remember. Su Han glanced at the photo, her pretty face momentarily startled. I've seen her, she said. Around 6 o'clock, she entered accompanied by another lady. I was the one who greeted them. She was exceptionally beautiful, so I couldn't help but look a few extra times. The 2 of them went into the Phoenix Pavilion private room. Where is the private room? Is she still inside? A flicker of hope ignited in Li Futu's heart as he urgently inquired. Su Han shook her head. About half an hour later, around 6:45, they were escorted out. The young lady and the other woman seemed drunk, supported by 2 men. There was also a middle-aged man in a beige suit following them. They got into a car and left the hotel. What? Left? And they were being supported? Li Futu's gaze darkened. He grabbed Su Han's arm and demanded sharply, which direction did they leave in? Su Han was startled by Li Futu's sudden grip on her arm. She sensed no hostility from him, only extreme urgency. Pointing toward Jinghua Avenue outside, she replied, they walked down Jinghua Avenue. When did they leave? Li Futu's eyes narrowed as he pressed. Around 6:50, I think, Su Han replied. Li Futu immediately charged out. In that instant, an intense, savage aura of bloodlust radiated from his entire being. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as he had suspected. Yan Ruyu had indeed met with trouble. Yan Ruyu never drank much, especially not during social engagements. How could she possibly get so drunk that she needed to be supported out? Someone must have tampered with her drink, causing her to lose consciousness. He remembered her phone had rung twice around 6:35 p.m. She must have been trying to call him for help then, but it was still too late. Had he answered just 10 minutes earlier, things might have turned out differently. The urgent priority now was to track down the group that had abducted Yenryu and rescue her. Li Futu didn't know who had abducted Yenryu, but their actions had successfully ignited his murderous intent and rage. He would do whatever it took to rescue Yenryu and obliterate those bastards into dust. Suddenly, Li Futu's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Guan Yuchi calling. "Hello, Li Futu? Is that you?" The enforcement team received a report from Miss Luo saying something happened to Miss Yen. "Yuchi, seal off every intersection on Jinghua Avenue immediately. A group has abducted Yenryu. They've tampered with her, and she's unconscious. I arrived too late. They just left block off Jinghua Avenue now." "What? This happened? Alright, I'm heading out immediately with my team. I'll have the traffic police assist in blocking all exits on Jinghua Avenue." Guan Yuchi spoke into the phone. Li Futu hung up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he speculated on the possible escape routes the perpetrators might take. Chapter 131, The Pursuit. Li Futu activated the navigation system, studying the map of Jinghua Avenue. Following the entire length of the avenue, there was a fork ahead. One branch led onto Fuxing Road, while the other connected directly to the overpass. Would the kidnappers of Yenryu escape via one of these two junctions? Or would they employ a diversion tactic? A cold, steely glint flashed in Li Futu's eyes. This was a race against time. Every moment delayed put Yenryu in greater danger. Yet Li Futu remained utterly composed and steady, showing not a hint of panic. Panic and tension would serve no purpose now. Li Futu had to force himself into complete composure, deciphering the abductors' motives. Only by engaging in a silent battle of wits could he successfully rescue Yenryu. From Suhan's earlier account, he knew the abductors had used two black Volkswagen SUVs, though she hadn't noted their license plate numbers. Following Jinghua Avenue led out of the capital city. But would the kidnappers really take Yenryu out of the city? They'd gone to great lengths to invite Yenryu to dinner, using the opportunity to secretly drug her. Clearly, they had ulterior motives. They'd made no attempt to conceal their actions, simply loading Yenryu into a car parked outside the hotel and driving off. They must have considered the possibility of hotel staff recognizing their vehicle, so they would definitely switch cars midway. Following Jinghua Avenue east leads out of the city. The western route heads toward the city center. Could they be executing a diversionary tactic, luring pursuit eastward while escaping west? They knew this incident would alert the enforcement squad. Changing vehicles midway was the Golden Cicada shedding its shell maneuver, while turning back after the switch was the attack the east, strike the west diversion. Regardless, chasing them in the direction they fled was now futile. I hoped my guess was correct that they were indeed using the attack the east, strike the west tactic. Li Futu studied the map on his navigation system, his eyes flashing with sharp focus as he analyzed each detail. Finally, his mind made up, he drove away from the Jinghua Hotel. Instead of pursuing the direction the kidnappers had taken with Yenryu, he turned the car and sped off in the opposite direction. Li Futu pulled out his phone and dialed Guan Yuchi. "Hello, Yuchi. Has your enforcement team been dispatched? I'm highly confident the vehicle used to abduct Yenryu is still on Jinghua Avenue. Especially at the western intersection of Jinghua Avenue, deploy additional officers to search that area. Thoroughly inspect every passing vehicle." Li Futu understood. The enforcement team has already arrived at both intersections along Jinghua Avenue. "I'm currently at the western intersection," Guan Yuchi replied. "Remember, every single vehicle must be checked. They might have switched cars midway," Li Futu said in a low voice. If they truly employed a diversion tactic and drove back in the opposite direction, timing-wise, their current location would likely be close to where I am. Therefore, Li Futu maintained a steady speed, his gaze fixed on the vehicle speeding past his car, sensing for any unusual details. At that moment, whoosh! A white Mercedes-Benz screeched past his vehicle at breakneck speed, streaking by like a white lightning bolt. Li Futu couldn't help but frown. The other car's extreme speed caught his attention. Instantly, he slammed the gearshift into high gear and stomped on the accelerator. The entire car roared forward in pursuit. Shao family mansion. "Sis, did you find out? Why are there so many law enforcement teams out tonight? Jinghua Avenue is completely blocked off. What's going on?" Xiao Aoshua sank deeply into the plush sofa, her long, snow-white legs crossed as she absent-mindedly played with her hair. Her gaze, however, was fixed on Xiao Aoqing, who had just hung up the phone. "Just got word Yenryu's in trouble." Xiao Aoqing turned her head, her eyes flickering with a meaningful look, surprised and puzzled, yet tinged with a hint of worry. "What? Sister Yan's in trouble? What happened?" Xiao Aoshua sprang up from the sofa, her beautiful, watery eyes widening with shock. "I don't know the specifics yet, but it seems she's been abducted." Xiao Aoqing's willow-like brows furrowed slightly before she continued, "Who could be behind this?" "Su Feiyu, one of the four gentlemen of Suzhou and Hangzhou, has come to the capital specifically for Yenryu. If this isn't his doing, he would have heard the news by now. How would Su Feiyu react? He'd be anxious and determined to find Yen Ruyu, right? If he were to encounter Li Futu. Sis, you mean conflict will erupt between them? Xiao Aoshue blinked and said. Don't forget we learned of Lin Jianglong's sudden death early last night. His death must be connected to Li Futu. It's just that Li Futu's methods are so sophisticated that the enforcement squad couldn't find a single trace. Even so, both Ling Outyan and Su Feiyu would suspect Li Futu was behind all this. Xiao Aoqing said. Then why did you fabricate evidence to get that bastard Li Futu out of the barrier? Xiao Aoshue asked in confusion. The outcome would have been the same. Even without my intervention, Li Futu would have walked free. My action was merely to send a message to the outside world. The Xiao family stands united with Li Futu. Xiao Aoqing smiled as she explained. Sis, I don't quite get your approach. It's not fun at all. Xiao Aoshue pouted as she spoke. Xiao Aoqing smiled, a captivating, enchanting smile rippling across her flawlessly beautiful face. She replied, Aoshue, you'll understand soon enough. Over the years, our Xiao family's rapid rise has already stirred up envy and resentment among many rivals in the shadows. If our Xiao family grows too fast and too powerful, the balance will inevitably be shattered. It would severely threaten the interests of certain ancient families, making our Xiao family the target of everyone's arrows. Now, Li Futu has appeared. Barely emerged, he's already stirred up a storm in the capital. If the outside world suspects our Xiao family is aligned with Li Futu, some overt and covert enemies will turn their spears toward Li Futu. Sister, are you suggesting we divert all attention targeting our Xiao family onto Li Futu? Essentially, Li Futu would buy us time while our Xiao family seizes the opportunity to develop. This strategy is truly ingenious, Xiao Aoshue remarked. So Li Futu claims he's not a toy, but in my eyes, that's exactly what he is. Xiao Aoqing declared coldly. But sis, what if my brother-in-law can't handle all those factions? Xiao Aoshue asked. Xiao Shui, how many times must I tell you? He is not your husband. Xiao Aoqing shot her younger sister a glare. Sis, I'm just hypothesizing. If it really happened, would you truly not feel heartbroken? Xiao Aoshue asked. If he truly is powerful, he naturally possesses sufficient self-defense and counterattack capabilities. Therefore, if he can repel some overt and covert enemies, your so-called brother-in-law might just barely qualify and that's all. Xiao Aoqing said indifferently. Got it. So you're testing my brother-in-law, huh? Xiao Aoshue chuckled. Alright, tonight might just be quite the show. Let's head out and see. Xiao Aoqing announced. Jinghua Avenue, westbound intersection. Li Futu slammed the accelerator to the floor. The black Audi roared forward like a bolt of lightning. The white Mercedes ahead came into view. For some reason, he sensed something was off about that white Mercedes. The speed limit on Jinghua Avenue was 80 km/h, yet this car was tearing along at 112 km/h, as if racing against time. Under normal circumstances, this might be unremarkable. But in these critical times, Li Futu wouldn't overlook any suspicious vehicle. For if he missed one, he might very well miss the chance to rescue Yen Ruyu. While tracking the white Mercedes ahead, he also sensed the energies within the car, searching for any abnormal signs like killing intent. Just then, whoosh! A rush of wind whipped past as a black vehicle surged ahead of Li Futu's car, streaking forward at an astonishing speed. It was a black Volkswagen SUV. Li Futu saw it clearly indeed, a black Volkswagen SUV. According to Su Han's testimony at the Jinghua Hotel, hadn't Yen Ruyu been abducted by a black Volkswagen SUV? In that instant, Li Futu's eyes darkened, a cold glint flashing within them, sharp as blades. Chapter 132, Pursuit to the Limit Part 1. Li Futu pushed his speed to the absolute limit, catching up to the black SUV that had just roared past him. Li Futu recognized the license plate had matched one of the suspect vehicles Guan Yuqi had mentioned. Li Futu's gaze instantly sharpened as he fixed his cold stare on the Volkswagen SUV, flames clearly flickering in his eyes. At such breakneck speed, Li Futu also overtook the white Mercedes ahead. In that instant, his years of honed, beast-like senses suddenly sharpened. He felt a fleeting illusion. A cold gaze from within the white sedan had imperceptibly glanced at his car. Li Futu instantly reined in his aura. Unflappable, he maintained his original speed as he raced forward. Through his rearview mirror, he saw the white Mercedes behind him slow its pace. Jinghua Avenue, the westbound intersection. The enforcement team had set up a checkpoint, scrutinizing passing vehicles. Vehicles at the intersection formed a long line, each one coming to a stop. Guan Yuqi was among them, directing operations. Captain Guan. Situation. Suspect vehicle detected. Suddenly, the alert sounded in Guan Yuqi's earpiece. Guan Yuqi immediately headed toward the control room and saw a black Volkswagen SUV appear on the surveillance feed. Guan Yuqi spoke into her walkie-talkie. First team, second team, third team, take note. A suspect vehicle is approaching. License plate number, readout. Intercept this vehicle immediately. At the same time, Li Futu drove up and encountered the long line of vehicles ahead. He slowed down, and the black Volkswagen in the lane to his left also came to a stop. Through his rearview mirror, Li Futu also spotted the white Mercedes-Benz parked behind the left lane. As the vehicles ahead slowly moved forward, passing through the routine inspection, Li Futu gradually drove closer to the exit lane. The black Volkswagen entered the line of sight of the law enforcement officers stationed at the checkpoint. One by one, guns were raised discreetly, aiming at the black Volkswagen. Suddenly, boom! The Volkswagen SUV roared to life in an instant, launching forward like a caged beast breaking free. The officers ahead were startled and scrambled to the side. With a crash, the Volkswagen SUV smashed through the guardrail and continued speeding forward. Bang! Bang! The officers on the scene instantly opened fire, bullets streaking toward the vehicle. Suddenly, a window opened and a submachine gun thrust out. "Watch out!" Guan Yuqi shouted, diving to the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets from the submachine gun's barrel sprayed wildly in all directions, striking vehicle after vehicle. Some windshields were shattered clean through, plunging the scene into a cacophony of terrified screams. The checkpoint at the intersection ahead descended into chaos. One after another, vehicles sped forward in panic, fleeing far away from the scene. The black Volkswagen now captured the enforcement team's full attention, leaving them no time to deal with the vehicles at the checkpoint. Numerous officers charged forward, firing their weapons and locking their firepower onto the black SUV ahead. In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening roar of gunfire. Whoosh! A sniper rifle crackled, and the head of a man with a ferocious expression inside the Volkswagen slammed against the window. His forehead had been blown apart by the sniper bullet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several more sniper shots rang out, shattering the Volkswagen SUV's tires. The vehicle careened out of control, crashing into roadside barriers. Boom! The black Volkswagen SUV came to a halt as law enforcement officers surrounded it, rifles at the ready. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Li Futu's expression remained unflinching, steady as a mountain. His eyes flashed with extreme composure. From the moment the Volkswagen SUV showed unusual behavior, he had already concluded its actions were merely a diversion to throw off pursuit. Simultaneously, he was certain Yen Ruyu could not possibly be inside. Why would the kidnappers, who had gone to such lengths to abduct her, expose their tracks through such an obvious method? Thus, even now, Li Futu remained unmoved. He believed the vehicle abducting Yen Ruyu was still lurking nearby, preparing to escape amidst the chaos and pull off a grand deception. Whoosh! As Li Futu pondered, the white Mercedes on his left suddenly started its engine and sped away through the chaotic scene. After passing this intersection, it turned left onto another road. Li Futu's eyes narrowed. He sensed a threat of murderous intent emanating directly from that white sedan, aimed squarely at the law enforcement officers present. Yet the occupants inside showed no unusual movements, simply speeding away amidst the chaos. It was that car. Li Futu's gaze instantly sharpened. A potent aura of murderous intent erupted from him, enveloping his entire being in a rage-fueled killing intent. He was now certain that this white Mercedes-Benz was problematic. He instantly started his own car and gave chase. Li Futu's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the white Mercedes. His stern face remained composed and calm, yet the palpable, blood-soaked killing intent radiating from him sent chills down the spine. Whoosh! Whoosh! A black car and a white car streaked through the vast night like lightning, racing at a jaw-dropping speed. Inside the white Mercedes, a man with a cold, grim expression drove. Seated beside him in the passenger seat was a sinister-looking man with a crew cut and a scar running across his brow bone. In the back seat, a woman of breathtaking beauty lay half-reclined with her eyes tightly closed. The noble and elegant aura radiating from her made her appear like a snow lotus blossoming in quiet solitude, untouched by the mundane world. She was none other than Yen Ruyu. At this moment, Yen Ruyu was in a state of complete unconsciousness, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around her. "Brother Lu, the car behind us has caught up." The driver's voice was low and hushed. The sinister-looking man in the passenger seat flashed a cold stare, glanced at the rearview mirror, then pulled out his phone to make a call. "Boss, the operation is proceeding as planned, but we have pursuit from behind. Should we eliminate them first or proceed to the destination? Someone's tailing us? I don't want any trace of our movements leaked. Take them out." "Yes, boss." The sinister man hung up, and instantly, a sharp, murderous intent filled the car's cabin. Chapter 133, Extreme Pursuit Part 2. In the white sedan, Lu Kan, seated in the passenger seat, lowered his phone. He turned to glance at Yen Ruyu, unconscious in the back seat. A meaningful smile flickered in his cold, piercing eyes. This woman truly was as beautiful as a celestial being. No wonder the boss had taken a liking to her. But the boss went to such lengths, even sacrificing two brothers to kidnap her. He must have other plans. Xiao Liuzi, drive to Lao Wu's place. He's already prepared. Let that place become the grave of that little bastard. Lu Kan added at the end. "Yes, brother Lu." The driver replied. He glanced in the rearview mirror and was startled to see the black car closing in behind them. He couldn't quite believe it. Within the organization, his driving skills were unmatched. He'd been steadily accelerating all along, executing several sharp drifts through the bends with masterful precision, convinced he'd left the pursuers far behind. But who would have thought they'd keep tailing him? Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? The driver, nicknamed Little Leozi, couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This opponent was quite interesting. Perhaps he'd trained in the Special Warfare Division. But that was fine. Opponents too weak to kill were no fun at all. Someone with some skill made things much more entertaining. Lucan sneered coldly, drawing the willow leaf dagger from his waist and examining it closely. Brother Lu, hold on tight. This guy's driving skills have actually sparked my competitive spirit. I'll race him. Xiao Liuzi spoke as he guided the chase toward Brother Wu's location. Lu Can's eyes darkened. Just don't mess up the boss's orders. Brother Lu, rest assured. I'll definitely lead this kid to Brother Wu, Little Liuzi declared. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the car roared forward like a wild horse breaking free, tearing down the road. Li Futu pursued relentlessly, suspecting the other's intent to lure him to a specific location before eliminating him. Li Futu felt no fear, only a raging fire of murderous intent surging within him. Time and again, he'd faced life or death crises and bled his way through bloody escapes. Such trials had long since become routine. Amidst the pursuit, Li Futu's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was his shrewish wife, Huan Yuchi, calling. He casually picked up the phone and answered. Hello, Yuchi. What's the situation on your end? Li Futu, I was just trying to reach you. We intercepted one of their suspect vehicles. There were 2 people inside. One was shot dead, and the driver attempted a final act of resistance but was also killed immediately. Yen Ruyu wasn't found in the car. I know. You fell for their trick. That car was just a decoy to draw your attention. Their accomplices escaped in another vehicle amid the chaos. I'm tracking that car now. What? Li Futu, what's your current location? I'm moving my team there immediately. Li Futu's car navigation system was running continuously. Glancing at the displayed location currently on the section of Beijing North Avenue heading toward the northern suburbs, he relayed the information to Guan Yuchi. Just then, the white Mercedes ahead suddenly cut sharply onto a small road and sped away. Li Futu followed in pursuit. From a distance, he saw the white sedan slowing down ahead. A car repair shop lay just up the road. The auto repair shop had seen better days, its signboard looking worn and aged. Yet the shop itself was spacious, backed by a large mountain. Geographically speaking, such terrain offered significant advantages for both offense and defense. Li Futu glanced at the garage's layout, and his heart instantly sank. At that very moment. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted suddenly, coming directly from the roof above the repair shop, aimed straight at him. The white sedan seized the opportunity to drive into the repair shop. Li Futu's expression darkened. He crouched low, his right hand gripping the steering wheel as he maneuvered around the repair shop, racing toward the dense forest-covered mountains behind it. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of gunfire continued, bullets relentlessly striking Li Futu's vehicle. In an instant, the windshield shattered completely, and bullet holes pockmarked the doors. Li Futu knew he couldn't fall into the enemy's encirclement. He slammed the gas pedal, steering the car around the back of the repair shop. Behind him, the gunfire persisted, a palpable aura of murderous intent rising, sharp and terrifying, sweeping toward Li Futu. Behind the repair shop lay rugged mountains and surrounding forests. Li Futu slammed the accelerator, then flung open the door and leaped out of the vehicle. After leaping out, Li Futu rolled on the ground and vanished into the dense forest. Ahead, gunfire continued relentlessly, sweeping over his out-of-control car as it careened forward. The night was as dark as ink, with no light sources in sight. A blood-red glint instantly filled Li Futu's eyes. In the darkness, they seemed like 2 flickering flames of rage. An intense, terrifying aura of killing intent radiated from him, carrying a chilling menace that made him appear like a grim reaper emerging from the dark world, bathed in blood. Whoosh! Li Futu's form shifted, using the cover of the forest to charge forward. Yen Ruyu was nowhere to be seen, and Li Futu was consumed by the urgency to act, determined to rescue her. Moving through the woods like a ghost, Li Futu crept forward silently. Suddenly, a distinct aura flashed before his eyes, igniting a murderous intent in his gaze. He crouched low, using a nearby tree for cover. Ahead, a figure materialized, a gun in hand, eyes blazing with murderous intent, moving with agile precision. Whoosh! Suddenly, the figure sensed a sharp whistling wind rushing toward him. Startled, he instinctively raised his gun. The ghostly shadow lunged like lightning, a crimson cold gleam flashing by, carrying a fierce, bloodthirsty intent. Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, a torrent of crimson blood spurted from the man's throat as his entire body collapsed. Li Futu's gaze turned icy. He snatched the gun from the fallen man's hand, rolled violently across the ground, raised the weapon, and instantly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Not far to the right, two figures sensed the commotion. The moment they moved, two lethal bullets exploded through their skulls. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted as three figures charged forward, blindly firing their weapons toward Li Futu. Li Futu sprang up from the ground, his body propelling forward as he spun around and fired. His finger hammered the trigger repeatedly, sending the three pursuing figures crashing to the ground. Having disposed of these pursuers, Li Futu moved like a ghost, silently slipping behind the repair shop. He intended to infiltrate from the rear. This was his best chance to rescue Yenryu, and he couldn't afford to miss it. From this moment onward, he would become the butcher of the dark world, slaughtering all who stood in his path, staining his hands with blood. Chapter 134, The Killing Grounds. Part 1. It was unclear whether this auto repair shop operated primarily as a legitimate business or served more as a cover for its true purpose of base of operations. The front was a single-story structure filled with piles of scrap vehicles and tires. Behind the single-story structure, however, two additional stories had been added. At this very moment, light shone brightly on both the second and third floors. Li Futu took off from the rear of the shop, propelled himself off the wall with two powerful kicks, and executed a mid-air flip, landing cleanly inside the compound. He slipped silently into the auto repair shop. His position placed him in what amounted to a backyard, where household trash and countless beer bottles were piled up. A foul odor, a mixture of gasoline and diesel, hung heavy in the air. Li Futu moved forward like a ghost, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings while his ears strained to detect every sound in the dim light. At this moment, he resembled a bloodthirsty predator, the suppressed killing intent within him steadily brewing. Once unleashed, it would surely wash the land red with blood. Li Futu crept from the backyard deep into the repair shop's workshop, using every available obstruction as cover. His movements were as silent as a predatory feline, waiting for his prey to arrive. Suddenly, faint footsteps reached his ears. His body instantly vanished behind a pile of discarded tires beside him. His aura retracted, and his ears strained to detect the faint sound of footsteps moving. 1, 2, 3. Three figures approached, each with distinct, subtle footfalls of varying frequency. Their own auras were concealed, yet clearly not mastered to Li Futu's level of effortless control, making them entirely detectable to him. A palpable killing intent radiated from the intruders. Their footsteps followed a coordinated rhythm, subtly forming a triangular formation that allowed for mutual support. Should any one of them be attacked, the other two could instantly counter. Li Futu's gaze darkened. A question arose in his mind: what kind of organization was this? This so-called auto repair shop resembled the stronghold of a deadly cult, harboring opponents of considerable skill. To establish and sustain such an operation required substantial power and funding. It seemed the shadowy figure behind Yenryu's abduction was no trivial threat. Their overt identity must be that of a powerful figure. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that everyone here deserved to die. Footsteps drew nearer. Li Futu lurked behind a pile of discarded tires in the corner, ghostly and undetectable. Yet the moment he revealed himself, it would herald the arrival of the Grim Reaper. One man on the left faced my direction, one in the center watched the repair shop's main entrance, and one on the right covered both sides. This formation allowed them to monitor all directions. Had they already sensed my infiltration? Too bad it still wouldn't change their fate. Li Futu murmured to himself, listening intently. In an instant, a sharp, icy glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, his body sprang into motion. Whoosh! Li Futu's body launched from the right like a cannonball, his speed terrifyingly swift. A whistling wind filled the air, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. By the time the afterimages became clear, he had already surged before his target. To his right stood a stocky man, gun raised as he scanned his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a whoosh of wind filled the air. Before the man could react, Li Futu's crimson military knife plunged straight into his heart. The blade sliced through with the effortless precision of cutting paper. The dagger sank deep into the man's heart, twisting slightly to leave an irreparable, fatal wound. Simultaneously, Li Futu's left hand wrenched the gun from the man's grasp. His body sprang forward again, charging toward the central figure with blinding speed, all completed in the blink of an eye. By the time the middleman regained his senses, Li Futu's left hand was already pressing the gun against his chest. Bang! 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 Li Futu pulled the trigger repeatedly, his hand gripping the man's body to adjust his angle. Li Futu's expression remained calm, his eyes utterly still. As he kept pulling the trigger, streams of blood spurted from the man's chest, splattering onto Li Futu's own body. Yet his demeanor didn't waver. The man on the left first saw a series of afterimages flash before his eyes. His heart skipped a beat, but by the time he reacted, his two companions beside him had already been killed. His body turned toward Li Futu. But in that instant, a muffled groan escaped his throat. Glancing down at his own body, he saw it was already drenched in crimson. Bang! Bang! Bullets pierced the middleman's body. The blood-stained projectiles passed through him, hurtling straight toward the man on the left. Thus, before the man on the left could even react, the same blood-stained bullets that had killed his comrade struck him repeatedly. His body collapsed to the ground. Li Futu emptied the magazine of the pistol in his left hand before finally stopping. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of danger spread through his entire body. It felt as though he had been silently targeted by a sniper. Instinctively, his body lunged forward, then rolled violently across the ground. Whoosh! In that instant, a sniper bullet whizzed past, tearing through a wooden pillar beside him and reducing it to splinters that scattered in all directions. A sniper? Li Futu's eyes darkened. On any battlefield, the presence of snipers was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. They could take your life without warning. Thus, in any battle, the deterrent power of snipers was absolutely the greatest. Li Futu hadn't expected snipers to be among these men. Every sniper required countless hours of training before being deployed to the battlefield. In the Dragon Nation, a qualified sniper belonged to the Special Warfare Division, and those who emerged from elite combat units were even more terrifying. The fact that this organization could recruit a sniper revealed the terrifying depth of their power. Judging by the bullet holes and the extent of the damage, it was likely an M99 sniper rifle. The sniper was concealed on the left side of the second floor. Li Futu instantly assessed the situation. In the blink of an eye, he sprang forward, diving into a passageway on the left. Using the surrounding wrecked vehicles and tires as cover, he charged forward at full speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sniper rounds whistled through the air as the sniper shifted position, desperately trying to pinpoint Li Futu's location for a fatal shot. Unfortunately for him, Li Futu was always several steps ahead, causing every shot to miss its mark. Finally, the gunfire ceased. Everything around him fell into a deathly silence. The sniper didn't fire again, not because he didn't want to, but because he simply couldn't find Li Futu anymore. Li Futu had concealed himself in the corner of a left-hand corridor. Having pinpointed the sniper's position, he employed counter-sniper tactics to hide within the sniper's blind spot. Unseen, the enemy could no longer fire. With this, Li Futu gained the upper hand. The sniper dared not move extensively to search for Li Futu's position, for doing so would completely expose his own location, an absolute taboo for any sniper. The only viable strategy left was to send other opponents to lure Li Futu out, thereby creating an opportunity for the sniper to strike. But would Li Futu grant them such an opportunity? Li Futu's form shifted silently, creeping once more toward the rear courtyard of the repair shop. Access to the second floor was possible from the courtyard, though it required a bit more effort. Climbing up a pipe in the backyard, Li Futu finally grabbed the corner of a balcony on the second floor with his right hand. After confirming no danger above, he pulled himself up with a sudden jerk, his entire body scaling onto the balcony of the room. Though the room was lit, it stood completely empty. Likely, it belonged to the very opponents who had sought to ambush him. After receiving their assassination orders, they'd rushed out without bothering to turn off the lights. The back door to the balcony was locked from the inside. Li Futu could only pry the window open slightly before he leapt inside. The entire second floor consisted of individual rooms, resembling a dormitory building. Outside the rooms ran a corridor, with staircases leading up on both sides. Li Futu moved silently to the doorway of a room, listening intently for any sounds outside. A sniper was lurking somewhere on this floor, so he needed to locate and eliminate that threat first. The presence of a single sniper posed far too great a danger. At that moment, he could hear faint footsteps echoing from the repair workshop below, accompanied by waves of sharp, murderous intent. His suspicions were confirmed. The enemy intended to send men downstairs to ambush him, luring him out into the open to give the lurking sniper a clear shot. What the enemy didn't know was that Li Futu had already seen through their plan. Right now, he was silently making his way up to the second floor. Li Futu showed no haste, remaining calm and composed. He waited patiently, confident the sniper would inevitably make small movements within a limited range. About a minute later, Li Futu's eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from the right side of his room. This peculiar presence first rippled slightly before vanishing and retreating. A cold gleam gradually sharpened in Li Futu's eyes. He knew that sniper had just taken a breath. Chapter 135, The Killing Grounds. Part 2. When snipers are in action, their breathing differs from the ordinary. They employ unique breathing techniques honed through training. The task of sniping itself demands intense concentration to succeed. Thus, an excellent sniper will hold their breath and focus their mind when entering combat. This process serves two purposes. First, it allows for heightened mental concentration. Second, it helps conceal their aura, making them harder for opponents to detect. Thus, snipers typically hold their breath for an extended period before exhaling. This exhalation inevitably creates subtle breath fluctuations. Someone nearby with specialized training could detect them like Li Futu. Thus, he had keenly detected the breath of the lurking sniper just moments ago, positioned to his right. The moment the sniper breathed, he revealed his position, allowing Li Futu to silently pinpoint his location. If this sniper was a novice master of such lethal artistry, Li Futu, dubbed the Butcher by the underworld, was a god of slaughter. His mastery over his own aura had reached peak perfection, far beyond what this sniper could ever hope to match. Thus, he could detect the enemy, while the enemy remained utterly unaware of his presence. Li Futu deduced the sniper's position was likely near the corner by the staircase entrance of the corridor. This vantage point offered a wide overlook of the repair workshop and served as an excellent hiding spot. Li Futu wasted no time. He couldn't afford to wait for the sniper to make the first move. Moreover, the enemies below, unable to locate him, would likely suspect he had already infiltrated the second floor. Thus, Li Futu stepped out of the room and charged directly toward the sniper's position. Li Futu burst forth like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, his speed breathtaking as he swept through the air, stirring up gusts of wind. Charging toward a sniper with no cover whatsoever was an extremely dangerous move, essentially exposing his entire body to the sniper's line of fire. But Li Futu had no choice. He couldn't afford to waste time with the enemy. The longer he waited, the greater the danger to Yen Ruyu. The instant Li Futu burst forward, a swift figure materialized at the corner where the second-floor corridor met the stairwell entrance, a sniper rifle already raised. Whoosh! The instant he saw the figure emerge, Li Futu's charging body suddenly slid forward in a sliding tackle. Simultaneously. Whoosh! The figure's finger pulled the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling forward, aimed squarely at Li Futu's head. But before the shot could fire, Li Futu's body had already slid forward. A sniper, by instinct, always targets the head first upon spotting a target. This sniper was no exception. Hearing an abrupt, unusual sound, he materialized and saw a figure charging toward him. Without a second thought, he pulled the trigger. Yet, the instant the trigger was pulled, the sniper's heart plummeted like a stone to the bottom of a lake, freezing him to the bone. For at that very moment, Li Futu, anticipating the sniper's instinctive targeting pattern, had already thrown himself into a sliding tackle. Startled, the sniper reacted instantly. Just as he shifted his rifle downward, a powerful arm seized the weapon from below, yanking the barrel upward. Li Futu sprang up from the ground, his left hand cradling the upward-pointed rifle barrel. Then, with a sudden, ferocious burst of power from his right hand, he slammed it straight into the sniper's face. Boom! 8 Extremes Fists 8 Great Techniques, King of Hell's 3-point hand. Li Futu unleashed his most ferocious and overwhelming power. Among the Dragon Nation's martial arts, Bagwazang was renowned for its fierce and formidable strength. His first strike was the most lethal of the 8 great techniques, the King of Hell's 3-point strike. The sniper's expression changed as he raised his right hand to block. Yet the moment it met Li Futu's cannonball-like fist, any defense became utterly futile. The King of Hell's 3-point strike unleashed 3 waves of force in an instant. The successive, stacked blows formed a fierce and powerful punch that slammed forward. Boom! A deafening roar shook the air as Li Futu's fist shattered the sniper's defenses, smashing directly into his face. Li Futu's own explosive power, fierce beyond measure, detonated in that instant. The punch shattered the sniper's face into a bloody mess, sending his entire body flying backward. Li Futu seized the sniper rifle and M99, his gaze turning cold as he instantly charged toward the stairwell ahead. The powerful, terrifying aura fluctuations emanating from above clearly alerted the opponents below who were searching and closing in on Li Futu. As he charged forward, figures leapt into his line of sight. A smile like that of the Grim Reaper curled the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! 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 Li Futu dragged his M99 sniper rifle, pulling the trigger again and again. One by one, the sniper bullets exploded directly into the heads of his opponents below. The scene was gruesome, shrouded in an extremely terrifying aura reminiscent of a hellish realm of death. Playing with guns? Li Futu's record for sniper kills in the dark underworld remains unbroken to this day. Even though the men below were armed and confronting him, with his sniper rifle in hand, Li Futu truly treated this entire scene as his killing trial ground. Yes, this was Li Futu's killing ground. Here, he was the sovereign, the Grim Reaper himself, a butcher emerging from hell with blood-stained hands. Every action he took boiled down to a single word: slaughter. Li Futu fired 4 shots. The heads of his 4 opponents downstairs were instantly blown apart. Truly one shot, one kill. 2 more opponents remained hidden in his blind spot. Li Futu holstered his rifle and darted leftward at breakneck speed. He knew the 2 remaining enemies were fleeing to the right, attempting to evade his sniper's scope. But how could they possibly escape his barrel? After sprinting leftward, Li Futu reached the stairwell entrance on the opposite side. He paused, peering downstairs, and spotted a figure concealed in the wall corner below. Just then, the opponent slightly leaned out, attempting to locate Li Futu. In that instant, he lifted his gaze and spotted Li Futu, cradling his sniper rifle at the stairwell entrance on the right side of the second floor. A chill gripped his heart as the shadow of death settled over him. His instinct was to retreat back into the wall's corner, but... whoosh! Before his body could even move, a sniper bullet had already shot toward him. The man's eyes registered only a flash of light, like an aurora, before his forehead exploded. The bullet shattered his entire skull, spraying white brain matter mixed with thick blood all over his body, a horrifying sight. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from below as a figure sprinted frantically toward the exit of the repair shop. He ran like a madman, utterly terrified, his sole thought being to escape this hellish slaughterhouse. Li Futu glanced indifferently, raised his M99 sniper rifle, and pulled the trigger, ending his opponent's life instantly. On this battlefield, Li Futu harbored no mercy or compassion. Television and movies were full of scenes where so-called self-important heroes, overcome by pity after defeating an opponent, were then brutally counterattacked and met their end. He didn't want to be one of those heroes. He only wanted to protect those he was meant to protect. To achieve that goal, he would send any adversary who crossed him straight to hell. Huff! At that moment, Li Futu, positioned on the second floor, suddenly spotted a white Mercedes-Benz speeding out from one side of the factory building, the very same vehicle he had been tracking all along. Li Futu's gaze darkened. Through the rear window of the white sedan, he could faintly make out the silhouette of a slumped, unconscious figure. Ryu! Li Futu let out a roar. Without bothering with the stairs, he leaped straight down from the second floor. After landing on his feet, he rolled forward to absorb the momentum from the fall, then immediately dashed out the door. Once outside, he saw the white Mercedes-Benz speeding away, already 50 or 60 meters down the road. Li Futu's eyes turned cold. Crouching low, he raised his sniper rifle. His entire body froze like a statue, motionless. Then, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sniper rounds shot forward, striking the rear tires of the white sedan with pinpoint accuracy. Then came 2 loud bangs. The rear tires of the white Mercedes-Benz burst instantly. The white Mercedes immediately lost control, its front end slamming into a nearby tree as the engine cut out instantly. Li Futu sprang forward, still clutching his M99 sniper rifle. Even though he knew the last 2 bullets in the rifle were spent, he refused to let go. Chapter 136, Fight or Die. The night was eerily still, carrying a hint of lonely desolation, yet within it lay a thick, deep-seated aura of murderous intent. A white Mercedes-Benz slammed into a large tree, stalled, and came to a halt. The 2 rear tires had been blown out by bullets from Li Futu's sniper rifle. Under the night sky, Li Futu pursued, still cradling the M99 sniper rifle. He knew this weapon intimately. The last 2 bullets had been fired moments ago, yet he clutched the rifle not for anything else, but for intimidation. Bang! The car door kicked open from the inside. 2 men emerged: the driver, Xiao Liuzi, and another man. His gaze was steady, his face dark as storm clouds, a gun clenched in his hand. Don't move! Your gun isn't faster than mine. Li Futu's emotionless voice cut through the night air. He cradled his sniper rifle, aiming it squarely at the armed man. The gunman stared coldly at Li Futu emerging from the other side. His weapon hadn't been aimed at Li Futu. When he stepped out of the car, he'd assumed Li Futu would be chasing from behind the vehicle. Thus, the moment he exited, he'd immediately raised his gun toward the rear. Unexpectedly, Li Futu's speed surpassed his imagination. In an instant, Li Futu had already approached, emerging from another direction, raising a sniper rifle aimed squarely at his head. Staring down the dark muzzle, he felt death closer than ever before. He knew the lethal power of that sniper rifle at this range. A single shot would obliterate his skull. 5th brother, 6th brother, stay calm. Don't move for now. Perhaps we can negotiate with this formidable expert. A low, icy voice echoed from inside the vehicle. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Liu Kan emerging with the still unconscious Yen Ryu in his grasp. Supporting her with one arm, he held a sickle knife across her swan-like neck with the other, his eyes fixed on Li Futu with a sinister glare. Li Futu saw Yen Ryu, held hostage. She lay unconscious, appearing like a sleeping beauty. Her face, exquisite as jade, remained pure and flawless, like a blooming snow lotus untouched by the slightest trace of worldly dust. I admit your gun is fast and accurate. You single-handedly took out everyone we had stationed at the repair shop. Such outstanding individual skill has truly opened my eyes. You're from Special Warfare, aren't you? Seems I misjudged you earlier. Liu Kan's piercing gaze fixed on Li Futu as he continued, I know you want to save this woman. But no matter how fast your gun is, can it outpace a single move of mine? A light flick of my blade, and this beautiful woman will meet her end slipping away unknowingly in her unconsciousness. Are you threatening me? Li Futu gave a cold laugh. Though his heart burned with urgency to rescue Yen Ryu, he dared not show it. Otherwise, the other would only escalate his demands, leaving Li Futu unable to act freely. Threat? She's in my hands. Her life is mine to decide. Call it a threat or intimidation, either way, you won't dare make a move. Liu Kan sneered coldly. If she dies, all 3 of you die. Li Futu declared coldly, his finger tightening on the trigger of the sniper rifle pointed at the man called Old Five. Old Five's face turned pale, yet he dared not move. With a sniper rifle directly aimed at his head, any slight misstep meant only one outcome: a bullet through the skull. Of course, this was the assumption shared by all 3 of them. They had no idea that the sniper rifle in Li Futu's hands was already devoid of its sniper round. Had they known this, Li Futu would have had no chance whatsoever of rescuing Yen Ryu. The enemy had the gun. At such close range, he could only dodge, unable to close in. Moreover, Liu Kan's leaf blade was pressed against Yen Ryu's throat, leaving him hesitant to make any significant moves. Thus, he was completely at a disadvantage. But now the situation was different. A delicate, almost imperceptible equilibrium had formed. This was the primary reason Li Futu hadn't immediately discarded the sniper rifle after realizing it was empty. He suspected the enemy might also be armed. By keeping the rifle in hand, the enemy remained unaware his ammunition was spent, thus still wary of his deadly accuracy. You risked your life to save her. I imagine you don't want to end up holding a corpse in your arms, do you? So, if you don't want her to die, then throw your gun over here. Liu Kang's gaze darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. Li Futu laughed, utterly unmoved. Throw the gun? That would only end up failing to save Yen Ruyu while putting himself in mortal danger. Once the gun left his grasp, he would lose the leverage to maintain this precarious standoff. What are you laughing at? You think I wouldn't dare kill her? Liu Kang's gaze darkened, his voice icy. Li Futu glanced at Liu Kang and said, in this hostage operation, you're merely working for your backer. Such a grand display of force shows how much your master values her. Would you really dare kill her? If you do, I won't need to lift a finger. I'm sure your master won't let you off lightly. At these words, Liu Kang's expression shifted abruptly. His eyes, already dark and fierce, now flickered with threads of anger and a sharp, icy glint. Li Futu's words had struck directly at his core. Indeed, as long as he remained loyal to his employer, he had no authority to kill Yen Ruyu. From his boss's actions and words, he understood the woman's importance. She simply couldn't die. If Yen Ruyu truly died by his hand, his own death would follow, there was no doubt about it. So, since we're at an impasse, why not give each other a fair chance? Li Futu continued. What do you mean? Liu Kang's gaze turned cold as he demanded. All three of you possess formidable strength. This is what I propose, your companions and I will discard our guns. We'll fight barehanded. Of course, you may use your willow leaf dagger. The loser dies, the winner lives. Fight or die, the choice is yours. Li Futu spoke calmly, his tone utterly unruffled. Liu Kang's eyes narrowed instantly. In the current situation, Li Futu's sniper rifle was already aimed at Old Five's head. If he pulled the trigger, Old Five would die instantly. Given the sniper's precision, Lao Wu's left-hand man, Xiao Liuzi, would be the next target. The end result would be him holding this woman hostage while facing off against Li Futu. But the woman in his grasp clearly held no leverage over the sniper. Therefore, he dared not kill Yen Ruyu himself unless he wished to die. He certainly didn't want to die, otherwise, this standoff wouldn't have happened. Li Futu's proposal, however, stirred his interest. He had always preferred using a willow leaf dagger over firearms. Partly because he had complete confidence in his close-quarters combat skills, but also because he relished the sensation of the blade slicing directly into his opponent's body. It gave him a rush of excitement. So you're saying you'll take on all three of us alone? Asked Liu Kang. Exactly. Guns are boring. Only bare-handed combat truly reveals a man's strength. Rather than waiting here for the police, let's settle this with our skills. Defeat means death, victory means freedom. Li Futu declared coldly. Fine. I accept your challenge. Liu Kang declared. Li Futu remained outwardly composed. His objective was to lure his opponents into unarmed combat. His sniper rifle was already empty, serving only as a deterrent. Once he drew them into bare-handed combat, his goal would be achieved. Besides, in close quarters, he had never feared any opponent. Listen carefully, Li Futu said, turning to Old Five. You and I must first disengage the safety on our guns, then eject the magazines and toss the weapons far away. Old Five's face turned ashen. His massive frame and iron-hard muscles made him feel invincible. He saw no fear in facing Li Futu alone, let alone the three of them against one. Old Five glanced at Liu Kang, who nodded and said, do as he says. Old Five stared at Li Futu. Under mutual supervision, they both disengaged their gun safety catches. The next action was to remove the magazines. Li Futu then spoke, place the magazines on the ground together. As he spoke, Li Futu fixed his gaze on Old Five. Both men slowly crouched down, placing the magazines they held in their left hands onto the ground. Release your grip and rise slowly, Li Futu instructed again. Old Five released his grip. The magazine hit the ground. His body rose slowly alongside Li Futu's, his gaze fixed intently on Li Futu. Now, you can drop your guns. Li Futu commanded. He tossed the sniper rifle in his right hand aside. In the next instant, his body sprang forward like a tornado, charging toward Old Five. With the magazine on the ground, at this distance, he could reach Old Five in an instant. Even if Old Five tried to bend down and pick up the magazine to reload, it would be too late. Yet Old Five showed no intention of bending down. With a furious roar, he flung the gun behind him and lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of brutal force from his fists toward Li Futu. Earlier, held at gunpoint by Li Futu's sniper rifle, he had dared not move an inch. Now, his rage boiled over, a murderous fury burning within him that demanded Li Futu be torn to shreds before he could find peace. Therefore, seeing Li Futu charging bare-handed, he met him head-on, determined to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Xiao Liuzi's expression darkened instantly. His form shifted, and he too charged toward Li Futu. Liu Kan's eyes turned cold. He set Yen Ruyu down on the ground and swung his willow leaf blade, charging toward Li Futu. Chapter 137, The Butcher's Wrath. The moment Old Five set down the magazine he'd removed, Li Futu launched himself at him like a cannonball. A murderous fury erupted from Li Futu's body, overwhelming and relentless. If Li Futu had previously concealed his emotions to steady Liu Kan and the others, now he unleashed his fury and killing intent completely. Old Five had already set down the magazine and tossed his gun behind him. The battle ahead would be fought barehanded. Yet in close combat, Li Futu had never tasted defeat since entering the profession. Even in his confrontation with Silver Fox, the top assassin of the Assassination Alliance, he hadn't lost nor had he won, for that battle hadn't reached its conclusion. Thus, facing these three men, Li Futu's fury erupted. His killing intent thickened into something tangible, terrifying and horrifying. His rage was indeed immense. Witnessing Yen Ruyu held hostage by Liu Kan, who pressed a willow leaf blade against her delicate neck, he had longed to tear the man limb from limb. Yet, he had been forced to conceal this emotion. Had Liu Kan and his men sensed his shifting state and escalated their threats, Li Futu would have been utterly powerless. But now, he no longer needed to suppress his rage. He charged forward, his terrifying aura surging forth like the weight of a mountain, bearing down on the oncoming fifth brother. Roar! I'll blow you to smithereens. Old Five roared in fury, unleashing a punch that slammed toward Li Futu. Boom! The punch was fierce and terrifying, devoid of any flourish. It carried only an overwhelming aura, as if crushing the heavens and earth. It was the covering hand Six Harmonies fist. But Jiquan, the Vajra 8 form subduing the dragon, taming the tiger. Li Futu roared in response, charging forward at lightning speed before unleashing the dragon subduing and tiger taming techniques from the Vajra 8 forms of Bagwazang. Dragon subduing 5 peaks heavenward piercing spikes. Tiger subduing 6 harmonies ground sweeping brocade. These two devastating techniques from Bagwazang erupted simultaneously. Li Futu unleashed both fists, awakening a dormant, ferocious power within him. It erupted with overwhelming ferocity, reaching its peak intensity. Combined with the fierce and formidable Bagwazang assault, it became utterly unstoppable. Possessing the might to subdue dragons and tigers, it slammed toward Lao Wu. The moment Li Futu unleashed his twin fists, the fifth brother's expression shifted dramatically. If Li Futu had previously seemed like an insect he could crush at will, this newly awakened colossus now felt like a dragon stirred from slumber, a presence so awe-inspiring it made his very bones tremble. It was an utterly unstoppable force. Especially the killing intent radiating from Li Futu. This wasn't the simple, ordinary kind he was accustomed to sensing. It was the purest, most terrifying killing intent, forged in the endless slaughter of the darkest realms. The sheer force propelled by Li Futu's explosive fist strike shook him to his core, yet by then, it was too late for the fifth brother to pull his fist back. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous explosions echoed as Li Futu's fists shattered Old Five's exploding covering hand Six Harmonies fist. Their fists collided, sending Old Five reeling backward as the bones in his knuckles shattered. Simultaneously, Li Futu's other fist slammed directly into his chest. Gah! A gush of blood spurted from Old Five's mouth as his entire body flew backward like a. Mid-air, he coughed up more blood continuously, his face drained of all color. Falling to the ground, he lay motionless, decisively slain by Li Futu's single, devastating punch. Just then, Little Sixth charged forward, his fist striking out at Li Futu with a devious trajectory, aiming straight for Li Futu's vital chest area. Li Futu's eyes flashed coldly. His left arm shot out like a serpent, agile and elusive, yet as elusive as a gazelle's antlers. In one swift motion, he seized Xiao Liuji's right wrist. 12 dragons seizing hands. Li Futu executed the 12 dragon capturing hands technique with his left hand, instantly seizing Xiao Liuji's wrist and neutralizing his punch. Without pause, Li Futu's 12 dragon capturing hands surged upward, seizing Xiao Liuji's entire arm. His final move clamped down on Xiao Liuji's throat, a chokehold submission. Snap! Without batting an eye, Li Futu applied slight pressure to his arm, executing the throat lock seizing technique that snapped Xiao Liuji's throat clean off. The 12 dragon seizing hands combined with the throat locking seizure formed an instant kill offensive. By first controlling the opponent with the 12 dragon seizing hands, then transitioning to the throat locking seizure to end their life, the two techniques together could eliminate an opponent in an instant. SSSSH. In that instant, a bone-chilling intent of murder radiated from behind Li Futu. His body shifted, sidestepping slightly as he spun around. His gaze locked onto Liu Kan, who stood holding a willow leaf blade. Next up, it's your turn. Li Futu spoke with icy detachment. Only then did he release his grip on Xiao Liuji's throat. The moment his hands loosened, Xiao Liuji collapsed onto the ground. Liu Kan froze, momentarily forgetting his attack. His gaze darted between the sprawled Old Five and the fallen Xiao Liuji, as if unable to believe the reality unfolding before him. A hoarse roar erupted from his throat. Old Five. Xiao Liuji. Get up! Get up, you two! You'll reunite with them down below, Li Futu said, a cold smile curling his lips. Lucan instantly felt his limbs grow numb, as if he'd plunged into an icy lake. A bone-chilling cold seeped through his entire body, rising from his feet and spreading until he experienced a fear unlike any he'd ever known. A single punch could obliterate Old 5, and a single strike could instantly slay Little 6. Was this real? This was terrifying. Who was this person? How could such a terrifying individual exist in this world? Shivering violently, Lucan suddenly seemed to grasp something. His body jerked, and he lunged backward. Behind him lay Yenryu, unconscious on the ground. At this moment, only by taking Yenryu hostage could he grasp a sliver of hope. Continue fighting Leafutu? That would be utterly ridiculous, utterly beyond his capabilities. The man could obliterate Old 5 with a single punch and instantly dispatch Little 6. Such power was far beyond his reach. But now, attempting to take Yenryu hostage was nothing short of a pipe dream. Whoosh! The instant Lucan shifted his stance, a figure darted forward faster than him, landing directly before Yenryu before spinning around. As Lucan lunged forward, he froze in shock upon recognizing Leafutu standing before him. His body stiffened instantly. Terrified by Leafutu's blinding speed, Lucan knew he had only one option left to fight. Kill! Lucan roared, swinging his willow leaf blade at Leafutu. Leafutu flickered aside, then crouched low before charging at Lucan. His fist slammed toward Lucan's left side. Lucan had no time to swing his blade and could only block with his arm. Boom! A thunderous impact sent Lucan reeling backward under the sheer force of Leafutu's explosive strike. Leafutu gave Lucan no breathing room. He charged forward again. Lucan's willow leaf blade whirled with blinding speed, a flurry of blade shadows slashing viciously at Leafutu. Leafutu shifted and dodged, executing the 12 dragon catching hands bare-handed disarming technique. With astonishing dexterity, he threaded through the dense swirling blades, reaching out to seize Lucan's wrist. With a slight squeeze, Leafutu sent a wave of numbness and stiffness through Lucan's right hand. The blade slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Thud! In that instant, Leafutu swept his right leg out, kicking Lucan's body and sending him flying backward. Gah! Lucan's mouth opened wide as a gush of blood spurted from his lips. His body crashed heavily to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Leafutu's face remained impassive as he walked step by step toward Lucan. The killing intent radiating from him was unmasked, and his overwhelming aura pressed down like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. As Lucan hit the ground and watched Leafutu approach, fear gripped him. His hands twitched, trying to push himself up, when suddenly he felt something beneath him. He looked down and saw it was the M99 sniper rifle Leafutu had discarded earlier. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Lucan spotted the magazine lying on the ground before him. Like a man who'd struck gold, he lunged forward, snatched the magazine, and jammed it into the sniper rifle. He raised the weapon, aiming it squarely at Leafutu as he approached. Ha! You're strong, so strong it's terrifying. But in the end, you'll still die. I'm the one who'll be victorious. Lucan let out a savage grin, his eyes flashing with madness and excitement. He raised the rifle at Leafutu, feeling utterly fortunate to have snatched the sniper rifle into his hands. Yet, to Lucan's astonishment, he caught a glimpse of pity and pitying amusement playing at the corners of Leafutu's lips. What are you laughing at? Lucan sensed something was terribly wrong and blurted out. I pity you. Leafutu said coldly, stepping closer to Lucan. Consider this a small amusement before I send you to hell. Go to hell. Lucan roared madly, pulling the trigger. Click. No bullet fired. It was a dry firing. His expression changed instantly. Then he began frantically pulling the trigger again and again. Click, 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 each time met with the hollow sound of an empty chamber. This gun, it's out of bullets? Why, you were lying to us earlier. Lucan's face turned ashen. The expression on his face was impossible to decipher. Was it sorrow, regret, or sheer self-mockery? Whoosh! In that instant, Leafutu moved. He charged forward, his hand snapping out to clamp down on Lucan's throat before the latter could react. If the magazine still had bullets, would I have thrown the gun at such close range? Besides, if the magazine hadn't been empty, I wouldn't have wasted words luring you into firing at me and fighting hand to hand. I would have blown you both to smithereens. Leafutu whispered these words into Lucan's ear, the last words he would ever hear in this world. Chapter 138, Saving Yenryu. Leafutu seized Lucan's throat with one hand, hoisting him off the ground. Staring into eyes filled with endless regret and bitter despair, Leafutu sneered coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled Lucan down onto the hard ground. Leafutu hooked his right foot around Lucan's fallen willow leaf blade. With a swift flick of his foot, the sharp blade shot forward with a hiss. The edge sliced cleanly across Lucan's throat, sinking deep into his neck. Crimson blood gushed from Lucan's throat, flowing down the blade's length, staining the once bright steel a deep, dark red. Who knew how many lives this willow leaf dagger had claimed? Yet now, it ended the life of its own master, a perfect cycle. Leafutu rushed toward Yenryu. She leaned against the stalled Mercedes, her head tilted to one side. Her beautiful eyes remained tightly closed, long, elegant lashes casting shadows over them. She lay still and serene, radiating a purity akin to a lotus blossoming atop a snow-capped peak. Li Futu lifted Yen Ruyu into his arms. He felt her breaths growing slightly ragged while her entire body gradually grew scorching hot. A faint blush began to spread across her beautiful face. Li Futu's expression froze. As if realizing something, he hurriedly placed his fingers on the pulse of her right wrist. Her pulse was slightly irregular but beat rapidly. Warm breath escaped from her slightly parted lips, and a fine layer of sweat beaded on her scorching forehead. Damn it! Li Futu's heart burned with fury. He understood now that whatever had been administered to Yen Ruyu was far more than a simple sedative. Ruyu, hold on. I'll wake you up. Li Futu spoke as he scooped Yen Ruyu into his arms and rushed outside. As he placed Yen Ruyu into the car and prepared to start the engine, suddenly, beep! A series of sirens blared as law enforcement vehicles screeched to a halt. Freeze! Who's in the car? Get out immediately, or we will take necessary action. One by one, law enforcement officers leaped out, shouting at Li Futu's vehicle. Hold on, everyone, holster your weapons. A clear voice cut through the air as Guan Yuqi approached. She recognized Li Futu's vehicle, even riddled with countless bullet holes. She could instantly identify it as the car he usually drove. Guan Yuqi, it's me. Under these circumstances, Li Futu had no choice but to speak up. Li Futu, it really is you. What's going on? Where's Yen Ruyu? Guan Yuqi ran up, asking as she ran. I saved her. But she was drugged. I must get back immediately to revive her. Li Futu's voice was low and grave. He added, have all your people stand aside. There's no time to lose. Yen Ruyu's condition can't be delayed any longer. Guan Yuqi had also arrived, spotting Yen Ruyu unconscious in the passenger seat. She instantly recognized the gravity of the situation and suggested, an ambulance is following us. Let's take her straight to the hospital. The hospital won't help. I can save her if I go back. Li Futu's tone was unwavering as his piercing gaze fixed on Guan Yuqi. Guan Yuqi clenched her jaw. Glancing around, she caught the pungent scent of blood. She knew a brutal battle had just unfolded here, likely the very one Li Futu had fought single-handedly to rescue Yen Ruyu. Guan Yuqi knew Li Futu never hesitated or acted carelessly when facing such critical situations. She trusted his words. Though many questions swirled in her mind, she knew saving lives took precedence. All right, she said, Li Futu, I trust you. Drive back first. I'll find you later. I'll have people secure the scene and investigate thoroughly. Li Futu nodded. Guan Yuqi instructed the enforcement team to clear a path. Whoosh! A Lamborghini sports car screeched to a halt in front of Li Futu's vehicle. The door swung open, revealing Su Feiyu stepping out. Ruyu! Where's Ruyu? Li Futu, where is she? Hand her over. Su Feiyu stormed up to Li Futu's car, his voice nearly a roar. Li Futu frowned, his eyes flashing with coldness as he stared at Su Feiyu's face. He spoke coldly, enunciating each word, if you want to die, I can grant you that. If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. Ruyu is not someone you can touch. Li Futu, you have no right to speak to me like that. Yen Ruyu and I have known each other since childhood. What gives you the right to tell me to get lost? Su Feiyu retorted coldly. Is that so? Then where were you when I risked my life to save Yen Ruyu? I don't have time for your nonsense tonight. Otherwise, I'd get out and slap you a few times. Li Futu spoke bluntly, stomping on the gas pedal as the car roared away. Li Futu's Lamborghini scraped past the car, instantly leaving conspicuous gouges across the priceless luxury vehicle's bodywork. As for Su Feiyu, he was already seething with rage, his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Li Futu accelerated onto the highway, racing forward as fast as possible. He was racing against time. Yen Ruyu's condition couldn't be delayed any longer. Earlier, while examining Yen Ruyu's condition, he discovered that the substance administered to her wasn't merely a sedative, it was mixed with potent aphrodisiacs. This was why Yen Ruyu's body had been burning with feverish heat. Even in her unconscious state, the drugs within her were beginning to take effect. If the drugs weren't purged from her system soon, full-blown effects would spell disaster. Li Futu raced down the highway at breakneck speed. A vehicle approached from the opposite lane, and in an instant, a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from it. It felt as though pairs of eyes from the oncoming car were scanning Li Futu's vehicle. Li Futu's gaze darkened. He reached out and pressed Yen Ruyu's body down in the passenger seat, sensing danger and bracing for bullets that could spray at any moment. Both vehicles roared past, and ultimately, nothing happened. Immediately after, another vehicle screeched past at breakneck speed. His expression froze. There was something vaguely familiar about this car. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of a deep blue body. Li Futu's eyes flashed with a sharp, cold gleam. He took a deep breath, pushed the accelerator to the floor, and sped toward Ro's apartments without another thought. Just past midnight, Li Futu drove back to Ro's apartments. He still couldn't get through to Sister Ruyu. That bastard Li Futu wouldn't even answer his calls. How infuriating. Sister Luo Luo, I'm so worried too. Sniffle. Sister Ryu won't be in trouble, right? No, she won't. Absolutely not. That bastardly Futu may be despicable, but I believe he can rescue Sister Ryu. Inside the villa's grand hall, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo were consumed by anxiety. Just then, they heard the roar of an approaching vehicle outside. Without hesitation, they both rushed out. The moment they stepped outside, they saw Li Futu carrying the unconscious Sister Ryu out of the car. Li Futu, you're back? Ah, Sister Ryu, what happened to her? Luo Qingwu rushed forward, her beautiful face etched with worry. Sister Ryu's unconscious. Bodyguard brother, why didn't you just take her straight to the hospital? Tang Xiaoguo also spoke urgently. Go turn on the sauna stove in the backyard. Set the temperature to maximum. Quick! There's no time to waste. I need to save your Sister Ryu. Li Futu's expression darkened as he spoke. Luo Qingwu's expression froze upon hearing this. Though she often enjoyed butting heads with Li Futu in everyday situations, this time she obeyed his command completely. Bodyguard brother, will Sister Ryu be okay? Tang Xiaoguo asked. Don't worry. As long as we make it in time, she'll be fine. Li Futu replied, scooping Yen Ryu into his arms and sprinting toward the villa's backyard. He recalled the villa's backyard at Rose Apartments featured a swimming pool, an artificial hot spring, and a wooden sauna cabin nearby. His plan was to use the steam from the sauna to force the drugs out of Yen Ryu's system through perspiration. Tang Xiaoguo's face flushed with anxiety. She knew this wasn't the time for questions. The most urgent task was to revive Yen Ryu. Chapter 139, Rescue and Awakening. Luo Qingwu had already fired up the sauna stove, cranking the temperature to its maximum. Li Futu, can you tell me what happened? How did Sister Ryu faint? Luo Qingwu looked at Li Futu, her heart racing with anxiety, desperate to understand the entire sequence of events. Bodyguard brother, will Sister Ryu be okay? Tang Xiaoguo asked, her eyes wide with concern. Li Futu gazed at Yen Ryu in his arms, took a deep breath, and said, she'll be fine. As for what happened, there's no time to explain everything now. I'm going into the sauna room. You wait outside. With that, Li Futu carried Yen Ryu into the sauna room. Orange-yellow lights illuminated the space, and waves of scorching heat rose from the stones. Li Futu placed Yen Ryu on the floor. He picked up a ladle, filled it with water, and poured it directly onto the scorching hot stones. Sizzle! 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 The water splashed onto the scorching stones, releasing wisps of steam as the sauna's temperature began to rise. Soon, Li Futu was drenched in sweat. He walked to Yen Ryu's side, sat cross-legged, and gently pressed her Rinzhong acupoint. He applied pressure in 3 firm, 1 light strokes, continuing for a full 10 minutes before stopping. Next, he massaged the 3 vital points on Yen Ryu's head, the Baihui point, the Houting point, and the Fengqi point. Throughout this process, sweat poured continuously from his entire body. Yen Ryu was also drenched in fragrant sweat, her clothes soaked through, forming wet patches. Li Futu was using his internal energy to stimulate these acupoints, unblocking and activating Yen Ryu's meridians throughout her body. This allowed her blood to flow freely and unimpeded. Under the intense heat and steam, the potent medicinal components within her blood were continuously forced out of her body, excreted through her sweat. To enhance perspiration, being unclothed was optimal. Li Futu stood up, picked up the water scoop, and began pouring water onto the scorching stones. Instantly, the sauna's temperature rose further. The air thickened with searing steam, enveloping the entire room in intense heat. Li Futu switched off the sauna lights. Moving in the darkness, he approached Yen Ryu and reached out to strip away all her clothing. Taking a deep breath, Li Futu extended both hands. He began massaging key acupoints along Yen Ryu's back, the Dazhui, Mingmen, Jiansongshu, Juyinshu, Shinshu, Huayang, Jishir, and others, applying pressure that varied from firm to gentle. Throughout the process, he continuously channeled his internal energy outward, expending mental and physical strength equivalent to battling a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Yen Ryu let out a faint, almost dazed sound. Her consciousness began to stir, though her beautiful eyes remained tightly shut. I feel so uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable. Yen Ryu murmured indistinctly. Ryu, hold on. It'll be over soon. Li Futu murmured in a low voice. Gradually, he noticed Yen Ryu's reactions calming down. Her previously rapid breathing steadied, and the scorching heat radiating from her body began to fade. Only after sensing this did Li Futu exhale softly in relief. He knew Yen Ryu had weathered the storm. The toxins within her body had been fully expelled. He reached out to support Yen Ryu's body, massaging her filter point while softly calling out, Ryu, wake up. Wake up, please. Mum. As Li Futu continued pressing her philtrum, Yen Ryu let out a soft gasp. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened, and she murmured, it's so hot. Where am I? Why is it so hot? Ryu, you're awake? Do you feel any discomfort? Li Futu's heart leapt with joy as he asked. Li Futu? Yen Ryu froze. Though she couldn't see clearly in the darkness, she recognized Li Futu's voice. Instinctively, she touched her body and discovered she was completely naked. She let out a startled cry. Ah! Li Futu, you bastard! What did you do to me? Smack! Yen Ruyu screamed, her mind going blank. Having just regained consciousness and seeing herself completely unclothed, she instinctively believed Li Futu had attempted to violate her. Without hesitation, she lashed out, her hand landing squarely across his face. Li Futu didn't flinch. Though he couldn't see Yen Ruyu's raised hand in the darkness, the whistling wind of her strike gave him ample time to dodge. But he saw no need. Putting himself in her shoes, he understood Yen Ruyu's feelings. A woman waking from unconsciousness to find herself naked in a dark room, with a large man beside her, would inevitably panic. Even the most composed woman would be momentarily overwhelmed by terror. Yen Ruyu's reaction was actually quite restrained. A more volatile woman would have been screaming and wailing by now. Besides, Li Futu could sense that her slap hadn't been delivered with any real force. It had struck his face like a gentle spring breeze. He couldn't tell if she simply lacked the strength or if she'd never truly intended to land the blow. Ruyu, I'm just glad you're okay and awake. I did overstep earlier. Since we're in the sauna, you've sweated a lot. Remember to drink plenty of water once we go out. I have some business to attend to and will return later. Li Futu spoke calmly, offering no explanation. As long as his conscience was clear, that was enough. With that, Li Futu stood up. Guided by memory and instinct, he made his way to the sauna room door, pulled it open, and stepped out. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua had been waiting outside. After nearly half an hour, they sat down on the living room sofa to wait. Seeing Li Futu emerge, they both jumped in surprise. He was completely soaked from head to toe. Li Futu, you're out? Luo Qingguo hurried forward, her voice trembling. What about Sister Ruyu? Has she woken up? Li Futu nodded. Ruyu is fine now. Take some dry towels and a bathrobe in for her, she's soaked through with sweat too. Tell her to rest early and drink plenty of water. I need to step out again. Bodyguard brother, you're going out this late? Tang Xiaogua asked in surprise. There are matters that need handling tonight. Li Futu said, then walked out of the villa without looking back. He sped away from Ro's apartments in his Audi, its body riddled with bullet holes. Quick, let's go check on Sister Ruyu. Luo Qingguo exclaimed, grabbing the towel and bathrobe and dashing toward the sauna room. Tang Xiaogua followed close behind. Luo Qingguo and the others arrived at the sauna room to find the lights still on inside. Calling out Sister Ruyu, they walked straight over and opened the sauna door. The sauna remained intensely hot. Yen Ruyu was just about to step out, already dressed but completely drenched. Her face bore a hint of pallor, her eyes still holding traces of lingering shyness and exhaustion. Sister Ruyu, you're awake. That's wonderful. Luo Qingguo exclaimed joyfully. Sister Ruyu, you're finally awake. The bodyguard brother finally managed to revive you. Tang Xiaogua exclaimed excitedly, her large, bright eyes glistening with tears. Yen Ruyu clenched her teeth. She took the bathrobe Luo Qingguo handed her, draped it over her shoulders, and stepped out of the sauna room. She then took a shower in the bathroom on the first-floor lobby. By now, her emotions had settled. Her memories froze at the moment she and Shan Mei went to the Jinghua Hotel to dine with Zhang Changwei for business. After that, she felt her body growing strangely heavy, her eyelids becoming incredibly heavy, as if she were about to drift off into a daze. She recalled pulling out her phone and dialing Li Futu's number, but all subsequent memories were blank. What exactly had happened in between? Why had she woken up in a sauna room? Li Futu was beside her, and her clothes were all gone. What on earth had happened? Chapter 140, The Feeling of Heartache. Yen Ruyu's mind was flooded with questions. She recalled the slap she'd reflexively delivered to Li Futu upon waking. For some reason, an unfamiliar feeling welled up inside her, a tangled emotion she couldn't quite define. She stepped out of the bathroom. Luo Qingguo approached with a cup of warm water. Sister Ruyu, please drink some water. Li Futu said you need to hydrate. Yen Ruyu nodded. Feeling thirsty herself, she took the cup and drank a few sips before asking, Xiaowu, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Sister Ruyu, around 6:30, the bodyguard brother said something happened to you. He asked us for your company's phone number and called it. Then he told us to stay home while he went out to rescue you. Tang Xiaogua blurted out impatiently, adding, your phone wasn't answering either. We were all nearly driven crazy with worry. Later, Sister Luo called the police and told Uncle Luo about it. The enforcement team started organizing people to search for you. Sister Ruyu, Xiaogua, and I could only do so much. We waited at home for news, nearly going crazy with worry. That bastard Li Futu wouldn't even answer his phone. We waited and waited, until around midnight when Li Futu finally returned. He was carrying you, Sister Ruyu, you were unconscious at the time. Li Futu told me to go turn on the sauna heater, saying he could only revive you in there. So I went. And you really did wake up. It was such a relief. Luo Qingguo said. Yen Ruyu listened, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Just then, the roar of engines echoed outside the villa. Yen Ruyu and the others went out to investigate and saw Guan Yuchi leading several law enforcement officers inside. Upon seeing Yen Ruyu, Guan Yuchi paused, then exclaimed joyfully, "Miss Yen, you're awake? That's truly wonderful. I'm so glad you're alright. By the way, where is Li Futu? We may need you and Li Futu to cooperate with us on some investigations going forward." Li Futu just left. He said he had something to attend to, Luo Qinggu replied. Out. Guan Yuchi's expression hardened, a hint of irritation flickering in her almond-shaped eyes. "Captain Guan, your arrival is timely. My mind is a tangled mess right now. Please come in and sit down. Tell me what exactly happened. From the moment I lost consciousness, what unfolded?" Yen Ruyu urgently asked. Guan Yui took a deep breath, glanced at Yen Ruyu, and slowly began, "Miss Yen, is Chen Mei an employee of your company? At 6 o'clock that evening, the two of you had dinner with a man named Zhang Changwei at the Jinghua Hotel, correct?" Yes. Chen Mei is the PR manager at my company." "Wait, what about Chen Mei and Zhang Changwei? They were there too?" Yen Ruyu asked. "We just received word that the bodies of Chen Mei and Zhang Changwei were discovered in the weeds near a reservoir on the northern outskirts of the city. They were murdered, but it happened after you lost consciousness," Guan Yuchi stated. Yen Ruyu froze. "So my unconsciousness is connected to them? Chen Mei betrayed me? They were murdered?" "Correct. In this case, Chen Mei served as the bait, while Zhang Changwei was responsible for administering the drugs. That's how you were incapacitated. As for the mastermind behind this operation, we're still investigating," Guan Yuchi replied. "Then what happened? How was I rescued after being knocked out?" Yen Ruyu asked urgently. "We first received Miss Luo's emergency call and immediately launched a search for you. By then, Li Futu had already taken action. Though I've never cared for Li Futu, this time I must admit my respect. Without him, you still wouldn't have been rescued. The kidnappers were extremely cunning, using a diversion tactic to make a clean getaway. They sacrificed two of their accomplices to draw the law enforcement team's attention. Fortunately, Li Futu made an accurate judgment and tracked them down." Guan Yuchi continued. She continued, "At an auto repair shop in the northern suburbs along Jingbei Avenue, Li Futu tracked down your captors. A fierce confrontation erupted there. By the time we arrived, the battle had ended, and Li Futu had already rescued you. Li Futu's vehicle was riddled with bullet holes. There were 18 armed assailants in total. Despite these odds, Li Futu risked his life to rescue you. When we arrived, you were unconscious. I ordered Li Futu to rush you to the hospital immediately. He insisted it would be too late, you'd been administered more than just a sedative. It seemed there was something else." Yen Yuchi glanced at Yen Ruyu as she spoke. Yen Ruyu froze. She recalled vividly how, at the Jinghua Hotel, beyond feeling drowsy, her body had grown intensely hot, a powerful wave of lust surging through her. Hearing Guan Yuchi mention this, she instantly understood she had also been drugged with an aphrodisiac. "Li Futu rushed you back, claiming he could save you. It seems he was right. Miss Yen, I'm relieved you're unharmed." Guan Yui added. "So Li Futu revived me by using the steam and heat in the sauna? Forcing the drug out of my system?" Yet upon waking, she had lashed out without a word, delivering a sharp slap. Yen Ruyu's face instantly drained of color. She clutched her chest tightly. The pain was so intense it nearly stole her breath. Her body trembled, unsteady on her feet. She staggered backward several steps before collapsing onto the sofa. Her breathing grew ragged, her heart feeling as if it had been stabbed by a knife. The intense pain instantly spread throughout her entire body. "Sister Ruyu, what's wrong?" Luo Qinggu noticed Yen Ruyu's distress and hurriedly asked. "Where is Li Futu? Where did he go?" Yen Ruyu lifted her head, large, crystalline tears welling in her eyes and falling one by one. Her heart ached, truly ached. This was the first time she had ever experienced such heart-wrenching pain, like being cut by a knife. Tears streamed down her face in large drops, as if she were weeping out all the tears she had in her entire life. "I must find Li Futu. Right now. I've wronged him." Yen Ruyu's voice choked with emotion. Struggling to her feet, she grabbed a set of car keys and dashed out of the villa. The Shao family mansion. Li Futu drove up, his car slowing to a stop before the imposing gates of the Shao family mansion. On either side of the iron gate stood two colossal lions carved from pure white marble. The lifelike sculptures, with their large, bell-like eyes, seemed to stare intently at every passerby. Li Futu stepped out of the car, closing the door behind him. His gaze was calm, his expression serene, yet beneath his rock-solid composure, a faint, icy smile played on his lips. He walked straight up to the mansion's entrance and pressed the doorbell. The Shao sisters were not asleep. The doorbell's chime was met by Shao Ashua's voice echoing down from upstairs. "Sis, who's ringing the doorbell? Can't we get any sleep in the middle of the night?" With that, footsteps echoed down the stairs. Xiao Aoshua hurried down wearing an extremely sexy and alluring nightgown that accentuated her graceful, curvaceous figure, drawing the eye. Xiao Aoqing remained downstairs, still dressed in her well-tailored business suit. The white pencil skirt hugged her full, pert hips, while her legs, encased in black stockings, stretched upward, accentuating curves that were even more alluring and sensual. She sat before an Apple laptop in the living room. The persistent ringing of the doorbell caused her stunningly beautiful face to freeze momentarily, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. "Sis, who the hell is it? Ringing the doorbell in the middle of the night? What a bloody nuisance." Xiao Aoshua's exquisite face puffed up in anger, her delicate cherry lips pouting, her expression thoroughly annoyed. "I'll go check," Xiao Aoqing said. Rising from her seat, she unlocked the villa's front door and stepped outside. Her beautiful eyes scanned the iron gate of the front yard. A tall, upright figure came into view. The person was smoking, and the haze of smoke made their face difficult to discern clearly. Yet, Xiao Aoqing recognized the figure instantly. Li Futu. Chapter 141, Invitation to Race. Li Futu? Xiao Aoqing murmured instinctively. She hadn't expected Li Futu to be ringing her doorbell at this hour. Xiao Aoqing furrowed her delicate brows. After a moment's thought, she stepped out. A sharp gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Li Futu's smoke-shrouded face. Before he could approach, she demanded, "Li Futu, what brings you here in the middle of the night?" Li Futu smiled, a lazy curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he replied, "I'm in a good mood tonight. I recall you repeatedly challenging me to a driving race. Well, tonight I accept. You want to race me? Look at the time. Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Aoqing retorted coldly. "What? Scared?" Li Futu chuckled, his smile tinged with mockery. "Brother-in-law? So it was you ringing the doorbell. I was wondering who it could be. I get it, the night's long and you can't sleep, so you came looking for your sister, right? Well, my sister isn't asleep yet either. I'm so tired, I'll just head upstairs to bed. It won't disturb your little rendezvous." Xiao Aoshua emerged too. Seeing Li Futu standing outside the gate, her expression shifted from surprise to a sweet smile. "I did come for your sister. But it's to go street racing. Haven't you two been pestering me to race you? Tonight, I'm in the mood, so I agreed." Li Futu stated. "What? A race? Great. Great. I'm in." Xiao Aoshua perked up instantly. She ran forward, her sexy nightgown making her look exceptionally alluring. She didn't seem to mind showing Li Futu a side of her sensuality she rarely revealed to others. "Xiao Shui, stop stirring things up." Xiao Aoqing shot her sister a glare before turning her beautiful eyes to Li Futu. "Li Futu, you really want to race me? Didn't you just rescue Ruyu tonight? How could you possibly have the leisure to race me? Or is there something you're after? Ha! You're the Xiao family's eldest daughter who dare scheme against you? I genuinely want to race you. See? This car's riddled with bullet holes. It's beyond repair. So I figured before scrapping it, I'd take it out for one last race against you. Even if it gets wrecked, I won't care." Li Futu chuckled. Xiao Aoqing's expression darkened. She shot Li Futu a disdainful look and retorted, "So that's what you had in mind? You want to race me in this piece of junk? Are you underestimating me? Whatever you say, I still think this car is more than enough to beat you." Li Futu shrugged. "Brother-in-law's so confident, huh?" Xiao Aoshua interjected. "Sis, this is intolerable. If you won't race me, then race him." "Xiao Shui, don't be ridiculous," Xiao Aoqing interjected, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. "How do you propose we race? What if you lose?" "If I lose, I'll do whatever you want. As for the rules, you make them," Li Futu said, looking utterly indifferent. Xiao Aoqing glanced at Li Futu, seemingly deep in thought. "Tonight, you may be in the mood, but I'm not," she stated. "You can propose the rules, but tonight, I have no desire to compete with you." Li Futu frowned slightly, then smiled faintly. "Then would you be interested in watching me compete against someone else? Perhaps by observing, you might get a sense of my skill level. Who knows? After seeing what I can do, you might not dare to challenge me yourself." "Watch you compete with someone else? Where?" Xiao Aoqing asked. "Tiger Tooth Mountain." Li Futu uttered the three words. The night breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of chill in the late-night air. A deep red Audi R8 sports car raced down the highway, drifting aimlessly as if without direction. Yan Ruyu's eyes still brimmed with tears. She left the window open, letting the howling night wind rush into the car, whipping her cascading hair into a wild cascade. Her flawlessly beautiful face, like jade, appeared beneath the midnight sky like a blooming snow lotus, pure and untouched by the world. The wind dried the tear streaks on her cheeks, yet tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her face. Her heart still ached faintly, as if an invisible hand were gripping it tightly, causing a suffocating pain. "Li Futu, where are you? Where are you? Can you hear my call? I long to see you. I could see you right now, but where are you?" Yan Ruyu's heart throbbed with agony. She couldn't forgive herself. Every time she recalled the slap she had delivered in that sauna room, her heart would pierce with pain. Through Guan Yuqi and Luo Qingwu's accounts, she had pieced together everything that had happened tonight. She knew she'd been betrayed by Chen Mei after arriving at the Jinghua Hotel to dine with Zhang Qianwei. She'd been drugged. The mastermind behind it all was exceptionally despicable, administering not just a sedative but also a mixture laced with aphrodisiacs. As consciousness began to slip away, she dialed Li Futu's number, a decisive action that averted a catastrophe. Li Futu and she seemed to share a telepathic connection. Upon receiving her call, he sensed something was terribly wrong and immediately launched a rescue operation. She could only imagine the perils Li Futu faced. Confronting a group of ruthless, armed adversaries, he risked his life to rescue her. Had he not done so, she would likely have fallen victim to their cruelty, suffering unimaginable torment, both physically and mentally. Li Futu had risked his life, navigating countless perils to rescue her, effectively granting her a second chance at life. He had even helped expel the drug components from her body. Yet what she could never forgive herself for was this: upon waking and realizing her predicament, in a moment of panic and humiliation, she had struck Li Futu across the face. She truly could not forgive herself. Every time she recalled that moment, tears would well up in her eyes and spill down her cheeks uncontrollably. Li Futu, why didn't you explain then? Why didn't you say anything? If you just explained, I wouldn't have misunderstood you. Why didn't you speak up? It was all my fault. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively. If Li Futu truly intended to offend me, why would he have been in that steamy sauna room? Besides, Li Futu is absolutely not that kind of person. Yen Ruyu berated herself over and over. Only one thought occupied her mind now: she must find Li Futu and beg his forgiveness face to face. For that, she was willing to do anything. She knew deep down that her current safety was entirely due to Li Futu. Without him, she would likely be enduring the worst nightmare of her life, one capable of destroying her entire existence. She dialed Li Futu's phone number over and over, but all she heard was the automated message: "The number you have dialed is turned off." She truly had no idea where Li Futu had gone. Driving aimlessly, her heart felt like it was shattering. Li Futu, where are you? No matter what, I must see you tonight. Yen Ruyu's eyes flashed with a determined light, her flawless jade-like face radiating a heartbreaking beauty and self-reproach. What Yen Ruyu didn't know was that at this very moment, Li Futu was driving the Shao sisters to Huya Mountain, a notorious gathering spot for Beijing's street racing crowd. Tiger Tooth Mountain. It was already past 2 in the morning, yet for the speed freaks on Tiger Tooth Mountain, the night's revelry was just beginning. Hundreds of young men and women still crowded the hill, cheering wildly for their favorite cars. Deafening metal music blared, intertwining with the roaring chants to create scenes that shook the soul. It was a wildly unrestrained scene, men with bare chests waving their shirts, each clutching a beer can and gulping it down. The women beside them seemed to find their men incredibly manly at that moment, their eyes fixed on them with adoration as they nestled into their arms. Li Futu drove up slowly, followed by the Shao sisters and their Hummer H3. When the vehicle stopped, the sisters stared at the scene before them, genuinely stunned. They had heard of Tiger Tooth Mountain before, but had never visited. Witnessing the wildly unrestrained scenes unfolding here now, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Numerous men and women embraced each other, some even engaging in highly explicit displays of affection. The air thickened with the pungent scent of beer and hormones, while the deafening metal music pulsed through the venue, making blood boil. A massive projection screen displayed the racetrack's live feed, making this place truly a hotbed of unrestrained passion. Li Futu, you brought us to a place like this to compete? Xiao Aoqing frowned as she watched Li Futu approach. Given her status, such a place naturally seemed vulgar and lowbrow to her. Instinctively, she disliked it. A new race is about to start here. If you want to experience my speed, then hop in my car. Li Futu looked at Xiao Aoqing and spoke. I want to experience it too. Xiao Aoxue immediately called out. Li Futu's gaze remained impassive as he addressed Xiao Aoxue. You can't. Only your sister gets to ride this time. Why? Xiao Aoxue protested. No reason. If you insist on a reason, I'll tell you this: it's my car, and I decide who rides in it. Tonight, you can't. Li Futu stated flatly. Then, turning to Xiao Aoqing's stunningly beautiful face, he asked teasingly, what? Scared now that we're here? What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Shui, stay in the car and wait for me to return. Xiao Aoqing declared before pushing open the door and stepping out. She walked directly to Li Futu's Audi, riddled with bullet holes, and slid into the passenger seat. Xiao Shui, if your sister agrees to let you ride with me after tonight, I'll let you in the car. Li Futu finally smiled at Xiao Aoxue, who was clearly seething with pent-up anger, his words carrying a deep meaning. Li Futu walked to the Audi, pulled open the door, and slid into the driver's seat. He stomped on the gas pedal and honked the horn repeatedly, forcing the crowd ahead to part and make a path. Chapter 142, Speed and Passion. At the track entrance, 3 identical Ferrari sports cars were lined up. As a scantily clad, sexy beauty at the starting gate raised her colorful flag, the 3 Ferraris roared to life and shot forward. At that very moment, Li Futu drove his Audi straight toward the track entrance. Instantly, 3 or 4 burly men charged toward him, intent on stopping Li Futu. After all, racing on Tiger Tooth Mountain had strict rules. Vehicles needed to register to be scheduled for the race. No one had ever seen someone like Li Futu disregard the rules and charge straight toward the track entrance. Li Futu paid no attention to the charging men. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator. By the time the burly figures reached him, his car had already shot past the track entrance, racing up the winding mountain road. Ha! How did another car appear? Weren't there only 3 cars supposed to race? What was this Audi doing here, practically wrecked? Had it somehow made it onto the track too? This car was clearly wrecked on purpose. Could it be trying to race those 3 Ferraris? That's just ridiculous. Probably some greenhorn kid who popped up out of nowhere trying to show off. Thinking he could take on 3 Ferraris with a beat-up car? I wonder if this thing will even make it halfway before stalling out, haha. The crowd of men and women watching the surveillance feed projected onto the big screen saw Li Futu's Audi appear on the screen, immediately sparking waves of discussion. Holy crap, that Audi's accelerating. It's actually starting to catch up. So fast. How is he handling that thing? Taking those corners at that speed is unbelievable. Those 3 Ferraris started ahead of him, yet now they're gradually being overtaken. It's jaw-dropping. Good heavens. Could we be witnessing the birth of a true driving god tonight? To catch up in a damaged Audi after letting 3 Ferraris get ahead? That level of skill can only be described as divine. In an instant, the crowd erupted again. Eyes wide with disbelief, they stared at the big screen, watching the roaring Audi. Everyone held their breath, unwilling to miss a single thrilling moment. On the track, Li Futu relentlessly pushed the Audi to its absolute limit, flooring the accelerator without letting up, not even when cornering. Such driving was nothing short of insane. Xiao Aoqing sat in the passenger seat. At first, she hadn't thought much of it, but gradually, she suddenly realized that Li Futu was still maintaining full speed through the turns. She couldn't help but stare in astonishment, her beautiful eyes involuntarily fixed on him. Li Futu's face was calm and composed, his sharply defined features showing no emotion. Yet his eyes held a piercing sharpness that sent a chill down her spine. His hands gripped the steering wheel steadily, maintaining the car's stability despite the rapidly increasing speed as they raced forward. Observing Li Futu now, Xiao Aoqing felt a tremor in her heart, a strange sensation stirring within her. Her gaze lifted to the Ferrari ahead, which Li Futu was about to overtake. She cried out involuntarily, "Pass it! Pass it!" Li Futu offered no reply. He pressed the accelerator, and just as the Ferrari slowed slightly to navigate a bend ahead, whoosh! A roaring wind filled the air as Li Futu's Audi shot past the Ferrari at breakneck speed, rounding the corner and leaving the sports car far behind. Holy, is this even human? How can anyone drive like that? A stunned exclamation echoed from inside the Ferrari. So fast. Xiao Aoqing gasped involuntarily, her face flushing crimson. As Li Futu's speed reached extreme levels, she could feel the blood in her veins boiling. For the first time, she understood the true meaning of speed and passion. She noticed Li Futu's right foot never lifted off the accelerator pedal. Astonishment filled her heart. She couldn't believe how he managed to keep his foot planted on the gas while maintaining such perfect control through the turns. It defied common sense. She realized that if she were to race against Li Futu, she would be left far behind. Yet, despite this, she felt no trace of disappointment. She had finally experienced the thrill of Li Futu's blistering speed. Her beautiful eyes grew brighter, her breathing quickened, and beneath her excitement, the full curves of her chest rose and fell dramatically, their swaying lines utterly captivating. What an exhilarating feeling! Who knew speed could bring such pure joy? It felt like I was flying. Xiao Aoqing cried out in exhilaration. She seemed to have shed the cold arrogance and reserve expected of the Xiao family's eldest daughter, revealing an utterly wild side. At that lightning-fast speed, her heart felt like it was leaping out of her throat, and that exhilarating passion spread throughout her entire body. At that moment, Li Futu's car surged past the second Ferrari, continuing to race forward at an unmatched velocity. Xiao Aoqing grew increasingly exhilarated, her stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson, making her look even more breathtakingly gorgeous. She possessed a fatal charm that stirred the soul. Suddenly, she felt that if she could set aside their conflicting positions, she would be tempted to ask Li Futu to teach her how to drive like this. Li Futu's expression remained composed. His steady hands turned the wheel swiftly whenever the car's speed demanded it, moving methodically without a hint of panic. At such breakneck speeds, even the slightest misstep would lead to certain death. Yet, he remained utterly calm. Whoosh! Li Futu's Audi streaked past like a midnight specter, whoosh! Overtaking the lead Ferrari with ease. This occurred when they were still halfway up the winding mountain road. In other words, Li Futu had overtaken all 3 Ferraris using only half the available distance, and that was despite them having started earlier. At that moment, the crowd gathered at Tiger Tooth Mountain, glued to the giant screen, erupted into a roar of excitement. The god of racing. This is the god of racing. I've witnessed a legend tonight. Good heavens, it's unbelievable. This moment will absolutely go down in racing history. To see someone drive this fast is truly eye-opening. Look! That Audi has already reached the summit in 10 minutes and 46 seconds, shaving nearly 3 minutes off the previous record of 13 minutes and 50 seconds set by a racing legend who's now abroad. And he's driving an Audi. Absolutely breathtaking. Wait, the car's gone. It didn't return along the connected track. Instead, it seems to be heading toward another peak of Tiger Tooth Mountain. All eyes were glued to the big screen, but Lee Futu's Audi was no longer visible. It had clearly exited the track and driven off in another direction. Meanwhile, inside the Hummer, Xiaoshua's eyes flickered with an unusual gleam. Her pupils darted rapidly, her thoughts hidden behind the shifting gaze. The Tiger Tooth Mountain peak originally featured a connecting highway leading back to the starting point, alongside other rugged mountain roads ascending to higher summits. At this moment, Lee Futu did not turn onto the connecting highway with his Audi. Instead, he drove up a mountain path toward the higher peaks, slightly reducing his speed. The higher he climbed, the more violent the howling wind became. Lee Futu, you didn't take the racetrack back? Where are you driving to? Xiaoqing snapped out of her exhilaration. She could feel the car's jolting motion clearly traversing mountain roads, not the smooth racetrack. This route definitely wasn't part of the track. Otherwise, how could anyone race on such rugged mountain terrain? Lee Futu turned to look at Xiaoqing, flashing a toothy grin. The sight of those gleaming white teeth inexplicably filled her with revulsion and wariness. She couldn't help but snap, Lee Futu, pull over. I'm getting out. Get out? Once you're in my car, it's not so easy to get out. Besides, aren't you afraid out here on this desolate mountain peak? Even if I stopped the car, would you dare walk back alone? Lee Futu sneered coldly. What do you think you're doing? Xiaoqing's face hardened. Her alluring eyes locked onto Lee Futu as she demanded sharply. What do I want? You tell me. A man and a woman alone in this desolate wilderness, late at night. What else could we possibly do? Lee Futu chuckled, deliberately emphasizing the last syllable of the word do. Xiaoqing's face flushed crimson then drained pale. She understood the hidden meaning behind Lee Futu's words. She detested a man speaking to her in such a tone it felt like rude teasing and desecration. As the esteemed young miss of the Xiao family, she naturally felt deeply displeased and furious. Lee Futu, watch your words. I know you insisted on coming to find me this late for your so-called drag race for another reason. You have something to tell me, don't you? Just say it directly. There's no need to resort to such methods. Xiaoqing gave a cold laugh as she spoke. Lee Futu paused, then smiled. You're right. I do have some questions I want to ask you. I didn't expect you to figure it out. Ask away. If I hadn't guessed your intentions, would I have come out with you this late? And gotten into your car? I know you're trying to get rid of Xiaoxue. Xiaoqing stated. Squeak. Lee Futu slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt in the middle of an open, deserted stretch of land. Chapter 143, Screaming Won't Help. The women of the Xiao family are indeed clever. Otherwise, you two sisters wouldn't have so many influential figures in the capital fearing you. Lee Futu chuckled, bringing the car to a complete stop. After engaging the handbrake, he turned around, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he gazed at Xiaoqing's stunningly beautiful, bewitchingly alluring face. Lee Futu, what exactly do you mean? Xiaoqing asked coldly. Her expression remained outwardly composed, yet her eyes darted around the surroundings, seemingly calculating escape routes. I just want to add one more thing to what I said earlier. An old man once told me, women don't need to be too clever. All they need to know is how to bear children, do housework, and take good care of their men. I wholeheartedly agree with this, because sometimes a woman's intelligence can actually be her downfall. Lee Futu chuckled. What do you mean? Xiaoqing stared at Lee Futu, demanding. Aren't you going to share your thoughts on tonight's events? Lee Futu smiled, leaning closer to Xiaoqing. He traced a finger lightly across her flawless cheek, soft and smooth as jade. She truly was an alluring woman. Smack! Xiaoqing swatted Lee Futu's hand away coldly. Please show some restraint. What events tonight? Your words leave me baffled. Just moments ago, I praised the women of the Xiao family for their intelligence. How can you suddenly play dumb? With your family's influence, how could you not know about Yan Ruyu's abduction tonight? Lee Futu smiled, his eyes narrowing to slits, gleaming with a cold, knife-like sharpness. Xiaoqing's expression instantly hardened, her eyes flashing with icy light. She said coldly, Lee Futu, are you implying I'm involved in Yan Ruyu's abduction? I never said that, Lee Futu replied, his smile unchanged. Then what do you mean? Xiaoqing lifted her face, her gaze fixed on Lee Futu. I'm referring to the subsequent actions, Lee Futu reminded Xiaoqing. I don't understand your meaning, Xiaoqing stated bluntly. Perhaps I should do something to jog your memory? Lee Futu sneered coldly, reaching out to grab Xiaoqing and pinning her against the car. Lee Futu, you bastard! Xiaoqing shouted angrily. Then, her right hand suddenly thrust forward, wielding a small, blue-glowing object resembling a miniature flashlight, stabbing toward Li Futu. It was a high-voltage stun baton. Xiao Aoqing seemed to have anticipated this moment, secretly carrying the stun gun with her, and now it had proven useful. However, a cold smile played at the corner of Li Futu's lips. He had anticipated Xiao Aoqing's move all along. Li Futu reached out, clamping down on Xiao Aoqing's soft, slick right wrist. With a slight squeeze, she felt a tingling numbness spread through her arm. Unhurriedly, he extended his other hand, snatched the stun gun from her grasp, and flicked it out the car window. "These little trinkets are useless against me," Li Futu said coldly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Aoqing's face, a face so beautiful it could be called a national disaster, a hint of mocking amusement playing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Aoqing's expression froze, a flicker of panic finally appearing in her eyes. She hurriedly reached out to push Li Futu's body away. But Li Futu's hands seized her arms, pinning her in place. Li Futu, you bastard. Get off me. We can talk standing up." Xiao Aoqing's voice was urgent, her eyes brimming with coyness. Yet in this situation, she forced herself to stay calm. Panic would only embolden Li Futu. A person who makes the same mistake twice is a fool. I have no desire to be a fool. Who knows if you'd pull out some pepper spray the moment I let go? Li Futu said indifferently. Li Futu, let me be perfectly clear, I deeply sympathize with what happened to Yen Ruyu. But the good news is, you rescued her, didn't you? I only learned about Yen Ruyu's situation after the fact. If you insist on suspecting me of involvement, you're defiling the friendship between Ruyu and me. Xiao Aoqing took a deep breath and spoke coldly. Li Futu gave a cold laugh. He freed his right hand, slid Xiao Aoqing's seat back slightly, and simultaneously lowered the backrest a bit. He then squeezed from the driver's seat into the cramped space of the passenger seat. The cabin was already cramped, so to fit both of them, they ended up pressed very close together. Xiao Aoqing's face flushed crimson. As the esteemed young miss of the Xiao family, when had she ever been forced into such a predicament by a man? She struggled fiercely, but it was futile. If you don't want things to go wrong, behave yourself. Li Futu stared at Xiao Aoqing, his voice cold. Was this woman deliberately provoking him? Xiao Aoqing did indeed quiet down. She stopped struggling, stopped resisting, even leaning her body back as far as possible. You like speaking to me this way, don't you? Then I'll grant your wish. Xiao Aoqing's gaze was icy as she looked at Li Futu. Her eyes held no trace of sorrow or joy, only a bone-deep coldness and haughty aloofness. Li Futu froze. He expected Xiao Aoqing to struggle and resist, but never imagined this woman would calm down so quickly. She even stared at him with a look that made him seethe with irritation. Once again, this woman surprised him. Given her attitude, Li Futu felt awkward pressing further. He gazed at Xiao Aoqing's stunningly beautiful face and said, "If your memory isn't so poor, you should recall a phrase I once told you. I dislike being treated as a toy to be exploited, and I especially dislike having my life interfered with or controlled." Remember that? Xiao Aoqing's beautiful eyes locked onto Li Futu as she replied calmly, "Li Futu, aren't you overestimating yourself? Do you really think I'd use you? What exactly do you have that I could possibly use? How ridiculous. Is that so? Women can be stubborn creatures sometimes. Even when called out on their true feelings, they refuse to admit it. No wonder they say one of a woman's defining traits is saying one thing while meaning another." Li Futu sneered coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at Xiao Aoqing. "I don't care about your Xiao family's struggles with those messy factions in the capital, but don't drag me into it. I refuse to become an invisible pawn in your hands, used as a tool to fight those factions, be it the Ling family or any other." A fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker passed through Xiao Aoqing's eyes, yet outwardly she only gave a cold laugh. "Li Futu, you're overestimating yourself, aren't you? Or is all this just a figment of your delusional imagination? How laughable. Utter nonsense. Is that so? You know exactly how it is." Li Futu smiled, his gaze fixed on Xiao Aoqing, who was wrapped tightly in her attire. A sudden wave of wicked amusement washed over him. He reached out, yanked the shirt tucked beneath her short skirt free, and without hesitation, slid his hand inside, gripping her waist firmly. Xiao Aoqing's body trembled slightly. Anger and resentment flashed in her alluring eyes as she coldly retorted, "Li Futu, I wonder if you deliberately concocted this ridiculous excuse to justify your indecent advances? Bringing me to this desolate place, spouting self-important, baseless nonsense, only to commit such a vulgar, shameless act. What exactly is your purpose? Never played with a woman? You're wrong," Li Futu replied, smiling with an almost innocent air. "It's a woman like you I've never played with." Xiao Aoqing seethed inwardly. She drew a deep breath, yet felt Li Futu's damn right hand growing restless. Her face flushed crimson with shame, her heart boiling with fury. She wanted to tear this bastard limb from limb. "With the Xiao family's resources, you must have uncovered the conflict between me and Ling Aotian, the eldest son of the Ling family. That night I was with the Qin family's eldest daughter and saw her home. You must have known. Then the next day came news of Lin Jianglong's sudden death. You suspected I orchestrated it all, didn't you?" Li Futu watched Xiao Aoqing, his eyes narrowing slightly. This woman truly never grew tiresome to behold, beautiful and alluring, stirring the heart. A flicker of resentment flickered in Xiao Aoqing's eyes as she stared at Li Futu, remaining silent. I was with the Qin family's eldest daughter, and then Lin Jianlong died suddenly. You must have guessed that Ling Outyan wouldn't let me off the hook. Oh, and that playboy Su Feiyu. So you plan to use me to pit Ling Outyan, even the entire Ling family, against you, diverting other factions' attention from your Xiao family's internal strife. Of course, to pull this off, you needed to send one message to the outside world, that I, Li Futu, stand with your Xiao family. That's why you deliberately rushed to the enforcement squad that morning, gave false testimony for me, and bailed me out. Li Futu smiled and added, you really went out of your way. Even without you, Wan Yuqi couldn't have done anything to me. Without evidence, Wan Yuqi could only question me a few more times. You knew this perfectly well, yet you deliberately testified for me. Your sole purpose was to signal to the outside world that the relationship between your Xiao family's eldest daughter and me runs deep. Consequently, those forces seeking to target your Xiao family would, through your series of maneuvers, redirect their hostility toward me instead. In this way, unknowingly, I, Li Futu, become the Xiao family's scapegoat. And as the saying goes, the first to stick their neck out is the first to get shot. So if one day I were to be murdered, I'd end up in a miserable, unjust situation. Miss Xiao, would you say I'm correct? Li Futu's lips curled into a faint smile, his pearly white teeth glinting with a cold, dazzling sheen. Xiao Aoqing's expression froze, yet outwardly she remained calm. With a cold laugh, she retorted, Li Futu, it's a shame you're not a storyteller. You could weave tales like this. Is that your denial? Why has your heartbeat suddenly quickened? Li Futu suddenly interjected. Ah! Xiao Aoqing gasped in surprise, only then realizing Li Futu's right hand had pressed directly against her body. Chapter 144, Xiao Aoqing's panic. Li Futu, you bastard. Xiao Aoqing cursed out loud, unable to tolerate Li Futu's invasive actions. Flames of rage ignited in her eyes. Yet Li Futu's right hand only tightened its grip, pinning Xiao Aoqing's body down. His voice was cold as he said, to achieve this goal, you must take the next step further, igniting the conflict and hatred between me, Ling Outyan, and Su Feiyu. So tonight, when I rescued Yan Ruyu and drove her back to Ro's apartments, right on the highway you were driving toward us from the opposite lane. There was another car ahead, and I could sense the murderous intent radiating from it. In fact, the gun barrel had already been thrust out the window, ready to fire at me. But in the end, it didn't. That was your doing, wasn't it? Li Futu's voice turned icy as he stared at Xiao Aoqing before him. Xiao Aoqing took a deep breath, regaining her calm tone. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that so? You knew Su Feiyu would rush over at the end, and you would too. You even sent others there. Your plan was to be present, waiting to have someone take a shot from behind when I left with Yan Ruyu. That way, I'd only suspect Su Feiyu. Because in the incident where Yan Ruyu was abducted, Su Feiyu was the prime suspect. You knew Su Feiyu was the prime suspect. Therefore, had you arrived just a little earlier, your scheme would have succeeded. Under those circumstances, if shots had been fired, I would have directed all my fury at Su Feiyu. I might very well have killed him on the spot. And that was precisely the outcome you desired. Li Futu said coldly, adding finally, unfortunately, you were a step too late. You spotted my car en route and halted the actions of the people you brought with you. Li Futu, you made all this up. Stop pinning your so-called theories on me. Xiao Aoqing snapped angrily. Yes, it's conjecture. Because your plan hasn't been executed yet. Li Futu smiled, reaching out to grab Xiao Aoqing's shirt. Li Futu, what are you doing? Xiao Aoqing's expression changed, unable to hold back. What? Reciprocity is only fair, isn't it? Since you failed to outmaneuver me, I naturally must take action. You've targeted me so relentlessly, don't you think I deserve some compensation from you? Li Futu continued, his hands still moving. Li Futu, I think there's a huge misunderstanding between us. We could talk this out completely differently. There's no need for this. Xiao Aoqing hurriedly protested, trying to stop Li Futu. Yet she knew that any violent resistance now would only provoke him further. Misunderstanding? Not a misunderstanding at all. I told you I hate being used, hate being treated like a toy. Clearly, you took my words as wind passing by your ears. Since that's the case, I see no need to be polite either. After all, you've never been polite to me, have you? Li Futu smiled. Li Futu, have you lost your mind? Stop this at once. Do you even realize what you're doing? Is this the compensation you wanted? What a laughable compensation. Don't you find it absurd to pin such baseless accusations on me and then demand this kind of recompense? Xiao Aoqing said coldly, her entire body trembling. Li Futu laughed coldly. The night was deep, carrying a hint of loneliness and chill, inexplicably stirring a sense of solitude. Yan Ruyu still raced along the empty road, her eyes dry now, the tear tracks on her cheeks blown away by the wind. If any man were fortunate enough to kiss her cheek, he would surely taste the saltiness of those tears. She understood that tears solved nothing. She hadn't shed them in a long time. The last time was nearly 3 years ago, when she resolutely left her home in Suzhou in Hangzhou. The moment she arrived in the capital, her eyes brimmed with tears. Back then, she had silently vowed that in the capital, she could only succeed. Failure meant returning to accept that shackling fate. Yet this was the first time she had ever felt such heartache, and for a man, no less. It was an unprecedented first. That man had risked his life to save her, granting her a chance to rise from the ashes. Yet her repayment had been a slap across his face, delivered without a moment's thought. She was not the sort of woman who took kindness for granted. She navigated this world with a heart full of gratitude toward those around her, repaying even the smallest kindness with profound generosity. How much more so for a favor that had saved her honor and even her very life? It was precisely this mountain-high debt of gratitude that made her shame and remorse after that slap all the more acute, the heartache overwhelming and uncontrollable. Yet as she drove aimlessly, she had no idea where Li Futu was. She dialed his phone countless times, only to find it switched off. She wondered if he was angry with her, or even planning to never see her again. Meanwhile, Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua kept calling her, urging her to come back. Tang Xiaogua, overcome with worry, even cried into the phone. Finally, Yen Ruyu turned the wheel and sped toward Ro's apartments, repeating in her mind. Li Futu, I'm sorry. I must see you tonight. I believe you'll come home eventually. I'll be waiting for you at home. With this resolve, she drove back to Ro's apartments. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua were still there, sleepless in the late night, worrying about her. She couldn't let the two girls at home fret over her like this. Xiao Aoqing suppressed her shame and fury. To a woman of extreme intelligence, absolute power, and overwhelming dominance, men were nothing more than toys to be manipulated. Such women fundamentally rejected the notion of gender equality. They demanded to tower over men, treating them as tools to be exploited. Beyond that utilitarian value, men were worthless animals in their eyes. In Xiao Aoqing's eyes, Li Futu had once been just another toy she intended to use. Perhaps he possessed certain unique qualities, but to her, he was merely a slightly more sophisticated toy. Yet now, she finally understood that some men in this world were not toys she could toy with so easily. Take Li Futu, for instance. Only now did Xiao Aoqing see his true, monstrous face, a visage so terrifying it sent chills down her spine. She even felt a pang of regret, wishing she could turn back time and never have provoked this man. But time could not be reversed. Now, regret seemed too late, for Li Futu had already begun unbuttoning her shirt. Li Futu's eyes widened in shock. The Xiao Aoqing before him was overwhelmingly tempting. Xiao Aoqing's eyes burned with humiliation and fury, yet she could only push Li Futu away with all her strength. If she could, she would have slapped him across the face. Yet she knew that doing so would only enrage him further. The consequences she faced then would likely be far worse than merely being overpowered by him. Li Futu, you stop this at once. We need to talk properly, Xiao Aoqing gritted out, her voice laced with fury. Yet her defiance remained merely verbal. She dared not resist further. Having seen countless people, she recognized the terrifying aura emanating from Li Futu now like a demon had descended. We've discussed all there is to discuss. I gave you the chance to talk with me, but it seems you didn't take it seriously. Besides, now isn't the time for talk, it's time for action. What do you say? Li Futu smiled, his eyes flashing with intense heat. Li Futu, don't do this. If you proceed, we can never be friends again. Xiao Aoqing hurriedly reached out to stop Li Futu from advancing further. We never were friends. Besides, who says you can't be friends after sleeping together? If not friends, then lovers? I wouldn't mind. Li Futu chuckled coldly. Xiao Aoqing's face flushed crimson. The anger and embarrassment flickering deep in her eyes were impossible to hide. She took a deep breath and said, Li Futu, do you care deeply about Yen Ruyu? All I know is she never looked down on me, a penniless kid from the sticks with no connections. She'd willingly cook for me, willingly wait for me to return to eat together. Even if I came back late, the light in her room would still be on. She never asked what I'd been doing, yet she'd quietly reheat the cold meals for me. Maybe I'm just a heartless bastard by nature, but I never take others' kindness for granted. Li Futu said indifferently. Xiao Aoqing's expression darkened slightly before she replied, then are you aware that Yen Ruyu's family is facing its most desperate hour? If you release me, I can aid the Yen family. That's the Yen family's business. It's none of my concern. I only care that she isn't mistreated. I don't have the energy to meddle in others' affairs. What about Qin Rumong? She's the capital's most beautiful woman, have you forgotten her? Ling Aotian is forcing her into marriage. If she marries into the Ling family, won't you be filled with heartache and regret? Release me, and I can join forces with you against the Ling family. Li Futu's gaze darkened. In his mind, that flawlessly exquisite face seemed to reappear once more, beautiful as a lotus blossom emerging from the water, pure and untouched, ethereal and transcendent. Each person has their own destiny. What right did he have to interfere? Let it be remembered as a beautiful encounter. Chapter 145, Strangers. Qin Rumong is no child. How she chooses to live her life is not for others to dictate. And you needn't come up with any more excuses. Tonight, I won't let you go. I'll take back what's owed to me by turning you into a woman. Li Futu smiled, like a demon. TSS. A sharp, jarring sound of fabric tearing echoed through the silent night, piercing the stillness. Do you prefer a civilized approach or a savage one? Oh, considering your status as the Shao family's eldest daughter, I suppose I'll opt for the civilized route. Li Futu chuckled. Li Futu, there's no need for such haste. Truthfully, coming here, I'd already braced myself for the worst. Xiao Aoqing spoke, her enchanting face flushing crimson. You're a woman with awareness. I like that. Li Futu remarked. But before we proceed, Li Futu, you must understand, after tonight, you and the Shao family will be mortal enemies. Have you not considered the Shao family's relentless vengeance that will follow? Xiao Aoqing said coldly. To die beneath the peonies is to be a romantic ghost. Before that happens, I'd rather indulge in romance once. After all, no matter tonight's outcome, they'll seek revenge later, won't they? Li Futu sneered, reaching out toward Xiao Aoqing. You, Li Futu, you truly are a complete bastard. Xiao Aoqing snapped angrily. I advise you to cooperate quietly. Li Futu raised his eyes, which seemed to burn with two fiery flames, and spoke. Li Futu, stop this at once. Do you even realize how beastly your actions are? Xiao Aoqing screamed inwardly. She had thought she was prepared for everything, that she could accept this reality calmly. But she couldn't. After all, she was a woman. For any woman facing such a situation, overcoming that mental barrier was incredibly difficult. Panic and fear overwhelmed her, and her tone even carried a hint of pleading. This was utterly unimaginable. As the eldest daughter of the Shao family, when had she ever lowered herself to beg a man? Never. It had never happened before. Yet now, she found herself pleading, desperately hoping Li Futu would spare her. Yet Li Futu was already at the point of no return. With a cold chuckle, he spoke calmly and deliberately, I may be a beast, but I refuse to be less than one. Resentment and despair flickered in Xiao Aoqing's eyes. She knew she couldn't escape his grasp tonight. In this desolate place, she was utterly helpless. Rather than futilely struggling and provoking this man's stronger resistance, she might as well submit to her fate. Forget Li Futu. I'll handle this myself. Xiao Aoqing's voice was calm. She seemed to have silently accepted her fate, already beginning to yield. Li Futu narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Xiao Aoqing. Li Futu, truthfully, I don't mind being with you. To be precise, I don't mind being with any man. In my eyes, these things mean nothing. They're merely a need. Just as a hungry person must eat. A woman like me is destined never to know love, nor should she. Because in my eyes, men are nothing but toys, nothing but trash. Not a single man could ever enter my heart, not even you. Xiao Aoqing suddenly spoke up. Li Futu froze upon hearing this. He paused his movements, wanting to hear what this woman had to say. To me, it's merely an experience. My willingness to comply doesn't mean I'll develop feelings for you. It's simply a compromise I make to avoid further harm in this specific situation. Since such things are unavoidable, I see no need to evade them. Besides, it's just a momentary pain. What's the big deal? Deep down, I don't reject the idea of doing this with a man. If going through this is what it takes to become a real woman, then maybe in the end, I'll even thank you for making me one. Xiao Aoqing tilted her face upward, her gaze calm and detached as she looked at Li Futu. Li Futu's expression froze. Xiao Aoqing's words made him feel a pang of shame. The more righteous her words sounded, the more despicable and vile his own actions seemed, leaving him unsure whether to continue or stop midway. Suddenly, I realized there was nothing to fear or worry about. The initiative was firmly in my hands. I even felt pity for you in that moment. What a pathetic man, resorting to such tactics. Men are creatures who think with their lower halves, that much is true. Xiao Aoqing let out a cold laugh, watching Li Futu, now visibly flustered. A profound sense of superiority welled up within her. Li Futu's gaze fixed on Xiao Aoqing. This woman was truly unfathomable, not just her stunningly beautiful face, but her inner workings as well. So now you're too scared to go through with it, huh? Xiao Aoqing sneered coldly. A faint smile touched Li Futu's lips. Did you truly believe your psychological tactics just now would sway me? Did you really think a few words could change anything? You're far too naive. Let me be frank, in the dark world, there are countless opponents skilled in psychological warfare. Yet their self-importance ultimately earned them nothing but a cup of yellow earth. Li Futu Xiao Aoqing's expression darkened instantly. Simultaneously, his words sent her heart plummeting into an abyss. She knew she had failed once more. This man remained utterly unmoved. Didn't you say you weren't opposed to being with me once? Then come. Li Futu spoke, his eyes blazing with intensity as he lunged directly at Xiao Aoqing. He understood this was a battle between a man and a woman. If he retreated now because of Xiao Aoqing's words, it would mean defeat. From then on, he would forever be trampled under her feet. Every encounter with Xiao Aoqing would cast him as the defeated one, while she would look down on him with an overwhelming sense of superiority. He would never allow that to happen. Xiao Aoqing closed her eyes. She accepted her fate, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Since she couldn't change it, she might as well enjoy it. Xiao Aoqing was no rigid-minded woman. From her lofty position, she understood profoundly that losing certain things meant little. What mattered was preserving her life. Only by surviving could she exact 100-fold revenge in the future. It was like the cutthroat world of politics. As long as you outlived your opponents, you were the victor. The passionate encounter, as fiery as thunder meeting lightning, lasted an unknown duration. Finally, both came to a halt. Having weathered the storm, Xiao Aoqing appeared more breathtakingly beautiful than ever. Her enchanting face was flushed, her eyes narrowed to slits, radiating a seductive allure. Xiao Aoqing shot Li Futu a cold glare before swiftly gathering her clothes. Li Futu leisurely lit a cigarette. Through the swirling smoke, his chiseled features and eyes as deep as the night sky were visible. "How much longer do you plan to stay here?" Xiao Aoqing asked, her face cold as she pulled on her clothes and glared at Li Futu. Li Futu smiled, observing her flushed cheeks. "No need to speak to me like that, right? You were quite enthusiastic just now." "That was then. This is now," Xiao Aoqing replied coldly. Li Futu shrugged and asked, "So, have you had your fill of fun? Whether you're satisfied or not, I sure as hell am." "Bastard!" Xiao Aoqing shouted angrily, her voice echoing through the vast mountain peaks. The night was desolate, nearing the early hours of dawn. Li Futu sped toward Tiger Tooth Mountain in his car, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He had to admit, Xiao Aoqing was a woman of remarkable awareness. She understood the situation and the larger forces at play. Unlike most women who'd been violated, she hadn't screamed or cried. From start to finish, her expression remained calm. Yet Li Futu understood all too well, the calmer Xiao Aoqing appeared now, the fiercer her future vengeance would be. Like the serene sky before a storm, once the clouds gathered, the downpour would inevitably follow. But so what? Li Futu no longer cared. Li Futu glanced at Xiao Aoqing. He noticed that her enchantingly beautiful face still bore an unshakable blush, and her lovely eyes seemed to carry a hint of allure. She appeared to be still catching her breath, her breathing still rapid and uneven. "You've already had your fun. Haven't you seen enough?" Xiao Aoqing suddenly turned her gaze, her eyes cold as she looked at Li Futu. "I must admit, you truly are an unforgettable beauty. Knowing full well the delicate nature of our relationship, I still couldn't control my emotions. Don't take offense, as you said, men are creatures who think with their lower halves. That's a philosophical truth," Li Futu declared with shameless boldness. Xiao Aoqing turned her face away, seemingly too weary to spare Li Futu another glance. The scenes they'd just lived through replayed in her mind like fragments of a movie. It all served as a relentless reminder, she had just been forcibly dominated by this man. This was a humiliation she could never tolerate, so naturally, she wouldn't simply wipe it clean and pretend nothing had happened. After passion comes estrangement. The entire journey passed in silence. Li Futu refused to speak, and Xiao Aoqing certainly wouldn't engage him. By the time Li Futu drove back to Tiger Tooth Mountain, it was already 4:30 a.m., nearing 5 o'clock. At this hour, Huya Mountain still bustled with racing enthusiasts and other visitors. Chapter 146, Waiting. Men and women watched Li Futu's car speed toward them, surprise flitting across their faces. But soon, some recognized the vehicle that had once delivered such awe-inspiring moments. Whispers erupted among the crowd. "Isn't that the car that set the single-run track record?" "Yes, that's the one. A wrecked Audi. Who knew it would take this long to come back? Wonder what they were doing all this time. Are you kidding? Haven't you seen the stunning beauty inside? Even a fool could guess what they were up to. The driver is seriously impressive. To push that car so fast is just unbelievable. But he looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to have raced at Tiger Tooth Mountain before. True masters never show off their skills. A track like Tiger Tooth Mountain wouldn't even register on his radar." Amidst the murmurs, Li Futu drove past with an expressionless face. Then he spotted the Hummer H3 parked ahead and saw Xiao Aoxue inside. Xiao Aoqing froze upon seeing her sister. She'd assumed Xiao Aoxue had already driven back, never expecting her to still be waiting there. Li Futu drove straight up and stopped in front of the Hummer. At that moment, Xiao Aoxue stepped out of her car, her exquisitely beautiful face seeming to carry a hint of resentment and coldness. "Sis, you and my brother-in-law sure are straightforward. Too bad this little sister of yours has to stand out here freezing in the cold wind." Xiao Aoxue looked at Xiao Aoqing as she stepped out and spoke coldly. Xiao Aoqing's expression froze. She glared at her younger sister and snapped, "Xiao Shui, what kind of talk is that? What am I saying? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? We were up on that mountain for over 2 hours. Anyone can guess what happened." Xiao Aoxue retorted. "Xiao Shui, you mustn't talk nonsense." Xiao Aoqing couldn't help but snap angrily. "Humph. Sis, look at your face, so flushed, just like the heroines in those movies we watched together afterward. Plus, your stockings are gone. You must have taken them off and couldn't get them back on, or my brother-in-law ripped them off. Oh, and that lingering scent in your car, how romantic of you too. Isn't that right, brother-in-law?" Xiao Aoshue sneered, her bright eyes darting toward Li Futu. Li Futu's expression froze. Exposed so bluntly by Xiao Aoshue, he genuinely felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xiao Shui, it's not my fault, Li Futu shrugged, smiling as he spoke. Li Futu, does that mean you're blaming me? Xiao Aoqing's face turned icy, her piercing gaze fixed on Li Futu. Sis, what's done is done. Just live well with your husband from now on. You two shouldn't keep up this cold war, Xiao Aoshue said. Xiao Shui. Xiao Aoqing's voice rose with fury. She glared at Xiao Aoshue and said coldly, he is not your brother-in-law. Don't ever let me hear you call him that again. Do you understand? Xiao Aoshue rolled her eyes dismissively. Sis, no need to blow your top over this. So you slept with a guy, big deal? You'll go through the same thing eventually anyway. Isn't that membrane just there for men to break through? I should have driven over to watch. Would have been entertaining. At least I could have gained some experience for later use, right? Xiao Shui, shut your mouth. Xiao Aoqing trembled with rage. Why should I shut up? You dare do it but can't handle people talking about it? Xiao Aoshue retorted irritably, climbing straight into the car. Xiao Aoqing took a deep breath, suppressing her rage. Her gaze turned icy as she shot a withering look at Li Futu before climbing into the Hummer H3. The vehicle roared to life and sped off first. Li Futu smiled, watching the Hummer fade into the distance. He knew that when he woke tomorrow, he would have gained another formidable opponent, the eldest Miss Xiao, a name that sent countless people in the capital scrambling to avoid her. Li Futu got into his car, started the engine, and roared away from Tiger Tooth Mountain. If you scheme against me, then credit you if you succeed. But if you fail, you must bear the consequences of your failure. Thus, Li Futu felt no remorse over his actions. If he could do it all over again, he would have brought Xiao Aoshue up the mountain too. To toy with both Xiao's sisters simultaneously? The very thought stirred excitement and exhilaration, promising immense satisfaction. Deep into the night, Li Futu drove alone, puffing on his cigarette as thoughts swirled through his mind. The abduction of Yan Ruyu wasn't over yet. There was a mastermind behind it all, and Li Futu had a vague idea who it might be. But he lacked direct evidence. Perhaps he could lure the culprit out into the open. Who knows? He might uncover the involvement of many others. At this thought, a cold smile curved Li Futu's lips. He hadn't expected to find such a battlefield upon returning to the city. Well then, he would treat this neon-lit metropolis as his hunting ground in the dark underworld. He had no desire to provoke anyone. Yet if threats were made against him or those close to him, he would not hesitate to draw his blade. Clutching the crimson slaughterer in his hand, he would carve a path paved with blood and bones. It was so late. Had the three beauties in the villa gone to sleep yet? Li Futu mused inwardly as he drove back to Ro's apartments. His car glided into the front courtyard and came to a smooth halt. As always, the villa was illuminated by the warm glow of an orange lamp. That dim, yellow light seemed to be waiting for a late returnee, and each time, it brought a flicker of warmth to Li Futu's numb, cold heart. Li Futu stepped out of the car and walked toward the villa. Yet, to his sudden surprise, the villa door swung open. A beautiful, graceful figure emerged, her dreamlike eyes faintly flushed with a rosy glow, turning to look at him. It was Yan Ruyu. The villa door swung open, revealing a graceful figure stepping out. Her form was exquisite and slender, the moonlight bathing her face and highlighting her jade-like beauty. Her dreamlike eyes shimmered, creating an ethereal aura that made her seem like a fairy stepping out of a dream. Her eyes, clearly tear-stained, now fixed on Li Futu returning home. Uncontrollable joy and excitement flickered within them. Though 1,000 words seemed to crowd her lips, not a single one escaped her voice. Ruyu? Li Futu spoke first, his voice tinged with surprise. He hadn't expected Yan Ruyu to still be awake. Why haven't you gone to bed yet? It's so late. You must be exhausted after tonight. Why not go upstairs and rest? I couldn't sleep, Yan Ruyu replied, glancing at Li Futu before adding, Xiaowu and the others said you left in a hurry. I didn't know if you had your keys, and your phone wasn't answering, so I waited. In her haste, she'd come up with this excuse, though deep down she knew she'd simply wanted to wait for Li Futu's return. If not tonight, then tomorrow. Oh, my phone was off. If I really didn't have my keys, I could have climbed in. You didn't need to wait like this. You need proper rest. Li Futu said, walking into the villa's main hall. It's fine. I'm not really that tired. Yan Ruyu said, watching Li Futu's figure. Suddenly, she asked, Li Futu, are you hungry? Li Futu paused. Yan Ruyu's question made him realize he hadn't eaten or drunk a single drop all night. From the moment he learned of Yan Ruyu's accident and rushed out in his car, to rescuing her and driving off again to find the Xiao sisters, he consumed nothing. Now that you mention it, I am feeling hungry. I really haven't eaten tonight. There's plenty of instant noodles in the fridge. I'll just have some of those. Li Futu said, walking over to the water dispenser. He filled a cup and drank it in large gulps, needing 4 or 5 cups before his thirst was quenched. There's still dinner at home. I just cooked it, and it's keeping warm now. I'll make you a couple of dishes. Instant noodles won't fill you up. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Yenryu said, darting swiftly into the kitchen. Li Futu paused. Yenryu cooked rice and waited specifically for him to return? How did this woman understand him so well? He followed her into the kitchen and saw Yenryu preparing dishes. Stepping forward to take over, he said, Ryu, let me handle this. You really need to rest. Go upstairs and sleep. They say beauty comes from sleep, right? I wouldn't want to interfere with your beauty. Li Futu, please let me do this for you? Can't you just let me do something for you? Let me make up for how guilty I feel, okay? Yenryu suddenly blurted out. As she spoke, the emotions she'd been suppressing seemed to erupt. Crystal clear tears welled up in her eyes, rolled down her cheeks, and streamed down her snow-white, jade-like face. Li Futu froze, staring at Yenryu in surprise. He suddenly felt he understood women less than ever. He was clearly doing this for her sake. Why was her reaction so intense? And she was crying. Ryu, what's wrong? I didn't upset you, did I? Li Futu asked, his voice tinged with bewilderment. Yenryu bit her lip, 2 trails of tears streaking her beautiful face, making her look all the more pitiful and endearing. Li Futu, do you hate me so much? She asked. Even when I want to do something for you, you refuse? I know I misunderstood you. Can I make it up to you? Yenryu couldn't help but sob softly. Her eyes, glistening with tears, looked at Li Futu. Her frail, delicate body trembled without a breeze, radiating a hint of helplessness and sorrow. Li Futu frowned in confusion. Ryu, what's wrong? How could I ever hate you? Chapter 147, Li Futu's explanation. You risked your life to save me, yet when I awoke, I slapped you. Li Futu, I truly regret it. I wronged you. I'm sorry. Yenryu gazed at Li Futu, her words deliberate and measured. Li Futu froze, then smiled. Gazing at Yenryu's flawlessly beautiful face, he said, Ryu, so that's why. This isn't about blaming or not blaming, it's only human nature. If I woke up unconscious to find my clothes torn off and a woman beside me, I'd slap her too. Put. Hearing Li Futu's words, Yenryu couldn't help but laugh, though her voice carried a hint of tears. You wouldn't have. I bet you were only too happy about it. Not at all. I'm not that kind of person. Li Futu declared solemnly. Yet just over an hour ago, he'd casually forced himself upon Xiaoqing. He continued, so, Ryu, you really shouldn't dwell on this. Your reaction was actually pretty good. Any other woman would have screamed bloody murder and called the cops. For me, as long as you're safe and sound, awake and unharmed, what's a slap? Even if a brick hit me, I'd grin like an idiot. Yenryu listened to Li Futu's words. The atmosphere had been filled with sorrow, yet his words made her want to laugh. She thought to herself, this guy is so infuriating. Yenryu stepped forward, extending her right hand. She gently brushed his left cheek, as if afraid of causing him pain, and couldn't help asking, did it hurt back then? Li Futu froze. The tenderness Yenryu radiated now was irresistible. Scenes from countless movies flashed through his mind in situations like this. Wouldn't he, the male lead, naturally pull the heroine into his arms? Yet he only said, it doesn't hurt. Only my heart aches. But with your tenderness, all pain turns to sweetness. Then he smoothly drew the beauty into his embrace, sealing her lips with a kiss. What are you thinking? Yenryu stared at Li Futu, who seemed to have suddenly lost himself. His expression was blank, and a faint, eerie smile played at the corners of his mouth. She couldn't help but ask. Li Futu snapped back to reality. It was now impossible to mimic the movie scene and pull Yenryu into his arms. He missed his chance, and a wave of frustration washed over him. What the hell was I spacing out for? Oh, nothing. Why would it hurt? You didn't even use much force back then, did you? Li Futu chuckled, then added, let's stir fry. The fire's already going. If we don't start soon, the bottom of the pan will burn. Li Futu, can I do it? Yenryu looked at him and offered. Fine. But if this becomes a bad habit that makes me lazy later on, you'll have to keep cooking for me forever. You better think this through. Li Futu warned. Yenryu couldn't help but smile sweetly. Without another word, she began stir-frying. Soon, Yenryu finished stir-frying the dishes and brought 2 small plates to the table. Li Futu used the break to take a quick shower, feeling refreshed and invigorated afterward. Li Futu, come eat, Yenryu called out. Li Futu nodded, walked to the dining table, and devoured the rice Yenryu had served him with wolfish speed. He was genuinely starving. Setting aside tonight's mission, the passionate moments with the enchanting beauty Xiaoqing on that mountain peak in Tiger Tooth Mountain had been quite exhausting. With an empty stomach, he truly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Slow down, no one's rushing you. Yenryu couldn't help but speak up as she watched Li Futu wolf down his food. It's fine, I won't choke. It's just that your cooking has given me such an appetite, isn't that strange? Li Futu smiled, gazing at Yenryu's flawlessly beautiful face. Ah! Yenryu let out a soft gasp, a hint of coyness flickering in her eyes. She shot Li Futu a playful glare. Just eat your meal. Why all the chatter? You said I was eating too fast. Talking to you lets me slow down, doesn't it? Li Futu chuckled. Yen Ruyu was truly at a loss for words. She looked deeply at Li Futu and said, Li Futu, thank you for tonight. If not for you, I wouldn't be the Yen Ruyu I once was. Li Futu paused, then smiled as he looked at Yen Ruyu. You can rest assured about that. As long as I'm alive, you can be your true self without any issues. Not just you Xiao Wu, Xiao Gua, and the others too. Yen Ruyu felt a quiet stir within her. She understood the meaning behind Li Futu's words, and a faint warmth spread through her heart. You never learn. Why don't you put on clothes after bathing? Xiao Wu will scold you if she sees you like this. Yen Ruyu gave him a playful scolding, then glanced up at Li Futu's bare upper body, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke. This won't happen again. I promise. Li Futu replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Yen Ruyu shot him a disapproving glare before her expression suddenly froze. Her eyes darted to his right shoulder, and she blurted out, Li Futu, what happened to your right shoulder? How did you get that bite mark? It's so deep, it looks like blood is seeping out. Li Futu's heart sank. He silently cursed his own carelessness. How could he have been so absent-minded as to forget to conceal this bite mark? This bite mark was left by Xiao Aoqing. Li Futu suddenly found himself at a loss, his face flushing with embarrassment. Faced with Yen Ruyu's questioning, he momentarily didn't know how to respond. Admit it was Xiao Aoqing? Only a fool would do that. Yen Ruyu's clear eyes fixed on Li Futu without blinking, seemingly demanding an explanation from him. This bite mark? When I saved you, some guy lunged at me and bit down. If I hadn't knocked him out in time, he might have torn a chunk out of my shoulder. Li Futu said it casually, his face unflushed and his heart unmoved. Yen Ruyu's expression froze upon hearing this. A flicker of guilt and gratitude flickered in her dreamlike eyes. Li Futu, she said, where else were you injured saving me? Please tell me. Just a bite here from some guy who lunged at me. Other than that, I'm fine. The car, though, is a total write-off. Li Futu replied. A car is nothing. As long as you're okay. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. Yen Ruyu offered. That won't be necessary. I'll see if the repair shop can fix it, Li Futu replied, though a flicker of hope flickered in his heart. Having a beautiful woman buy him a car was certainly something he wouldn't refuse, but he felt awkward about asking outright. Come on, that car's wrecked beyond driving. Just buy a new one. Finished eating? Yen Ruyu couldn't help but smile as she asked. Li Futu nodded. Finished? Then I'll clean up. Yen Ruyu said as she gathered the bowls and chopsticks and headed into the kitchen. When she came out and saw Li Futu still sitting in the living room, she remarked, it's almost dawn. Aren't you going to sleep? Go rest. You've been busy all day. I was just waiting to come out and say goodnight to you, Li Futu replied with a smile. Good night. Yen Ruyu smiled back, then headed upstairs. After a day of running around, Li Futu felt utterly exhausted. He entered his room and collapsed onto his bed, falling instantly asleep. Chapter 148, Searching for Clues. The next day, a pale white glow appeared on the horizon as the golden sun slowly rose, bathing the world in its radiant light. Sis Luo, why'd you drag me out of bed so early? Xiaogua, you pig-headed thing. Don't you see what time it is? You said you'd sleep early and rise early. But I stayed up late last night, so I deserve to sleep in. Hurry up and get up. I'm taking you downstairs to make breakfast. Sister Ruyu is still asleep, and that jerk Li Futu probably came back really late last night. He's still not awake yet. So now is our golden opportunity to show off our culinary skills. Luo Qingwu barged into Tang Xiaogua's room and yanked the sleepy-eyed girl out of bed without a word. Tang Xiaogua looked utterly reluctant as Luo Qingwu pulled her up. After a quick wash, they headed downstairs. Around 10:30 a.m., Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua split up. Luo Qingwu ran upstairs to wake Yen Ruyu, while Tang Xiaogua knocked on Li Futu's door. Li Futu was deep in slumber when suddenly, he felt a small hand pinch his nose, cutting off his breath. He couldn't help but open his eyes. What met his gaze was Tang Xiaogua's sweet, adorable oval face. He couldn't help but frown and said, Xiaogua? What are you doing in my room this early? Even though you're still young, barging into a man's room like this isn't proper, you know. Tang Xiaogua pouted. Bodyguard brother, what are you saying? Hurry up and get up. Don't you know Sister Luo got up early to make breakfast for you? Come on, get up and eat. Otherwise, Sister Luo will get angry, you know. Xiaowu got up early to make breakfast? That's unprecedented. But I'm not hungry yet. Xiaogua, can't I sleep a little longer? Li Futu spoke up. He'd just eaten a meal at dawn and wasn't particularly hungry now. No way. Bodyguard brother, if you don't get up, I'll go call Sister Luo over here. Tang Xiaogua wouldn't let it go, reaching out to grab Li Futu's arm, determined to drag him out of bed. Li Futu truly felt utterly helpless. With such an unreasonable little girl in the room, there was no way he could continue sleeping. Finally, Li Futu could only rub his still reddened eyes, get up, and put on his clothes. After washing up, he walked into the living room to find Luo Qingwu had also roused Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu clearly hadn't had enough sleep either, her beautiful face radiating a languid, sleepy charm that only added to her alluring appeal. Sister Ruyu, Xiaoguo and I cooked preserved egg and lean pork congee. Please come and try it, Luo Qingwu said with a smile, her beautiful face radiating joy. Little Wu, what's gotten into you? Why the sudden urge to get up and make breakfast? Yen Ruyu asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. I know. Second Miss Xiao said Sister Luo's cooking was inedible, so Sister Luo has resolved to start cooking and stir-frying from now on. She wants to become a virtuous beauty just like Sister Ruyu. Tang Xiaoguo said excitedly. Li Futu smiled and said, well then, let's all go taste Xiaowu's culinary skills. Yen Ruyu smiled too, following Luo Qingwu and the others to the dining table. Luo Qingwu placed bowls of congee before Li Futu and Yen Ruyu, her beautiful, autumn water eyes blinking as she watched them. Go ahead and eat, she said. See how it tastes. Li Futu glanced at Luo Qingwu and her companions, then shifted his gaze to Yen Ruyu. He noticed she was also watching him intently, as if waiting for him to take the first bite. With no other choice, Li Futu resigned himself to being the lab rat. He scooped a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. Instantly, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui's beautiful eyes fixed on him without blinking, their voices urgent. Well? How does it taste? It's okay. Just a bit too salty. Li Futu replied, his expression unchanged. Really? Let me try. Luo Qingwu scooped a spoonful into her mouth. But the moment it touched her tongue, she spat it out immediately. It's so salty. Li Futu, you call this okay? Oh, I like it salty, Li Futu chuckled. Yen Ruyu also took a taste and couldn't help but frown. The porridge wasn't just salty, it had a burnt taste to it. I tasted it while cooking. It shouldn't be this salty. Xiaoguo, did you add more salt? Luo Qingwu's beautiful, autumn water eyes glared at Tang Xiaoguo in annoyance. Tang Xiaoguo looked utterly aggrieved, stammering, Sis Luo, I thought you hadn't added salt, so? Tang Xiaoguo, you silly thing. Why didn't you just ask me if I added salt? Luo Qingwu's face flushed with irritation. She'd risen early hoping to prepare a fragrant pot of porridge, only to have it ruined by Tang Xiaoguo's hands. Alright. Just cook another pot. Yen Ruyu said with a smile. Luo Qingwu's hard-won enthusiasm for cooking this pot of porridge was naturally wasted. Yen Ruyu smiled as she walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast anew. As noon approached, Yen Ruyu and the others had just finished breakfast when the roar of a motorcycle echoed outside Ro's apartment. Guan Yuqi sped in on her exaggeratedly styled, brutally powerful Harley-Davidson. Guan Yuqi rode up, parked her bike, and entered Ro's apartments. She asked immediately, where's Li Futu? Is that guy inside? Hey, Captain Guan. Looking for me? You could have just called me. No need to make a special trip. Makes me feel awkward, Li Futu greeted her with a smile. Li Futu, don't be so smug with me. Watch out, or I'll beat you up. Last night's incident has many unresolved questions I need to ask you about, Guan Yuqi stated. She then turned to Yen Ruyu beside her and continued, Miss Yen, you said you were going to dinner with Zhang Changwei from Hongshuan Company to discuss business, correct? We investigated Zhang Changwei's status at Hongshuan Company and were informed he was dismissed a week ago. What? Zhang Changwei was fired by Hongshuan? How is that possible? Yen Ruyu frowned. Seems the other side moved swiftly, so quickly absolving themselves of all responsibility. Li Futu gave a cold laugh. He turned to Guan Yuqi and said, Captain Guan, I actually have something to discuss with you as well. I'll accompany you. Last night was too rushed, I overlooked an important lead. What clue? Guan Yuqi froze, her gaze shifting to Li Futu. You'll understand once I take you there. I hope it's not too late. Li Futu's eyes flashed with intensity as he spoke. Guan Yuqi knew Li Futu never minced words when it came to matters of principle, so she nodded. Li Futu, are you heading out? Could it be dangerous? Yen Ruyu asked, knowing he intended to investigate last night's kidnapping with Guan Yuqi. Her concern was palpable. Of course not. Don't forget I've got a beautiful law enforcement captain by my side who strikes fear into the hearts of criminals, Li Futu replied with a smile. Then, Li Futu and Guan Yuqi walked out. He climbed onto Guan Yuqi's Harley motorcycle, waved to Yen Ruyu and the others in the villa, and as Guan Yuqi twisted the throttle, the Harley roared to life and sped away. Chapter 149, The Mastermind. Guan Yuqi writing that Harley-Davidson truly gave off an incredibly fierce vibe. A woman commanding such a ruggedly styled motorcycle created a powerful visual impact. Li Futu, where did you say you were going? Guan Yuqi asked. Jinghua Grand Hotel. Li Futu acknowledged the name, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Last night, his immediate priority had been to attend to Yen Ruyu, leaving him little time to ponder many questions. Zhang Changwei had managed to slip the drug into the tea in advance, which meant he must have had accomplices at the Jinghua Hotel. Particularly, the waiter assigned to Zhang Changwei and Yen Ruyu's private room last night was definitely suspicious and needed to be investigated. Jinghua Grand Hotel? We've already investigated the Jinghua Grand Hotel and retrieved the surveillance footage. Yen Ruyu and the implicated Chen Mei were indeed carried out unconscious. Zhang Changwei followed behind. But now both Zhang Changwei and Chen Mei have been murdered, and you killed the kidnappers who took Yen Ruyu last night. This case truly has no leads to pursue, Guan Yuqi stated. Then start investigating the minor players. Zhang Changwei had the means to administer drugs, so Jinghua Hotel must have had accomplices. The waitstaff assigned to Yen Ruyu's private room last night are major suspects. Those servers were likely bribed or coerced beforehand. We might uncover something through them, Li Futu stated. Guan Yuqi's eyes lit up at this. Li Futu, you're right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot this lead. As she spoke, Guan Yuqi twisted the throttle hard. The Harley roared like a beast unleashed, surging forward at breakneck speed. Jinghua Grand Hotel. Guan Yuqi's Harley-Davidson motorcycle sped up and stopped directly in front of the Jinghua Hotel's entrance. Guan Yuqi wore the enforcement squad uniform. The light blue fabric hugged her incredibly sexy, fiery figure. This uniform, overly emphasizing a form-fitting effect, clearly overlooked her actual requirements. Worn by her, it appeared painfully tight, making that spectacular sight even more eye-catching. The receptionists at the Jinghua Hotel entrance froze upon seeing Guan Yuqi in her enforcement uniform. By then, Guan Yuqi and Li Futu had already walked straight into the hotel. A tall beauty in a black business skirt suit approached them. The form-fitting skirt hugged her curvaceous figure, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender legs adorned with black high heels. Her stunning physique alone was captivating, but she also possessed a fair, delicate oval face with striking features. Her luscious red lips curved into a faint smile. Miss Su? Hello. I was just looking for you to ask about something. Li Futu's eyes lit up upon seeing this beauty, recognizing her as Su Han, the Jinghua Hotel's front desk manager he had consulted with the previous night. Ah, it's you. Su Han's beautiful eyes darted, recognizing Li Futu as well. Her gaze shifted to Guan Yuqi as she spoke. Captain Guan, are you here for the investigation or to dine? Our hotel's general manager is aware of last night's incident and has instructed us to fully cooperate with the inquiry. Miss Su, it's like this. Which waitstaff served tea and water in the private room reserved for Zhang Changwei last night? Are they scheduled to work today? We need to ask them a few questions, Li Futu explained. Law enforcement officers already investigated last night. After reviewing the footage, I recognized a waitress named Xiaoyu as the one serving tea and water. But Xiaoyu didn't come to work today, and her phone is turned off. After the guests left that private room last night, the other waitstaff said Xiaoyu left too, Su Han replied. Not at work and unreachable by phone? Do you know her address? Guan Yuqi frowned and asked. Li Futu sighed softly. Captain Guan, there's no need to ask. Even if we knew her address, it wouldn't matter. Guan Yuqi's expression stiffened. She clearly understood Li Futu's implication. If someone had meticulously orchestrated such a conspiracy, they wouldn't have left any obvious clues behind. Take Xiaoyu, for instance. She didn't show up for work today and her phone is unreachable. Trying to find her now would be too late. It's even questionable whether she's still alive. Miss Su, sorry to disturb you, Li Futu said with a smile, looking at Su Han's fair, delicate face. No problem, you're not disturbing me. If there are any further questions, I'll cooperate fully at any time. Su Han smiled, her large, expressive eyes darting toward Li Futu as she spoke. Li Futu nodded, then left the Jinghua Hotel with Guan Yuqi. Old noodle shop. Around noon, Guan Yuqi mentioned she was hungry, so Li Futu brought her to this old noodle shop for a meal. He had once dined here with Qin Rumong. Returning to this roadside eatery housed in a small shopfront, Li Futu couldn't help but recall that woman of unearthly beauty, untouched by worldly concerns. He wondered how she was faring now, whether she was still struggling against her fate. There's basically no leads left to investigate now, Guan Yuqi remarked. Not necessarily. If they failed once, they'll definitely try again. Of course, my goal is to root them out before their next move. Li Futu replied. How do we catch them if they're lying low? Guan Yuqi shot Li Futu a disapproving look from her almond-shaped eyes. Have you looked into Hanshuan Company? What kind of company is it? Li Futu inquired. Hanshuan Company is a subsidiary of the Changxing Group in the capital. They're involved in various businesses, but their main focus is real estate, Guan Yuqi explained. Changsheng Group? Li Futu frowned, a cold glint flashing instantly in his eyes. He recalled that Luo Huijun had once commissioned him to investigate Wei Changsheng, the CEO of Changsheng Group. Hanshuan Company is a subsidiary of Changsheng Group? Does this matter involve Wei Changsheng as well? Seems I'll need to carve out some time to look into this Wei Changsheng. Li Futu, what are you thinking about? Guan Yuqi glanced at him and asked. Nothing. Did you find anything at that repair shop in the suburbs last night? Have you identified those people yet? Li Futu asked in a low voice. Based on preliminary investigations, the repair shop where you exchanged fire last night appears to be one of their bases. However, surveillance has now been established at that location. As for the identities of those you eliminated, we're still investigating. At this point, Guan Yuqi shot Li Futu a look and said, "Didn't you know to take a hostage back then?" Li Futu smiled indifferently. "Do you really think they'd talk if we'd kept one alive? Once captured, those people would choose to kill themselves rather than utter a single word. What kind of organization are they? They're utterly despicable. Who knows what scheme they're plotting against Yenryu?" Guan Yuqi continued, then added, "If we could uncover their true intentions, perhaps we could follow that lead." "You have a point. But all leads are currently cut off. Yenryu doesn't have any known enemies, so uncovering their motives is like searching for a needle in a haystack." Li Futu spoke as the noodles he and Guan Yuqi had ordered arrived. "Let's eat first." Li Futu harbored a suspect he hadn't shared with Guan Yuqi: Su Feiyu. Last night, when Yenryu was in trouble, after he saved her, right there in the repair shop, Guan Yuqi and her people had just arrived when Su Feiyu drove up immediately afterward. Moreover, Su Feiyu had immediately rushed toward Li Futu's car, demanding Yenryu. Setting aside how Su Feiyu knew the incident occurred at that suburban repair shop, the fact that he knew Li Futu had rescued Yenryu was suspicious enough. If Su Feiyu wasn't privy to every detail of this entire affair, how could he be so well informed? Su Feiyu had long harbored feelings for Yenryu, pursuing her relentlessly without success. Therefore, if one were to say that Su Feiyu would take such desperate measures to obtain Yenryu, it would be plausible. Yet Li Futu still harbored a lingering doubt: how could Su Feiyu, newly arrived in the capital, have mobilized so many people so swiftly? Or was there an invisible hand manipulating everything behind Su Feiyu? It was precisely these doubts that kept Li Futu from mentioning Su Feiyu's possible involvement to Guan Yuqi. If he spoke up, Guan Yuqi would inevitably take action and start investigating Su Feiyu, thereby alerting the snake. If Su Feiyu was indeed involved in this affair, he was at best a pawn. The true target Li Futu sought to uncover was the hand manipulating Su Feiyu behind the scenes. Guan Yuqi was eating noodles when her phone suddenly rang. She answered it, and her expression immediately darkened. "There's been an incident at the central bank building. I need to head over immediately." Guan Yuqi hung up, muttered a quick sentence, then hopped onto her Harley motorcycle. Twisting the throttle, she roared forward. Chapter 150, Terrorist Attack. "Hey, Guan Yuqi, why did you just leave? What did you say? Something happened at the central bank building?" Li Futu snapped out of his daze and called out, but the only response was the roar of Guan Yuqi's revving Harley. Li Futu was momentarily speechless. Guan Yuqi had barely eaten half her meal before rushing off on her bike. Whatever situation she received must be urgent. Li Futu frowned, but given Guan Yuqi's line of work, unexpected incidents were likely a daily occurrence. He didn't dwell on it much. Finishing his bowl of noodles, he called the owner over to settle the bill. With Guan Yuqi gone, his only option to return was by taxi. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, standing by the roadside waiting for a cab. Just then, his phone rang. He checked and saw it was Yenryu calling. "Hey, Ryu, what's up? I'm about to hail a cab home." "Ha? Li Futu, you're not with Xiao Wu and the others? Aren't Xiao Wu and the others at home? I clearly went out with Guan Yuqi, how could I be with them?" "Li Futu, here's the thing. After you left with Captain Guan, I had to go to the company. After all, last night's kidnapping incident happened, and I needed to handle some related matters here. At the time, Xiaowu and Xiaogua had also gone out. They're heading to school for registration the day after tomorrow, so they plan to go together to the central bank building to withdraw money. They said they'd call you after getting the money and then come find you. Seeing that nearly an hour had passed, I called you to ask if they'd found you." "Wait, Ryu, what did you just say? Xiaowu and Xiaogua plan to go to the central bank building?" Li Futu's heart skipped a beat as he asked in a low, urgent tone. "Yes. They said they were going to the central bank building. What's wrong?" Yenryu asked over the phone. "Ryu, I understand. I'll go find them and contact you later." Li Futu hung up immediately and dialed Luo Qingwu's phone only to find it turned off. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He immediately dialed Tang Xiugua's number, also turned off. In an instant, an ominous foreboding settled over Li Futu. He had clearly heard Guan Yuqi mention that something had happened at the central bank building, which was why she had rushed off on her bike. Earlier, Yenryu had called him, mentioning that Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua had gone to the central bank building. Could it be that some kind of horrific incident had occurred there? Both Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua's phones were unreachable, switched off, something that would never happen under normal circumstances. Could they have fallen victim to some terrible fate? Li Futu's eyes instantly narrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing the soul. Just then, an empty taxi pulled up. Li Futu lunged forward in a single stride, waving it down. He leaped into the cab and barked at the driver, "To Central Bank Tower. Drive as fast as you can." "Got it." The driver responded, immediately accelerating toward the central bank building. During the ride, Li Futu pulled out his phone and dialed Guan Yuqi's number. However, it kept ringing busy, refusing to connect. This left Li Futu feeling frantic with anxiety. "Driver, go faster," Li Futu urged. "We're already going as fast as we can." "Don't worry, we'll be at the central bank building after the next turn," the driver replied. However, after turning right at the next intersection and speeding along for a while, the taxi driver frowned and said, "They've set up a police cordon up ahead. No vehicles are allowed through. See that building over there? That's the central bank building." No idea what happened, but they've extended the cordon all the way here. "We're only about 100 or 200 meters from the central bank building, but there's simply no way through." "Thanks," Li Futu said, pulling out a 100 yuan bill and handing it over before swiftly opening the door and exiting the vehicle. Central bank building. This 20-story banking tower was now surrounded by law enforcement personnel. Members of the black-clad special operations team stood guard with solemn expressions, rifles at the ready. Roadblocks and security measures were firmly in place around the building. Aside from uniformed officers, no outsiders were present. A heavy, tense atmosphere hung in the air. The building was completely sealed off from all sides. Law enforcement personnel were busy directing panicked evacuees from inside the building to safety. Suddenly, a Harley motorcycle sped into the scene. The rider was none other than Guan Yuqi. After dismounting, she walked straight to a solemn-faced middle-aged man standing at the edge of the scene and said, "Chief Chen, you're here. What exactly happened?" Xiao Guan, the enforcement team received an emergency call reporting a terrorist attack at the central bank building. I was also on duty with the enforcement team at the time and immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, so I came with the team. The situation is extremely critical right now, and we still don't know the status of the hostages inside the building. Judging by the perpetrator's methods, this is an organized terrorist incident. The solemn-faced middle-aged man speaking was Chen Jinfeng, the captain of the Zhifei task force. Terrorists? Guan Yuqi frowned slightly. If it were merely a gang attempting to rob the bank, they would be criminals at worst. But if the intruders within this building were actually terrorists? Reporting to Captain Chen, "Captain Guan, you're here too." After investigation, liquid crystal remote-controlled bombs have been placed on the basement level, first floor, second floor, and third floor of this building. At that moment, a member of the criminal investigation team ran up to Chen Jinfeng and Guan Yuqi and announced, "Remote-controlled bombs?" Guan Yuqi took a deep breath, her expression darkening instantly. "Have the bomb disposal experts arrived on site? Do we have the construction blueprints for the bank building? Which floor are the terrorists hiding on?" Currently, only Old Yang from our criminal investigation team has arrived. He's also an experienced bomb disposal expert. Additionally, 4 other bomb disposal experts are on their way. The CIU officer continued, under the cover of 4 counter-terrorism special forces members, Old Yang has already entered the building and is preparing to carry out the bomb disposal operation. Additionally, 18 members of the counter-terrorism special forces and the criminal investigation team have infiltrated the building in groups, waiting for an opportunity to rescue the hostages inside. Very well. Immediately request backup from the command center. Mobilize every available law enforcement officer. Furthermore, conduct security checks on all individuals evacuated from the building. I fear terrorists might be disguised as ordinary occupants, attempting to slip out. No matter the cost or time, we must thoroughly screen everyone. Not a single terrorist can be overlooked. Guan Yuqi's tone grew stern as she spoke. "Chief Chen, have the terrorists made any demands?" Guan Yuqi asked Chen Jinfeng beside her. Chen Jinfeng's gaze hardened. "We haven't received any communication from them yet. This terrorist incident is highly unusual. I've already contacted the Flying Dragon Special Forces and requested their support. Xiao Guan, the top priorities now are, first, ensure the hostages' safety. Before that, we must not engage the enemy blindly. First, see what their demands are. Second, quickly organize personnel to locate and defuse every liquid crystal bomb in this building. Third, mobilize all snipers to take up concealed positions around the perimeter, coordinating with personnel inside the building to handle any emergencies." "Yes, Commander Chen," Guan Yuqi responded as she walked toward the nearby command console. After arriving, Guan Yuqi picked up a walkie-talkie and announced, "Team 1, this is the command center. Guan here. Any unusual developments?" Reporting to Team Leader Guan, "No abnormalities detected thus far." Team 2, this is the command center. Any unusual activity? Reporting to Team Leader Guan, "No abnormalities detected." Team 6, this is Team Leader Guan. Any unusual activity? Bang! Bang! However, Team 6, which Guan Yuqi had called, gave no response. Instead, the walkie-talkie transmitted a series of gunshots. Team Leader Guan, this is Old Yang. 4 of us from the counter-terrorism special forces have come under enemy fire. A hoarse, low voice crackled over the radio. "Old Yang, if you can't hold them off, fall back. I'm sending reinforcements immediately." Guan Yuqi said in a low voice, then switched the walkie-talkie channel and urgently announced, "Teams 4 and 5, Team 6 is under enemy attack. rushed to their support. With that, Guan Yuqi set down the radio and addressed Chen Jinfeng. Chief Chen, our team inside is engaged in a firefight. I'm going in to assess the situation. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Guan Yuqi charged straight into the central bank building. She drew the pistol strapped to her waist, chambered around, and a frosty chill settled over her exquisitely beautiful face. At that moment, Li Futu had just reached the perimeter cordon surrounding the central bank building. Armed officers stood guard along the entire perimeter, and Li Futu was immediately intercepted as he approached. I have urgent business inside. My people might be trapped in the building, Li Futu said urgently, his eyes sharp and intense. Sir, it's extremely dangerous inside. If you have loved ones trapped, trust our officers to rescue them. Rushing in recklessly won't help, it'll only hinder our rescue efforts, the officer retorted. You're bull. If those inside are really terrorists from the dark world, you'll all get slaughtered no matter how many of you go in. Li Futu roared, a murderous aura radiating from him. He tried to charge forward, but 4 or 5 officers watched him warily, each hand reaching for the pistol holstered at their waist. Li Futu narrowed his eyes. Breaking through would be effortless for someone with his skills, but it would only cause misunderstandings with the enforcement team, something entirely unnecessary. After a moment's thought, Li Futu had no choice but to dial Luo Huijuan's number. Chapter 151, Li Futu's move. Li Futu dialed Luo Huijuan's number. Before he could speak, Luo Huijuan's voice came through. Hey, Futu, I was just about to call you. I tried calling Xiaowu earlier, but her phone's off. I figured I'd call you to see if she's with you. Uncle Luo, Xiaowu and Xiaoguo went to the central bank building. Something happened here, and I tried to go in but was stopped by the enforcement team. Call the relevant people in the enforcement team and tell them to let me in. I suspect Xiaowu and Xiaoguo are trapped inside the building. I need to get in to rescue them. What? Futu, you mean Xiaowu and Xiaoguo are in danger? Uncle Luo, it's not certain yet. But the situation is critical, I need to get inside immediately. Contact the enforcement team's commander. I'm standing just outside the security perimeter on the south side of the central tower. Alright. I'll call Chief Chen immediately. Chen Bo and I will head over right now. With that, Luo Huijun hung up the phone. Li Futu waited anxiously, his eyes flashing with a sharp, icy glint. He couldn't reach Guan Yuqi by phone, nor could he see her anywhere. Otherwise, he could have called her over to get him inside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Li Futu saw a solemn and imposing middle-aged man approaching his direction. As he drew near, the man fixed his gaze on Li Futu and asked, Are you Li Futu? Yes, that's me. Did Uncle Luo call you? Li Futu replied. This middle-aged man was Chen Jinfeng. Nodding, he replied, Correct. I am Chen Jinfeng, captain of the enforcement division. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The situation inside is critical, it's no place for ordinary people. Captain Chen, Uncle Luo's daughter, Luo Qinggu, may be trapped inside the building. As her bodyguard, it is my duty to protect her safety. Therefore, I must go in. Li Futu stated. Chen Jinfeng nodded and gave a signal to the guards stationed around the perimeter. Li Futu then stepped inside. Li Futu, are you certain old Luo's daughter, Qinggu, is inside? Chen Jinfeng asked. Having known Luo Huijun for years, he was deeply concerned upon learning the daughter of his longtime acquaintance was trapped in the building. Besides Luo Qinggu, there's also Tang Xiaoguo. The two had arranged to meet at the central bank building to withdraw money, never expecting this to happen. What's the current situation inside the building? What about Guan Yuqi? Li Futu inquired. This is a heinous terrorist attack. A group of unidentified terrorists infiltrated the building and seized control within minutes. So far, they haven't harmed any innocent bystanders. 99% of the customers and staff inside have been released. However, a few high-level executives within the bank building have been taken hostage. The status of the other hostages remains unclear. If, as you say, Xiaowu and the others are inside, they've likely become targets for the hostage takers. Guan Yuqi has already infiltrated the building. Chen Jinfeng explained the situation inside the building to Li Futu. At that moment, Chen Jinfeng and Li Futu approached the command console. A team member immediately stepped forward and reported, Chief Chen, we've received word that Team Guan is under enemy attack and requesting backup. What? Hand me the walkie-talkie. Chen's expression darkened as he urgently demanded. Immediately, Chen Jinfeng grabbed the walkie-talkie and spoke. This is Commander Chen. Xiaoguan, can you hear me? What's the situation inside? Captain Chen, we've suffered casualties. Send reinforcements immediately. Guan Yuqi's frantic voice came through the walkie-talkie. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the walkie-talkie. Guan Yuqi's voice abruptly cut off. Chen Jinfeng's expression darkened as he shouted, Guan Yuqi! Guan Yuqi! What's going on in there? Yet, not a single sound came back over the radio. Chen Jinfeng's expression darkened as he began directing more personnel to enter the building for the rescue operation. At that moment, Chen Jinfeng looked up and saw Li Futu charging into the central bank building like a raging panther. Li Futu's gaze was icy cold, his eyes tinged with a faint crimson glow. A deep, heavy aura of murderous intent radiated from him. His speed was blinding, like a bolt of lightning as he charged into the central bank building. Xiaowu, Xiaogua, I will rescue you both. If anyone dares touch a single hair on your heads, I'll slaughter them all. Guan Yuqi, you brainless woman with big breasts, how the hell did you get involved in this terrifying incident? You must hold on until I arrive. A blazing fury burned within Li Futu's heart. Inside this building, only 3 people mattered to him, Luo Qingwu, Tang Xiaogua, and Guan Yuqi. As for the rest, their fates were up to heaven. He couldn't spare a thought for them. He would never let anything happen to Luo Qingwu or Tang Xiaogua. As for Guan Yuqi, though he hadn't known this beautiful captain long, their every encounter had been either bickering or outright fighting. Yet he knew she was a woman who clearly distinguished between love and hate. While her temper was fiery, it was simply an expression of her straightforward nature. Thus, despite their constant sparring over this period seeming outwardly like mortal enemies, an unspoken bond had quietly formed between them, a mutual respect bordering on friendship. Consequently, Li Futu didn't want anything to happen to Guan Yuqi. Li Futu instantly charged into the bank building. At that moment, he resembled a cheetah, agile, fierce, composed, and commanding. His cold gaze swept around the first-floor lobby. The elevators were undoubtedly out of commission, so he sprinted straight toward the emergency stairwell. He hoped it wasn't too late, that the person he cared about was still safe. Otherwise, his nature would inevitably drive him to slaughter everyone in the building. 3rd floor. In a corner of the 3rd floor, 2 counter-terrorism SWAT team members lay wounded on the ground. A slender figure darted through the chaos, ordering the others to immediately evacuate the injured pair. It was Guan Yuqi. Old Yang, retreat. Withdraw immediately and wait for backup to arrive. Guan Yuqi addressed an older law enforcement officer in his 50s standing in the corner. Captain Guan, this bomb can be defused immediately. Just give me a little more time. This bomb is extremely dangerous. If it isn't defused, it will detonate in about 20 minutes. The consequences after the explosion are unimaginable. It will affect everyone on this floor and the floors below. Old Yang wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes flashing with determination. He took a deep breath, studying the circuitry of the liquid crystal bomb with intense focus, analyzing which wire to cut. Guan Yuqi's expression darkened. Beside her stood 3 counter-terrorism SWAT team members. The 4 of them occupied 4 positions, their faces grave as they held their guns, vigilant against the surrounding situation. A sharp glint flashed in Guan Yuqi's eyes. During the earlier confrontation, she had only glimpsed a shadowy figure, the assailant's face utterly indistinguishable. Their movements were ghostly and elusive, their whereabouts utterly unpredictable, making them impossible to guard against. Crucially, they were exposed while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Like a bloodthirsty specter, it watched them from the darkness. The moment an opening presented itself, it would strike like a venomous snake, baring its fangs to deliver a fatal blow. Sizzle! At that moment, Old Yang snipped one of the red wires on the liquid crystal bomb. Instantly, the relentless red countdown on the bomb's screen froze. Only then did Old Yang exhale softly. Captain Guan, it worked. Old Yang announced. Retreat. Withdraw immediately. Guan Yuqi ordered decisively. Immediately, Guan Yuqi and 3 other counter-terrorism special forces members shielded Old Yang as they prepared to evacuate the area. Suddenly, Old Yang's gaze shifted as if he'd spotted something. He bellowed, Captain Guan, watch out. Without hesitation, Old Yang lunged toward Guan Yuqi, shoving her several meters away. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by a spray of blood that was horrifying to behold. Old Yang collapsed where he fell, a pool of vivid blood forming beneath him as it gushed relentlessly from his body. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 3 counter-terrorism special forces members raised their guns and fired directly at a wall corner ahead. At that moment, a dark figure flashed from the corner and vanished. Old Yang! Guan Yuqi let out a sharp cry and threw herself onto Lao Yang's body. Old Yang's chest was drenched in crimson as a bullet pierced straight through his chest, sending him crashing into a pool of blood. Guan! Guan team leader, D-danger, retreat quickly. Lao Yang can't work for you anymore. Lao Yang spoke with great difficulty, yet a faint smile lingered in his eyes. The gaze he cast upon Guan Yuqi was like that of a father looking at his child. Old Yang, don't talk. You'll be fine, don't talk. Guan Yuqi stammered incoherently, her beautiful face contorted with profound grief. Wiping tears from her cheeks, she barked at the 3 remaining counter-terrorism special forces members, quick! Escort Old Yang out. No matter what, get him to the hospital. Now! This is my order. Captain Guan, you must evacuate with us, one counter-terrorism team member protested. Didn't you hear my order? Escort Old Yang out. Now! Guan Yuqi shouted hoarsely. Hearing this, the 3 counter-terrorism SWAT team members immediately made their decision. One carried old Yang, while the other two flanked him as they retreated downstairs. Guan Yuqi's gaze sharpened, tinged with grief and fury. Clenching her gun tightly, she charged forward, determined to avenge old Yang. Chapter 152, Danger Approaches. The once bustling, noisy building now felt eerily empty, casting an unsettling sense of foreboding. Between the floors of this building, waves of deep, sharp killing intent surged. A faint scent of blood filled the air, permeating every level and instilling an overwhelming sense of fear and oppression. Tears had dried in Guan Yuqi's eyes. Old Yang was a veteran member of the enforcement team, harmonious, upright, and straightforward. From her very first day joining the team, he had offered her immense support, especially in sharing his experience. Thus, though they were superior and subordinate in their daily work, privately she regarded old Yang as family. He, in turn, treated her like a child, caring for her and helping her grow rapidly since she joined the enforcement team. In that moment of danger, old Yang had selflessly pushed her out of harm's way, taking the bullet meant for her. This filled her heart with profound sorrow. She recalled old Yang once saying that after retiring next year, he planned to take his wife and daughter to the seaside to see the ocean and enjoy his retirement. But now, Guan Yuqi recalled the scene of old Yang lying in a pool of blood, and waves of heartache and bitter anger washed over her. A cold, murderous intent flared in her eyes. She would avenge old Yang. Guan Yuqi charged forward in pursuit. Suddenly, her keen senses detected an eerie presence approaching. Instinctively, she rolled forward while simultaneously firing a shot from her pistol toward the left front. Bang! A dark figure flashed around the left front corner, using the wall to block Guan Yuqi's shot. Rolling to a stop, Guan Yuqi took cover at the stairwell corner. She looked slightly disheveled, her beautiful hair slightly tousled. Her lovely face bore a grave expression, her eyes flashing with a sharp, icy glint. Breathing heavily, she gripped her gun with both hands. After several exchanges, she sensed the enemy's agility and adaptability. Their movements were exceptionally swift. She could tell this group was no ordinary criminal gang. Common criminals simply didn't possess such dexterity and versatility. This was clearly an organized terrorist operation. Suddenly, a dark figure rolled out from the corner ahead. As he tumbled, a silver Browning pistol in his hand fired a rapid burst of shots toward Guan Yuqi. She could only duck behind the staircase corner. The gunfire died down, and Guan Yuqi sprang forward, chasing after the figure with agile speed. As the law enforcement team leader, she had to step forward and not retreat, even if unpredictable dangers lay ahead. She silently calculated that the assailant had exhausted their ammunition. Seizing the moment when the gun was empty or the attacker was reloading, she pursued without hesitation. After closing the gap, Guan Yuqi saw a dark figure dart ahead, sprinting up the emergency stairwell. She fired a shot before giving chase. Pressing herself against the wall, Guan Yuqi sprinted up the staircase. As she rounded the corner, a sudden whistling sound split the air beside her ear, the sharp cut of a dagger slicing through the wind. A shadowy figure materialized like a ghostly apparition, a gleaming dagger slashing horizontally toward Guan Yuqi with terrifying speed. Guan Yuqi's heart clenched. Fortunately, her physical prowess was exceptional, and her flexibility had been honed to perfection. She sprang upward with both feet, her supple waist twisting impossibly mid-air. Her legs slammed against the railing, propelling her body toward the corner window. SSSSH. The cold gleam of the dagger sliced past the side of her cheek. She could feel the icy sharpness transmitted through her skin. Had her reaction been even a fraction slower, blood would have spattered the spot. Then, thud. Guan Yuqi's back slammed hard against the wall at the staircase corner. Instantly, her blood surged violently. A sweet taste filled her throat as a trickle of bright red blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. The force of her legs kicking out in that life or death moment had been immense, and her body couldn't withstand the impact of slamming into the wall. The situation left her no time for hesitation. She sprang back to her feet, finally getting a clear look at her opponent. Before her stood a man clad entirely in black snakeskin armor. His face remained hidden beneath a snakeskin mask that clung tightly to his features, rendering his entire appearance as terrifying as a venomous serpent. Whoosh! A whistling sound filled the air as the snakeskin figure lunged toward Guan Yuqi like a ghostly apparition. A razor-sharp dagger flashed in his hand, gleaming with a cold, venomous glint as it streaked toward Guan Yuqi's throat. Swift and vicious, it was clearly a lethal strike. Guan Yuqi's reflexes and agility were exceptional. In the critical moment, her body slid downward like an eel, her back nearly flat against the ground, narrowly evading the attack. Then, bracing her hands against the floor, she thrust forward with all her might, lifting her right leg to kick at the opponent's midsection. This kick drew upon every ounce of Guan Yuqi's strength, delivered with blinding speed and a cunning precision. Thud! The snakeskin-clad man had charged forward, completely unprepared for Guan Yuqi's reaction. His midsection was struck squarely by the kick, sending his body flying forward to crash onto the ground. Yet, almost the instant his body hit the ground, the snakeskin-clad man bounced back up. He chuckled as if nothing had happened, speaking in broken Longwa dialect. "Hey, little girl, not bad moves. Looks like you're qualified for our life or death game. Dare to chase after us? With that, the snakeskin-clad man flickered away, darting nimbly toward another direction. Guan Yuqi was slightly taken aback. Her kick had been fierce and solid, yet the man had bounced back as if nothing had happened. This astonished her and made her realize just how formidable this opponent was. She absolutely couldn't afford to underestimate him. Guan Yuqi showed no sign of fear. The murderer of old Jiang stood before her. How could she let him escape? Her eyes darkened as she charged forward, relentlessly pursuing the snakeskin-clad man up the emergency stairwell. Third floor. Li Futu had raced up the stairs, moving like the wind yet landing with the stealth of a predatory feline. He observed counter-terrorism special forces members retreating from the building, each carrying wounded comrades. He remained concealed, waiting for them to evacuate before continuing his ascent. Had he revealed himself in this sensitive environment, he risked being mistaken for a terrorist by the counter-terrorism forces. Li Futu sprinted up the third-floor emergency stairwell with blinding speed and agility. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed sharply. A bone-chilling coldness pierced his nerves like needles. He knew danger was upon him. It had already arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Futu braced his feet with explosive force. His entire body shot upward, propelling him into the air. Instantly, his feet struck the handrail beside his right hand. Using that momentum, he launched himself upward once more. Bang! The instant his body arched upward, a burly man clad in black combat gear materialized at the stairwell entrance. A pistol clenched in his hand, he fired a shot toward the spot Li Futu had just occupied. However, the shot fired by the heavily built man in black missed its mark. A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's eyes. He had clearly heard footsteps ascending the stairwell moments ago. He had materialized instantly and fired without hesitation. Yet now, as he scanned the stairwell, it stood utterly empty. Had he seen a ghost? Suddenly. Whoosh! A lithe figure plunged from midair, hurtling toward the man with lightning speed and thunderous force. The dark-clad warrior's expression darkened. Just as he raised his gun, the figure's right leg swept out horizontally, striking the warrior's gun-wielding wrist with brutal force. Thud! The black-clad man felt a sharp numbness in his right wrist, and the gun slipped from his grasp, flying away. Clearly a seasoned opponent, the man in black sprang backward, retreating 2 steps. As he steadied his gaze, he found himself facing a young man of imposing stature, his eyes gleaming with a chilling, heart-stopping coldness. It was Li Futu. From the dark world? Li Futu fixed his gaze on the dark-clad figure, his eyes blazing with a cold light thick with bloodlust. He spoke in English, enunciating each word deliberately. Chapter 153, Fighting His Way Up. The heavily built man in black wore a black cloth mask, revealing only a pair of cold, merciless eyes and crimson lips. Upon hearing Li Futu's words, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before being swallowed by a wave of icy murderous intent. He grinned savagely, his voice dripping with malice. You know of the dark world? It seems the holy sect of Azura has found a kindred spirit here. Pity your fate remains death. As he spoke, the burly figure in black armor charged directly at Li Futu. Despite his imposing stature, his movements were astonishingly swift. He raised his massive iron fist and swung it with devastating force toward Li Futu. The Azura sect? Some upstart organization from the dark world? Back when I ruled the dark world, your group wasn't even a blip on the radar. And you dare speak of my death? How laughable. Li Futu sneered coldly, meeting the attack head-on. Facing the fist hurtling toward him, he met it with a fierce counterpunch. Boom! Their fists collided with explosive force. The immense power unleashed by both men clashed in the void, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated deafeningly. The burly man in black armor instantly paled. He knew his own strength was formidable, yet in that single exchange, he realized he hadn't gained the slightest advantage. Instead, his right arm went numb and stiff, forced back by the overwhelming explosive force erupting from Li Futu's body. A wave of shock washed over him. An opponent who could so completely outmatch him in raw power was an extremely rare occurrence. Then, to his dismay, Li Futu charged forward once more, closing the distance with blinding speed. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the black-clad, muscular man. His eyes blazed with murderous rage as he channeled every ounce of strength into his body. Veins like earthworms bulged across his arms as immense power surged within him. With another roar, he swung his fist forward in a devastating strike. Furious dragon shattering army fist. Li Futu's gaze darkened. His right fist erupted with overwhelming force, unleashing a terrifying, ferocious power that seemed to ignite the very air around it with crackling sounds. Li Futu's fist resembled a colossal dragon emerging from the void, dominating all in its path. It carried a momentum capable of shattering armies, charging forward with overwhelming force. Boom! The collision of their fists erupted in a thunderous roar. The black-clad warriors' attack shattered like ice under the spring sun against Li Futu's assault, utterly crushed by the fury of his dragon-shattering fist. Li Futu's fist strike showed no sign of slowing, ultimately crashing directly into the chest of the black-clad, muscular man. Thud! The heavily armored man in black couldn't help but open his mouth, spewing forth a mouthful of bright red blood. His eyes widened in utter terror, fear reaching its peak. Whoosh! Li Futu moved again. Before the retreating, heavily armored man in black could steady himself, Li Futu surged forward. His outstretched right arm darted forward like a serpent, his right hand curled into a dragon claw, instantly clamping down on the man's throat. Where are the hostages you've taken? Li Futu demanded coldly. A cold glint flashed in the black-clad man's eyes. His right arm swung up, aiming to deliver a horizontal elbow strike at Li Futu behind him. A murderous intent flashed in Li Futu's eyes. Wrapping his grip around the man's right arm, he unleashed a tremendous burst of force. With a single twist, he snapped the man's throat clean off. Li Futu dropped the man's body, his gaze turning icy as he continued to creep forward. He never imagined that it was indeed the bloodthirsty extremists of the dark world who had seized this central bank building. The Azura Gate Holy Cult? What kind of organization was this? What were their motives? The arrival of these dark world operatives had indeed stirred the killing intent within him. In an instant, Li Futu felt as though he had returned to that world steeped in bloodshed, slaughter, and cruelty. His only path forward was to fight his way up. Li Futu sensed an unusual aura approaching from ahead. An adversary was moving toward him with steady, light, and agile steps. His gaze turned cold as his entire body went rigid and motionless, his own aura completely concealed. Hidden in the corner of a wall, Li Futu strained his ears, listening intently to the faint footsteps drawing nearer. This figure belonged to the same group as the black-clad warrior he had just slain. Li Futu heard the approaching figure softly calling out to his companion. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Li Futu burst from the wall corner. He saw a man moving cautiously, a Browning pistol in hand, speaking into a walkie-talkie microphone, attempting to contact his partner. In that instant, the man saw a figure dart past him like lightning, so fast it made his heart leap into his throat. By the time he regained his senses, the shadow had already streaked past him and appeared behind his back. The man instinctively whipped his head around, raising his gun. The instant his neck moved to turn backward, he saw a crimson gash split open his throat. Immediately, a jet of bright red blood erupted from his throat, spraying into the air. Fast. It was truly too fast. Li Futu instantly sprinted past the man, not once glancing back. Clutching the crimson slaughter blade still dripping fresh blood, his gaze icy, he continued racing up the stairs. Guan Yuqi, where exactly are you? Li Futu couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't seen Guan Yuqi retreat, she must still be on a higher floor. He had no choice but to pursue her upward. The remaining hostages in the building, including Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua, were likely confined to the highest floors. As he scanned each level he passed, finding no sign of the abducted hostages, he had no choice but to fight his way upward. 12th floor. Guan Yuqi's face was etched with murderous intent as she relentlessly pursued the man clad in snakeskin. His movements were astonishingly agile, as nimble as a serpent. In truth, within the Azura Gate Holy Cult organization, he bore the moniker Black Mamba. Guan Yuqi gradually sensed he was treating her like a game, or deliberately luring her somewhere. His attack struck without warning, yet he avoided prolonged combat, always dashing upward after each strike. Whoosh! Suddenly, as Guan Yuqi charged around a corner in the stairwell ahead, a cold, gleaming blade shot toward her from the landing. Simultaneously, Black Mamba himself dove headlong at her. Guan Yuqi's heart sank, but she remained composed. The baton in her hand swept out horizontally, meeting the direction from which the whistling sound had come. Thud! Guan Yuqi's baton blocked the dagger strike, but before she could swing back, Black Mamba's agile form sprang upward, vanishing up the stairs. Hey, sweetheart, over here. Come hunt me down. Black Mamba's broken Mandarin echoed from ahead, his tone dripping with mockery. Rage and murderous intent filled Guan Yuqi's heart as she charged forward. Her pistol was empty, leaving only her service baton as a weapon. Thus, in this game of chase and kill between Guan Yuqi and Black Mamba, Guan Yuqi charged all the way to the highest floor of the central bank building, the 20th floor. Upon reaching the 20th floor, Guan Yuqi found the hallway eerily empty. Yet, faint voices drifted from a conference room ahead, its door ajar. Guan Yuqi's eyes narrowed. Pressing herself against the wall, she crept forward cautiously. Just as she reached the conference room door, preparing to peek inside, a Western accent suddenly spoke in Mandarin. It seems another participant has joined our Azura sect's sacred ritual, the life or death combat game dedicated to the Holy Maiden. Why hasn't the guest revealed themselves yet? There are 18 hostages here. If they don't show themselves by the count of 3, I'll begin the slaughter. Guan Yuqi's face paled at these words. Hostages? The hostages are being held in this conference room? Chapter 154, Blood Sacrifice to the Holy Maiden. 1. 2. Inside the conference room, a man's voice counted aloud. His tone was cold and utterly devoid of emotion, speaking in a dragon tongue that wasn't entirely pure, his voice reaching the pinnacle of indifference. Guan Yuqi sensed waves of icy, sharp killing intent emanating directly from the conference room, along with the low sobs of hostages clearly terrified beyond measure. Don't harm the hostages. Guan Yuqi roared, her face hardening as she materialized instantly. Raising both hands high, she scanned the conference room and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The conference room was large, filled with numerous people. Among them were the 12 elite counter-terrorism SWAT team members who had infiltrated the building first. However, 4 SWAT team members lay dead on the floor, clearly already killed. The hostages were held at the back of the room, guarded by 2 terrorists wielding submachine guns. Among them, Guan Yuqi suddenly recognized 2 familiar faces, Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua. Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua crouched on the floor, their beautiful faces etched with terror and unease. Tears glistened in Tang Xiaogua's large, watery eyes, while Luo Qingguo remained remarkably composed, softly reassuring Tang Xiaogua despite the lingering fear in her own eyes. Besides Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaogua, other hostages were present, men and women alike, mostly elderly. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be high-ranking executives from the bank building. Many of the women, overcome by terror, were quietly sobbing. "Welcome, beautiful lady. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jack One-Eyed Jack, Deacon of the Great Azura Gate Holy Order. My duty is to select suitable candidates for holy maidens across your nation's major cities. This splendid city marks my first stop. Little did I expect to attract such a large contingent of your law enforcement. Alas, your officers prove far too weak to compare with my team. This place shall become the battlefield where my Shura Gate holy cult sacrifices the holy maiden. Only a maiden baptized in blood is worthy to be offered to our great Shura bishop." A Western man in a black suit, with golden hair and a black eye patch over his right eye, spoke. "What did you say? What Azura Gate holy cult? What blood sacrifice of a holy maiden? You are already surrounded. I demand you release all hostages." Guan Yuqi's tone was icy, her face showing not a trace of fear. "Apologies, perhaps my Mandarin isn't quite fluent enough, causing some communication issues. Shall I repeat myself? I've always been quite patient with beauties." One-Eyed Jack smiled faintly, his sole remaining left eye flashing a sharp gleam as he looked at Guan Yuqi. "I ordered you to release all hostages immediately. You're surrounded, there's no escape." Guan Yuqi's voice remained icy. No. Beautiful lady, it seems you haven't grasped my meaning. Since you've come here, you must abide by my rules. Otherwise, I might just kill the hostages." One-Eyed Jack chuckled, adding, "This is an arena. To let my chosen prospective saint witness the might and glory of my holy cult, you and your team can participate in this arena. Unarmed combat or melee weapons excluding firearms until one side is killed. For every one of my men who falls in battle, I'll release one hostage. Got it?" One-Eyed Jack's tone turned icy. His patience seemed to have run out. "Hey, buddy, bring up the first holy maiden I've chosen." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a burly man strode heavily toward the hostage. He walked straight up to Luo Qingguo and grabbed her by the arm, yanking her to her feet. Tang Xiaogua, standing beside Sister Luo, cried out and reached to grab Luo Qingguo's arm. The burly man's eyes turned icy as the gun in his hand pointed directly at Tang Xiaogua's head, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Don't hurt her!" Luo Qingguo screamed, lunging forward recklessly to wrestle the gun from his grasp. "Don't harm the hostage. I'll join your game." Guan Yuqi's heart sank as she urgently spoke up. "Buddy, take it easy. Don't scare the saint I've got my eye on," One-Eyed Jack interjected. The burly man's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately lowered his gun, shoved Tang Xiaogua to the ground, and dragged Luo Qingguo forward. "Sis Luo!" Tang Xiaogua cried out, tears welling in her eyes as terror gripped her heart. "Xiaogua, don't be afraid. We'll be fine. We absolutely will be. Li Futu will come to save us." Luo Qingguo clenched her teeth, her normally unflappable demeanor now betraying tears welling in her own eyes. "Miss Luo, don't be afraid. Everything will be fine." Guan Yuqi could only offer hollow reassurance. She and the remaining 8 counter-terrorism squad members dared not make a single move. The hostages were in the hands of these men. Any unusual action would trigger these cold-blooded terrorists to open fire instantly. "Don't be afraid. You are so beautiful. Only such breathtaking beauty qualifies you to be chosen as one of the holy maidens of our great Shura sect organization. If you are fortunate enough to be favored by the Shura bishop, you will become one of the esteemed holy mothers, and I will obey your every command." One-Eyed Jack approached Luo Qingguo, his tone unusually soft. Luo Qingguo trembled all over as she listened to Jack's voice. She felt as though he were a demon, radiating an aura that filled her with dread and terror. To become a holy maiden worthy of offering oneself to the Azura bishop, one must undergo the baptism of a blood sacrifice. The life or death combat that follows is undoubtedly the best way. Therefore, you must watch carefully. Remember, being offered to the Azura bishop will be the greatest honor of your life. One-Eyed Jack spoke, then turned his gaze toward Guan Yuqi and the counter-terrorism special forces members waiting next. He asked, "Who will be the first to challenge my team member, Giant Bear?" No sooner had One-Eyed Jack finished speaking than the man known as Giant Bear stepped directly into the center of the arena. Broad-shouldered and sturdy, standing a full 1.9 meters tall, he was tall and burly, truly resembling the terrifying form of a giant bear. "I'll take him on." A counter-terrorism special forces member stepped forward. Facing the colossal figure before him, his frame appeared frail in comparison. Yet his face bore an unwavering resolve, showing not a trace of fear or retreat. Excellent. Begin the fight. What an intriguing match. As One-Eyed Jack spoke, he suddenly seemed to receive some information. His expression froze, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, Black Mamba, Wolf Fawn, Blazing Wind. It seems another opponent wishes to join our game. Go find him. Our team below is encountering some trouble. No sooner had the words left his mouth than three figures materialized in the conference room. Among them was Black Mamba, whom Guan Yuchi had been relentlessly pursuing. Another figure stood there, his gaze icy and a grim smile perpetually fixed on his lips. Two long, sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, seemingly deliberately fitted Wolf Fong. The third person wore a uniform of fiery crimson, his eyes blazing with a mad, intense light. In his hand, he gripped a serrated scythe. The three of them sprang into action the moment they heard One-Eyed Jack's words, already charging out of the conference room. The life or death struggle had already begun inside the conference room. The bear-like figure, massive and imposing, advanced step by step toward the counter-terrorism SWAT team member. With each heavy footfall, the entire floor seemed to tremble, an utterly terrifying sight. Roar! The counter-terrorism commando roared, charging at the giant bear like a raging panther. He unleashed the hand-to-hand combat techniques honed in his unit, striking out at the bear with devastating force. Thud! 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 The bear didn't even flinch at the barrage of punches. He let them land on his body, making only one move. He stretched out his arms and grabbed the approaching counter-terrorism soldier, pulling him into a bear hug. Ha! The bear let out a savage laugh. Possessing terrifying strength, it wrapped its right arm around the counter-terrorism soldier's neck and twisted. Snap! After the bear released his grip, the counter-terrorism commando's body collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless. Xiao Lu! A rugged man with a composed expression roared from within the counter-terrorism squad, his eyes turning bloodshot. He was none other than Wang Hu, the squad leader for this operation. Next. Who will challenge the bear? One-Eyed Jack's cold voice echoed through the conference room. Fifth floor. Whoosh! A figure darted past with the agility of a dragon. A man from the Azura Gate Holy Sect, lurking on the 15th floor, hadn't even registered the sudden whoosh of wind before a hand shot out, clamping down on his gun-wielding wrist with deadly precision. The man's tendons were seized, rendering him utterly immobilized. The gun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. The Shura sect member instinctively swung a left punch toward his side, but a fist faster than his own struck his face. Thud! Blood spattered as the Shura sect man flew backward, streams of blood gushing from his nose and mouth. His body twitched a few times before going completely still. Li Futu finally revealed himself, his gaze cold as he stared at the corpse. His face showed no emotion whatsoever. Along this path of slaughter, he had already eliminated 20 opponents from the Azura Gate Holy Cult. Li Futu glanced up at the upper floor, preparing to continue his ascent, when suddenly, three powerful and dangerous auras closed in on him. Chapter 155, The Butcher's Might. A sharp, icy glint suddenly flashed in Li Futu's eyes. These three approaching auras were several times more powerful than those of the Azura sect Holy Cult opponents he had slain earlier. They carried an intensely dark aura, chilling and wicked, drenched in the scent of blood. The main force has arrived? At least these three opponents are somewhat worthy. Li Futu sneered coldly within. His angular face remained as steady as a mountain, his eyes holding in extreme calm. Yet the concealed, profound killing intent emanating from them was terrifying to behold. Li Futu's form shot forward, darting toward the side wall of an office to his right. His movement was lightning fast, as agile and silent as a tiger. In this moment, he had already transformed into the butcher who once slaughtered enemies in the dark world, hands stained with blood, overwhelmingly powerful, unstoppable. Whoosh! 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 The moment Li Futu shifted and vanished to the other side, three figures surged forward to encircle him. Their movements were lightning fast, each radiating an intense, sharp killing intent. When they charged in and found Li Futu gone, their expressions froze in shock. These three were none other than Black Mamba, Wolf Fawn, and Blazing Wind. After Black Mamba and the others appeared, their eyes scanned the surroundings coldly. Naturally, they saw the corpse lying face down ahead, their comrade from the Azura sect Holy Cult organization. Black Mamba's eyes immediately darkened. He probed the surrounding auras, seeking to pinpoint his opponent's positions. Yet, to his astonishment, despite his keen perception, he detected not a single trace of their presence. Similarly, Wolf Fong and Blazing Wind also failed to detect the enemy's presence. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of astonishment and confusion in each other's eyes. In that very instant, they felt as though a pair of cold, piercing eyes were fixed upon them from behind, clearly treating them as prey. "Are you looking for me?" A detached, icy voice suddenly echoed through the air. All three men paled, turning their heads in unison toward the source of the sound. There, Li Futu emerged slowly, his stride steady and powerful. He walked with the confidence of someone taking a leisurely stroll in the garden, radiating an aura of absolute control. Li Futu's gaze was cold as he surveyed the three before him. The deep, sharp killing intent he concealed was terrifying. Noticing none of them carried firearms, he stepped forward openly. He knew that to continue ascending to the upper floors, he must first overcome these three. Black Mamba, Wolf, and Blazing Wind each fixed Li Futu with a pair of cold, murderous eyes, as if he were their prey. To have fought his way up to the 15th floor, he clearly possessed some skill. Wolf Fang suddenly spoke, revealing the sharp fangs in his mouth. It was said that these very fangs had repeatedly torn 2 bloody holes in his opponent's throats, allowing him to slowly savor their deaths as they bled out. His combat strength is roughly 60. At least he's far stronger than those so-called special forces teams upstairs. Li Feng observed Li Futu and remarked, "In that case, wouldn't this man be eligible to participate in our life or death game?" Black Mamba remarked with a mocking tone. "He probably won't want to," Wolf Fang sneered coldly. "Then we'll just have to hunt him down." Li Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. Their conversation among the three of them treated Li Futu as nothing more than prey in their hands, utterly brazen, as if they were pronouncing his death sentence. Li Futu's expression remained unmoved. From their words, however, he gleaned crucial intelligence. The mention of a special forces team above likely referred to Guan Yuqi and her squad. Likewise, the hostages were also up there, including Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaohua. The Azura Gate Holy Cult? Since you've crossed me, this organization has no place remaining in the underworld. Li Futu spoke coldly, advancing step by step toward Black Mamba and his men. Heh, who do you think you are? Some blood-soaked butcher? Even a butcher wouldn't dare speak like that. Especially since you're not even one. Black Mamba sneered, his body surging forward as he charged straight at Li Futu. Simultaneously, Wolf Fang and Blazing Wind sprang into action, flanking Li Futu from 2 directions. The trio instantly formed a triangular encirclement, their coordinated assault closing in on Li Futu with deadly precision. Shoo! Black Mamba charged first, his razor-sharp dagger darting toward Li Futu with a deceptively precise angle, a lethal strike designed to finish him in one blow. Li Futu's expression remained unchanged. As the dagger approached, his feet shifted abruptly. Like a dragon gliding through water, he evaded the strike perfectly. His left hand shot out, serpentine and agile, locking onto Black Mamba's arm. Black Mamba's eyes widened in surprise. Instantly, he witnessed Li Futu's entire body contort in an unnatural twist. The arm slipped free from Li Futu's grasp, his body slithering like a snake, joints supple and boneless, twisting with effortless fluidity. Boom! Wolf Fang's assault arrived abruptly. His fist slammed toward Li Futu's left side with overwhelming force, carrying a terrifying power that seemed intent on knocking Li Futu flat with a single blow. Li Futu raised his arm horizontally, blocking Wolf Fang's punch. His feet shifted instantly, darting slightly to the right to evade the razor-edged scythe that Li Feng had swung at him from behind. The first coordinated attack by Black Mamba and his 2 companions failed to faze Li Futu in the slightest. A hint of astonishment flickered in their eyes. In their estimation, few in the capital of the Dragon Nation could withstand their combined might. They believed that aside from members of the nation's most enigmatic organization, the Dragon Soul, no one should be able to resist their joint assault. Could this man before them be from the Dragon Soul? Time to end this fight. Li Futu declared coldly. He had no desire to waste further time with Black Mamba and his 2 companions. His entire body surged forward, charging directly at Black Mamba. His charge was as swift as thunder. Even Black Mamba, who prided himself on his speed, couldn't react in time. Li Futu was already upon him. Kill! Black Mamba growled darkly. His dagger slashed upward from below, then his right arm twisted impossibly mid-strike. The blade transformed into a straight, diagonal thrust aimed squarely at Li Futu's throat. A cold smile touched Li Futu's lips. His body flickered violently, and in an instant, agile as a dragon, he darted to Black Mamba's side. The dagger thrust forward by Black Mamba struck only Li Futu's afterimage. Furious Dragon Breaker Fist, slaughtering thousands of soldiers. Li Futu roared, his right fist unleashing a thunderous force as it slammed toward Black Mamba. The sheer speed of the punch left Black Mamba no chance to react. The explosive force unleashed was nothing short of torrential and colossal, crashing into Black Mamba's body. Boom! Black Mamba couldn't dodge in time, getting smashed squarely by Li Futu's fist. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying backward by the overwhelming force. In an instant, Li Futu reached out and seized Black Mamba's right foot. His voice was cold as ice. Your body is as light and agile as a snake, as if you have no joints, is that so? Then I'll treat you like a dead snake. With that, Li Futu swung Black Mamba's right foot like a giant windmill, slamming him into the ground mid-air. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed as Black Mamba's head struck the ground first, pounded relentlessly by Li Futu's overwhelming force. As Li Futu released his grip, Black Mamba truly became like a dead snake, slumping lifelessly to the ground. Blood slowly trickled from the corners of his mouth. Wolf Fang and Blazing Wind were charging toward Li Futu. Witnessing that scene, their eyes instantly darkened. To them, Li Futu's act of hoisting Black Mamba's body and smashing it into the ground was utterly horrifying, leaving them utterly stunned. Now it's your turn. Li Futu declared coldly, his form shifting as he charged directly toward Wolf Fong and Blazing Wind. 20th floor, conference room. Who's next to fight the giant bear? One-Eye Jack's gaze was cold yet amused as he looked at Guan Yuqi and the counter-terrorism special forces team members. A hint of bloodthirsty cruelty curled his lips. The hostages behind them grew increasingly terrified. To them, Guan Yuqi and the SWAT team members were their only hope for rescue. They watched helplessly as one by one, the SWAT team members were brutally killed by the enemy. With each death, their hope crumbled a little more, their hearts sinking deeper into despair. Tang Xiaogui clenched her jaw, fighting back tears. This scene was too terrifying and bloody for a girl who hadn't even turned 18 yet. She was filled with dread, worried for herself and for Luo Qingwu. Yet, a faint hope lingered in her heart that Li Futu would descend like a god once more, just as he had last time, and rescue them. Luo Qingwu felt the same. The enemy had declared her the chosen holy maiden, a title that filled her only with terror and unease. Yet she remained outwardly strong, her fists clenched tight as she silently repeated one name in her mind, Li Futu. I'll handle this. Upon hearing One-Eye Jack's words, Guan Yuqi stepped forward, her face twisted with murderous intent as she glared at the colossal bear before them. Captain Guan, let me handle this. This man killed many of my brothers. As their captain, I must personally avenge their deaths. Anti-terrorism squad Captain Wang Hu stepped forward to block Guan Yuqi. His tiger-like eyes blazed with intense fury and murderous intent. Chapter 156, I Am the Butcher. Part 1. 20th floor, conference room. Anti-terrorism special forces Captain Wang Hu stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on the mountain-like figure of giant bear. A flash of furious killing intent erupted from him. This opponent had consecutively killed several of his brothers in the counter-terrorism unit. The grief and fury in his heart were unbearable. The explosive rage and killing intent surging within him demanded the elimination of this enemy to appease his burning hatred. The giant bear narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up his opponent. His arms tensed with sudden power, causing every joint in his body to crackle. A savage aura radiated from him, thick with the blood-soaked stench of the underworld. Roar! The giant bear's thunderous roar shook the air. A savage power erupted from his body as he charged toward Wang Hu like a battle-ready tank. Whoosh! Whoosh! After charging forward, the giant bear swung his elbows like massive hammers, unleashing a barrage of dense, overwhelmingly fierce strikes aimed directly at Wang Hu. A grave expression settled over Wang Hu's face. As the captain of the counter-terrorism special forces, he had been rigorously selected from China's elite special forces units, excelling in every aspect including close-quarters combat skills. He could immediately recognize that this imposing opponent was also a former special forces operative. The man's attacks were fierce and savage, radiating a terrifying explosive power. Confronting him head-on with brute strength would be foolish. Thus, Wang Hu suddenly charged toward the giant bear. His right arm shot out horizontally, forcibly blocking the bear's dual elbow strikes. Immediately afterward, he planted his left hand firmly on the ground, and his right leg swept out like a whirlwind. Wang Hu's sweeping kick carried immense force, the wind howling as his leg cut through the air with fierce, overwhelming power. Thud! Wang Hu's kick struck the giant bear's right leg, yet it felt to him as if he had struck a steel plate. Any other opponent would have been sent tumbling to the ground by such a strike, yet the bear's massive frame merely swayed twice. The bear narrowed its eyes. The look it gave Wang Hu now held no trace of contempt. Yet the stronger Wang Hu proved, the more it ignited the savage killing intent and battle fervor within him. He craved the thrill of personally slaying formidable foes, not mere cannon fodder. Ha! A raspy, gut-wrenching roar tore from the bear's throat. Stabilizing its stance, its mountain-like frame surged forward once more toward Wang Hu. Its right arm swept out with blinding speed and overwhelming force, carrying a palpable sense of savage power. Wang Hu was inwardly shocked. The sheer strength of this opponent made his expression grow even more solemn, yet it also ignited the fierce fighting spirit within him. Kill! Wang Hu roared, charging forward. He blocked the giant bear's sweeping arm with his bare hands, then launched his right fist upward in a lightning-fast strike aimed directly at the bear's jaw. A sharp gleam flashed in the bear's eyes. Its left arm countered Wang Hu's hook punch, then both arms suddenly closed in, wrapping around Wang Hu's entire body. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Wang Hu's eyes. The bear intended to repeat its earlier tactic, using the same method it had employed to kill one of his teammates to finish him off. In that instant, Wang Hu did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he charged forward toward the bear. Just as the bear's arms closed around his body, a cold gleam flashed from Wang Hu's right hand. SSSSH. A piercing sound rang out. The giant bear's arms clamped tightly around Wang Hu's body, yet the military knife Wang Hu had drawn in that instant was thrust directly into the bear's heart. The tighter the bear clamped down, the deeper the dagger sank into its heart. The bear's expression twisted. Instantly, it let out a savage roar, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Its arm shot up, aiming to clamp around Wang Hu's neck and wrench it clean off. Wang Hu roared back, his body springing upward as his knees buckled. He thrust the tops of his knees into the bear's chest, using the recoil to break free from its grasp. Roar! The bear's furious roar erupted. The failure to secure Wang Hu's neck ignited a blazing rage within him. He swung his right leg out in a sweeping kick aimed directly at Wang Hu. Thud! Wang Hu's body was struck by the bear's sweeping kick, sending him flying backward. At the same moment, the military knife clenched in his right hand was wrenched free from the bear's chest. SSSSH. A crimson fountain of blood immediately spurted from the bear's heart. Drops of fresh blood still dripped from the military knife clutched in Wang Hu's hand as he lay on the ground. Wang Hu was also in a bad way, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He sprang to his feet instantly, for in that moment, the giant bear, utterly disregarding its wounds, began advancing toward him step by step. The bear's face was contorted with fury, its eyes bloodshot, a terrifying killing intent radiating from its body. It roared and charged at Wang Hu, seemingly determined to drag him down with it even if it meant its own demise. Wang Hu's fighting spirit blazed fiercely. He lunged forward to meet the bear head-on, sheathing his military knife and engaging the beast bare-handed. He fought the bear with all his might, driving punch after punch into the wound on its chest. The relentless barrage of blows caused the fatal wound on the bear's chest to gush blood, while its movements and strength gradually weakened. During this struggle, Wang Hu sustained new injuries. He was startled by the bear's resilience. An ordinary person would have died instantly from a bayonet thrust through the heart, yet the bear fought on, refusing to fall. Such formidable vitality was truly astonishing. Boom! Finally, Wang Hu blocked the bear's attack with his arm. He delivered a powerful front kick, striking the bear squarely in the chest. The massive beast crashed to the ground with a thud. It struggled to rise once more, but after a few futile attempts, it could no longer move. It was finally dead. Crack! 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 What a spectacular fight! This warrior deserves my applause. One-Eyed Jack chuckled, then his expression turned grave as he coldly declared, "Mario, it's your turn." No sooner had One-Eyed Jack finished speaking than a short, stocky man rose to his feet. He radiated a suffocating aura of dark, bloodthirsty energy. His eyes were a dull gray, cold and merciless, his piercing gaze fixed on Wang Hu. "I'll take this fight," Guan Yuqi declared, her eyes fixed on Mario as he stepped forward. "No! No!" One-Eyed Jack shook his head. "My lovely lady, you must abide by the rules of the game. The victor must accept the challenge of the next contender until death. Of course, if he possesses the strength to keep winning, he will not die. One of my team members has already been killed. Per the rules, I may release one hostage. However, the identity of this fortunate hostage shall be determined by the holy maiden I have chosen." One-Eyed Jack smiled as he walked directly before Luo Qingwu, who was gritting her teeth to suppress her fear and panic. He said with a grin, "Esteemed holy maiden, for this round, which hostage would you wish to see leave alive?" The moment One-Eyed Jack finished speaking, all the hostages including Tang Xiaogui instantly turned their gaze toward Luo Qingwu. Undoubtedly, this was an agonizing choice. One-Eyed Jack intended for Luo Qingwu, a mere young woman, to make this decision. His goal was to systematically shatter all her emotions and feelings, ultimately ensnaring her mind within the grasp of his Shura sect holy cult organization. Luo Qingwu lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the hostages. She saw pairs of eyes fixed on her, filled with desperate pleading. For a moment, she lost her composure. If she had to choose, she would undoubtedly choose Xiaogua. Yet the pleading, despairing gazes of the others struck her pure, kind heart with overwhelming force. Unable to hold back any longer, crystalline tears streamed freely down her cheeks. 15th floor. Li Futu violently swung Black Mamba's body, slamming it onto the ground. The fallen figure lay motionless, utterly lifeless. His gaze turned icy as he charged straight toward the remaining Wolf Fong and Blazing Wind. Wolf Fong and Blazing Wind were utterly stunned. Li Futu's power and terror far exceeded their wildest expectations. Moments ago, they had regarded him as meat on the chopping block, ready for their slaughter. Yet in the blink of an eye, Li Futu had brutally and decisively obliterated one of their opponents. Furious dragon shattering army fist, dragon battles in the wilderness. Li Futu roared furiously, his entire body surging forward to confront Wolf Fong. The overwhelming explosive power within him erupted, unleashing the wild dragon battle technique, a move he had forged by synthesizing the strengths of various fist arts into his unique Mad Dragon Breaker fist. A single punch erupted like a raging dragon roaring across the wilderness, carrying the force of 1,000 charging armies as it slammed toward Wolf Fong, overwhelming, unstoppable, and utterly devastating. Wolf Fong's heart lurched. He could feel the colossal, terrifying aura erupting from Li Futu, like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. It brought immense pressure and a powerful shadow of death. In that moment, he finally grasped that the strength of this opponent before him far exceeded his previous imagination 100-fold. Yet, facing Li Futu's overwhelmingly powerful punch, he had no choice but to unleash his own strongest strike to meet the onslaught head-on. Chapter 157, I Am the Butcher. Part 2. Wolf Fong roared. Though he sensed the terrifying killing intent radiating from Li Futu and the overwhelming momentum of his fist strike, he had no retreat left. He could only charge forward with a howl, meeting Li Futu's devastating punch head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Li Futu's fury-fueled dragon-shattering fist, carrying boundless, overwhelming power, slammed into Wolf Fang's defiantly raised fist. In an instant, Wolf Fang's expression twisted. He could feel the overwhelming force surging from Li Futu's punch, a shockwave that sent his body reeling backward, numbing his entire right arm. This outcome stunned him. Few opponents could force him back with a single punch, yet here stood one before him. Ironically, he had previously regarded this opponent with overconfidence, treating him like fish on a cutting board, ready to be carved up at will. Li Futu, already bloodthirsty, prepared to press his advantage and strike at Wolf Fang. Suddenly, a cold, menacing gleam shot toward him, aiming straight for his vital points. Li Futu's eyes darkened. His body flickered in an instant, narrowly evading Li Feng's ghostly attack, a serrated scythe slashing in from the right. War Axe Bullet Leg. Li Futu roared, his right leg sweeping upward with a speed so astonishing it defied belief. Like a battle axe, it sliced and swept through the air. Thus, Li Futu named this leg technique the battle axe bullet kick, truly sweeping out like a bullet, leaving no time for defense. Li Feng's expression flickered slightly. His serrated sickle, having missed its surprise strike, was too late to retract and counter Li Futu's sweeping right leg. Instinctively, his left arm shot out horizontally to block beside his left side. Thud! Li Futu's kick struck Li Feng's blocking arm squarely. Under the immense, terrifying force of the strike, Li Feng's body staggered backward several steps, his face contorting with both shock and fury. Even though he had managed to block Li Futu's bullet-fast sweeping kick with his arm, the immense force sent a wave of numbness and stiffness through his right arm. His entire body staggered backward uncontrollably. Yet Li Futu paid no heed to Li Feng. At that moment, Wolf Fang's face contorted into a savage grimace, his two sharp fangs gleaming coldly exposed. Like an enraged, wounded lone wolf, he charged directly at Li Futu. He unleashed his most formidable strength and fist techniques, bombarding Li Futu with a storm of fists as fierce as a raging tempest. Furious punches rained down relentlessly, savage and unyielding. A colossal force erupted as he charged toward Li Futu with reckless abandon. "I hate your teeth," Li Futu uttered coldly. He suddenly closed the distance, unleashing the overwhelming assault of the frenzied dragon-shattering army fist. He had always favored countering violence with violence, force with force. Thus, the terrifying explosive power within him erupted directly, surging with overwhelming force as his fist swept toward Wolf Fang like a tidal wave crushing down. In an instant, Wolf Fang's punches crumbled under Li Futu's even more ferocious and overwhelming force and momentum. His body recoiled relentlessly, until finally, the heaven-piercing cannon, one of the 8 great techniques of Bagwazang. At that moment, Li Futu unleashed the overwhelming offensive of Bagwazang with astonishing ferocity. Bajiquan, the most fierce and powerful style within Chinese martial arts, possessed colossal force and explosive power. As the saying went, in the realm of literature, Taijiquan brings peace to the world. In the realm of martial arts, Bajiquan stabilizes the heavens. This alone spoke to the explosive ferocity and overwhelming might of Bajiquan. The moment the heaven-piercing cannon technique erupted, it charged forward like a cannonball. The sheer force of the strike was terrifying, its explosive power savage and fierce. The surrounding air seemed to shatter under the impact, emitting a series of wailing sounds. Boom! Li Futu's single punch shattered all of Wolf Fang's attacks, his massive fist striking the beast's face with brutal precision. In an instant, Wolf Fang let out a blood-curdling scream. His 2 fangs took the brunt of the blow, snapping clean off. Not only that, his entire face was crushed flat, reduced to a bloody mess. Blood gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Finally, Wolf Fang's body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His entire body still twitched uncontrollably, but after a few desperate struggles, all movement ceased. He was dead. SSSSH. A sharp, icy wind, thick with murderous intent, whistled past Li Futu's right neck. A serrated scythe sliced through the air at blinding speed, aiming straight for his throat. If struck by this razor-sharp scythe, Li Futu's entire neck would be severed. The attack was swift and utterly unforeseen. Li Futu remained unflustered. A crimson blade flash erupted from his right hand, meeting the speeding scythe head-on. Clang! Li Futu's blood-red slaughter blade in his right hand blocked Li Feng's saw-toothed scythe. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the barbs on the blade's back hooked onto the scythe's teeth. Failing to land his strike, Li Feng instinctively tried to pull the scythe back. But the saw teeth were already snagged by the barbs on Li Futu's blade, making it impossible to retract. His eyes flashed with panic as he attempted to drop the weapon and retreat, yet he was still a step too slow. Whoosh! Li Futu's right leg swept out horizontally, executing the war axe bullet retreat stance with blinding speed. It struck like a war axe, aiming directly for Li Feng's side. Thud! Li Feng had no time to dodge. Li Futu's powerful sweeping kick struck him squarely, sending his entire body flying backward. Blood gushed from his mouth as he coughed. It seemed as though Li Futu's kick had severed his waist cleanly. Collapsing to the ground, he was utterly unable to rise for the moment. Li Futu's face was icy cold, his eyes flashing with a sharp, intense murderous intent as he stepped forward toward Li Feng. Deep terror filled Li Feng's eyes. As he stared at Li Futu's face, the corner of his eye caught sight of the blood-stained slaughtering blade clutched in Li Futu's hand. In that instant, Li Feng's pupils contracted violently. As if witnessing the most terrifying sight imaginable, his eyes filled with utter dread and terror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He stammered out in a quivering voice, a blood-stained slaughtering blade? Why, you are. Indeed, I am the butcher. Li Futu picked up on Li Feng's words, a cold smile curling his lips. Then, the blood-stained slaughterer's blade in his hand flashed a crimson blade aura, striking straight for Li Feng's throat. SSSSH. Blood spattered everywhere, a jet of crimson blood shooting from the wound, blooming into blossoms of red. 20th floor, conference room. One-eyed Jack's gaze flickered with an eerie coldness as he studied Luo Qingwu's tear-streaked, exquisite face. A faint smile touched his lips. Honorable Holy Maiden, he said, could it be you wish to release none of these hostages? Shut up. I'm no saintess. Luo Qingwu roared, her teeth clenched. Facing One-eyed Jack, this demonic terrorist, she didn't know where she found the courage to shout back. But after the words left her mouth, her heart felt lighter, the suppressed fear finally vented. Sister Luo, I won't leave. If you don't go, I won't either. I'm staying with you. Tang Xiaoguo looked at Luo Qingwu, her voice choked with emotion yet tinged with unwavering resolve. Xiaoguo. Luo Qingwu clenched her jaw. She understood that Tang Xiaoguo was saying this to spare her the dilemma, to avoid making her agonize over the decision to release the hostage. But Luo Qingwu knew she wasn't some noble savior. If there was even a sliver of hope, she would naturally ensure Tang Xiaoguo escaped unharmed. As for the others, well, that was fate. She wasn't a savior, not grand enough to prioritize others over her closest ally, Tang Xiaoguo. Just as Luo Qingwu was about to voice her decision, Guan Yuqi suddenly lunged forward, her voice icy. She's still a young girl. How could you think like that? You're nothing but a monster. If you're so brave, fight me. I challenge you. One-eyed Jack, incensed by Luo Qingwu's earlier rebuke, had already ignited a murderous rage within him. Had Luo Qingwu not been the holy maiden he had chosen, he would have unleashed a bloodbath long ago. Now that Guan Yuqi had stepped forward, he vented his pent-up rage. His eyes turned icy, and a bloodthirsty grin spread across his lips as he declared, I'll grant your death wish. With that, One-eyed Jack charged toward Guan Yuqi with lightning speed. As he closed in, he swept out a devastating kick. Guan Yui's heart sank. The terrifying aura emanating from him was unsettling. But she gritted her teeth. With no time to dodge, she could only raise her arms to shield her chest against One-eyed Jack's kick. Thud! A thunderous impact sent Guan Yuqi flying backward, her body skimming the ground. A faint trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was utterly horrified. The strength of this one-eyed man was terrifying beyond measure. A murderous glint flashed in One-eyed Jack's gaze as he lunged toward Guan Yuqi. Suddenly, bang! The conference room door shattered into pieces under a single kick. A towering figure emerged like a god or demon, his black hair whipping wildly. His eyes were icy, yet a lazy smile played at the corners of his mouth. Glancing around the room, he spoke in a carefree, indifferent tone. Damn it, heard there's a fun game going on here? How could I be left out? Count me in, how about it? Chapter 158, The Bloodthirsty Butcher. The lazy, carefree voice echoed throughout the conference room, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Li Futu. Luo Qingwu was the first to spot Li Futu standing by the doorway, his presence as imposing as a god or demon descending. The moment she saw him, her heart nearly leapt out of her throat, a surge of exhilaration washing over her entire body. All traces of fear, dread, and panic vanished, replaced by a surge of hope, as if she had glimpsed the dawn of salvation. Her heart pounded wildly, urging her to rush toward Li Futu regardless of the consequences. Yet she held herself back, not even uttering a sound, merely whispering his name silently in her mind. She knew the burly man stood beside her. Calling out Li Futu's name would draw his attention, and any resulting disturbance could jeopardize Li Futu's mission. Luo Qingwu displayed remarkable composure. Despite the urgency in her heart, she masterfully reined in the turmoil churning within her. Li Futu, how did you get here? It's dangerous. Guan Yuqi blurted out in shock. She never imagined Li Futu would appear here, leaving her utterly bewildered. Tang Xiaoguo also spotted Li Futu. Her tear-streaked, delicate face flushed with excitement. She pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, fixed unwaveringly on Li Futu standing by the doorway. One-eyed Jack's gaze turned cold as he turned to look at Li Futu. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The fact that this man had appeared here meant that the 3 Black Mambas he had sent out earlier were all dead. Could one man have taken down Black Mamba and his 2 companions in such a short time? One-eyed Jack found it hard to believe, yet he dismissed the thought. With so many hostages held captive, what could the man possibly do? Besides, One-eyed Jack didn't believe this man before him possessed greater strength than his own. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome another master to my game. One-Eyed Jack smiled, then his tone turned cold. But before that, let's finish this fight with this beauty first. As he spoke, One-Eyed Jack charged toward Guan Yuqi once more. A surge of rage burned within him, and he intended to vent his murderous fury through more killing. Thus, he charged at Guan Yuqi like a whirlwind, a colossal force erupting from his body as he unleashed a devastating punch toward her. Guan Yuqi's expression froze. The overwhelming, forced-out momentum radiating from her opponent filled her with dread, powerful and savage. The fist hurtled toward her, completely engulfing her entire body. Even the air around her seemed to be distorted by the force unleashed by that punch, rendering her utterly unable to move an inch. The sheer dominance, raw ferocity, and deadly intent radiating from that punch sent a chill of mortal danger through Guan Yuqi. Her face drained of color, she simply couldn't block One-Eyed Jack's full-force strike. Only now did she realize the vast gulf in skill between herself and terrorists like One-Eyed Jack. They were simply not on the same level. Watching One-Eyed Jack's fist hurtle toward her, Guan Yuqi wanted to fight back. But the sheer speed of his punch left her utterly unable to react. She could only watch. Watch as that fist closed in on her body, knowing she would bid this world a permanent farewell. At that critical moment. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Guan Yuqi closed her eyes, yet strangely, she felt no injury or pain whatsoever. She snapped her eyes open to find a towering figure standing directly before her. A hand, bulging with veins and radiating terrifying strength, had blocked One-Eyed Jack's devastating blow. Li Futu. Guan Yuqi stammered, her lips parting in surprise. It was indeed Li Futu who had appeared before her just in time. A blood-red glint flashed in Li Futu's eyes, erupting with a murderous intent. His right arm shot out horizontally. The bulging veins on that arm revealed just how immense and terrifying the force unleashed was. Otherwise, he could never have so steadily blocked One-Eyed Jack's devastating punch. One-Eyed Jack froze. He looked up at Li Futu, a flicker of shock in his eyes. He couldn't believe this man had not only charged faster than him but also blocked his punch. His gaze locked with Li Futu's, meeting the man's blood-red, murderous eyes. Somehow, a chill instantly surged through his heart. As if suddenly realizing something, he opened his mouth to give orders to his men. But abruptly, a series of sharp, piercing sounds echoed through the air. SSSH. 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 It was the sound of Li Futu's shoe soles scraping against the ground, sharp and piercing. To One-Eyed Jack's ears, it sounded like the summoning call of death itself. With his formidable strength, he knew all too well that only an unimaginably terrifying force, about to erupt, could produce such a sound from the sole of a shoe scraping against the ground. He tried to retreat, but it was already too late. In that instant, Li Futu's right shoulder slammed forward, colliding with his body. A surge of frenzied power erupted. Li Futu let out a low growl as his own first wave of frenzied power erupted, his entire lowered right shoulder crashing into One-Eyed Jack's body. Bajiquan, mountain leaning attack. Li Futu unleashed the leaning against the mountain attack from Bagwazang, unleashing the first tier of his frenzied power. This frenzied force was an additional surge of savage power Li Futu ignited atop his own strength, which he termed the first tier of frenzied power. Once unleashed, it was as if Li Futu's accumulated strength had been layered with this frenzied force, forming two colossal energies that collided directly with One-Eyed Jack. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent One-Eyed Jack flying forward. He felt every rib in his chest snap under the terrifying assault, blood gushing from his mouth in great gulps. Whoosh! In that instant, Li Futu's body sprang forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward the burly man standing beside Luo Qingwu. His speed was nothing short of unparalleled. The burly man had already holstered his gun. By the time he regained his senses and reached for it again, a blood-stained slaughter blade had already plunged into his throat, piercing through his entire throat and instantly ending his life. Simultaneously, Li Futu flicked his left hand, sending two gleaming blades shooting backward toward two members of the Azura Gate Holy Cult standing guard with guns, holding hostages. Before they could react, muffled groans escaped their throats as they instinctively clutched their necks, sharp shards of glass now embedded in their throats. Whoosh! Li Futu's figure shifted again, charging toward a man standing nearby. Besides him, another member of the Azura Gate Holy Cult remained on the scene, Mario, who was preparing to fight Wang Hu. Such a sudden turn of events unfolded with astonishing speed, happening in the blink of an eye, leaving one struggling to comprehend it. Kill! Wang Hu was the first to react. Seeing Mario reach for his gun, he lunged directly at him. Guan Yuqi snapped out of it too, charging toward Mario immediately. The rest of the counter-terrorism special forces team also surged toward him. Boom! Li Futu's killing intent ignited. A cold, bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes as a thick, almost tangible aura of murderous bloodlust radiated from him. He looked like a grim reaper risen from the depths of hell. Li Futu unleashed his first tier of berserk power. This fury combined with his already overwhelming explosive strength, generating a force capable of slaughtering a polar bear in an instant. It was with this overwhelming force that he unleashed the frenzied dragon army shattering fist. His single strike, capable of slaughtering 1,000 soldiers, slammed directly toward the man. The man couldn't even attempt to block. Crushed by Li Futu's overwhelming force, he was sent flying by a single punch. Li Futu pursued relentlessly. As the man's body hit the ground, Li Futu crushed his throat with a single stomp, a move that radiated sheer dominance and ruthlessness. Bodyguard brother. Tang Xiaohua called out. Li Futu had just charged to a spot not far from her. Her big, sparkling eyes fixed on him as she couldn't help but cry out. Ha, so our little Xiaohua can cry too? But even when she cries, she looks adorable. Li Futu smiled. He noticed that Mario had already been subdued by Wang Hu and Guan Yuqi, so he relaxed considerably. Luo Qingwu's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Li Futu, her body trembling slightly from sheer terror. Finally, she couldn't hold back a sob and threw herself into Li Futu's arms, clinging tightly to him. Though Luo Qingwu had turned 18, she remained a pure and kind-hearted young woman, a child sheltered since birth. How could she have ever witnessed such a bloody scene? How could she have endured such a situation? Were it not for her innate resilience, any other pampered rich girl would have fainted long ago. Remarkably, upon seeing Li Futu come to their rescue, she remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic or abnormal reactions. Had she instead screamed Li Futu's name or charged forward recklessly, the Shura sex agents would surely have acted immediately, likely opening fire without hesitation. Now that the danger had passed, she released the terror she'd suppressed deep inside through sobs and tears. Chapter 159, Crisis Averted. Xiao Wu, it's okay now. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Li Futu spoke softly, patting Luo Qingwu's back as he continued, Xiaowu, Xiaohua, stay right here. I'll get you out of here in a moment. Among the Shura sect members present, those who should be killed were dead. The sole survivor, Mario, was pinned to the ground by Wang Hu and 7 or 8 others, unable to move. Li Futu strode directly toward One-Eyed Jack. His eyes flashed with a sharp, icy glint as he stared at Jack's deathly pale, bluish face. One-Eyed Jack was utterly incapacitated. His sternum was shattered, the broken bones piercing straight through his lungs. He could only wait silently for death to claim him. One-Eyed Jack's eyes, filled with terror, fixed on Li Futu as he approached. From Li Futu's presence, he sensed a powerful, overwhelming aura of dread that made him tremble uncontrollably. Who are you? You carry the thick aura of the dark world. Who exactly are you? One-Eyed Jack asked, speaking in English this time. The Azura Gate Holy Cult? Li Futu murmured coldly, his voice hushed. A flash of icy light flickered in his eyes as he seized One-Eyed Jack's throat. Speak, he demanded, each syllable deliberate. What is your purpose here? What motivates this operation? Hearing Li Futu's words, One-Eyed Jack's expression changed. He seemed to recall a legendary figure from the underworld, his eyes immediately revealing shock and terror. He forced a hoarse, agonized laugh, saying, I know now. I know who you are. You're the butcher, the bloodthirsty butcher. The bishop once said the butcher might be from the Dragon Nation. Only the butcher could defeat me in a single strike. The butcher, hailed as the strongest man alive, I've finally witnessed your terror. You are the butcher. You must be the butcher. Li Futu's eyes flashed with sharp intensity as he clamped his hand around One-Eyed Jack's throat. You still haven't answered my question, he said coldly. My great bishop sought to select a holy maiden from the mysterious eastern realm. Though my mission failed this time, stronger ones will come. And I, One-Eyed Jack, dying by your hand, butcher, feels nothing but honor. Not a shred of shame. For you are the butcher who makes the entire dark world tremble. But the bishop of our Shura sect holy order is the greatest of all. Butcher, even if you are powerful, you will die in the end. One-Eyed Jack cackled savagely, his eyes blazing with madness. Li Futu's gaze darkened. He sensed movement behind him. Instantly, he tightened his right hand, ending One-Eyed Jack's life prematurely. Li Futu, why did you kill him? I still needed his testimony. Guan Yuqi's voice echoed from behind. Li Futu's gaze turned impassively to Guan Yuqi's slightly pale face. He replied, these people all come from the dark world. Bringing them back is useless, you won't get anything out of them. Besides, I've severely wounded this one. He won't last more than a few minutes. You might as well release the one you subdued. He's likely already taken his own life. These terrorists don't value their own lives. When defeated, they choose death as their form of loyalty. What? Guan Yuqi's expression changed upon hearing this, and she hurriedly turned to look at Mario pinned to the ground. Wang Hu and the others also heard Li Futu's words. They turned Mario's body over and saw a trickle of black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He had already passed away. Who are these people? Guan Yuqi couldn't help but speak aloud. How could they be so extreme and terrifying? Stop talking to yourself. Let's save people first. This building is still dangerous, don't forget there are plenty of time bombs here. Li Futu said calmly. He walked over to Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua, took their hands, and said, let's go. Guan Yuqi's pretty face froze upon hearing Li Futu's words. More than a dozen hostages, hands bound, were still crouched on the ground ahead. She immediately protested, quickly save them. Contact the command center below immediately. The crisis has been resolved. Dispatch rescue personnel to come up right away. outside the central bank building. The perimeter of the central bank building remained under strict security, the atmosphere tense and grim. Law enforcement teams stood guard, weapons at the ready. Chen Jinfeng's face was etched with grave concern. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, his expression a mix of anxiety and unease. Luo Huijun. Old Chen, what's the latest? What's really going on inside? Xiao Wu and Xiao Gua are still trapped in there. I'm itching to charge in myself. Luo Huijun spoke, his voice thick with desperate urgency. His face seemed to have aged visibly under the weight of his anguish. Old Luo, don't panic. We've already dispatched the Filong Special Forces team. I'm confident the hostages will be rescued. Xiao Wu and Xiao Guo will be fine. Chen Jinfeng replied. Mr. Luo, Director Chen is right. We can't rush this. Little Li went in, didn't he? Perhaps things aren't as bad as they seem. Qin Bo, standing beside Luo Huijun, offered reassurance. I hope Xiao Wu and Xiao Gui are safe. If anything happens to Xiao Wu, I wouldn't have the face to meet her mother. Xu Elian left us too soon. I can't let Xiao Wu leave me too. I absolutely can't. Luo Huijuan's voice was heavy with urgency, and tears glistened in his eyes usually sharp and ruthless in the business world. Chief Chen, we've received a call for backup from Chief Guan. He reports all terrorists inside have been neutralized, and the immediate threat is over. We need to send a team in for hostage rescue immediately. An officer rushed up to Chen Jinfeng, his voice urgent. The crisis is over? All hostages are safe? Quick, what are we waiting for? Dispatch the rescue team immediately to save them. Chen Jinfeng ordered instantly. Old Chen, the hostages inside were rescued? Xiao Wu, I have to go in and find Xiao Wu. Luo Huijun, overcome with excitement upon hearing the news, rushed headlong toward the building. Just as he reached the building entrance, he saw three figures emerging from inside. Li Futu was leading the shaken Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui out, one on each arm. Xiao Wu. Luo Huijun froze, unable to believe his eyes. Then, overcome with emotion, he rushed forward. Xiao Wu, Xiaogua, you're both safe. That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Dad. Uncle Luo. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua cried out upon seeing Luo Huijun, sprinting toward him. Luo Huijun pulled Luo Qinggu tightly into his embrace, as if afraid she might vanish if he loosened his grip. Tears welled up in his eyes as he repeated, Xiao Wu, it's okay now. It's okay. Xiaogua, don't be afraid. As long as you're both safe, that's all that matters. Li Futu watched silently from the side before speaking up, Uncle Luo, this building is still dangerous. We should leave immediately. Luo Huijuan's expression stiffened at the words. He nodded urgently. Futu, thank you. Truly, thank you. It's an immense honor to have you serve as bodyguard for Xiao Wu and the others. Uncle Luo, no need for such formalities. Let's get out of here first, Li Futu said with a smile. Luo Huijun nodded, taking Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua by the hand as they walked forward. This crisis had been averted, and both Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua were safe and sound. Li Futu breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet a shadow still lingered over his heart. The dying words of One-Eyed Jack echoed in his mind. Though he knew little about the Azura sect holy cult, judging by the methods and skills of men like Jack, this organization was clearly no ordinary group. It was foreseeable that this crisis was merely the beginning. More of this organization's members would come seeking revenge in the future. How had such an organization suddenly emerged? Had the balance of the underworld been shattered, poised to ignite a new wave of chaos? Whatever the case, just don't come looking for trouble. If you do, I'll make sure you never return. Li Futu silently vowed to himself, his icy eyes flashing with a distinct glint of murderous intent. Though he knew turbulent days lay ahead, he was prepared. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua were safe and sound, filling Luo Huijun with immense relief. After informing Chen Jinfeng, he departed with Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua. Rescue operations at the central bank building continued, mobilizing bomb disposal teams from across the capital to defuse the explosives planted within. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. Each remotely controlled liquid crystal bomb was successfully disarmed, and no hostages were harmed. Yet, aside from Guan Yuqi, Wang Hu, and the counter-terrorism special forces team, few knew that Li Futu's intervention was the true catalyst that defused this crisis. Had Li Futu not charged in with overwhelming force, instantly taking down One-Eyed Jack and seizing control of the entire scene with decisive action, the crisis at the central bank building would still be unresolved. Given One-Eyed Jack's ruthless nature, the entire building might well have been reduced to rubble. Thus, Li Futu was the unsung hero who averted this catastrophic event. As rescue teams gradually evacuated the hostages from the central bank building, Guan Yuqi also emerged. She walked out of the building alongside Wang Hu and the other members of the counter-terrorism special forces team, while the injured were transported to the hospital. Every single terrorist who invaded the central bank building was killed, most of them by Li Futu alone, truly astonishing. Several members of the law enforcement and special operations teams had also made the ultimate sacrifice. Consequently, Guan Yuqi and Wang Hu's expressions remained solemn and grave, tinged with profound sorrow. Chapter 160, The Unseen Hero. Chief Chen, where is Li Futu? Did he leave early? Why can't we see him anywhere? Guan Yuqi approached Chen Jinfeng and asked. Chen Jinfeng replied, Xiao Guan, this operation was a resounding success overall. We averted a catastrophe. That young man, Li Futu, left with old Luo and the rescued hostages, including Xiao Wu. What? Li Futu left? Commander Chen, this crisis was resolved entirely because of Li Futu. If not for his intervention, Captain Wang, myself, and everyone else would have perished inside. The hostages wouldn't have been rescued either. Guan Yuqi stated. What? Chen Jinfeng's voice betrayed utter astonishment as he froze in place. Thinking back, the moment Li Futu entered the central bank building, the situation which had been firmly controlled by the terrorists began to shift. In the end, Li Futu led Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui out first. From this, it could be deduced that only after Li Futu had fully controlled the situation could he bring out Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui ahead of time. So it was this young man who played the pivotal role. No wonder old Luo entrusted his daughter to him with such confidence. Chen Jinfeng murmured to himself. Right, Commander Chen, old Yang was shot. How is he now? Guan Yuqi, thinking of old Yang, asked urgently. A flicker of sorrow crossed Chen Jinfeng's eyes. He shook his head, sighed softly, and said, Old Yang sacrificed himself. After he was brought out and loaded into the ambulance, I feel so guilty toward old Yang. Comrade old Yang was a veteran team member. He was supposed to retire next year, but he never got to step down safely from his post. What? Old Yang, he's dead? Guan Yuqi felt as if struck by lightning. The news hit her like a thunderclap. Her body stumbled backward involuntarily, and glistening tears welled up in her almond-shaped eyes. It's my fault. If old Yang hadn't tried to save me, he wouldn't have been shot. I dragged old Yang down. Tears spilled from Guan Yuqi's eyes, and she began to sob uncontrollably. Xiao Guan, the dead cannot be brought back. I feel your grief deeply. I too am heartbroken. No one wants to see such things happen. But the departed are gone. Old Yang's spirit will live on. We must not betray that spirit. The road ahead still lies before us. Chen Jinfeng took a deep breath and patted Guan Yuqi's shoulder. I will avenge old Yang. Guan Yuqi declared, as if suddenly remembering something. I'm going after Li Futu, only he knows who those men really are. With that, she mounted her Harley motorcycle and sped away. Xiao Guan. Chen Jinfeng called out, then shook his head inside. Rose Apartments. Yan Ruyu later learned about the incident Luo Qinggu and the others had faced at the central bank building. She hurriedly drove back. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui had calmed down by the time they returned home, but the memory of the scene still sent shivers down their spines, a trace of terror lingering in their eyes. Xiaowu, Xiaogui, what happened? Are you both okay? Yan Ruyu asked urgently upon returning. Sister Ruyu, we were held hostage by bad guys. They had guns and even killed people. It was so terrifying, Tang Xiaogui pouted as she spoke. What? Such a thing happened? Yan Ruyu froze, her beautiful face etched with shock and lingering fear. Luo Huijun murmured thoughtfully before saying, terrorists attacked the central bank building, taking numerous hostages including Xiao Wu and the others. I only learned of this after receiving a call from Futu. Fortunately, Futu managed to rescue Xiao Wu and Xiaogui safely. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Futu, I truly can't thank you enough. Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes held a hint of deep affection as she also looked at Li Futu, her gaze brimming with gratitude. Though she and Li Futu were usually like adversaries who couldn't stand each other, always clashing and making her seethe with anger, it was precisely this man who always appeared when she needed help. He always stepped forward when she faced danger, risking his life to rescue them. Though Luo Qingwu was willful, she knew clearly who she loved and hated. She understood that if not for Li Futu, neither she nor Tang Xiaogui would have been rescued so safely. Naturally, a thread of gratitude toward Li Futu stirred within her heart. Thank goodness bodyguard brothers showed up to save us. Otherwise, Sister Luo and I would still be in the hands of those villains, Tang Xiaogui said. Her eyes then twinkled as she looked at Li Futu with admiration. Bodyguard brother was so cool back then. He charged in alone. I was just staring blankly when I looked up. Hey, all those bad guys were already down. Li Futu, thank you. Luo Qingwu chimed in. Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. Though she hadn't witnessed the incident herself, the descriptions made it clear the situation had been extraordinarily perilous. It was only thanks to Li Futu's timely intervention that Luo Qingwu and the others had been saved. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Li Futu merely smiled indifferently. As long as Xiao Wu and Xiao Gui are safe, that's all that matters. No need for thanks, it's simply my duty. Oh, right, Uncle Luo, there is one thing I feel quite sorry about. Luo Huijun paused, then chuckled. Futu, you're being too formal. Just tell me what's on your mind. No need for apologies, there's nothing to feel bad about. Li Futu scratched his head. That Audi you lent me. I barely drove it for a few days before it broke down. I really feel bad about that. Luo Huijun froze, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Futu, Futu. I thought it was something serious, but it's just this? It's wrecked, so it's wrecked. It's just a car, no big deal. I'll get you another one soon. Use it without worry. If you wreck that one too, I'll get you another. Uncle Luo, you shouldn't encourage me like this. It'll give me bad habits with cars, Li Futu chuckled. Yen Ruyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Futu. This guy always brought up nonsensical things when the mood was serious. She'd already said she'd buy him a car, yet he insisted on bringing this up. Everyone must be hungry. How about this, let's go out for dinner tonight. We'll hit a fancy restaurant and have a proper feast. Luo Huijun suggested, then turned to Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua. Xiaogua, what happened is in the past. Don't dwell on it, it'll only weigh you down. Just think of it as a bad dream. I'll take you out to eat, drink, and have fun. Let's forget all the unpleasantness. Great idea. I'm not scared anyway as long as my bodyguard brother is here, I'm fearless. Tang Xiaogua laughed. Luo Qinggu also flashed a smile, her previously suppressed fear gradually easing. After Luo Huijun made the suggestion, everyone prepared to head out. They were going to the Crown Hotel for a nice meal, partly to help Xiaowu and Xiaogua shake off their nerves. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua changed into fresh clothes. They both felt their previous outfits carried a pungent, blood-like scent, so they changed before joining Luo Huijun and the others. Just as Li Futu and the others were about to drive away from Ro's apartments, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. They saw Guan Yuqi speeding toward them on her Harley motorcycle, screeching to a halt right before the iron gate of Ro's apartments. Chapter 161, Guan Yuqi's Inquiries. Li Futu was about to get into Yen Ruyu's car when Guan Yuqi's sudden appearance made him pause. His expression shifted as he spoke up. Captain Guan, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the scene? Hello, Mr. Luo. Guan Yuqi walked straight over, exchanged greetings with Luo Huijun, then turned her gaze to Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua. Miss Luo, Xiaogua, I'm so relieved you're both unharmed. Sister Guan, thank you for rescuing us, Luo Qinggu said. Beautiful sister, you're so brave. I really admire you, Tang Xiaogua added with a smile. Guan Yuqi smiled back, then turned to Li Futu with a serious expression. Li Futu, I need to speak with you. Captain Guan, your timing couldn't be worse. I was just about to go out for dinner with Uncle Luo and the others. Now you want to talk? Can't this wait until after we eat? Li Futu retorted. Li Futu, I need to speak with you now. Guan Yuqi's tone was firm, showing no sign of backing down. Luo Huijun chuckled. Little Guan, I'm taking my daughter and the others out to dinner. Why don't you join us? We owe this smooth resolution entirely to the assistance of your enforcement team. Mr. Luo, I'm truly sorry. I'm afraid I'm unavailable today, I have matters to attend to. I only need to ask Li Futu a few questions, Guan Yuqi replied. Li Futu froze. He could see Guan Yuqi's resolve and knew full well the temperament of this fierce woman. Once she set her mind on something, not even 10 oxen or 10 planes could turn her back. He took a deep breath and said, Uncle Luo, why don't you head over to the hotel first? I'll join you later. By the time I get there, the dishes might just be served. All right. We'll head over first. If you have time later, Xiao Guan, come join Futu for dinner. Luo Huijun smiled. Captain Guan, please come inside to discuss matters, Li Futu said with a smile, leading Guan Yuqi into the Rose apartment. Li Futu, first, I want to thank you for everything you did today, Guan Yuqi said sincerely. You didn't just save me, you saved countless lives and averted a catastrophe. Li Futu smiled faintly. No need for such lofty words. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. I only did what I had to do. If there hadn't been someone I needed to protect, I wouldn't have gone in looking for trouble. So when you say I saved others, it was just their luck. I didn't go in intending to rescue them. Guan Yuqi's expression stiffened upon hearing this. She glanced at Li Futu and said, regardless, they were saved because of you. It's only right that I thank you. I know you went in for Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua, right? You can count yourself in that too. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Don't get me wrong, if something did happen to you, who would I collect that few $100 you owe me from? And if you were gone, I'd lose one more beautiful law enforcement officer I know. Li Futu said with a smile. Li Futu, no matter what, I still need to thank you. But now, I need your help. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow and resolve flashed in Guan Yuqi's eyes. Ha? What is it? What kind of help do you need? First off, let me make it clear, no romantic entanglements. I'm not ready for that yet. Li Futu stated bluntly. Guan Yuqi ignored the flippancy in Li Futu's words. Taking a deep breath, she said, Li Futu, tell me who exactly were those terrorists inside the central bank building today? I need to find them and take revenge. They killed old Yang. He sacrificed himself to save me. I must avenge old Yang. As she spoke, tears welled up in Guan Yuqi's beautiful eyes once more, her face etched with profound grief. Li Futu's expression froze. He hadn't expected Guan Yui to seek him out for this matter. Could it be she intended to confront the Shura sect? What a colossal joke. Did she seriously think a mere enforcement captain could take on a rising power in the entire dark underworld? What other path could there be besides certain death? Yuchi, I know your heart is heavy with grief. Old Yang sacrificed himself to save you. I understand your pain. But you must remember why he saved you, so you could live on, not to do something foolish, Li Futu said. What do you mean? Are you saying I can't avenge old Yang? That I should just stand by and watch those bastards walk free? Guan Yuchi's eyes darkened as she demanded. Some things needn't be forced. Besides, those terrorists were all killed. Isn't old Yang's vengeance already served? Li Futu replied calmly. Flames of fury flickered in Guan Yuchi's eyes as she declared, I know those people belong to an organization. I won't rest until I've wiped them out completely. Then I truly can't help you. I don't know their identities either, Li Futu replied. You're lying to me. Guan Yuchi shouted, enunciating each word deliberately. Those people seemed to know you, and they were terrified of you. Especially that one-eyed man. What did he say to you at the end? Back then at the scene, you told me they came from some dark world. Tell me, what exactly does dark world mean? Li Futu frowned. Guan Yuchi, can you calm down? Think rationally. Those people were all lunatics. How could I possibly know them? Besides, the one-eyed man spoke English. I couldn't understand a word. Li Futu snapped, finishing with an exasperated glare at Guan Yuchi. For now, he could only brush Guan Yuchi off. Even he didn't know the true nature of the Shura sect organization. Naturally, he had no further information to share with Guan Yuchi. Even if he did know, he wouldn't tell Guan Yuchi. He didn't want her exposed to that dark world steeped in bloodshed and slaughter. With her current strength, she wouldn't even be considered a minor player in that realm. Wouldn't that be a pointless suicide? Li Futu, how long do you plan to keep deceiving me? You just don't want to tell me, right? Then explain what this dark world truly is. Guan Yui shouted, tears welling in her eyes. Let me explain. The dark world is a collective term encompassing all the extreme, evil, and shadowy factions in the world today: assassins, mercenaries, and other such organizations. These people are inherently brutal, insatiably bloodthirsty. Calling them extreme terrorists wouldn't be an exaggeration. That's all I can tell you. Li Futu replied. So the people at the central bank building today were from the dark world, right? Who exactly are they? No matter what, I'll avenge old Yang. Guan Yuchi declared. You? Guan Yuchi, what do you take yourself for? Some omnipotent god? With your measly strength, you want to seek revenge against this organization in the dark world? You can't even beat a third-rate scrub in the dark world, and you want revenge? Fine, if you want revenge, wait until you're strong enough. When that day comes, I'll take you there myself. Li Futu stared at Guan Yuchi, his tone icy. Guan Yuchi's expression froze instantly, her entire body stiffening in place. Her mind had been consumed with avenging old Yang, yet she'd overlooked one crucial factor: strength. Revenge demands strength. Without it, seeking out your enemy only earns you a death with no place to bury your remains. Flames of resentment and bitterness flickered in Guan Yuchi's eyes. She knew full well that back at the central bank building, she hadn't even been able to withstand a single strike from One-Eye Jack. 3 consecutive attacks from him would have been enough to kill her outright. What right did she have to talk about avenging old Yang? Chapter 162, I promise you. Li Futu's words exploded like a thunderclap in Guan Yuchi's mind. Judging by the actions of those extreme terrorists who invaded the central bank building, they weren't merely well-trained, they were an elite special forces unit. The terrorists who had come to Dragon Nation this time weren't even the strongest. What strength did she possess to confront this organization? And on what grounds could she avenge old Yang? Power. For the first time, Guan Yuchi felt her own strength was so feeble. Her skills were more than sufficient to handle ordinary criminals, but when it came to facing masters of the underworld, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. After all, she came from a law enforcement background, while the elite masters of the underworld were hardened veterans forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But did that mean old Yang's vengeance was impossible? Recalling old Yang's dying words to her, and the wife and daughter he left behind, Guan Yuchi felt only a heavy, aching sorrow, coupled with a deep sense of guilt. An indescribable mix of grief and rage surged within her, urging her to unleash this pent-up emotion, to vent the turmoil raging in her heart. Li Futu, are you implying my strength isn't enough? Guan Yuchi clenched her fists, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Li Futu. The rage flickering in her gaze made her resemble a tigress poised to attack her prey. Li Futu froze, glancing at Guan Yuchi. A faint, bitter smile touched his lips as he countered, do you consider yourself strong, then? Li Futu, you know you look down on me, but I refuse to swallow this humiliation. I challenge you. Guan Yuchi shouted angrily. Known for her boldness and fiery temper, she didn't even finish her sentence before charging straight at Li Futu. Her tightly clenched fist slammed toward him without a moment's hesitation. Are you crazy? Li Futu roared in anger. What kind of woman barges into someone's home in broad daylight looking for a fight? Li Futu sidestepped, dodging Guan Yuqi's direct punch. Unsatisfied, she unleashed a second blow, charging forward like a young leopard in heat, attacking anyone within reach. Li Futu retreated again and again, backing all the way to the edge of the sofa. Guan Yuqi's figure pressed closer and closer, refusing to stop. With each punch she threw, the pent-up sorrow and anger within her poured out relentlessly. She continued to vent the heavy emotions weighing on her heart, for otherwise, her entire being ached. In her eyes, Li Futu was the perfect candidate, no matter how she looked at it. If Li Futu knew Guan Yuqi's thoughts, he'd likely be utterly speechless. Venting? Was a woman's venting against a man limited to physical aggression? This woman's perspective was too narrow, her thinking too limited. Why hadn't she considered another way to vent, one that consumed energy yet elevated the body, mind, and soul? Guan Yuqi, enough. If you want to lose your mind, go do it somewhere else. I don't have time to play games with you, Li Futu snapped. Li Futu, I'm going to beat the crap out of you. So what if you're strong? Why do you always back down when you face me? Guan Yuqi shouted angrily. Fine, then I'll take you on. You asked for it. Li Futu replied. His body shifted, his right hand suddenly shooting forward to catch Guan Yuqi's incoming left fist. Instantly, his left hand darted forward as well, intercepting her right punch. With both hands now controlled by Li Futu, Guan Yuqi's face twisted with frustration. Yet her legs remained free. She swung her right leg out, aiming to deliver a sweeping kick at Li Futu. Li Futu had anticipated this move. Before Guan Yuqi's right leg could fully extend, he thrust his own right foot forward, locking behind her ankles. Then, he threw his entire body forward, crashing down onto Guan Yuqi. With her feet locked, Guan Yuqi instantly lost her balance, forced to watch helplessly as Li Futu's body crashed down upon her. Ah! Guan Yuqi couldn't help but cry out in shock. Li Futu, you bastard! Get off me! Guan Yuqi shouted angrily. Weren't you trying to test my strength? Now that I've got you pinned, you're unhappy? Li Futu retorted. Li Futu, you bastard! Do you think I'm so easy to push around? Guan Yuqi's heart burned with fury and grief. Anger flared in her eyes. With a twist of her incredibly flexible waist, a surge of power erupted from her core. She flipped over in one fluid motion, pinning Li Futu beneath her on the sofa. Li Futu's expression froze. He hadn't expected Guan Yuqi to be so defiant and untamable when she flew into a rage. Li Futu, I'll show you that I can pin you down too, Guan Yuqi declared. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Li Futu shifted, his sudden burst of strength pinning Guan Yuqi back beneath him. Naturally unwilling to concede, Guan Yuqi fought back, pinning Li Futu down in turn. The two wrestled back and forth, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Yuqi, let's not play games like this anymore. It's exhausting. It feels like I've been transported back to childhood, rolling around on the bed. Li Futu chuckled, narrowing his eyes as he studied Guan Yuqi. Li Futu, you're a despicable bastard. Guan Yuqi spat, seething with anger. But you make a pretty good punching bag. I feel much better now. I admit you're right, my skills aren't up to par. Blindly seeking revenge for old Yang would only get me killed. While I'm not afraid of death, I can't die without avenging him. Li Futu froze. So this tigress had just used him as a punching bag? Was there no justice in the world? But Guan Yuqi's words stirred something within him. He replied, Yuqi, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Living well is the greatest respect we can show the departed. Who hasn't faced separation and loss? Yet we must carry on. Living isn't just about responsibility to ourselves, it's also responsibility to our loved ones, friends, and brothers. As he spoke, Li Futu's eyes flickered with profound self-reproach and desolation, but above all, a deep, lingering sorrow. His thoughts drifted to Xiao Meng, his dear brother Meng Jianxiong. Guan Yuqi noticed the expression on Li Futu's face. It was the first time she had ever seen him look so profoundly desolate, as if he had weathered countless storms. Her expression froze. Suddenly, she realized that the man before her must have endured extraordinary trials and bloodshed, trials he had never spoken of. Finally, Guan Yuqi took a deep breath and said, Li Futu, if one day I become strong enough and earn your approval, I want you to take me to find them. You must promise me, or I will hate you. Li Futu froze, unable to suppress a bitter chuckle. This woman was terrifying when she was stubborn. He asked, if I take you there, will you stop hating me and start loving me instead? Li Futu, I'm not in the mood for your playful banter. Give me a definite answer. Guan Yuqi said, enunciating each word deliberately. After a moment's thought, Li Futu took a deep breath and said, all right. I promise. Chapter 163, Iron-Blooded Brothers. Upon hearing Li Futu's firm promise, Guan Yuqi finally nodded. Li Futu, remember your words. One day, I'll show you a stronger version of myself. Li Futu remained silent. Some words, once spoken, could indeed undermine Guan Yuqi's confidence. But letting her pursue such a goal, constantly pushing herself to grow stronger, might just be what she needed. In moments of true crisis, the only thing you can truly rely on is your own strength. The stronger you become, the more capital you have to survive. I'm leaving first. With this terrorist attack, there's still a lot of cleanup work to handle. Guan Yuqi spoke, glancing at Li Futu before heading out of the villa. Hey, Captain Guan, wait. Li Futu hurried after her. You need something? Guan Yuqi turned to face Li Futu. Well, about that. Could I borrow your car? I need to get to the Crown Hotel for dinner right now. If I go out to hail a cab, I'll be late as hell. If you hadn't insisted on pulling me aside for questioning, I would have already left in Yenryu's car. You're responsible for this. Li Futu explained. I couldn't care less about your problems. Guan Yuqi snapped irritably, ignoring Li Futu completely as she strode out. Fine, fine. You don't need to avenge old Yang's death either. And I certainly won't waste my time digging into who those people are or what organization they belong to. Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking with deliberate calm. Guan Yuqi's body froze instantly. Her fists clenched tightly as a surge of fury washed over her. How dare this bastard blackmail her? Li Futu, you're ruthless. Guan Yuqi weighed her options and concluded compromise was her only recourse. A faint smile touched Li Futu's lips. After all, engaging in little skirmishes with this fiery, sexy captain was rather entertaining. Guan Yuqi finally agreed to lend him her Harley, but on one condition: Li Futu had to drive her to the enforcement squad first. She couldn't very well take a taxi alone, could she? Li Futu readily agreed. Riding the powerful Harley, he pushed the throttle to the max, quickly delivering Guan Yuqi to the enforcement squad. After she dismounted, he twisted the throttle again, putting the Harley through a series of tricks. The rear wheel whipped out, and the bike roared forward after changing direction. Li Futu, return my bike by tomorrow at the latest, or I'll make sure you can't have sons. Guan Yuqi watched Li Futu speed away on her bike, bellowing after him, though whether he heard her was anyone's guess. The sensation of tearing down the highway on the tiger-like Harley could be summed up in one word: exhilarating. Crown Grand Hotel. Li Futu rode his Harley to the Crown Hotel. A waiter escorted him to the Lanyun private room, smiling as he said, "Sir, this is the Lanyun private room. Enjoy your lunch." Li Futu stepped inside the private room to find the large round table already laden with an array of dishes, alongside a bottle of Maodai liquor and a bottle of Lafite red wine. "Futu, you're here. Come, sit down. We've been waiting for you," Luo Huijun stood up and said with a smile. "Bodyguard brother, you're finally here. We were starving waiting for you." Tang Xiaoguo exclaimed the moment she spotted Li Futu. "Yeah, even Xiaoguo, who's usually the biggest glutton, insisted on waiting for you before we started eating," Luo Qinggu remarked with a smile directed at Li Futu. It was the first time she'd ever smiled so openly at him. "You're too kind. Wow, so many dishes? I love this king crab, the lobster's not bad either, and the half-head abalone is absolutely exquisite. What are we waiting for? Dig in. I'm starving." Li Futu sat down and said with a smile. "Hee, Futu, fancy a drink?" Luo Huijun chuckled. "Sure thing. I'll have a drink with Uncle Luo." "Shenbo, don't glare at me, you're driving, so you should skip it." Li Futu chuckled. "Haha, Futu, you're underestimating Uncle Chen. He's known as a heavy drinker who can hold his liquor. Next time we have time, I'll have Uncle Chen join you for a proper drink," Luo Huijun said with a smile. A hint of amusement flickered in Uncle Chen's cloudy old eyes as he replied, "Literally, though I'm old and my body's worn out, I can still handle a couple of drinks with you. In that case, pour everyone some drinks. Ruyu, Xiaowu, Xiaoguo, you girls can have some red wine. Today, I'm going to have a few drinks with Uncle Luo and Uncle Chen." Li Futu chuckled. "I'm not waiting for you guys. I'm going to eat." "Sister Luo, why are you snatching someone else's crab leg? There are plenty of crab legs, why must you fight me over this one? I want the big one." Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo, those two little rascals, were already itching to dig in with their chopsticks. After that, Li Futu, Luo Huijun, and Shen Bo drank together. Yan Ruyu poured some red wine as well. The entire table chatted and laughed while eating and drinking, the atmosphere feeling remarkably harmonious. After finishing one bottle, Luo Huijun declared he wanted another. Li Futu quickly interjected, "Uncle Luo, that's enough. Too much wine can cause trouble. We've had our fill of merriment, no need to drink ourselves into oblivion." "Very well. Whatever you say," Luo Huijun replied with a smile. "Li Futu, eat something. You haven't had breakfast today, have you?" Yan Ruyu spoke up, her beautiful eyes glancing at Li Futu. Li Futu nodded and ordered a bowl of rice. Just as he was about to eat, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was an international call. Li Futu froze, as if remembering something. He stood up and said, "Uncle Luo, you guys go ahead and eat. I'll step outside to take this call." With that, Li Futu stepped outside. Answering the call, he said, "Hello? Who is this?" "Big brother. A deep, thunderous voice boomed from the phone, raw and unyielding. Li Futu froze for a moment, but quickly, his face lit up with a flicker of joy and excitement. He gripped the phone tightly, a fiery gleam clearly flashing in his eyes as he spoke, enunciating each word. Lazy? Damn it, Lazy? Is it really you? Do you even give a damn about your big bro anymore? You haven't reached out in over a year, and you didn't even tell me your new number. What the hell do you think I am to you? Bro, I won't beat around the bush. When I get back, we're drinking ergwatu. 10 bottles for you, 10 for me. I'll be damned if I can't beat you in a fight, and I'll be damned if I can't outdrink you. What? Lazy, you're coming back? When? What about Xiao Kuang and Tai Chui? Those two bastards haven't contacted me either. Big brother, those two guys had to make a trip to the Golden Triangle recently. They'll be back after the last shipment. They said they didn't dare tell you about the arms deal, afraid you'd yell at them. So they wanted to wait until they were done before coming back. It won't be long now. Good. Glad they're coming back. It's been ages since we brothers got together. Lazy, I'll be waiting for you. I'm currently in the capital. Li Futu said. Haha, big brother, I'll contact you the moment I get back. Lazy's rough laughter echoed on the other end. Li Futu smiled too. Receiving a call from his iron-blooded brother and learning he was coming back was the best news he could have hoped for. Chapter 164, Re-encountering Qin Rumung. Li Futu set down his phone. The unexpected call from Lazy had stirred a surge of excitement and exhilaration within him. Lazy, whose full name was Lei Tiannu, was the sworn brother who had walked out of the Dragon Soul organization alongside Li Futu years ago. When Li Futu left the underworld, Lei Tiannu joined a foreign mercenary group, continuing his life of constant bloodshed and iron discipline. Learning Lazy was returning filled Li Futu with extraordinary joy. For a man of passion, reuniting with his iron-blooded brother was the most thrilling and anticipated prospect. Li Futu returned to the private room. Upon seeing him, Yen Ruyu said, Li Futu, hurry and eat. Everyone else is almost done. Uncle Luo, aren't you eating anymore? Li Futu asked, startled. Bodyguard brother, we're all full. Actually, I'm not that full either, but Sister Luo said if I eat more, I'll get even fatter, so I had to stop, Tang Xiaogua explained. Xiaogua, I won't stop you. If you want to be plump, Luo Qinggu said. Then I won't eat either. I'll just watch Sister Luo eat. I'll wait until you're as chubby as me before I start again, Tang Xiaogua said, batting her eyes. You little brat. I'll never get as fat as you. Luo Qinggu said, her face darkening. Tang Xiaogua giggled and stuck out her tongue at Luo Qinggu. Li Futu noticed everyone waiting for him to finish. He picked up his rice bowl and shoveled down several big mouthfuls. Before Tang Xiaogua across from him could react, he depolished off the entire bowl. Her cherry lips parted in astonishment at the sheer speed. Li Futu, however, saw nothing unusual about it. The bowls served at the hotel were quite small, a few bites were enough to finish them. After dinner, Li Futu and the others got up to leave. With today's terrifying hostage incident, Luo Huijun wanted to spend more time with Luo Qinggu to comfort her. He planned to take her to his Luo group headquarters for some fun, and Tang Xiaogua naturally intended to tag along. As for Yen Ruyu, she needed to rush back to her company. Futu, would you like to visit my group's headquarters? We have everything their entertainment facilities included provided for our employees' leisure, Luo Huijun inquired. Uncle Luo, you go ahead with Xiaowu and the others. I rode over on Captain Guan's motorcycle, so I'll just head over directly in a bit, Li Futu replied. Very well. I'll take Xiaowu and Xiaogui ahead. Luo Huijun smiled. Yen Ruyu glanced at Li Futu and remarked, so you rode here on Captain Guan's motorcycle. I was wondering why you didn't call me to pick you up. Oh, Ruyu, I just didn't want to trouble you, Li Futu chuckled, scratching his head. You're kidding. When have you ever been shy about anything? Yen Ruyu pouted, her flawless jade-like face looking even more alluring. Li Futu gave a wry smile, unsure how to respond. Yen Ruyu walked over as well. She still had matters to attend to at the company, so after the car pulled out, she bid Li Futu farewell and departed first. Uncle Chen followed shortly after, driving out slowly. Tang Xiaogua called out to Li Futu, bodyguard brother, Luo's sister and I will be waiting for you to come over. Who said we're waiting for you? Xiaogua, you're just being nosy. Luo Qinggu retorted irritably, her beautiful, watery eyes glancing at Li Futu. This time, her gaze held a hint of something different, as if after all they'd been through, her feelings toward him had shifted ever so slightly. Li Futu smiled, waving goodbye to Tang Xiaogua and Luo Qinggu as he watched them drive away. Finally, Li Futu walked to his parked Harley motorcycle. He mounted it and started the engine. As he twisted the throttle, the bike roared like a dormant beast, its deep growl echoing persistently through the surrounding air. As Li Futu prepared to leave the Crown Hotel, his forward gaze suddenly froze. Emerging from the hotel was a woman clad in black skinny jeans paired with a white high neck blouse adorned with exquisite lace. She was a breathtaking beauty, like a lotus blossom emerging from the water, flawless, pure, and ethereally elegant. Her tailored business attire exuded a hint of efficiency and aloofness, yet the aura radiating from her was like a celestial maiden mistakenly fallen to earth, as ethereal as thin clouds veiling the moon, as delicate as a breeze caressing jade blossoms, embodying pure grace. She possessed an exceptionally pure aura, like a crystal heart, or a celestial flower blooming atop an iceberg, truly unforgettable. If one were to say that a woman untouched by worldly dust existed in this world, she would surely be the one. Her? I never expected to see her again. Compared to other styles, I still prefer her in a dress. She looks like a heavenly nymph. Lefutu thought to himself, his mind naturally drifting back to his encounter with this breathtaking beauty. Sis, why did you leave? This puts me in an awkward spot. A young man in an expensive suit rushed out, catching up to the stunning beauty walking ahead. He spoke urgently. Jiafeng, how many times have I told you? When you hang out with your rowdy friends, don't drag me into it. You never listen. Today you said you forgot your wallet at the Crown Hotel and asked me to cover your bill. I rushed straight from the office, only to see what? You actually introduced me to someone? Do you have any regard for your cousin's feelings? Sis, I know you ran away from home the other day because you didn't want to marry Ling Outyan. I don't like him either, he's so full of himself. But Brother Bai wanted to meet you, so I thought I'd introduce you to him. Ling Outyan may be famous, but when it comes to skill and drive, he's not even worth a single finger of Brother Bai's. Enough. Jiafeng, don't meddle in my affairs anymore. You're still young. I know you meant well, but family matters aren't for you to interfere in. I thought you'd been stopped for not having enough money to pay, so I rushed over in a taxi. I'll hail one back to the company now. The stunning beauty spoke, her eyes bright and dazzling like black gems, glancing at the seemingly newly minted adult standing before her with a hint of indulgence. Squeak! Suddenly, the screech of brakes echoed beside the stunning beauty. A lazy voice, tinged with amusement, drifted over. If you don't mind, I'll give you a ride. Just cover the gas money, no need to pay for the service. The stunning beauty's expression shifted upon hearing the voice. She whirled around to see Lefutu's face, framed by that lazy smile. Her mouth opened, and after a moment, the words slipped out. It's you? Rumen, we meet again. Lefutu smiled, gazing at the flawless, lotus-like beauty of the exquisite woman before him. This stunning beauty was none other than Qin Rumen, with whom he had once crossed paths. He hadn't expected to encounter her here, truly a remarkable coincidence. Who are you? Qin Jiafeng, the handsome youth beside her, eyed Lefutu warily and demanded directly. Jiafeng, this is a friend of mine, Lefutu. Now, go back and have dinner with your friends. If you keep causing trouble, I'll report you to grandfather. Qin Rumen addressed her cousin. Miss Qin, might you be leaving in such haste due to some matter? Perhaps today's gathering seemed abrupt. If it made you uncomfortable, I offer my apologies. A clear, resonant voice carried over as a young man in a white suit stepped forward. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an air of refined elegance. His smile radiated warmth, perfectly complementing his white suit, truly the image of a dashing Prince Charming. Brother Bai. Qin Jiafeng spoke as soon as he saw the young man, stepping forward to greet him. Young Master Bai, I have matters to attend to and cannot dine with you all. I had rushed here thinking my younger brother might have encountered trouble. Since all is well, I must take my leave. Qin Rumen turned her gaze to the young man in the white suit. She knew he was no ordinary figure. Bai Luoha, who stood alongside Ling Outyan as one of the twin proud ones of the capital, was renowned throughout the city. Bai Luoha offered a modest smile, his demeanor courteous and unassuming. Though hailed alongside Ling Outyan as the capital's twin prodigies, he lacked the latter's haughty bearing, instead radiating a quiet depth and restraint. It seems I've been rather presumptuous, he remarked. I heard Miss Qin didn't drive here. Allow me to escort you part of the way. I shall host a formal banquet another day, specifically inviting Miss Qin. I sincerely hope you'll grace us with your presence then. If I have time, I will. But there's no need to trouble Mr. Bai, I'll take my friend's car. Qin Rumen said, her gaze shifting to Lefutu. Ha! Bai Luoha's expression froze momentarily as his gaze shifted toward Lefutu, who was riding a motorcycle. A flicker of something unusual seemed to pass through his eyes. Sis, he's riding a motorcycle. It's scorching hot out at noon. You're going to ride with him? Let Brother Bai drive you instead. Qin Jiafeng glanced at Lefutu, his tone tinged with contempt. You think you can give my sister a ride on that motorcycle? If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Yet Qin Rumen proceeded to do precisely what would make Qin Jiafeng laugh himself silly. She resolutely climbed onto the back of that Harley-Davidson motorcycle and declared, really, it's unnecessary. I'm used to riding in cars, but I'd like to experience riding a motorcycle too. Jiafeng, you go inside with young Master Bai for lunch. Qin Jiafeng froze, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Bai Luoha. Very well. I won't force Miss Qin's wishes. Bai Luoha smiled, then his reserved gaze shifted to Lefutu. My friend, drive carefully. Lefutu's expression darkened. He lifted his eyes, and his deep gaze, tinged with a hint of intimidating intensity, locked onto Bai Luoha. Chapter 165, Who Should Leave? Li Futu conceded that the young man in the white suit before him certainly fit the bill of a Prince Charming. So what? Qin Ruming had ultimately chosen to ride on his Harley motorcycle. That alone proved one thing: in Qin Ruming's eyes, he was more handsome than this man. Li Futu hated by Luoha's veiled, sarcastic tone. Drive carefully? What did he mean by that? Did he think he'd wreck the bike and kill everyone in a split second? Therefore, Li Futu lifted his gaze and fixed it on Bai Luoha's handsome, ethereal face. His deep, piercing stare, tinged with a hint of chilling menace, locked onto Bai Luoha as if he were a piece of prey. To his slight surprise, Bai Luoha maintained his smile, his expression as unflappable as if a mountain were collapsing before him. Interesting. He was actually a formidable expert. No wonder he could maintain such composure. Li Futu thought to himself, a meaningful smile already curling at the corners of his mouth. He gave Bai Luoha a lazy glance and said, "Better safe than sorry. You should be careful too." Bai Luoha's face remained serene and warm. Beside him, Qin Zhaofeng, already indignant on behalf of his all-powerful brother Bai, coldly retorted, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak to brother Bai like that? Zhaofeng, you can't be so unreasonable." Qin Ruming's eyes, as dark and beautiful as black gems, fixed on Qin Zhaofeng as she spoke. "Li Futu saved me. Without him, I wouldn't even know if I could still stand before you today. If you still recognize me as your sister, you shouldn't say such things." "Ha?" Qin Zhaofeng's expression froze. He glanced at Li Futu with suspicion, looking half believing, half doubting. Though his gaze toward Li Futu remained clearly unwelcoming, he held his tongue out of deference to Qin Ruming. A sharp gleam flashed in Bai Luoha's eyes as he glanced at Li Futu. Li Futu could distinctly sense the piercing coldness gathering in Bai Luoha's pupils. An ordinary person meeting that gaze would likely feel a stinging pain in their eyes. Yet Li Futu wore a radiant smile, his gleaming white teeth seeming to flicker with a faint, icy glint. "Li Futu, let's go," Qin Ruming spoke up, seemingly sensing the unease in the atmosphere. Li Futu nodded, revving the Harley motorcycle's engine and twisting the throttle, ready to depart. Just then, "Brother Bai, what took you so long? We've been waiting for you to come back for a drink." A voice tinged with puzzlement carried over, and a burly young man with a face full of fleshy features emerged. He carried an air of domineering arrogance, followed by a bald middle-aged man with a cold, gray gaze. "Brother Zhang Wu, I came out to see Miss Qin off. But it seems I'm redundant now, someone's already escorting her." Bai Luoha offered a faint smile. "Oh?" Zhang Wu's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Li Futu. His voice was immediately arrogant and domineering. "Kid, you get your ass off that bike. Now get as far away from here as you can. What does Miss Qin think she is? Someone you can just pick up and drop off? And besides, you think you can take Miss Qin away on that piece of junk motorcycle? So cocky?" Li Futu frowned, eyeing this suddenly appeared, brutishly ugly young man named Zhang Wu. "I have the capital to be arrogant," Zhang Wu said coldly, his gaze toward Li Futu brimming with provocation. Zhang Wu did have the right to be arrogant. While the capital had its underground emperor, the ninth master, it also had its underground overlord, the overlord. He was the son of the overlord. Zhang Wu had aligned himself with the White Luo River faction. In his view, aside from major powers like the Ling family, no one in the capital could truly challenge them. "So you think your capital gives you the right to tell me to get lost? If I have capital, does that mean I can tell you to get lost too?" Li Futu spoke, his gaze shifting from Zhang Wu to the bald man standing behind him. In that instant, the cold, gray gaze of the bald man behind Zhang Wu sharpened, like two unsheathed blades fixing upon Li Futu. "You'll never have that kind of capital," Zhang Wu said coldly. He had originally planned to let Li Futu go, but now, unfortunately, he couldn't leave. Zhang Wu deliberately sought an alliance with Bai Luoha and didn't want to miss this chance to stand up for him. Li Futu extended his foot to engage the Harley-Davidson's kickstand, preparing to dismount. Qin Ruming reached out and grabbed his arm, saying, "Li Futu, let's go." "There's no need. It'll only take a few minutes." Li Futu smiled as he stepped off the bike. The instant his feet touched the ground, his entire body launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Zhang Wu. In that instant, a palpable killing intent erupted from the bald man behind Zhang Wu. With a single stride, he charged forward. Facing Li Futu's rapid advance, he hooked his right fist and thrust his left horizontally, unleashing a devastating combination punch. The punches were fierce and powerful, a single strike meant to kill. The bald man's punches were simple yet brutally direct, the most effective form of attack. Stripped of all artifice, they revealed the raw essence of a basic punch, yet contained an unparalleled, ruthless killing intent. Li Futu's gaze darkened. The bald man's punches reminded him of an underground, life-or-death fighting style, the black market. Though the bald man's punches were fierce and swift, a cold glint flashed in Li Futu's eyes. The overwhelming explosive power within him surged forth violently. His right fist erupted like a raging dragon bursting forth from the heavens, carrying the momentum of 1,000 charging armies as it slammed forward. Raging Dragon Army Shattering Fist. The colossal fist strike erupted, embodying nothing but a torrent of power raging to its absolute extreme, mighty, fierce, and domineering. It ignored all attacks before it, relying solely on sheer force to obliterate everything in its path. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the bald man grunted in pain. Lefutu's frenzied dragon army shattering fist had shattered his own attack, slamming directly into his chest. His entire body recoiled backward relentlessly. Whoosh! Lefutu moved swiftly. Zhang Wu, shielded behind the bald man, had been anticipating the spectacle of Lefutu being beaten to a pulp. But before he could react, a figure flashed before him, and a powerful hand clamped down on his throat. Ha! Zhang Wu coughed dryly repeatedly. Opening his eyes, he found Lefutu standing before him, his right hand clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground. Usually, when someone tells me to get lost, I make them get lost first. Lefutu spoke coldly, his gaze hardening as he flung Zhang Wu's body with a sharp jerk. The man, weighing over 160 pounds, flew through the air toward the entrance of the Crown Hotel. Thud! Finally, Zhang Wu's body slammed heavily onto the ground. He let out a wretched howl, his entire skeleton seemingly shattered from the impact. Lying on the floor, he moaned in agony. The bald man steadied himself, a trickle of blood emerging from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and terror as he stared at Lefutu, seemingly still contemplating charging forward. If you wish to die, I can grant you that favor. Lefutu's gaze shifted to the bald man. His cold words were accompanied by a flash of dark, deep murderous intent in his eyes that instantly paralyzed the bald man. His body seemed frozen in place, meeting Lefutu's stare with a chill running down his spine. Lefutu clapped his hands, then leisurely walked over and mounted his motorcycle. Glancing at Qin Rumong, whose face was frozen in shock, he smiled and said, "We can go now." With that, Lefutu twisted the throttle. The Harley-Davidson motorcycle roared to life with a deep growl. He glanced back at Bai Luo and said with a smile, "Be careful." Whoosh! In an instant, the Harley shot forward at breakneck speed. A flicker of light danced in Bai Luo's eyes as he watched the direction the bike vanished. A faint smile curved his lips as he murmured to himself, "Lefutu? Seems the rumors I heard were true. The person Ling Outyan had been secretly targeting in those operations must be Lefutu, right? The Xiao sisters had also come into contact with him. What exactly is this guy's background? But that doesn't matter. Utilizing him well could make him a sharp blade. His skills alone would be enough to keep Ling Outyan's side scrambling for a while. Brother Bai, I understand now. A few days ago, my sister ran away from home and was eventually brought back by someone. I wasn't home at the time, but I've since learned the truth. The one who returned my sister that night was Lefutu." Qin Xiaofeng spoke up. This fellow is rather interesting," Bai Luo remarked before stepping into the Crown Hotel. He helped Zhang Wu up from the floor and asked, "Brother Zhang Wu, are you alright?" "Brother Bai, who is that brat? He's despicable. I won't let him off. I'll tear him limb from limb." Zhang Wu's eyes widened with rage, flashing with an intense, murderous intent. "Young master." The bald man approached, his face tinged with guilt. He had failed to protect Zhang Wu, and his eyes held a trace of trepidation. "You useless piece of trash." Zhang Wu spat coldly. A flash of icy fury shot through his eyes as he ordered, enunciating each word deliberately, "Bring the Black Fist King here. I will tear that brat to pieces. He dared to throw me across the room, only his death will quench this rage burning in my heart." Bai Luo offered a few words of consolation to Zhang Wu. Yet his seemingly comforting remarks only served to stoke Zhang Wu's murderous rage toward Lefutu, revealing the depth of this man's cunning. Chapter 166, Take Me Flying. Boom! The distinctive roar of a Harley motorcycle echoed relentlessly down the street, drawing the stares of many drivers. What they saw was a rugged motorcycle weaving through traffic, carrying an otherworldly beauty who looked utterly carefree and unburdened. Qin Rumong sat behind on the Harley, the powerful wind whipping her silky hair back to reveal a face of unearthly beauty, flawless and radiant, dazzling and awe-inspiring. The speed ignited a thrill within her, making Qin Rumong feel like shouting with joy. Riding on Lefutu's bike, facing the wind that swept past her, letting the scorching sun beat down on her face, even her smile seemed to carry the scent of sunshine. She loved this feeling. Unfettered, letting her heart soar freely, she felt that most primal sensation. It gave her the sudden impression of soaring through boundless skies. The roar of wind whistling past her ears was something she'd never experienced before. This was her first time riding a motorcycle. Previously, her travels had always been in various luxury sedans. Sitting in those opulent, comfortable interiors, she was shielded from wind and sun, yet something was missing. Now, riding on Lefutu's Harley motorcycle, far less extravagant than the luxury sports cars costing millions, Qin Rumong felt something unprecedented, utter freedom. Her entire being seemed to merge with the surrounding natural air, a sense of unrestrained liberation. While sports cars were undoubtedly luxurious, something every woman would covet, their enclosed cabins felt like cages to Qin Rumong. Without freedom, she couldn't feel the wind whispering past her ears, couldn't sense the scorching sun overhead, and couldn't gaze up at the azure sky above. "Have you eaten?" Lefutu asked suddenly. I haven't eaten yet. I went to the Crown Hotel earlier, but I didn't eat with them. Chin Rumung answered truthfully. Then let me take you out. What would you like to eat? Li Futu inquired. Chin Rumung's eyes twinkled. She suddenly smiled and said, what do you think? I believe you should know what I want to eat. Are you deliberately testing whether we're truly in tune? Li Futu chuckled, adding, don't tell me you want to go to that old noodle shop for jajang noodles. If that's the case, then we really are on the same wavelength. A faint blush spread across Chin Rumung's flawless jade-like face, making her look even more radiant. She gently bit her rosy lips with her pearly white teeth, then pouted playfully, I just want the minced pork noodles. You know exactly what I want, yet you still ask on purpose. Ha! That's what I call being on the same wavelength. Li Futu laughed heartily, his tone tinged with playful mischief. Chin Rumung, her face flushed, raised her delicate fist and playfully tapped Li Futu's back. In that instant, Li Futu slammed on the brakes. With a screech, the motorcycle ground to a halt. Ah! Chin Rumung gasped in surprise. Her hands, which had been raised to punch Li Futu's back, hadn't grabbed the bike. The sudden stop sent her body hurtling forward due to momentum, slamming into his back. As if startled, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Futu, her entire body pressed against his back in an intensely intimate embrace. Li Futu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Chin Rumung's sudden embrace from behind was overwhelming. It instantly brought to mind the final scene from the classic Hong Kong film If Love Were a Crime, Wu Chenlian clinging tightly to Lu Dehua from behind as he rode the motorcycle, wiping the blood streaming from his nostrils. Chin Rumung's figure was quite impressive too. Li Futu silently marveled before adopting a serious tone, Miss, have you had your fill of hugging? While I don't charge for my services, your actions are undermining urban civility. Such public displays might not reflect well on the city. Of course, if you don't mind, consider this never said. Ah! Chin Rumung gasped, snapping back to reality. Realizing she was clinging tightly to Li Futu, her snow-white jade-like face flushed crimson. She hastily loosened her grip, biting her pearly lips tightly, glaring at Li Futu with feigned annoyance. Li Futu found Chin Rumung's gaze almost unbearable. Those eyes, like two black gems set in her face, could melt the hardest heart of any man. Staring into them too long, and he might just end up falling head over heels for her. Clearing his throat, Li Futu said, no need to give me such a mournful look. It's not that I won't hold you, just that this isn't the right place. How about after you finish your noodles, I drive you to a secluded spot? Then you can do whatever you like. Li Futu, you stop flattering yourself. Who said I wanted to hug you? When you slammed on the brakes just now, I just couldn't control myself for a moment. Chin Rumung flushed crimson, protesting loudly. Oh, Li Futu nodded as if suddenly understanding. So it was an uncontrollable urge. I get it, everyone has moments of impulse. Me included. Hey, boss, give me a large bowl of minced pork noodles. This is my second time supporting your business today. Right away, right away. The owner chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. Chin Rumung was so furious she stomped her foot on the spot. That bastard was utterly shameless, thick-skinned to the extreme. How dare he claim he couldn't control his feelings? That despicable creature. A bowl of minced pork noodles was soon brought over. Li Futu pushed it toward Chin Rumung and said, eat. I'll wait for you. You're not eating? Chin Rumung asked in surprise. Li Futu rubbed his stomach and chuckled. Didn't you see I just came from the Crown Hotel? I'm stuffed from eating there. You went to such a fancy hotel? Why haven't you ever taken me there? Chin Rumung blinked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, I didn't pay. Uncle Luo took me there, Li Futu replied. Ha? Uncle Luo? You mean the Luo family from the capital? Chin Rumung inquired. Luo Huijun, the CEO of Luo Group. I'm the bodyguard for his daughter, Li Futu explained, showing no hesitation in sharing his current occupation with Chin Rumung. Bodyguard? Chin Rumung grew even more curious, blinking at Li Futu with a smile. I never would have guessed you were a bodyguard. But with skills like yours, I can believe it. Hurry up and eat. If you can't finish it, I'll help you. Li Futu couldn't help but say as he watched Chin Rumung take tiny bites to maintain her elegance. What? Chin Rumung gasped, her face flushing crimson. She hastily waved her hands. Thank you. You don't need to help me eat. Besides, how could you possibly eat something I've touched? I'm just upholding the principle of not wasting national grain. If you don't want me to help you finish it, then you'd better eat it all yourself. Li Futu chuckled. Chin Rumung was utterly speechless. She'd never encountered such relentless pressure before. Every moment spent with Li Futu felt effortlessly relaxed and liberating. She never had to put on a facade, so she didn't mind eating her jajang noodles in front of him. Maintaining her usual elegance was secondary. Watching Chin Rumung eat her noodles was a pleasure for Li Futu. Sitting across from her, admiring the woman hailed as the capital's most beautiful woman as she devoured her meal, it was an opportunity not everyone could enjoy. In the end, Qin Rumung actually finished the entire large bowl of minced pork noodles. She found it almost unbelievable, and soon after, she felt incredibly full. You've never eaten this much before, have you? Doesn't it feel great to be so full? Li Futu smiled. Qin Rumung paused. Li Futu's words struck a chord deep within her. That feeling of being full brought her a profound sense of contentment. Li Futu paid the bill. Qin Rumung thanked him, her beautiful face breaking into a radiant smile. Ah, King Yu of Zhou lit beacon fires to amuse his consort Bousy. Spending $10 to make you smile? Worth every penny, Li Futu declared with solemn exaggeration. Put. Qin Rumung couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her beautiful eyes glared playfully at Li Futu. Her belly ached slightly from the fullness, but she was genuinely happy. She thought to herself, this guy is infuriating when he's serious, and infuriatingly adorable when he's not truly exasperating. As Qin Rumung climbed onto the back of Li Futu's Harley motorcycle, her body suddenly pressed lightly against his back. Her breath, sweet as orchids, brushed his ear as she whispered softly. Li Futu, take me flying with you, okay? Qin Rumung's words suddenly rang in Li Futu's ear. Her breath, as fragrant as orchids, carried a thread of irresistible temptation. Li Futu nearly lost control, and the bike veered off course. What did she mean by flying together? Li Futu, somehow, riding on your motorcycle makes me feel so comfortable and free, like I could fly. Just carry me a little longer. Qin Rumung laughed, her voice like jade shattering and a phoenix singing, echoing in Li Futu's ears and instantly dousing his wicked thoughts. You think we're bullets? Fly a little longer? Li Futu chuckled, a hint of disappointment flickering in his heart. It seemed Qin Rumung's notion of flying was vastly different from his own. Hold me tight. We're about to take flight. Li Futu chuckled, twisting the throttle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Harley motorcycle roared to life, its engine bellowing like a raging beast. The thunderous sound was utterly breathtaking, instantly igniting a surge of adrenaline. As the bike surged forward, Qin Rumung gasped softly. The fierce wind buffeting her felt like it might knock her off balance, forcing her to wrap her arms tightly around Li Futu's waist. This close contact allowed Qin Rumung to feel the unique masculine aura emanating from Li Futu. She heard her own heartbeat and felt her cheek pressed against his chest. Yet, her beautiful eyes held a hint of bashful excitement. She loved this speed, feeling as if she might take flight. Chapter 167, The Allure of a Dream. Qin Rumung yearned for true freedom, not to be a political pawn, nor a pampered young mistress living in luxury at the expense of some powerful family. She had believed she would never see Li Futu again after that night. Thus, standing before the gates of the Qin family mansion, she watched him turn and walk away. Silently, she murmured, if only life were always like the first meeting. How wonderful it would be if life were only as it was at first sight. She would gladly treasure that beauty forever within her heart. Regardless of what fate held, whenever she touched upon that precious memory, she would recall that night, remember a man who had shielded her with his strong, powerful arms, allowing her to experience that fleeting freedom. She felt the heavens had been kind to her, for today she had encountered this man again. It seemed their connection was not merely a fleeting first encounter. Would this beauty continue to unfold in the days ahead? She couldn't give herself a definite answer yet. All she knew was that she relished the unrestrained feeling she experienced when she was with him. Unlike the people around her, who all wore masks, he possessed a domineering side yet also a carefree, devil-may-care nature. He wasn't pretentious, didn't affect sophistication, and never spoke those polished yet utterly insincere words. He was genuine. Yet Qin Rumung also keenly sensed that this man occasionally revealed a profound depth. He seemed to deliberately seal off his past, yet this only made her more curious about his history. Regardless, Qin Rumung felt only when with Li Futu did she experience that sense of utter freedom. That was why she asked him to carry her flying for a while, to add another vivid stroke to the beautiful memories etched in her mind. Her arms wrapped gently around Li Futu, her beautiful cheek resting lightly against his back. She caught a whiff of sweat, as if the clothes he wore hadn't been washed in days. Yet she didn't mind. She let the scent of sweat and the thick masculine odor emanating from Li Futu drift into her nose. This was the first time she had ever experienced a man's scent so closely and intently. It wasn't as unpleasant as she had imagined. Her actions held no romantic meaning. If someone claimed she'd fallen for this man, she'd likely laugh it off. Right now, what she felt toward Li Futu was more a sense of trust and warmth far removed from romantic affection. She wasn't the type to give her heart away lightly, but once she did, it would be impossible to hold back. She asked herself, if she had met Li Futu sooner, or if she could freely spend time with him in the future, might she grow to like him over time? The thought made her cheeks flush slightly, yet a shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes. How could someone who couldn't even control her own destiny have the right to pursue free love? Born into a wealthy family, her destiny was inextricably tied to her clan. To freely command her own emotions was nothing short of impossible. Li Futu remained oblivious to Qin Rumung's inner turmoil, unaware of the questions swirling in her mind. He simply savored the moment. The ideal beauty blossom-like in appearance, moon-like in spirit, willow-like in grace, jade-like in bone, ice-like in skin, and autumn water-like in demeanor was surely a description meant for someone like Chin Rumung. As their bodies pressed close, Li Futu felt the softness of Chin Rumung's jade-like skin. Boom! Li Futu suddenly accelerated with blinding speed, the car tilting sharply as it sliced past another vehicle. The maneuver looked perilously close, yet it stirred more excitement and adrenaline than fear. Ah! Chin Rumung gasped in alarm, her beautiful eyes snapping shut. When she opened them moments later and realized nothing was amiss, she playfully punched Li Futu's back. You scared me. Is your courage made of mung beans? How can you be so timid? You dare ride in my car with no guts at all? If I really sold you off, wouldn't you be wailing like a baby? Li Futu chuckled. Sell me to whom? Chin Rumung countered with a smile. Well, there are plenty of bachelors in those poor mountain villages who can't find wives, Li Futu replied. Would you really do that? Chin Rumung blinked mischievously. You've hit the nail on the head. I am a bit reluctant. Alright then, I'll reluctantly take you in. Name your price. Li Futu inquired. Humph. I'm priceless. Priceless? Only things that don't exist are priceless. Everything that exists has a price. Name your price. About the price of feeding me jajang noodles for the rest of your life. Assuming you eat 3 bowls of jajang noodles a day, and you live 100 years 365 days a year, that's 36,500 days total. 3 bowls a day, it's 6 yuan each. Oh, but prices might rise later, so maybe 7 or 8 yuan per bowl? Fine, I'll find a calculator and work it out properly later. Snort. Chin Rumung couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. It had been ages since she'd laughed so genuinely. Yet as she laughed, moisture gathered at the corners of her eyes. Even bullets that soar skyward must eventually fall. It was time for her to return. Li Futu, please take me to the Chin Group building. I think it's time for me to return. I have work to attend to at the company. Finally, Chin Rumung spoke softly. Li Futu nodded silently. Along the way, Chin Rumung guided him, and eventually, they arrived by bike at the Chin Group headquarters. This modern skyscraper stood as the flagship of the Chin family's business empire in the capital, towering over the prime location of Financial Street. Only upon arriving did Li Futu realize that the Luo Group building was also nearby. It seemed this area gathered many of the capital's business heavyweights. Li Futu, I've had a wonderful time today. Thank you for taking me flying for so long. If I've taken up too much of your time, I can only apologize. Chin Rumung stepped off the bike and smiled at Li Futu. No problem. Next time I'll fly you again, but this time, it'll be on my terms. Li Futu grinned, looking like a sly fox, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Chin Rumung paused, unable to decipher the meaning behind Li Futu's words. She smiled and asked, Did you remember my phone number? No. I'm terrible with numbers. You just dialed it, right? Let the phone remember it for me. Li Futu admitted frankly. Like I could memorize a phone number after seeing it once? If that were true, I'd have gone straight to study at Capital University back in the day. Chin Rumung pouted in mock displeasure. But I remember yours. Really? Ha, guess mine's easier to remember. Li Futu chuckled awkwardly. I might be attending a charity gala in a few days. Would you be able to accompany me? Chin Rumung blinked, her gaze fixed on Li Futu. We'll see about that. If I have time, I'd be happy to accompany you, Li Futu replied. I want a definite answer, Chin Rumung said impatiently, her irresistibly beautiful eyes fixed on Li Futu. If you want me as your escort, I'll go. Li Futu smiled. It's a deal. Goodbye. Chin Rumung smiled, as if afraid Li Futu might change his mind at the last minute. She waved to him and then, light as a sparrow, walked into the Chin Group building. Li Futu watched Chin Rumung's infinitely beautiful silhouette fade away, a pang of regret stabbing his heart. Damn it, why did I agree without thinking? If I'd known, I would have just said, if you want me to be your man, I'll go. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood silently before a floor-to-ceiling window on the 16th floor of Chin Group. His gaze was sharp and profound as he watched Chin Rumung and Li Futu converse below. He was none other than Chin Rumung's uncle, the man destined to preside over the entire Chin family, Chin Zongheng. Luo Group Tower. The Luo Group building stood mere hundreds of meters apart from the Chin Group building, both situated on the bustling Financial Street. Li Futu sped in on his Harley motorcycle, parked at the Luo Group's lot, and walked straight inside. Upon entering, he immediately called Luo Huijun, who instructed him to go to the fitness and entertainment area on the 15th floor to find Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua. Li Futu took the elevator to the 15th floor and entered the fitness and recreation area. The entire space was incredibly spacious, occupying nearly the entire floor. It primarily featured badminton and table tennis courts, with a separate gym area on the other side. Since it was still work hours, no Luo Group employees were present. Yet the moment Li Futu stepped inside, he heard voices echoing from within. Sis Luo, you're cheating. How can you hit the ball twice? It bounced twice on the table. If you couldn't return the first one, I should have won that point. You little brat. In the first game, the ball bounced 3 times before you returned it. Why didn't I call you out on that? You're bullying me. That ball barely cleared the net. I'm shorter than you and have shorter arms, so of course I have to wait for it to bounce right in front of me before I can hit it back. Then why can't I do the same? And I returned it after only 2 bounces. It didn't even hit 3 times. Sis Luo, you're just jealous my chest is bigger than yours, humph. You little brat. Who says I'm jealous of you? I'm not. They're huge. How tiring would it be to carry them around all day? Fine, let's play by international rules. Sure, but who's gonna be the referee? Li Futu had just stepped inside when he overheard the chatter between Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua. You two playing ping pong? Li Futu smiled as he looked over. Bodyguard brother, you're here? Great. Quick, come be the referee for me and Sister Luo. I want to play a match against her. Tang Xiaohua immediately piped up. Li Futu felt a sudden headache. He'd been hoping to find an excuse to slip away, but then Luo Qingwu chimed in. Li Futu, your timing is perfect. We were just missing a referee. Alright then. Li Futu sighed and walked over to referee their game. Chapter 168, he's just a bodyguard? Inside a VIP suite at the Starry Club. 4 young gentlemen sat inside. At the head was Ling Outyin, the eldest son of the Ling family. To his left and right sat Su Feiyu and Lu Zilong. Across from them sat a young man with a slightly pale complexion, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. Tianxiong, is this information accurate? Is Li Futu truly the bodyguard of Luo Huijuan's daughter, the CEO of Luo Group? Ling Outyin frowned as he examined the documents in his hand, his gaze shifting to the young man across from him, whose eyes flickered with that same hint of mischief. Young Master Ling, this information was gathered by my father's people. It's all here. That Li Futu is indeed Luo Qingwu's bodyguard, the young man across from him stated. With the 9th Master's connections, the information he gathered should be accurate, Lu Zilong chimed in. Yes. After my father received this, he glanced at it and seemed somewhat skeptical too. The young man across from him, named Xiao Tianxiong, was none other than the only son of the capital's 9th Master. But this information seems incomplete. It only covers Li Futu's background from junior high through high school. What about after high school? He didn't even finish high school. He dropped out at 17. Li Futu is now around 24. How can there be a complete 7-year gap in the middle? Ling Outyin frowned, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. A look of difficulty crossed Xiao Tianxiong's eyes as he continued, Young Master Ling, isn't it strange? My father has tried every possible means, yet he can't find a single trace of Li Futu after he turned 17. It's as if he vanished from the face of the earth after that age, only to suddenly appear in the capital as Luo Qingwu's bodyguard. I suspect Li Futu's personal records have been deliberately concealed. Much like how many people's information isn't publicly accessible. Take those special forces operatives, for instance. Their files are sealed away in archives. You suspect Li Futu came from special forces? A cold gleam flashed in Ling Outyan's eyes. His extraordinary skills wouldn't be surprising if he came from the military. But with young Master Ling's connections, he could probably access the archives directly and look into Li Futu's background. Xiao Tianxiong remarked. Regardless, I just want Li Futu to vanish from this world. I've had enough of his nonsense. Su Feiyu declared coldly. Ling Outyan's gaze darkened as he spoke slowly. Just received a message from Qin Zongheng Rumang was with Li Futu again today. Regardless of his role bodyguard or something else, I'll uncover the truth. And I won't let him leave the capital alive. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ling Outyan's eyes. Roar! The Harley-Davidson roared down Riverside Boulevard, its engine's thunderous roar like a beast's furious howl. The yet exhilarating sound echoed relentlessly along the road it traversed. After Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua had played themselves out, Li Futu drove them away. Seated on the back of the Harley, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua experienced the exhilarating thrill of speed for the very first time. This sensation was entirely different from riding in a sports car. While sports cars undoubtedly reached higher speeds, their enclosed cabins offered no connection to the world outside. No matter how fast the car raced, you could only gauge the velocity through the speedometer, never truly experiencing the raw power behind those numbers. Riding a motorcycle was different. You could feel the fierce wind rushing past at breakneck speeds, hear the roar of the engine ringing clearly in your ears, and watch the scenery blurring by as you passed car after car. As Li Futu eased the Harley's speed to around 80 miles per hour, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua could barely keep their eyes open. The moment they tried to open them, the fierce wind stung their eyes with a sharp pain. Even with their eyes shut, they could still feel the wind stinging their cheeks. Thus, they experienced the sensation of speed firsthand, a feeling as though their bodies were about to take flight, utterly exhilarating. Sis Luo, riding a motorcycle is so awesome. Next time I'll remember to wear sunglasses so I can keep my eyes open. You're right, you absolutely must wear sunglasses. Otherwise, opening your eyes hurts so much. How fast is this thing going? It feels so fast, even faster than driving a sports car. Sis Luo, you're so silly. How could a motorcycle be faster than a sports car? You silly Xiaoguo, you're the silly one. I'm talking about the feeling, you know? You're such a deadpan kid with zero imagination. Tang Xiaoguo felt a pang of hurt and turned to defend herself, but the wind whipped her long hair tight against her face. The strands immediately fluttered into the corner of Zhang Qi's mouth. Xiaoguo, stay put on the bike. Hold on tight, really tight. I'm accelerating now. Xiaowu, you hold on to Xiaoguo too. Li Futu's deep, utterly serious voice carried over. The two girls, innocent and straightforward, realized upon hearing Li Futu's words that he was serious. Riding a motorcycle for the first time, they understood that any safety measures would have to come from themselves. Thus, Luo Qingwu tightened her grip around Tang Xiaoguo's waist, while Xiaoguo's plump little hands wrapped around Li Futu's waist. Li Futu's scheme succeeded, and a shameless grin spread across his lips beneath his sunglasses. Li Futu drove at breakneck speed, pushing the motorcycle to its absolute limit. Squeal! Finally, with a screech of brakes, the Harley came to a halt before the iron gate of Rose Apartments. Li Futu motioned for Tang Xiaoguo and Luo Qingwu to dismount. Luo Qingwu stepped out first, unlocking the gate. Li Futu rode the bike slowly through and parked it in the front yard. Li Futu, I've made up my mind. From now on, you're going to teach me how to ride a motorcycle. I want to learn, Luo Qingwu declared earnestly. And me too. Tang Xiaoguo didn't want to be left out. She immediately ran over, raising her right hand high. Li Futu was utterly speechless. What on earth was this? These two girls had a multi-million-dollar Ferrari 458 and Audi R8 at their disposal, yet they wanted to learn motorcycle riding from him? Were they looking for trouble? Teaching you how to ride motorcycles isn't part of a bodyguard's job description. Besides, neither of you is suited for riding motorcycles, Li Futu stated. Why? Luo Qingwu asked indignantly. Look at the weight of this bike. If the electronic ignition fails, you'll need to kickstart it. Can you even manage that? And if the bike skids and starts to tip over, do your legs and bodies have enough strength to counterbalance it? Li Futu glanced at their exposed, snow-white, smooth arms, as delicate as lotus roots. What strength could such arms possibly have? I don't care. I'm learning no matter what. Li Futu, what conditions do you need to teach us? Luo Qingwu persisted stubbornly. When something interested her, she became relentless. What conditions? Li Futu paused, his gaze drifting casually from Luo Qingwu's flawlessly beautiful face to her tall, graceful figure. He smiled and said, my conditions aren't something you can afford. I'm hungry. Let's talk about it after dinner tonight. With that, Li Futu strode straight into the lobby of Rose Apartments. Bastard! How infuriating! Luo Qingwu stamped her foot. Sis Luo, I suddenly have a feeling, if bodyguard brother is going to make demands, they definitely won't be good ones. The way he looked at you just now was kinda weird, Tang Xiaoguo mused, propping her chin on one hand. It was a rare moment of deep thought for her. You mean he wants to? At this, Luo Qingwu's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes flashing with vexation. She then snorted coldly. He dares? At 6:30 p.m., Yan Ruyu drove back home. Without pausing to rest, she headed straight to the kitchen to cook. This routine had become second nature to her once focused on caring for Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo, now enriched by a new desire. She relished watching that man savor the meals she prepared. Li Futu tried to enter the kitchen to help, but Yan Ruyu shooed him out. He wandered into the living room, where he continued to glare at Luo Qingwu. Miss Luo was once again silently annoyed with him. He couldn't understand why. Wasn't it just because he refused to teach her how to ride a motorcycle? Was that really worth such a look? Besides, he was doing it for her own good. It wouldn't do for a pampered young lady to ride a motorcycle around town, exposed to the elements, wind, sun, rain, and thunder. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. After an unknown amount of time, Yan Ruyu's clear, pleasant voice carried through. Stepping out, she saw Li Futu and Luo Qingwu staring each other down with Tang Xiaoguo. She couldn't help but ask, Li Futu, why are you and Xiao Wu glaring at each other? Come eat quickly. Sister Ruyu, we were competing to see who could keep their eyes open the longest, Li Futu replied. Sister Luo, I can't hold out much longer, my eyes are burning. I'm heading to dinner first. Hang in there, Sister Luo. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines. Once I've eaten my fill, I'll come back and team up with you. With that, Tang Xiaoguo sprang to his feet and dashed toward the dining table. Damn you, Xiaoguo. You deserting traitor. Luo Qingwu muttered under her breath, her beautiful, autumn water eyes flashing with fierce anger as she shot Li Futu a glare before rising to head toward the dining table. Having kept her eyes open too long, Luo Qingwu blinked and tears welled up instantly in her dry, aching eyes. She inwardly cursed Li Futu, that heartless bastard who only knew how to make his employer cry. Early September marked the start of university admissions season. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo were set to report to Capital University tomorrow, and Li Futu naturally intended to accompany them. Therefore, Yan Ruyu instructed Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo to rest well tonight, as they would be heading to Beijing University first thing in the morning. Li Futu, I hear you've become part of Capital University too? Yen Ruyu's eyes sparkled with amusement as she turned to him. Yes, why? Does it not seem so? The only thing missing is the student uniform, Li Futu replied with a serious expression. I hear you've chosen Chinese literature as your major? Yen Ruyu's smile grew even brighter. Yes, how did you know? Li Futu asked, puzzled. So you picked this major to chase after all the beauties in the Chinese department? Yen Ruyu continued smiling. Oh yeah, no, Li Futu had gotten used to saying oh yeah to the first two questions, and he answered the last one without thinking. He quickly corrected himself, saying, I went there to study the ancient literature of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't go accusing people without proof. Stop laughing, okay? Your laughter makes me nervous. Never mind, I'm going back to my room to rest. I have to register at school tomorrow. Almost forgot to say goodnight. With that, Li Futu fled back to his room, escaping Yen Ruyu's laughter that had her doubled over. Once back in his room, Li Futu didn't rest immediately. Instead, he turned on his computer and logged into a private video platform. He needed to find Annabelle and ask her what the hell the Azura Gate Holy Sect was in the Dark World, and why they'd come to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 169, The Dark Prologue. Li Futu logged onto the internet and entered a private video platform. Seeing Annabelle's avatar lit up, it was clear the sultry Western beauty was online. Before he could send a video invitation, Annabelle had evidently noticed his online status and preemptively sent one herself. A video window immediately popped up. Li Futu accepted Annabelle's invitation, and the video window instantly revealed the stunningly beautiful and alluring Annabelle. Annabelle embodied the quintessential Western beauty, slender brows framing deep blue eyes as vast as the ocean, radiating an endless exotic charm. Her stunningly beautiful face held an irresistibly seductive allure in every smile and gesture. Her soft, rosy lips resembled blooming roses, carrying a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Butcher, you're so mean. You didn't log in for so many days. You know I wait for you every single day, yet you just wouldn't come online to find me. In the video, Annabelle pouted playfully, her alluring eyes rolling in mock annoyance at Li Futu on the other end. Li Futu gave a wry smile. Anna, it seems I need to apologize, huh? I really have been swamped, all sorts of unexpected things keep popping up. Otherwise, I wouldn't be like this. Annabelle flicked her slightly wavy brown hair, her sapphire blue eyes blinking as she looked at Li Futu. Alright, I believe you wouldn't lie to me. I know you must be very busy, especially around noon today, right? What do you mean? Li Futu froze, his gaze fixed on Annabelle in the video as he asked. Annabelle flashed a smile. Already stunning without it, her grin added a touch of allure, making her look like a seductive siren. As she laughed, she leaned forward almost casually. Wearing a low-cut halter top, she presented her breathtakingly sexy curves directly to the camera. Her skin glowed a healthy, sexy golden wheat hue, and this pose only amplified her allure fiery, provocative, utterly captivating. She always knew how to showcase her most alluring side or pose at any given moment. Li Futu realized this was precisely how she had seduced him into surrender back then. Li Futu swallowed hard. There was no need to hide his wolfish nature in front of Annabelle. On the contrary, showing no reaction at all might actually upset this Western beauty. Anna, you haven't answered me yet. I know you're sexy and have an amazing figure, but now isn't the time to seduce me. Li Futu chuckled, adding, besides, do I even need to be seduced? You've already got me hooked. Butcher, you're so mean. It was clearly you who got me started, okay? You make it sound like I deliberately seduced you back then. Annabelle giggled softly, seemingly pleased with Li Futu's reaction. She licked her red lips with her delicate tongue and said, what happened in your dragon country at noon today has already spread throughout the Dark World. Someone from a Dark World organization went to Dragon Country and orchestrated a terrorist incident, correct? But that incident was quelled. Butcher, did you intervene? Li Futu's gaze darkened. Anna, your intelligence is indeed swift. You're correct. That organization is called the Azura Gate Holy Cult. What kind of organization is this? When did it emerge? How come I've never heard of it? Butcher, you've been away from the Dark World for so long, it's no wonder you're unfamiliar with its current state. The Azura Gate Holy Cult surged to prominence a year ago. Its leader is revered by followers as the Azura Bishop. Yet no one truly knows who this Azura Bishop is. Many speculate the cult has ties to the Dark Hell organization. That rumor remains unconfirmed. But one thing is certain, the Azura Gate Holy Cult is just as shrouded in mystery as the Dark Hell organization. Annabelle continued, the event that shook the entire underworld and cemented the Shura sect's reputation occurred when their cargo passed through Ciudad Juarez. You've been there, Butcher. That city is arguably the most lawless on Earth, completely overrun by criminal syndicates. When the Shura Gate Holy Cult members were transporting goods through this city, preparing to cross the border into Texas, a rival faction attempted to seize the shipment. In response, the cultists unleashed a terrifying massacre, slaughtering over 300 of the attackers, including numerous top-tier fighters. From that moment on, the Shura Gate Holy Cult became a legendary name in the underworld. Subsequently, the rival faction vowed revenge against the Azura Gate holy cult. However, the cult remained too elusive and enigmatic for them to locate its stronghold. Instead, the cult's elite assassins began systematically targeting and eliminating key leaders within the rival faction. From that day forward, no power in the underworld dared to underestimate this rapidly rising organization. Annabelle spoke up. Lefutu paid little heed to this, asking instead, "Anna, do you know the Shura sect's true purpose in coming to the Dragon Kingdom? I hear they're selecting some kind of holy maiden?" Recently, the Azura Gate holy sect has been active in major nations across the globe. Their presence is evident in Western nations and Southeast Asia. They are indeed selecting beautiful, pure girls from these countries to become their prospective holy maidens, to be presented to the Azura bishop. Once chosen by the bishop, she becomes the holy mother of the sect. The incident that occurred in your dragon nation is also connected to this holy maiden selection process, Annabelle explained. What purpose does this organization serve by recruiting so-called holy maidens across the globe? Lefutu asked, his gaze darkening. According to our intelligence, the Shura bishop of the Holy Order of Shura Gate intends to perform a blood sacrifice with the selected holy maidens. It's said this is an annual ritual for their organization. This year marks the first time. After the blood sacrifice, the surviving holy maiden will serve the Shura bishop for life. Annabelle stated. Sacrificing holy maidens? Lefutu's eyes flashed with cold fury. So the Azura Gate holy cult members involved in the central bank building incident intended to capture Luo Qingwu for their blood sacrifice? They deserve to die. 100 deaths wouldn't be enough. Yes, it's a prescribed ritual of that holy sect. They perform it to pray for the sect's eternal existence and ever-growing strength. Annabelle nodded. Holy bull. They're clearly an evil cult, using extreme ideologies and dogma to brainwash fanatics into forming this brutally vicious organization. The dark world has always maintained a delicate balance. Now, with the Azura Gate suddenly emerging, why haven't other factions reacted? Lefutu asked in a low voice. Not yet. The entire dark world is currently in turmoil, with turbulent undercurrents swirling as if brewing a massive uprising. Annabelle replied. Lefutu's eyes immediately darkened, a sharp, icy glint flashing within them. He said, this is all deliberate. Only through chaos can a new order emerge. It seems someone in the dark world seeks to become the Dark King, to dominate the entire realm. But none of this concerns me. As long as the dark world doesn't come looking for trouble, I have no interest in its turmoil. Butcher, if that's truly how you see it, you're bound to be disappointed. Even though you've withdrawn from the dark world, there will still be those who seek you out. Annabelle paused for a moment before continuing, her tone tinged with gravity. Anna, have you uncovered some new information? Lefutu asked in a low voice. Butcher, after news of the Azura sect's failed operation in Dragon Nation spread throughout the dark world, rumors immediately surfaced claiming you personally intervened and slaughtered the sect's members. Those secretly spreading this information insist that only you could have instantly halted the sect's operation. Annabelle continued, adding that once this rumor circulated, many naturally believed it. According to intelligence I just received, the Yamaguchi Gumi in Japan are stirring, planning to send men to the Dragon Kingdom's capital to seek revenge against you. And the men they send will likely be Yamaguchi Gumi's god-slaying level powerhouses. Yamaguchi Gumi? Lefutu's gaze turned cold. They pose no real threat to me. As for these so-called god of slaughter level warriors, they're nothing special in my eyes. If they truly come, I'll make sure they never return. Butcher, Annabelle interjected, a hint of concern in her voice, there's one person you must take seriously. Who? Lefutu demanded. Silver Fox. Annabelle uttered the name, her face tinged with alarm. She continued, Silver Fox has been gathering intelligence on you through the Assassin's Alliance network. She's now pinpointed your location in the capital of Longwa and will likely come for you immediately. Silver Fox is coming? Lefutu's expression froze upon hearing this news from Annabelle, a complex look flickering in his eyes. Silver Fox, renowned as the Dark World's premier assassin, was a woman who gave him genuine headaches, a peerless master whose assassination skills bordered on the supernatural. Lefutu had crossed paths with Silver Fox before and knew firsthand the sheer terror she commanded. Few in the underworld were considered true equals by Lefutu, and Silver Fox was undoubtedly one of them. If Silver Fox truly intended to come for him, how should he respond? Evading her was impossible. With Silver Fox's masterful tracking and reconnaissance skills, as long as he remained in the capital, escape was unthinkable. It wasn't that Lefutu feared Silver Fox. On the contrary, as an opponent, he admired her skill. And from a man's perspective, he found her alluring. It was a pity he'd never seen her face, but judging by the sensual curves outlined by her signature silver leather bodysuit, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. If Silver Fox had traveled all the way to the capital of Huagua just to challenge him, he would welcome the duel without hesitation. But for now, the situation in the capital felt ill-timed. Ever since becoming Luo Qingwu's bodyguard, all manner of troubles had come knocking, with rivals both overt and covert keeping a watchful eye on him. He truly did not wish to ignite a battle with Silver Fox at such a critical juncture. Chapter 170, Silver Fox is coming? Butcher, are you feeling a bit uneasy? Annabelle watched Lee Futu on the video feed and couldn't help asking softly. Worried? Not a chance. Silver Fox may be formidable, but I'm no pushover either. If she comes knocking, I won't run. Besides, I've got unfinished business with the Assassination Alliance. As their top assassin, a confrontation is inevitable. Lee Futu's voice was low and measured. He continued, right now, my greater concern lies with the fanatical extremists within the Shura sect's holy cult. Anna, you must thoroughly investigate everything about this organization from your end. Monitor their every move. Report any developments immediately. Should they dare set foot in Longwa, I will annihilate them before they even reach their destination. As he spoke, Lee Futu radiated a bone-chilling aura of lethal intent. A thick, almost tangible killing energy emanated from him, deep, profound, and faintly tinged with the scent of blood. Anyone sensing it would shiver involuntarily. Darling, even if you didn't ask, I'd be keeping tabs on this organization's every move. After all, you're my man, Annabelle purred, her eyes narrowing seductively at Lee Futu on the screen. But, my man, what reward will you give me? Lee Futu paused, staring at Annabelle on the screen. He smiled and asked, what reward do you want? You know what? Annabelle's stunningly beautiful face flushed slightly. The alluring glint in her sapphire bright eyes grew even more intense, weaving a thread that tugged at the heartstrings. She bit her lip and said, darling, I miss you. I miss you here. As she spoke, Annabelle pointed to her heart, letting Lee Futu know she was thinking of him. In that moment, she radiated an enchanting charm that could captivate anyone. Lee Futu drew a deep breath. Anna, I miss you too. Butcher, you're the strongest in my heart. You said no one in this world could kill you except yourself, right? Annabelle asked. Lee Futu smiled faintly, his tone calm. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? So you'll live well. Me too. Annabelle smiled, leaning back in her chair to fill the video frame as much as possible. At that moment, Lee Futu's eyes lit up. He admired her greatly. She did that on purpose, didn't she? Lee Futu chatted with Annabelle for a while, catching up on all the changes and events that had unfolded in the dark world over the past year. Understanding the underworld's movements was crucial for Lee Futu. Though he had distanced himself from that world, certain enemies clearly hadn't given up on him. He needed to stay abreast of the latest developments at all times. Around 2 in the morning, Annabelle suggested Lee Futu get some rest. Anna, I'm going to rest now. Contact me anytime if anything comes up, I'll log in immediately, Lee Futu said. Annabelle responded with a nod, sending him a virtual kiss through the screen before ending the video call. Lee Futu intended to log off and rest, but then he remembered another woman who was equally important in his life, the stunningly beautiful Dr. Daphne. I wonder if this authoritative psychologist is online. Lee Futu muttered to himself, recalling Daphne's porcelain doll face so exquisitely sculpted it seemed every feature had been meticulously carved, and her devilishly hot, tenderly delicate body. Soon, Lee Futu logged onto another video platform and spotted Daphne's profile picture. Though it was dark, there was a message waiting for him. Disappointment flickered in Lee Futu's heart. He opened Daphne's message, which contained only a single sentence. Butcher, my man, I'm thrilled to share some news. In a month, I'll be traveling to your country for a psychology symposium. I'll also be giving academic lectures on psychology in several major cities there. None of that matters to me, though. What matters is that I'll finally get to see you. I hope you're happy to hear this too, otherwise, I'll be heartbroken. Lee Futu froze. Daphne was coming? He hurriedly checked the message's timestamp. It was left 2 days prior. Lee Futu smiled and replied to Daphne's message. His feelings for this woman extended beyond romantic affection. He also harbored deep gratitude. It was she who had employed various methods to treat his homicidal tendencies, stabilizing his condition. If Daphne came and found out I was now a bodyguard, what would she think? Probably quite surprised, right? Lee Futu chuckled to himself. Then his thoughts turned to Silver Fox, the premier assassin whose name struck fear into the hearts of every major faction in the underworld. If she truly arrived in the capital of the Dragon Nation, what kind of storm would she unleash? Lee Futu truly had no idea at the moment, nor did he wish to dwell on it. He remembered that tomorrow he would be reporting to the capital university alongside Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua, so he decided to get a good night's sleep first. The next day, at dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Bang! 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 A series of urgent knocks abruptly jolted Lee Futu awake. He rolled over, intending to drift back to sleep, when Miss Luo's voice pierced through the door crack. Lee Futu. Look at the time. Get up immediately. We have to register at the university today. Still half asleep, Lee Futu had genuinely forgotten about the university registration. Hearing Luo Qingwu's shouts, he opened bleary eyes and mumbled a response. Once Luo Qingwu left, Lee Futu flopped back down. He hadn't slept until past 3 in the morning last night, so being woken this early meant he was far from rested. The second time Lee Futu opened his bleary eyes, all drowsiness vanished instantly. His eyes widened in shock to find Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo standing fuming beside his bed. A sharp sting in his ear made him realize one of them had just given him a hard pinch. What the hell? How did you two barge into my room? My blanket. Where's the blanket covering me? What did you two do while I was asleep? Li Futu blurted out in alarm. This was serious, they'd taken advantage of him while he was out cold. If his dignity was strewn all over the floor, what was he supposed to do? Luo Qinggu turned pale with fury on the spot. She was utterly speechless. How could this guy actually assume that she and Xiaoguo would take advantage of him while he slept? Good heavens, she couldn't get used to this guy's twisted logic. Bodyguard brother, wake up. We have to go register at school today, Tang Xiaoguo said, equally speechless. How did you two even get in? I locked the door from the inside, Li Futu demanded. Not telling you. Tang Xiaoguo laughed. Li Futu, get up this instant. Luo Qinggu snapped fiercely, then flushed slightly and dashed out. She couldn't bear to keep staring at Li Futu's sleeping face. Tang Xiaoguo had always relied on numbers for her nerve and thick skin. Left alone after Luo Qinggu departed, she quickly slipped away too. Li Futu yawned, reluctantly climbing out of bed. After washing his face, Yen Ruyu had already prepared breakfast. She and Luo Qinggu began eating without waiting for Li Futu. After finishing, Yen Ruyu had to leave early for work. Li Futu finished his morning routine and approached the table. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo shot him disapproving glances. Luo Qinggu said, hurry up and eat breakfast. We'll head to school together after you finish. What major did you choose again? Chinese literature? What? Li Futu sat down at the table, popping an egg into his mouth before asking. Nothing much, Luo Qinggu replied. I heard the Chinese department has tons of beauties, Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. Exposed by Tang Xiaoguo's remark, Li Futu's shameless thoughts were laid bare. He remained silent, eating his breakfast with a straight face. By the time breakfast was finished, it was already past 9 in the morning. Li Futu walked out with Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo. Two cars were parked in the villa's front yard, Luo Qinggu's Ferrari 458 and Tang Xiaoguo's Audi R8. But these two cars were far too conspicuous. Driving them to Beijing University for registration would surely draw a barrage of stares. Who knows? Maybe the next day, some newspaper would splash an exaggerated headline across its pages. Wealthy heiress rolls into campus in $1 million sports car. Is it to flaunt wealth or seek attention? The most impressive freshman ever to drive a Ferrari onto campus. Luxury cars and beauties. This isn't a car show, it's Jingda's freshman orientation. Such sensational headlines would undoubtedly dominate the next day's front pages. Luo Qinggu wasn't the type to flaunt her wealth. On the contrary, she'd always kept a low profile. Back in middle and high school, no one knew she was the daughter of the esteemed chairman of Luo Group. Tang Xiaoguo, with her pure and kind nature, certainly wouldn't entertain such thoughts either. Thus, Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo had no intention of arriving at Beijing University in that Ferrari 458 or Audi R8. Instead, their eyes were fixed on the Harley-Davidson motorcycle they had genuinely fallen for the thrill of riding. Li Futu revved the Harley's engine. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo climbed aboard. With a roar like a beast's growl, the motorcycle shot forward. Li Futu didn't know where Beijing University was located, but fortunately, Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo knew the way. The two beauties guided Li Futu along the route, basking in the delightful sensation of riding the motorcycle through the morning breeze and sunshine. After nearly half an hour of riding, guided by the two beauties, Li Futu arrived at Capital University. Chapter 171, Actually, I'm older than you. Capital University. This venerable institution, steeped in over a century of history, exuded an air of timeless elegance and gravitas at every turn. Today, freshmen streamed into the campus in endless waves. Some were accompanied by grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, and cousins, processions so large they could form a football team. Helping carry bags and packages, the new students walked in with the air of princesses or princes, strutting into the university with a touch of pretentiousness. Of course, some freshmen arrived alone like Li Futu, Luo Qinggu, and Tang Xiaoguo. Truth be told, Li Futu's arrival on his Harley-Davidson motorcycle drew plenty of attention with its roaring engine. Some frowned upon such noise in the quiet, cultured atmosphere of the university campus, their eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Others, particularly the girls, found Li Futu's look, sunglasses and motorcycle utterly cool, reminiscent of those rebellious movie leads, and their eyes lit up with admiration. But most of the guys focused their attention on Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo riding behind him. Their beauty made them the two most dazzling pearls wherever they appeared. The registration area for new students at Capital University was set up at the sports field. After all, with such a large number of students, it made sense to hold it there. Li Futu parked his bike and followed Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaoguo toward the field. Surrounded by the youthful, slightly immature faces around him, Li Futu felt a surge of his own youth. However, he couldn't help but feel a slight pang of disappointment as he scanned the crowd along the way. He spotted hardly any beautiful girls. Then again, these were all freshmen. Typically, new students undergo several transformations before blossoming into campus beauties. Roughly speaking, freshmen learn to dress and apply makeup, sophomores learn to showcase their beauty, juniors begin to mature, and seniors are like ripe peaches hanging on the branch. Finally reaching the athletic field, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua beamed at Li Futu. "We'll head to our respective departments to register first," they said. "Call us later." Luo Qingwu was majoring in finance and management, so she reported to the business school. Tang Xiaogui was in the computer science department, and they each headed to their respective departments to register. Li Futu scanned the area until he spotted the Chinese department sign. He scampered over, only to find a long queue already forming. He joined the line, waiting patiently for his turn to register. If the major powers of the dark world learned that the bloodthirsty butcher who struck terror into their hearts was now enrolling as a college student, they'd likely choke on their own water in disbelief. It was simply too unimaginable. After waiting in line for half an hour, Li Futu's turn finally came. His gaze fixed intently on the beautiful woman handling new student registration. She wore slightly curled, brown-dyed hair, a face as fair as silver, eyebrows like distant mountain peaks, and clear, luminous eyes. A warm smile graced her face as she greeted each incoming student. She wore light blue low-rise jeans paired with a sleeveless t-shirt, accentuating her alluringly curvaceous figure. Such a stunningly curvaceous beauty was rare on campus. She was truly exceptional. "Welcome to the Chinese department." The beauty beamed at Li Futu as he approached, but her delicately arched brows suddenly furrowed slightly. "Is this guy an incoming freshman or a parent? How come he's got such a thick stubble?" "Hello, beautiful. Are you also in the Chinese department?" "Me too. What a coincidence we're meant to be," Li Futu declared with exaggerated earnestness, shamelessly extending his right hand. Other senior students responsible for admission sat at the registration desks for the Chinese department, including quite a few males. Hearing Li Futu's words, they were speechless, nearly ready to gang up on him. "How rude. A freshman already eyeing our department's flower, Lon Xin? How could we seniors possibly stand for that? Things have their proper order. Even if it's about pursuing someone, we seniors should go first." Truth be told, most of them had made their moves before, but all had wisely backed down when faced with the challenge. The boys queuing behind Li Futu began grumbling. They mentally cursed him 1,000 times over, eager to strike up a conversation with this beautiful senior and breathe in her refreshing scent to savor it. Lon Xin watched Li Futu, inwardly amused. Was this what they called fate? Did that mean she was destined to have a connection with every single one of the hundreds of freshmen in the Chinese department this year? Younger classmate, Lon Xin inquired patiently, her face still adorned with a clear, enchanting smile. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons with her smile, radiating an indescribable charm and beauty. "Are you here to register?" "Miss, actually, I'm older than you," Li Futu stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lon Xin. Lon Xin froze, and the three senior male students beside her, also responsible for welcoming newcomers, were stunned as well. When they finally snapped out of it, they nearly lost their minds. Flirting? This was blatant flirting. Damn it, a freshman actually dared to flirt with the department flower, regarded as a goddess by the entire Chinese department? It was an outrage. Thus, the three boys halted their welcoming duties, their three pairs of eyes glaring angrily at Li Futu. "I see," Lon Xin blinked, her brightly colored eyeliner accentuating her alluring, intellectual beauty. "Are you perhaps a parent or older brother of one of the new students?" "Wrong guess. I'm a freshman in the Chinese department." Li Futu smiled, though the stubble glinting in the sunlight was jarring, as if proclaiming he'd long outgrown freshman status. "You're a freshman?" Lon Xin blurted out in surprise. "Then why did you say you're older than me? I'm 2 years ahead of you, so I'm your senior." "You're my junior." "What's wrong with that?" "I was referring to age. You're only around 20 or 21, right? So I am older than you. Want to see my ID?" Li Futu chuckled. He relished the look of genuine surprise on a beautiful woman's face. It gave him a peculiar sense of accomplishment. Lon Xin was utterly speechless. It finally dawned on her this guy was either flirting with her or hitting on her. Over 3 years of university, she'd grown accustomed to such scenes. Having risen through the ranks of the Chinese department, a veritable sea of beauties, to become the undisputed department flower, her beauty was beyond question. The line of guys trying every bizarre trick to approach, chat up, or pursue her could circle the main sports field 3 times over. She was well accustomed to it all. What threw her off, even left her feeling a bit overwhelmed, was being hit on and flirted with by a freshman who'd just enrolled. How dare he? He must have been a troublemaker back in middle and high school, always chasing after girls. Lon Xin had always despised this type of scheming boy. Though her face still bore a beautiful, faint smile, an invisible barrier had already risen between her and Li Futu. "Since you're here to register as a new student, please present your admission letter and sign your name on the roster, okay?" Lon Xin spoke softly, her tone gentle as a spring breeze caressing the face, carrying a refreshing charm. "Admission letter?" Li Futu froze. Only then did he recall that freshmen were indeed required to present their admission letters for registration. The problem was, he didn't have one. He assumed Luo Huijun had already arranged everything, so he come straight to register. He hadn't expected an admission letter would be required. My name is Li Futu. See if you can find this freshman's name. Oh, and I'm majoring in literature. Li Futu remained surprisingly calm as he spoke. Lan Xin glanced at Li Futu before lowering her head to examine the roster in her hands. Scrolling through, she indeed found the name Li Futu. She murmured under her breath, Li Futu, is that your name? It's listed, but could you please present your admission letter? I need to register you based on that document. Afterward, you'll also need to go to the finance office to pay your tuition and complete the relevant enrollment procedures. Miss, might I first ask your name? It would make our conversation easier, and I have some matters to explain to you. Li Futu spoke, pondering how to confess to this beautiful, alluring girl that he didn't have an admission letter. Listen, freshman, is this your first day? Could you please follow the process? If everyone dithered like you, we'd be serving 700 or 800 new students. How long do you think that would take? And you're asking for Senior Lan Xin's name? Are you here to enroll or cause trouble? Don't you see the long line behind you? Don't you know your place? On your very first day, you're already pestering Senior Lan Xin. Can't you show a little self-awareness? The other three boys beside Lan Xin spoke up in unison, turning their criticism toward Li Futu. Meanwhile, the other incoming freshmen waiting behind Li Futu began grumbling, each of them urging impatiently. Li Futu smiled, glancing at the three boys' faces before saying, are you standing up to protect the beauty? Or is speaking up like this meant to boost your standing in this lovely lady's eyes? Hey, classmate, stop staring at me. There are freshmen waiting in front of you for you to help them with their registration. If you feel my presence poses a huge threat to you, well, that's just how I was born, no offense meant. After a pause, Li Futu narrowed his eyes and turned to the long queue behind him. Clearing his throat, he addressed the students, classmates, there are other registration points nearby. Why insist on queuing here under the scorching sun? Could it be that every single one of you is lusting after Senior Lan Xin's beauty? Such thoughts are misguided. Beijing University upholds a wholesome academic ethos. How could you freshmen harbor such vulgar notions? Besides, in Senior Lan Xin's eyes, you're just little kids. She wouldn't even give you the time of day. The boys standing behind nearly collectively choked on their own blood and collapsed. Having earned admission to Capital University, they were all top students back in high school, solely focused on academics. Their hearts still held traces of innocence, and their skin was nowhere near as thick as Li Futu's. So upon hearing Li Futu's words, many of them turned beet red and slunk off to other registration desks. Chapter 172, Teasing the Campus Belle. Only then did Li Futu smile with satisfaction. Turning around, he met Lan Xin's piercing gaze. She felt like she'd been toyed with by this newcomer, treated as if she were his plaything, a feeling that filled her with resentment. Lan Xin, I didn't mispronounce your name, right? It's a lovely name. Well, I forgot to bring my acceptance letter. What do you think? Li Futu paused, then spoke. What? You came to register without your acceptance letter? Lan Xin felt like she was about to lose it. She recalled how, back when she first enrolled, she'd practically slept with her acceptance letter in hand during the days leading up to registration, terrified she might forget it. This guy actually showed up without his admission letter? That's just ridiculous. You can't register without it. Shouldn't you go back and get it? Lan Xin asked. I'm from out of town. Li Futu's next remark nearly knocked Lan Xin off her feet. She was utterly speechless. This guy's carelessness was beyond belief. But don't worry, I have a solution. Hold on a moment while I make a call. In the meantime, you can explain the strengths of our department to me. I've heard that upperclassmen at Capital University are very helpful and supportive. I'm sure you're no exception, Li Futu said. So you admit I'm your senior? Lan Xin scoffed. Technically speaking, you are my senior. But I am genuinely older than you. Privately, you can absolutely call me brother. Li Futu grinned shamelessly, having just dialed Luo Huijun's number. Uncle Luo, here's the thing. I came to register today with Xiao Wu and the others. But my admission letter. Oh, I almost forgot about that. I've already arranged things with the admissions office at Capital University, but I neglected to give you an admission letter. Can you really not register without one? That seems to be the case. Got it. You're at the Chinese department registration desk, right? Hold on a moment, I'll have someone come over to resolve this issue for you. Li Futu acknowledged the message, hung up, and gazed at Lan Xin's beautiful, innocent face. Lan Xin, he said, someone will be here shortly to resolve the issue of my missing acceptance letter. While we wait, shall we take this opportunity to get to know each other better? I've heard that Capital University has a simple academic atmosphere where free love is commonplace. I wonder if that's really the case. Put. Lan Xin couldn't help but giggle. Her eyes flashed with playful annoyance as she shot Li Futu a teasing glance. The academic atmosphere is indeed wholesome, she said. But where on earth did you hear that free love is commonplace? I made that up myself. My greatest dream is to find a beautiful girl like Lon Xian on campus and share a deep, lasting affection. Some say graduating without experiencing love leaves a void. For both of us, to leave university without that regret. If you haven't dated yet and I'm still single, let us fill that void together. Li Futu declared with solemn conviction. The three guys beside Lon Xian had been eavesdropping on Li Futu and Lon Xian's conversation. Hearing this line, they nearly exploded. Damn it! This freshman is way too bold. On his very first day of registration, he's confessing to the Chinese department's campus beauty? Lon Xian froze, a blush spreading across her beautiful face. Just as she was about to speak, a middle-aged man approached and asked, "Excuse me, who is Li Futu?" "That's me." Li Futu turned around to see a bespectacled man in his 40s approaching. He felt a bit puzzled. He didn't recall knowing this person. "So you're Li Futu. I'm Wu Mingsheng, director of the admissions office. Mr. Luo has already briefed me on your situation." The admissions director stepped toward Lon Xian. "You're the student assigned to welcome new Chinese literature majors, correct? Thank you for your hard work." Li Futu doesn't need to present his admission letter, just process his enrollment paperwork. Lon Xian and the other male students assigned to welcome newcomers were all stunned. They never imagined the director of the admissions office would personally come to handle Li Futu's registration. Who exactly is this guy? What's his background? With Wu Mingxing's intervention, Li Futu's lack of an admission letter was swiftly resolved. Lon Xian processed Li Futu's paperwork and assigned him to dormitory 6628, specifically room 628 in building 6 of the men's dormitory. However, Li Futu had no need for dormitory accommodation. If he truly attended classes at Capital University, he would at most rest in the dorm during lunchtime. Come afternoon, he would need to return to Rose apartments with Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogua. Welcome to Capital University, Mr. Li Futu. Should you need anything further, please don't hesitate to let me know, Wu Mingsheng said with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Director Wu. I truly appreciate it. I don't have any immediate needs, but I'll be sure to bother you again if anything comes up, Li Futu replied. Not at all, not at all. I heard you came to register with Mr. Luo's daughter? Director Wu inquired, his gaze peering through thick spectacles at Li Futu. He was curious about Li Futu's background. Someone whom Luo Huijun personally approached university leadership to secure admission couldn't be ordinary. And accompanying the Luo family's heiress? That certainly made him someone worth cultivating a relationship with. Do you need her? Li Futu narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp gleam flashing in them. Wu Mingsheng instantly felt uneasy, as if Li Futu's gaze could see right through him. He hastily waved his hands. No, nothing. Just asking. Oh. I'll convey Director Wu's regards to Uncle Luo. Given your busy schedule, I shan't keep you longer. Li Futu smiled. Wu Mingsheng understood that Li Futu's words meant he could leave. Not wanting to make a fool of himself, he certainly harbored no ill will toward Li Futu. Smiling, he said, all right. I'll take my leave then. If you ever need anything, feel free to come straight to me. Li Futu nodded, and Wu Mingsheng tactfully took his leave. Only then did Li Futu turn his attention to Lon Xian, adopting a serious expression. Lon Xian, come. Let's continue our earlier conversation. Don't you think you should give my earlier proposal some serious consideration? What proposal? Lon Xian maintained her calm expression. It was now 12:30 p.m., and the orientation work for new students had temporarily wrapped up. It wouldn't resume until 2 p.m., so Lon Xian found herself with some free time to chat with Li Futu. It's about neither of us leaving this beautiful campus with regrets. What do you think? Oh, and you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Li Futu smiled. He suddenly realized he felt remarkably at ease around these female students. At the very least, he possessed thick enough skin and sufficient maturity, advantages far greater than those sheltered ivory tower boys who hadn't yet faced the harsh realities of society. I don't have to answer that. Alright, I need to go eat. Maybe I should tell you you're one of the more unique freshmen I've met. Lon Xian said, looking at Li Futu's beaming face. She continued, unique in that you're thick-skinned and a bit self-assured. It might not be the best thing to say to a freshman, but I believe you have strong resilience, don't you? Can I take that as a compliment? Li Futu asked with a smile. Whatever floats your boat. Lon Xian smiled back, gathering her things to leave. Lon Xian, are you done? Let me treat you to dinner. A magnetic voice echoed through the air, followed by the sight of a tall, handsome young man approaching. Standing at a full 178 centimeters, he wore designer Versace clothing, sporting the look of a K-pop star. His hair was dyed half blonde, half black, and a black sapphire stud set in white gold adorned his left ear, giving him a trendy, fashionable, and undeniably dashing appearance. Chapter 173, She Asked Me Out. Wow, it's Xiao Yaoyuan, our school's Prince Charming. So handsome. I'm head over heels for him. He's truly elegant and handsome, my very own Prince Charming. He looks just like Yen Yaluan, so gorgeous. My biggest dream is for him to sing a love song to me in person. Stop swooning. Do you think you're Lan Xin, the department beauty from Chinese literature? The whole school was buzzing when Xiao Yaron and his band set up a confession concert right below the girls' dorm. He sang 9 love songs straight to Lan Xin, pledging eternal devotion. Too bad she never came down. I feel so bad for Xiao Yaluan. He's so handsome and sings so beautifully, he's practically every girl's Prince Charming. And Lan Xin just ignored him? I feel so sorry for my Xiao Yaluan. You're disgusting. Keep your voice down, Lan Xin is right over there. The Chinese department registration desk was flanked by other departments' desks. When senior female students spotted the strikingly handsome guy striding toward Lan Xin, they couldn't help but shriek and whisper among themselves. Some even whipped out their phones to snap photos frantically. Lan Xin glanced over and saw the handsome, star-studded Xiao Yalu. She paused for a moment before saying, Xiao Yalu, I already have plans for lunch. So thank you for your kindness. Xiao Yuluan's well-defined eyebrows furrowed slightly. He stepped in front of Lan Xin and said, Lan Xin, could you give me a chance to have dinner with you? Even if you reject me, surely you can't refuse the chance to have a meal together? Xiao Yuluan, I'd be delighted to dine with you, but I truly have plans, Lan Xin replied. Li Futu stood directly between Lan Xin and Xiao Yuluan, their positions forming a triangle. From a distance, he caught the distinct scent of cologne wafting from Xiao Yuluan. He particularly disliked grown men who insisted on dousing themselves in fragrance. They weren't women, men should have masculine charm, shouldn't they? Young man, Li Futu spoke up, did your parents or teachers never teach you the courtesy of waiting your turn? Who are you? Xiao Yalan turned to Li Futu, his tone icy. On a macro level, I'm your alumnus. On a micro level, I'm a man. Satisfied with my answer? Li Futu smiled. You're a new student reporting in, right? A hint of a cold smile flashed in Xiao Yuluan's eyes as he turned to Lan Xin. Lan Xin, I've already reserved a table at the restaurant outside. Can you give me a chance? I truly have a prior engagement. I'm terribly sorry. Lan Xin remained firm. Who did you make plans with? Xiao Yuluan wouldn't let it go, determined to get to the bottom of it. She made plans with me. Li Futu declared, stepping directly in front of Lan Xin. This move effectively separated Xiao Yalu from her. Turning to Xiao Yalu, he smiled and said, that's why I asked you earlier if you understood the concept of first come, first served. Lan Xin asked me to eat first, but you had to butt in. Do you just love being the other woman? You're pretty enough, acting like a woman, spraying perfume all over yourself. You definitely have the potential to be the other woman. The problem is, you picked the wrong guy. Xiao Yalu froze, his handsome face shifting between anger and shock until it turned deathly pale. His eyes flashed with furious, icy glare as he locked onto Li Futu. Lan Xin was utterly dumbfounded. What did this guy just say? She invited him to dinner? When did she ever invite him? Lan Xin, did you invite him to dinner? Tell me, did you? Xiao Yalu's face was icy as he turned his gaze to Lan Xin and demanded. Are you interrogating Lan Xin? She isn't your girlfriend. Even if she were, she has her own personal space. And she isn't. Does she need your approval to decide who she eats with? Why are you clinging to Lan Xin like this? Is it because you like her, or just to satisfy your possessiveness and need for control? Li Futu spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with sharp, icy glints. An invisible yet mountain-like aura swept toward Xiao Yuluan, instantly pinning him to the spot. Xiao Yuluan had assumed his own presence would intimidate Li Futu, the newcomer just reporting for duty. Yet the sudden aura emanating from Li Futu made him feel as if a primordial beast were awakening. His face instantly turned ashen. No, not Lan Xin. I didn't mean it like that. I genuinely like you, there's not a shred of possessiveness in it, Xiao Yuluan hurriedly explained. Lan Xin couldn't be bothered to listen. She now vaguely sensed that Li Futu's earlier words were meant to help her escape Xiao Yalu's persistent clinginess. Stop pretending. If that's the case, why haven't you left yet? Li Futu said coldly. You look like a woman, yet you dare try to intimidate me? I've set my sights on Lan Xin, how could I tolerate you sullying her? Such a beauty, handing her over to someone else would be a waste. Keeping her for my own enjoyment is the way to go. Li Futu thought shamelessly. His hand reached out naturally to grasp Lan Xin's arm. Lan Xin, let us go. We're going to eat. I'm really hungry. What should we have? Eternal love soup? Mutual respect rice? Winged love vegetables? Lan Xin felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her. As if under some kind of spell, she found herself taking steps and following Li Futu without conscious thought. Yet, upon hearing the so-called names of the dishes he mentioned, her face flushed crimson. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. What kind of soup was till the sea dries up and the rocks crumble? What kind of rice was mutual respect and harmony? What kind of dish was wings together, flying together? And he was saying them so loudly. It was pure misinformation, utterly infuriating. Li Futu pulled Lan Xan forward as a crowd of stunned students, jaws dropping in disbelief, trailed behind. Could it be true? Lan Xan, the renowned Chinese department beauty of Beijing University, untouched by scandal, was actually walking with a freshman. I admire him. He's my idol. He's created a miracle unprecedented in the history of major universities, scoring the department's most beautiful girl on his very first day of enrollment. Is he some kind of love guru reincarnated? He hooked up with the department hottie on his first day. Does that mean he'll have the school hottie wrapped around his finger in a month? Honestly, he's only slightly better looking than me. If he can land the department's queen, then surely I can snag our class's queen? Wow, he's made me believe in love again. I'm going to ask him to be my mentor. I want to learn how to pick up girls and finally say goodbye to being single. Behind him, a group of boys buzzed with excited whispers, filled with awe, envy, and admiration. Amidst their murmurs, Xiao Yaluo's face grew even paler and more ashen. Chapter 174, Luo Qingwu's Anger. What is happiness? Happiness is when you're penniless and struggling to get your next meal, yet I hold a steamed bun in each hand, eating one and tossing the other aside. Happiness is when you spend your days fantasizing about your goddess, only to catch a distant glimpse when you occasionally cross paths, yet I walk hand in hand with your goddess, step by step, under the spotlight of everyone's gaze. So Li Futu suddenly felt profoundly happy. He could sense the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes turning toward him from all sides. This made his body feel light and airy, so much so that his arm, which had been wrapped around Lan Xan, now held her hand. Her fingers were slender, smooth, and jade-like, as if carved from warm jade. Ah! Lan Xan finally snapped out of her daze, letting out a soft gasp. Even now, it all felt like a dream, not real. She hadn't yet emerged from that fantasy. She never imagined she'd be walking hand in hand with a freshman. It was utterly unbelievable. Only when Li Futu reached out and took her hand did she snap back to reality. Instinctively, she tried to shake his hand off, but Li Futu shamelessly tightened his grip on hers. Thus, Lan Xan's attempt to pull away not only failed to dislodge Li Futu's grip but instead created the illusion that they were swaying together, hand in hand. Such an action was clearly something only intimate couples would display. Li Futu, aren't you being a bit much? Lan Xan's face flushed crimson. Her low-rise jeans not only accentuated her slender, graceful waist but also perfectly outlined her full, pert behind, drawing all eyes. Her high heels accentuated her tall, graceful figure, while a sleeveless t-shirt clung tightly to her body, highlighting her exquisitely shapely curves. Undoubtedly, she was a stunningly beautiful girl. She hadn't yet been tainted by the world's colorful influences, preserving her pure, crystalline essence. Thus, she still carried that youthful aura of campus life, naturally captivating hearts. So Li Futu genuinely wanted to hold Lan Xan's hand just a little longer, a bit more. He immediately said, Lan Xan, every play has its beginning and its end. If I let go now, wouldn't all my efforts up to this point have been for nothing? That guy Xiao Yalong is still watching us from behind. Just hold on a few more minutes, and we'll finally extinguish his clingy obsession with you. Then, from now on, there won't be a single fly buzzing around your world, annoying you, right? But getting rid of him just brings in a new one, doesn't it? Lan Xan retorted irritably. Ha! Li Futu froze, turning to look at Lan Xan. Lan Xan flushed, realizing her words had been somewhat hurtful, implicitly suggesting Li Futu was the new fly buzzing around her. She quickly added, Li Futu, I didn't mean to belittle you earlier. I was just following your line of thought. It's fine. You know I'm pretty resilient when it comes to emotional blows. Li Futu smiled, gazing at Lan Xan's beautiful, innocent face. Meeting Li Futu's gaze, Lan Xan's lovely face flushed slightly. She instinctively averted her eyes. She wasn't bold enough to maintain eye contact with him. His firm grip on her hand made her feel uneasy all over, but more than that, it stirred a wave of bashful shyness within her. She knew rumors about her would be swirling all over the Jingcheng University BBS tomorrow. In her 3 years at the university, she had never been involved in any scandals. Though the line of suitors who had pursued her could have stretched around the soccer field, she had never accepted any of their advances. Today, however, a freshman who had just enrolled was holding her hand. It would be strange if rumors about her didn't spread like wildfire on the forum. But in Lan Xan's eyes, Li Futu was clearly no ordinary freshman. After all, she had spent 3 years at university and was no longer the naive young girl she had been when she first enrolled. The trials of these past 3 years had honed her into someone more mature and level-headed than her peers. Thus, she sensed that Li Futu's identity was far from that of a simple freshman. A freshman just arriving for university registration after the college entrance exams couldn't possibly carry that deep, seasoned aura. The thickness of his skin, the depth in his gaze, and the occasional weighty presence he exuded all pointed to something far beyond a mere student. Li Futu pulled Lan Xan forward, unaware that his actions had caught the attention of 2 furious-looking beauties. Sis Luo, isn't that bodyguard brother? We were just heading to find him, and now he's holding hands with a beauty. How despicable cheating while Sis Luo was away. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean cheating while I'm gone? I don't have anything with him. Luo Qingguo protested, yet watching Li Futu's hand clasped with Lan Xian's, a pang of jealousy stung her heart. Tang Xiaohua clenched her tiny fists, seemingly indignant on Luo Qingguo's behalf. Her beautiful oval face deliberately wore a look of righteous indignation, yet she still appeared exceptionally adorable and charming. She declared, "Anyway, I think bodyguard brother is way out of line. He can't do this with other girls behind sister Luo's back." Luo Qingguo had made a special effort to dress up before reporting for duty, making her flawlessly beautiful face appear like a lotus blossom emerging from the water, pure, ethereal, and utterly captivating. Now, her beautiful face was clouded with irritation as she declared, "He's him, I'm me. I couldn't care less what he does." "Sis Luo, should we still go find bodyguard brother?" Tang Xiaohua asked. "Why bother? He doesn't need two giant light bulbs hanging around in broad daylight. I've decided from now on, we're not bringing him along," Luo Qingguo declared angrily. Though she claimed not to care, she couldn't shake the feeling of something heavy pressing down on her heart. "Hey, beautiful freshman. Hey, beautiful freshman. Finally found you. How'd you vanish so fast? Let me tell you, I'm the most helpful senior around. If you ever need anything, just say the word. There's nothing at Jingda University that Zhang Wei can't handle." The voice echoed as a guy with dyed, permed hair ran up to Luo Qingguo. He was big and burly, giving off an imposing presence. The most striking feature was his thick lips, like two sausages hanging from his mouth. "Sis Luo, this guy's bothering you again," Tang Xiaohua remarked. Luo Qingguo's beauty was otherworldly and ethereal, naturally drawing the attention of many male students. Yet, few dared to approach her. This persistent fellow named Zhang Wei charged forward relentlessly. "Could you please move away? I don't want to see you," Luo Qingguo frowned. This guy was 2 years her senior and even majored in the same field. Ever since she arrived to register, he'd been clinging to her like glue, driving her crazy. "Hey, freshman Luo Qingguo. Whether you notice me or not, I'm here. How about I show you around campus?" Zhang Wei said, his gaze fixed on her exquisite, flower-like face. He wouldn't miss any chance to hit on a new freshman. If he didn't make his move today, soon all the new girls would be taken. Luo Qingguo was already irritated. Seeing Li Futu stroll ahead casually holding a beauty's hand had made her anger flare up. Now, some clueless guy was pestering her, adding to her annoyance. "Get lost. Don't think being my senior gives you the right to cling to me like this. I'm not falling for your tricks. Have you looked in the mirror? With your looks, you think you can hit on me? I gave you a chance before, but now you're still pestering me? Are you asking for a beating?" Luo Qingguo's cold words instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. With so many eyes on him, Zhang Wei felt trapped, utterly embarrassed. Yet a surge of irritation welled up inside him. Gritting his teeth, he decided to cut all ties and snapped, "Think you're some kind of prize? I offered to show you around campus, help you get familiar with the place, and you turn around and act like this? You're just a pretty vase. I bet you'll end up being kept by some fat, greasy old men." "What did you say?" Luo Qingguo snapped, her anger flaring. "Poof. Did I say anything wrong?" Zhang Wei sneered coldly. Bam! The moment Zhang Wei finished speaking, Luo Qingguo launched a swift roundhouse kick, her high-heeled shoe striking him squarely in his groin. "How dare you bully Sister Luo? You despicable scum!" Tang Xiaohua yelled. Unable to rush forward in time to kick him, she swiftly removed her sandal and hurled it at Zhang Wei's head. He doubled over, clutching his groin and letting out a piercing ah. They hit him. They hit him. The two beauties teamed up to beat him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, drawing even more attention. Li Futu was pulling Lan Xian forward when he suddenly heard shouts nearby. Instinctively, he turned his head and glimpsed two familiar figures through the overlapping crowd ahead. His expression froze. Staring intently, he recognized them: Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaohua. "Xiaohua? Xiaohua?" Li Futu froze, releasing Lan Xian's hand. "Something's happened over there. I'll go check." With that, fearing Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaohua might be in trouble, Li Futu hurried off. Lan Xian froze. This guy let go the moment he said he would, clinging stubbornly when he didn't. She found herself feeling a bit annoyed. She hesitated for a moment, then found herself walking toward the scene of the conflict. Chapter 175, Love Rivals? They're hitting someone. Two beauties are beating up a guy. Are those our school's new students? Holy crap, they're gorgeous, absolutely stunning. I bet even our school's beauty queen, Lin Dingding, can't hold a candle to them. At least not in my eyes. But wow, this beauty is violent. I love it. I think the one beside her is pretty and cute too. Look, wow, she looks so delicate, absolutely gorgeous. Before Li Futu could arrive, a chorus of whispers filled his ears, filled with awe and astonishment. You two actually dared to ambush me? If you don't apologize today, I won't let you off. Think I'm Zhang Wei and easy to push around? Zhang Wei clutched his groin as he straightened up, his face flushed with fury. Right in front of everyone, he'd been kicked in the groin by Luo Qingwu's sweeping kick, then hit in the head by the shoe Tang Xiaohua had hurled at him. He'd been utterly humiliated. Driven by his so-called dignity and pride, he ignored the two stunning beauties standing before him. He completely forgot that just moments ago he had been eyeing Luo Qingwu. Uncontrollably furious, he stormed straight toward Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua. You started by bullying Sister Luo. Ever since she went to register, you've been pestering her. We ignored you, yet you still followed her. You're the one being shameless and rude. You're the one who should apologize. Tang Xiaohua snapped angrily. What did you just call us? Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes flashed with fury. Sluts? This guy actually called her in Xiaohua? How could Jingcheng University have such low-quality students? And he was even a senior in her own department. It made her want to transfer schools immediately. Who cares what I called you? Are you going to apologize or not? Zhang Wei said coldly. No. You're the one who should apologize. Tang Xiaohua retorted. These two freshmen really think they own the place. I'll teach you a lesson as your senior. Think you're some pampered princesses everyone has to coddle? Not with me. Zhang Wei lunged forward, grabbing at Luo Qingwu as if to yank her up. Stop. A deep voice, tinged with coldness, cut through the air. In a blur, a figure darted toward them at a speed too fast to follow, instantly locking Zhang Wei's arm in a vice-like grip. Xiaohua, are you two okay? The one who had rushed over was none other than Li Futu. He turned to look at Luo Qingwu, her face flushed with anger, and Tang Xiaohua, who was visibly upset. Bodyguard brother Tang Xiaohua's lips pouted the moment she saw Li Futu, her eyes brimming with tears of hurt. Luo Qingwu stared at Li Futu before her teeth clenched tightly, saying nothing. Yet Li Futu's arrival shattered her tough exterior, stirring that soft spot within her heart once more. She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to throw herself at Li Futu and pour out her grievances. Who are you? Zhang Wei's arm was pinned by Li Futu. He realized he couldn't move an inch, panic rising in his heart as he demanded. The one who bullied you. Li Futu replied coldly. You bullied them, so I bully you. Mind your own damn business. I'll beat the crap out of you too. Zhang Wei roared, swinging his other fist toward Li Futu. Thud. Zhang Wei's fist didn't land squarely on Li Futu's face as he'd expected. Instead, it was caught by Li Futu's outstretched left hand. Li Futu applied slight pressure, and Zhang Wei let out a piercing scream. Li Futu drove his right knee upward, slamming it into Zhang Wei's chest. Zhang Wei grunted as his body bucked slightly upward. Li Futu seized the back of his neck with one hand and slammed him hard onto the ground. Thud. Zhang Wei landed flat on his back. Fortunately, they were on the grass of the athletic field, otherwise, this fall would have left him bruised and battered. Li Futu's face was icy as he yanked Zhang Wei up from the ground. Apologize, he demanded coldly. You dared to hit someone? You dare to hit someone in school? Zhang Wei bellowed, attempting to use public opinion to pressure Li Futu. Li Futu sneered coldly. Who says you can't fight on school grounds? Didn't you just try to hit me? Now that you can't win, you're playing the moral high ground to lecture others? I'll count to 3. If you don't apologize, you won't have many teeth left to eat with. 1. 2. Zhang Wei still refused to apologize. By now, a crowd of students had gathered around. Lan Xian also rushed over. Seeing the scene before her, her beautiful oval face was filled with astonishment and shock. 3. Li Futu counted coldly, his eyes turning icy. His right fist slammed straight toward Zhang Wei's jaw. Thud. Blood spattered everywhere. Zhang Wei let out a wretched howl as a gush of blood spewed from his mouth, accompanied by several teeth knocked loose and falling out. A few more teeth dangled precariously, still connected by a thin thread, creating a gruesome and terrifying sight. Ah! A wave of horrified gasps erupted from the surrounding students. These young scholars had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Their faces turned pale, and they shrieked in terror. Li Futu, let him go. This will only make things worse. Luo Qingwu, unable to bear the sight, hurriedly spoke up. Though she had been furious at Zhang Wei's insolence, seeing him beaten to a pulp by Li Futu, his face swollen and blood trickling from his mouth, she quickly intervened. Xiaowu, leave the villains to me. Li Futu replied, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Zhang Wei. If you don't apologize now, you'll lose your eyes too. I'll count to 3. 1. No, I apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm the one who kept harassing them. I'm the one who verbally abused them. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Zhang Wei was utterly terrified, his words spilling out as tears and snot streamed down his face. Li Futu, let him go. You'll face severe punishment from the school, even expulsion. Lan Xian snapped back to her senses, stepping out from the crowd to speak up. Learn your lesson. As a man, stooping to bully 2 girls, don't you find that utterly shameful? Get lost. Li Futu flung his arm, sending Zhang Wei flying backward. The onlookers gasped in waves. Their gazes toward Li Futu were intensely complex, some filled with awe, others with fervor. After all, such a brutal brawl on campus was a rare sight. Xiaowu, Xiaogua, since he apologized, let him off. He didn't hurt you, did he? Li Futu turned to Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua, asking. Bodyguard brother, he only insulted us, but he paid a heavy price for it. I actually feel sorry for him now, and it makes me feel uneasy. Tang Xiaogua said. She did feel a bit uneasy. After all, the boy hadn't really hurt them, yet he ended up beaten senseless by Li Futu. Regardless, bullying you two is wrong in my eyes. Li Futu stated. Luo Qingwu glanced at Li Futu, then at Lan Xian standing beside him. She herself thought Lan Xian was quite pretty, which made her feel even more uneasy. She said, how could you bear to come over here? Shouldn't you be holding her hand and enjoying your private time together? Li Futu froze, instantly realizing that Luo Qingwu and the others must have seen him holding Lan Xian's hand. His face flushed with embarrassment as he gave an awkward smile. Let me introduce you. This is Lan Xian. She's my senior in the Chinese department, a third-year student. Lan Xian, this is Luo Qingwu, and this is Tang Xiaogua, the people I'm protecting. Lan Xian froze, slightly confused by Li Futu's last remark. Yet the sight of Luo Qingwu before her was truly breathtaking. Even as a beauty herself, Lan Xian felt a pang of self-consciousness in Luo Qingwu's presence. Her stunning beauty was almost enviable. Tang Xiaogua beside her was also sweet and adorable, making one want to approach and befriend her. What surprised Lan Xian, however, was the look Luo Qingwu gave her, a hint of wariness, as if she were being regarded as a romantic rival. Bodyguard brother, it's all your fault that Sister Luo is upset. You're cheating on her while she's away. But this senior really is beautiful, isn't she? Tang Xiaogua said. Xiaogua, stop talking nonsense. I'm ignoring you. I told you, I have nothing to do with him. Luo Qingwu snapped, though a strange, stifling frustration still lingered in her heart. Li Futu, caught in the middle, felt awkward. He scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, several school security guards hurried over, their faces tense. A few teachers who looked like counselors followed behind them. They rushed up and demanded, who was fighting here just now? Me. Li Futu stepped forward immediately. Finding himself in an awkward position, he decided to divert Luo Qingwu and the others' attention. Teacher Zhang, it was all a misunderstanding. Lan Xian stepped forward and addressed one of the counselors. Lan Xian? You're here too. Regardless, incidents like this on the first day of orientation set an extremely bad precedent. The school will investigate this thoroughly. Counselor Zhang spoke, turning to Li Futu. This student, he said, please come with us. Li Futu nodded. He had no intention of evading responsibility and followed the counselor and the security guards who had rushed over. Sister Luo, will the school expel bodyguard brother? What should we do now? Tang Xiaogua asked urgently. We'll go with them. I'll call Dad first. Luo Qingwu said, her eyes filled with worry. Watching Li Futu being led away, she too grew anxious. Lan Xian clenched her jaw, watching Li Futu's receding figure with growing concern. She too followed after them. Chapter 176, United Assault. Beijing University, Administration Building, President's Office. The president of Capital University was surnamed Huang, given name Xinghua. Huang Xinghua had just turned 60. His hair was thinning, and he wore thick glasses. His square face gave him an imposing air. At that moment, Li Futu stood in Huang Xinghua's office. You are Li Futu? Huang Xinghua asked, looking at the young man standing before him. Yes, it is. Li Futu replied. He knew the man before him was the president of Jingcheng University, but he was puzzled as to why the president would be involved in student fights. Please take a seat. Huang Xinghua waved his hand, gesturing for Li Futu to sit in the chair facing his desk. Li Futu didn't hesitate, pulling the chair over and sitting down. Incidentally, I'm an alumnus of the same university as Luo Huijun, the chairman of Luo Group. We both graduated from the same institution. Of course, I graduated long before him. Huang Xinghua continued, he's also told me some about your situation. Your admission to Capital University was arranged by me. According to Luo Huijun's understanding, you're essentially here as an accompanying student, correct? Li Futu nodded. He finally understood why he'd been summoned to the president's office. So Huang Xinghua and Luo Huijun were alumni of the same university. No wonder Luo Huijun could so effortlessly arrange for him to study at Beijing University. I just learned about your altercation with someone. Luo Huijun called me earlier. He said you're someone who distinguishes right from wrong and wouldn't resort to violence lightly. That's why I called you in directly to ask what exactly happened. Huang Xinghua inquired. That guy was talking trash, insulting Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogua. If I hadn't shown up in time, he would have hurt them. I told him to apologize, but he refused. So I had to make him apologize my way, Li Futu explained. I see. Futu, regardless of the circumstances, physical altercations on campus always reflect poorly. In future incidents like this, you should notify your department advisor or have someone call security immediately. Using force is never the right approach. I hope you can change this habit going forward. Huang Xinghua said. Li Futu pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, as long as no one tries to strike my face, I won't disfigure others either. Huang Xinghua nearly collapsed upon hearing this. Clearly, his earlier admonitions had fallen on deaf ears. This young man before him seemed to revere violence. In any case, remember this, don't resort to violence lightly. Even if I overlook this incident for Luo Huijuan's sake, what about the second or third time? As your principal, I can't keep cleaning up your messes forever, Huang Xinghua said. Li Futu smiled. Principal Huang, I'm grown up now. No need for cleaning up after me. I'll take your advice to heart, use words when you can use force, and switch to words when you have to use force. How does that sound? Huang Xinghua paused, chuckled, and said, good to hear you understand. Since you're majoring in Chinese literature, who could match you in a war of words? You're a sharp-tongued youngster, aren't you? Principal Huang, you flatter me. By the way, as a newcomer to Beijing University, there are some matters I feel I should discuss with you in person. Li Futu said with great solemnity. Ask away. Huang Xinghua smiled. He was naturally delighted to encounter a student so eager to learn and genuinely interested in the cultural heritage of Beijing University. I see plenty of beauties at Capital University truly befitting the nation's premier institution. What I'd like to know is the caliber of the faculty here. Specifically, the female faculty. How many unmarried beauties under 28 do we have? Which departments are they mostly in? Which ones are particularly renowned? Li Futu inquired with utmost seriousness. Huang Xinghua had just reached up to adjust his glasses, expecting Li Futu to ask about the university's history or recent achievements. Instead, this guy dropped a question like this. Huang Xinghua froze on the spot, his hand still mid-motion to adjust his glasses. He stared at Li Futu in utter disbelief, only to see the man's face utterly serious, not the slightest hint of jest, as if discussing an academic matter. Ahem. Li Futu, I'm afraid I can't answer that question. You'll have to figure it out yourself. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Huang Xinghua cleared his throat and spoke. A flicker of amusement danced in Li Futu's eyes as he rose. Principal Huang, I'll take my leave then. Once I uncover the answers to those questions, I'll be sure to report back to you. With that, Li Futu turned and walked out of Huang Xinghua's office. Huang Xinghua nearly froze again. Watching Li Futu's retreating figure, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Luo Huijun, just what kind of student have you brought me? To me, he looks like a little demon. As Li Futu pushed open the principal's office door and stepped out, Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaoguo rushed straight toward him. Bodyguard brother, are you okay? Li Futu, are you okay? Did the principal give you a hard time? The two beauties surrounded him, their concerned voices showering him with care, greatly satisfying Li Futu's vanity. I'm fine. If I weren't, would I be able to walk out? Li Futu replied with a smile. Li Futu, I'm just glad you're okay. But please, no more fights on campus. It really gives the school a bad reputation. This time, the guy insulted Qingwu and Xiaoguo, our junior classmates. Someone with such poor character deserves punishment. But you went a bit too far. The school clinic reported that the boy has a mild concussion and might need some time to rest. A soft, melodious voice drifted over it was Lan Xian. Li Futu froze inwardly. He hadn't expected Lan Xian to follow. He couldn't care less whether Zhang Wei had a concussion or not. In his view, the fact that the guy hadn't suffered a brain hemorrhage was already showing mercy. Lan Xian, you came too? Li Futu said apologetically. I'm sorry for worrying you both. It's almost noon now. How about we grab lunch at that little restaurant outside campus? Weren't you planning to invite Senior Lan to lunch? Why should Xiaoguo and I tag along? Luo Qingwu retorted. Exactly. Bodyguard brother, you're such a flirt. You've broken Sister Luo's heart. If Sister Ruyu finds out, she won't forgive you. Tang Xiaoguo chimed in. Li Futu was at a loss for words. Bickering with Tang Xiaoguo was definitely not a wise choice. To others, Tang Xiaoguo was like a little kid, and arguing with her would just look like bullying. Xiaoguo, you've got the wrong idea. We only met today. I don't believe in love at first sight, so there's really nothing between us. Lan Xian quickly stepped in to explain, her face lit with a warm smile that made her seem incredibly approachable. But bodyguard brother believes in love at first sight. In his eyes, any stunning beauty will make him fall instantly. Tang Xiaoguo said earnestly, adding, besides, we all saw him holding Senior Lan's hand. That doesn't mean anything. Li Futu insisted on doing it to help me get rid of a guy who's been pestering me. Lan Zhao's face flushed crimson as she spoke, her beautiful eyes darting a reproachful glance at Li Futu. Li Futu was genuinely at a loss for words. Let's go eat first, he said. You need energy to bicker and explain things, right? Who's arguing? Luo Qingguo and Lan Xian nearly spoke in unison, their beautiful eyes glaring at him, leaving Tang Xiaohua beside them utterly dumbfounded. Luo Qingguo and Lan Xian seemed slightly surprised by their own perfect synchrony. They exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. Li Futu felt utterly wronged, caught in the crossfire of these three beauties ganging up on him. Sis Luo, are we still going to dinner with bodyguard brother? Tang Xiaohua tugged at Luo Qingwu's sleeve and whispered. Of course we are. Why wouldn't we? I want to see how this guy dares to keep flirting around. It's outrageous. Is he supposed to be a bodyguard by day and a womanizer by night? I'll make sure to keep an eye on him. Luo Qingwu found herself a convenient excuse. I'll supervise him too. Bodyguard brother has to be devoted only to us, no way can he keep his home front stable while waving colorful flags everywhere else. Tang Xiaohua declared solemnly. Are these teammates as useless as pigs? Luo Qingwu was utterly speechless. She could have pinched Tang Xiaohua's ears. What did keeping the home front stable while the outside world is a colorful parade even mean? As if all three women living in Rose apartments had some kind of connection with that guy Li Futu. Outside the gates of Capital University, restaurants and eateries lined the streets, catering to students of all backgrounds from budget-friendly spots to upscale establishments. Those without much money naturally headed to the cheaper places, while the wealthy and well-connected gathered in groups at the high-end restaurants. Li Futu emerged alongside the three beauties. Lan Xian, renowned as the Chinese department's flower, was already famously beautiful. Luo Qingwu was breathtakingly stunning, while Tang Xiaohua radiated sweet charm. Thus, their path drew countless admiring glances. Wherever they passed, they drew attention. Walking between the three beauties, Li Futu seemed to float effortlessly, basking in the feeling. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua weren't quite used to this feeling of being the center of attention. When they glanced at Li Futu, who looked thoroughly enjoying himself, they both found it a bit unbearable. Finally, guided by Lan Xian, Li Futu entered a mid-range restaurant with Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua. After being seated by the waitstaff, they settled into a window-side table. Chapter 177, I hear you're quite the fighter? See what you'd like to eat. The specialties here are pretty good. Lan Xian said once Li Futu and the others were seated. Li Futu and the others began ordering. For Li Futu, meat was an absolute must, so he ordered quite a few meat dishes. Bodyguard brother, you ordered 2 meat dishes? I'm trying to lose weight, I don't eat meat. Sister Luo rarely eats it either. I wonder if Senior Lan will have any. Tang Xiaohua glanced at the menu and spoke up. I only eat a little, Lan Xian replied. Bodyguard brother had no choice but to finish all the meat dishes he'd ordered. Strange, Tang Xiaohua remarked. Bodyguard brother, you love meat so much, how come you never gain weight? I'd definitely get fat if I ate that much. Xiaohua, you're not fat either, Lan Xian smiled and said. Though they'd only just met, Lan Xian found herself rather fond of Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua, the two juniors 2 years her junior. Senior Lan, I can't. Sister Luo always scolds me for being fat. She keeps saying my chest is too big. Tang Xiaohua, finally finding a girl like Lan Xian who understood her and didn't think she was fat, poured out her grievances with a pout. Lan Xian froze upon hearing this. She glanced at Tang Xiaohua, inwardly amazed, though she hadn't expected Xiaohua to say such things in front of Li Futu. Luo Qingwu couldn't take it anymore. She shot Tang Xiaohua a disapproving look and snapped, Xiaohua, could you please shut up? Don't you see where we are? Let's not discuss these things, okay? Li Futu chuckled inwardly. He hastily lifted his teacup and pretended to take a sip, lest the awkwardness become unbearable. Lan Xian's beautiful eyes shimmered with a captivating radiance, clear and pure. The corners of her eyes occasionally flicked toward Li Futu, her mind brimming with questions. She felt increasingly certain that Li Futu was no ordinary man. A freshman just arriving at the capital's university was accompanied by 2 stunning beauties who could bring a nation to its knees. Luo Qingwu, needless to say, possessed a beauty that even Lan Xian envied. As for Tang Xiaohua, her sweet, adorable charm was utterly irresistible when she looked her most delicate and captivating. She could tell Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua must come from prominent families. It was evident in their refined demeanor and impeccable attire. What puzzled Lan Xian was that Luo Qingwu addressed Li Futu directly by his first name, while Tang Xiaohua called him bodyguard brother. Li Futu had once told her that both Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua were people he was tasked with protecting. What exactly was Li Futu's relationship with these 2 beauties? Setting that aside, Li Futu had effortlessly knocked Zhang Wei, a burly, muscular guy, to the ground on the school sports field today. The opponent hadn't put up any resistance. After injuring Zhang Wei, Li Futu even drew the principal's attention and was taken straight to the principal's office. Yet, he emerged unscathed in the end. This led to the inference that neither Li Futu nor the 2 beautiful girls before her were ordinary individuals. Of course, Lan Xian was merely acting out of a girl's natural curiosity. She didn't have the habit of prying into others' secrets. What secretly amused her was the faint glint of rivalry in Luo Qingwu's gaze when she looked at her. This flushed Lan Xian's cheeks and filled her with indignation. She insisted her relationship with Li Futu was as pure as tofu mixed with green onions. After a moment's thought, Lan Xian decided it was necessary to dispel Luo Qingwu's suspicions. With a smile, she said, "Xingwu, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. You're easily the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And that emerald necklace around your neck, it's truly stunning. Emeralds symbolize luck and happiness. Wearing one brings a lifetime of peace. I imagine this necklace was given to you by someone very close to you, filled with their hopes and blessings for your safety and happiness throughout your life." Luo Qingwu's expression suddenly stiffened upon hearing this. Deeply moved, she instinctively reached up to touch the emerald necklace around her neck. Her thoughts seemed to drift far away, and she remained lost in thought for a long moment before softly replying, "My mother gave it to me." "Xingwu, then your mother must have cherished and protected you deeply. It's clear this necklace holds immense significance for you." Lan Xian smiled. "Senior Lan, Luo Luo's mother passed away," Tang Xiaogua said, a hint of sadness in her voice. Lan Xian paused, her gaze shifting to Luo Qingwu. She saw tears glistening in Xingwu's beautiful, autumn water eyes. "Xingwu, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. I didn't know your mother had passed away, so..." "It's okay, Sister Lan. I just miss my mother," Luo Qingwu replied with a smile. Yet as she smiled, the tears in her eyes grew brighter. "Xingwu, I believe you can be strong. Your mother gave you this necklace. I'm sure she's watching over you from above, wishing you a safe journey." Lan Xian spoke softly. Luo Qingwu nodded. "I will be strong. I'll always wear this necklace my mother left me." "Lan Xin, thank you for saying that. Xingwu, you're too polite. To be honest, I was a bit abrupt and presumptuous." Lan Xian smiled. Li Futu recalled the first time he stepped in to protect Luo Qingwu. When those thugs tried to snatch her necklace, she clung to it fiercely. It was the precious necklace her mother had given her. The bonds between women are truly delicate. Lan Xian had inadvertently touched upon a shared experience that instantly bridged the gap between her and Luo Qingwu, dissolving all barriers. This was evident in Luo Qingwu's immediate use of the affectionate sister Lan Xian. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Lan Xian, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Xiaogua were already deep in conversation, chatting away as if they were inseparable sisters, completely leaving Li Futu out in the cold. Li Futu couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only sit there awkwardly. Still, seeing Luo Qingwu, Tang Xiaogua, and Lan Xian getting along so well, he was genuinely pleased to see it. By then, the ordered dishes had begun arriving one after another. Luo Qingwu had dried her tears, emerging from the shadow of her mother's passing. She was now chatting and laughing, her exquisite voice and radiant smile captivatingly beautiful. "Come on, let's eat. I'm starving," Li Futu called out, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat. "Hey there, freshman at Beijing University? Care for a drink?" A deep voice carried over. Li Futu looked up to see a dark-skinned, exceptionally muscular young man approaching with a beer in hand, addressing him. "Lu Jianxiang?" Lan Xian exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the man. "Ha? So it's the lovely Lan Xian. What? You know this freshman? Oh, almost forgot. Heard he's a new Chinese major, right? Aren't all guys from the Chinese department weaklings who can't lift a finger? I heard this freshman's pretty fierce though. Zhang Wei's still in the hospital, while he's sitting here eating and drinking with you beauties." The man named Lu Jianxiong said coldly. "Lu Jianxiong, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Wei provoked him first. "Besides, the school has already handled the matter." Lan Xian frowned and said, "Nothing. I just want to toast this newbie rookie with a drink." Lu Jianxiong said coldly, narrowing his eyes as he studied Li Futu, who was stuffing chunks of braised pork into his mouth without acknowledging him. Li Futu's attitude made Lu Jianxiong frown. His well-defined muscles seemed to tense up, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. "The braised pork is pretty good." Li Futu ate heartily. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, he licked the grease from his lips before looking up at Lu Jianxiong, who towered over him, and asked, "I hear you're quite the fighter? Chapter 178, you think I won't throw you out?" Lu Xion's expression froze. He genuinely seemed a bit slow to react. A wave of irritation washed over him as he coldly retorted, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you here to toast me? From your perspective, I'm your enemy. You're with that guy I beat up, right? You're just here to stick up for your friend, aren't you?" Li Futu's words cut like knives as he spoke coldly. "So you're not here to toast me at all, you're here looking for a chance to beat me up. Based on that, you must be pretty good at fighting, huh?" Lu Xion's expression shifted in an instant. He gritted his teeth as anger surged uncontrollably within him. Li Futu had seen right through his thoughts, leaving him feeling as if he'd been toyed with. "Kid, you're showing some sense. Beijing University isn't a place for a greenhorn freshman like you to run wild. Just because the school won't discipline you doesn't mean no one else will teach you a lesson," Lu Xiong said coldly. "Lu Xiong, what do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Watch out, I'll go straight to your advisor." Lan Xian's face turned icy. Miss Lan Xin, I know you're on good terms with the faculty advisors. But my affairs are none of your concern. Threat? Did I threaten him? I merely gave this rookie a gentle reminder. Lu Xiong sneered coldly. Lan Xin's willow brows furrowed. She knew Lu Xiong. He was a special athletic recruit at Capital University, renowned for his explosive physical power. As athletic recruits, they differed from students admitted through academic merit. Their campus routine consisted of training, followed by drinking, smoking, and chasing girls. Naturally, Lu Xiong had a pack of rowdy friends. Their clique had become a force to be reckoned with at Capital University, and few dared to cross them. Zhang Wei, who had just been beaten up by Li Futu, happened to be Lu Xiong's hometown friend. Lu Xiong was the president of their hometown association. Learning that Zhang Wei had been beaten senseless by Li Futu on the campus sports field, Lu Xiong felt a surge of anger. Spotting Li Futu dining here, he approached with a glass of wine in hand. Are you trying to ruin my meal? Luo Qingwu shot Lu Xiong a cold stare before adding, your so-called friend just got kicked by me. What's it gonna cost you? You gonna stick up for him? I threw my shoe at his head, Tang Xiaohua added. She felt no fear toward Lu Xiong, knowing Li Futu stood by her side. A cold glint flashed in Lu Xiong's eyes as he sneered, two beauties. From now on, call me bro at Capital University. How about I look out for you? With your dark, swarthy complexion, no wonder you can say things like that without blushing, Luo Qingwu retorted. Rage surged in Lu Xiong's heart. He couldn't make a scene in the restaurant, but he'd already made up his mind, Li Futu would pay with blood someday. As for Luo Qingwu and the others, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, as if he were scheming something. Get lost. Li Futu spat out the single word. Get lost? You little punk telling me to get lost? Lu Xiong's eyes flashed with cold fury as he roared. Simultaneously, the 5 equally burly guys seated at his table stood up. If you don't get out, you think I won't throw you out? Li Futu said indifferently. Crash. Lu Xiong's wineglass crashed to the floor as he bellowed, damn it. Before Lu Xiong could finish his curse, he froze in midair. Li Futu had abruptly risen, his right hand clamping down on Lu Xiong's throat, silencing him completely. The throat is one of the body's vital points. A firm grip there instantly suffocates a person, draining all strength from their body as if it had been sucked out, leaving them utterly powerless. Li Futu hoisted Lu Xiong by the throat, dragging him toward the exit. The entire restaurant erupted in gasps. Li Futu's face was cold as ice. He dragged Lu Xiong's sturdy body to the restaurant entrance, then abruptly reached out and blocked several acupoints on Lu Xiong's body. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Xiong's entire body flew out. Thud! Lu Xiong's body slammed into the floor, his screams of agony echoing as he gasped for breath. The terror etched on his face was palpable. The grip on his throat had nearly suffocated him. He tried to rise, but his body felt rigid, unable to stand for a moment. A dull, stabbing pain radiated throughout his entire being. His blood seemed to surge violently through his veins, an excruciating sensation as if his arteries might burst at any moment. Stay lying on the ground. Remember, starting tomorrow, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll make you lie on the ground just like today. What kind of dog are you to speak to me like that? If it weren't for the fact that you're still a student, I'd have broken your dog legs right now. Li Futu spoke coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Xiong's deathly pale face. Only then did he turn and stride into the cafeteria. The 5 boys sharing Lu Xiong's table rushed over. Despite their numbers and imposing builds, each shuddered under Li Futu's indifferent, icy stare. The surging impulse and fervor within them instantly froze solid, as if they'd encountered their natural enemy, leaving them trembling with fear. Li Futu paid them no mind, striding straight past. The 5 students scattered like leaves, not daring to breathe a sound. What a joke! Lu Xiong was the kind of fighter who took on 3 opponents single-handedly. Yet here he was, tossed aside like a dead dog. They knew they were no match for this man. Li Futu, you didn't hurt Lu Xiong, did you? Lan Xin stood up, her beautiful face etched with worry. She feared Li Futu might have beaten Lu Xiong as badly as Zhang Wei or worse, which would make things really messy. He's fine. Nobody wants some guy chattering away nonstop during dinner, right? So I tossed him out. Li Futu shrugged, his tone as casual as a breeze. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaohua, watching from the window, relaxed upon seeing Lu Xiong was unharmed. They seemed accustomed to Li Futu's violent outbursts, finding nothing unusual in it. Lan Xin, however, was utterly astonished. Her delicate cherry lips formed a wide, stunned expression as she stared at Li Futu, finding this man increasingly unfathomable. Lifting a grown man and flinging him out like that was something she'd only ever seen in movies. In real life, this was truly a first. Let's eat. We should continue our meal. The food at this restaurant is truly excellent. Li Futu acted as if nothing had happened and began eating again. Luo Qingwu and the others didn't dwell on this little incident. After that, the 2 of them actually hit it off quite well with Lan Xin, chatting and laughing together. After dinner, Li Futu offered to pay, but Lan Xin insisted on covering the bill. She declared she was treating Li Futu, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Xiaogui as their senior. Women can be terrifying when they're stubborn, especially beautiful ones. If you refuse, they'll insist until you give in. Therefore, Li Futu let Lan Xian pay, smiling as he said, "Reciprocity is a fine tradition of our Chinese people. You treat us this time, and I'll treat you next time. Don't you dare pay again then, okay?" "Li Futu, I bet you're just looking for an excuse to ask Sister Lanxin out," Luo Qingwu shot back, rolling her eyes at him. Li Futu froze, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "What's gotten into Xiao Wu today? Why is she picking on me at every turn? Even if I did ask Lan Xian out to take advantage of the situation, she wouldn't be the one losing out. So why is she so worked up?" As Li Futu walked out of the restaurant with the three beauties, he saw Lu Xiong still lying on the ground in front of the restaurant, his face contorted in pain. The 5 boys were gathered around him, their expressions dark with worry. Several students had also stopped to watch. Big brother, please, spare me. I know I was wrong. It was my fault. I want to apologize. Please, spare me." Spotting Li Futu emerge, Lu Xiong clung to him like a lifeline, pleading desperately. "You know you're wrong?" Li Futu narrowed his eyes and walked over. When he had thrown Lu Xiong out, Li Futu had used the pulse-cutting technique to seal several vital acupoints on Lu Xiong's body. This blocked the flow of qi and blood to his limbs for a period, causing temporary stiffness and numbness. As a result, Lu Xiong could only remain lying on the ground. "I know I was wrong. It was my fault. I apologize to you. I swear I'll never show my face before you again. I'll stay at least 100 meters, no, 300 meters away from you. I'll never dare offend you again, big brother." Lu Xiong pleaded. He wasn't stupid. A man who could clamp his throat with one hand, toss him aside, and sever his meridians to immobilize him was far beyond anyone he should provoke. "At least you know your place." Li Futu's tone remained cool as he pressed lightly on several acupoints along Lu Xiong's limbs before rising. "Now get out of here." Lu Xiong froze, then felt his limbs regain movement. He scrambled to his feet, not daring to utter a sound. Bowing and scraping, he fled with his gang of thugs, their tails between their legs. Chapter 179, Accompany me to the banquet. Li Futu walked back to campus with the 3 beauties. Lan Xian still had to continue welcoming new students that afternoon, so she headed straight to the Chinese department reception desk. Li Futu, Luo Qingwu, and Tang Xiaogui had no further business there, so they naturally headed back to Ro's apartments. Registration would last 3 days. Starting on the 4th day, the school would organize related activities, the president's meeting with freshmen, class meetings led by homeroom teachers, electing class officers, followed by military training, and so on. But all that was still 3 days away. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui planned to bring new bedding and other essentials to their dorm tomorrow. Once classes started, they'd spend their afternoons on campus and could nap in their dorms. Roar! Li Futu rode up on his Harley motorcycle. The thunderous roar of its engine instantly drew the attention of many students. They all turned their heads to look at Li Futu riding this rugged-looking machine. They suddenly found him incredibly cool and handsome, fantasizing that owning such a bike would surely become their ultimate tool for picking up girls. Lan Xian watched Li Futu speed toward them on his imposing Harley. She was genuinely taken aback, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle. Deep down, she agreed that such a formidable machine perfectly matched Li Futu's presence, still as a mountain, yet moving with the force of thunder. Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui climbed aboard. Waving to Lan Xian, they said in unison, "Sis Lan Xian, we'll be heading out now. Until next time." "Alright, bye. Li Futu, drive carefully." Lan Xian smiled, swaying like a flower, utterly beautiful. Li Futu smiled back, twisted the throttle, and sped out of Capital University with Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui, 2 stunning beauties in tow, leaving behind a trail of envious, jealous, and resentful stares. Ro's apartments. By the time Li Futu returned with Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui, it was already 2:30 p.m. The sun blazed fiercely today. After stepping out of the car, the fair complexions of Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui glowed crimson from the sun's ultraviolet rays, a sight that was undeniably charming. "It's so hot!" Tang Xiaogui exclaimed. Being the most heat-sensitive, she dashed into the villa first to turn on the air conditioning. After parking the car, Li Futu also entered the villa. He too felt a wave of heat surging through his body. He walked into the bathroom, stripped completely naked, and took a cold shower. Li Futu emerged to find Luo Qingwu and Tang Xiaogui sitting in the living room enjoying the air conditioning. They had been chatting before he came out, but their conversation stopped when they saw him. "Bodyguard brother," Tang Xiaogui asked, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Li Futu. "I heard from Sister Ruyu that when she wasn't feeling well recently, you helped relieve her discomfort with a degree massage?" Li Futu froze, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Li Futu, Xiaogui was asking you a question. What's wrong?" Luo Qingwu glanced at Li Futu and couldn't help but speak up. For some reason, she seemed a bit embarrassed looking at him, her lovely face tinged with a faint blush. "Ahem. Did Ruyu tell you I gave her a massage? And what else did she say?" Li Futu snapped back to reality and couldn't help but ask. She said she wasn't feeling well, and then you massaged her and she felt better, Tang Xiaogui replied. Li Futu relaxed slightly upon hearing this. It seemed Yen Ruyu had only mentioned the massage to Luo Qinggu and the others, not revealing that he'd been hiding in her room. Yes, that did happen. Why? Li Futu inquired. So, bodyguard brother, your massage skills are pretty amazing, huh? Tang Xiaogui blinked, her eyes sparkling brightly, as if she'd glimpsed a ray of hope. I suppose so. Are you feeling unwell? Li Futu hesitated, glancing between Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui. A sudden surge of anticipation and excitement welled up inside him. Both Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui possessed captivating figures, Luo Qinggu tall and slender, graceful and elegant, Tang Xiaogui delicate and voluptuous. If either of them needed a massage to ease their discomfort, he would gladly oblige without hesitation. Luo Qinggu flushed instantly. She shot Li Futu a sharp glance and retorted, "What are you thinking? Nothing like that is happening." With that, she stood up and headed upstairs. Sis Luo, Tang Xiaogui called after her, following suit. Li Futu felt puzzled. What did she mean by asking if he knew how to massage? It was truly baffling. It seemed a young girl's thoughts were indeed hard to fathom, guessing them was guaranteed to give one a headache. Upstairs, in Luo Qinggu's room. Luo Qinggu sat on her plush bed draped in pink sheets, casually picking up a management textbook to read. Her flawlessly beautiful face still bore 2 delicate blushes, making her even more stunning and subtly adding a touch of allure. Sis Luo, this is great. Bodyguard brother really knows how to massage. Now Sis Luo's can get lifted up too. Tang Xiaogui burst in, chattering away. Xiaogui, what are you talking about? Who knows if it'll work? I was just asking casually, Luo Qinggu replied irritably. Sis Luo, it's clearly explained online. Stimulating specific pressure points can enhance fullness. Now Sis Luo won't have to worry about being flat-chested anymore, it'll definitely perk up. Tang Xiaogui declared, her face glowing with excitement as if she were the one benefiting. Luo Qinggu's face flushed even redder. That's just what they say online. Who knows if it's true or not, she snapped. Why not have bodyguard brother try it and see? Tang Xiaogui suggested, batting her eyelashes. Xiaogui. Luo Qinggu slammed her book shut and exclaimed, are you kidding me? How could we possibly try that? Besides, having him massage me? I wouldn't even dare ask. Just the thought of his hands massaging me. I'd die of embarrassment. Sis Luo, for the sake of experiencing the joys of womanhood later, for your future career prospects, for your future assets to be proud of, it's totally worth a try. Besides, bodyguard brother isn't an outsider. Are you seriously going to get massages from those places outside? That'd just be giving them free benefits. Keep the good stuff in the family, right? Tang Xiaogui said excitedly, egging Luo Qinggu on. Truthfully, she was just itching to watch the show. You little brat, why don't you try it yourself? I just can't get past my own mental block. Luo Qinggu retorted. But I don't need it. Tang Xiaogui pouted, looking down. She claimed that a true woman couldn't even see her own feet when she lowered her gaze, and indeed, she couldn't. Sis Luo, just let the bodyguard try it. I'll stand right beside you. If he dares to molest you, I'll make him molest me first. Is that okay? Tang Xiaogui declared with righteous indignation. Luo Qinggu gritted her teeth, thought for a moment, and replied, we'll see. I don't want to talk about this now. First floor. Li Futu entered his room to take a nap. He hadn't gotten enough sleep these past few days and was severely sleep deprived. But no sooner had he lain down than his phone, left on the desk in front of him, began to ring. He had to get up and walk over to pick it up. To his surprise, it was Lin Ruoru calling. Hello, Ruoru? Is that you? Futu, you haven't responded to me in days. Have you forgotten about me? Ruoru, what nonsense are you talking about? Things have been hectic lately, so I've been a bit neglectful. Don't take it to heart. Really? Or are you just sweet-talking me? Ruoru, would I lie to you? I wouldn't deceive anyone, least of all my woman, right? Alright then. To prove your sincerity, I need to attend a banquet tonight, you're coming with me. Li Futu's expression froze upon hearing this. His brief silence aroused suspicion in Lin Ruoru on the other end of the line. She pouted, what's wrong? Don't you want to accompany me to this banquet? Of course not. Just a bit surprised. I'm free tonight, what time is it? Li Futu asked. The banquet starts at 8. Will you pick me up then? Lin Ruoru asked. Yes. I'll pick you up at your residence before 7. We should make it to the venue in time, right? Li Futu inquired. We'll make it. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Lin Ruoru chuckled over the phone, exchanged a few more words, then hung up. Chapter 180, he's definitely going on a date. Li Futu woke up at exactly 6 in the afternoon. Remembering he still needed to accompany Lin Ruoru to the banquet, he went to take a shower. Luo Qinggu and Tang Xiaogui were clearly just waking up too. When Li Futu emerged from the bathroom into the living room, he saw them descending the stairs, looking languid and sleepy. "Ha! Bodyguard bro, why are you dressed so sharp at home? Got something up your sleeve?" Tang Xiaoguo descended the stairs, spotting Li Futu in a full suit, clean-shaven, looking particularly sharp and handsome. She couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Luo Qingwu's beautiful, autumn water eyes also turned toward Li Futu. In her memory, this seemed to be the first time he'd ever dressed so formally and presentable. Where was this guy going? Xiaoguo, you're awake. Li Futu smiled. I have something to take care of tonight and need to head out. Got it. Bodyguard brother must be going on a date with a beauty. Tang Xiaoguo said, glancing at Luo Qingwu. Sis Luo, do you think we should tag along too? Li Futu nearly collapsed on the spot upon hearing this. He was utterly mortified. That little minx Tang Xiaoguo really would say anything. If those two followed him, forget about anything else, he might as well cancel last minute and stay home. Why would we follow him? Luo Qingwu retorted, her tone tinged with irritation. If he wants a date, that's his business. What does it have to do with us? But Luo, didn't you say you'd supervise bodyguard brother to keep him from chasing after girls? Tang Xiaoguo retorted bluntly. Luo Qingwu felt an urge to grab some tape and seal Tang Xiaoguo's mouth shut. She gritted her teeth, shot Tang Xiaoguo a glare, and snapped, Xiaoguo, when did I ever say anything like that? If he wants to fool around, that's his business. What does it have to do with me? I couldn't care less. Li Futu gave a bitter laugh. Actually, you've all misunderstood. How could I be fooling around? There are matters I need to handle outside. You know, many things have happened recently. I can't go into details now, but you'll understand eventually. At this point, Li Futu could only offer this excuse. Luo Qingwu listened to Li Futu's words with a look of disbelief on her face. Just as she was about to say something, the sound of a car speeding back echoed outside the villa. They went out to look and saw Yan Ruyu driving back. The door opened, and Yan Ruyu stepped out. She wore a crisp white business suit, the short, fitted skirt accentuating her exquisite curves, while her long, slender legs stood tall and graceful. Yan Ruyu stepped out of the car and caught sight of Li Futu emerging from the villa. Her eyes widened in surprise. Li Futu, are you heading out? Yan Ruyu inquired. Sis Ruyu, the bodyguard must be going on a date. Look how sharp he's dressed, I wonder when he got that suit? It's even Armani. Tang Xiaoguo blurted out first. Yan Ruyu flushed slightly. Tang Xiaoguo's last question made her feel a bit embarrassed. She took a deep breath, her expression calming, and asked, Li Futu, so you won't be having dinner at home? Li Futu nodded. No, I won't. You know, a lot has happened recently, and there are matters I need to handle. You and Xiao Wu stay home. I'll be back soon. Sis Ruyu, bodyguard brother is so greedy. We've got 3 beauties right here at home, yet he still wants to go out and flirt with other girls, Tang Xiaoguo chimed in again. Li Futu was utterly speechless, a black line appearing on his forehead. But arguing with this little minx Tang Xiaoguo was truly the most irrational thing to do. Xiaoguo, what nonsense are you spouting? Yan Ruyu flushed slightly and gave a playful scolding. She glanced at Li Futu and said, if you have business, go ahead. Just come back soon. Li Futu nodded. He roared away from Ro's apartments on his Harley motorcycle. Throughout the entire scene, Luo Qingwu remained silent. Her beautiful eyes followed the motorcycle until it vanished into the distance, her thoughts hidden within her heart. Li Futu sped through the streets on his Harley. Dressed in a high-end Armani suit, he radiated a significantly enhanced aura of poise and mature sophistication. Yet the sight of him riding a motorcycle in designer attire inevitably evoked one word, cool. Century Mansion Residential Complex. After racing for over half an hour, Li Futu finally arrived at Century Mansion, the residential complex where Lin Ruoru lived. He parked his bike and walked straight into Building C, taking the elevator to the 12th floor. He stepped out and approached Lin Ruoru's apartment, pressing the doorbell. The chime rang for a moment before the door opened, revealing Lin Ruoru standing before him, looking fresh and lively. Lin Ruoru had clearly just finished applying her makeup. Her hair, pulled up high, hadn't been smoothed out yet, but her face, now adorned with cosmetics, looked exceptionally radiant and beautiful. She possessed the unique charm of a mature woman, and the alluring seductiveness in her eyes was truly captivating. Futu, you're here so early, huh? Futu, what happened to you? Look at your hair, it's hilarious. Lin Ruoru's face lit up with delight when she opened the door and saw Li Futu. But upon noticing his hairstyle, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. My hair? What's wrong with my hair? Li Futu asked, slightly puzzled. I deliberately styled it and even used gel to look presentable for the banquet with you. He reached up to touch his hair, only to feel every strand standing on end. He froze, then walked straight into Lin Ruoru's room. Upon reaching the bathroom, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His face in the mirror remained sharply defined, handsome and masculine, but his hair stood on end as if he'd touched a static ball. He knew exactly why. He'd sprayed gel on his hair before leaving, but before it could dry, he'd hopped on his Harley and sped off. The headwind had whipped his hair into a wild, upright mess, instantly drying the gel and setting it in place. Futu, you should fix your hair first. If it's too stubborn, just wash it and blow dry it. There's gel in the bathroom too. Lin Roru walked over, smiling as she added, I just finished my makeup. I'll go change in the room. By the time I'm dressed, you should be ready too. Li Futu nodded. Showing up to the banquet with a hairstyle like that would surely make people laugh him to death. The gel had already hardened, so Li Futu had no choice but to wash his hair again, blow dry it, and then spray on some more gel. Since he wouldn't need to ride his motorcycle to the banquet with Lin Roru, he no longer had to worry about his hair frizzing up again. Li Futu stepped out of the bathroom just as Lin Roru emerged. She flicked her cloud-like hair, its silky strands cascading down like a waterfall, framing her exquisitely beautiful face. She wore an off-the-shoulder black dress that exuded an air of mature elegance. The silhouette of the dress perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, showcasing the unique allure of a sophisticated woman. Chapter 181, Lin Roru's Thoughts. I finally understand why I was so drawn to you. Even if it happened again, I still wouldn't be able to resist your allure. Li Futu gazed at Lin Roru before him and couldn't help but speak. Lin Roru's radiant face flushed slightly, tinged with a delicate blush. She finally grasped the meaning behind his words. If it happened again, I'd still tempt you. Lin Roru giggled softly, her beautiful eyes shooting Li Futu a playful glare before stepping forward to link her arm through his. Together, they departed, heading to the gathering. When Lin Roru learned Li Futu had arrived on a motorcycle, she couldn't help but smile. No wonder you appeared with that tousled hairstyle. It really is quite stylish and unique. Really? If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered fixing my hair back down. Let's ride the motorcycle over then. We can recreate the same effect. Li Futu chuckled. Stop joking around. If we really showed up like that, people would laugh us to death at the venue. Lin Roru shot Li Futu a playful glare, her voice tinged with teasing. Saying this, Lin Roru led Li Futu to a white BMW 7 Series parked in the community garage. You drive, she said. Li Futu nodded, took the keys from Lin Roru's hand, and they both got into the car. Li Futu drove slowly out of Century Garden. Where is the dinner being held? Li Futu asked. Actually, it's a private dinner, Lin Roru explained. It's at Yunyue Mountain Villa in the southern suburbs of the capital. The owner, Lu Yueyao, is the one who organized this gathering. She invited quite a few friends from the circle, though mostly women. Lin Roru explained. She glanced at Li Futu, smiled, and suddenly added, Lu Yueyao is quite the beauty, you know. Don't let her steal your soul when you get there. No way, no way. With you by my side, even if my soul were to vanish, my body would still be yours. Li Futu chuckled. Ugh. Lin Roru's flushed cheeks turned crimson, and she couldn't help but pout. Li Futu chuckled as Lin Roru pointed out the route. He drove swiftly along the path she indicated. Driving, Li Futu's thoughts churned, bringing certain matters to mind. He knew he had successfully drawn the attention of his hidden adversaries. For now, those targeting Luo Qinggu and Yen Ruyu were eager to crush Li Futu this roadblock into dust first. But how could he lure the snake out of its hole if he didn't show himself? Thus, Li Futu chose to accompany Lin Roru to the banquet alone. This served two purposes, to be with her and to probe the situation of those hidden adversaries. He refused to remain passive, waiting indefinitely for his adversaries to come to him. He sought to launch a swift counterattack, eliminating those lurking adversaries targeting Luo Qinggu and Yen Ruyu outright. Only then could he guarantee the safety of the three women in Ro's apartment and free himself to handle other matters. A storm was brewing in the underworld, and he refused to let it engulf the three women of Ro's apartment. He would face it alone. His brothers could join him once they returned. But before that, he must eliminate every potential threat targeting the three women of Ro's apartment. The car raced along, guided by Lin Roru, already entering the southern outskirts of the capital. Lin Roru's beautiful eyes kept drifting to Li Futu's profile. This man always gave her an overwhelming sense of stability and security, exactly what she lacked. Perhaps that was why she'd fallen for him so quickly. Tonight's Li Futu dazzled her. She was accustomed to his unkempt appearance in the past. It seemed this man would throw on any garment without regard for style or fit. Tonight, Li Futu wore a suit, looking exceptionally handsome. The profound, world-weary glints that occasionally flashed in his eyes, deep as the starry sky, were like poison, always drawing her in. She realized she had truly fallen for this man. Deep down, she never sought any formal recognition from Li Futu. All she needed was that sense of being protected. As long as he didn't leave her, she felt content. Sometimes, what a woman needs from a man isn't much, perhaps just a sense of solid security, perhaps just a warm embrace, perhaps just a caring and affectionate greeting. But sadly, few men grasped this truth. They believed they needed to earn vast fortunes or achieve extraordinary success to provide their women with ample enjoyment. Little do they realize that while they spend their time striving for these things, unable even to offer their woman a simple greeting, by the time they finally achieve success and look back, she has already drifted further and further away. Therefore, Lin Roru's attraction to Li Futu has nothing to do with fame, fortune, or status. In truth, she has yet to truly understand him. She simply cherished the feeling Li Futu brought her. She wasn't a superficial woman. If she wanted money, her looks could easily captivate wealthy men lining up around her. If she sought status, she could climb to great heights. She needed none of these things. All she desired was a man who cared for her and could protect her by her side, someone to offer warmth when she needed a shoulder to lean on. Li Futu, you suddenly strike me as quite handsome. Lost in thought, Lin Roru suddenly smiled, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection as she gazed at Li Futu. Li Futu froze, glancing at her in surprise. You hadn't noticed this before? Lin Roru gave a playful smile and shook her head. Li Futu smiled back, his expression deepening. I understand now. Because you've become my woman. Men see their lovers as goddesses, women see their lovers as handsome men. What do you think? Lin Roru gave him an exasperated smile, her beautiful eyes rolling at him. She pointed ahead and said, turn here, and you'll enter the Yunyu villa. Li Futu nodded, turned the wheel, and steered the car along the road into the estate. Ahead, they saw a garden-style villa. The estate was brightly lit, with numerous figures moving about. As they drove up, a valet in a tailcoat assisted with parking. The front parking lot was already filled with luxury sedans, each worth over 1,000,000 yuan, a clear indication of the estate owner's extraordinary wealth. Li Futu and Lin Roru stepped out of the car, instructing the valet to park it before walking together toward the villa's grand hall. The banquet hall was already bustling with guests, predominantly women, though a few male attendees were present. Feeling excited seeing all these beauties? Lin Roru shot Li Futu a disapproving look and asked. Ahem, Roru, you're joking. Honestly, there aren't many here who are prettier or sexier than you. Li Futu spoke the truth. You're such a smart aleck. Lin Roru gave a playful scowl, though the delight on her face was impossible to hide. She linked arms with Li Futu and they stepped into the banquet hall together. As Li Futu and Lin Roru entered, a stunning woman in a purple low-cut gown, seated on a sofa near the front of the banquet hall and chatting animatedly with 3 other women, noticed them. Her eyes, as bright as the moon, swept over the room. Spotting Lin Roru, she smiled and was about to greet her, but the moment she saw Li Futu beside her, she froze completely, the words on her lips vanishing instantly. Chapter 182, Feasting to Their Heart's Content. Lu Yueyao's eyes, as bright as the moon, fixed intently on Li Futu as he entered the banquet hall. Her stunningly beautiful face froze in shock. Her seductive cherry lips seemed to murmur something, but no one else could hear her words. Yueyao, there you are. Finally found you. As Lu Yueyao drifted in a daze, Lin Roru's voice reached her ears. She looked up and saw Lin Roru approaching alongside Li Futu. As the mistress of Yunyu Manor, she quickly regained her composure. With a radiant smile, she greeted the dazzling Lin Roru approaching them. Sister Roru, you've arrived. You look absolutely stunning tonight. And who is this? Finally, Lu Yueyao turned her gaze to Li Futu and inquired. Oh, Yueyao, let me introduce you. This is Li Futu, my friend. Li Futu, this is Lu Yueyao, the mistress of Yunyu Manor. Lin Roru introduced them with a smile. Miss Lu, it's a pleasure, Li Futu replied with a gentle smile, extending his hand for a light handshake. On the way here, Roru mentioned how extraordinarily beautiful you are. To see you in person, this isn't merely extraordinary beauty. You're like a celestial being descended from heaven. Lu Yueyao paused slightly, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She smiled and said, Mr. Li, you flatter me. Such praise is more than I deserve. Welcome to tonight's banquet. Don't welcome me so soon, Li Futu chuckled. After the banquet, I might just become an unwelcome guest in your eyes. Lu Yueyao was slightly taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. This fellow always said things that caught one off guard. Lin Roru shot Li Futu a disapproving glance before turning to Lu Yueyao with a smile. Yueyao, don't pay any mind to what he says. That's just how he is. Sometimes his words can leave you speechless. Lu Yueyao smiled radiantly, her eyes as bright as the moon lingering on Li Futu with a hint of deliberate attention. Li Futu was genuinely awestruck. His description of Lu Yueyao as a celestial being descended to earth was no exaggeration. Her beauty was truly extraordinary, like a moon veiled by thin clouds, or spring breezes caressing jade blossoms. She possessed a serene, elegant grace that was both captivating and moving. Merely observing her features, one would perceive a captivating young maiden, her complexion remarkably well preserved, smooth and taut like a teenager's, tender and fair. Yet, observing her figure, one couldn't help but be captivated by the voluptuous curves of her mature, womanly form. The purple low-cut evening gown she wore transformed her into a captivating siren, accentuating every curve with irresistible allure. Tonight's banquet was a private affair, attended by men and women who were all successful individuals with deep-rooted backgrounds and significant status, the very essence of the capital's upper middle class. But Li Futu had no interest in probing their backgrounds or cultivating connections with them. His stomach growled emptily, and all he could think about was the banquet starting soon so he could eat and drink his fill. After all, it was free, and hosted by the stunning Lu Yueyao. Not eating would be downright rude. Lin Ruoru, however, needed to continuously expand her network for her own future development. Tonight presented a rare opportunity. Thus, clutching her wineglass, she began navigating the social currents of such gatherings, engaging in light conversation with the many figures present, individuals boasting deep connections and extraordinary accomplishments. To put it plainly, such banquets served as prime networking venues. Here, one could casually glean business opportunities from others' conversations, or even stumble upon potential collaborations. Those invited by Lu Yueyao were all high society figures of status and accomplishment, and the exchange of information among them was crucial and vital. Li Futu saw no need to get involved. After spending a moment with Lin Ruoru, he made his way to a sofa in the corner and sat down. He pushed a cart laden with pastries and fruit platters, along with a bottle of red wine, over to the sofa and began his appetizer spread. Though the venue was filled with beautiful women, few in Li Futu's eyes could compare to Lu Yueyao and Lin Ruoru. Therefore, in Li Futu's view, simply admiring these two beauties was sufficient. Li Futu sat back comfortably on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying this moment of ease and spontaneity. A short while later, he watched as Lin Ruoru swayed gracefully toward him, her lovely face flushed slightly, likely from having had a few drinks. "Futu, there you are. The banquet has begun. You were hungry, weren't you? Go get something to eat," Lin Ruoru said, looking at Li Futu. "That's perfect. I am actually quite hungry." Li Futu smiled, stood up, pulled over a cart, and headed toward the buffet table laden with delectable dishes. What is he up to? Lin Ruoru couldn't help but wonder silently. Li Futu pushed the cart to the banquet table as if no one else was present. Glancing around, he murmured to himself, "This banquet is truly extravagant. Not just king crab, lobster, and deep-sea fish, they even have bear paw. Tiger penis porridge too? That's the real stuff. Haven Tea had that in ages. Gotta grab some fast." With that thought, Li Futu proceeded to load stack upon stack of delicacies onto his cart under the astonished stares of the crowd, filling it to the brim with rare delicacies from land and sea. Finally, he casually grabbed a bottle of Lafite red wine and pushed the cart toward the corner sofa. Lin Ruoru was just approaching when she saw Li Futu pushing the cart loaded to the brim. She nearly stumbled backward in shock. "Ruoru, come join us. I brought your portion too." Li Futu smiled as he reached the sofa. He arranged the dishes from the cart onto the coffee table in front of them, swallowed hard, and began to tuck in heartily. Who is this guy? He has absolutely no sense of decorum. How can anyone eat like that? He's completely ruined our reputation. He's brought shame upon us men. How vulgar. He's nothing but an uncivilized savage. Could he be a starving ghost reincarnated? Eating with such gusto, and so shamelessly at that. In a setting like this, his brazenness is beyond belief. Soon, Li Futu's eating habits drew the attention of several men and women in the room, who couldn't help but begin whispering among themselves. These individuals prided themselves on belonging to high society, accustomed to refinement. They had never witnessed anyone like Li Futu devouring food so unabashedly at a banquet before. The murmurs caught Lu Yueyao's attention. Puzzled, she followed the stares of many around the room and saw Li Futu at a corner sofa. He was clutching a wine bottle, taking a swig, then grabbing a king crab's large claw with both hands, tearing it open, and biting into the succulent crab meat. In that instant, Lu Yueyao was utterly dumbfounded. Frozen in place, she nearly dropped her wine glass, which teetered dangerously close to crashing to the floor. Chapter 183, Lin Ruoru's Hint. Lu Yueyao froze, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Li Futu, who was sitting on the sofa ahead of her, eating heartily. Her delicate, rosy lips parted in shock, her lovely face etched with surprise and disbelief. She never imagined Li Futu would eat so uninhibitedly in public, disregarding his image. Setting aside the staggering amount of food spread before him, the sheer sight of him grabbing a crab leg in one hand and chugging wine from the bottle with the other was utterly speechless. Lu Yueyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her emotions and adjust to Li Futu's almost primitive, hearty eating. The murmurs around her grew louder, yet Li Futu remained oblivious, seated on the sofa, eating and drinking as if no one else existed. Lu Yueyao was utterly speechless. That guy could maintain such composure in plain sight. It was truly admirable, his calm resolve and that thick-skinned indifference to others. After a pause, Lu Yueyao walked forward. Seeing Lin Ruoru frozen in place, she couldn't help but smile. Approaching her, she remarked, "Sis Ruoru, your friend here is quite the eye-opener. Truly unexpected. I wonder if he's been starving for a day to act like this?" Yueyao, he's not usually like this. I just don't know what's gotten into him tonight." Lin Ruoru's face flushed as she watched Li Futu stuffing his face without a care for appearances. She suddenly felt an urge to shout that she didn't know this guy. "I was beginning to wonder if you weren't feeding him enough, Sister Ruoru," Lu Yueyao chuckled. Yueyao, that's not it. But he does usually have a huge appetite. Maybe tonight he really is starving. Lin Ruoru hurriedly explained, starting to defend Li Futu. After all, she had brought him here, so naturally she would go out of her way to protect his dignity. Li Futu was eating with relish. Truth be told, the dishes here were genuinely delicious. Both the mountain delicacies and the seafood were richly flavored. Plus, he was genuinely hungry, so he didn't hold back. To him, image and appearances were all superficial, nothing compared to the tangible pleasure of delicious food. Lin Ruoru and Miss Lu, why are you both standing there? Come, join me for dinner. Look at all this food on the table, I can't possibly finish it all by myself. Li Futu looked up just as Lin Ruoru and Lu Yueyao stood before him, staring at him in surprise. He warmly invited Lu Yueyao and Lin Ruoru to share the feast with him. Li Futu, you eat by yourself. We can't possibly finish all this, Lu Yueyao quickly interjected. You're just being polite, aren't you? Especially you, Ruoru. You haven't eaten yet, you must be starving. Come on over and eat with us. Look at these crab legs, the meat is so fresh and flavorful, tender and smooth, absolutely delicious. And these abalone are cooked perfectly too, just the right size for one bite. Oh, and this tiger penis kanji. Wait, Yueyao, do you still have some tiger penis kanji here? Li Futu asked. Lu Yueyao flushed, her beautiful eyes shooting Li Futu a reproachful glance. She couldn't shake the feeling that the way he'd asked about the tiger penis porridge carried a hint of suggestive undertone. Yueyao, shall we join them? Lin Ruoru suggested. Watching Li Futu devour his food had whetted her appetite. She was starting to feel hungry herself. Lu Yueyao nodded at the suggestion and walked over to sit with Lin Ruoru. At first, they felt too self-conscious to eat in front of so many people, but eventually they tentatively tried a few bites. Naturally, they didn't devour their food like Li Futu. Instead, they ate elegantly, taking small, refined bites. Even so, the sight of the two stunning beauties, Lu Yueyao and Lin Ruoru, sitting down to eat alongside Li Futu in the hall left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined these two gorgeous women would show not the slightest disdain, but instead join Li Futu in sharing a meal. Let me tell you, unless you've been through the battlefield, you truly don't understand the importance of food. That's why I cherish every bite I take. Li Futu spoke up, smiling as he added, you haven't endured the agony of surviving 3 days and nights in that desert with just a flask of water. In certain circumstances, a single loaf of bread can mean the difference between life and death. So when you have food, eat it properly. There's no need to feel embarrassed. After all, pride doesn't fill your stomach. Lu Yueyao's expression shifted in surprise. A flicker of something unusual danced in her eyes as she looked at Li Futu, though it seemed to be mingled with other, harder to define emotions. Finally, under the astonished gazes of the others, Li Futu finished his meal and drank his fill. Lin Ruoru and Lu Yueyao had also eaten their fill, sipping wine throughout. A delicate blush spread across their cheeks, making them look even more radiant. Every smile and gesture carried a charm capable of captivating all who saw them. Miss Lu, thank you so much for hosting tonight's dinner, Li Futu said with a smile. His gaze then shifted to the empty plates piled on the tea table before him. I've eaten quite a lot, I hope I haven't put too much pressure on you? Not at all, not at all. If there were a few more guests like you, I'm afraid the chefs would have been quite busy tonight. Lu Yueyao replied with a smile. Am I one of Miss Lu's welcome guests? Li Futu chuckled. I did say you might not welcome me after dinner, look at how much I've eaten all by myself. Lu Yueyao paused, recalling Li Futu's words from their first meeting. Only now did she realize he'd been referring to his voracious appetite. She was momentarily speechless before replying, you're overthinking it. On the contrary, I find you bring a unique energy. After all, no one has ever eaten like this at my banquets before. Lin Ruoru also smiled and said, it's my first time seeing this too. There will be a next time. If Miss Lu invites me again. Li Futu grinned, his face radiating shamelessness. Lu Yueyao couldn't help but chuckle. With other guests to attend to, she excused herself to greet them. Lin Ruoru shot Li Futu a flirtatious, reproachful glance with her captivating eyes. She clenched her jaw, then suddenly said, Futu, I'm going to the restroom. Come with me. She added, I'll go first. You follow behind. With that, Lin Ruoru flashed a smile, glanced at Li Futu, stood up, and headed toward a side door of the banquet hall. Li Futu froze, momentarily confused. Yet, recalling Lin Ruoru's unmistakably suggestive glance, a thought struck him. He too rose and headed toward the side door. Stepping through the side door led them to the estate's rear garden. A pebble-lined path wound toward a hexagonal pavilion flanked by an artificial rock fountain and surrounded by blooming flowers and plants, creating a serene and pleasant atmosphere. As soon as Li Futu stepped through the side door, he saw Lin Ruoru waiting nearby. Spotting him, she took his arm and pulled him forward. Ruoru, weren't you heading to the restroom? This doesn't seem like the right direction, Li Futu remarked in surprise. Shoo! Don't talk. You'll see when we get there. Lin Ruoru smiled, her lovely face flushed with a hint of rosy color, looking utterly captivating. This back garden also contains several private rooms, intended for guests attending the banquet to rest. For instance, guests who were drunk or tired from the festivities could come here to rest. Since the banquet had only just begun, no one else was around. Soon, Lin Roru led Li Futu to the door of one such private room. She opened it and pushed him inside. Lin Roru closed the door behind them, turning to face Li Futu. Her eyes held a hint of coy allure, and her slightly hurried breathing caused her mature, curvaceous figure to tremble ever so slightly. A deeply intoxicating, richly feminine aura emanated from her, potent enough to ensnare anyone. Li Futu scanned the room. It contained a sofa, a television, and a cabinet filled with books and various drinks and alcoholic beverages, clearly a space designed for guests to rest. He couldn't quite grasp why Lin Roru had brought him here. "Roru, what is this place?" Li Futu looked at her with confusion. Lin Roru bit her delicate, pearly teeth against her luscious red lips, an act that was utterly mesmerizing. She stepped before Li Futu, her hand gently tracing the curve of his chest. Her eyes, full of allure, met his as she murmured softly, "Futu, I've missed you." As she spoke, she gently pushed him, and Li Futu slid effortlessly onto the plush sofa. A faint blush spread across Lin Roru's exquisite jade-like face. She leaned down, lowering her head, and began to kiss Li Futu. Chapter 184, Lu Yueyao's Secret. After a passionate moment, Lin Roru left the private room first and returned to the banquet hall. She couldn't stay away too long or it would arouse suspicion. Li Futu remained in the private room for a while. Only after confirming no one was outside did he push open the door and step out. A corridor led directly to the private room area. Beyond it lay Yinyu Manor's secluded rear garden, a winding, shaded path leading to a hexagonal pavilion. A small pond dotted with lotus leaves and a rockery spouting water created a serene, enchanting environment. Li Futu exited the private room but did not immediately return to the banquet hall. Instead, he followed the corridor onto the quiet, pebble-paved path, walking all the way to the hexagonal pavilion. He settled into a wooden chair within the pavilion, drew a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. He let the smoke circulate through his lungs before exhaling it slowly through his nose and mouth, an expression of pure contentment washing over his face. Li Futu savored this rare moment of tranquility, something truly hard to come by in his past years. He was accustomed to ruthless slaughter in that brutal, blood-soaked underworld, hands stained with blood, each day navigated through peril, each moment wary of a cold bullet whistling through the air. Some might find such a life of walking the razor's edge thrilling and exhilarating, believing it forges a man into a true iron-blooded warrior. Yet such a life could also shatter a man, plunging him into the abyss. Years of battle only hardened his heart, numbing it to the point where he neither understood nor felt the world's warmth and compassion. Each day brought only scenes of bloodshed and cruelty, forcing him to drag his weary, wounded body forward just to survive. Over time, this numbness can freeze the heart completely, leaving it utterly devoid of feeling. The inner world becomes a desolate wasteland, a sensation that can sometimes push a person to the brink of collapse and madness. Some cannot bear this pressure, succumbing to various post-war psychological symptoms. Others, returning to the city after leaving the battlefield, struggle to adapt to urban life and drift toward extremes. Li Futu suffered from homicidal tendencies. Fortunately, through sheer willpower and with Daphne's help, he gradually gained control over his condition. Now back in the city, he experienced the ordinary moments of life, laughter and sorrow, warmth and kindness. He cherished this existence deeply and would never allow anyone to threaten it. Neither the major factions of the underworld nor the world's top assassin, Silver Fox, could shatter it. Besides, his iron-blooded brothers-in-arms, who had fought alongside him countless times, were about to return. With his brothers by his side and those he needed to protect, he felt content. Wasn't the taste of that cigarette afterwards simply exquisite? Suddenly, a crisp, melodious voice drifted into Li Futu's ears, snapping him back to reality from his wandering thoughts. Turning, he saw a radiant beauty in a low-cut purple gown, as luminous as the moon, gliding toward him with graceful steps. "Miss Lu?" Li Futu froze. The woman approaching was none other than Lu Yueyao. "Why must you always address me so formally? Couldn't you use a different name?" Lu Yueyao smiled gently, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons. The dazzling brilliance of the starry sky seemed condensed within them, radiating an irresistible charm. Li Futu smiled, casually extinguishing his cigarette butt. "Then I'll call you Yueyao. As the ancients said, fine wine shouldn't be wasted, and beauty shouldn't be approached rashly. I just didn't want to offend you by calling you Yueyao without permission." Standing alone in the pavilion, with rockeries and fountains, lotus blossoms wafting their fragrance, the scenery here is truly unmatched. "You do have a unique charm about you." Lu Yueyao stepped onto the hexagonal pavilion, her crescent moon eyes fixed on Li Futu as she smiled. Li Futu paused, then gave a wry smile. "Yueyao, your words make me rather embarrassed. For I sit here not to admire the scenery. I am but a coarse man, scarcely literate, and could never appreciate what you mean by scenery uniquely splendid here. It is your refined taste, Yueyao, that truly inspires admiration." Lu Yueyao's bright eyes and pearly teeth glowed as her cherry lips curved into a gentle smile. Then may I interpret your presence here as savoring the so-called afterglow? As she spoke, a faint blush spread across her radiant, captivating face, and a hint of bashful charm seemed to flicker in her beautiful eyes. Li Futu froze, struggling to believe his ears. He chuckled, feigning ignorance. Afterglow? Yueyao, what exactly do you mean by that? I'm afraid I'm a bit lost. Lu Yueyao shot Li Futu a disapproving glance. Are you genuinely clueless, or just playing dumb? You and Sister Roro vanished from the banquet hall for nearly half an hour. When Sister Roro returned, her face was flushed, yet here you are, sitting and smoking. I'm no child, how could I not know? Li Futu was instantly speechless. He thought his rendezvous with Lin Roro would remain a secret from heaven and earth, yet Lu Yueyao had seen right through it? How did she find out? Had she been secretly watching him and Lin Roro the whole time? What embarrassed Li Futu even more was that Lu Yueyao brought it up so bluntly, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Ahem, Yueyao, you know about post-coital cigarettes? Li Futu chuckled, turning the question back to her. Lu Yueya's lovely face flushed, and her beautiful eyes, filled with a hint of coyness, shot Li Futu a playful glare. I do have that much common sense, don't I? I know you men like to smoke after the fact, don't you? Well then, Yueyao, could it be you came here specifically to discuss the taste of post-coital cigarettes with me? Li Futu asked with a smile. Ah! Lu Yueyao gasped, her snow-white jade-like face flushing crimson. She pouted, of course not. I just had a bit too much to drink and wanted to stroll in the back garden to avoid being toasted by guests again. I never expected to see you here, so I came over. So this is a serendipitous encounter? Li Futu's deep eyes studied Lu Yueyao's exquisite face, as delicate and beautiful as a violet blooming in the midnight hour, as he asked with a playful smile. Suddenly, Lu Yueyao found Li Futu's gaze unbearable, as if he were seeing right through her. Actually. Lu Yueyao looked at Li Futu. Finally, her lips twitched. She lifted her eyes to meet his gaze and said, I wanted to tell you, thank you. Li Futu froze upon hearing this. He was utterly taken aback. Why would Lu Yueyao suddenly thank him? It felt downright baffling. At least, Li Futu couldn't recall doing anything that warranted her saying those two words. Yueyao, is it that I'm not educated enough or just slow on the uptake? I don't quite understand what you mean, Li Futu chuckled, asking. A peculiar emotion flickered in Lu Yueyao's eyes as she looked at Li Futu. Her thoughts seemed to be pulled back to scenes from the past. A man appeared as if a demon god had descended. A lazy smile played at the corners of his mouth, yet his entire being radiated overwhelming strength and dominance. Swift as fire when moving, immovable as a mountain when still, he charged forth with thunderous force utterly tyrannical. This had become a secret within her heart, a hidden treasure worthy of her deepest gratitude and appreciation. She had always believed she would never have the chance to thank the man who descended like a demon god face to face. After all, where could she possibly find that figure in the vast sea of humanity? However, Lu Yueyao never imagined that at the banquet she hosted tonight at Yunyu Manor, she would once again see this man Li Futu. When Li Futu entered alongside Lin Roro, the moment her gaze met his, she froze completely. Utter disbelief washed over her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. Li Futu looked at Lu Yueyao, feeling a bit puzzled. Her sudden thank you had caught him off guard. He couldn't recall ever seeing this woman before, otherwise, given his habit of remembering every beauty he encountered, how could he have no impression of her? If they had never met before tonight, where did this thank you come from? Yueyao, Li Futu called out softly. He noticed something peculiar about Lu Yueyao's expression, as if she were lost in a distant memory. Lu Yueyao snapped back to reality. Her beautiful eyes met Li Futu's as she offered a soft smile and asked, You don't remember, do you? Remember what? Perhaps if I say something, you'll remember what happened. Li Futu looked at Lu Yueyao in confusion. Lu Yueyao took a deep breath, her eyes fixed intently on Li Futu as she spoke slowly and deliberately. Should I call you Li Futu, or should I call you Butcher? Chapter 185, Butcher, I'm not afraid of you. Should I call you Li Futu or Butcher? Lu Yueyao uttered each syllable as if drawing upon every ounce of strength within her. Her eyes, as bright and radiant as the full moon, locked onto Li Futu, seemingly determined not to miss the slightest flicker of emotion across his face. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Futu's eyes. His outward expression remained as steady as a mountain, calm as a still lake. Yet inside, his heart was churning like a storm-tossed sea, utterly shocked. Butcher was his alias in the dark underworld. Yet, those within that world knew only of the existence of the Butcher. They had no idea who he truly was, nor what he looked like, nor how old he was. Essentially, any opponent who had seen him and recognized him as the Butcher now lay buried beneath the earth. There were few exceptions, however, Silver Fox being one. How did Lu Yueyao know he was the Butcher? Li Futu asked, his voice as calm as still water. Yueyao, to me, it doesn't matter whether you call me Li Futu or just Futu. Of course, calling me Futu might bring us a little closer, don't you think? Li Futu smiled, his gaze fixed on Lu Yueyao. He was deliberately testing her, observing her reaction. Not Futu. Butcher. Butcher, that's a rather surprising title. To be honest, I prefer calling you that. Butcher! Lu Yueyao spoke calmly. Li Futu abruptly sprang to his feet, striding directly before Lu Yueyao. His eyes, cold and piercing, locked onto her exquisitely beautiful face as he demanded in a low, gravelly voice, "Who are you? You don't seem to be from that world. Who exactly are you? I've never seen you before. How do you know me? Who I am doesn't matter. Besides, a woman like me wouldn't cross your mind, would she? You wouldn't give me a second glance, right?" Lu Yueyao tilted her face up, her bright, beautiful eyes meeting Li Futu's. "Who are you? Where did you hear that name?" Li Futu's expression darkened. He advanced toward Lu Yueyao, emanating a palpable, intense killing intent that seemed almost tangible. In an instant, he transformed into another person, shedding his usual lazy demeanor. His entire being now resembled a blood-red military dagger drawn from its sheath, radiating a sharp, terrifying edge, pulsing with a surging murderous aura. Li Futu had no desire for anyone to know his past, to know he was the Butcher. Anyone who touched upon this forbidden subject, he had no qualms about unleashing a bloodbath. Seeing Li Futu transform so abruptly, Lu Yueyao couldn't help but startle. Instinctively, she took a few steps back, only to find herself cornered, with nowhere left to retreat. That aura, the Butcher. What I remember is precisely this aura emanating from you now. Though cornered, Lu Yueyao lifted her face. Not a trace of fear crossed her features. Instead, her eyes flashed with a fiery intensity, as if she had confirmed something profoundly thrilling. "I never intended to harm you. You heard this from someone, correct? Tell me, how did you learn of it? Who revealed it to you?" Li Futu spoke in a low, hoarse voice. His right hand slid slowly from Lu Yueyao's jade-like cheek down to her delicate neck. Lu Yueyao's neck was long and smooth, as beautiful and graceful as a swan. As Li Futu's hand gently traced its contours, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly couldn't bear to see such a woman meet her end. "Butcher, I'm not afraid of you." As if sensing the icy killing intent radiating from Li Futu, Lu Yueyao thrust her body forward, confronting him with startling courage. Li Futu suddenly felt an urge to laugh. It was the first time he'd ever heard someone say, "Butcher, I'm not afraid of you." And these words came from a woman who was clearly powerless to threaten him, yet undeniably beautiful and alluring. "Butcher, if this is one of your secrets, I suppose I've stumbled upon it by accident. Would you choose to silence me by killing me? I'm not afraid, because without you, I would have died long ago and never lived to this day. Therefore, if you choose to kill me, I won't complain. You saved my life in the first place. If not for you, I wouldn't have lived these extra days." Lu Yueyao stared at Li Futu with stubborn eyes, speaking each word deliberately. In her bright eyes, tiny glistening tears seemed to be forming. Li Futu froze upon hearing these words. He looked at Lu Yueyao with surprise, struggling to comprehend her statement. Saved her? He had never even seen her face. How could he have saved her? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Lu Yueyao continued, "Butcher, perhaps you've forgotten. Let me remind you. Do you recall the terrorist incident at the central bank building a few days ago? In that very conference room, those extreme terrorists took numerous hostages. And I happened to be one of them. Do you know? Seeing those people so ruthless and vicious, my heart grew cold. It was as if I saw death itself descending. I knew I couldn't escape death. Those terrorists wouldn't leave any of us hostages alive." As I sank deeper into despair, helpless and terrified, waiting only for death's footsteps to draw nearer, you appeared. You were like a demon god who suddenly descended from the heavens and appeared at the doorway. Then, with lightning speed, you seized control of the entire situation. You took down each terrorist one by one, ending our crisis. In that moment, my heart soared from the depths of hell straight to heaven. I watched you the whole time. Your figure filled my heart. I also heard your exchange with that terrorist. In his final moments, he shouted your name, the very name he called you, Butcher. Lu Yueyao began to speak, and as she did, tears welled up in her eyes. They streamed down her exquisitely beautiful jade-like face. Through tear-filled eyes, she looked at Li Futu, the scene of that day vividly replaying in her mind. She still carried a trace of lingering fear, but it was overshadowed by overwhelming excitement and exhilaration. Truthfully, I was standing right behind that lovely, adorable girl at the time. You walked over, reached out, and picked up that little girl, then walked over to another beautiful girl. From start to finish, you never once looked at me, yet I never took my eyes off you. Lu Yueyao continued, adding, because your appearance defused that crisis, I've always regarded you as my savior. I've longed to thank you in person. But I had no idea how to find you. Never did I expect you to appear here tonight with Sister Roaru. Could this be fate? To fulfill this wish of mine? Li Futu froze, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Lu Yueyao. He chuckled to himself inwardly. It seemed he had been overly sensitive. Apparently, Lu Yueyao knew his name from that terrifying incident when One-Eyed Jack had shouted it at the top of his lungs before dying. Though One-Eyed Jack had spoken in English, Lu Yueyao was clearly fluent in the language and had understood his meaning. So you were one of the hostages taken during that incident. Li Futu's tone softened, and the icy killing intent radiating from him instantly retreated. He reached out and gently wiped the tear streaks from Lu Yueyao's cheeks, saying, "It's all over now. You should forget what happened that day, including my appearance. Only then can you live each day with ease and joy." Forget? You want me to forget? But how can I forget? That was the most indelible experience of my life. From utter despair to rebirth from the flames, from waiting helplessly for death to the thrill of regaining life, how can I possibly forget? Lu Yueyao exclaimed, her words bordering on accusation toward Li Futu. You needn't regard me as your savior. At that moment, I intended to rescue someone else, not you hostages. As for your rescue, you can thank the enforcement squad. It has nothing to do with me. Li Futu replied indifferently. Tears welled in Lu Yueyao's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she stared at Li Futu and asked, enunciating each word, "Are you truly such a heartless person? I know you must have cared about someone inside to rush in. But undeniably, it was your appearance that saved me. You saved me, yet you won't even accept a simple thank you?" Chapter 186, A New Understanding. Li Futu couldn't stand seeing a woman cry, especially a beautiful one. It made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Therefore, facing Lu Yueyao, whose eyes were now brimming with large, pearl-like tears, Li Futu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It seemed as though his presence alone had forced her tears to fall like broken strings of pearls. If you insist on thanking me, I'll gladly accept. Who wouldn't want a beautiful woman's gratitude? But could you please stop crying? Those tears are nearly seeping into my heart, making my own emotions grow damp, Li Futu said. I'm not one to cry easily, Lu Yueyao replied. Li Futu nearly collapsed upon hearing this. Not prone to tears? What was this scene before him? Tears fell as if they were free, streaming down relentlessly, so much so that Li Futu couldn't wipe them fast enough. Do you doubt my words? Lu Yueyao lifted her tear-filled eyes to meet Li Futu's. She appeared stubbornly defiant, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lower lip as she continued, but I must say this is the first time I've ever cried for a man. Because I've been wronged and you're the cause. Li Futu felt on the verge of breaking down. He had caused her injustice? He hadn't done anything to wrong her, had he? On the contrary, she had just thanked him moments ago. How could she now insist he was the reason for her suffering? Yueyao, perhaps my actions earlier put pressure on you. But I only want to tell you, forgetting that day is for your own good. If you remain trapped in the terror of that incident, you won't find peace. After a pause, Li Futu took a deep breath and continued, also, my name is Li Futu, not Butcher. Of course I won't reveal your secret. I want you to know that even if you never once looked at me back then, you already held a secret place in my heart. Lu Yueyao spoke, gazing at Li Futu as they remained pressed against each other. If Lu Yueyao didn't mind, Li Futu certainly didn't either. Drunk. Not all secrets are beautiful. In any case, if you don't want to bring trouble upon yourself, choose to forget. I'm just Li Futu, the Li Futu you met tonight. Li Futu spoke. Li Futu, I understand what you mean. I won't choose to forget. I'll bury what I know deep within my heart. Lu Yueyao said, then suddenly smiled and added, so, shall we get to know each other again? Get to know each other again? Li Futu was a bit taken aback. Li Futu, my name is Lu Yueyao. Pleased to meet you. Lu Yueyao looked at Li Futu and extended her crystal clear, snow-white right hand. Li Futu froze, staring at her with a puzzled look, unsure of the meaning behind her gesture. Li Futu, my name is Lu Yueyao. It's a pleasure to meet you. After speaking, Lu Yueyao pressed her cherry lips tightly together, her eyes fixed stubbornly on Li Futu. Her right hand remained extended, a faint trace of blood appearing between her teeth. Clearly, she had bitten her lip too hard, causing it to break and bleed slightly. It's my pleasure to meet you too. Li Futu took a deep breath and finally extended his right hand, grasping Lu Yueyao's delicate, boneless-looking hand. Lu Yueyao smiled, her bright eyes meeting Li Futu's as she said, so we're friends now, right? Li Futu couldn't quite fathom this woman's meaning, but he simply nodded and replied, of course. Don't forget I ate and drank my fill at your place. There's plenty more to eat inside. Would you like to continue? Lu Yueyao smiled, her graceful figure swaying with alluring charm. Li Futu froze, then gave a wry smile. What do you take me for? Even with my hearty appetite, I'm still human. I couldn't possibly eat that much. I've been out quite a while. It's time to return to the banquet hall, Lu Yueyao suddenly remarked. Li Futu nodded in agreement. He too had been out for quite some time. But you've blocked my exit. How am I supposed to leave? Lu Yueyao gazed at Li Futu, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. You're beautiful and alluring. Any man would be drawn to you. Take me, for instance, I really am reluctant to move away. Li Futu smiled, his tone returning to its earlier light-hearted teasing. Lu Yueyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Her beautiful eyes shot him a disapproving glare as she retorted, you really are shameless. Aren't you worried Sister Roro might discover us? I certainly don't want her to suspect anything. Your words set my imagination racing. Are you implying that if Roro doesn't notice us, we can keep this up? Li Futu smiled, calmly observing Lu Yueyao before him. Ah! Lu Yueyao gasped, unable to suppress a soft cry. She pushed Li Futu away with her hand. Li Futu chuckled. See? I'm no saint. Choosing to forget isn't necessarily a bad thing. All I know is your name, Li Futu. Lu Yueyao flashed him a piercing glance before turning on her heel and striding toward the banquet hall. Li Futu gazed at Lu Yueyao's infinitely beautiful, graceful silhouette as she walked away. He shook his head and let out a bitter laugh, never having imagined that Lu Yueyao was one of the hostages trapped inside the central bank building at the time. Back then, his sole focus had been rushing in to rescue Luo Qingguo and Tang Xiaoguo, though Guan Yuqi had also been among his targets. As long as these three were saved, Li Futu would consider his mission complete. As for the fates of the others, it was as the saying went, to live was fate, to die was also fate. He knew Lu Yueyao was a clever woman and wouldn't reveal his moniker as the Butcher. Yet he hadn't anticipated that his actions back then would leave such a profound impression on her heart. Perhaps that, too, was fate. Li Futu stood for a moment in the hexagonal pavilion before entering the manor's banquet hall. Just then, the dance segment commenced. As the violin strains filled the air, couples began pairing up and gliding across the floor. Futu, you're back. I was just looking for you. Will you dance with me? As soon as Li Futu entered the banquet hall, Lin Roru approached him. Her beautiful eyes met his, and a hint of alluring charm lingered in her gaze, utterly captivating. Roru, I'm not very skilled at these dances. I'm afraid I might step on your feet. Li Futu smiled as he spoke. No problem, I'll lead you. Lin Roru said, taking Li Futu's arm and guiding him toward the open space in the center. As the dance music filled the room, Lin Roru and Li Futu began to move to the rhythm. It must be said, Li Futu's dancing was truly terrible. Lin Roru, however, patiently guided him, and gradually, he began to find his footing. Futu, were you chatting with Yueyao back in the garden earlier? What did you do to her? I saw her eyes were red when she came in, Lin Roru asked, glaring at Li Futu with a reproachful look. Li Futu froze, then hurriedly explained, Roru, don't misunderstand. We did talk a bit, but I didn't bully her. I was feasting and drinking at her place, why would I bully her? I'm not that thick-skinned. That's good. Yueyao has had it tough, you know. When I saw her eyes were red earlier, I thought she'd been crying. But someone as strong as her probably wouldn't cry easily, Lin Roru said. Li Futu's heart stirred at her words. Listening to Lin Roru, it seemed Lu Yueyao's path hadn't been smooth. Beneath today's glamour lay yesterday's hardships and struggles. Lu Yueyao was chatting and laughing with several guests in the hall near the dance floor. Many men approached her to ask her to dance, but she declined them all. Her beautiful eyes drifted toward Li Futu on the dance floor, her gaze carrying a hint of something more. As the music faded and the guests dispersed, the banquet drew to a close. Around 11:30 p.m., Li Futu noticed Lin Roru seemed slightly tipsy, likely from the lingering effects of the alcohol. He took her aside and they left the venue early. Lu Yueyao saw them off at the estate gates, watching as Li Futu helped Lin Roru into the car. Before getting in, Li Futu glanced back at Lu Yueyao, her purple gown swaying like a blooming violet. He smiled and waved briefly, saying nothing more, then drove away from Yunyu Manor. Lu Yueyao watched the car speed away until it vanished from sight. Her thoughts drifted as if carried by the receding BMW, and she suddenly wondered, why hadn't she mustered the courage to ask Li Futu to dance with her in the banquet hall earlier? Could her life's path, through the intertwining steps of a dance, have crossed and merged with this man's? The night was quiet and still. A clear sky dotted with countless stars held a bright moon suspended high, casting a soft, gentle glow across the landscape. As Li Futu drove away, a man with a slightly sullen expression watched him depart with a cold stare. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, a faint, icy smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Li Futu sped through the vast night. In the passenger seat, Lin Roru's eyes were half closed. A faint flush of intoxication lingered on her exquisitely beautiful face, making her look even more breathtakingly gorgeous. Seemingly drunk, she sat motionless in the front passenger seat. Originally, Li Futu hadn't planned to leave Yunyu Villa so soon. Firstly, Lin Roru was a bit tipsy, and secondly, he kept sensing a pair of eyes hidden among the guests, watching him intently. That gaze was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, flickering its tongue as it fixed its icy stare upon its prey. Li Futu's heightened vigilance allowed him to sense the covert scrutiny, but to avoid alerting the predator, he showed no unusual reaction and did not confront the person. If the person was targeting him, there would inevitably be follow-up actions. That was precisely why he led Lin Roru away first to secure her safety and shield her from the dangerous vortex unfolding. Chapter 187, Midnight Operation. Century Mansion Residential Complex. Li Futu drove back in less than half an hour. Roru, we're home. Li Futu murmured softly, guiding Lin Roru into the building elevator. After exiting the elevator, Li Futu retrieved the apartment key from Lin Roru's handbag, unlocked the door, and guided her inside. Futu, are we home? Lin Roru murmured, asking. Yes, we're home. Are you drunk? Let me help you to your room to rest. Li Futu smiled as he guided Lin Ruoru into her bedroom. I think I might be a little drunk, Lin Ruoru murmured, her breath carrying a faint scent of alcohol as she spoke with a languid, drowsy expression. Then rest well. Li Futu smiled, laying Lin Ruoru on the soft, large bed and removing the high heels from her feet. Futu, are you leaving? Lin Ruoru's beautiful eyes met Li Futu's as she asked softly. Li Futu smiled gently and said softly, you should rest well. Otherwise, you'll definitely have a headache tomorrow morning. Hold me, Lin Ruoru murmured. Li Futu paused, then bent down to embrace Lin Ruoru. Lin Ruoru clung tightly to him in return, her luscious red lips meeting his in a kiss. After a passionate embrace, Li Futu urged Lin Ruoru to rest well. He pulled a light blanket up, covering her body. Lin Ruoru closed her eyes. Only after she had gradually drifted into deep sleep did Li Futu rise and leave. He switched off the room's light, exited Lin Ruoru's room, and pulled the door shut securely before departing with peace of mind. Li Futu took the elevator down and walked toward his parked Harley motorcycle. Roar! As Li Futu pressed the throttle, the Harley roared like a beast. With a release of the clutch, the bike surged forward. The direction Li Futu sped off and wasn't toward Ro's apartments. Instead, he turned directly onto Jingbei Avenue and raced straight ahead along it, heading toward the North Suburb auto repair shop. Li Futu certainly wasn't idly revisiting old haunts, he had a purpose. According to Li Futu's assessment, the North Suburb auto repair shop was undoubtedly one of the enemy strongholds. Would they abandon such a crucial strategic position? A cold smile curled at the corner of Li Futu's mouth. The enemy wouldn't abandon this stronghold, they would reclaim it. But retake didn't mean they'd continue using it. Rather, there was likely something crucial within the base that the enforcement squad hadn't yet discovered. Li Futu knew the enforcement team had sealed off the base for 5 days without finding anything, which was why they had withdrawn from the location yesterday afternoon. During the days the enforcement team had the stronghold sealed off, those people naturally dared not go there openly. With the enforcement team having withdrawn from the stronghold yesterday, they would inevitably make their move tonight. This was precisely why Li Futu had come out tonight. By nearly 1 a.m., Li Futu had driven to the northern suburbs. He slowed his pace, avoiding the main road and instead taking a side path to avoid alerting anyone. Driving along the side road, Li Futu soon sensed he had circled around to the woods behind the auto repair shop. He stopped the car, turned off the engine, and his eyes turned cold as he peered through the thick foliage toward the distant repair shop. In the next instant, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Li Futu's eyes. Perhaps tonight would be another night of slaughter. He hoped his opponents wouldn't be too weak this time. He intended to see what secrets were truly hidden here. Li Futu thought silently as his form shifted, moving silently toward the auto repair shop. The night grew deeper, the starry sky desolate and vast. The cold moonlight spilled down, accentuating the dead silence and profound darkness of the midnight hour. This auto repair shop in the northern suburbs primarily serviced vehicles passing through the Jingbei Avenue and Jinglu Expressway. About 2 kilometers away lay a small village, and several of the shop's mechanics were originally from that very village. However, according to the enforcement team's investigation, those workers had reportedly been laid off and returned to the village about half a month ago. The garage owner stated the shop would be closed for a period. The workers were unaware of the owner's identity, addressing him only as boss in daily interactions. Consequently, the enforcement team could not uncover further investigative leads. The auto repair shop was a full 2 kilometers from the village. Moreover, the villagers' men, women, and children alike had heard about the intense firefight that had occurred there, claiming many lives. Consequently, at night, the villagers dared not venture toward the direction of the repair shop. Thus, under the desolate midnight sky, the area around the auto repair shop was utterly still. Not a single soul or even a ghostly shadow could be seen. Li Futu stood like a midnight specter. His near-perfect positioning and stealthy techniques allowed him to blend completely with the surrounding darkness. His cold gaze fixed on the auto repair shop ahead. From the outside, the place seemed utterly lifeless, not even a ghostly shadow to be found. Yet Li Futu could keenly sense waves of energy surging within the workshop. There were people inside the auto repair shop and not just one. Li Futu's eyes darkened, flashing with sharp, terrifying glints, piercing and incisive, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. His suspicions were confirmed. This garage undoubtedly harbored secrets unknown to the authorities, secrets the enforcement team had failed to uncover. Once the officers withdrew, the other group had begun their operation. A chilling smile touched Li Futu's lips as he observed the auto repair shop ahead. Subtle, guarded auras emanated from it. Someone was lurking in the shadows, their gaze sweeping the surroundings, wary of any suspicious figures approaching. To avoid drawing attention, the place was deliberately kept pitch black. If lights had been on, it would have raised suspicions. Should word reach the enforcement team, they would instantly be surrounded and sealed off. Li Futu shifted his stance. Crouching low, his entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its string. His speed was blindingly fast, utterly silent. Using the surrounding woods and trees as cover, he closed in on the auto repair shop with lightning-like agility. Last time he had tracked his way here alone, he had infiltrated through the auto repair shop's backyard. Tonight, however, he bypassed that route and slipped in through the side entrance on the shop's eastern side. A 2-meter-high wall encircled the entire auto repair shop, topped with sharp glass shards and an electric fence, severely limiting anyone attempting to scale it. But this posed no real challenge for Lefotu. The eastern section of the wall bordered dense undergrowth, making it his chosen point of entry. With the cover of the bushes, he was confident the guards wouldn't detect his presence. Lefotu slipped to the eastern section of the wall, crouching low against it as he strained to sense any movement within. Several auras drifted away from this section of the wall, indicating the patrols responsible for this area had passed by and moved on to other sections. Lefotu waited patiently for his chance. Once he sensed those auras had retreated sufficiently, he drew a deep breath, took a few steps back, then instantly braced his legs. With a powerful thrust forward, propelled by explosive force, his body launched himself into the air. Hanging mid-air, he planted his right foot on the wall surface. Using the wall's momentum, his body shot upward again. Then, his left leg violently pushed off the wall, instantly flipping his entire body through the air. He somersaulted over the glass shards and electric fence atop the wall, landing steadily on the ground inside the enclosure. Thud! Lefotu's feet touched down, still producing a faint sound. In an instant, he rolled his body, tumbling behind a pile of discarded tires to his right, completely concealing himself. Bang! 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 Within mere seconds, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. 4 men, guns drawn, charged toward the source of the unusual noise. Go check what's going on. A middle-aged man ordered in a low voice. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a younger man, gun in hand, dashed forward. Just then, a meow echoed through the air, and a dark, shadowy figure darted out, seemingly startled. The man who had rushed over stared, unable to suppress a curse. Damn it, it's just a wildcat. In truth, the man was only 7 or 8 meters away from Lefotu. Unbeknownst to him, Lefotu's cold, merciless gaze was fixed upon him. Brother Ming, it's just a stray cat. Probably jumped in from outside. Thought something bad had happened. The man ran back and reported. Anyway, stay alert and watch everything around us. The boss said there can be no mistakes this time. Otherwise, we'll all die. Mingu, the middle-aged man, said in a low voice. The other 3 henchmen nodded in unison, guns in hand, their eyes scanning the surroundings relentlessly. They scanned the area once more, patrolled a full circuit, then moved off in another direction. Lefotu retracted his aura completely, hiding behind a discarded tire. He watched the 4-man patrol team covertly. They hadn't spotted him, and with his stealth skills, there was no way they ever would. Chapter 188, Eliminate one by one. Lefotu finally understood why the auto repair shop remained completely dark inside, yet its occupants could still patrol and carry out their tasks. Each of them was wearing night vision goggles. Tonight's moonlight provided a faint glow. With their night vision goggles, the men could discern objects within a certain range under the dim moonlight. Lefotu's gaze grew intense. After a deep breath, he held his breath completely. His entire body surged forward in a single, silent, agile, and swift motion. He flashed into a passageway leading to the workshop building in front of the auto repair shop and concealed himself on the opposite side. Those 4 men would inevitably patrol back this way, so Lefotu waited for them. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed in Lefotu's eyes. His right hand gripped the blood-stained slaughter knife. He heard footsteps drawing nearer, his entire body taut like a drawn bow, ready to spring into action at any moment. Sure enough, minutes later, the 4 men reappeared on patrol. Leading the group was a young man, followed by a middle-aged man named Mingu, with 2 other men bringing up the rear. They advanced forward, guns in hand, night vision goggles scanning the surroundings coldly. Yet they failed to notice a figure pressed against the wall, concealed in the darkness. Whoosh! The moment the 4th figure appeared, Lefotu hesitated no longer. He charged forward with blinding speed, his crimson slaughter blade whipping through the air to form a blood-red blade aura that struck directly at the 4th man's throat. Thud! A jet of blood spurted from the man's throat. Lefotu's figure didn't pause for a moment, his body continuing to fly forward, arriving before the 3rd man. SSSSH. The crimson slaughter blade plunged deep into the man's chest, piercing his heart. At that moment, Mingu seemed to sense something. He whipped his head around, but just as he turned, a hand reached out of thin air, clamping down on his throat. SSSSH. Simultaneously, Lefotu yanked the blood-stained slaughter blade from the 3rd man's chest, flipped it to a reverse grip, and slashed forward. The young man leading the group had just turned around. Before he could even make out a figure, a blood-red, razor-sharp blade slashed through the air, severing his throat and killing him instantly. Ming Ge's throat was clamped, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Utterly immobilized, he saw Lefotu's face through his night vision goggles, a face swollen purple, utterly frozen in terror. Snap! A faint sound echoed as Lefotu snapped Ming Ge's neck clean off. Lefotu systematically eliminated all 4 members of Ming Ge's squad. Then, with a swift movement, he lunged forward, heading west. After passing through a corridor, he arrived at the rear yard of the auto repair shop, where several other auras were also stirring. Li Futu's gaze darkened slightly. It seemed the enemy had already positioned men around the perimeter of this auto repair shop. What exactly were they after? They'd mobilized so many men, with such heavy security and every one of them armed. Clearly, there was something crucial here they needed to find and move. Whoosh! Four figures flashed into view in the backyard, the patrol team stationed there. Li Futu's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent flaring. Anyone who came to this auto repair shop tonight deserved to die. He would show no mercy. At the eastern wall of the auto repair shop, the very spot Li Futu had scaled to enter, a pale-faced man with sunken eyes drifted in like a ghostly apparition. His nose twitched as he sniffed the air. His bloodshot eyes, set deep in their sockets, suddenly narrowed in cold focus. He had spotted the four corpses lying on the ground. His entire body lunged forward. Crouching low, he extended a finger to dab at the blood bubbling up and flowing across the ground. He placed that blood-stained finger into his mouth, as if savoring the taste of the blood. He was clad entirely in black, his face gaunt, giving his jaw a sharp point. Yet his sunken eye sockets and bloodshot eyes made him look like a consumptive. Yet, as he licked the blood-stained finger, a fiercer glow ignited in his eyes, and a sinister, murderous aura surged from his body. Then, his nose twitched. His crouched body suddenly sprang forward, darting along the passageway on the left that led to the backyard of the auto repair shop. Whether due to his lean frame or innate agility, his movement was both silent and blindingly swift. Within mere breaths, he had reached the rear courtyard. Even before arriving, his eyes narrowed slightly, the sinister glow within them intensifying to a blazing heat. He resembled a cold, venomous snake that had secretly tracked down its prey. His face froze as he burst into the backyard. Four bodies lay sprawled on the ground. Their deaths mirrored those of the four men found within the eastern wall, all killed with a single strike, showing no signs of struggle before dying. This is an interesting opponent. The dark-clad man emitted a low, strange growl, yet the words that followed were spoken in Japanese. Immediately, the black-clad figure darted from the backyard toward the workshop building at the front of the auto repair shop. He had barely covered 7 or 8 meters when, from a corner ahead, a figure burst out with lightning speed. A crimson blade slashed through the air, aiming straight for the black-clad man's throat. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed as the cloaked man reacted with astonishing speed. His right hand flipped, revealing a uniquely shaped dagger that parried the blood-red blade at the last possible moment. In that instant, the black-clad man drifted backward 2 steps as lightly as a feather. His bloodshot eyes blazed with a fierce, sharp killing intent. Following his gaze, Li Futu stepped forward, 1 step at a time. Li Futu felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected this opponent to evade his surprise attack. He had just finished off the 4 opponents in the rear courtyard one by one. Then, sensing a faint, sinister aura pursuing him in this direction, he concealed himself on the opposite side. When the black-clad man charged forward, Li Futu suddenly revealed himself to strike. Yet, to his surprise, his attack missed its mark. Li Futu's gaze darkened as he noticed the dagger clutched in the black-clad man's hand. It was a peculiar dagger, its handle long enough to grip with both hands, the blade slender and flat like a slightly curved ruler. Yet its razor-sharp edge hinted at a weapon that cut through flesh like mowing grass. A Japanese dagger? Only assassins trained in Japan wield such blades. Are you an assassin from Japan? Li Futu's gaze turned icy as he stared at the emaciated, black-clad figure before him, his words deliberate and measured. SSSSH. Without a word, the black-clad man lunged forward at Li Futu. Gripping the dagger's hilt with both hands, he executed a mid-air slash, bringing it down toward Li Futu with lightning speed. Chapter 189, The Assassin Emerges. Li Futu's gaze darkened as his blood-stained slaughtering blade parried the dagger's aerial strike. Suddenly, the man's left hand yanked the dagger handle downward. A slender, razor-sharp blade sprang from within the hilt, darting diagonally toward Li Futu. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly unprepared. No one could have anticipated that a slender dagger could be drawn from the handle of the first dagger. The sudden, unblockable thrust left no room for defense. Yet Li Futu seemed intimately familiar with this technique. As the black-clad man thrust the slender blade toward him, Li Futu's left hand shot forward a split second earlier. His arm moved with serpentine agility, his fingers splayed into a dragon's claw. In an instant, that claw-like hand seized forward. 12 dragons seizing hands. The black-clad man drew another dagger from his left hand and lunged at Li Futu. Li Futu seemed to have anticipated this attack long before it came. Executing the 12 dragons seizing hands, his left hand shot forward. It appeared as though the black-clad man's wrist had willingly met Li Futu's left hand, now curved like a dragon's claw. In that instant, the dagger the black-clad man had drawn failed to strike forward. Instead, his right wrist was seized by Li Futu's left hand. A flicker of genuine fear flickered across the black-clad man's face for the first time. He never imagined his opponent could be so intimately familiar with his attacks, anticipating every move with uncanny precision. His expression changed drastically as he attempted to retreat backward. Yet in that instant, a piercing, ear-splitting wind of legs erupted like a battle axe whirling upward, only to sweep forward at bullet-like speed, crushing everything in its path. War axe bullet leg. Lefutu's right leg swept out horizontally, as swift as a bullet and as fierce as a battle axe. Channeling his explosive, frenzied power, he delivered a devastating kick aimed squarely at the black-clad man's midsection. A dull thud echoed as the black-clad man's body flew violently to the left, crashing into the wall beside him. Even if Japan's top assassin, Miyamoto Shinzo, saw me, he'd flee in terror. What makes you think you're any different? As he spoke, Lefutu flicked his left hand. The slender yet razor-sharp dagger he'd snatched from the man's grasp transformed into a cold gleam, stabbing straight toward the black-clad figure. Lefutu's sweeping kick sent the man's entire body crashing into the wall. As he fell to the ground, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Completely immobilized, he could only watch with a look of terror and despair as the dagger pierced straight through his throat. At that moment, waves of intense, surging energy rushed from the factory building ahead toward the rear courtyard. Clearly, Lefutu's clash with the black-clad man had drawn the attention of other adversaries. After dispatching the assassin from the land of the rising sun, Lefutu sprang into action, charging toward the rear courtyard. His body soared through the air, propelling him several strides along the courtyard wall. With a final leap upward, he seized the corner of the second-floor balcony with both hands. Instantly, he flipped his body and landed securely on the balcony of one of the second-floor rooms. With an enemy attack occurring downstairs, the alarm would inevitably spread throughout the entire auto repair shop. Even if there were enemies lurking on the second floor, upon hearing the alarm, they would rush downstairs. Lefutu's judgment proved correct. After landing on the balcony, he could sense several figures rushing downstairs. He slipped directly into the room from the balcony, having already confirmed it was unoccupied. The entire auto repair shop was devoid of light, and the room was pitch black. Like a master of the darkness, Lefutu crouched low as he approached the doorway. Just then, a man with a gun charged past the entrance. Lefutu's right hand shot forward, clamping down on the man's throat. The man had been charging forward at full speed, utterly unprepared for the enemy alarm that had just sounded downstairs. In the blink of an eye, their adversary had already infiltrated the second floor. Lefutu's outstretched right hand clamped down on the man's throat. Still maintaining his forward momentum, the man's body flew diagonally backward under the force of Lefutu's brutal pull. As Lefutu seized the man's throat, he twisted it with a swift motion. Before the victim could even comprehend what was happening, death had already overtaken him. Lefutu snatched the Browning pistol from the man's grasp. His body rolled violently out of the room. As he tumbled, his right hand, still holding the gun, fired 2 shots in rapid succession toward the position ahead and to the right. Bang! Bang! The gunfire echoed throughout the auto repair shop. To the right front, 2 figures were just charging down the staircase from the right. Before their feet could touch the stairs, streams of blood instantly spattered from their eyebrows and eyes. A bloody bullet hole froze in place between their brows. Bang! Lefutu shifted his body abruptly, firing a shot toward the left front. An opponent bursting out from a room ahead was instantly killed. Enemies upstairs! Enemies upstairs! At that moment, angry, murderous shouts erupted from below. Lefutu's gaze turned icy. Slightly crouching, he charged forward, reaching the staircase entrance on the right. He casually picked up the submachine gun that had been dropped by the man he'd just shot. His eyes darkened with a blood-red murderous intent, and a cold, cruel smile, tinged with blood, curled at the corners of his mouth. They actually hired Japanese assassins? What kind of organization is this? What is their objective tonight? Why did they kidnap Yen Ryu in the first place? Question after question swirled through Lefutu's mind. The auto repair shop's rear courtyard had 3 stories. At that moment, in a room on the 3rd floor, a man sat in a leather chair, seemingly savoring the moment's tranquility in the void of being immersed in darkness. At that moment, 2 figures entered the room from outside. One was tall and broad, the other short and slender. Both were men, yet their physical contrasts were stark. What's going on? The man's closed eyes snapped open, 2 piercing beams of sharp focus erupting from them. His voice was low, powerful, and steady, carrying an air of authority. Biao, there's been an enemy attack downstairs. It seems our opponents have infiltrated. This is tricky. Our men failed to detect their entry. Worse, they've already eliminated several of our people. The mountain-like man spoke. What about those assassins from Japan? If there's an enemy attack, this should be their chance to shine. Hu Biao's gaze darkened as he spoke. Just received word one assassin is already dead. The burly man replied. Useless scum. I can't fathom why the boss would partner with them. Even collaborating with those ruthless Golden Triangle bandits would be preferable to dealing with those effeminate Japanese. Hu Biao declared, his gaze hardening as he added, has all the cargo been loaded onto the trucks? Already loaded. The cops didn't find a trace. Everything's intact, the burly man reported. We can't afford to lose this shipment. If we do, none of us will make it back alive tonight. If the goods are lost, forget about you lot, I won't even be able to save myself. Bu Biao's gaze turned icy, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his sharp, hawk-like eyes. Hunter Blade, Ghost Hand, he ordered, you two go down. Bring whoever dares to intrude back here to see me. I want to see who they are and what their purpose is. Resolve this quickly, we need to leave immediately. Yes, Brother Biao. The tall and short men known as Hunter Blade and Ghost Hand responded respectfully before exiting the room. Chapter 190, Charging Forward. The moment they stepped outside, a blade-sharp killing intent and icy glint erupted from Hunter Blade and Ghost Hand. Carrying a deep, intense aura of death, they charged down the staircase from opposite sides, intent on slaughtering the intruders. Rat-a-tat-tat. A deafening burst of AK-47 fire reverberated throughout the auto repair shop. It was accompanied by piercing screams as streams of blood blossomed in the darkness. The thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air, saturating the surroundings. Li Futu lay in ambush at the right stairwell entrance, clutching a seized AK-47. Realizing their adversaries were above, the attackers swarmed upward en masse, some charging the left staircase, others the right. Those who reached the right stairwell entrance were immediately met with a furious burst of fire from Li Futu's AK-47. Before they could react, their bodies were riddled with multiple bullet holes. Li Futu sprang into motion, hurtling down the staircase while sweeping his gun horizontally. With pinpoint accuracy, he picked off each enemy one by one. He felt no mercy for these men. His sole purpose now was one thing: kill. Li Futu leaped from the staircase to the first floor. His gaze darkened the instant his feet touched the ground. Instinctively, he rolled forward, and then... bang! A cold shot rang out from ahead, a figure flashing past. Clad entirely in black, identical to the attire of the black-clad man Li Futu had previously killed, this individual was undoubtedly another assassin from the land of the rising sun. Li Futu sprang into action, chasing after the figure. His speed was blinding, his path an S-shaped zigzag that denied the attacker any chance to aim. Leveraging his explosive burst of speed, Li Futu closed the gap. The figure attempted to vanish into a wall corner, most of its body already tucked inside. But before the back of its head could disappear, Li Futu's AK-47 was already raised. Tap tap. A flawlessly precise headshot obliterated the Japanese assassin's skull. Holding an AK-47 yet firing with such deadly accuracy, it seemed as though the weapon in his hands could function not only as a submachine gun but also as a sniper rifle. Bang! 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 The opponents who had charged up to the second floor from the left roughly pinpointed Li Futu's position. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, they all began firing their guns wildly. Li Futu had already slipped behind a square pillar. He now found himself in the auto repair shop's workshop, where several vehicles were parked. Among them stood a Dongfeng truck, seemingly loaded with some cargo covered by a military green burlap tarp. Li Futu's gaze darkened. Could it be that these men had come here tonight specifically to transport whatever cargo they hadn't managed to move out yet? Li Futu had no time to ponder this question. After all, enemies demanded his immediate attention. With that thought, Li Futu charged forward in an instant. At that moment, his AK-47 unleashed a furious burst of fire toward the railing on the second floor. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under the relentless barrage, bullets carrying scorching intent tore through the second floor, instantly riddling several figures like honeycombs. The rest immediately took cover, too terrified to expose themselves under such intense fire. Li Futu's objective was to suppress the enemy with his firepower, then forcefully charge up the stairs. Li Futu's body raced forward with lightning speed. His eyes, gleaming with a blood-red murderous intent, held a chilling glare. An intense, profound aura of killing intent radiated from him like a tangible force. The entire auto repair shop seemed to become his battlefield, and that deep, menacing presence sent shivers down the spines of every opponent within. Suddenly, Li Futu's beast-like instincts detected a sharp killing intent right beside him. His feet slammed against the ground, launching his body into a midair somersault. In that instant, 7 or 8 meters to his left, a figure materialized like a ghost from behind a parked car. A gun was raised, the trigger pulled another Japanese assassin. Yet, the moment the trigger was pulled, the assassin's expression twisted in shock. His carefully calculated target had vanished before his eyes, and the bullet he fired missed its mark entirely. Then he saw Li Futu, flipping through the air and landing, and saw Li Futu's left hand pointing toward the muzzle of his gun. Bang! Mid-air, Li Futu drew the pistol tucked in his waistband with his left hand, firing a single shot that instantly killed the Japanese assassin, leaving a bloody hole in his forehead. By then, Li Futu had already charged to the stairwell entrance. The suppressive fire from his AK-47 forced the enemy to remain hidden. Finally, when the last bullet emptied from his AK-47, a figure emerged. However, bang! Li Futu raised his hand and fired a single shot from the pistol in his left hand, the bullet burrowing into the man's skull. Whoosh! Seizing the opening, Li Futu leaped up to the second floor. Crouching low, he faced 5 opponents hiding ahead. Bang! 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 Li Futu fired 3 shots in rapid succession, his speed astonishing. Without exception, the heads of the 3 men in front were blown apart. Li Futu rolled his body. The remaining 2 instinctively raised their guns to spray fire, but their bullets struck only the empty floor. Bang! Bang! Li Futu pulled the trigger again. The last 2 bullets in the pistol gripped in his left hand ended the lives of these 2 men. With that, the entire first and second floors of the auto repair shop were cleared. Every single person had been slaughtered by Li Futu alone. Li Futu's gaze shifted to the 3rd floor, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew someone remained up there. He could sense that powerful, intangible aura tinged with a threatening edge. It seemed the person on the 3rd floor was the real target, the one he was seeking. Suddenly, Li Futu narrowed his eyes. His body shifted, and he concealed himself beside the doorway of a room on the 2nd floor. He sensed 2 auras rapidly approaching, one fierce and violent, the other sinister and icy. Simultaneously, 2 figures emerged from the left and right staircases on the 3rd floor. One towering and broad-shouldered like a mountain, the other compact and agile. They were none other than Hunter Blade and Ghost Hand, dispatched by Hu Biao. Appearing simultaneously, they charged forward at breakneck speed, carrying a terrifying, ruthless killing intent. Li Futu, concealed in the shadows, naturally spotted them. Noticing they were both unarmed, carrying no firearms, his gaze turned icy as he materialized instantly. Shoo! Shoo! Li Futu's sudden appearance halted Hunter Blade and Ghost Hand in their tracks. They flanked him, their icy stares fixed on him, making no effort to conceal the intense murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Did you kill all these people? Hunter's eyes, large as copper bells, were densely packed with murderous intent. He surveyed the bodies strewn haphazardly around them, inhaling the pungent stench of blood, and coldly demanded. Now it's your turn. Li Futu spoke with detached calm. Though sandwiched between the 2, his expression remained serene, his indifferent tone suggesting he was discussing something utterly insignificant. You deserve to die. The Ghost Hand at Li Futu's right spoke coldly, his compact, muscular frame instantly charging toward Li Futu. At that moment, accompanied by a series of heavy, thunderous footsteps, Hunter Blade also began his advance. His entire massive frame surged toward Li Futu. Hunter Blade and Ghost Hand attacked from both sides, seizing the initiative to overwhelm Li Futu with their combined might and strike him down in an instant.